In the dark of night, the strongest mage on the continent was awakened by a familiar voice. The old butler was sobbing beside him, and the surrounding scenery was both familiar and strange. This space left Mika unable to collect his thoughts. Only when he realized this was the 32nd year of the lowly era, April, did he believe it was real. The regression spell had a 1% success rate, a supremely rare magic with no records. Considered an impossible technique, but Mika had succeeded in a moment of life and death to return to the past 20 years. Before he made the wrong choice that led to the deaths of his comrades, the first thing Mika did was check the condition of his current body. His body had only reached the 3rd tier of magic, not even fully developed, a lowly state for the heir of the Walpurgis family. Holding his head in dismay, Mika noticed the bandage wrapped around his head, and recalled his memories. Finally, he remembered why he had ended up like this. It was because Elaine had beaten him black and blue for demanding to break the engagement. Alien Lindell was the one betrothed to Mika until he turned 20. After getting accustomed to the body, Mika went downstairs and stood before a mirror. The body was frail and pitiful compared to before the regression. He asked the butler about the girl's family's attitude. Butler carefully replied that they had said nothing yet. Mika sighed after hearing this. Nothing, I understand. I suppose it is inconvenient for them as well. Even now, Mika still vividly remembered that look in Elian's eyes, a look full of contempt and disdain. Even though he later became the strongest mage on the continent, he still could not forget that moment of helplessness from that day. Mika made an excuse to send the butler away to have some space to adapt to the situation. At this moment, he recalled scenes from the past when he journeyed with the hero to defeat the Demon King. In that journey, there was the warrior Siegfried. The hero bestowed with the power to kill the Demon King always messed things up because of his sense of morality. Countless territories had failed because of that kindness. In the end, the entire team died meaninglessly at the hands of the Demon King because of that Siegfried. He charged forward and died first. Now that he was back, Mika was determined not to make a single mistake again. In another room, Mika's father, Marcus Walpurgis, was angrily calling for the butler. Is that brat awake yet? If he asks to see that girl again, I will beat him to a pulp. The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to answer. Actually, I do not know what to say. If the young master wishes to do so, I will inform you. But for now, he seems very angry. After being alone, Mika fell into deep thought. Regression spell had worked, and he had returned to 20 years ago. To be able to defeat that Demon King, from now on he must prepare everything thoroughly for that battle. Mika manifested a magic circle and began to correct the deviant flow of mana. Mana usually flows in a specific direction. The direction of mana flow is very important. If not careful, it will affect its nature. Currently their flow was clockwise. Mana follows the set direction, circulates throughout the body, then converges on the heart to form a magic circle. That is the basic theory. Mika understood it differently. It did not necessarily have to converge in one place. The method he created was autonomous circulation. This insane training method created circulation points all over the body, allowing the mana flow to pass through and converge simultaneously in one place. When correcting the flow direction this way, Mika's body heated up, risking explosion because the mana flowed too fast and intensely. But he was no ordinary person. He was the 9th tier Grand Mage Mika. The image of that idiotic hero appeared, further fueling Mika's strength to persevere. Compared to what happened in the future, this was nothing to him. After a struggle and pain, the connecting lines between the magic circles were completed perfectly. Only then did Mika dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The first time using this autonomous circulation method, this result was quite acceptable. The magic circle had stabilized. He could use mana most efficiently. His way of thinking was indeed very correct. The remaining mana in circulation could still be used to create another magic circle. It seemed he had become a 4th tier mage. Seizing this opportunity, Mika decided to take one more step forward. He extended both hands forward and simultaneously cast 2 spells, Ice Lance and Flame Prison. 2 pillars of blue and orange light shot out from Mika's palms magnificently. This was multicasting, a technique normally reserved for mages at tier 7 and above. This was a high-level magic that could only be used upon reaching a certain level. A 4th tier like Mika should not have been able to use it. Thanks to learning the complex autonomous circulation method, he could now unleash some spells of a higher grade than normal. But Mika still seemed not entirely satisfied with this result. Now he could only cast 2 spells at the same time, whereas when he was a 9th rank Archmage, he had used countless different magics simultaneously. However, his current mana was too scarce to sustain magic for long. Thinking that, he had to accept that this level was passable. Just as Mika relaxed a bit, the door burst open. His father entered and shouted loudly, "Mika, do you have any idea what you have done?" He thought his son would deny it, so he had prepared a scolding, but the truth was completely different. "Yes, you certainly don't know." That was what he would have said next. It was then that he froze, realizing his son had admitted fault. "Son, what did you just say?" Mika, with one hand in his pocket, calmly replied, "I said I know. I have ruined our family's reputation." Father does not need to repeat it. Seeing his son seem to be asking for a beating, the Marcus flushed with anger. So you know full well that I want to break your legs, right? Mika then stepped back. Ah, that I do not know. Father, listen to what I have to say because I had my own plan, which is why I acted that way. I thought it would be bad if the Duchess was the one to actively request the annulment of the engagement. These words gave the Marcus something to think about. Their reaction truly was somewhat arrogant. Interesting, go on. According to you, it seems you know something. Of course Mika knew, and he knew a lot. He looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the past. Mika Walpurgis, changed completely when I turned 23. Elion had to endure my pathetic self in the years before that. Simply put, myself at that time was utterly pathetic, indecisive, and incompetent. Weak and without any opinion of my own. I was quite similar to the type of person Elion despised the most. It was only natural I looked that way, because she detested our engagement. Mika sat down on the chair and calmly talked with his father. First, he asked a question. What are the requirements to fulfill the engagement with Duchess Lindell? The Marcus replied like an obedient student. They were not allowed to learn any mana training methods, and to produce the heir, the two of them must not mix their types of mana. The heir was extremely important to a family. If the child was a knight or mage, that talent was usually inherited from the parents. Mika then smiled meaningfully. Exactly that, from there I came up with this plan. What would happen if Elian did not follow that requirement? Initially, I refused because I wanted to dissolve my engagement with her, but I still felt something was very off about her. Hearing this, the Marcus' face changed color. You mean they are deceiving us? Mika nodded. Yes. Right before our engagement, she was already a knight. That means she had learned how to train mana. The Marcus looked suspiciously into his son's eyes. Are you serious? Mika did not hesitate to affirm it was the truth, even if he might have added a few details. The Marcus frowned. Strange, an 8th rank mage like myself did not notice. How would a child like you know? You know how serious this is. To make his father believe him, Mika had to continue lying. Even if it was just a short moment, I can still confirm that she has been training her body with mana, and her mana amount is unstable. Because the issue was extremely serious, the Marquis asked again. Are you sure? An 8th rank mage like your father couldn't even detect it, so there is only one trick they could have used. Don't tell me it is an ancient magical weapon. It was then that the Marquis realized the problem, his face turning stiff. Opposite him was Mika's confident face. After all, he already knew everything from the past. He could not be wrong. In another place, Elian was diligently practicing swordsmanship. The training straw dummies were easily cut through by her in an instant. Just then, her father, Zook Lindell, walked over and asked, After that day, did Mika Walpurgis do anything else? Elian immediately replied, No, that damn fool definitely didn't notice anything. Zook held his head in annoyance. Father thinks so too, but who knows what might happen. Seeing this, Elian reassured him. He was here 2 days ago, and I didn't see any reaction from him. And you also think he could never become my husband, right? Zook nodded in agreement. He was only worried that if the Marcus found out what they were doing, things would get complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, he relaxed a bit. Yes, even if they were the famous magical Walpurgis family, there was no way they could detect the magical weapon she had attached to her body. Elian could now channel aura into her own body. Zook felt that with such talent, it would be a waste for his daughter to be part of a political marriage. But in truth, this father and daughter pair were only rejecting Mika because they had found a better partner than the Paxlov family. The replacement was none other than Leon, the only successor son of the Paxlov family, a renowned sword prodigy. Knowing that the Paxlov family would come today, Elian could not hide her joy. Great. Leon is certainly a far more sensible choice than that bastard. Just then, Knight McEwen walked over to announce that the representative had arrived. Elian was quite surprised, not expecting the Paxlov family to arrive so early. But the person who arrived was none other than Mika. Steward Morden, who accompanied Mika, held his head in worry. Oh heavens, we actually came here? Young master, is doing this really all right? Mika gave a confident smile, reassuring him. Calm down. Don't look so panicked. I am here thanks to my conversation with my father the other day. When the Marquis asked if it was really an ancient magical weapon, Mika replied, Exactly. That day I overreacted just to reconfirm. I guess they will request to annul the engagement because they know I found out. After breaking off the engagement, they could justify it with all kinds of different reasons. Marcus listened, then held his head and sighed. If you were wrong, things would be very troublesome, and the family would lose all face. But if I believe you and defy the Duchess, that would be a completely different matter. So are you willing to take responsibility for this? Mika felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, the power of the head of the Empire's most powerful mage family. Mika calmed himself and said he wanted to handle this matter himself. The Marcus stood up to leave but did not forget to warn him. If you truly insist you are right, I will believe you this time. However, if you are lying, you will lose the title of heir and must remove the name Walpurgis from your own. Do you still wish to continue? With his regressed memories, Mika confidently accepted this challenge, and that is the reason he is here today. Lord Morden, still not silent, interjected. I am not at all at ease. Master, you already have a bad reputation in the family. If things go wrong, you will have no path of retreat. Everything only happened recently, and for you to meet the Duchess like this. Unable to bear it any longer, Mika interrupted. I need to make progress. Do not worry, Morden, I have planned everything. Zook received the notice, made an excuse of being busy, and told Knight McEwen to report back to Mika. Upon receiving the news, Mika appeared extremely dejected, then turned and left. Just as McEwen sighed in relief, Mika suddenly stopped and sat down by a nearby tree. Asked what he intended to do, Mika replied leisurely. What do you mean by asking what I intend to do? Do you not know how long it takes to return to the territory? It took several days to get here. Is it not allowed to rest even for a while? McEwen was extremely worried because the Paxlov family was about to arrive. If they saw Mika sitting in front of the gate, it would be very troublesome. Having no choice, McEwen stepped forward and grasped Mika's hand. My lord, I will escort you back. Please leave here. Mika's attitude suddenly turned serious. Even if the engagement is void, I was once the fiancé of the young lady you serve. I am the legitimate heir of the Walpurgis family. Take your hand off. Mika's entire body radiated a massive amount of mana. Terrifying killing intent made even a veteran knight like McEwen step back. Mika brushed off his sleeve and continued, Sir McEwen, I will ask you a question. What right do you have to lay a hand on a person of the Walpurgis family? McEwen immediately knelt and shouted loudly, I would not dare, my lord. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the weak boy from a few days ago had changed so much. Mika used a sharp gaze to order that Alien be summoned to meet him. Upon receiving the news, Zook was extremely shocked. He could not believe that Mika was able to say such things. At a loss for how to handle it, Alien suddenly spoke up, wanting to go to the gate to meet Mika. McEwen intended to report the abnormality but then stopped. At this moment, Mika was being scolded by the butler for his thoughtless actions. But Mika had his reasons. It had to be today because Countess Paxlov was coming. In Mika's memories, the Honorable Paxlov family would be promoted to the Duke rank in the near future. Specifically, it was the family of Leon, a man who was about to be honored as the next Sword Saint. He had a connection with Mika before the regression, so he needed to meet him as soon as possible. Now all the families Mika needed to deal with were gathered in one place. He had to act even faster. Lost in thought, Mika heard the butler suddenly speak up. I wonder, my lord, if you have been secretly training when the Marquis was not paying attention? Even if only for a moment, the power I saw in you. Young master, that was not the power of a 30-class mage. Though I am not a mage, I am an attendant of the Marquis. I believe I am well informed and discerning about these matters. Mika immediately understood the butler's intent. You are wondering if I did something forbidden to forcibly increase my level, are you not? The butler nodded in confirmation. Mika did not hesitate to extend his hand for inspection to prove himself. After a while of examination, the fact that Mika had 4 magic circles was discovered. Mika said he had achieved this 2 days ago. Though suspicious, this was not impossible, so it passed the butler's scrutiny. After finding no abnormalities, the butler was finally at ease. The two even joked that being dumped had awakened the hidden power within his body. In the midst of the merriment, Mika suddenly became serious. Butler, what do you think would happen if the Lindell family collapsed? The butler was puzzled but still replied, there would surely be great chaos. Though the extent is unclear, the empire would not be at peace. Why are you suddenly asking this, my lord? Mika replied that there was no particular reason, only that he did not want the Duke's family to be destroyed. He looked up at the blue sky and recalled the past. Indeed, there was no doubt. The Lindell Duke family was a pillar of the empire. The collapse of the Lindell family formula was what plunged the empire into even greater chaos. That was why, after regressing, he could not stand by and watch that happen again. Yes, things had come this far, he had to change the root of the problem. At this moment, Ilian arrived and asked if he had any more business. Hadn't he already said everything that needed to be said last time? Mika stood up, hands on his hips, saying she had finished speaking, but her finishing did not mean he was done. Faced with that lack of seriousness, Ilian became even more stern and found nothing amusing about it. Our engagement has been officially agreed upon by both families. There is no room left for your wishes. Stop this useless talk and go back. At this point, Mika also turned serious. Let's talk for a bit first. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an important guest visiting today? Hit right where it hurt. Ilian was a bit flustered and dared not look him in the eye. Mika now wore the smile of a victor. Leon Paxlov had nothing to do with family politics. He only trained to hone his swordsmanship. He did not know what had happened in the family, nor did he care about their current situation. The only thing he cared deeply about was business ethics. The woman he was engaged to had unilaterally requested the cancellation of the betrothal, and that upright man would never accept it. Seeing Ilian silent, Mika spoke up. You are right. The matter has been officially decided through mutual agreement, but based on one premise. The premise that the engagement is without issue. Upon hearing this, Ilian grew even more anxious. She immediately interrupted, asserting that there was no problem with the engagement. Mika did not let up, leaning in close to ask, Really, do you truly think so, Ilian? And can I take that as an official statement from the Lindell family? McEwen could not restrain himself, rushed over and pinned Mika to the tree trunk, saying he had gone too far. Even if you are the heir of Walpurgis, I cannot overlook such reckless behavior. Mika did not get angry. He only looked straight at Ilian and asked, Is this all the knights of Lindell amount to? From the very beginning, his behavior had always been disgraceful. That man seemed unaware of when he should or should not interfere. Elian ordered him to release the man, but the knight actually dared to argue. Losing control, Elian shouted, "Lord McCowan, do not make me repeat myself. Your duty is to uphold the honor of the Lindell family." Done. Mika followed Elian inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was not unwise for Mika to go alone without the Marquis accompanying him. Mika turned back with a radiant smile. "What are you saying? He came here with his butler, after all. You are the one he trusts the most." Hearing that, the butler was so moved he almost cried. Upon reaching the drawing room, Mika requested to speak privately and not be disturbed by anyone. Elian did not object and accepted this request. As soon as she sat down on the chair, Elian asked directly, "So, what do you want to say to me?" Mika did not beat around the bush and said it straight. "You lied." Elian immediately denied that she did not understand the meaning of that statement. Mika brought up the promise between the families again. "No mana training while the engagement is still in effect. You remember, do you not?" Elian was startled but composed herself. "I told you we did not break our promise. If you doubt it, go verify it yourself. You told the whole world I was your fiancé, and I am not comfortable being called that." Mika rested his chin on his hand, obediently listening to her lies, thinking she believed he was fooling her and making a big deal out of everything. Yeah, back then he really did look carefree and naive. Mika said he would verify her words himself. Elian stood up to let him check right away, but Mika stopped her. I do not need to check right now. I am not even sure if your family played fair from the very beginning. Since things have come to this, why do we not prove it in front of them?" Elian had no idea who they were. When she realized the issue, her whole body went stiff. Mika looked out the window and said, that is right. The most impartial judges. Let us prove it in front of the Paxlov family." Right at this moment, Leon Paxlov and his servant arrived at the entrance gate. He was very much looking forward to meeting the Empire's 5th-ranked knight. One look, and you could tell that idiot cared about nothing besides fighting. The servant understood and reminded him, "Please do not pick a fight with the Count's people." Leon was hit right where it hurt, slightly flustered. "I am not doing anything. What do you take me for?" But the expression on the servant's face said it all. "I have no reason to believe you." With no other choice, Leon had to promise he would not cause any trouble. Then he asked the servant why his father had urgently summoned him to the capital. The servant explained that of course it was urgent. The Count was furious, because he did not want to remain at the border. It was understandable. A noble family like that living at the border was not good at all, because only families with merit to the Empire would be allowed to inherit. Families abandoned by the Empire at the border would gradually be eliminated and disappear. The Park-Slav family had to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered and asked the servant, had that girl not broken off the engagement a few days ago? The servant sneered. That was right, she broke off the engagement only because that man was the heir of the renowned Walpurgis family. Leon heard this and then asked, really, was there no other reason? Could she not be suspicious? His intuition was quite good even if he did not look very smart. The servant immediately retorted, haha, she came from the Lindell family, which gathered many knights, and even included Marcus Walpurgis. If there was anything suspicious, Marcus Walpurgis would not have sat idly by like that. Leon heard this and found it reasonable. He still had a feeling this was not simple. Back in the living room, Elian was extremely surprised. What did you just say? Mika slowly stepped closer and repeated, did you not hear? Prove it to everyone. Because the Park Slope family is coming soon. This is a perfect opportunity to erase the injustice. Why are you afraid? Elian swallowed in fear and then retorted, you do not have the right to do that. You cannot represent Walpurgis yet. But the thing Mika took from his pocket made Elian too shocked to stay seated. It was the Walpurgis badge. With this in hand, I am now the official representative of the Walpurgis family. Once I present this badge, the Walpurgis name will be brought to the negotiating table, meaning all responsibility falls on the Walpurgis family if Mika is lying. But from another perspective, Elian would be considered antagonizing the Walpurgis family if she was being deceitful. Mika was now in a new position and more confident. It is different now. If you are truly innocent, you have no reason to hesitate, right? Elian shouted in panic, do you know the weight of the words you just spoke? If you lie, the consequences will depend on how much responsibility Walpurgis takes. Mika did not care. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. I think we just need to investigate and see. So what do you choose? Elian was terrified, cowering on the floor, not daring to say another word. Just then a voice rang out. Stop it, do not say anything more, Elian. Mika saw Zook and broke to a bright smile. You finally arrived. Now is truly the time for us to talk. Zook Lindell was the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire. As one of the 12 sword saints, the one who would lose everything to the Demon King, he was a key factor in avoiding future disaster. Looking at the young man before him, Zook was somewhat disbelieving. Are you really Mika? Mika immediately replied, yes, it is me. After looking carefully, Zook said, that is right. You really are that kid. Your appearance and demeanor are the same as before, but you seem different. Have you received the dragon heart from Marcus Walpurgis. Mika, without any reservation, chatted like a friend. I have not even seen it yet. Well, he was a bit stingy. He would not even let me look. Zook laughed like a child. It seemed Mika had piqued his interest. Just then, Mika spoke up and asked, "So, what do you think?" Zook sat down on the chair, deliberately asking back, "What are you talking about?" Mika was no longer polite. "Do not pretend. Do you not know about the engagement between Walpurgis and Lindell?" Zook stopped laughing and became serious. "Huh, the engagement. We broke off the engagement because your rank was too low. That is all." Mika was insulted face to face but still smiled brightly. "Is that really the reason?" Zook was still shameless, insisting that was the only reason. Mika did not beat around the bush. "I will get straight to the point. During the time she was engaged to me, Elian was secretly training in mana." Zook heard this and laughed heartily. "Haha, impossible. If my daughter was secretly training in mana, do you think I would not know? I am the 5th strongest in the Empire." Mika did not deny it. "True, you could not have not known." Zook's expression changed. "So are you saying I am lying?" That aura made Mika feel the pressure. Even though he did not intend to dominate him, the possibility was that Elian had secretly learned mana and he discovered it later. He must have weighed the value of his options, the name of a fool and his engagement to his daughter, or her swordsmanship talent. Which one was truly more valuable? Zook pressed on, saying he must be very disappointed the engagement was broken. But did he not actually like that? At this moment, Mika was carefully assessing the situation. That man surely thought he could not recognize a magical weapon that had fooled even his father. The pressure from that man's aura made it impossible for him to think clearly while being suppressed like this. But Zook had underestimated Mika, someone who had once faced a demon king. That kind of pressure was nothing. Mika immediately presented the evidence. "Not long ago, when I was still following Elian, she made a mistake. Right in this very place, I caught a glimpse of something. I am sure you know what it is." As he spoke, Mika pointed at his own neck, startling Elian. Zook almost could not restrain himself from lunging forward to kill the witness. If it were anyone else, the one who discovered this secret would have been dead long ago. But in the end, Zook still did not admit it. "What if this is just what you caught a glimpse of?" Mika was not in the mood to argue with this old man, so he stood up, brushed off the dust, and left. "If you truly wish to refuse, we will stop here." Before leaving, he turned back to remind him, I heard Leon Paxlov is coming here soon. I might run into him on the way back." Hearing that, Zook immediately jumped up and shouted, "Wait." Finally, that man relented and admitted it. He tried to stall for time by ordering food, but Mika flatly refused. "Let us get straight to business." Zook had no intention of admitting fault and instead issued a threat. "Will you end this matter here?" Mika realized this man had a habit of speaking very casually like that. After some negotiation, Mika stood up and left. "I am glad we have reached an agreement. From now on, I will walk my own path. See you around." Elian was panicking terribly, thinking that he had discovered the truth. "It seems he knows something, but I thought he was just bluffing. Now that the Walpurgis family has discovered the flaw in the engagement contract, they will make us pay an even higher price." She could not take it anymore and shouted, "What do we do?" Zook just laughed. "Calm down. Elian, I once thought that boy was a fool who knew nothing of the world, but I was wrong. And I thought I was very good at reading people." "Interesting, very interesting." Elian stood up in panic. "Father, I will take full responsibility if you need, because all of this stems from my ignorance." Zook interrupted his daughter. "No matter what you do, nothing will change. Besides, I am the one who let it happen. If I had realized sooner that you had awakened your aura, perhaps this would not have happened. So you cannot say I was irresponsible as a parent." Zook was the one who regretted this situation the most. He never expected Elian could awaken her mana manipulation ability on her own without anyone to open it for her. A genius of the sword, as a father, Zook wanted to protect his daughter's talent, but that very desire led to the current outcome. To keep his daughter from feeling guilty, Zook revealed the content of the agreement. "The Walpurgis family will demand a worthy price for us breaking the knight's spirit. But it is fine, they will not ask for anything unreasonable, because it seems that Child does not want our family to collapse." Elian still did not understand anything after hearing this. Zook stepped forward, ruffled his daughter's hair, and said, "Stop being dumb. I am saying that boy is not as stupid as you think. If you do not understand yet, watch carefully, because from now on, there is much to learn." In another place, Mika was already waiting to intercept Leon. When he recognized the person in front of him as Mika, Leon spoke politely. "Could you please explain to me what is going on? If I remember correctly, today I am supposed to meet the Duchess Lingdio. I am just a bit confused. Do you have something to discuss?" But the two of them stared each other down for half a day, and Mika still showed no intention of giving a proper answer. Feeling toyed with, Leon grew angry and released his pressure. "If you have something to say, just say it. I am busy." But if the pressure of the Empire's 5th-rank knight could not even affect Mika, what was this childish display supposed to be? Mika merely flicked his hand and shattered all of Leon's pressure. Seeing his technique easily broken, Leon stopped and asked, "Wait, what did you just do?" Mika gently said it was just a spontaneous action. "Listen to what I have to say first before getting angry." Leon could not believe his eyes and asked again, "You are not really Mika, are you?" I heard that before he could finish the sentence, Mika admitted he was a fool. Not entirely a lie, I do not need to deny it. The important thing is not the past but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Furthermore, that madman later became a fierce warrior. I will never forget the moment everyone fell when confronting the Demon King. Remembering the past caused Mika to unintentionally release a killing intent, frightening Leon. After both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Mika. This personality was exactly the same as the Leon he once knew. He seemed hot-tempered but was actually very kind to his comrades. Mika immediately asked Leon, "You came here to establish an engagement with Elian, right?" Leon asked back, "So you destroyed my engagement with her?" Mika smiled and replied, "No way. Elian no longer holds any value for me. The person I have my eyes on is not her, but you." Leon felt worried for his safety and immediately stepped back. Mika realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "Let me rephrase, I like women." Leon found it hard to understand why a straight man would target him, so he asked, "For what reason?" Suddenly the wind rose, leaves floating in the air created a romantic scene. Mika reached out his hand first, saying that you will be my wife. My comrade. You are not stupid at all, but a crazy bastard who suits me well. In the battle against the Demon King, Leon eliminated the commanding general of the Third Corps, Kun, general of the Demon King. He was a general of the Demon King. Because of him, countless soldiers had fallen, so this was an incredible feat. However, the price paid was Leon's life. Even at the moment of death, his desire to fight never extinguished. What he regretted most was not being able to be a warrior and fight alongside Mika anymore. Back to the present, after greetings, they went together to a Lindell estate courtyard to talk. Talking to Leon was never easy. Mika was used to it and cut straight to the point. Nothing special, just rumors spreading within the Borough Theological School. Soon the Park Slope family will know too. After hearing this, Leon asked, "The Borough Theological School is the place of prophetic scholars who predict disasters, right?" Mika confirmed it was correct, but Leon waved his hand dismissively. "This is not the first time they have released dangerous things. No need to worry about baseless prophecies." When Mika said they should still pay attention, Leon laughed. "Pay attention? Fine, but it needs verification. A demon king in this era? A knowledgeable person like you believes such nonsense. The world has not seen a threat yet, but the prophecy is already here. The Cassandra prophecy is completely different from all previous ones. This time it spread throughout the world, but no one believed anything would happen during this peaceful time. Only when something happens do people change their perspective. That is the case for the masses. Except for Mika. He had once fallen into despair before the Demon King, so he understood best. Even though Leon seemed to be joking, Mika remained calm. "Whether I believe it or not is not important. The main thing is that you cooperate with me." Leon still did not care. "Stop talking nonsense. I am not going to listen to you because of a prophecy. There are too many of those things. I am sick of them." Just as Leon was about to leave, Mika suddenly said, "Mueller's true energy cultivation method." Leon froze. "It is simple to understand. No sword saint was ever born without learning from predecessors." This period was when the unique traits in Leon's swordsmanship began to take shape. Mika was certain Leon did not come up with it himself. He saw his shocked reaction. Mika continued, "Mueller of 100 blades, a progenitor of true energy, one of the 5 greatest swordsmen in history." Leon lost his composure. "So what are you getting at?" Waiting for the right moment, Mika smiled. "If you agree, I will teach you the complete Mueller true energy cultivation method." Leon immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense. Mueller left behind only a single book, and even that one was incomplete." Mika interrupted, "Incomplete, I know. You become even more confident." That is right, Leon had been practicing swordsmanship according to the incomplete cultivation method of Mueller. Mika Walpurgis, remember the missing part. Mika stated his condition. "I do not ask for anything grand, nor do I care whether you are engaged to Ilian or not. I only need to know, if the Cassandra prophecy is true, what will you choose?" Leon was utterly baffled at this moment. Prophecy. He could not understand why he would risk his life for that. Could it even be real? But Mueller's true energy cultivation method, he could not give up. According to rumors, he is a liar to the point that the Lindell family proactively broke off the engagement. Who is he really? In front of Leon, he was completely different from the rumors, not a good-for-nothing at all. After a moment of thought, Leon confirmed, "You said you do not care if I am engaged to the Lindell lady, right?" Mika nodded without hesitation. Leon continued, "Even if you do not care, your family still will." Mika sneered arrogantly. "Do I look like someone who cares about my family's opinion?" That attitude made Leon intrigued and calmer. "My first impression of you was very bad, but now you are not the fool the rumors say. Anyway, how can you prove you possess Mueller's true energy cultivation method?" Mika anticipated this. Mere words would convince no one. Without hesitation, Mika decided to act. Both went to the Lindell family training grounds. At this moment, Mika's hand was weak. Holding a sword was difficult. Only after using a 4th tier enhancement spell did strength. Only then did he feel like he could breathe easier. Seeing a mage buying a sword right in front of him, Leon found it highly confusing. What are you playing at? Mika asked with a smile. You want proof that I know the other half of the book, right? Look here, I will show you something crazy. After hearing this, Leon felt like he was being toyed with. Are you really going to prove it? Are you planning to explain Mulier's true energy cultivation method? With a mage like you? Rules of Mulier's true energy cultivation method are similar to other methods. The difference is that it leaves a unique mark on the user's body. Compared to other methods that have a true energy limit of around 40, Mulier's method pushes the limit up to 70. Then Mika told Leon to try applying what he had learned to test it. Despite his doubts, Leon obediently followed. He closed his eyes and began circulating his energy. A powerful surge of blue light quickly enveloped his body. Marks began appearing on the back of Leon's hand and his forehead. Though not very distinct, Mika was certain they were the characteristic marks of Mulier. He never expected that with just half a book, Leon could have trained to this level, but that very fact made him angry. Leon had been overjoyed when his father found Mulier's book, but after finishing the training he realized it was only half complete. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. However, Leon from the previous life had perfected this method and passed it down to Mika, and now it was time for Mika to return it to its true owner. Mika told Leon to watch closely because he could only do it once. Mika gripped the sword tightly and began to circulate his energy. His entire body was enveloped in the same blue light as Leon, but it was much stronger and more stable. Just from a glance, Leon was astounded and fell back. He could not believe the thing he had pursued for so long was in the hands of a mage. At that moment, Mika was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to maintain that state for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. Witnessing this, Leon was completely stunned. He could not believe Mika was not a warrior after that demonstration. Mika looked at Leon, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, "Is this enough to prove I know that method?" Only then did Leon come to his senses, holding his head as he walked forward. "Dant, my head hurts so much. Teach me. I will accept everything you say, please." Leon thought he would have to plead and accept many difficult conditions to be taught. But unexpectedly, Mika agreed immediately, leaving Leon dumbfounded. Nothing had followed common sense so far, making Leon ask again, "What did you just say?" Mika gave a bright smile and then turned to leave. "I will teach you, but not here. You have to come to the Walpurgis family yourself. I will teach you everything there." Leon was a bit worried and repeatedly told Mika to keep his promise. Mika waved goodbye while walking straight out of the Lindell family's training ground, but he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Zuka. Seeing this, Mika politely asked how he was. "I was planning to greet you before leaving. I didn't expect you to be here." Zuka replied coldly. "You are about to leave, right? You must have finished everything." From his words, it was clear Zuka had witnessed the entire earlier event. After all, this was the Lindell family's training ground. Mika remained calm and smiled brightly. "You saw everything then? For someone like you, it probably wasn't hard to notice." Zuka's attitude changed instantly. "I saw it all. Everything. First, I apologize to you and the Walpurgis family. As for compensation, you can decide freely." Mika was quite surprised that the Empire's fifth strongest man would so easily bow his head and apologize. Not only that, Zuka also agreed to compensate without even hearing the request. Truly the head of a great family, Zuka always maintained his composure in any situation. Mika chatted comfortably. "I also apologize for coming to see you without permission. I hope the marriage alliance request between you and Leon goes smoothly." Knowing he was being mocked, Zuka no longer acted politely. "Marital alliance? You are more cunning than I thought. That marriage has probably fallen apart, just as you intended. Leon has a very considerate personality. He probably thinks the broken engagement is because he is not worthy. But after meeting you today, he will suspect that the broken engagement is not as simple as the rumors say. Let me ask you this. Can I regain the trust of the Walpurgis family? First, you easily demand to break the engagement. Now that you see our main character is good, you regret it. In my hometown, there are plenty of people like you seeking marriage alliances," Mika said with a smile. "Of course it is possible, as long as the Lindell family shows true sincerity." This statement carried many implications, and Zuka understood them well. From now on, the Lindell family must completely side with the Walpurgis family if they want to win back their lost trust. Just then Mika spoke up to ask, "Sir, if there is a teacher suitable for Lady Elian, what would you do?" Zuka was a bit surprised after hearing this. "A teacher? You mean our family's swordsmanship is not suitable for her?" Mika quickly explained. "Not at all, but whether it is truly the best for her is another matter entirely." Zuka thought for a moment, wondering if he had been tricked. In the end, he decided to trust it once. After all, what he had just seen on the training ground was far too impressive. When he returned home, his father patted Mika's head in praise. He said, "I heard the news, my son. It was indeed right to trust you. Who else could expose that sinister Lindell?" But Mika saw through that fake smile. He knew if he misjudged this time, there would be no mercy. The Walpurgis family had always been like that. Being seen through did not please the Marcus at all. He returned to his chair and became serious. There was a letter from Duke Lindell stating that he would come in person to apologize. It seemed that man wanted us to keep this matter secret. For a prestigious family known for chivalry, that news would be extremely dangerous. Thanks to you, we have gained a lot. I have never liked the Lindells either. When asked if the Duke said anything, Mika replied bluntly, "Not much, he only asked how to regain the Walpurgis trust." Mika answered, "Of course, as long as they are sincere." The Marquis was pleased with his son's answer. Showing a blunt attitude at that time would have been incredibly foolish. Just then Mika said, "Father, since you have entrusted me with the task and trusted all to me, I have already begun solving this problem and wish to finish it." Faced with his son's request, the Marquis replied coldly, "Think your feathers are full-fledged now? You have accomplished something, but there are still many matters between the families to handle." Mika did not back down. He asserted, "That is true, but to be frank, without you, no one would pay attention to me. It may be a bit greedy, but I want to complete what I have started with my own hands." Marcus' fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped after that sentence. Duke Lindell was a wicked old man. He was praised as a symbol of chivalry but was very flexible. By doing this, you will have to face him directly. Mika answered his father with a determined look. "I know." He had lived long enough to have experience with this. There was no need to worry. Seeing his son's resolve, the Marquis finally agreed. "Very well, you would have to do this sooner or later anyway. Go ahead." Mika promised he would not disappoint his father and turned to leave. The Marquis called out, "Wait, Mika, you did well today." Mika could feel those were sincere words from his father. Finally, he had received recognition from him. How joyful that was. Mika bowed and silently left the room. The Marquis now wondered what had made his son so much. The image of young Mika with his beloved wife was still vivid in his mind. Even though he had entrusted this matter to Mika, the Marquis had his own preparations. "I suppose I should also prepare for the negotiation with the Duke, right? I have given it to him, but that does not mean I have to step back. Now, what must I do to make everyone think I will shake him?" Meanwhile, Mika kept thinking on his way back to his room. Before reincarnating, the title of the strongest magical family had caused our downfall. There was only one reason for the collapse of such a powerful family. It was a civil war. Members fought for the position of family head. In that power struggle among the elders, I was used and contributed to the downfall. This time it would be different. Considering carefully, Mika called the butler and said, "Butler, a few days ago, Viscount Nostra came to see me, did he not? 3 days before the engagement was broken off." The butler immediately replied, "You remember correctly, my lord. It is not strange, as you are the family's only heir." Viscount Nostra was a level 7 mage, an important vassal of the family. He had assisted the Marquis in his youth and was very talented, but had a fatal flaw, an excessive thirst for power. Instead of remaining a vassal, he wanted to become the center of the family. Currently, he had done nothing, but Mika decided to nip this thread in the bud. The butler wondered, "Now that you mention it, it is strange. The young master has always relied on the Viscount the most." Mika pushed the door open and entered his room as he spoke. "I have not finished. He is the one who taught me how to form the third magic circle, the tangled loop." The butler was startled. Sabotaging the family's here was unforgivable. Right after reincarnating, Mika had discovered that unstable third magic circle. The one who created it was the Viscount. At the time, Mika was happy just that it could function. Looking back, he found it truly shameful. Anyway, it was best to remove such things, because he was a friend who helped in times of trouble. The Marquis had never been able to truly cut ties with Viscount Nostra in his past life. That was the beginning of the downfall. Mika did not want that to repeat, so he decided to act first. He ordered the butler, "Butler, bring the Viscount to my room." The butler questioned, "This is a bit sudden and difficult to call someone right away." Mika smiled confidently. "Do not worry. At this hour he is wondering why we have not called yet, and is already waiting." Just as Mika guessed, Nostra arrived immediately after being summoned. As soon as he entered the room, he smiled broadly. "Young master, I heard you summoned me. I hurried over the moment I heard you had just made a decision. Do you intend to choose me as your teacher?" Mika immediately pointed straight at Nostra and spoke up. About that matter, I have a proposal. Between you and me, let us duel without using magic circles." Even now, Mika still vividly remembered the moment his entire family was slaughtered. Back then, Viscount Nostra, the one in power, caused the death of the family. Half of the people in that declining family struggled desperately to survive. Just as their breaths were fading, the Demon King's minions appeared. Marcus, the family's strongest mage, had been bedridden for a long time. The other high-level mages had also left the family one by one. At this point, Mika had no way left to resist the Demon King's minions. Viscount Nostra was the last hope, the only remaining 8th Circle mage. Everyone watched him with bated breath, and Mika also clung to a faint hope in that man. He did not know what magic that man would use to defeat the demon's illusory minion. But Nostra's answer drove Mika to despair. He surrendered to the Demon King without even fighting. His faith shattered in an instant. The entire family completely collapsed. So now Mika was determined to defeat that bastard. Receiving the challenge, Nostra looked perplexed. Seeing this, Mika spoke up, "I do not mind learning from a Viscount, but I am not sure if it is worth it. Unless you feel it for yourself, you will never understand. So I also do not know if you have enough skill to teach me." Nostra immediately questioned, was the third circle magic ring I made for you not enough? Mika replied bluntly that it was not, making Nostra tremble with rage. That man completely lost his composure. I taught you everything and now you dare say you do not trust me. Mika explained, calm down. I never said I did not trust you, just that I was not certain. I want you to prove yourself worthy. That is not difficult, is it? After hearing this, Nostra caught on to the vague implication. Mika continued, let us make a bet. No magic circles, purely magic combat. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my teacher. I swear this in the name of the Walpurgis house. Nostra hesitated, then asked, a bet, then what if you win? Mika did not ask for anything grand. He only wanted the other party to become his student. So Nostra accepted this bet. After returning to his room, Nostra could not suppress his delight at this incredible windfall. Fighting without a magic ring sounded disadvantageous, but if one clearly understood the gap in ranks, Mika would not have proposed it. The limits of a novice were obvious. Even as a Walpurgis descendant, Mika was still a child who knew nothing of the world. Clearly, that brat was just used to deluding himself into thinking he was special. Climbing to the peak of the family was impossible, but seizing a position the family head did not even touch upon was my true goal. And a great opportunity had come to me, a chance to be recorded in the history of the Walpurgis magic family. Even if compelled, Mika would still crave my guidance to reach the third circle. Yes, I will be your teacher and become the center of the Walpurgis family. Ha ha ha. Nostra laughed maniacally for an entire day, but he did not know he was about to face the experience of the strongest ninth circle mage on the continent. Though Mika was only fourth circle, if no magic circles were used, he would lose to no one. Next day, the butler heard the news and ran frantically to intervene. Young master, I heard you challenge Viscount Nostra to a duel. Mika showed no concern, admitted it, and only wished the duel would happen immediately. The butler panicked, stammering incoherently. No, a duel with the Viscount. How could you? Seeing this, Mika told him not to make a mountain out of a molehill. His calm only made the butler more worried. You agreed to call him teacher if you lose. That hands all power over to him. Mika also admitted this was correct. The butler gaped in shock, continuously warning, Nostra is a cunning man, not someone for you to call teacher. Mika knew that very well. He still remembered the sight of that man kowtowing to the demons in front of everyone. Mika said Nostra was not worthy to be a teacher, puzzling the butler. He explained, because if I did not go that far, he would not have taken the bait. Does the butler know why that Viscount still remains in the family despite his sins? The butler knew well, because the Marquis had been close to him since childhood. Mika continued, correct, he was a comrade and confidant of my father in his youth. Father would never drive him away because of their bond, so it falls to me to handle it. With this bet, I will make it so that man can no longer act in the shadows. Oath between mages is indefinite, perfected by many magical languages. A bet is a promise woven from those words, and whoever breaks it will be punished by magic. Meaning if Mika won, he would seize the upper hand in the struggle for actual authority. That was exactly what he was after. The butler understood this was indeed a good plan. But can he defeat the Viscount? Can you do it? Mika flashed a confident smile, then winked. Can I do it? Butler, I guarantee you, Viscount Nostra will never defeat me. The butler wondered why Mika was so confident, when the disparity in strength between the two sides was so great. Mika explained that he had set a condition. The Viscount could only use magic circles he himself had created. Upon hearing this, the butler was stunned into silence. He asked in shock, a tier 7 mage can only use 4 spell circles, are you serious? When Mika confirmed he was serious, the butler immediately pulled a pre-prepared letter from his pocket. He did not want to follow a young master who seemed mentally deficient, always doing such crazy things. Life is not a dream. Mika used fire magic to burn the letter instantly. Capital never lets its employees off so easily. Seeing his chance for a peaceful retirement turn to dust before his eyes, the butler was speechless. Even though Mika kept saying trust me, the butler remained clear-headed and could not believe such nonsense. He said, how can you, someone who has only created 4 spell circles, defeat Viscount Nostra, a tier 7 mage? Ignoring the complaints, Mika was still very confident in his upcoming victory. He said, don't worry, I would not rush into a battle without being sure of victory. Even so, the butler still did not understand how he could win. Mika then explained the reason for his confidence. It was very simple. The Viscount's 7 spell circles are very reckless and strained. Their eyes met, shining with absolute trust. But that was only in a dream. There was no way to believe that in this situation. The butler then took out his second resignation letter. Seeing this, Mika immediately stopped him and told him to put it away. He explained, to obtain high-level spell circles, you must first regularly practice using low-level spell circles. But Viscount Nostra skipped that obvious step. He thought he had succeeded, but the truth was not so. Forcing a spell circle comes at a high cost. That is why the Viscount is not like a normal tier 7 mage. Can buy a room and still use 7 spell circles, but only for show. So what about a real battle? Not just for display, but when real magic manifests in seconds. If his opponent has deeper knowledge than him, he will never win. After persuading the butler to place his trust, Mika went to inform his father. And as usual, the Marquis also did not understand what his son was saying. Mika said, "As you have heard, I will fight the Viscount with magic and invite you to witness it." The Marquis glared and slammed his fist on the table in anger, saying his son had just spoken about taking over the family legacy not even a day ago. He asked, "What the hell is going on? Do you want to get one of your legs broken to wake up? Is teaching you magic not enough? Why are you doing this?" The Marquis held his face in disappointment, his voice gradually softening. It seemed he still thought his son wanted to become Nostra's apprentice from the bet. Mika realized this and immediately stated, "I am just stating the terms. I do not plan to lose. Who would bet on themselves losing? I will win and make Viscount Nostra my apprentice." Seeing his son raving, the Marquis went to get an oversized giant club, saying a mad dog needed to be beaten. The Marquis realized he could not win the argument with words, so he had to use physical methods to bring him to his senses. And so he prepared to beat his precious son like a dog. Mika quickly protested, "I am very clear-headed, father." "Well, what madman admits they are mad? Spouting such nonsense, who would believe it?" Seeing his father still did not believe him, Mika continued, "Viscount Nostra is a vassal of our family. What is wrong with the family here putting a leash on a vassal?" Seeing his son's delusion was too deep, the Marquis raised his club ready to strike. Someone with only 4 spell circles being confident of victory? Mika was confident that if he could not win, he would not have done it. When asked what if he lost, he said bluntly he would become Nostra's apprentice. As soon as he finished speaking, the Marquis slammed his club hard on the ground and shouted, "That is the problem. What am I to do with you? You know what I want, right?" Seeing his father's angry demeanor, Mika remembered. The Marquis always wanted to break his son's leg when things like this happened. Mika calmly promised, "I am willing to sacrifice my legs for the peace of the family." Only then did the Marquis accept the fight and agreed to be a witness. After leaving the room, Mika finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. As planned, the match was set. Since his father had given permission, all that remained was to defeat the Viscount. Nostra was certain he would win, but victory will surely belong to me. He must be thinking of how to make me submit in the most obedient way, and how to use me as a tool to devour this family. But that will never happen. In reality, persuading the butler and his father gave Mika more of a headache than winning. Now, on his face was the smile of a victor. He greatly looked forward to the battle taking place. Mika went straight to the Walpurgis family's magic casting room. This place was still exactly as in his memories. The room could withstand tier 6 magic. It was not just an ordinary room of the Walpurgis family. This place also had many magical defenses and barriers against the effects of magic below tier 6. Mika raised his hand forward and cast a tier 1 spell, the magic arrow. A purple mana arrow was instantly created and shot forward. The reason this spell is ranked tier 1 is because it requires only a few calculations to create. It is the most basic spell and has no restrictions. A mage can turn it into a more advanced spell through their experience. For example, controlling the arrow to move on command instead of just designating a target. The difficulty then increases by several tiers. The calculation level increases when casting comes more difficult. This basic spell is no longer tier 1. When mastered, it can reach tier 5 difficulty. Mika controlled the mana arrow to fly around the room, then had it explode in midair, creating a large purple explosion with tremendous destructive power, forcing the mana in his body to transform into an arrow flying outward and then having it detonate. Mastery of basic spells is a sign of a true mage, and it is also the dividing line between high and low circles. After testing, Mika's control ability did not change much. Although his body was smaller and his circles fewer, his mind and experience remained intact. There was only an hour left until the battle began, but Mika did not rest and continued testing several other spells. In his past life, Nostra taught Mika in a chaotic and forced manner. Although he could create circles quickly, he never passed the 8th circle, lacking solidity. Therefore, Mika was forced to forget everything he learned and start over from the beginning. Without his once-in-a-thousand-year talent, he could not have relearned it. Lost in thought, Mika did not notice the time passing, and soon it was time for the duel. Nostra was also heading to the dueling room, walking while dreaming of victory and the prospect of becoming Mika's master. Only that way could he become one of the pillars of the Walpurgis family. But suddenly, Nostra's heart acted violently, causing him to collapse to the ground. This was perhaps the consequence of creating those chaotic and forced circles earlier. Just then, the Marquis stepped up from behind and asked Nostra if he was betting with his son. Nostra knelt, still unable to stand due to the pain, and looked up to reply. Yes, the young master proposed it first. It was a challenge for him, and I also thought he needed an experienced guide. Hearing these absurd words, the Marquis grew somewhat angry. A guide? You have saved and helped me greatly since we were young. I always remember that. That is why I have only observed and not intervened so far. Nostra understood the hidden meaning in those words. He was bitter but still played the role of a loyal servant well. Of course you have always protected me, I know that. So that is the reason you gave me this opportunity. Marquis ignored Nostra and walked straight into the dueling room. Opportunity? Vanity? Think what you will. Until the match ends, I have nothing more to say. This disdain infuriated Nostra. He stared at the back of a man he could never reach, thinking that he was nothing but a dog of the Walpurgis family. That made him determined to seize power at any cost. After entering the dueling room, the Marquis greeted his son and then settled into his observation seat. As you wish, I will be the only audience. No one will know the result, and everything will be kept secret. But the stakes of the match are not small, for neither side is allowed to withdraw. Choose carefully. Just then, Nostra stepped forward and interrupted. The young master has already chosen. The family secretary cannot break his word. Marcus understood this well. Everything was set. He could only pray for his son's victory. According to the agreement, the Marquis used magic to temporarily seal Nostra's circles, preventing him from using spells above rank 4 until the match ended. Nostra still smiled casually, obviously looking down on Mika and not preparing anything. After a perfunctory greeting, Nostra was the first to launch an attack. He raised his staff toward Mika and activated his slow skill. Nostra wanted to slow his opponent to win quickly, but Mika saw through it and immediately counterattacked with a confusion spell. Nostra's mind was disturbed, causing the spell he was casting to be interrupted. His head ached as if struck by a hammer, and he was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He exclaimed, "How is that possible? Confusion is the hardest spell among rank 4 incantations. How can he cast it so easily?" Mika replied with a contemptuous attitude, "You need not know." After the headache subsided, Nostra quickly cast a fireball and wind blade spell. Two torrents of red and blue magic surged toward Mika. He shouted, "Let me teach you that the distance between circles is not just about the type of magic." To prevent Mika from dodging, Nostra cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around him. Facing the powerful twin destructive spells, Mika was not flustered. He stood still in place, raising a magic shield to block all attacks. Contrary to Nostra's panicked expression, Mika was extremely calm. He said, "The Viscount's words are not wrong. A rank 4 mage like me cannot block that spell so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how strong one is in swordsmanship, it is hard to shorten the gap between swordsmen of different ranks. Magic is different. If you know calculations and understanding, you can turn the impossible into possible." Mika extended his hand forward, using a magic arrow spell along with many other spells. Free movement, chain explosion, direction change, destructive power, trajectory control, and multi-directional attack. The mana arrows were enhanced with multiple layers, radiating a terrifying power, completely different from the beginning. Nostra witnessed this scene, shocked to the point that he could not hold the staff in his hand. Choked out. "Is that a rank 1 spell? The incantations he just chanted were too complex. How can a rank 4 mage use such complex incantations?" After finishing his chant, Mika looked straight at Nostra and said, "Let me show you what true magic really is." Standing before the dense row of mana arrows, Nostra hurriedly picked up his staff and raised a shield like Mika had done earlier. He tried his best to block, but it was too late to escape the passive position. Seeing the arrows blocked, Nostra shouted arrogantly, "I have a shield, shoot away." Though sweat poured down, he still tried to look arrogant. Just then, Mika spoke a single word, "Burst." All the arrows exploded instantly. A massive blast blew away Nostra's shield in a flash. From within the smoke, Nostra lost his composure. "Burst? How in the world are you controlling mana? What did you do?" Mika calmly replied, "You saw it. I calculated and compressed the magic power to increase." The answer did not convince Nostra. He shouted repeatedly, "It doesn't count! You cheated! You must be using something that is not allowed." Accused like that, Mika immediately punched the wall beside him. "You have crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you under the name of a member of the Walpurgis family." He wondered if you were sure about accusing him of using magic tools. "A Viscount like you would not dare to cross the line." Nostra, though trembling and kneeling on the ground, still refused to yield. Seeing this, Mika repeated the spell once more. Nostra continued to create shields, but they were useless. He ground his teeth in fury, determined not to endure further humiliation. "All right, very good. You have exceeded even my expectations. Then I will no longer hold back. I will show you what a level 7 mage is." Learning from the previous 2 attempts, Nostra erected 2 separate shield layers. This way, the mana flow would be cut between the 2 layers, and Mika could no longer detonate the arrows. After blocking the attack, Nostra decided to counter with multicasting. The Marcus jumped up upon seeing this. Normally, a level 7 mage could cast up to 7 spell circles. How the hell could Nostra only cast 3 level 4 spells at once? Truly disappointing. Still, this was something a newly promoted level 4 mage like Mika could hardly withstand. The Marcus held his head in disappointment and prepared for his son's defeat. After finishing his spell, Nostra laughed loudly. "Young Master Mika, ha ha ha. Even if your ability is beyond imagination, you cannot withstand 3 of the most powerful level 4 spells at once. Meanwhile, he instinctively clutched his chest, clearly feeling the immense pressure from the spell circle in his heart. He was a true mage indeed. The blue flame spear shot toward Mika, creating a huge explosion and clouds of dust. Marcus now bowed his head to the ground, full of sorrow. Nostra, however, laughed heartily in delight, but it was not that easy. As the smoke cleared, Mika's figure gradually emerged. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nostra's flame spear in his hand. Witnessing this, both the Marcus and Nostra were stunned, their mouths agape. Mika gently squeezed his hand and the flame spear dissipated. Nostra still could not believe his eyes. Mage who just reached level 4 destroyed my multicast spell. How is that possible? Mika said, confidently surprised by that. Perhaps you have been too influenced by innate talent. Life is inherently unfair, especially in the field of magic. No matter how hard you work, it is difficult for a gap in ability to defeat a genius. Nostra could not believe the truth. He gripped his staff tightly and stared at Mika. So you mean my magical talent is inferior to yours? Mika smiled provocatively. If not, then prove it. Hearing this, Nostra was enraged. He threw down his staff, raised both hands, and cast an attacking spell again. Ice Spear, Ghost Hand, and Piercing Metal Magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes furiously rushed toward Mika, but Mika still used only a single magic arrow. All of Nostra's attacks were destroyed in utter disbelief. How can you break my magic so easily? To explain, Mika decided to demonstrate what true multicasting was. Countless magic arrows were created by Mika, all aimed directly at the target. Before attacking, he warned, "Earlier you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder if you can block all 10 magic arrows at once? Someone once told me that is the art of explosion." Faced with the dense onslaught, Nostra did not even have time to raise a shield. He was blasted apart, nearly losing consciousness. But how could Mika end it so easily? He rushed forward, cast a strength spell on his hand, and slapped Nostra with a thunderous blow that sent him flying backward. Following that, magic bullets from behind knocked him back again. Nostra wanted to say surrender, but Mika punched him in the face to stop him. In Mika's mind at that moment were only the grudges of his past life. The list of things I wanted to do before I died, I have completed quite a few. But there is one thing I still have not done, truly unfortunate for you. Mika's eyes were filled with killing intent, ignoring his father's pleas. He only stopped when the Marcus ran over and grabbed his hand. "Stop, Mika, the match is over, you won, stop." But Mika still refused. "Stop, I have not heard him surrender." "Of course I have not." His mouth was beaten to that state. How the hell could he speak? Nostra used all his strength to raise his hand in surrender, but Mika did not accept it. "Father, look, the Viscount has not given up, so he can still keep fighting." Damn it, this kid is truly ruthless. The Marcus could not stand it. He raised his fist forward. "Son, look at these veins on my hand." Indeed, like father, like son, mages who prefer the physical fighting style. Seeing his father's fist, Mika instantly became obedient. "Now I see, violence is wrong." The Marcus then asked Nostra if he wanted to admit defeat. As if finding a lifeline, Nostra nodded frantically. But how the hell did Mika ask his father to hit him one more time? To prevent worse, the Marcus used a teleportation spell to send Nostra for treatment. When only the two were left, the Marcus spoke. "Mika, your magical skills have improved greatly. I truly did not expect this. The skill you performed earlier was that of an experienced veteran mage." Mika replied that it was just a coincidence, but he knew who his father was referring to. Dusk Mage, one who preferred to separate from other mages and vanished without a trace. "Change the subject," Mika asked back. "Did you not always look down on me from the start? What I did just now was not that difficult." The Marcus looked at his son and said, "Yes, but to bridge the gap to a level 7 mage, you need real talent." "Do you mean that is innate talent?" Mika proudly replied, "I am your son." Saying that, "How can I argue?" The Marcus continued, "Alright, since you said that, I will believe you. So, is this what you wanted to show me, that you have talent?" Mika asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Marcus said outright that Viscount Nostra was his friend, but not a suitable teacher for his son. Mika found this reasoning sound, but asked his father what he wanted him to demonstrate through this match. How could he choose a master that way? After a moment of thought, Mika replied that his father was not entirely correct. His father had no intention of driving Viscount Nostra away. He was the only person his father treated as an equal. Even knowing that being the head of the family was lonely, he still did not like him, even though it put his father in a difficult position. He did not want to keep a threat by his side. From now on, he would control the Viscount father. Upon hearing this, Marcus understood the reason his son wanted this battle and was very surprised by his subsequent intentions. On the other side, after receiving treatment, Nostra sat down at the table, resting his chin on his hand. "Crazy, did I lose? Lost to a brat who just reached tier 4. Marcus has already seen the match. How can I change the outcome now? What should I do?" Just then a voice rang out. "What to do? You made a deal, now you have to follow through." Nostra looked up, seeing Mika standing right in front of him with a friendly smile. A reminder that you remember the stakes of the match, right? After this, Nostra became Mika's student, even though he did not want it at all. About to ask to quit, he suddenly realized something important. Strange, if he knew he would win, why bet on a master-student relationship? Wait a minute, could all of this be his plan? He not only wanted to humiliate me, but also had another ulterior motive. Young master's testing me. Yeah, it's not over yet, I still have a chance. After calming himself down, Nostra spoke. The future of the family. Young master, you have kept your forces idle for a long time. But the matter with the Lindell family has made it impossible for you to stay still. Mika's serious attitude made Nostra believe his guess was correct. He spread his arms and declared aggressively, I will help you, that is what the young master wants, right? Mika, unconcerned with that nonsense, smiled amiably and said, Disciple, you are too smooth-tongued. Be quiet and call me master. Nostra asked back, flustered, Wait, young master, do I really have to become your student? Mika seriously said of course, making Nostra panic. He tried to find a way to stop it. I am a tier 7 mage, young master. But Mika cut him off. Shut your mouth. As a viscount, you know a mage's promise is not light. Nostra knew very well a mage's promise is betting on their magic circuit. If violated, the magic circuit would shatter, and he would lose everything. Losing his composure, he slammed the table and shouted, I have more magic circuits, and I am older. How can I be your student? Mika showed no mercy. I know you will try to avoid this matter. If you do not follow the pact, you will face the consequences. Knowing he had no way out, Nostra slumped dejectedly into his chair. Afterwards, he followed Mika to the training room. Despite not wanting to, he was forced to call Mika master, or his magic circuit would break. Seeing his obedient disciple, Mika decided to fulfill his responsibility. Since I am the master, I will teach you a few things. Nostra trembled with anger but still had to obey. In Mika's mind, he already had a plan. Destroying the Viscount now would be of no benefit. In fact, Viscount Nostra was quite useful. He was already a tier 7 mage and had power. First, he could help him with many things. Mika asked Nostra if he wanted to learn anything else. Being a tier 7 mage, Nostra was confident in his knowledge and replied there was nothing he needed to learn. Mika did not think so. Isn't your magic circuit unstable? Your magic is the same. With that, just a light press, and your heart would sting with pain. Indeed, with just a light touch, Nostra was rolling on the ground in pain, truly weak yet still putting on airs. Watching Nostra howl pitifully, Mika felt no sympathy. He knew the reason why all too well. If you are not truly bonded with an established magic circuit, I can still create another one. But even with more circuits, your strength would not increase. That is called an apostle. The reverence for you and the head of the Walpurgis family made Nostra too impatient to become strong. He had inadvertently turned himself into an apostle, and had to pay the price with this frail body. When Nostra calmed down again, Mika approached and spoke. I will teach you to control the chaotic magic circuit. Transfer mana to me. Nostra shouted in alarm. You heard something from the Marcas, didn't you? Do the family and the Marcas have reservations about me? Haha, I understand. So that match was the Marcus's plan. Nostra's mind was unsettled, and he began to wildly speculate. Mika immediately refuted. Stop putting on a show for yourself. Those things are too obvious. From the moment you multicast 3 tier 4 magic circuits, I saw something was wrong. Your heart, you kept clutching your chest. That is a symptom of a mage using a disordered magic circuit. Do you think a member of the Walpurgis family like me would not notice? I have already promised. If things continue like this, you will not live long. Whatever you do only makes it worse. You are dying. Hearing this, Nostra trembled in fear. He did not want his life as a mage to end this way. In the midst of his despair, Mika gave him a chance. If you want to live, take off the mana ring. I will absorb all that mana. I get the mana you recover from the injury, a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think? Losing 5 magic circuits is nothing. With a teacher like me, you will be fine. Nostra shouted in panic, I cannot lose 5 circuits. Do you know how hard I worked for them? Mika did not care, saying bluntly, hard work? Those are not magic circuits, they are just malignant tumors. Having 7 circuits, but being unable to use them all means nothing. Knowing how to walk does not make you an adult. You are obsessed with power and authority. Those circles are just for show, meaningless. Do you think your father does not know your true strength? Nostra heard this and asked back, do you mean the Marcus has known everything all along? Nostra did everything to prove himself to the Marcus. In truth, the Marcus knew all along but pretended not to, which was hardly the right choice. Nostra then recalled the words the Marcus once said when he was young. My friend, I went through so much hardship to reach this position. I nearly died several times, but in the end, I succeeded. Many think I am great, but I know you are extraordinary, with a desire stronger than anyone else. That is why you do not stand still, but continue to move forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only person I trust with my back is you, my friend. Nostra stood frozen, thinking about the past. Finally, he made a decision. Master Mika, I accept your offer. Please take my mana. Thanks to Nostra's mana, Mika created the 5th magic circle. Their joy was short-lived as they soon brooded over the future. In this life, I have merely averted one minor crisis. Compared to the impending disaster, this is nothing. In 7 years, according to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring the prophecy are dire. The world is not ready to face the Demon King, and its power cannot be deceived. Creature full of flaws, yet no one could resist it, even when it had not fully unleashed its strength. When a 7th rank knight was defeated by the Demon King, the Empire realized it was too late. They slowly gathered heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed. Unable to wait for the temple to summon soldiers, the heroes formed a subjugation squad to defeat the Demon King. That was my squad. Cassandra was the most important member, the pitiful prophet whom no one believed. She was 2 years younger than me. She must be 18 by now. Her prophetic abilities were all accurate. She tried to warn others even as she coughed up blood, but no one listened. Before my reincarnation, no one heeded the prophecy to select the warriors. A prophet who is not trusted is useless. I do not know what happened to her afterwards, but her fate was likely not good, unless she also reincarnated, but that is very unlikely. Mika put his pen to paper, drafting a plan for the future. Next, I will register for the warrior selection. If I can also bring in Leon, I could lead the selection. The next issue is what to do about Cassandra. According to my memory, she is no longer at the temple. Even though she had warned them, she did not receive their trust, so she left the temple. I have no idea where she is now. I need to contact Cassandra as soon as possible, but how? What should I do? This is indeed a difficult problem. Mika scratched his head for a long time, but could not find a solution. Just then, the butler walked in. Seeing Mika's disheveled state, he was a little surprised. The butler reported that a guest had arrived, seemingly needing to see him. Mika knew it was Leon Paxlov without a second thought, which surprised the butler. It is the appointed time. Who else could it be besides Leon? As soon as Leon saw Mika, he smiled brightly. There you are. Where is the training method? Mika sat down calmly and said, You are earlier than I expected. I thought you would be busy preparing for the engagement ceremony. Leon could not hide his excitement. The engagement is not as important as the training method. Tell me quickly. But things were not easy. Alright, about that, I have an additional condition. Hearing these words, Leon's mood changed 180 degrees. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, What, is this a joke? Did I not come here at your request? Mika calmly said, It is just a small addition. It will not affect you. Your assets. You are in trouble, are you not? Yes, the dungeon. Hearing that, Leon turned his face away, drenched in sweat. Dungeon, I know nothing about it. Even though Leon denied it, Mika could tell from his flustered expression. You are a terrible liar. You found that dungeon a year ago. A mana mine was discovered, and its owner, Count Park Slope, deemed it a large, high-quality mana mine. Leon froze immediately. How do you know? The young man is truly naive, almost tricked into an engagement. Mika not only knew about the dungeon but also had more information. Actually, it is not a dungeon. People call it that because they do not know what it is. Most of the exploration teams have gone missing. Before my reincarnation, Paxlop had sent 5 exploration teams, most of which never returned. The clan needed to engage with Princess Lindell. Because of the financial pressure from the exploration teams, they needed more backing. Knowing the secret was out, Leon held his head and lamented. I thought this matter could never leak out. Is there a spy mixed in? Mika said he only heard rumors from the soldiers in the guard room. Leon immediately believed that excuse. He then asked, Alright then. So, what about that dungeon? Mika gave a friendly smile. It was once the greatest trouble or disgrace of the Parkslav family, but now that dungeon will become hope. Mika said he found it quite interesting. Leon looked confused. Most expedition teams never return. It's called a dungeon but could also be called a hell. You can't do anything about it. Mika knew that well. In the end, the Paxlop family was still determined about that dungeon. So, were they successful? No, a complete failure. But someone explored that dungeon before them and took all the treasures. Mika thought for a moment, then said he would help Leon join the expedition team. Leon listened and then sneered. Ha, you mean you can explore a dungeon that even mercenaries can't handle? Mika raised both hands and replied with a smug tone. Of course, a mage exploring a dungeon is perfectly normal. Leon didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Are all mages as reckless as you? Why are you so confident? Mika said, Your family doesn't lose anything from me doing this. If we discover it, both sides benefit. If not, we pretend nothing happened. Leon found that reasonable. After thinking for a while, Leon questioned the training method. After being assured by Mika, Leon saw no further issues. He would go persuade his father, but success or failure was uncertain. After that, Mika went to inform his father. The Marcus listened to his outrageous son and held his head in dismay. I thought you had the Lindell family matters handled well. Now what is this again? I heard the Park Slope family is Lindell's next target for an engagement. Are you sure you won't mess everything up? Mika calmly replied, Of course not. I would never do that. I told you, father, I made a promise to Leon. As you know, a mage's promise can never be retracted. Mentioning this made the Marcus furious. He immediately grabbed the familiar staff stained with monster blood. It seemed the Marcus was a mage who preferred the physical path, having once carried the staff to beat monsters in his youth. Mika wanted to ask more but stopped out of fear. Then, he said he had another reason besides keeping his promise but needed to keep it a secret. This kid really wants a beating. The Marcus forced himself to stay calm and put the staff down on the table. Father, trust me? Mika asked back, don't you always trust me? Seeing his father's worried expression reminded Mika of the past. Even in the worst times, father never stopped trusting me. Thinking about it pains my heart. I deeply regretted that after father passed away, I always escaped reality. That was also why I never dared to become a warrior. Marcus thought it over carefully, then stood up and looked directly into his son's eyes. So, you're still handling the Lindell family matters yourself, right? Mika answered firmly as I said, everything is connected. I can't tell you the details. Unable to persuade him further, the Marcus reluctantly agreed. Fine, do whatever you want. Mika bowed to his father and prepared to leave. At that moment, he sensed a presence in the empty space of the room. Father, do you have a guest? The Marcus immediately denied. No, what did you see? Mika looked around for a moment, then said he must have imagined it and left. Alone, the Marcus sighed. Hung, who does that kid resemble? Suddenly a voice rang out. Of course, he resembles you, my lord. He looks very much like you. You have changed a lot since then. The Marcus wasn't surprised and asked Hung, what do you think? It seems the boy sensed your presence. Suddenly a mysterious figure stepped out from a black mist. That makes sense, my magic circle isn't very ordinary, hard to stay hidden. Marcus turned around, that magic circle will never disappear. But if it's you've been observing the boy as a butler, you must have noticed something. Oh, so he's the butler. I thought he wasn't a mage. Butler replied, recently he has truly changed a lot. He has become tougher and his magic has grown considerably stronger. Marcus acknowledged that too. The butler continued, indeed, magic alone cannot make someone that strong. It must be the young master's inherent talent. Perhaps he has only now realized his own abilities. Yes, that's not surprising for someone with Walpurgis blood, because our ancestor was the one who created the Walpurgis family today. It's not strange that he is only now realizing that talent, the talent of an heir. After asking a few more questions, the butler immediately went to Mika and joined the journey. The family had ordered me to accompany you. He didn't know what kind of trouble or danger you would face, so he told me to come and protect the young master. Your acting is pretty good, but Mika has known the butler's true face for a long time. He was just playing along. After finishing the conversation with Leon, the three of them began their journey to the territory of the Park Slav family. Upon arrival, they saw Mika resting his chin dejectedly, looking out of the carriage. Leon immediately asked, why are you so bored? Is our territory really that terrible? Mika said, no, actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family maintains this barren land very well. My father would say this is a good location. Not just the appearance, but the general pace of life of the residents. Along with the natural traces, they are not bad at all. Especially the long forest road paved with this mineral. He had to continuously import enough to cover the entire ground. To put it bluntly, no matter how flashy the appearance, it was useless. What mattered was whether the residents were satisfied. His father was an excellent landowner, and he should be proud. Leon was overjoyed at this, truly surprised to hear these words from a member of the Walpurgis family. Yes, this land was great, all thanks to my father. A person I respect and also one worthy of respect. It was all true. That was right. Mika had always been proud to carry the bloodline of the Park Slav family, even though he was the only one left who carried that bloodline. During the rest of the journey, Leon enthusiastically talked about his territory with pride. Upon arrival, Leon informed his father about his companion. Count Dejit Pakslov lost his composure the moment he heard the name Mika Walpurgis and had to take a dose of medicine immediately. It seemed his health was not good. He needed medicine every time he lost his composure. After calming down, Leon reported again. As I said, Mika Walpurgis is currently on our land. Dejit calmly asked again, oh, alright, surprising indeed, where is he? Knowing Mika was in the living room right downstairs, Dejit became extremely serious. Then he took a bunch more medicine. Leon hurriedly tried to stop him but failed. Let go, I am going to die from work soon anyway. Just let me go to heaven early. After chewing the medicine like it was rice, Dajit calmed down. Alright, I have accepted that Mika is waiting downstairs. Any other problems? Leon reported that aside from the rumors about the dungeon, there was nothing else. Hearing about the dungeon, Dajit's mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman and then took paper to write a resignation letter. I should have done this long ago. You handle the rest. I resign for my mental health. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No, how can you resign like this? I haven't even explained things clearly yet. Only then did Dajit put down his pen and slowly listen to his son speak. Clearly the Walpurgis status is higher than ours. Not only that, they are a rare family in this empire. If they discover the dungeon matter, it will be taken away. Leon hurriedly explained, I am not that foolish. He made an acceptable offer and I agreed. Dejit still did not understand what could make his son accept so easily. Leon continued. It was the complete version of the Mueller key cultivation method. Dejit stood up in astonishment. Leon explained that he knew this cultivation method, and he had made the exchange. After learning that Leon had confirmed and completed the pact with Mika, Dejit fell into deep thought. That meant the thing in the dungeon was so important that he traded the cultivation method for it. After a moment of thought, Dejit decided to meet Mika directly. On the other side, the butler was still acting deeply. He held his head, broke out in a sweat, and kept lamenting. Seeing this, Mika acted along. "Butler, why are you so restless?" Just like that, the panicked butler shouted loudly. "Do you really not know? The Park Slob family cannot be underestimated, especially the dungeon matter. Thinking about it gives me a headache." Mika calmly asked back, "You know too well, butler, are you also a lord?" Without hesitation, the butler replied no and looked away, seeming a bit embarrassed. Mika had already figured it all out in his head. He is not wrong, but he is missing one thing. I know everything. For example, how dependent the Paxlip family is on the Mueller key cultivation method, and the fact that the Count's family sees the dungeon as a thorn because of the failed attacks. This transaction was already firmly in his grasp. Mika reassured the butler, "It is fine. Everything will be clear when I speak with Count Paxlip." But the butler did not believe him, thinking he would not agree, even if he was the young master of Walpurgis. Mika confidently declared, "I guarantee he will be down here within a minute." The butler thought Mika was just speaking nonsense. But suddenly the door opened and Dejit walked in with an extremely serious face. Skipping the greetings, Dejit got straight to the point. "I heard you are interested in the dungeon." Completely different from his earlier panicked demeanor, he appeared confident and in control of the negotiation. Mika was not inferior either. The desire to explore is a mage's instinct. The dungeon is a suitable choice, Dejit said while resting his chin on his hand, exploring the dungeon. "Nothing satisfies a mage's curiosity, but I think you already know what is inside. That thing is more valuable than the Mueller key cultivation method. My son went crazy for it, but I did not." Facing Dejit, Mika felt a bit of pressure. It was as if he saw through his purpose. But that was just how Mika made it seem. He was still controlling the negotiation like moving pieces on a chessboard. Mika looked straight at Dejit and said seriously, "I do not know exactly what is inside the dungeon. I am just interested and want to explore. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Paxlip family is yet capable enough to explore that dungeon?" Dejit answered frankly, "No, we have not found a suitable partner, but we will not cooperate with someone from the Walpurgis family." Mika was not surprised and immediately made a different offer. "Then how about cooperating with me personally?" Dejit asked back, "You mean yourself not a Walpurgis?" Mika confirmed and added that he did not need an entire exploration team. Dejit was a bit tempted and asked how long he wanted to explore. Mika smirked, raised one finger, "Just one day." Dejit was astonished by this confidence and asked for the conditions if he failed. Mika stated bluntly, "I will give you the Mueller key cultivation method unconditionally. But if I succeed, I take half of the dungeon resources." The discussion ended, the result exactly as Mika had hoped. The next day, the three-person team consisting of Mika, Leon, and the butler Morden arrived at the dungeon. Leon shouted at this moment, "Are you crazy? Just the three of us?" Morden nodded frantically beside him. He had to admit the old man acted very well. Mika sighed, knowing this was bound to happen anyway. "If you are scared, then just go back." Leon could not stand the provocation and charged forward. "Who is scared? I just think we are short on people." The Park Slope family never shied away from a challenge. Just as Leon was about to step into the tomb, Mika used magic to block him. "Do not act alone. There are traps at the entrance. If you step in without proper preparation, you will die." Morden then spoke up, "Oh ho, so even the first step cannot be taken in the usual way. A simple yet effective form of protection." Leon heard that but did not understand a thing, his face looking completely blank. Mika continued, "Right. To put it simply, this is a living dungeon, one of the rare few. This crimson dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself, just like a living organism. If we just walk in like that, we will become its food, just like that group of mercenaries. But feeding it enough mana will be different." Mika then cast a fireball toward the dungeon. The fireball entered the deep, bottomless darkness and gradually disappeared. The space suddenly cracked like a pane of glass. Mika instructed the group to stay calm. That was just the sign that the door had opened. Suddenly the space shattered, and a powerful white light radiated from the dungeon. Mika was not surprised at all, because he had already foreseen this. The first tomb of Acer, the renowned and inviolable Crimson Dungeon. An ancient relic housing sacred artifacts, the first of such artifacts. In his previous life, Mika and the group had cleared this dungeon and found the Wind Seal artifact. Thanks to it, the whole group was able to withstand several attacks from the Demon King. But the Wind Seal was an artifact that grew with its master, requiring time to develop and could not be used recklessly. Unfortunately, the master of this artifact turned out to be that moron, the warrior Siegfried. Precisely 1 week after obtaining the artifact, that moron Siegfried, one who was so sure he would use the Wind Seal correctly, accidentally destroyed it. a real blockhead. He could not understand why back then he once felt he was not worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. Now things were different. Mika would not let that happen again. He was determined to become the master of the Wind Seal. After that, the three of them lit torches and cautiously entered the dungeon. As he looked around, Leon wondered how strange this place was, completely different from the exploration team's description. Mika explained that was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon formed. Leon was astonished. Wait, time stopped? Isn't that a saint-level ability? Mika did not deny it. That was right, creating such a vast tomb could only be done by a saint. This was beyond Leon's understanding. He no longer understood what was happening in his own territory. Just then, Mika signaled them to stop. The moment Leon looked up, he saw a squad of scavengers waiting ahead. Leon suggested acting immediately before they could raise an alarm. Mika stopped him. Easy, do not be hasty. Remember, this is only the first gate. Leon only thought about fighting and refused to stay calm, so we just let them sound the alarm. Then they bring the kun here. What then? Mika calmly explained, this is not a dungeon but a tomb. An extremely sturdy tomb. Moreover, it was not built for one person to clear out alone. Mika approached the wall and used a knife to scrape crystalline dust from some markings. He explained that the scavengers would go crazy upon seeing this stuff. More importantly, it also caused hallucinations no different from ecstasy water. If he enveloped it with magic and threw it anywhere, the greedy scavengers would kill each other, fighting over what they desired. In short, this was explosive with an illusion effect. Mika then demonstrated right there. He used a piece of cloth and threw the newly made bomb into the room where the scavengers were gathered. Bombs immediately exploded, scattering crystalline dust everywhere. After inhaling it, the scavengers got high out of their minds and started slaughtering each other. Leon and Morden stared wide-eyed in shock. Only Mika remained calm. In a tomb with such materials, could it be a coincidence? No, impossible. Knowledge overpowers strength. Knowledge to defeat the scavengers, using magic cleverly. With those two things, he easily passed the first gate. It would be very difficult to discover this trick in the tomb without having gone through it before. After a while, all the scavengers were dead from the drugs and killing each other. Mika calmly stepped over the pile of corpses and moved toward the next gate. Just then, he noticed a reaction from a magic item on one of the scavengers' bodies. Mika approached to check and found a top-tier spatial pouch. In his previous life, he had not discovered this item. Of course not. That idiot Siegfried had used his ultimate move to blow everything to dust. Mika thought back and felt more bitter than eating a chili pepper, clutching his head and tilting his face to the sky, wailing, "Oh heavens, I warned them so many times. Damn you, Siegfried." Leon, standing nearby, asked Morden what was going on. Morden calmly replied, "He has episodes like that now and then. Nothing to worry about." Mika sat in despair on the dead scavenger's body, feeling dejected. Leon held the spatial pouch in his hand, wondering if there were any items left. But Mika had already searched it all. He had not found anything. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Receiving a reward in the middle of the path before clearing the first gate was extremely unusual. There must be a reason, so Mika immediately checked his spatial pouch. As expected, there was an inscription on it: "Defeat the greediest goblin in the dungeon." This seemed to be a hint for the next gate. After thinking for a moment, Mika guessed it immediately to be the goblin chief. Morden asked how he came to that conclusion. Mika walked towards the chief's corpse while explaining, "The greediest one is the commander. He is the biggest and has the most power. We have to take the stone from him and put it into this pouch." Just then, Leon demanded to retrieve the stone himself, claiming he was more dexterous and better with a knife than Mika. But Mika did not think so, so the two decided to compete. Two leaders, whichever one retrieves the more perfect stone would win and keep the spatial pouch. Both climbed on the chief's corpse and began the contest. Leon drew his sword, unleashing flashy slashes. Soon enough, he had retrieved the stone perfectly. But just as he was about to boast, he saw that Mika had already been holding the stone in his hand. Seeing the pure light from Mika's stone, Leon knew he had lost. Leon fell to his knees, crying like a little puppy. Mika dropped the stone into the spatial pouch. Key of light flew out, transforming into a dazzling door. This was definitely not the path Mika had taken in his past life. He concluded this was a shortcut. The three did not hesitate to step through the door of light and climbed at a long staircase. Leon took the chance to quietly ask Morden, "Quick question, who exactly is Mika? He does not seem like someone his age." Morden replied, "If you are curious, then there is nothing more than the rumors." Leon did not believe him, asking again, "Do you mean those rumors are true?" Morden closed his eyes and spoke, "That is correct. Before, the young master truly lacked skill, was unattractive, and was not wise. I only say this because the young master permits it." Looking at Mika's back and hearing Morden's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric person. People often try to cover up a shameful past. Perhaps he has accepted the past. Suddenly Morden continued, however. He suddenly changed a great deal. "I too am very astonished." Morden's expression was both joyful and worried, as he was the one who witnessed Mika's growth. Just as Mika stopped, they had reached the end of the path. "It seems we missed some things but still arrived at the fourth gate." Before them was a massive stone door carved with strange patterns. Having come this far, even Mika did not know what awaited. In his past life, his group had slaughtered their way through and received rewards at the third gate. It seemed the fourth gate had been hidden. Since the meaning of the inscription on the gate was "Do not try to understand," Mika intended to enter immediately. Leon quickly stopped him. "Wait, are you planning to open the door right now?" Mika explained that there were no other clues, so thinking was useless. It was better to temporarily set his brain aside and march straight forward, hopefully finding something. Before entering, Mika used a spell to create a thin barrier to protect Leon and Morden from physical and mental harm. Then, the three stepped straight inside the door. As soon as they entered, they were transported to a dark, cold space and separated from each other. Mika immediately used a light magic spell, but it was not very effective. This place is very vast. The light magic only illuminated a small area, unknown how large it really is. He also could not locate the butler and Leon because it was too dark. The butler was not a concern, but he needed to hurry because of Leon. Just then, the space suddenly transformed. Beneath a blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. It was Leon from a past life, bathed in blood. As soon as he saw Mika, he spoke. "Long time no see, you duck." Mika recognized this as an illusion with just one glance. He showed no concern, asking directly. "Not a bad impersonation. I give it an 8 out of 10. Where is the real Leon?" The illusion laughed loudly. "What is the hurry? Why not sit and reminisce about old times?" Before it could finish speaking, Mika raised his hand to refuse. "Cut it out, I am too lazy." The illusion widened its eyes and said, "A trick? So are you just going to ignore all of this? You fled from this place and still have the nerve to say that? You think you have that ability? You are just a coward who fled alone." Spoke while drawing closer, shaking Mika by the shoulders. This was an illusion from Mika's memories, the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person before him was his best friend, but none of it could shake Mika's mind. "Now you have 7 points, I said I deducted them. The Leon I know would never say that. You are defiling my friend's name. Get lost." A shout rang out, and the illusion vanished completely. The dark space slowly faded, revealing the real scene. This place turned out to be a beautiful forest with countless sparkling mana crystals all around. Mika didn't have time to see clearly when Morden came running from somewhere. "I've been looking for you for a while, glad you're fine and uninjured." Morden awkwardly said it was thanks to Mika's shield. Mika knew the truth but ignored it, letting Morden continue his act. The two of them scouted the area together. This place had a massive amount of mana crystals, enough to make a count wealthy. Morden suddenly pointed ahead. "Huh? Isn't that young Master Leon? He doesn't look well." Leon was lying on the ground holding his head, his whole body trembling from the inner demon's torment. "You are our hope, the most anticipated generation of the Sword Saint. We believe in you, young master. You will bring glory to the family." Leon sank into those familiar voices. He gradually lost his reason and sank deeper into the darkness. "I grew up under the expectations of my father and the servants. Knowing they cared, I always worked tirelessly. That was my everything. No, that had to be everything. Why I came here, I don't know anything." At that moment, Mika appeared, causing Leon to fall completely into the darkness. "Mika, if he dies, the entire dungeon will belong to our family. Yes, the important thing is to bring honor to the family. Even if it means sacrificing an ally, it's acceptable. If so, I am willing." Leon's eyes were as black as the illusion Mika had seen before. He held his sword and smiled sinisterly. But the smile vanished the moment he saw Mika's magic bow. "What? Such terrifying magic? I never thought I could beat that monster. Especially since he knows my mana skills thoroughly. Would I die if I faced him?" Leon's inner demon was scared and retreated back inside. Facing absolute power solved everything. Leon's eyes returned to normal. He quickly said, "I'm back, Mika," to avoid getting skewered. Mika dismissed the spell. "Good, we've wasted quite a bit of time, let's hurry." Leon felt this was truly a frightening person. If you hadn't woken up, you would have had several holes in your body by now. The three of them continued deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog, and the three got separated again. Mika wasn't worried. First a forest, now fog. "This bone seems real. They created them for a purpose. I don't think the butler and Leon can find it, which means it's calling me." After walking for a while, Mika emerged from the fog. Greeting him was a mysterious girl. Upon seeing her, Mika spoke up and asked, "Are you the manager here?" The girl was surprised that the other person was so calm. Mika pretended, "As you can see, I'm very nervous." When Mika approached, the girl said, "Well, that's no problem, it doesn't matter anyway. I think I should introduce myself first." "I am," but was interrupted. "I know you are Seth, the guardian of the sacred relic, the first apostle of god Asama." Seth was about to ask in astonishment, but was silenced. "You don't need to give a pointless explanation. I've already proven myself worthy. I am qualified to receive the reward you prepared. Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish, that's why I came here." But the book didn't mention any wish. Mika quickly covered his tracks. "I just had a feeling you would wish for something." Puzzled, but Seth also decided, "Well, alright. The task is to give the sacred relic to the one who is worthy." She reached out her hand, a magic circle appeared, and a pendant flew out. "This is the reward you mention. Contains my power, and when needed it will turn into a shield or a spear to protect you. I haven't named it, but call it Seth's Storm." Receiving the reward, Mika looked astonished. "How strange, this item is different from the ones before." Regressing, Seth spoke up, "Don't doubt it, I'm sure it won't disappoint you. How could I give a fake to someone who passed the 4th gate?" Mika grasped the pendant tightly, perhaps it was the real one. So the item that had had hundreds of people sacrificing themselves before was just a fake. He asked Seth for confirmation. If one only reaches the 3rd floor, is there a way to get the real item? Seth replied without hesitation no. But upon thinking, there is a way at the 3rd gate. If you can't figure it out, you are not worthy. A sacred relic would be wasted in the hands of an unworthy person. Looking at the resolute look in Seth's eyes, Mika finally realized the problem. What they received in the previous life was merely a supplementary reward. When Mika put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and transformed into a stream of blue light that enveloped him. According to Seth, this was not an ordinary necklace, but a complex barrier protecting both body and soul. It protected its owner from all attacks once per day, the current limit based on Mika's level. This item was completely different from the disposable goods of the previous life, practically a cheat. Having it meant Mika could escape death once per day. Seth's body was disintegrating. She had accepted this and was about to depart. My mission was to pass on the sacred artifact to a worthy person, and now that it is complete, I must leave. After thinking for a moment, Mika spoke. It seemed the time-freezing spell around the dungeon was about to wear off. If she did not disappear, what would she plan to do? Seth had prepared herself mentally but still could not bear it. The matter was irreparable. Repairing the old magical barrier required knowledge equal to or greater than a 9th circle mage, which was nearly impossible. But if only I could see the world change with my own eyes, how wonderful that would be. Hearing this, Mika moved towards the magic circle sustaining the dungeon. With the knowledge of a 9th circle mage, this circle was mere child's play. Said she wanted to witness it herself. He would make that wish come true so she could see the world with her own eyes. After just a few adjustments, Seth's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was repaired, Seth's body became tiny, hovering in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so tiny? Mika, however, found it very cute and told her not to worry. Hearing this, Seth blushed and struggled. Do you know I am an apostle serving the old god? Mika explained that he apologized for making her small, but to maximize the freezing duration, he had no choice. Seth was shocked and asked again, wait, are you an Archmage? A 9th circle magic? Mika immediately denied it. This made Seth even more astonished. Then that is impossible. You recreated the time-freezing spell without a 9th circle magic circle? This has never happened before. Mika then smiled proudly. Seth, I am a genius. Genius with exceptional talent. Seth was left speechless upon hearing this. Saying that, I concede, what else can I argue? In another corner, Leon's father, Dejit Spaklov, stood looking out the window, sighing helplessly. Haha, quite some time has passed, hasn't it? Perhaps I trust him too much. I wonder if anyone has encountered any trouble. Just then a knight ran over to report. My lord, just now young master Mika Walpurgis returned after conquering the dungeon. Dejit was stunned upon hearing this, unable to believe what he just heard. Immediately after, the work of transporting mana crystals from the dungeon began. The appraiser was moved by the sight of the large quantity of pure crystals. My lord, in all my life I have never seen mana crystals this pure, and the quantity is enormous. I do not know how much this place is even worth. Dejit glanced at Mika. Even the professional expedition teams were helpless, yet he managed it too easily. Mika just smiled. It did cause me a bit of trouble. Dejit said, but you certainly do not look like you encountered much trouble. Mika confidently replied that he never promises what he cannot do. Dejit reconsidered. Perhaps he was blinded by rumors. How could he forget the nature of the Walpurgis family? His bloodline was certainly not ordinary. In Mika, he saw the image of his father in his youth, a mage genius. Right then, Mika spoke up. In that case, as promised, I will take half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon. Dejit regretted. If he had known, he would have bargained more. Mika smiled enigmatically. The Count might put on a show of loss, but whether he truly thinks that way remains to be seen. The pressure of conquering the dungeon grows day by day. He has poured a lot of money into conquering the dungeon without gaining anything in return. Surely he is very worried about this, and I was able to help him through that difficult period. Afterward, Dejit inquired about the item Mika had promised. As you know, the Mulier cultivation technique should be learned as early as possible. I want you to fulfill your promise right now. He is truly a good father, always wanting the best for his child. Mika had no reason to delay. Well, I see no need to wait any longer. Why not start today? 4 days later, news that Leon was being taught swordsmanship by a mage spread throughout the territory. Everyone was utterly astonished upon hearing this news. The matter of a mage teaching swordsmanship or the reverse on this continent was nothing short of a joke. In reality, Leon was being chased by a barrage of Mika's magic missiles. While running, he complained, you said you would teach me the Mulier cultivation technique. Mika said while controlling the magic missiles, I am doing just that, and I think I am being quite gentle. Seth, sitting on Mika's shoulder, spoke up. Has the meaning of gentle changed overnight already? Well, I admit your training method is quite interesting. This was not my idea either. He was opening up the natural mana flow to make the opponent perceive it. After all, a knight has no need for precise mana control. so I think this training method truly is not suitable. Even as Leon tried to flee and counterattack, he still got hit occasionally because of the sheer number of magic arrows. Sometimes the pain made him collapse, crying out that this was a damnable training method. Mika only calmly replied that she had learned the key cultivation method from a qualified person, so there was no need to worry. Leon lay sprawled on the ground, cursing the madman who created this cultivation method, but he did not know that person was himself. Mika had once suffered harsh training, and now he was just paying it all back. Yes, your future self is there, you bastard. After tormenting Leon thoroughly, Mika told him to try circulating mana the way he usually did. Though Leon did not understand what was happening, he obediently followed the instruction. As soon as he circulated a bit of mana, Leon felt his body become much less tense. Mika then explained, "The way you used mana to defend against my spell was actually part of the exercise. Getting used to this current method of mana circulation is the most important step. If you train continuously without forgetting this feeling, the cultivation method will naturally perfect itself." Hearing this, Leon's eyes became more determined than ever. Mika was satisfied with that attitude, thinking to himself that he would soon understand, especially since she had shown him a shortcut. He could not wait for that to happen. The final goal was the strategic key cultivation method. After the training session ended, Mika went to a separate space. Seth thought this was unnecessary since no one could see her except Mika, but Mika had informed the Countess, and this would be his inviolable private time. Mika's purpose was to test the power of the storm item that Seth had just received. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large green cyclone appeared. Seeing this, Seth eagerly said that Mika could surely use for purposes other than defense. She was ready to guide him since she had been responsible for this item for a while. Mika said he would do what she did not know, making Seth annoyed. Mika explained, Seth might think he was too young to understand sacred items, but the source sphere was the natural essence of mana. Sacred items have infinite uses. Mika closed his eyes, sensing the flow of mana around him. Before his regression, the storm did not belong to him. As a mage, he was truly interested and often analyzed it, and he had formed a hypothesis. He might be able to use it with the free circulation method. The basic principle of this method was multi-mana circulation. Multi-mana circulation has many limitations because it involves the source sphere. Every flaw in the method came from him not controlling the source sphere properly. But what if he used the storm to solve this problem? Mika opened his eyes, his mana merged with the storm and then exploded violently. Seth screamed that Mika was insane. Using the storm for mana circulation would destroy his body. But what happened next made her astonished. Mika's mana flow was easily controlled, no longer out of control. This was exactly what Mika had intended from the start. After missing out on the storm, he gathered information about sacred items, found commonalities, and examined analytical data. That was when he realized he could control the sacred item. Now it was time to put theory to the test. After preparing, Mika created a temporary magic circle by merging mana with the storm. This was incredibly easy, requiring almost no effort. Mika wrote out a 6th-level magic incantation, Fire Field. Instantly, the surrounding space transformed into a massive sea of fire. Seth gaped in shock, asking how he could use a 6th-level incantation at his age. She continued to shout, "Now a 7th level? Stop it. I've been trying to use an incantation above his level. There should be no way to succeed." But before she could finish speaking, Mika had already completed the 7th level incantation, Gravity. The surrounding ground was crushed into fragments, floating in the air. Seth was now gaping, speechless. A week had passed since the start of the key cultivation training. Leon had now basically mastered this method. Joyfully, he swung his sword and showed off his results to Mika. At this rate, Leon was sure to become a sword saint within a few years. That would be a great boon for Mika in the upcoming battle. Just then, Leon asked what he planned to do about the shrine and the prophet. "I thought you were teaching the key cultivation method to participate in the shrine's hero selection." At that moment, Mika suddenly remembered an important matter he had almost overlooked while being focused on owning the first sacred relic. He told himself he needed to confirm where Cassandra was to feel at ease going to the shrine. But how could he find Cassandra now? While Mika was thinking, a knight from the Pack Slob clan ran over to report. "Young master, I apologize, young master Mika. We have a visitor. I came to inform the young master." Leon heard this and wondered about the visitor, thinking no one was scheduled. The knight hesitated, not daring to speak clearly. Seeing that expression, Mika immediately guessed the visitor was Ilian, his former fiancé. Waiting in the living room, Ilian looked around and began to assess. Truly nothing special, it even affects their history. To become a knight, she needed to prove herself to her father. The past mistakes had caused the entire Lindell family to suffer. She had to defeat Leon Paxlov, the one hailed as the Sword Saint, in a duel to prove herself. Right then, Mika pushed the door open and walked in with a friendly smile and a cheerful greeting. Seeing this, Ilian was stunned, her mouth agape. Ilian asked why Mika was here. Mika calmly sat down on the chair and asked back, "What do you mean? I was properly invited here? Aren't you the unexpected visitor instead?" Because of her past mistakes, Ilian looked down in shame, unable to speak. Seeing this, Mika immediately reassured her, saying there was no more hatred and the engagement was peacefully annulled, and he had also gained much fame. After those events, the Lindell family announced to the public that both parties agreed to annul the engagement. The reason was not that Mika didn't meet the standards. From then on, the rumors about Mika not being qualified also disappeared. Mika was satisfied with this outcome, but he didn't know how Leon felt. Hearing this, Elian awkwardly asked about the young master Leon. Without hesitation, Mika replied that Leon was taking a bath and would come out to talk later. He asked why she had come today. Elian felt an invisible pressure and answered nervously. She was from a knight family and only wanted to observe the swordsmanship of other families. Elian thought she was shameless, but Mika immediately cut her off and denied it. Mika had never thought badly of her. He believed Elian had talent in swordsmanship and wanted strong people by his side. Mika had no reason to hate her. If he could make use of Elian, it would be even better for him. Wait, perhaps I can make use of her. Mika then smiled warmly and looked towards Elian. Elian felt a chill down her spine and asked why he was looking at her like that. Mika stood up and continued. The fact that you came here to observe swordsmanship shows you want to become stronger, so I will give you an opportunity. Elian didn't understand and asked what he meant. Mika said Leon was a bit stubborn and wouldn't like her showing up suddenly. That was why he wanted to step in and help. After his bath, Leon was called to the training ground and was a bit annoyed. Leon asked Mika why he suddenly told him to go to the training ground. As soon as he saw the expression on Mika's face, Leon immediately became wary. That expression again. My instincts are telling me that you're about to do something stupid. Mika pretended to be serious and said he was very sad to hear that, then asked how to make his expression more innocent. Elian, who was beside them, didn't understand anything and poked her head out. As soon as he saw Elian, Leon immediately understood Mika's intention. Miss Lindell came here with you? Don't tell me. Exactly as Leon thought a few hours later. Elian was screaming while dodging ghost arrows. She said Mika had promised to teach her, that's why she followed. Mika smiled and said he hadn't lied. There are many opportunities to learn. Look beside you. Elian looked over and saw Leon not running away but using his sword to deftly block the ghost arrows. Because she lost focus, she was hit in the leg by an arrow and fell flat on her backside. When Mika arrived, Elian asked if the difficulty level between her and Leon was different. Mika replied no, it was just that she had more openings so she was easier to hit. He hoped she had learned a lot. Hearing this, Elian immediately stood up. She said she had learned many things, but compared to her, Leon seemed much more skilled. Even though she said that, Elian still blamed herself for being useless, but Mika didn't think so. Mika affirmed that Elian was a natural talent. Even though she had weaknesses, it couldn't be denied. She could have been stronger and helped him, no, helped all of us. In the end, she could not. That is the reason I will make her stronger. Mika reached out her hand and spoke to Elian. I will tell you the honest truth. Let me introduce you to my instructor. Elian immediately brushed aside Mikasa's hand. I did not come looking for an instructor. And I doubt if a mage like you is qualified to talk about the cultivation method suitable for me. Right then, Leon approached after resting, his gaze quite reliable. After all, he is the one who taught me the cultivation method. Hearing that, Elian's eyes widened in shock. A magic user cannot instruct on aura cultivation. Mika quickly explained that he could not practice it himself, but could still teach the theory. Elian glanced at Leon and realized she had been a bit rash. She quickly bowed to apologize to Mika. I understand if an aura user says so, then it must be correct. I apologize for my rashness. Mika did not expect Elian to apologize. It seems you had the wrong idea about her. Afterwards, Elian wanted to meet the instructor Mika mentioned. In this world, nothing comes for free, Mika stated bluntly. Did you think I would give that information away for free? It is only natural that I receive something of equal value in return. Elian thought for a moment, then asked quietly, would you accept a star? Of course not. Mika refused immediately. With no other choice, Elian sighed and took out a purple mana crystal from her pouch. Even an experienced person like Mika was amazed by this item. I never thought I would see a perfect mana crystal here. Elian said seriously, I knew you would recognize it. I originally intended to use it for negotiation, because this is a rare item that lowers the difficulty of conquering a dungeon. Hearing that, Mika vaguely guessed Elian's purpose for coming to the Park Slope family. He intended to negotiate using an item necessary for dungeon conquest. This meant the Lindell family already knew about the situation of the Paxlip family's dungeon. Truly a cunning old man. Mika did not hesitate to accept the perfect mana crystal. Fine, I think this is enough. You know the lawless judge, right? Just hearing that name, Leon shouted out loud. You mean that weird woman from the western region? One of the rare master architects who does not come from any empire. The western overlord warrior, Miriam Arialand. She defeated one of the generals of the 7th Kun Legion, among the 12 generals of the Demon Kun squad. Elian hesitated for a moment, then spoke. But even if you are from the Walpurgis family, then how can you persuade someone who is not even a warden of the West? But before she could finish, Mika interrupted. You do not need to know about that. Mika turned to speak to Leon. Leon, you remember that matter about the temple from before? Leon remembered and asked when they had to go there. Mika said they would depart tomorrow and Elian would have to come along to the capital. Elian asked in panic, forgive me, but why me? Mika replied, did you not want to learn cultivation soon? That is why I invited you along. Everything has a reason. Mika relied on memories to make plans. Normally she stays near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event no one believes in and the lawless judge appear in the capital around that time. This is the perfect chance to handle both at once. Alien understood nothing, but this was too sudden. Why do you suddenly tell me to go to the capital? You have to explain it to me first. But Mika's answer was extremely simple. I simply think becoming a hero would be great. No matter how much Mika wanted to tell the truth, this sounded absurd, so it was best to keep it hidden. That night, Mika sat in the dark room with eyes closed in thought. Seth spoke up, "Those kids are interesting. Why do you not act your age like them?" Mika still kept her eyes closed and replied, "I am a bit rotten. Because I carry the soul of an uncle. It is hard to be as immature as the young." Seth directed his attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. "The perfect mana crystal is a wonderful item. What do you plan to use it for?" Mika took the spatial pouch and placed it beside the stone. "I will use it like any other magic user. I will craft my own relic." Seth was used to Mika's unbelievable actions, so he remained calm. "Every time you show me something new. So what kind of relic do you plan to create?" Mika looked at the stone and the pile of materials, thinking for a long time. "With this many materials, I can make many things. But as I said, I will use it like any other magic user. I will create a support unit." Hearing that, Seth was puzzled. "But do you not need a base to hold the mana crystal in place? To extract this much from the mana crystal, you need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power." Mika flashed a confident smile. "I already know how to get one." Seth flew in front of Mika. "You really are confident." Mika looked at Seth and said with a smile, "It is not completely unrelated to you. The base I plan to use is a branch of the world tree." As soon as Seth heard that, he showed great astonishment. "How did you know I was related to the world tree?" Mika replied, "That was easy to figure out. I didn't say I'd create a support right away, I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are very powerful items. We will refine them to create an orb. Failing to refine a high-grade mana crystal could blow up an entire domain. That won't happen because before the regression, Mika had refined mana many times. He did not hesitate, channeling mana into the crystal and beginning the refinement. Countless orderly mana veins appeared within the crystal. Seth watched with curiosity. "Are you really going to avoid hundreds of mana veins to refine it?" Mika needed intense focus. He had to add an activation incantation at all times. As for mana quantity, there was probably no limit needed. After that, he layered a bunch of spells, engravings, mana control, and incantations onto the mana crystal. Seth asked curiously, "How did you reach a mastery level that only high-rank mages have?" Mika simply answered that it was due to talent and patience. Seth was speechless after hearing that. If it were true, archmages would be everywhere. As the final step, Mika lightly slit his finger and dripped blood onto the mana crystal. He only needed to convert a little to give it his own mana attribute. Absorbing all the blood, the crystal transformed into a perfect black orb. Seth approached to observe, wondering that it had no color, while normally the orb's color reflected the mana attribute. At this point, Mick explained, I don't have that. I am innately compatible with all types of magic. The color will change depending on the type I use." When Mika used a fireball, the orb immediately turned red. This was a talent like a cheat. No wonder Mika had been such a waste before. Holding the orb in his hand, Mika carefully evaluated it. Mana consumption decreased significantly, and the output level also increased. It was time to test the maximum power of this thing. Mika's eyes turned towards a distant mountain, signaling that misfortune was about to strike. Sure enough, the next morning, Leon said that an entire orc camp on the mountain had been wiped out last night. That was a camp of troublesome monsters, so this was good news. The problem was the source of this event. Father Leon had been busy all morning trying to find the cause. Leon could not have guessed that the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika unconcerned, Leon suspected, "How can you be so indifferent? Do you two know about this already?" "Wait, was it you?" Mika, though caught off guard, still tried to play dumb. "The orcs in your domain were pretty tough too." He was truly speechless at this crazy guy. At the same time, in the Holy Kingdom, High Priest Naren reported to the Pope, "Your Holiness, regarding the previous prophecy, I published it exactly as you requested." Seeing Naren hesitate, the Pope asked, "Is something not going smoothly?" Naren continued, "Yes, I don't think people are taking this matter seriously. The Pope had foreseen this. We probably can't do anything about it. It would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we just keep an eye on it for now? By the way, have you found that Cassandra child yet?" Naren hesitated slightly before reporting, "We still haven't found her. Perhaps it's better not to find her." The Pope spoke words full of implication. A prophet no one believes in is just mediocre. In the worst case, it could be detrimental to everyone. I wonder if leaving her alone for those consequences is truly the right thing to do. I am not sure. I don't think we should just leave that child's prophecy alone. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe we will find at least one volunteer. Let us hope the Lord will answer our pleas. Back with Mika, Elian, after learning the reason for their trip to the Holy Kingdom's capital, was dissatisfied. Thought prophecies were no longer reliable. Even if true, it's hard to interpret correctly. Alien's thinking was understandable. It was just an uncertain prophecy, even after interpretation. There was no clue pointing to its fulfillment. At this time, becoming a hero held no significant benefits. Heroes are only useful when there's an evil force to defeat. To sue the alien, Mika found a reasonable excuse. There are still uses. We can establish relations with the people in the Holy Kingdom. Alien was somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge. Mika replied, there is a way to contact them. You don't need to worry too much. Once we reach the capital, we can do all of those things. Right now, what worried Mika most was finding traces of Cassandra. He asked Morden about the investigation. True to his reputation as the One-Purge's butler, Morden found information. About Cassandra, the Holy Kingdom had already sent people to find her. Mika asked again, not even the Holy Kingdom has found her yet. Morden replied, according to current information, that is correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen traveling with a knight at the border of the city-state. Moreover, before disappearing, she left a small message. She said, I will wait. Could this message be for Mika? Did Cassandra know about his regression identity? After carefully preparing the carriage, the group used teleportation magic to reach the capital. It was truly beyond words. Leon got teleportation sickness and vomited profusely. He ran over to Mika and started complaining. Since the carriage and horses were ready, why teleport? Of course, because it was faster. Thanks to that, the whole party quickly approached the capital. Setting foot in this lavish place for the first time, Leon felt slightly overwhelmed. Wow, the capital is amazing, completely different from other cities. However, for wealthy nobles like Mika and Elian, this place held nothing special. Is that so? I find it flashy but nothing more. You have a point. Leon could only lament his fate regarding the bourgeois. Meanwhile, the gloomy aura of the capital brought back many memories for Mika. As he was about to head to the main temple, Seth suddenly spoke up. Mika, look over there in the direction the book indicated. There was a little girl in a cloak being choked by a tall man. It seems she told him he would face retribution, and he took his anger out on her. Seeing the little girl, Mika felt something was strange. He immediately cast a barrier spell toward the two strangers. However, the target Mika protected was actually the man. Without him, that man would have been cut down by a knight in iron armor. Mika ran over and questioned the knight. Have you lost your mind? How dare you draw your sword in the capital? If you want to keep this small, put down your sword immediately. Mika's face was extremely serious, ready to use magic to suppress him if he resisted. At that moment, the little girl spoke up to stop the knight. Stop, Sir Ile. Then the little girl greeted Mika. It is an honor to meet you. Mika immediately questioned. We have never met, have we? The little girl replied enigmatically, I suppose not until now. Those words made Mika pay attention. Don't tell me she has seen it already. Just then, Leon interrupted his train of thought. Hey Mika, why don't we leave this place first? Look around, people are staring at us. Mika intended to leave, but there was one more thing to do first. In the crowd, the man from earlier was held immobile by Mika's spell. Seeing his pockets being searched, he began to threaten repeatedly. What are you doing? How dare you search someone without permission? Mika paid no heed and fished out a pouch. What do you mean? I am just returning the stolen goods to their owner. The man panicked, insisting it was his. Mika took out a crucifix necklace. You are not a cleric, nor do you bear a mark of loyalty to the city-state. Hearing this, the man was speechless and said no more. Mika placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered amiably, Dear pickpocket master, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make him understand my meaning. The pickpocket tried to shout out Mika's identity, but he covered his mouth. Mika then returned the pouch to the little girl. After a moment of thought, she asked, Do you need me to introduce myself now? The knight wanted to advise against it, but the little girl stopped him. It is fine, I foresaw this. Witnessing this, Leon and Elian had no idea what was going on. As for Morden, he suddenly popped his head out, saying the little girl must be a prophet. The little girl then removed her hood and introduced herself. That is right, my name is Cassandra. Wasn't this the person Mika was struggling to find? Was this a coincidence or something foreknown? Elsewhere in the city sewers, the pickpocket, after escaping, reported to a mysterious man. After hearing this, he was furious. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought he was just a useless brat mage. The pickpocket explained fearfully. I am sorry, I tried to steal the purse, but that brat got in my way. The mysterious man was enraged. You dare return after failing? If not for that brat, you would have succeeded. Useless trash. He waved his hand, and the darkness, as if alive, lunged to dispose of the pickpocket. The pickpocket recalled Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that remained was a dry skeleton. At that moment, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What is the matter? The man laughed loudly. Ha ha, I almost forgot I have a swordmaster by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at his throat. Stop being ridiculous, answer me now, or I will kill you. The man was not afraid. If you kill me, we'll never find her. Calm down. If you do a favor for me, I will give you the information you desire. The woman had no choice but to accept the request. And this matter was related to Mika. It seemed danger was approaching him. Back to Mika, Cassandra immediately stated her wish after greeting him. I have been looking forward to that day. Lord Mika, I have a matter to discuss with you. She turned to the three companions with Mika, asking them to leave because the matter was for Mika alone. They understood and made excuses to withdraw. At that moment, Mika held Elian back and whispered, "If you encounter danger, remember this well." It seemed he had a premonition of the misfortune about to occur. When everyone had left, Mika's friendly demeanor immediately vanished. "So, what do you wish to talk about?" Cassandra clenched her fists, gathered her courage, and shouted loudly, "I want to ask you, have you also received the blessing of prophecy before?" Since childhood, Cassandra had been able to see future events like an instinct. Accidentally seeing those things was truly unpleasant. Sometimes she saw her friend die, sometimes she saw a carriage shattered to pieces. Cassandra tried her best to prevent that future, but the results were terrifying. The more she tried to prevent death, the more she was forced to witness horrific disasters. The birth of the Demon King and the end of the world were just like that. Having no other choice, Cassandra went to the Pope, but no one believed her prophecy. Enduring so much pain without being able to share it was truly unimaginable. But just as she was about to give up, one of her prophecies unfolded, showing her that she would soon meet a man. Mika was her last hope. However, Mika's answer was no. "I am sorry, but I am not a prophet, nor do I have any similar talent." Cassandra was extremely saddened upon hearing this. Last hope was cruelly extinguished. But Mika suddenly continued, "Even so, I can still help you. I believe in your prophecy about the Demon King and the world's end." Cassandra burst into tears. "How could you possibly believe?" Mika spread his arms and laughed. "Perhaps I am just trying to deceive you. I am a mage interested in all things. I want to see if you can change destiny, and whether your prophecy speaks of a certain future. I am curious about everything related to this matter, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it." Cassandra was utterly astonished. In the worst-case scenario, she thought she would be made a laughingstock because no one believed her, though she did not expect him to say that. After all, she could be certain of one thing. That was that he truly believed in her. Cassandra's tears at this moment were tears of happiness. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly. "Ahaha, you really are strange. That is fine. If you are willing to trust me from now on, I will also trust you." In another corner, within the temple, Leon was submitting an application to become a hero for someone there. He blushed with embarrassment. "Yes, I am here to register as a hero. Hurry it up." The staff looked at the form and asked back, "I see. So who is accompanying you?" Leon immediately shouted. The staff's face showed clear disgust. Coming with a notorious good-for-nothing to apply to be a hero is nothing but a joke. "If you are here to mock us, please leave." Leon was so embarrassed he wanted to hide his face, only wishing Mika would come faster. But the person who approached was a woman wearing a steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon. "I know a child came here. Tell me where he is." Accompanying the question was a suffocating pressure. Leon and Elian quickly drew their swords, assuming combat stances. Neither of them knew who this woman was, only that she was a master swordsman. The woman repeated her question. "I ask again, where is the child named Chi?" Leon immediately understood it was Cassandra, but he would never reveal her, and replied defiantly. The woman immediately lunged, grabbed Leon by the head, and smashed him hard into the ground. "Is that so? Then I must give you a reason." Elian, standing nearby, was also shaken and thrown far away. Realizing the difference in power, Elian could only resort to threats. "This is a temple. You will not escape after doing this in the kingdom's temple." The woman still did not stop. "I do not care. They will never know who I am. And if they want to touch me, they will pay a heavy price. Do you think the Emperor would do that for your insignificant lives?" In the dire situation, Elian suddenly had a flash of brilliance. "Wait, Cassandra, the prophet we met in the capital, and the guide Mika promised to find. Could this really just be a coincidence?" There was no other choice. Elian shouted the name Mika had instructed. "Carry Amen." Upon hearing this name, the woman seemed to lose her mind. She switched targets, lunged, grabbed Elian by the neck, and lifted him high. "How do you know that name, huh? Naimong?" Elian at this moment was too weak to resist anything. She could only hope Mika would arrive quickly, and at that very moment Mika appeared. "Lord Milliam, that is enough. The one who knows information about that child is actually me." Aang heard this and immediately turned to ask, "Who are you?" Mika calmly replied, "I come from the Walpurgis family. Why don't you talk to me instead of venting your anger on the innocent?" Aang listened and then laughed loudly. "Haha, how naive." Her entire body exuded a terrifying killing intent, aimed directly at Mika. Mika immediately used the dividing magic circle to duplicate the number of magic circles. Thanks to casting a barrier spell in time, he barely managed to block Million's attack. Knowing he could hardly win, Mika repeatedly called for peaceful dialogue. "I only want to talk. It is not too late to stop. Why must we oppose each other?" But this method was ineffective, and since the dividing magic circle only lasted 5 minutes, Mika had to attack immediately. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reflexes. After dodging all the sword energy and successfully approaching Milliam, he used a super gravity spell to throw a full power punch. But it was puzzling. Why would a mage rush into close combat instead of casting spells from a distance? Mika's punch collided with Milliam's sword and was knocked far back. From start to finish, Milliam did not even budge. Leon struggled to lift his head and shouted loudly, "Be careful, he seems like he is no longer a knight. Fall back and wait for reinforcements from the Holy Temple." Aang stood still, raising his sword pointing straight to the sky. A massive amount of aura surrounded the sword before he slashed down with a destructive strike. "You challenged me, so show me your mettle." Faced with this attack, Mika knew he could not avoid it, so he chose to stand his ground, but he had no intention of dying. The moment the attack landed, Seth activated the alarm. Massive mana tornado suddenly erupted, enveloping Mika. Although he blocked the lethal strike, because such a huge amount of mana was suddenly released, Mika suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. But now was not the time to worry. Milliam was extremely surprised to see Mika still alive. "How could you neutralize that move?" Mika replied proudly. "A secret. Everyone has their own secrets." Miriam looked at Mika's expression and immediately thought of that venomous old snake, the Marquis. A son resembling his father was normal. After the fight, Ming finally calmed down and sheathed his sword. "Fine, I acknowledge your talent. I do not want to waste any more time. Let us get to the main issue." "How do you know that name?" Mika replied. "Just a coincidence. That boy was breaking down. He seemed to be heading somewhere. He asked me for water, I gave it to him and asked where he was going." Mayang could not control himself and stepped closer. Where did the boy say he was going?" But Mika replied, "I do not give away information so easily. Moreover, I do not think he wants you to know his whereabouts." Milliam then placed his hand on Mika's shoulder and pleaded, "Even so, I must find that boy." Mika continued, "I understand that matter is very important, but I need to know one more thing before finding the child. Have you considered the feelings of that child when he is trying to hide from you, Lord Myung?" Myung heard these words and widened his eyes in shock. Elsewhere, that sewer rat was looking at the kidnapped children and appraising them. "Why do they look like this? How can they fetch a high price looking like this?" The subordinate quickly explained, "But some customers who want obedient slaves might like them." Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the stomach and rolled on the ground. "You fool, you can find that kind any back alley. Do you think the abnormal beings want them to look like this? They are rich people who want to force stubborn ones to submit. If I were in a bad mood, I would have thrown you to the darkness to be eaten." The lucky subordinate who survived quickly kowtowed in thanks. The sewer rat flashed a despicable smile. "That is right, my mood is very good, because I have managed to pull the great false sword over to my side. I said I would give information, but I did not specify what information it was. She did not even realize her own son was once behind these bars. Carry amen, I never thought that child would be related to the lawless judge." Just then, a subordinate rushed over breathlessly to report. The sewer rat immediately asked for information about the prophetess. The subordinate stammered his report. "About the prophetess, I think she is in the shrine." Hearing this, his smile vanished. At the shrine, Archbishop Adley heard the story from Mika and asked back in a panic, "Are the underground forces in the capital targeting the prophetess?" Mika was now extremely serious. Yes, they plan to seize all the prophecies to serve their own purposes, but it seems Aklay still does not believe it. Even if they are poorly educated, I do not think they would dare do this to oppose the Empire. Mika continued, "What if I said they weren't an ordinary gang?" Adley was startled. "Are you saying they are connected to Hirzi? Do you have proof?" Accusing someone of Hirzi without evidence is very dangerous. Just then, Milliam stepped forward and said, "Let me explain." Adley showed displeasure. "Lord Milliam, you once tried to kidnap the Empire's prophet." Milliam did not defend himself. "If young master Mika hadn't stopped me, I would have done it. I will help you fight against the underground forces." "That is right, I will help you eliminate the ringleader." Hearing a sword saint say this, Adley began to believe Mika's words. "Have you found something?" Mang said that the rat's power is controlling darkness. Adley asked back in shock, "Wait, did you just say darkness?" Milliam confirmed seriously, "Since you are one of the few archbishops in the Empire, you must understand the meaning of that." Adley clenched his teeth and uttered a name, "That vile rat king." Mika spoke up, "That is correct, he is one of the 12 monsters serving the Demon King. Currently, the Rat King is hiding in the capital." Adley was stunned and fell to the ground upon hearing this. "Are you certain?" "The Demon King's subordinates truly exist. This is indeed a serious problem." Mika sat down, looked the Archbishop straight in the eyes, and asked, "Let me ask you, the prophet foretold the Demon King's birth. Don't you think an Archbishop should know that?" Adley was speechless. This reaction was within Mika's expectations. He had nothing left to say. If he opposed me, he would also be opposing the Empire. The Demon King's subordinate, one thought to have disappeared, had been hiding in the capital all along. That area was under his jurisdiction, yet he was completely unaware. This matter could easily tarnish his reputation. Mika spoke up, "Let me handle this problem for you. I will defeat the Rat King with a cunning plan. I only need you to promise me one thing, Archbishop." Adley still didn't understand Mika's intention, so he asked again, "What do you mean?" Mika immediately replied, "The hero selection. I think this request is not too much, even though he is just an avatar. But defeating the Rat King is still enough to be honored as a hero. After careful thought, Adley made his decision. He enveloped the quill with his magical power and swore, "I swear in the name of the Archbishop, if the Rat King's avatar exists and you defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero." The promise was written by the quill and held by Mika. Having received the assurance, Mika and his companions began their journey to eliminate the Rat King. As soon as they left the temple, Milliam thanked Mika. "If you hadn't helped, he would still be using me. And if you relayed information to Lindell's child, you must know my situation." Mika replied, "My knowledge comes from a brief conversation. For example, how you were nearly used by the rat." Milliam stopped, clenched his fist, and asked, "Let me ask you, do you think you can find my child?" In his position as a sword saint, Milliam needed to prioritize killing the Rat King. But in his position as a mother, finding her child was more important than everything, even the world's fate. Mika turned his head and asked back, "If I said yes, what would you do?" Milliam did not hesitate, stabbing his sword into ground and kneeling. "I don't want useless disputes of wits, especially regarding my child. If you find my child and I can restore my relationship with him, then I will dedicate my sword and honor to you." This an oath of honor. There was a widow who lost her husband in the lawless zone. The murderer was a group of Roju. Even after taking revenge, her heart was still not at peace. She wanted to find the reason for her husband's death and realized it was lawlessness. She thought that because there were no laws, monsters ran rampant, causing many victims. Since no one could stop them, she became the punisher of the lawless. It was the past of the lawless judge. Now she would do everything to prevent that tragedy from happening to her son. On the rat's side, he angrily punched a dent into the wall. "Damn it. Unbelievable that Brat Walper just caused so much trouble. Everything was off track. He should get out of here first." Just then his shadow turned into a monster and spoke, "No, eat profit." This was likely the Rat King lending darkness power, but the rat did not intend to listen. "Now is not the time, I must wait for another chance." The shadow grabbed the rat's leg tightly. "Violation, compromise." He struggled. "So what? Compromise or not, my life still comes first." At that moment, a subordinate warned that the place was under attack, and the Sword Saint was about to arrive. The rat-like man panicked upon hearing this, knowing he would not escape if he stayed. He severely underestimated the demon's power, as violating the pact would cause his soul to be devoured. The shadow immediately lunged, grabbed the rat-like man, and merged into one with him. That detestable Kun Lord decided to join the battle personally. Meanwhile, each of the rat-like man's subordinates was being slaughtered without mercy. Not a single one could withstand a single slash from the lawless judge. Witnessing that sword technique, Elian knew this was what she would pursue. Mika witnessed Milliam's power and was not particularly surprised. He knew she was not going all out because this was the capital, but he did not let his guard down. He realized the source of the trouble was that rat-like man. In other words, the embodiment of that detestable Kun Lord. After possessing the rat-like man's body, the detestable Kun Lord had fully descended. The first thing he did was assess this body. Finding it unremarkable, he would have to eat something else. "I thought eating the prophet's flesh would be enough, but Asama's subordinates have appeared. I can barely believe sensing that wretched Asama's presence here. I will eat more and more and restore my memories." It seemed the person he mentioned was Seth, who was beside Mika. The more he ate, the stronger he would become. He grinned horribly and looked toward the prison. I just had an idea. Humans are often responsible for children. I should exploit that emotion right now." Elian also joined the fight. While fighting, she constantly learned from the Sword Saint Milliam's combat style. "This won't do. I must become even more unpredictable. This again violates Lindell's teachings, but what could I do? Could not stop thinking about it because I was too absorbed in thought." Elian did not care at all about the condition of her sword or her body. After a period of fighting, she could not bear it anymore and coughed up blood. The unstable sword energy also caused the sword in her hand to crack. At that moment, Milliam spoke after observing everyone. "Park Slob's son has become a swordsman and is training with a suitable method. I think you are different from him." Elian heard this and bowed. "I sincerely beg you, please teach me swordsmanship." Elian understood this was a rare opportunity not to be missed, and it seemed to be Mika's intention in bringing her here. Milliam accepted the request. "Fine, follow me, I can teach you many things." Elian was delighted but worried about Mika since the rat-like man was not yet dealt with. Seeing this, Ming said, "Don't worry, that brat can handle it." On Mika's side, Seth asked worriedly, "Are you alright? The earlier clash with the Sword Saint had already exhausted you." Mika was now touching the floor, using magic to probe the area. "I'm fine." After the probe, Mika showed slight concern. "I'm a bit curious about his actions, and indeed he is doing what we predicted. The detestable Kun Lord is currently at the children's hiding place. Eating children offers him no benefit. That's right, he is holding them hostage." The rat-like man has now fully turned into a demon. He was savoring the cries of agony and despair from the children. He sat arrogantly on a chair, waiting for his opponent to challenge him. As soon as he saw Mika, he sneered, "Finally showing your face." Mika calmly replied, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The detestable Kun Lord sneered. No matter, watching the children struggle in pain was quite entertaining. I consider myself lucky to witness it. Indeed, all the generals under the Demon King were that vile. Mika was used to it and remained unprovoked. The detestable Kun Lord, seeing his provocation ineffective, said, I thought I would only eat the prophet girl. I did not expect companions to come along. Thanks to you, I will grow stronger faster. Mika heard this and crossed his arms, showing contempt. The detestable Kun Lord was astonished. How could that guy be so confident? Asama's divine item? No, he had already used it. After observing for a while, he concluded Mika was just bluffing. He raised his hand and used shadow power. My food has arrived. It seems I don't need those things anymore. Following the direction of his hand, Mika realized that was where the children were imprisoned. He immediately used a barrier spell to block the countless shadow arms rushing toward him. The detestable Kun King saw this and smirked. You suit my taste, you will be a useful pawn for me. Mika asked Seth to protect the children and not worry about him. Seth, though worried, decided to follow Mika's words. When Seth no longer protected Mika, Kun instantly erupted with shadow power and mocked him for abandoning his teammate. Countless shadow tentacles simultaneously lunged at Mika. Mika quickly leaped into the air to dodge the attack. He calmly analyzed the opponent's power immediately. Kun's shadows were versatile in transformation but weaker than before he regressed. Kun sneered that Mika dodged like a rat. He then used multicasting to counterattack. He used Wind Slash to sever the tentacles, astonishing Kun. Seeing Mika block the attack, he could not use the children as hostages. The battle was intense, and he could not afford to lose focus. Kun asked how long he could hold out without any teammates. The shadows formed into the mouth of a beast and devoured Mika. Mika used teleportation and acceleration to dash beside him. Kun was not surprised at all and laughed, calling him a fool. He thought the close distance was to his advantage, so he controlled the tentacles to pierce Mika's shoulder. Everything was within his calculations. He used the demon's head and recited the hymn of virtue aloud. He called to remember the departed with eternal footsteps. The demon roared as its power was stripped away, never expecting a mortal to know this thing. This was the long-forgotten hymn from the Book of Virtue. Even if only a small part, the Demon King all watched over this world. Whenever that happened, heroes would appear. Those heroes wrote this hymn to seal the treacherous enemy. The hymn had to be engraved into their souls. Before the regression, Mika had never used it because the demons were wary. This time was different. Mika declared this was Kun's end. Kun was shocked that his real name had been revealed. People of this era had forgotten the Demon King and his minions. He would never know the reason. Mika merely clenched his hand, and he dissolved into black dust. Set witnessed this scene and was utterly horrified because that man was dead. She could not believe a minion of the Demon King could be so easily destroyed. Mika was only concerned about the children's safety. Zet was still in shock, but the children were fine. She said he had just effortlessly erased him. When a demon general was destroyed, they would bring about a terrible calamity. Indeed, the demon's body transformed into a bizarre heart with eyes and a mouth. This thing constantly emitted a disgusting aura. The eyes stared intently, and the mouth spoke with a sneer. It told Mika that his foolishness had brought disaster to this world. Mika, however, smiled brightly without a hint of worry. He asked back whether that man really thought he was foolish enough to kill it without any preparation. Mika used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. The demon sneered, claiming the spell was futile. He said unless he was an 8th rank mage, he could not stop the curse. Mika smiled confidently. Zed intended to stop him. She knew a demon general's curse was unusual. Mika interrupted, saying he also had the emblem of the Demon King's sole enemy. He knelt down, touched the magic circle with both hands, and the mark on his neck glowed. An enormous amount of mana was released, illuminating the magic circle. Zid gaped in astonishment and asked if he intended to use it. She asked if he had mastered the sacred artifact in such a short time. Mika was analyzing the curse. The curse was a spell. The origin of a spell was its form and pattern. Like mathematics, a problem could be solved to reach a conclusion. If the process was reversed, what would happen? The spell would return to its primordial state. As time passed, the demon gradually grew smaller. It asked in confusion what trick he was pulling. It said his efforts were futile, but Mika did not waver. Complete dispelling was impossible. He only needed to weaken the curse. The rest would be no problem for her. The person he referred to was the Sword Saint Millium, who was already prepared outside. The demon on the verge of death recklessly tried to drag everyone down with it. Mika promptly told Xet to use Storm to envelop the demon. The demon exploded, unleashing a death curse, but it was contained by holy mana. At that level, the holy sword could handle it easily. Mika stepped forward, and when asked what he intended to do, he simply smiled. I want to experience the demon's curse myself, a rare opportunity. It will be quick, before the curse disappears, he said as he acted. Mika rushed straight into the curse, ignoring Seth's attempts to stop him. Butler Morden stood with his arms crossed, observing alongside the holy sword Millium. Millium clicked her tongue, blaming Morden for pushing the young master too hard. She said that Morden had been hiding all this time, only to end up in the Walpurgis household. Morden did not admit it. He smiled vaguely, saying he did not know what Millium was talking about. How could you have ties with such a respectable person? Milliam said she was told that Morden knew how to handle the next matter, but Morden only said he heard it from the young master. Milliam wondered if Mika even knew about Morden. He was not sure either, but there was a more pressing concern. Let us deal with this first. Use your inner energy to bind it as I instruct. Milliam coordinated perfectly with Morden, asking no questions. This reminded her of some memories from the past. The two combined their efforts to create a blinding flash of light, crushing the curse. The traces of that detestable Kun Lord completely vanished. The next day, Grand Bishop Adley laughed heartily, replacing Mika. Aha, well done. To be honest, I did not expect everything to go smoothly. Beelzebub, the 7th general of the Kun Demon King's Legion, was eliminated. Everything happened quietly under the peaceful atmosphere of the capital. It was enough to warn the Kun squad about the potential danger of demons. As Arlie was thanking him, Mika brought up the earlier promise. Adley became serious, asking if he meant the hero selection. He would publicly support it. However, do you know the Empire has its eye on someone else? I personally support you, but you should be cautious in every situation. Mika looked annoyed. He knew exactly who that was. Siegfried, that idiot. That is right, it is him. Done with the matter, Mika left the temple. Reaching the door, he saw Ilian waiting there. Thank you for coming this far with me. Master said he would leave immediately. There is someone he must find at any cost. Mika encouraged her to go along and learn. Ilian hesitated. Yes, I came to say goodbye. Mika, I am sorry. Even though the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we could have tried to accept it, but I did not. If you accept my apology, I hope our relationship will be better. Seeing Mika smile, Ilian blushed. What are you smiling at? Mika said it was not that. As I told you, I no longer have any feelings for you. Be yourself. These words helped Ilian let go of the burden in her heart. She could smile brightly at Mika, and thought this was the start of their rivalry. Just you wait, I will catch up to you soon. After bidding farewell to Ilian, Milliam came to see Mika. Done talking to my student, I see. Mika prepared well for this conversation. My lord, I am here to fulfill my promise. I will tell you where your son is. In the Holy Kingdom, the Pope was shocked upon hearing the news. That despicable Kun Lord was found in the capital? How is that possible? What happened? I thought the appearance of the great demon would cause a disaster. A Grand Bishop said that was clearly the case, but he was eliminated. The Pope listened, his head full of question marks. Did not believe anyone could do that before a disaster. The Grand Bishop said he died in less than a day. According to Grand Bishop Arley, this was done by one person. This is a letter from him. The Pope read the letter carefully. Young master of the Walpurgis household single-handedly took down the demon in the capital. This was witnessed by Grand Bishop Adley and Cassandra. Hard to believe. Does that not make him a hero? Back in the capital, Mika was still talking with Milliam. Karyaman did not like his methods, so he went his own way. Instead of joining the Kun squad, he wanted to become a holy emperor. How did that brat escape those sewer rats? The answer was actually very simple. It had joined a force that even the gutter rats could not handle. That was the Kun Mercenary Corps. Hearing that name, Milliam was extremely shocked. The Guardians of Freedom, she had truly joined them? The Corps was the largest Kun mercenary group, founded on the ideal of freedom. It was not easy for a Kun group to be recognized for its honor, but they were very different. They were a legal Kun group, respected by both the Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. Mika walked closer and said, you know of them too, right? Once you join the Corps, you must abandon your old name and take a new one. You must find the Kun Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Although she was thrilled to hear news of her son, Milliam hesitated for a long while. But is going to find him truly the right thing to do? Mika immediately asked back, what do you mean? You have been searching for him for a very long time. Mang said sadly, if my boy truly needed my help, I would not have to think about it. But he has already chosen his own path. He does not want to become someone like me. Everything I do only hurts him. I am not a good mother. I am not sure I still have the right to go find him. I am very conflicted now. Mika stepped closer and took Milliam's hand. You should think about that after you find him. You should talk to him first, leave his choices for later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is my special medicine. It should be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you give it to him. Miriam seemed to regain her courage. She gripped the medicine bottle tightly and decided not to give up. You are right. I should not give up. Thank you, young Master Walpurgis. One day I will repay this favor. With that, Milliam departed in the beautiful twilight of the capital. Elian also went with her to train his swordsmanship. Now Mika had to comfort the remaining member. Do I need to be here? Why are you so down? Did Milliam scold you? Leon was at this moment huddled in a corner sobbing. It was the opposite. Actually, I was completely helpless before her. I could not do anything in that situation just now. Yet she did not blame me one bit. I'm not even worthy of feeling disappointed. Mika did not think that was entirely true, but he could not let Leon lose his spirit. Mika then tossed a necklace to Leon and said, that is a symbol of your effort in the recent battle. We have overcome the first trial, now on to the Holy See. Leon wondered, Holy See? Wait, wasn't the agreement only to reach the capital? Mika used a taunting tactic, so you did not hear what I just said. I guess I need to reevaluate my judgment. That is why you should follow me. Do not tell me the future Sword Saint would let trivial matters get him down. Being praised as the future Sword Saint made Leon blush. Who do you think I am? Just then, Morden spoke up. up. The young master is right. I am sure that item will be very useful for you. Isn't that the meaning of surpassing oneself to become a hero? Just as he was acting cool when Mika asked where he was going, Morden switched to actor mode. I ran into some acquaintances, ended up talking too long, huh? At that moment, Cassandra stepped out. The important thing is to have a reliable companion. It seems you have received support from the Archduke Aklay. He is very influential, it will benefit us greatly, so I am thinking of helping you on the journey ahead. Perhaps it is time for me to return after a period of rest. What do you think about having the help of the Prophet of the Holy See? Will this be of any use to you on the road? And so the team gained a profit. Mika moved one step closer to preparing for the battle with the Demon King. 4 days later, after rest and recuperation, Mika's wounds had basically healed. In the battle with the Demon General, he had risked his life as bait, nearly dying. Mika understood that he needed to reach the 6th circle spell as soon as possible. Remaining commanders of the Kun Demon team would not be as weak as the Kun Master. At this moment, Seth suddenly spoke. There is a question I have wanted to ask you for a long time. You, what are you? I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you truly trust me, shouldn't I know these things? Mika thought about it after hearing her. What she said was reasonable. Trust is built on understanding the other party. But I do not think telling her about turning back time is a good idea. Even if Seth tells no one, I must still be very cautious. Right, I will say it like this. After a moment of thought, Mika answered the question. She is not the only one guarding Asama's tomb. The book showed doubt and asked again, really, am I not the first person you met? Mika confidently continued, there is one exception, which is Doz's record. Hearing this name, the book was extremely shocked. You mean that ancient record still exists? Mika did not hesitate and replied that it was true. Mika was not lying when he had indeed absorbed Toast's record before turning back time. Toast was also a tomb his group had conquered. As for those, there was a strange record that was once leaked to the mortal world, called the Record of Those. Although it sounded reasonable, Mika's experience was hard to believe. Seth then asked about the next tomb. Mika's current goal was to become a hero after all. The tomb is next to the cathedral district. He will sweep through it conveniently. If he planned carefully, he could avoid as much danger as possible. After resolving the doubts, Mika immediately asked, speaking of which, there is something I am not clear about regarding the record. What is the true nature of the entity we call a god? Currently, the god of the continent is Heiko, the god of wisdom. In the previous life before Asama's tomb was discovered, Heika was the only known god. Seeing the book stunned, Mika asked further, are there really only 2 gods? If Asama was so great, why don't we know more about them? The book only muttered a few vague sentences now. The amount of information I can tell you now is very limited. Let's call it an unfortunate tragedy. From that, it seemed the book also knew what happened to Heiko. Mika asked further, then I guess you won't tell me what happens if I collect all the holy relics, right? The book did not deny it, for now that is the case. That is also the reason those did not provide more information beyond the essential things. But Mika only needed to know that much for now. After changing, Mika went out to tell Leon about staying here for a while. The reason was that news of him personally slaying a demon must have spread throughout the kingdom, and his father must have certainly heard the news. When he came here, Mika did not inform his father, and soon he would come and hit him on the rear. Leon listened and became agitated, grabbing Mika's collar and shouting loudly, wait, you said he already knows? The strongest archmage in the kingdom, your father, has figured it out? You are crazy, what about me then? I am also here with you. This is bad. I hope I can still run, but it is already too late. As soon as Mika saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately used a multi-attribute shield. Thanks to that, both of them survived a gigantic super lightning bolt. Leon witnessed this and watched with his mouth agape in shock. What the hell is happening? Mika calmly looked into the distance and said with a smile, that is how Walpurgis greets people. It is good to see you, father. The Marquis stepped out from the dust cloud at this moment, his whole body full of killing intent. Raising his finger, shut your mouth, son. Truly enamored with how these father and son greet each other. Meanwhile, Adley was sipping a cup of coffee and lamented to himself. I never thought I would be the one choosing the hero. But now that the demon general has appeared, I cannot just sit idly. Mika, I cannot find anyone more worthy of the title of hero. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering tremor occurred. Adley thought the demons were attacking and was extremely panicked. Panicked subordinate ran in to report, Your Grace, Marcus Walpurgis is using magic to attack his own son. Back to Mika, he was running for his life to avoid being beaten to death by his father. The main attacks were lightning, very suitable for moves with fast cooldown and low energy cost. He probably did not want to hurt his son. Just as expected from his father, he had studied magic thoroughly and maximized his strengths. While running, Mika said, I have great respect for you, father. This only made the Marcus angrier. What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours, just stay still and take the hit. Immediately after, a barrage of dense lightning surrounded Mika, but Mika was not flustered at all, using Blink to dodge all attacks. When a lightning bolt was about to strike his back, it was blocked by the holy relic. After escaping the cluster of lightning, Mika turned around to face his father. Father, do you think I am truly aiming for the position of hero just for fun? Marcus did not deny it. Seeing this, Mika continued, the current generation of heroes is very different. Father, have you heard about the appearance of one of the Demon King's Legion commanders? The Marcus was not too concerned. I have heard, but is it really that serious? I thought it was just propaganda from the Holy See. But Mika was utterly serious. What if I said it is not just fabricated propaganda? The Marcus immediately turned serious. Tell me the details. After hearing the story, the Marcus asked cautiously. One of the Demon King's Legion commanders, a formidable warlord, has appeared. He seemed still not fully convinced. Mika then continued, the Demon General's appearance is real, and it died surrounded and attacked by the heroes. After hearing this, the Marcus leaned in and asked back, son, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? A Demon General appears and achieves nothing? How could this be? This sounds utterly absurd. Right then, Arlie stepped forward and affirmed it was the truth, my lord. Do you still remember me? We met about a year ago. Marcus, you come here still harboring doubts. What do you mean by saying it is the truth? As the poet found the newly emerged hero, Arlie smiled brightly like a flower toward Mika, who was standing nearby. That is correct, a hero has appeared there, and specifically that person is standing before you. Marcus immediately cast his gaze, but only saw his foolish noble son. Just then he noticed the mark on Mika's neck. Just as I thought. You showed me some interesting things before. Were they related to the emergence of the Demon General? Mika then smiled brightly and said he knew his father would find out. Seeing his son admit it, the Marcus immediately used a teleportation spell to go and verify. A moment later, the Marcus returned and said he had checked the density of demonic energy within the capital. I admit it felt as if a Demon General could appear there. The title of hero does not suit the name Walpurgis. Just as Mika predicted, because the House of Walpurgis was not keen on religion, he immediately spoke up to explain. Father, the reason the title of hero is no longer used is because we face no danger from the Demon King. What if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero only appears when humanity predicts a catastrophe from the Demon King. It will become greater than ever, helping to rally forces to rise against the Demon King. But the Marcus stubbornly advised against it. The old men of the church are not easy to fool. What you said is not something that happens so easily. Right then, Mika activated the Storm Sacred Artifact, leaving the Marcus utterly astonished. As for Arlie, he was frightened into falling to the ground. How could that be divine power? Mika's entire body was now enveloped in a shining, radiant, holy power. No matter how cunning or suspicious they were, it all became useless, because he had a god by his side. With this, the churches and other forces must be wary. He also had the right to choose the companions to accompany him in the war against the Kun Demon Legion. When asked if he had chosen his companions, Mika immediately pointed to Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. There is one person here, father. Upon hearing this, Leon froze. Who am I? Where is this? The Marcus couldn't help but tease. Son, that boy's eyes are saying it's not him. Mika then smiled brightly, looking toward Leon. No, it really is him. I promised him an amazing gift, which is to accompany me in this war. Leon immediately understood the situation and played along. That is correct. Accompanying him is an honor for me. He can stand against the Kun Legion of demons. He is not foolish enough to rush into anything without thinking. I am sure you understand him better than I do, right? Hearing this, Mark recalled the events that had transpired recently. He could completely trust this son of his. After that, he turned to ask High Priest Arlie, who was sitting on the ground. Do you think you can stay by my son's side in this war instead of staying by the church's side? Arlie replied without any hesitation. I, High Priest Arlie, can swear to God. Receiving this confirmation, the Marcus could now rest easy. He stood up, turned his back, and left without hesitation. Mika, do as you wish. I will no longer stand in your way. Having gained his father's trust, Mika felt even more confident about the journey ahead. This time he would defeat the Demon King and change the disastrous future. The next day, Leon pushed open the door to Mika's room and shouted loudly, "Hand it over. I am sure you said you would give me something, right?" He might look foolish, but Leon would definitely be a reliable teammate. Mika pointed and told Leon to lie down first. After that, he used his hand to write a line of incantation, putting Leon into a trance. From now on, ponder and rethink yourself. I promise you will not be disappointed. Leon slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself in a dark, desolate place. Leon was dazed, not understanding what wretched place he had wandered into. Whisper sounded from behind Leon. You see, this place is but an illusion, or it could also be called the world within your subconscious. A creature with a face as black as the night spoke up. Leon understood that this place was not real. The creature suddenly flew into a rage as if splashed with boiling water. It viciously drew its sword and charged straight at Leon. Leon's eyes widened in fear as he swung his sword to defend himself, for this monster was incredibly strong. In his panic, Leon's sword pierced through it. He shouted in alarm, and in front of his eyes, the scene suddenly transformed into an endless void, causing Leon to turn pale with fear. The monster had somehow ended up standing behind him. Its expression was taunting, as if it had just witnessed an amusing trick. On the third time, Leon activated his alert mode and approached it. This time, don't even think about fooling him anymore. Using his ultimate technique, spiritual energy from Leon Ruth's body shot straight toward the monster. At this moment, it was unguarded and left itself completely exposed. It was too arrogant. But unexpectedly, the sword did not even touch a single hair on it. Leon was sent flying by its slap, blood splattering, and he fell unconscious. I think I am too arrogant to defend myself, right? It seems you do not understand my training method. It is dying and coming back to life. The monster stepped on Leon, speaking with arrogance. A moment later, Leon woke up from a dream. Leon wanted Mika to take him back immediately, but was stopped by her. He needed to review how he fought in that last attempt and test out other strategies before the next try. Mika spoke and Leon felt like pulling his hair out. He did not even know what monster he had just faced. Is your future self, Mika thought silently. Without saying more, Mika told Leon to rest for the trip to Paris tomorrow. I plan to visit a few more places on the way to Paris. We will make a trip to the fairy forest, Mika suggested. The next morning, the whole group was fully assembled there. After contacting Ida and her group, Mika stated that she came here not only for the world tree but also to set up 1 or 2 farms. The first thing was to enter the fairy forest. In this place where women eat bananas and chickens eat pebbles, Mika noticed the tangled world tree roots beneath the ground. The world tree roots surrounded this entire world. No matter where the roots lay, they all tended to connect back to the source. Based on their current shape, Mika guessed the world tree's condition was worsening. Mika clasped her hands, ready to risk using magic to follow the roots. Before Mika was reborn, the world tree had withered and died. Before the fairy queen could save the world tree, she died at the hands of an upper demon. Now Mika's group needed to do everything to save this world. And that was how the 8th fairy queen, Jiha Gigi Fresso, joined Mika's group. Communicating with a high-level entity like the world tree brought unwanted memories. As Mika stood there, the voice of that green-haired girl chimed in noisily. Her soul and Mika's were bound, otherwise she would not bother coming here. Mika quietly asked for information about the world tree. The world tree was a direct root branch connected from Asama. To be precise, the world tree is the survivor. We are the sacrifices, Sid said in a deep voice. So the Tome Guardian is the sacrifice, and the world tree is the survivor. Perhaps I will understand more later, Mika thought. Standing before the world tree, a flickering light appeared. Jinreso, the spirit of the world tree, also appeared and greeted Mika. She recognized Set because she had previously been acknowledged by a sacred artifact and had even protected Jill Rachel's sister. Mika was currently holding the records of Tut. That made Mika suspect this matter was related to the demon lord or a similar entity. The expression of Ji Raiso was pale because everything unfolded as she predicted. The remnants of that evil entity left behind extremely serious consequences. As she spoke, her body shattered into pieces and then vanished like sea foam. The remaining body parts of the demon lord were very difficult to deal with. If only I could completely destroy them, things would be different, Jinrezo said. Now Mika understood why the world tree was destroyed. Were you enduring it alone? That thing nearly destroyed this entire realm, Mika asked. To put it in human terms, I voluntarily drank poison with a 100% mortality rate. I am sure it will kill me within 4 days. Consider my mission complete. But until then, I still have a little time, Jinrezo replied. I understand. So the demon lord's remnants have not fully corrupted your mind, right? That means we still have a chance, Mika said in a low voice. Before Mika was reborn, Jinrezo chose to take the path of mutual destruction along with the remnants of the demon lord. The demon lord was waiting for the moment she left this world to launch his attack. In the end, that choice made her death meaningless. But now things are different. We need to eliminate them before they reach her roots within the next 4 days. I will definitely help you recover completely, Mika stated firmly to Jinrezo. Seth also advised Jinrezo to trust Mika. Jinrezo was still sniffling, not yet moved, when Mika gave him a cold, and he heard Mika say he wanted to receive his payment first. He does not need this for himself, but to solve the entire problem, Mika thought. After speaking, he pointed his finger to the sky. That among all the branches of the world tree, Mika wanted the longest and best branch of Seth Strazo. The elf man was kneeling before the world tree, begging for guidance on how to save the tree. My child, some call me the mother goddess. Some call me the world tree. Darkness is strangling us, but it is not too late yet. There is a man who has been given a share of my light. If you accompany him, hope will shine upon us. As the world tree finished speaking, a warm voice sounded behind him. That was our Mika. Mika led El through a familiar path. Even though the forest was ruined and empty, this path remained intact. Mika figured he should change the fate of the current spirit king. Though the man was old, he was not useless. Keeping him alive brought many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the unsealed remnants of the demon king. But Mika was determined not to let that happen. By the way, did you come here alone? It is not that I do not trust you, but this forest is not easy to enter or leave. The elfman said that the people out there do not follow the usual rules. Mika sneered in reply, waiting for the vassal to sprint over from afar, reporting that there was an intruder. Mika pouted, and they finally arrived after a long wait. In the sky at this moment, there were 4 unformed flying objects being chased away by the villagers. He thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Leon and his troublesome friends. Mika was about to scold them, but they cut him off first, believed that Mika himself was the one who abandoned them, leaving him speechless. The old butler remained silent, demanding that Mika take responsibility for all the sins of his subordinates. Okay, if that is what they want. Mika immediately had the man tied up to save himself a headache. Regarding the matter of the World Tree branch, Mika said he had already received his payment in advance. He had paid up front, but still needed their help. A moment later, the elf man led the group to the spirit palace, the place where his father resided. Elves and spirits had coexisted since the primordial era. The one who held the position of Spirit King was chosen by both races to guide them. In other words, he was an elf recognized by all spirits. This was where the Spirit King and the elves lived, the most sacred place to them. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, rubbing their faces affectionately against Mika's cheek. They are usually not friendly to strangers. Truly a representative of the World Tree Elfroy. Reaching the main hall entrance, the elf man had just opened the door. Before the whole group stood the Spirit King, majestic and resplendent. As he began his greeting, Mika bowed his head politely in salute. Please do not be surprised, Father. The World Tree appeared before us for a moment. The elf man said. The Spirit King was stunned for a few seconds, then asked his son to prove the truth. As El was hesitating, Mika patted his shoulder with a confident smile. A second later, the Spirit King was astonished to see Mika pull out a branch of the World Tree from his person. The Spirit King immediately understood that having a branch of the World Tree meant being acknowledged by the tree. This was the most convincing proof that he had seen the World Tree. Mika thought to himself, Lord Durin had asked. The Spirit King had placed his final incarnation before the messenger. He begged the god to grant salvation to his people. He suddenly prostrated himself at Mika's feet, sobbing bitterly and heart-wrenchingly. Mika stated that he had a matter to attend to. I plan to use this branch to forge a creation, something that can dissolve the poison eroding the World Tree. Therefore, I wish to borrow your gene forge. I am referring to the Grace Pool. Hearing this, the Spirit King was slightly surprised that Mika knew of the lake's existence. The Grace Pool was a forge created by Error, where elven smiths crafted equipment for the Spirit Kings. Then let us delay no further. I shall take you there, the Spirit King said. No, I wish to ask you for a different favor, your majesty. The thing eroding the World Tree is the remnant of the Demon Lord, the enemy of all living things, exactly as you are thinking. Mika replied, but I do not sense any evil energy. The Spirit King spoke timidly. That is because the World Tree is currently overwhelming it with its power. This is the best she can do. She is calling out to everyone, but the signal is too weak for anyone to notice. Both sides want what is best for each other, yet they cannot communicate directly with one another. We must solve that problem. The issue is, when I begin forging the creation, that remnant will detect it and interfere. A calamity will befall the elven forest. We have no time left. We must resolve this quickly. Words just spoken by Mika left everyone stunned and astonished. The Spirit King held his head for a moment, then softly called for his son to lead Mika to the lake. Mika silently resolved to sacrifice everything to protect everyone. After asking them all for their support, Mika valiantly tore off his shirt and set off. The elf led Mika to the Grace Pool as requested. No one knew how Er had used this lake to create magical artifacts. There are no hints on how it was done. Do you happen to know? He asked. Of course Mika knew, as he had crafted countless items there. Er had used this lake in a very special way. Perhaps he just wanted to keep this lake for himself. In reality, he was not a true smith either. Mika thought as he gathered all his strength and threw the branch forcefully into the water. The surface of the water suddenly began to churn violently as if it were at 100 degrees Celsius. To be precise, was a mage, Mika thought. The legendary elven master smith was actually a sorcerer. Although he was a talented mage, his abilities had certain limits. Therefore, he made a decision that if he could not succeed on the path of a mage, he would succeed in another direction. And in the end, became a master of magical items. I think the name fountain is just a metaphor. It is not really a fountain. Even if it is just an ordinary fountain, mana has blended into the water flow. It is like a form of liquefied mana, yet different. Mika immediately raised his hand and used structure analysis. A surge of magic power welled up from the branch, causing the water to coil into streams. The World Tree mistletoe is a special component containing the life force of the World Tree. The problem is that refining this type of item to absolute perfection is nearly impossible. What if I used a thorough magical method? Mika sneered, extending his hand to prepare to control the blended water to refine the mistletoe. This task requires 4 days, and now that we have reached the fountain, this place must still hold many other gifts from The items of the former kings must be around here as well. Find them yourselves. I need to focus on the matter at hand, Mika said to the elf, who understood and nodded happily. Their countdown of 4 days had begun. 3 days later, everything progressed better than expected thanks to the help of Leon and everyone. The mage girl still felt a little anxious. He only hoped Mika could make her dream come true. As they stood chatting, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked into pieces, rumbling violently. The thing the group was utterly terrified of had finally appeared. A glossy black python was howling fiercely. It continuously spat venom and shot webs with intense ferocity. Facing this calamity, the group was so scared they nearly fainted. They trembled, unable to move their hands or feet. The immense fear brought with it a tremendous power that everyone could clearly sense. He did not think he could defeat this thing. Damn it, why was he so weak? If only he could be as strong as the one who once appeared in his dreams. Mika, when will that day come? Leon clenched his teeth tightly, lost in thought about Mika. The pitch-black monster exuded fierce killing intent from its whole body. It prepared to confront the group of Spirit King and Leon head-on. A mighty army of Kun soldiers was already lined up and ready. At the command, countless arrows of light shot into the serpent's spirit like rain. The moment they shouted its name, it let out a pained roar and charged at everyone in a frenzy. But it was stopped by the knight's magical barrier. The monster's attacks grew more and more ferocious. The barrier weakened and began to shatter into tiny fragments. Meanwhile, Mika successfully completed the orb system after 3 grueling days. Everything went more smoothly than he expected, and the results were excellent. Mika thought all that remained was to attach the orb to the staff. Mika held his breath and fitted it into place. A dazzling beam of light suddenly spread across the sky. As for the serpent monster, its madness had driven several knights to collapse from exhaustion. They had reached the limits of their endurance. The barrier could no longer hold and was on the verge of breaking apart. With a thunderous crash, the monster's power reduced the barrier to ashes. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light appeared from nowhere. It burned the serpent black as a lump of charcoal. Mika arrived just in time, filling everyone with immense relief. If he had not finished it quickly, this place would have been nothing but ruins. Normally, a 5th tier spell like Holy Light could never achieve such an effect. But with the staff, a staff that was crafted from the precious wood of the World Tree, everything was different. However, those fragments had remained within the World Tree for many years. There was no way the World Tree could have remained unaffected all that time. Thinking it through, this was actually a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can defeat it with a single strike using this staff, the World Tree will finally be freed from its suffering. But this is not the only thing I prepared. Mika flew toward the monster while thinking anxiously. The serpent monster roared, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it snarled at Mika. Just as it was about to lunge forward and swallow him whole, an arrow filled with magical power shot in from afar and struck the monster head-on. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. It was an arrow forged from divine grace. It was renowned as a treasure imbued with immense divine power. That elf had provided Mika with perfectly timed support through that single arrow. Within the pitch-black cloud of dust, the serpent's skin peeled away from the intense heat, exposing its ghastly white skeleton. Mika nodded at Seth before fearlessly charging straight at the monster. His eyes were filled with confidence. Mika and Seth entered the grotesque body of the monster. I think it really is a fragment. I can confirm that it closely resembles the Demon Lord, she said. Inside this stomach filled with blood and demonic energy, the fragments were gradually transforming into demons. They were not very powerful because they were unstable, but Mika still had to be careful. They seemed capable of reviving as long as they remained inside the fragment. Facing the horde of demons rushing toward him, Mika tapped his staff to activate the expansion magic circle. Next, he used Holy Gate, a type of magic talisman, one that he had successfully created before returning to the past. Casting this spell was far more difficult than using other talismans. It even caused Mika to cough up blood. This was a demon-slaying talisman that he had prepared specifically for situations like this. Even so, this is the only way I can solve the problem. Mika wiped away the blood and unleashed a devastating strike that annihilated every demon. Seth stood frozen with his mouth hanging open in astonishment. She worried that Mika was pushing himself too hard, and she was right. This talisman consumed an enormous amount of mana, and if used together with another talisman, it could only be maintained for 5 minutes. I have to finish this within that time, Mika told himself. After working tirelessly until he was drenched in sweat some time later, Mika finally found the Demon Lord's eye hidden deep inside the serpent's body. It opened its enormous bloodshot eye and stared at Mika without looking away. Then it continuously fired its tendrils toward him. Your father only has 3 minutes left. Mika endured the dizzying whirl from that eye and desperately cast a teleportation spell. Only 1 minute remained. Mika pulled out the marker stone and slammed it hard against the monster's flesh. When only 30 seconds remained, an arrow carrying the blazing power of devouring flame suddenly shot in from nowhere. A single clean slash severed all the bloody tendrils from the eye. Outside, the serpent monster cried out in unbearable agony, convulsed violently, then staggered. Come now, do you truly think the entity known as the World Tree would do nothing while I was preparing to kill it? Mika sneered as he stood before the eye and said there was always a chance for him, even before the regression. Even if all of Mika's efforts failed and he died, everything still had its own meaning. Mika then used the unique 7th tier spell Jisreso, aiming directly at that eye. Countless sprouts immediately burst forth, completely burying the monster's body. Hopefully someone would find the tiny sprout. That way, even if the fragment completely absorbed the tree, part of it could still remain. This spell exists solely for the World Tree, Mika said with a radiant smile. Both the World Tree and the little waist-high fellow were moved to tears by this stepping stone toward a new beginning. It had begun a form of hymn of praise. Tiny fragments from within the serpent monster's body formed a stream of energy that struck the World Tree directly, making the World Tree become lush and sparkling as though touched by magic. The little waist-high fellow remembered Mika's promise to save the World Tree and was deeply moved, quietly vowing to keep moving forward. Jisreso was deeply grateful to Mika. Now she could once again care for the forest and the children. Do not worry about it, you can thank me later. I already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the World Tree to fulfill the covenant? Mika asked. That's right, but this covenant seems rather unfair, doesn't it? You need essence to nourish your magic circle, right? But essence merely increases the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that reward is far too insignificant compared to what you did to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Gigi Riso declared with absolute certainty, leaving everyone stunned, a part of yourself. Then how do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world? You have only just regained your freedom. Why make things so difficult for yourself? No one could understand what Jisreso was thinking. From now on, your ability will not stop at gathering mana. You will also store elemental energy within your body. Jisriso said this was the gift she had prepared for Mika. She then gave Mika one of her hairs, telling him to tie it around his wrist so she could transfer it. Jisriso's magic entered his body, leaving Mika gasping for breath. He could feel the world tree's power flowing throughout his body, healing his wounds in magic circles. Mana within his body was constantly surging. Under normal circumstances, his body would have long since become a complete mess. But thanks to the world tree's power, the wounds healed rapidly. Mika clenched his teeth as he felt that force sink deeper into his body. Everything is complete. Now you are a highly promising 6th tier mage. That night, the whole group ate, drank, and celebrated until midnight. Seeing them this happy for the first time, Mika could not help feeling happy as well. The Spirit King came over to sit beside Mika and asked how he was feeling. Yes, much better now. It feels like a completely new day. Prince Jiha is a genius. He spread his wisdom and organized meetings for the spirits still capable of forming bonds with the Spirit King. Mika said, "It seems you hold the Son of God in very high regard as his father. I am truly delighted." He replied cheerfully. Mika silently stared at him. Before the regression, there was one thing Jiha always repeated: "My father is a truly wonderful man." You are right. Thankfully, we managed to save that person, Mika thought with a smile. At that moment, the Spirit King pulled Mika to the front of the crowd. Hung Ho boldly declared that he would leave the forest to support Mika whenever he needed help. Everyone agreed with that declaration. The entire crowd shouted Mika's name in unison, praising him to the skies. Mika beamed with joy, then suddenly froze. He felt as though he had forgotten something important. The Pope had invited everyone to gather for a meeting. One of them guessed that this time he intended to choose a new backup hero. "That is correct. I have discussed it with Archbishop Ali, and he has agreed," the Pope replied. "But Your Holiness, the Walpurgis we are talking about carries the bloodline of a mage. You know, the purpose and true nature of a hero have yet to be clearly defined." Yet another person spoke up, giving the Pope a headache. He could not understand when those who served God had become so selfish. "Everyone, we simply follow the will of God. We must not make decisions on our own. We have decided to train a hero to stop the coming catastrophe. And why can we not eliminate an unworthy candidate?" Archbishop Killian slammed the table in fierce protest. "We must force that brat to serve our interests. Yet you came here and said such things. If you are the chosen one, you will easily surpass the other candidates and become the hero. Becoming a hero is not the only path. There are countless ways to help other people." Pope brought the meeting to an end with those final words. He felt the entire day had been pointless, but fortunately in the end, he had still managed to express his opinion and buy a little more time. "Mika, I wonder what kind of person you truly are," he thought to himself. At that moment, Mika was saying farewell to the elves. Both sides happily promised to meet again someday. "Do you intend to become a hero? I believe you are the right person for it. However, the other nations will not welcome this. Countless people have used false prophecies to wage war, so we hid ourselves within the spirit forest," Gia said, and Mika had already known that. That fool kept believing everything in the Holy Kingdom was true, and the memories struggled to break free from their restraints. Mika closed his eyes tightly, recalling the memories of the past. Jiha could only wish Mika safety, hoping the blessing tree would protect him throughout his journey. "Good luck. I am certain you will receive it as well. Do you remember what I told you? You do not have to carry everything alone. Nothing will change if you try to do everything by yourself. I hope you realize that through this incident," Mika said as he pointed directly at Jiha Khan. Jiha's problem was that he never stopped saving people. Jiha was trapped in the past and could not escape. Jiha had once been a noble, and Mika felt heartbroken to see him like this. "Now that I have returned to the past, what can I do to help?" Mika thought. Hearing Jiha promise to keep those words in his heart, Mika was deeply satisfied. Mika hoped Jiha would walk the right path from now on. Mika had also gained Jiha as a companion in the mission to save the world, on the way to the next destination. Seeing everyone constantly wondering about his origins, Mika decided to tell Vuong the truth. "I suppose it is finally time to reveal the truth. Alright, I will tell everyone. I can accomplish what seems impossible because I can hear the voice of God." Waterford and the others froze in shock, thinking they had misheard. Sichikyo stood completely stiff. What had Mika just said? They refused to process it. Mika recalled his first encounter with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun, paired with golden eyes. Judging by his appearance, that man was the perfect image of a warrior from a fairy tale. But no one expected that warrior to act so rashly and thoughtlessly. He arrogantly chased the image of a hero, yet in truth he had genuine talent. Because of that, many people had lost their lives. Even so, that bastard stubbornly refused to admit his fault. Now back to Mika saying that he had heard the voice of God. Leon and the others all suspected that Mika was lying. Everyone looked curious. Mika smirked and said God had told him to take action, leaving everyone stunned. "If a drainage pipe becomes flooded, the trees will rot from the roots. Unfortunately, the Holy Empire had now rotted completely to its very core. That was why I said it in the name of God. The Holy Kingdom should disappear. Mika spoke arrogantly while raising his middle finger in defiance. Our mission is complete. Why not overturn the entire game board of the Holy Kingdom's elders as well? Mika declared loudly to everyone. Newwood, the capital of the Holy Kingdom. They saw the Tower of Saints, the sacred symbol of this place. That proved they had arrived at the right destination. The gate guard kept questioning him without pause. Mika immediately presented Archbishop Ali's invitation, making that man flinch. After signing the confirmation in blood, Mika successfully entered the city. Although the Grand Elders of the Holy Kingdom were extremely cautious when selecting warriors, even after losing the position, a warrior was still a warrior, Mika thought. Leon secretly glanced at Mika and found him truly captivating, almost overwhelmingly impressive. Mika grew even prouder with his glowing tattoo and supreme scepter. The divine power radiating from Mika made the surrounding crowd gasp in astonishment. Watch carefully and report everything to those old nobles of the divine kingdom who sent you here. Mika calculated silently in his mind. He had already devised a plan to deal with the spies hidden among the chaotic crowd. Seeing the elderly steward constantly dotting around beside his ear, Mika told him to go rest. Just as Mika had predicted, those suspicious strangers reported Mika's divine power to their masters. Bishop Killian found it unbelievable, because the Walpurgis family was a lineage of mages. There was no possibility that a mage could wield divine power. Mana and divine power could never coexist. That was merely a legend from fairy tales. And that would be a true divine decree. Not only that, among the young master of the Walpurgis family's group, the subordinates also discovered Cassandra. The subordinate delivering the report made Killian's eyes widen in astonishment. Intermediate priest Sihan personally came to the entrance and warmly welcomed Mika. Mika glanced at him and noticed that Sihan had already become an intermediate priest despite his youth. Mika asked Sihan to lead the way while his attendants. He was certain they could take care of themselves, or perhaps he should inform them, Mika thought. Mika called Cassandra closer and whispered that Archbishop Killian might have recognized her. Yes, that is correct. They have always been most wary of my prophecy. Then what should I do? She asked anxiously. Just do what you wish. No matter what you do, I will support and help you. Mika looked directly into Cassandra's eyes and declared with absolute certainty. Beneath the sunset, their intense gazes met and gave her renewed strength. She promised Mika that she would do what she believed was best. Lord Mika, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Kingdom. I believe I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly grabbed Mika's hand before he stepped inside. A moment later, the door closed. Cassandra felt that telling Mika the truth was the right choice because she trusted him. Seeing Leon overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Holy Kingdom, Cassandra told him about her past. I was deeply impressed when I first set foot in this place. When I was young, I once lived in the slums, but all of that is now in the past. The Holy Kingdom was the light that guided my way. This was the very place that lifted me out of the slums. That is why I have always hoped the Holy Kingdom would remain unchanged forever. Lord Mika told me to act as I saw fit. If they refuse to listen to my prophecy, then I will have to give them a reason to believe. Cassandra clenched her fists. She firmly urged herself to stay strong. Meanwhile, Mika was following Cien inside. I heard that you performed a miracle of the Holy God at the front gate. Is that really true? Sihan suddenly asked with curiosity about the miracle. Do not tell me my declaration at the front gate has already been exaggerated into that. Mika recalled nervously. It was divine power. Is it so strange for a mage to use it? Mika asked as he turned toward Sihan. Sihan's eyes sparkled as he said he greatly wished to see the hero use magic. It turned out the Holy Kingdom had yet to choose its next hero. Mika had assumed the chosen one would be Siegfried and no one else. He was a good man. But how should I put it? You know how people often say one must compensate for a lack of understanding. That is the impression I get from him, Sihan rambled on. Sihan glanced at Mika's icy expression and flinched, then hurriedly apologized. Who would dare criticize him? Mika suddenly grabbed Sihan's hand. Leaning closer, he whispered, I like you. Sihan was left speechless as goosebumps rose across his skin. Intermediate priest Sihan, I will have to remember him well. I am certain he will become very important in the days ahead, Mika thought. Before long, the two of them stood before the door to the Pope's chamber. After explaining everything to Mika, Sihan asked to wait outside. Mika forcefully pushed open the door and stepped inside. He was curious to see what Pope Gregorius looked like. The moment the door opened, Mika was met by an unbelievably familiar face. Their eyes met and shock spread across both their faces. A few minutes earlier, Mika had asked Cassandra whether she left the Holy Kingdom because no one believed her prophecy. That was not the only reason. Prophecy known to the public was vastly different from the truth. The true prophecy said the demon lord would drown the world in a sea of fire, chaos would spread, and rivers of blood would flow across the continent. However, standing against the demon lord was a lion with a gleaming golden mane. Around the lion's neck hung an object shaped like an inverted sun. The sun was the symbol of the hero, so the people would interpret this as a prophecy of the hero's future downfall. She replied in a grave voice, the power bestowed upon the Holy Kingdom by the hero has always surpassed our understanding, and naturally the hero must face such a grim prophecy. Of course, they would do everything possible to prevent this information from leaking out. Truly troubling part was the description of the lion with the golden mane, Mika pondered. At last Mika's eyes widened in shock. He remembered someone with a gleaming golden mane, Siegfried, a man now standing imposingly before him. "Welcome, Lord Mika." Hearing that man speak so casually, countless venomous curses surged into Mika's throat. However, he had to restrain himself. He clenched both hands into rigid fists to suppress himself and remain calm. "Esteemed representative of the great holy kingdom, wise eyes of Heiko, I am deeply grateful for the honor of meeting you. But may I ask who this person is?" Mika turned toward Lord Gregorius and asked. "'Tis the prodigy of the Golden Lion Knights, Lord Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the position of hero. Both of you are candidates, and in all likelihood, one of you will soon have the honor of bearing the title of hero," he replied. At that moment, Siegfried approached Mika and extended his hand in a show of goodwill. The two shook hands while Mika seethed with intense irritation. Mika had already noticed that Siegfried was slowly trying to use holy power. He was channeling it through their handshake to gauge how powerful Mika was. "Fine, I'll play your final game." Mika gritted his teeth and thought. He continued using free circulation magic, making it impossible for the other party to withdraw their power once it had been poured in. That left Siegfried with no choice but to grit his teeth and tense his entire body. "Mika, if this keeps up, he will die," Seth gently whispered into his ear. Only then did he let go. Siegfried was drenched in sweat from head to toe. His face was filled with shock at the terrifying power Mika had just displayed. "It seems you have obtained pure holy power. In terms of purity alone, it even surpasses mine. Have you received enlightenment?" Gregorius asked Mika. He nodded without hesitation, lying as smoothly as breathing. "Impossible. After the Battle of Prophecy, the Supreme God abandoned the enlightenment of humanity. Even His Highness has yet to receive enlightenment," Siegfried shouted angrily. "Hero has always been an extraordinary existence from the moment of birth. Since he is a hero, even the Pope's orders carry no weight. It is precisely because Heiko always supports the hero that I say he is truly wise. What your knight just said was not merely an insult to the hero's dignity. It was a grave act of blasphemy, daring to compare the supreme saint in heaven with a mortal." Mika delivered a lengthy lecture that completely extinguished Siegfried's arrogance, making him lower his head and apologize before him. Mika intended to use this opportunity to explain his enlightenment, but at that moment, the figure of a strange girl sitting in the corner of the room caught his eye. He clearly remembered that no one had been sitting there just a moment ago. She glanced over and realized Mika could actually see her. She immediately bared her teeth in a grin, her face filled with interest. She snapped her fingers, bringing time to a complete standstill. Then, in an enchanting voice, she invited Mika to guess who she was. Very few people possess magic capable of stopping time like this. Among them, I can only think of one person. Mika widened his eyes, thought for a moment, then confidently spoke the name Heiko. But her playful expression and attitude were nothing like a god. She was much more like Seth. "Seth, you really are nothing like your former self anymore. I have every right to say that, because I am the origin of all magic and the other half of Asama." Heiko proudly said to Seth, "There is no other half. You are merely a fragment that fell from him. You're always trying to defeat me, yet who was the one crying so miserably yesterday?" Before Seth could finish speaking, Heiko grabbed her by the head and slammed her into the ground. A loud smack nearly scared her soul out of her body. Embarrassed, Heiko shifted her attention to Mika, the one who had inherited part of Asama and would likely inherit even more. "That means you are his successor, but the way you look at me is rather disrespectful. It seems you have no intention of serving me. The world tree is gradually withering away, while the fiends continue expanding their army. Yet all you can do is stand there and watch. If I still worshipped you after that, wouldn't that be rather strange?" Mika replied bluntly. Heiko found Mika quite interesting, believing there was a reason she had never answered his prayers. It was because her reply could never reach Mika. "I am called a god in existence equal to him. That does not mean I am perfect. Simply put, because of certain issues, my children cannot hear my voice. That is why they denied the previous prophecy. To be precise, you are the only human I can communicate with now, so I want you to tell me exactly why you worship me. If this matter can be settled peacefully, it will benefit both of us." After saying that, Heiko snapped her fingers, turning the flow of time to its original course. At that moment, Mika was about to tell Siegfried about the prophecy. Remembering what Heiko had just said, Mika told himself he had to resolve this as quickly as possible. The first priority was to increase his strength. "All of you who long for salvation, I have been informed that the Holy Kingdom's current state has become utterly corrupt." The moment those words were spoken, Siegfried and Gregorius immediately turned pale. Both of them broke out in cold sweat and glared at him in anger. Mika swiftly seized the upper hand with the prophecy, then spoke to Gregorius. "Long ago I already knew that you had 2 children. One was under your control, while the other was not. That was precisely why everything deviated from the path you had planned." Mika's words made Gregorius turn deathly pale with fear. They sounded vague, but you will understand them yourself. Besides, even if that is not the case, it does not matter. I only need to do exactly as I said and turn the prophecy into reality. Mika thought Gregorius was far too tense, so he suggested ending the conversation there. "It will be fine, everything will unfold exactly as predicted." Mika deliberately made himself appear dangerous. He left behind an ambiguous remark and walked out of the room, leaving the man bewildered. Before long, Mika would make everything move according to his will. After leaving the palace, Mika still had the distinctive tattoo of this place on his hand. The book thought that at this rate it would not be long. His entire body would soon be covered in seals. Now then, let us head to Cassandra, Mika said. Meanwhile, on Leon's side, an unfamiliar cavalryman suddenly appeared. He stood directly in the group's path. Where is the one who delivered the prophecy? I want to meet him. He made the demand with such brutal rudeness that Leon and his companions grew furious. Before even meeting anyone, he lost patience, drew his sword, and charged forward to pressure them. Unexpectedly, despite the mask, he realized that the person blocking him looked somewhat familiar. A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he tried to approach her. Leon rushed in from behind, stepped between them, and told him to move aside. With his path blocked, Haben, vice captain of the Holy Knight Order, immediately resorted to force. He tried to intimidate Leon, making cold sweat break out across Leon's body. Even so, Leon held his ground and refused to abandon her and flee. Haben had no choice but to use harsher measures against the stubborn Leon. Perfect, I was just looking for a chance to see how strong I am now. Fired up, Leon charged at Haben, and the two clashed fiercely. The crisp ringing of colliding swords echoed through the air. Unable to endure it any longer, Cassandra finally appeared. When the two sides came face to face, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Even though you are the vice captain, I never expected you to dare barge in here so recklessly. He spoke angrily. Haben replied, Lady Cassandra, the Archbishop is deeply disappointed. Things are different this time, so please come with me. One glance was enough for her to confirm that this man served Archbishop Killian. That old man was extremely strict about preserving rank and order. If she returned now, she would never escape the Holy Kingdom again. Cassandra refused, but Haben stubbornly insisted that she accompany him. Just then, Mika suddenly emerged from the flames, leaving Haben stunned. I promise to protect Lady Cassandra well, so you need not worry. Go and attend to your own affairs, Mika said coldly. Haben arrogantly replied that even as a hero, Mika had no right to obstruct the Holy Knight Order. Mika sneered and threatened him in return with the laws of the Holy Kingdom. He must think I never paid attention to the details concerning the role of a hero. Very few people knew the Empire's laws regarding heroes, Mika thought. It is true that Lady Cassandra left the Holy Kingdom without prior notice. But since she is with me, a prospective hero, it cannot be considered an illegal departure from the country. What I mean is that you have no legitimate reason to be here. Do you want me to discuss this matter directly with Archbishop Killian? Otherwise, leave now and do not attempt anything foolish. Mika's expression darkened as he pointed toward the exit and ordered Haben to leave. After he disappeared, Mika suggested speaking privately with the group. Once inside the room, Mika asked Ida to remove her helmet so he could confirm a few things. The more time passes, the more I feel that something is wrong. This person seems somewhat familiar, could it be? Although Cassandra tried to stop him, Mika wanted to give Ida more time, but it was already too late. Helenko no longer wanted to hide. Everything would end here. My name is Ida Nibiren, a prospective hero of the Holy Kingdom and Siegfried's younger sister. Ida removed her armor, revealing flowing golden hair and shimmering golden eyes. Everything unfolded exactly as Mika had predicted. Now, can you tell us why Cassandra left the Holy Kingdom and why you had to obey her? Ida began to recount. My brother and I were abandoned children. When we were young, our lives revolved around dark streets and alleys. Everyone knows, what else can children from the slums do besides becoming tools for others? The world was too cruel. It was difficult for those children to survive. We could hardly fend for ourselves unless someone exploited us. Or in the worst cases, we were abused. Those things happened to us often. Then one day a man found us. That man was Archbishop Killian. Looking back now, it was strange that we had not been discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed completely. The temple became our home, and we no longer had to scavenge for food in the alleys. But at the same time, many things began to grow strange. When my brother was informed that he would become a reserve warrior, he began acting unusually arrogant, and that was when he stopped listening to others. The first thing my brother did after becoming a reserve warrior was sever the prophet's limbs. To be precise, the Archbishop was the one who manipulated my brother. Since the prophecies were eventually proven true in one way or another, he exploited them for his own purposes. Ida bitterly explained that every tragedy that occurred back then had been caused by those prophecies. Mika thought, although he had suspected Cassandra's disappearance was connected to the Archbishop, he had not expected him to be directly involved. If this is true, then I now hold Siegfried's weakness. An Archbishop who denied a prophecy delivered by Heiko himself and the reserve warrior. Mika wondered whether what Heiko had mentioned was related to this. I will probably understand soon, he thought. Mika soon learned that Cassandra's nickname was the Doubting Prophet. Even though she was a prophet, no one trusted her. If she spread the truth, even the Archbishop would take action, and that would only benefit Siegfried. However, there would be no problem. The reason Siegfried became the center of attention was his appearance. Masks like that only needed to be shattered. Mika said with a cold, forceful smile. Meanwhile, Siegfried recalled the furious gaze his younger sister had directed at him all this time. The warmth gradually disappeared, and in the end, all he could feel was coldness. Why? He had done nothing wrong. Yet why could his own flesh and blood not understand him? Filled with frustration, he waited for the Archbishop to appear. Do you remember the young master of House Walpurgis, who joined as a warrior? He is currently with the Prophet and your younger sister, Lady Ida. Hearing this, Siegfried's heart skipped several beats. Siegfried turned pale. He had not expected His Holiness to know about it. You will find out soon. It must be done at all costs. God's will is clear. First, God grants no favor to those who remain idle. We must also use every means at our disposal. In any case, I do not believe that girl's prophecy. The important one is that young Walpurgis. The role of the formula is crucial. The Archbishop said coldly, while Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to prove himself even further and surpass Mika, and the Archbishop would be the one to help him. Siegfried glanced over and noticed someone lurking across from him, watching. 1 week later, Mika was still deeply occupied with thoughts of who would be chosen. In recent years, a fierce debate had raged within the church between the priests and archbishops. Which faction was most suitable to become the symbol of the church? Against that backdrop, Archbishop Kilian and several others declared their support for Siegfried. Siegfried became a member of the Holy Knight Order, a talented figure who embodied the Holy Kingdom's finest image. Mika told himself that the decision still required careful consideration. Leon worried about Mika because the opposing faction already had the support of more than half the votes. The number sounded unbelievable, yet it was highly convincing because it was based on real information. Selection of the hero was beyond the authority of the bishops. No one was allowed to interfere. Some bishops within the church remained neutral, such as Bishop Ali, until the final result was announced. That number, nothing. Mika thought to himself. Siegfried must have believed that if nothing unusual happened, he would be chosen. But reality was different. Mika had several complicated reasons for entering the selection at this point. One of them was the murder of the Archbishop. This matter had long since ceased to have anything to do with demons. After becoming entangled in countless complicated situations, only then began preparing seriously for the selection. I should have been able to grasp the entire situation clearly. Prevent the assassination and eliminate the demons. I locked myself inside the temple for an entire week. Mika pondered. As for Cassandra, she said Siegfried had rejected her request. She had thought he would agree, yet for some reason he refused without hesitation. No, there was no way he would reject her, because he was one of the few people who trusted Cassandra until the very end. While Mika was deep in thought, a knock suddenly came at the door. The Pope entered, his entire body wrapped in robes. His deep gaze turned toward Cassandra. The two embraced each other with overwhelming joy. Afterward, they did not forget to thank Mika. Mika also had many things he wanted to say to him. The Pope noticed Heiko's mark on Mika's hand. He was briefly stunned. I have said it before, the church must be reformed. It will require the Pope's help, Mika said with a smile. The following day, the Archbishop flew into a rage, smashing tables and chairs, all because of what happened only a few hours earlier. Mika had officially claimed victory, leaving the assembled officials utterly astonished. Archbishop Naran was the Pope's closest aide. His declaration of support carried as much weight as the Pope's own words. He ground his teeth while the priests seated around the round table whispered among themselves about Mika. There is no way that Walpurgis Brat will build such a reputation. No matter how many great demons he has slain, that story is still not compelling enough. In fact, it must be brought under control immediately. If we act for the sake of justice, we must also be prepared to stain our hands with darkness, the Archbishop said with a mysterious smile. A week had passed since Mika defeated Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Naran had made the first move. Cassandra and the Mark of God. As the Pope, he has no choice but to support me. Now there is only one issue left to resolve. It is the Archbishop's death, to be precise, the assassination of Archbishop Naran. Mika thought. This incident further weakened the Pope's already fragile position. Looking at the one who benefited the most, Archbishop Kilian's faction became the primary suspect. However, it was still too early for Mika to reach a conclusion. The butler suddenly appeared behind Mika, startling him. He had taken a week's leave and had only just returned. I have something to say. My recent vacation was anything but relaxing. I never expected the Holy Kingdom to shelter such scum. Surprisingly, they were members of the Holy Knights. Besides that, I also heard something from someone else. The Archbishop named Kilian radiates the aura of a dark power. It feels as though something terrifying is following him, the butler said. Mika nodded and said he would investigate later. Because of the butler's dedication, Mika wanted to reward him with something. Mika offered to teach him a suitable method to improve his health. This filled him with immense gratitude. Once the current matter is settled, Mika will definitely discuss this with him again. That very day, Mika told Leon about his intention to join the Holy Knights. He wanted to bring Leon along because Leon had not yet had the chance to fight the vice commander. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed Leon a short sword. Then he calmly instructed Leon to channel aura into the sword and witness its effect. Leon did as instructed. A surging torrent of arcane power burst forth, leaving him dizzy. You can call it a magic sword or a magical artifact, either works. It is far more than a simple sharp blade. Try spreading your aura throughout the entire magic sword, Mika said. Leon obeyed. Magical power flowed through the entire blade before seeping into his body, leaving him utterly astonished. This is a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Although you cannot communicate with it, it will make your training much easier, Mika explained. Leon felt the power radiating from the sword was remarkably similar to what he had once seen in his dreams. Receiving so many things from Mika made Leon feel guilty because he had done nothing for him. I am certain you will be of great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then become stronger. Mika smiled faintly, patted Leon on the shoulder, and spoke. Leon Leon tightly gripped the sword, deeply moved as he vowed to become stronger. Afterward, Mika and Leon went to meet Vice Captain Haben, but the guards stopped them as soon as they reached the entrance. They refused to let them in. There was probably a special reason they could not enter at the moment. Thinking that, Mika said the Central Eurasian soldiers were blocking the way. Then he walked straight inside. After only a few steps, Haben appeared before Mika with an icy expression. "What brings you here?" Haben asked. "The reason, there certainly is one. Leon wants to finish the battle between the two of you from before," Mika replied with a pleasant smile. He paused, wondering whether Miss Luck from his memories had ever crossed paths with Leon. "First of all, I apologize for not welcoming you properly after everything that has happened. However, I want to make it clear that meeting each other does not mean we must fight," Haben said coldly. Leon smirked and asked, "Are you afraid?" Those words stirred his anger. Mika added fuel to the fire. "If you refuse to accept this duel, should I take it as an act of hostility? Even though I am only a reserve hero, I believe it is my duty to oppose corruption and crime within the Holy Kingdom." Everything made Haben boil with anger. "Must we really do this right now? I understand, please come inside." Mika and Leon followed him inside. Many soldiers were diligently training there. "To avoid disgracing our lord, we never stopped training," Haben said. "There was once a time when I admired the Holy Knights, but now they seem somewhat strange." Leon spoke. He could sense Heiko's powerful aura throughout this place. At the same time, he also sensed something that filled him with indescribable unease. There was something odd about the flags bearing Heiko's emblem, yet no one seemed to notice. The Holy Kingdom has the greatest number of loyal and powerful disciples. Therefore, demonic power should not exist within the Holy Kingdom's capital. No, it is still possible, because there was once a demon born with a unique power. He used underhanded methods to eliminate his targets little by little. He cunningly imitated the appearance and behavior of his targets. However, he has one weakness. Once he imitates someone, he forgets that he is merely copying them. He completely becomes that person, thinking and acting exactly like them. "Wonder who it could be," Mika thought nervously. In response to his question, Haben said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the Holy Knights. "It seems he is telling the truth. I cannot detect anything unusual from those eyes. Then I will investigate it myself," Mika thought before raising his hand to his forehead. He cast a detection spell throughout the surrounding area. Searching through his memories, he found nothing worth noticing. Wait, it seemed Mika had discovered something. The feeling seemed to come from the basement. Something was beneath him. No matter how many times he asked, Haben still insisted that nothing was wrong. Mika could only smile and say to Haben, "If we were to head down there, that would not be a problem for you either, would it?" Hearing that, Haben was delighted, believing they were evenly matched. Mika immediately noticed that strange reaction from him. He knew the vice captain could not possibly be clueless about what happened within the Holy Knight Order, but he did not rush to a conclusion. Seeing that he wanted to inspect the basement, Haben asked to come along, but Mika rejected him outright. He preferred Leon as his companion. Mika was certain that man would jump out the moment he noticed any movement. He studied Haben's pale expression while calculating silently. Sure enough, Siegfried appeared immediately afterward. Mika pointed directly at him and said he wanted him to come along. Siegfried stood bewildered for several seconds, unable to understand what was happening. Seeing Mika head straight down into the basement without stopping, Siegfried could not begin to guess what he intended to do. Mika sensed that something was being hidden below, so he continued forward silently, without answering. "You once called me arrogant. Will you not tell me the reason?" Siegfried asked. "We still barely understand each other." Mika paused briefly, then sighed before answering. "You truly believe the Holy Kingdom never does anything wrong? It seems every bishop receives a divine mandate and never causes any problems. They always know how to justify everything. Have you ever wondered how your actions affect those around you?" A single sentence from Mika was enough to make him turn pale. He stammered that he always thought things through carefully, yet had he not still abandoned the prophet? "Shut your mouth. The moment you abandoned her, you lost all sense of righteousness and merely used justice as an excuse. Did the bishop tell you that her prophecy would bring disaster upon ordinary people? Did you ever observe the world yourself to see whether his words were true? Throughout the path taught by the bishop, did you ever consider doing something for the sake of your own free mind? This conversation is meaningless. The moment you asked that, you already knew I would say nothing positive, did you not?" Every word Mika spoke made Siegfried break into a cold sweat. Nothing would change unless he intended to change. Something like that would never happen. With the light of his aura, Mika illuminated the entire basement. Siegfried sneered. He assumed the place was empty, but he was completely wrong. Seth and Mika joined forces. After the binding light magic spread across the entire area, a massive blood-soaked brain was revealed. "Did you just say there was nothing here?" Resembled the thing tormenting Jisreso, but it was far weaker. Mika spoke while slicing the brains apart. These were remnants of a demon god, but they did not seem to be only ones. Mika was certain that dozens, perhaps hundreds, of such fragments were scattered throughout the Holy Kingdom. No, this was not enough. If Heiko had personally asked him, the problem could not be simple. "I cannot let my guard down," Mika told himself. Siegfried witnessed the scene and turned deathly pale with fear. He could not understand what this monstrous thing was, what he should do, or what was truly right. "Think carefully," Mika said while pointing at Siegfried's face. At the same time, Haben sat deep in thought about Mika. He had remained completely silent for an entire week at the first shrine, yet now he had suddenly appeared. Was there truly something there? I have never seen anything suspicious there, but that look proved he knew something I had failed to notice. Lost in his troubling thoughts, he completely forgot that he was supposed to fight Leon. As I just said, our previous battle was not official. The title of Vice Commander of the Holy Knight Order is not easily earned. It is not as though I have never heard of you, Leon, but when facing me your skills are worthless. Haben suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with hostility as he drew his sword into a defensive stance. Leon sneered. He also wanted to see how strong Haben was. Their first confrontation left them both somewhat awkward. That is right, you must think I am not an opponent worthy of you. He was not quite a master, but his skills were already comparable to that level. Even so, he was still far inferior to Leon. Give it a try. Leon, the strongest, spoke with a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He shot toward his opponent like an arrow, surging forward with the power of a raging bull. The two swung their swords at the same time, countering each other at astonishing speed. Each of his strikes was slightly faster than Leon's, pushing the battle into a dangerous state. They charged at each other amid thunderous clashes. Haben noticed the other knight standing across from him and watching, making him slightly tense. If I cannot show them an overwhelming advantage in skill during this battle, then I will have no dignity left when facing the Holy Knight Order, he thought to himself as the battle continued with fierce intensity. A deafening explosion thundered through the air. Mika strode imposingly out of the swirling smoke and dust. She stepped forward to announce something important. The Holy Knight Order will suspend all operations starting today. Upon hearing this news, the knights felt as though heaven and earth had been overturned. They recoiled in alarm as if they had been splashed with boiling water. Mika explained that several demons had been hiding beneath their headquarters. Siegfried had agreed, so until Mika and the others found those demons, no one was permitted to leave the headquarters. As soon as she finished speaking, Mika raised her staff high into the air. Together with the power of the World Tree and Heiko's authority, combined with Seth's storm, it created a vast amount of holy power that enveloped the entire castle. Just coughed. Step forward at once, Mika demanded sternly. A knight named Millicent suddenly began coughing violently, yet he still tried to deny that he was a demon. Enough, I must admit that you are an excellent actor. Mika spoke, yet Millicent stubbornly denied everything at all costs. He killed someone, peeled off that person's skin, wore it as his own, and blended into human society. How disgusting. But what can I do? I cannot concern myself with so many matters. The moment she finished speaking, Mika rushed forward and struck Millicent hard on the head. Knowing he could no longer hide, Millicent revealed his true form. The concealment magic surrounding him surged violently before vanishing. He had spent many years maintaining this disguise, only for Mika to ruin it in an instant, driving the demon into a rage. This method and situation, I remember them now. The assassination of Bishop Naran. That is right, you are the only one capable of doing such a thing. It was you, Delos. Mika spoke as she cast a razor-sharp gaze at the hideously deformed demon that had revealed its true form. This demon lurking behind the scenes, Delos, was the commander of Kun's 6th Division. He was also Meryl's most capable right-hand man. He was merely a tiny fragment of that woman's power. In the end, you are nothing more than her loyal lackey. Provoked by Mika, the demon flew into a frenzy. He thrust out his hand wildly, conjuring a dense storm of smoke and dust. The destructive wind and fog sent everyone into terrified panic. Now that his identity had been exposed, the plan to assassinate the bishop had completely collapsed. He had no choice but to kill the most troublesome person there. Mika guessed that his target would be one of the hero candidates. Yahello tried to approach Mika from behind and launch a sneak attack, but the moment he touched her shoulder, Seth's storm power surged forth and knocked the demon down. Mika seized his throat with one hand, hauled him into the air, and spoke softly. Meryl, I am certain you are watching me right now. I do not know what you are plotting here, but I will crush every one of your schemes, one by one. It was a calm yet piercing warning. Mika swiftly drove a holy spear through Delos' abdomen, under the admiring and astonished gazes of everyone around her. After witnessing how imposing Mika looked as she purified the monster and returned it to the earth, Siegfried felt somewhat displeased. Even as a hero candidate, he had never realized that his closest companion was actually a demon. How did I end up becoming a hero candidate? Such a fate was truly cruel. But no, if I have shortcomings, I only need to do my utmost to make up for them. The divine will never abandon those who remain steadfast. Try to stay a little more positive. Mika's words from the past echoed in his mind, causing Siegfried's expression to darken. He clenched his fists, trembling with resentment. Does everyone understand the situation now? Demons will do everything possible to hide among us. Without vigilance, you will become their prey before you even realize it. To be honest, I am deeply disappointed. I never expected that none of you would discover the demon disguised as your companion. This may be difficult for ordinary people, but I expected more from you. I once believed you were noble and powerful holy knight. I heard rumors that some of you colluded with bishops for personal gain. While Mika was speaking passionately, Haben suddenly shouted that they were neutral holy knights serving Lord Heiko. Is that why you were the first to attack the temple? I could understand if you were exorcising demons as part of your duty, but I no longer need an explanation. You do not even have the right to explain yourself. Sir Siegfried surely agrees as well. Haben and Siegfried were harshly rebuked, sweat pouring down their bodies. Siegfried suddenly roared defiantly, admitting that Mika was right. But before that, I want to test your strength myself. I challenge you to a duel. If you wish to challenge me, and stake something of equal value. Only when there is something at risk will you take this seriously. Mika demanded that Siegfried wager the sacred pendant he always wore. After waiting for him to agree, the battle between the two men officially began. Mika remembered the absolute defense of the storm that Siegfried had used before. Could be his trump card in this battle, but Mika was not concerned because he knew Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Siegfried was now being consumed by despair and self-loathing, all because he had lost faith in his ability to become a hero. That only made things even better for Mika. Mika bluntly stated that he held no fondness for Siegfried. Mika's opponent was just as eager for battle. The two charged at each other and exchanged a relentless barrage of blows. Siegfried used his full strength from the very beginning because he feared losing. The speed of their clash was almost unbelievable. Mika used fivefold multithought to block Siegfried's attacks. He followed with Reflective Strike, leaving Siegfried dazed. Mika then unleashed 100 Swords, an improved skill derived from the second circle spell Mana Sword. Since he had once helped Siegfried, this spell only caused pain rather than killing him. Siegfried staggered as he swung the sword in his hand, desperately trying to fight back. After a thunderous explosion filled the area with thick smoke, he concealed himself and vanished into the haze. Clever Mika had already seen through every move his opponent would make. Mika knew in advance that Siegfried would charge straight at him from the front, so he prepared another spell in an extremely short amount of time. Siegfried was simply unable to destroy all the mana swords. Now further exhausted by multithought magic, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Mika did not intend to end it yet because 10 swords remained unactivated. With an enigmatic expression, Mika placed his index finger against Siegfried's lips. He softly said, "How could you withstand the final strike?" Siegfried had been beaten senseless and lay motionless, foam spilling from his mouth. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. They believed Mika had gone slightly too far. Siegfried had failed both in love and in the athletic competition. Mika happily accepted the holy pendant from his opponent. "I will make the best possible use of it," Mika replied. This holy pendant could amplify holy power and enhance recovery. It also concealed a special function, but Mika had no intention of using it yet. Simply amplifying his own strength was already more than enough for him. After his defeat, Siegfried looked as dejected as a deflated pastry. He admitted that he was still far too weak in this fair battle. A fair battle, let me ask you something. If it were not a duel, would you resort to other methods, such as attacking from behind or using concealed weapons? Mika's blunt question made Siegfried widen his eyes in shock. "I would never do such a thing. It would be unfair to a hero," Siegfried declared firmly, "even if that caused thousands of civilians to die. What meaning does being a hero have if you cannot protect the people?" Mika continued coldly, leaving Siegfried in a difficult position. Siegfried stammered for a long time, unable to form a reply. He could only lower his head timidly and watch Mika leave. Mika did not want to hear any more because he had already guessed what that man intended to say. "You think you went too far?" With that Siegfried, another reserve hero. "He does not seem like a bad person, even if he is somewhat foolish." Leon hurried after him and asked, "If it had been anyone else, I would not have acted that way." "Becoming a reserve hero carries greater responsibility than you think." Mika spoke, then abruptly stopped and stared straight ahead. Archbishop Killian was walking out of the first sanctuary before them. He must have come here because of Cassandra, Mika thought. Leon was also surprised, wondering what Mika would do next. "I will confront him directly," Mika said before immediately acting. He promptly walked toward Killian. Their gazes met with feigned warmth, and both men wore false smiles. They greeted each other affectionately like a father and son reunited after many years. "What a surprise to meet you here. Perhaps my good fortune has not yet run out." Killian tightly clasped Mika's hand and laughed, speaking of future good fortune. "Yes, you are right because the prophet is safe now. She did not fall into the demon's hands, so we are all fortunate." Hearing Mika call those two demons made Killian feel slightly uneasy. Mika kept sarcastically calling them demons or something similar, saying no one from the Holy Kingdom could possibly do such a thing. If they did, they would surely be struck by lightning. Could you believe that a person of faith would defy the prophecy? As for you, I am certain you would never be foolish enough to do that, would you? Killian was extremely displeased by the mockery, yet he still forced a bright smile as though nothing had happened. He said he had matters to attend to and intended to mention the hero candidate before leaving. However, Mika cut him off. "I do not care. The one who chooses the hero is not you, but the divine, the supremely wise Lord." Killian burst into laughter, then turned around and walked away coldly. A foul scent wafted strongly from him or someone someone beside him. She suddenly realized something, and Mika reached the same conclusion at that exact moment. The demon Mika had defeated, Delos, was the murderer. Before Mika regressed, it had already become infamous for numerous deeds. Interestingly, however, it also had a twin brother named Ludos. After returning home, old Killian immediately ordered someone to investigate the Holy Knight Order. He learned that they had announced the suspension of all activities because of internal problems. He flew into a rage, smashing the table and kicking chairs, even knocking the messenger flat onto his face. His anger surged as high as an erupting volcano. Only the name Walpurgis remained in his mind, filled with hatred. At that moment, High Priest Huron appeared. Huron had heard that the Holy Knight Order would suspend its activities indefinitely. He widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. This is all because of that man. A wicked mage dared to disrupt the order of the Holy Kingdom. That is also why I summoned you here, Huron. What does your intuition tell you this time? Killian slowly asked Huron. Oh, do you mean the prophecy? Fortunately, the Supreme God has yet to send me any guidance regarding this situation. I know your prophecies have always been far more accurate, especially compared to that woman's. After saying everything he needed to say, Killian lowered his gaze and asked Huron to leave. The moment Huron turned away, he changed his attitude faster than an ex-lover. Everyone should remember that problems arose immediately after we signed a contract with them. At that moment, inside the first temple, Mika told the steward that one demon still remained. The steward sighed wearily after being dragged all over the place by Mika. Only such remote and isolated places could leave an old man like him so far behind the times. I have confirmed that old Archbishop Killian is involved with the demons. Cooperating with demons is heresy, a grave crime that even an archbishop would struggle to escape. Mika said this, but Cassandra worried that he would not be able to prove the crime so easily. There's no need to think too deeply about that. The Pope already supports this matter, he declared confidently. By now, the Holy Knight Order had completely sealed off everything. Even fate seemed to favor Mika, since he possessed evidence that the Archbishop had meddled in heresy. Above all, Mika had Heiko's seal in his possession. With this, the Pope's position would undoubtedly change. Mika smirked, planning to gather every Archbishop at the Warrior Aptitude Assessment 4 days later. He would create the perfect stage to expose Killian's crimes and eradicate the demons. At the same time, Mika also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecy needed to be respected and protected. Mika thought he could not allow Cassandra to collapse again as she had before. Cassandra had little confidence in her own abilities. In the past, the Archbishop had not even bothered speaking to her. Most people could not sense the future at all. Since she possessed the talent to reach the divine, that was surely something worthy of pride. Reassured by Mika, Cassandra gradually regained her confidence. She could not allow herself to fail. I have already spoken with the Lord above. It was an unbelievably sacred conversation, Mika said with a mysterious smile. Then came a clear and peaceful morning. The weather was so beautiful that it reminded an archbishop of days long past. He remembered the young prophet girl who had no hobbies, and how he had taught her knowledge of the divine. He had told her about the famous tea leaves from every region. He had taught the young girl many things, yet in the end he had been unable to protect her. Not only that, he had been forced to watch her be expelled from the city. As he sighed in dejection, a voice suddenly rang out behind him and startled him. What do you think? We must try every possible method to find a better path. I have a few things I would like to discuss with you, Mika said cheerfully. Thanks to you, I have been able to live comfortably in the first temple. In 2 days, my qualifications to become a hero will be tested here. That is correct. The main objective is to test your abilities and confirm the stance of each bishop, he replied after hearing Mika mention that many bishops supported Siegfried. He lowered his head in silence, uncertain of what to say. There were stories claiming that he had tarnished the honor of a family here. There were also rumors that he had tried to cling to his former fiancée. Although many rumors portray you as a bad person, I do not see you that way. He silently evaluated Mika in his mind. Then, a second later, he cast aside his pride. He stepped forward and begged Mika to take care of Cassandra, even if Mika was not chosen as the hero. This is meaningless. What I just said implies that you cannot become the hero. For the sake of that child's future. Mr. Jun hesitated, awkwardly bowing his head and avoiding Mika's gaze out of embarrassment. When Mika asked why, he revealed that Cassandra would lose her way if Siegfried were chosen. If a prophecy no one believed came true, Cassandra would slowly waste away in agony. If that child could leave the Holy Kingdom, I am certain she would be happier. She is a child who has already endured far too much suffering. I do not want her to suffer any longer, he replied in a solemn voice. That request will be difficult to fulfill, because I will be the one chosen. Mika's confidence left him stunned and speechless. Archbishop Kylan wielded enormous influence, with countless priests across the Holy Kingdom supporting him. On our side, however, we have the Pope, and we also have your support. Of course, you possess supreme authority, and the gods stand with us as well. That is why I believe in myself. Mika patted the bishop on the shoulder, his words carrying an air of slight arrogance. He stared at Mika in astonishment for a moment, unable to look away. He glimpsed what seemed like a pair of dazzling, mystical wings surrounding Mika. My lord, please tell me what I must do. The Bishop Naran bowed his head in submission before Mika. The exchange with Bishop Naran went rather smoothly. It seemed Naran had sensed Heiko's aura on Mika. Although Naran supported Mika, the true reason was that he had died in the previous life. Mika wanted to eliminate every possibility of that happening again, and at that moment all his suspicions were confirmed. After stepping outside, Mika held the clump of blood from the destructive demon. Mika had broken the seal placed on Bishop Naran. The object in his hand was proof that the assassination plot had been planned in advance. Mika then crushed it with his bare hand. Seth whispered that Mika could not contact Hiko because of the demon god's right eye. It was a part of that bastard's body. It seems to be somewhere beneath us. Seth put on a mysterious expression and whispered into Mika's hand. That is why the remnants multiply endlessly. You did well, perhaps we need to find it. Know where it is, Mika praised Seth. With an indifferent expression, Mika suddenly straightened up, turned around, and walked away. Mika's unusual calmness in the face of such shocking news startled Seth. Could Mika have known about this beforehand? And that was indeed the truth, making Seth feel terribly slow-witted. 2 days before the appointed date, Mika led Seth to the place where the Demon Lord's eye was hidden. It was the shrine of the Holy Kingdom's first hero. The place was overwhelmingly vast, leaving both of them astonished. Mika thought that even if he was a hero, he would only be the 8th. Everything was gradually becoming truly difficult for him. If the first hero saw this, he would be furious with the Holy Kingdom. The interior was spotless, without a speck of dust, showing that the place had been well maintained. We cannot ignore the symbolic importance of the first hero, even though this place is the source of the infection. This feels extremely ominous. I hope it is not the worst possible outcome. Mika told himself this as he climbed the steps ahead. Do not face the cold coffin containing the first hero's remains. Mika shattered the barrier and solemnly approached it. Seth's eyes widened when Mika said the demons had hidden the Demon Lord's eye there. More precisely, it was inside the hero's coffin. But that made no sense. The demon eye could not coexist with the hero's corpse. Seth insisted, but what if it had been absorbed before he died? Let us see whether that theory is correct. Mika strode toward the coffin, his eyes filled with determination. If the theory was wrong, the hero's body inside should still be intact. Please let me be wrong. Muttering that prayer, Mika opened the coffin lid. Before them lay a terrifyingly empty coffin. Seth panicked, unsure what to do next. Mika, however, gave a faint smile. This is not too bad. In fact, it is fortunate that we discovered this. Now, let us deal with this. With that, Mika immediately pushed off the ground and leaped down the steps below. The dark room was illuminated only by the faint glow of candlelight. Haran sat deep in thought within a dark corner. His dark brown stream of thought turned blazing red whenever he thought of Mika. Manipulating the elderly bishop had once been easy, but that young Walpurgis. Ever since he appeared, the chaos had gradually been brought under control. How irritating. How should I get rid of him? Haran swung his fist and shattered the illusion before him. His words contained no trace of hatred toward Mika. Then, as though sensing the energy flowing out from the tomb, that man suddenly burst into crazed laughter. This may be easier to resolve than I thought. Haran revealed his true face and whispered. Mika and his companions finally encountered the hero. The hero was seated upon the throne, having waited since the afternoon. I have always awaited you. I am the one known as the hero. Forgive me, my descendant. What is about to happen is not by my own will. It is because the Demon Lord has invaded me to the very marrow. Please kill me. His trembling hand formed a spell as his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Mika. Demonic power surged relentlessly toward Mika. Mika merely called out calmly, "Dear Senior." Neither of them hesitated as they charged into battle. Though fate had brought them together, it denied them a future, leaving strength to decide the victor. Mika used his shield to block the overwhelming barrage rushing toward him. The body this weakened. The magic he unleashed should have been weaker as well. Most of the power within that body had already vanished. Not a trace of muscle remained, merely moving was already a miracle. It seemed the Demon Lord's eye was controlling every movement of the hero, Mika thought. In response to the question of why he did not use Aura, the hero, trembling, drew a dark magic circle filled with necrotic flames. Driven into a corner, Mika hurriedly formed a fireball to block the sinister spell. The two currents of magic collided and erupted with a violent shockwave. So the hero had been a true mage before becoming possessed. Then what was the sword for? Mika wondered. The saint called it a sword because of its exquisite design, but it was merely beautiful on the outside. If I truly had to choose an item to symbolize me, it could only be the saint's robe. It is a sacred relic containing every blessing within it. Since I am already dead, I no longer care who possesses it. But before that, as a hero, you still have one task to complete, the hero said. It seemed he had sensed that his strength was nearly exhausted. He had already reached his limit. Young man, my descendant, I will entrust this world to you, he thought silently before gradually collapsing to one side. Mika quietly prayed that he would find eternal rest. He did not know how long the first hero had endured this suffering. He wanted to give the legend a perfect ending, allowing him to rest without regret. Mika immediately expanded his magic circle. The demon within the hero's body tried to seize the upper hand. Its brain, covered in rubbery tendrils, shot toward Mika with a sharp hiss. After reaching the 6th magic circle, everything had changed. Ancient magic circles were the standard, but his own were far more exceptional. Although that only applied when he expanded his magic magic circle. I can use 8th circle magic, Frozen Throne. Mika thought as a droplet of water brimming with mana formed at his fingertip. It gently burst outward into enormous blocks of ice as sharp as blades. The demon was no ordinary opponent. Its 6th circle magic spell shot forward to confront Mika's technique, creating an unprecedented maelstrom of dizzying chaos. Mika compressed his mana and hurled the force back at his opponent. Faced with the mountain of resources erupting like a volcano, he released energy as he moved. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the demon, glared at Mika with blood-red eyes. He had anticipated the close-range attack and concealed a magic circle behind his back. He deliberately wanted to stall for time and accumulate more power. Within the smoke, he silently assessed his opponent. Every defense had its weakness, and there was always someone stronger. Mika had also prepared an escape route in advance, using a surge of energy filled with chains. Mika finally captured the demon. Ordinary magic could not completely destroy the demon lord's core. Knowing this, Mika had prepared several special spells. One was an incantation he had personally created, transforming him into the strongest warrior in the world. Mika smirked, intending to borrow the skill Divine Authority to deal with it. He unleashed an earthquake that tore open the Demon King's abdomen. A ray of light descended, turning the room into a boundless white void. First hero appeared behind Mika in human form. He looked vastly different from what Mika had imagined. He was also completely unlike the illustrative portraits on the walls. The two joyfully embraced each other with deep affection. After everything, the hero finally felt at ease. The recent past had been an unbearably long period of suffering for him. Hope repeatedly flickered and vanished. Although he had great confidence in his perseverance, deep within his soul he had gradually begun to crumble. However, before he completely fell apart, Mika appeared. Now he could close his eyes in peace, knowing there was a trustworthy successor. Kid, I leave this world in your hands. Yes, senior, leave it to me. Since their reunion went smoothly, Heiko immediately praised Mika. Seeing that she wanted to reward him, Mika asked her to bestow a blessing, so Cassandra could see the divine revelation. Cassandra had already suffered far too much misfortune because of Heiko. Very well, naturally that is something I should do. But that is merely compensation for the harm I caused the girl. It cannot be considered a reward. Is there anything else you desire? What else could there be? Mika wondered. I already have the holy strawberry. Thanks to the free-flowing circulation art, mana is no longer a problem for me. That left only one important matter, and a bold idea occurred to Mika. Opening his eyes, Mika found himself back in the real world. The coffin had returned to its original form and was no longer an illusion. Then this meant Seth appeared and was surprised to see Mika unharmed after meeting Heiko. That woman had stopped Seth from following him, leaving him furious. She did that because she still held a grudge over what I said last time. Everyone knows how narrow-minded she is. Then what did she say to you? Seth asked curiously while suppressing his irritation. A large stone suddenly fell from the sky, carrying a robe with it. Inside it was a letter saying that he should go die. Mika picked up the holy robe. He secretly felt that the whole situation was truly surreal. He draped the powerful robe over his body. Mika's entire body immediately overflowed with strength. The holy stigma bestowed by Heiko appeared on his body. She had been delighted to engrave this seal upon Mika. Demigod essence within Mika was being transferred, so in just an instant, Mika was able to reach the 10th magic circle. Awakening the holy stigma would strengthen the demigod traits within him. Its effects were not powerful at first, but they would gradually increase over time. When the drop of her blood fell in his palm, Mika thought he was about to be consumed by raging power. Only those who overcome their destined fate can obtain what they desire. The engraved name said everything. It recorded special magic that could be used immediately. It was a 7th circle spell, but because it symbolized a warrior, it was the most iconic one, so Mika did not think it could retain ordinary magic. He worried that the sacred mark would make him lose his humanity completely. Mika cared about that, but the immediate priority was leaving this place. What he needed to do now was get out of here first. Before leaving, he had to take a valuable item from this place. Outside, Haran was coughing up blood violently, his body utterly drained. He could no longer sense the power of the demon god's eye. Remnants of the demon god scattered across the capital were gradually disappearing. Lord Merrill, please forgive me if the plan falls apart. Haran groaned and pleaded while clutching his bloodied face. Since matters had already reached this point, he wanted to claim something even greater. The gathering of the archbishops would take place in 2 days, which was perfect timing. A single archbishop would not be enough. Once he was there, he would kill the pope as well. Haran widened his eyes and grinned gleefully at the bloodthirsty thought. Mika sat perched on a tree and watched him leave, excited by how interesting events had become. Bishop Killian was raging and cursing Mika. He noisily smashed tables and chairs. Mika Walpurgis, you detestable bastard. How could this happen to me? I am certain that I am the one chosen by God. That is why he sent Haran to me. Haran, that very boy, revealed the god of death's origin to me. And if I act according to his words, everything will be resolved. Therefore, I cannot accept Cassandra's prophecy. That is why I drove her away. I had thought everything was proceeding smoothly. Who could have expected everything to become so tangled in Mika's hands? While Killian was biting into a piece of cake, Heron appeared with a radiant smile. That is right. If I obtain a revelation that neither the Pope nor the archbishops can deny, then I can turn the situation around. Lighted by the plan he had devised, Heron told the two gods that the current Pope Gregorius is committing wrongful acts. He also mentioned that the Walpurgis bloodline mages were defiling the Holy Kingdom. Killian was extremely pleased after hearing these words. Heron smiled brightly, placed one hand against Killian's face and said, "You must do everything you can for him. You must prepare to stain your hands. Tell me." In only a few minutes, Heron's demonic soul had brought Killian under his control. He was reduced to a soulless shell, blindly obeying every command from Heron. During the ability assessment itself, Mika was pleased that the neutral archbishops and those who supported Siegfried were about to side with him. However, Siegfried had not taken any concrete action. Mika must have beaten him too severely, so he still had not recovered from the shock. Even so, he was still worthy of the title of hero, Mika thought. Only 3 hours remained before the hero's position was decided. Mika wanted to wait a little longer for Siegfried. This bishop firmly believed that Mika would be chosen, because he felt there could be no better decision. After waiting and waiting, Siegfried finally arrived. He had come to reflect on what Mika had said. He had stayed awake all night and had been unable to sleep. I was not the only one. Sir Haben once said everything was deeply unfair, but after thinking it through, he admitted that he had been wrong. He wishes to apologize to you and the prophet, but he cannot leave. The other knights are the same. They once opposed you and showed hostility. Although little time has passed, it is already clear who was right and who was wrong. Bringing a demon before everyone like that, I am certain the goal is not merely to seize control of the Knight Order. Archbishop Killian, the one who drew me into this, once told me, the path of the hero that I believed in was the righteous path. It was the will of God, so I never doubted it. Everyone around me affirmed the same thing. Only one person said it was the wrong path, and that person was you, Mika. Please tell me what I should do. Siegfried suddenly bowed deeply before Mika. His confused, trembling eyes pleaded with him for guidance. Siegfried recalled his childhood, when he sat clutching a book and realized that his thoughts had always been shackled. He remembered finding a book at a garbage dump as a child, its cover depicting a hero beneath the sun and stars. Young Siegfried had read it with great fascination. It was a book about heroes. That day became the turning point when young Siegfried was trapped within the mana vortex of destiny. He clutched the book from years ago, and the blue circle bound to his life, grieving because he did not want to disappoint the archbishop. Two beliefs and two opposing paths appeared before him. Siegfried understood that Mika was nothing like a hero. Siegfried painfully admitted that he lacked the image of a true hero, while the mage protected by light had defeated the dark swordsman. Siegfried struggled for a long time before finally uttering the words, "Please." He looked straight at Mika and pleaded, "Tell me what I need to do." A sharp glint flashed in the protagonist's eyes. Mika wearily tilted his face toward the sky and let out a sigh. He asked the lost blonde youth whether he remembered the advice he had given, that he had squandered everything for a distant faith. Recalling himself kneeling before a girl, Siegfried murmured that he had also lost his last remaining family member. He clutched his head in panic and asked how he could recover what he had lost, saying he had no idea what to do. Hearing that, Mika could no longer restrain himself. He coldly said that this fool was still digging his own grave. Siegfried asked in alarm what he meant. Gentlemen uses words rather than fists, but a blockhead like this deserved a punch. Mika suppressed the hatred from both lifetimes and drove a devastating punch into his stomach. A thunderous boom rang out. The swordsman's mouth fell open and his eyes rolled back. The pain was undoubtedly unbearable. He flew more than 10 meters away and collapsed on the floor, clutching his stomach. Siegfried had never expected this. He widened his eyes and asked why Mika had struck him when a gentleman used words rather than fists. The one who had attacked rubbed his hands together and said, "You came to me because you wanted to change, did you not? So are you ready to change now? You are truly infuriating." The protagonist asked why everyone who got beaten never considered apologizing to the person who struck them. Siegfried felt his entire worldview collapse. This theory was far too novel. Mika told him that if he truly wanted to change. Mika wore an angry and unsettling smile, rubbing his hands as he warned the swordsman not to move. In his previous life, he had been crippled because of teammates like him. Staring at the demonic figure before him, Siegfried stammered for him to wait. His face turned deathly pale as he begged for mercy. Terrified screams echoed throughout the cathedral. Outside, gentle sunlight still shone upon the sacred building, indifferent to the young man being beaten senseless within. Priests walked through the cathedral greeting one another, the atmosphere as cheerful as a festival. One priest said it was fortunate to attend the hero selection ceremony, while another replied that he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. They discussed the mage Mika becoming a candidate, and one mocked the idea of a mage becoming a hero as pure delusion. An authoritative voice rang out, asking whether a mage could not become a hero, and the two two men immediately fell silent. They recognized Archbishop Ali smiling before them and greeted him in surprise. The Archbishop smiled and replied that he naturally had to attend the hero selection ceremony. He said he had heard Mika defeated a great demon in the capital. One priest confirmed it, while the other asked whether the capital had suffered any damage. Archbishop Ali confirmed that it had not, saying that was why he supported Mika, a once-in-a-millennium talent. A booming voice sounded behind him, calling out to Archbishop Ali. Ali turned and greeted Archbishop Killian, while the ill-tempered old man wore a friendly smile. The two exchanged a polite handshake, and Ali said it was an honor to meet him. Inwardly, Ali mocked the old man for ruining the Holy Kingdom, thinking that age had only made him troublesome. His eyes turned grave as he wondered what that man was plotting. Killian called out to Archbishop Ali. Smiling broadly, the old man asked whether he truly believed God was pleased with everything taking place. The Archbishop wondered what this old man meant, then replied that it was not their place to judge. Killian clenched his hand and said that was so. He murmured that if God's will could be understood so easily, then it could be changed at any time. Suddenly he vanished before Ali's eyes, leaving the Archbishop stunned. The bewildered Archbishop looked around, wondering whether he had just encountered a ghost. Realizing something was wrong, he muttered that perhaps everything was already over. Ali roared Mika's name, while the man he had called was dragging the swordsman Siegfried away like a sack of sand. His face had been beaten so badly that his bones seemed warped, and he cried out, "Did you really have to hit me until my parents could not recognize me? Damn it, you turned my head into a pig's." Mika recalled how satisfying it had felt to kick that man before the prophet girl restrained him, and he coldly replied, "Yes, of course, that was my youth. If Cassandra had not arrived, I would have beaten that man half to death." What a sham of a hero. The blonde swordsman sorrowfully called out Lord Mika. He asked whether he still lacked something needed to become a hero, and Mika replied, "Yes, you lack far too much. Damn it, I must have been blind in my previous life to choose such a counterfeit hero." Siegfried gave a bitter laugh and said, "Haha, you truly do not let things go easily." Then the two of them sank into their own thoughts. Michalik stared at that blonde punching bag, growing more disgusted the longer he looked, and thought it was truly shameful. Suddenly, someone came running toward the protagonist so frantically that he nearly fell flat on his face. The person called out Lord Mika, and he looked over, immediately recognizing who had arrived. Looking at the man panting like a dog before him, the protagonist asked Archbishop Ali, "What happened? Why are you so pale?" Lord Ali gasped for breath and said something had happened, causing an expression of immense surprise to appear on Mika's face. A mysterious figure appeared at the entrance to the cathedral. Archbishop Killian's face gradually came into view as the old man muttered, "I have begun to hear enlightenment, the thing I desired my entire life, yet I only understood it when I was nearly in the grave." With a vacant expression as though he were being controlled, Killian thought, "You were wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one." The veins on the back of his hand bulged as though they might burst, and the old man scowled, believing that you were the one who deserved punishment. A clear voice interrupted the corrupted archbishop's thoughts, telling him to stop. Archbishop Killian. The old man laughed mockingly, "Haha, heavens, is that not the prophet?" While Cassandra stood before him with a determined expression. She warned Killian not to cross the line any further, saying he had already been far too unrestrained. The old man's expression darkened. He slowly stepped forward and demanded to know what she meant. The sword pointed directly at Killian, and its wielder warned the old man to stop. The archbishop looked at the blonde girl standing before Cassandra and gritted his teeth, asking Ida why she was stopping him, and the blonde girl coldly replied, "Do you truly not know the reason?" Seeing Killian close his eyes without answering, Ida growled, "Or are you deliberately pretending not to know, acting like a fool while shamelessly showing your face here?" Ida recalled her recent conversation with Mika and thought admiringly that he had been right. Mika had smiled confidently and assured her that Archbishop Killian would definitely cause trouble. Her expression had been extremely complicated at the time, and Ida had wondered how he could predict the future so easily. Looking at the once imposing archbishop, now so withered that he was barely recognizable, she warned the old man to choose, surrender peacefully or resist and be forcibly arrested. The old man answered with a laugh, "Haha." Looking at the two girls before him as though they were foolish believers, Killian said he could not understand why so many people dared utter such blasphemy. The old man raised his hand to end the argument and growled, "Insolent brats." His whites suddenly twisted into spirals, and Killian muttered as though intoxicated, "God walks beside me." Ida suddenly panicked and thought, "Damn it, this old man overdosed and destroyed his brain." Purple magical power shot straight toward her, and even Cassandra beside her had no time to react. The prophet girl anxiously shouted, "Ida!" The blonde girl was struck by dark magical power and slid across the floor. Ada realized in shock that this was not divine power. The old man had become a heretic. Seeing the old man surrounded by dark magic beneath his feet, she shouted, "What the hell have you done, Archbishop Killian?" The old man raised both hands and coldly replied, "Did I not already tell you?" Damn it, a horrifying sight appeared as the hair across the old man's body slowly grew longer. Two horns also sprouted from Killian's head, and all he needed now was a patch of green grass. A gigantic black goat with red eyes appeared and continued saying that God walked beside him, though it was probably the horned god he meant. Ida cried out in alarm, "A black goat! Damn it, I have no interest in goat hot pot." Purple magic appeared around the ugly creature. The horn-shaped magic immediately locked onto Ida and charged at her. Caught off guard, she had no time to react and could only let out a startled sound. Ida's golden pupils reflected the horn-shaped magical power closing in, and she thought, "Impossible, am I about to die? I have barely spent any money on haircuts yet." Suddenly, the familiar shape of a staff appeared. Along with the reflective light incantation, a shield engraved with a stylized sword appeared before Ida, safely protecting her from Killian's attack. She turned around in astonishment to see who had intervened. A radiant smile suddenly spread across Ida's face. "Ha ha ha." He exclaimed excitedly that he was late, while Mage Mika, carrying Siegfried in one hand, replied expressionlessly that he was not. He narrowed his eyes at the traitor to God and said, "Now then." The protagonist slammed his staff hard against the floor. The magical power around Killian suddenly vanished, and the old man returned to his original form before collapsing to his knees. The old man widened his eyes and asked the protagonist why he was there. Mika ignored Killian's question and asked the old man how it felt to be devoured by a demon. The archbishop asked back in confusion, "What in the world?" His eyes were webbed with red veins like an author who had spent too long racing against a deadline. Looking at the disciple Mika held by the throat, Killian ordered, "Come here, Siegfried." The old man flashed a sweet bad boy smile, reached out toward him, and asked who had saved, raised, and guided him. He told him to come over, take his hand tightly, and never let go. The old man kept dancing toward where he stood, and Siegfried suddenly raised his head. Killian concluded that this was not where he belonged. Confused by Mika, the blonde swordsman muttered about what he should do. Choose the bird or listen to reason. Mika refused to help him make the choice, saying it was something he had to decide for himself. He added that Siegfried had to take responsibility for his own decision. While Siegfried's expression became unreadable, Killian continued coaxing him to come back so they could be together and rekindle their former bond. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened as he grunted. A firm foot planted itself on the floor. Seeing Siegfried's fierce expression as he pointed his sword at him, the old man froze and asked what he was doing. His attempt at persuasion had failed. The blonde swordsman declared firmly that he was a holy knight and could not stand on the same side as someone possessed by a demon. Veins bulged across Killian's bald head. The old man completely revealed his dark side, clenched his fists, and demanded whether even he would say such a thing. He should have been the one who trusted him most. The old man cursed him for betraying the hand that raised him. The old man screamed madly, laughing that God was walking beside him. Siegfried anxiously called out to the archbishop, but Mika suddenly appeared in front of him and warned him not to act recklessly unless he wanted to be dragged into it. Killian raised both hands toward the sky and said he had yearned for this enlightenment all his life and had finally attained it before being lowered into the grave. Mika mocked him, saying that was no enlightenment but the summons of a death sentence, "You ridiculous old fool." The stubborn archbishop insisted that they were the ones who were wrong, that he was. The old man's head suddenly twisted to one side, and his dancing body abruptly went still. Mika stared at the old man, who stood unnaturally motionless. He warned someone that they had played around long enough. Behind Killian, a dark shadow gradually spread outward. Mika continued, saying it was time to reveal himself. With a terrifying expression, he said he was talking to him and ordered him not to stay silent. He nearly growled every syllable as he called out Meryl's name. Killian, also known as the Black Goat, appeared with 2 pairs of horns protruding from his head, blood-red eyes, and beast-like ears. The old man wore a confident smile meant to intimidate. Archbishop Killian, also known as Meryl, asked when Mika had known. He replied that he had known from the very beginning, asking whether the old hag was surprised, since he had already lived through 2 lifetimes. The demon curiously asked whether he was some mage who punished evil. Mika approvingly replied that he already knew, and that he would be the next one sent into reincarnation. As though hearing a joke, Meryl chuckled and said it was truly amusing. He began by saying he knew Mika possessed immense power, but he had existed for a very long time. Mika closed his eyes and remained silent. He inwardly cursed that the bastard only knew how to talk in circles, meaning Mika was still too young and inexperienced to defeat him. Wearing a deliberately provocative expression, he spat out 4 words, "You arrogant bastard." Meryl thought of the vicious King Beelzebub, who had fallen helplessly. Though he was expendable and could be discarded, news of his defeat was still unsettling. His long idle hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, twitched slightly. He laughed contemptuously and said he had plans of his own. Stroking his chin with one sharp claw, he kindly informed them that this old man was not the only person under his control. Mika replied curtly that he had known that for a long time. He said something that stunned the demon. Since Ludos was not here, he had to be over there. Meryl stammered in shock, asking how he knew. With a warning look, Mika demanded what was so surprising when it was so obvious. There was hardly anything he did not know except the meaning of the word no. He raised his staff. The jewel atop the staff radiated green light. He coldly replied that just like all demons, it was only natural for Meryl to be careless. At that moment inside the church, Leon staggered along while sighing. He anxiously searched his surroundings, guessing that the target had to be somewhere nearby. He recalled Mika firmly instructing him to find the person possessed by that demon. Leon pondered over finding the possessed person, but Mika had never been wrong before. Terrified, he strained his eyes and kept searching under the pressure of what would happen if he made a mistake. Looking at the priests walking through the church, Leon knew that if he was wrong, all of them would be sent to meet their ancestors. His tightly clenched hands trembled as he gritted his teeth and concluded that this was an enormous responsibility. Leon clutched his head and complained about why Mika had entrusted this task to him. The people nearby stared at him, like an escaped asylum patient. Pale as a sheet, the swordsman tried sensing both mana and divine power. He could not detect both within one person, and he was no hunting dog. He recalled Mika snapping his fingers, winking at him, and saying that direction was crucial. Leon wanted nothing more than to punch Mika. He grumbled that Mika kept saying things he could not understand. The swordsman muttered that Mika should at least have told him how to deal with it. Suddenly, a figure brushed past him. A ringing sound suddenly emerged and caught his attention. Leon grunted in surprise. He saw lightning shining brightly along his sword and exclaimed that his sword was producing the ringing sound. A thought suddenly occurred to Leon that it seemed to happen every time someone passed him. Leon finally understood and asked whether this was it. The swordsman chased after the priest who had just passed him and politely asked him to stop for a moment. The man turned around with a puzzled grunt. Damn it, not seeing it was one thing, but the moment he did, he froze stiff. He muttered about that thing. Leon saw a sinister black shadow on the man's shoulder, with strands of dark mana spreading down the priest's body. Seeing its dull red eyes, two pairs of rough curved horns and shaggy fur, he concluded that it was a black goat demon. The lightning on Leon's sword sensed the mana and shone even more brilliantly. Seeing him draw his sword, the priest stammered and asked what he was doing, saying he did not want to die. Every sword strike aimed directly at the priest with flawless precision. Under attack, the priest shut his eyes tightly and prepared to meet his ancestors. When he opened his eyes, he panicked upon seeing a strange object that had suddenly appeared and blurted out, "What is this?" A black mountain goat struck by spiritual power lay dying. He said this thing had been clinging to his body. Leon watched the priest collapse before him and cursed under his breath, his instincts warning him that something was wrong. As though sensing something, he exclaimed, "This evil energy is." He turned his head toward a faint silhouette in the distance. A silver-haired priest slowly emerged from the darkness. That man wore his familiar Joker-like grin and said, "You are too late, human." It was Haran. He had completely transformed into a demon. Or perhaps this was his true form. With blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, that man arrogantly declared that everyone was prey, and no one would escape. A familiar pair of horns gradually rose above his shoulders. The black mountain goat fully manifested, clearly a relative of the one Leon had just sent away. Its spiritual power spread outward and attacked every priest in the room. They screamed in agony, crying for help and saying they could not breathe. Leon swung his sword in panic, wondering what he should do now. Watching Haran laugh madly, he feared the dark power was beginning to consume everyone. A hand rose from the darkness, desperately pleading for help. Gradually, they were swallowed by demonic power and turned black, the color symbolizing evil. Leon was terrified to see them being corrupted by darkness, but he told himself to remain calm. A ray of light gradually appeared, radiating a brilliant glow through the pitch-black space. Leon told himself that he could not waver. He was not afraid. He was not afraid. Suddenly, radiant spheres of holy light appeared around Leon and purified the entire space. The darkness instantly vanished, replaced by sacred silence. Leon widened his eyes at the space flooded with golden light. He wondered light. The corrupted priests were also purified by the divine light, returning to their original forms and no longer suffering. One priest suddenly cried out and knelt amid the glittering starlight. They all knelt together, bathing in the light as they chanted praises to the divine. The black mountain goats grew calm, their eyes softening as they fell silent before divine authority. From the dazzling sphere of light at the center, a divine voice spoke, "Listen well, my children." A pair of hands reached out as the voice continued, "Your eyes and ears have remained in darkness for too long, but I have granted you the power to pierce the night and lead you into the light." God told them to rise. Leon felt an unseen force lifting his body as though it were moving on its own. Leon panicked, wondering what the hell was happening. He could not understand any of it. He recalled Mika's gaze and his warning about the importance of direction. He suddenly understood. Mika had known this would happen and had sent him here. Leon wondered whether Mika had met God in private. If it was Mika, that seemed possible. He nodded and said, "All right." He decided to trust that everything would work out. Leon asked respectfully, "What must I do?" The voice from the sphere of light replied, "Set them free." Leon smiled faintly and said, "I understand." He gripped his sword as blue spiritual power radiated from it, confidence filling his eyes. That is something I can do easily. A vast universe beyond Earth appeared, with a sphere of light and a sphere of darkness separated by a flowing current of radiance. This current spread from the source and covered the surface of Earth like strands of Christmas lights. In the beginning, darkness merely existed, while light expanded and developed into the world, creating laws, heaven, and earth. From the earth, the first seeds sprouted and formed fields of rice heavy with the essence of heaven and earth. The image of hands reaching out to receive the radiant holy light appeared clearly. Laws revealed that light had always existed. Humanity later called it God's blessing. They also called it divine power. Leon's sword hilt shone with golden light, while blue divine power enveloped the blade. His silhouette raised the sword high in the solemn atmosphere, as though performing a sacred purification rite. Determination filled Leon's eyes as he said, "Let us begin." After remaining silent for some time, the black mountain goat suddenly awakened. He charged forward at a frenzied speed without the slightest hesitation. Thick clouds of smoke billowed behind the beasts wherever they ran. Their enormous shadows loomed over Leon, but he remained still and released spiritual power throughout his entire body. A colossal pillar of brilliant blue light shot into the sky and tore through the darkness. Leon leaped into the air and drove his sword straight into the leading black mountain goat. Through the dazzling light, killing intent filled his eyes, and he showed no mercy. The black mountain goat gradually dissolved beneath the blinding radiance. An enormous blue sphere appeared, scattering glittering light in every direction. Killian, also known as Miro, froze upon witnessing the scene. That man wondered in confusion how the forces of the divine realm had arrived so quickly. Mika suddenly dropped down from nowhere and kindly explained, "It was simply because I worked very hard at it." He asked the old man, "Did you truly think you had a chance, you blockhead?" He raised a hand toward the sky and said, "Heavens, thank you." Mika added fuel to the fire, "Thanks to you. The Holy Kingdom has become increasingly devoted to fighting the demon race." Surprised old hag. Veins immediately bulged across Killian's forehead in fury. That man cursed furiously, called Mika a bastard, then unleashed demonic power directly at the protagonist. A surge of green light suddenly spread outward like a whirlwind. It formed a barrier that protected Mika from Killian's attack. She said disdainfully that a low-ranking demon dared to flaunt his power before her. Mika raised his staff and asked whether she meant that man posed no threat to them. He added that this was how villains spoke to demons, and it was truly hurtful. Mika's red eyes flashed as he pondered the word villain. He imagined himself transforming into a giant demon before Killian, thinking that if he was a villain, he should commit plenty of evil deeds. Seth called out to Mika and asked what he was thinking about to make such a frighteningly wicked face. The protagonist honestly admitted that he was thinking about beating those demons to a pulp. The boss looked surprised upon hearing his answer. She suddenly smiled. After savoring her pride, she flew close to him and said, "Good." Killian ground his teeth and roared, "Yulu, crush them." As he flew upward, he summoned magic as though he wanted to smash those bastards apart. Mika countered with a shield of divine power, and holy light stopped every wave of attacks. He asked whether running away would not be wiser, and why that man insisted on striking a rock with an egg. The demon tilted his head to one side and repeated, "Run." Trembling, he raised his hand and shouted for him to be silent, declaring that he would rather die than endure humiliation. Killian flew into a rage and unleashed his demonic power, roaring that he would send them all to the underworld. The razor-sharp fingers on his hand began to glow. Mika grimly realized that he was forcing out power without regard for his host's body. He knew only holy light could turn the situation around, so he extended his hand. While Mika was confused about where he was, a beautiful figure touched his hand and told him this was the Holy Kingdom, where divine authority was strongest. Miko laughed and said that it had truly been exhausting. Mika breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The protagonist slammed his staff down and asked whether that was really true. Mage laughed triumphantly and said that man should have fled long ago as powerful spiritual energy radiated outward. Blue spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, forming a gigantic pillar of light. It spread throughout the entire area. Mika silently listened as Meryl let out a shrill scream. Meryl gradually faded away, angrily threatening that she would remember his face and send someone to kill him. Mika found it amusing and burst into loud laughter. The kind-hearted protagonist said, "Do your best, your father will be waiting." A pillar of light from the Holy Kingdom's cathedral pierced straight into the heavens, surrounded by rings of swirling white clouds. The sacred sight made His Holiness the Pope widen his eyes in awe. The priests and clergy all knelt and clasped their hands in prayer. Everyone could feel it. The long-absent deity had returned, and the sacred pillar of light connecting heaven and earth was the sign. The sky shone brilliantly through the glittering clouds. Inside a purple palace adorned with white orbs, the lavish interior clearly displayed its owner's extravagant tastes. A faint sound shattered the silence as syrup splattered from its source. The voluptuous girl known as the Lord of the Forest reared chin and said angrily, "Not again. I had only just obtained that soul." She stammered incoherently in rage. Her face gradually became clear, with red eyes and horns upon her head. She was the Lord of the Forests. She ground her teeth and uttered the name Mika Walpurgis, the one who had ruined everything. Every piece she had painstakingly planted had been rendered useless, and she was furious that Mika had sabotaged her plan and even severed part of that man's body. Meryl imagined the familiar figure behind Mika manipulating everything and concluded that Hiko was undoubtedly involved. She said she would investigate the matter thoroughly. The black goat suddenly charged forward. It vomited out a small red demon with a lizard tail, who cried out before falling to the ground. He lay sprawled across the floor as Meryl called out Ludos. Hearing his commander's voice, the demon jolted and raised his head. He dropped to his knees and stammered a greeting to Meryl, only for her to order him to be silent. She said that he should have died during the Holy War, and he fearfully replied that he had been spared thanks to her. Meryl coldly asked whether he truly thought he had been spared. Ludos trembled as she said his memories were useful, so killing him outright would be wasteful. A massive horn pierced straight through his body, sending blood spraying everywhere. The demon's eyes widened, unable to understand why he had died immediately after returning. Meryl calmly said that his wretched life did not matter. Ludos pleaded with his commander to show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into black smoke, leaving behind a red spirit stone. Meryl said that his plea was meaningless. She picked up the spirit stone and raised it to her mouth. Meryl slowly processed everything that had just happened. Ada wiped his mouth and declared that next time, Mika would definitely meet his end. 1 week later, the imposing pope stood in the place of honor, with a vast gathering of priests below him. He thanked everyone for attending the gathering ceremony for the heroes. Lord Yidin stood beside his butler Morden with an unpleasant expression as he listened. The pope declared that many events had occurred, and the cursed one had begun attacking again. Leon and the others listened intently as he stated that the world would never be the same again. Chaos might descend, but God would not turn away from tragedy. A white robe fluttered freely in the wind. Mika stood there with a scepter in his hand. The Pope continued God had bestowed his power upon Mika. Zack exclaimed that they had prepared everything remarkably quickly, and the event organizers were truly professional. The protagonist replied that it was because, a few days earlier, Siegfried told him that he intended to withdraw from the position of hero candidate. Seeing the swordsman's devastated expression, Mika asked whether something had happened. He gave a hollow laugh and replied that he had no other choice. Protagonist was surprised when he confessed that he barely knew what he was supposed to do. Siegfried thought about how everything he had created with his own hands had been erased. He said sorrowfully that to become a hero, he had denied his past. Mika asked what had happened to his brothers. Siegfried replied that he could no longer see them. The protagonist sat on the bed with his hands resting on his thighs, and sternly asked whether Siegfried had come here to beg for such useless things. The other man's expression darkened as he repeated the word beg. He said that Mika held no goodwill toward him, and he understood that. Mika looked up and listened seriously. He thought about the turmoil inside that man's heart, then clicked his tongue. Compared with Siegfried's pride, everything that had happened was simply too much. Recalling his previous life, he had once knelt humbly before this worthless man. Mika told himself that he could not be shaken by old memories. Siegfried wore a dejected expression, while Cassandra smiled with confidence. He knew that everyone was changing. Mika muttered that he was not happy at all. Siegfried continued, Archbishop Killian would be imprisoned for conspiring with demons. I should have received that sentence as well, but you stopped it. Mika asked emotionlessly what he meant. Siegfried sprang to his feet, placed a hand over his chest, and said that Mika hated him. The protagonist laughed and lightly remarked that saving people was the true nature of a hero. Back at the ceremony, beneath the blue sky and drifting white clouds, the Pope asked whether Mika would fulfill his duty. The protagonist solemnly replied that he swore he would. A gleaming crown was placed upon his head. The crown gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. He recalled his previous life when Siegfried had stood here, knelt before the vast crowd, and received the crown. Back then he also blended into the crowd, enthusiastically applauding to celebrate the hero of the holy nation. Mika closed his eyes, ending his recollection. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shone directly at him. The Pope said it was a divine blessing, my lord. Seth, who was sitting nearby eating vinegar, jumped in. She really did give it her all, right? Mika smiled gratefully. This moment was truly well-deserved. He seemed submerged in shimmering white light, the male lead holding a scepter, his entire body glowing. He smiled, knowing this was just the beginning. Finally, he had taken another step closer to his goal. Leon crossed his arms, leaning against the door, and said, good job. He raised his hand, proud as an orator, saying that he had become a hero. We had killed the demon residing in the holy nation. It was wonderful. Mika, propping his head indifferently, replied, right. Leon felt his reaction was off and scratched his head in confusion. He questioned, you are a hero now. Shouldn't you be happy? The male lead replied apathetically, I am happy. Mika thought to himself he was happy because they had completed the first phase. He recalled the coronation ceremony, reminding himself that he was not truly worthy yet. Mika knew the great demon still existed and the world was in danger. He imagined himself standing on an empty lot. The male lead imagined a starting line before him, thinking this was only the beginning and he was standing at the starting line. Mika muttered, Being nominated as a hero means a disaster is about to break out, so I need to prepare many things. He explained that only after resolving everything could he be truly happy. Leon asked, so what is your plan? The male lead replied, yes. Since there is no reason left to hold me back, I plan to depart tomorrow. His companion asked with concern, do you need to prepare anything? He answered decisively, no need, I can handle it myself. Leon said goodbye, saying that was good, he was going to bed. Then he went out and closed the door. A sound echoed, and Ida exclaimed, what a person who makes decisions so fast. Mika said that is just how he is. He turned back to look at her and asked, what about you then? The male lead asked curiously, what do you plan to do from now on? Ida closed her eyes and smiled, replying, if you are asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the holy nation, I will choose the latter. She said frankly, I have to keep an eye on my damn little brother. Mika nodded in agreement. He instructed, contact me if he seems suspicious. I will beat him up for you. Ida happily agreed, sure, I will call you immediately. Suddenly, a hesitant voice rang out, what should I do? Mika lifted his head. He called out the name Cassandra. She stood at the stairs, her hands clasped together in a ladylike manner. The male lead said with a smile, you should stay here too, you understand that yourself. Cassandra asked sadly, is it because I am a prophet? She muttered sulkily, my prophecies are all negative, they will not be of any help. The male lead felt something was off and denied it, that is not the reason. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard him declare, I do not want a prophet to be despised. Oh my, a direct hit to the heart, women love that. Image of Cassandra bound by red chains and descending from the holy light with Heiko appeared, because the prophet is always looked down upon, even though called a dialogue partner with the gods. Mika said honestly, this should not continue, I want to change that. Cassandra clutched her dress in confusion, but the prophecies spoken all reflect destiny. In her mind was the scene of being ostracized. Honestly, that was the cause for others to avoid the uttered prophecies. She clutched her dress so tightly that if it could speak, it would have cried out. Stammering, the prophecy is. Mika looked at the flustered girl with gentle eyes, comforting her, that is not entirely the case. The male lead asked, what if the prophecy is just a clue? Cassandra immediately lifted her face, eyes full of tears, and asked back, what do you mean, my lord? He said, I mean, you do not need to speak such clear, affirmative statements. Edda smiled as she heard Mika explain, just give the clues. The interpretation is up to the listener. A gentle hand touched her hair. He said, your responsibility is only that much. Sandra's eyes welled up with tears again. She raised a hand to rub her eyes and said, all right. A confident smile bloomed on her face. The prophet affirmed, I will try. That evening at sunset, Mika and Seth stood on the city wall. She exclaimed, what a kind reason. He asked back, kind about what? She replied, I knew from the start you had the chance to make her dependent, but you did not. The male lead affirmed, because for her that was unnecessary. Seth happily said, thank you for trusting her. She praised him, saying, you did not even do anything excessive, letting her make her own decision. Now she can choose her own path. Seth fell silent and let out a smile. She exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, I am so glad I met you. Realizing something was off, she suddenly blushed. Seth pinched Mika's cheek and yelled, I did not mean anything by it. Oh my river village. Then all of a sudden she transformed into a mark on the male lead's neck. Mika sighed in annoyance, muttering, you say your piece and then just go back like that. He smiled and looked up to gaze at the surroundings. The male lead saw a perfectly full moon high above, thinking to himself that he and the moon shared a deep bond. Mika suddenly recalled those sunsets in the distant forest. He thought to himself, because it was the symbol of the lessons between him and his teacher, and touched it. He recalled that before the regression, whenever he had free time, he would begin learning magic from the teacher. A voice rang out asking him what he was doing. Seeing Morden give a standard butler smile, he asked if the old man rested well. He replied yes, quite interestingly. Morden clenched his hands and said he had seen many things and accomplished many tasks. The time was enough for him to make a decision. Mika smiled and asked if that was so. He closed his eyes and chuckled, replying, haha, yes of course. His silhouette gradually faded, merging into the twilight sky. He recounted that there was once a magic sect that used the moon as its symbol. Within the humanoid frame, a faint glow appeared. They believed humans were the vessels and origins of mana. After centuries, extraordinary people like Superman and Spider-Man appeared. Their names were etched into history, causing countless pages to fly out and record them. The butler reminisced about the genius who possessed a natural talent for mana transfer, as if born to use magic. Mika listened as he said that sect wanted to create a genius through artificial means. Hearing Morden tell how they destroyed their own bodies due to a wish for revenge, and how it kept repeating itself, the protagonist could not help but exclaim how insane that was. The butler's face darkened. He spoke painfully, saying that was the reason their bloodline declined, as if he were the main character of the story. His attitude changed quickly as he said, however, young master. His face was full of vitality. Morden asked what if the final madman of that sect saw the genius before him. Mika thought that now his face looked like that of a madman too. Time returned to the day the Walpurgis family was annihilated. Mika trembled as he knelt in the room, knowing that day his family had collapsed and many had perished. Protagonist's hand trembled as he brought the sharp knife to his throat. He wept painfully in silence, only able to kneel there weakly, watching the servant fall without being able to do anything. A man came to deepen Mika's pain with the question, "Are you satisfied now?" He could only cry pathetically when the other asked how it felt to plunge his own clan into the abyss. That man affirmed it was all his fault, that he was unfit to sit in the position of family head. The voice continued, "Did he think taking the lunchbox here was brave?" The protagonist turned his head, the space enveloped in pitch black. His hand holding the knife trembled. The other said if that was the case then, Morden's face showed signs of fatigue after the battle. He concluded that his value was only that much, young master. Protagonist's face froze as if he had just attained enlightenment. Back in the present, that knave face had become a calm young man admiring the sky. Butler Morden asked what he thought if the thing one had to struggle to obtain. He continued, there were those who easily achieved it through luck and talent. So unfair, meaning those born with natural gifts. Mika replied expressionlessly, then let me ask you a question. Protagonist's steady voice struck the old man directly, assuming I already have a suitable method to achieve that thing. Then what would you do? The butler said bitterly, so you knew everything from the start. He raised his hand and replied, I do not know the details, but it is as you said, it is natural talent. Surprising, is it not? You could practice for several lifetimes and still not achieve it. The protagonist's red eyes gleamed with cunning. In his head he thought, talking nonsense like that sure looks cool. He raised his hand to point at the sky, his white hand standing out against the violet twilight, declaring that he was blessed by heaven with a handsome figure. His finger pointed to his lustrous golden hair. Mika proudly said he also had a genius brain. In summary, 8 words, the cream of the crop, women love it. He explained the reason his body was ready to accept mana while Morden remained silent. His steady voice lectured. That was also the reason he could channel a massive amount of mana. The butler interrupted. Do not tell me you have already analyzed it. He replied, not only that, I have even translated already. Morden's face was unreadable. He said the young master was only 20 this year. He nitpicked that it had not been more than 3 years since he started learning magic. He should stop exaggerating. Mika quickly crossed his arms and retorted that he was simply gifted in magic. He lamented how unfair it was. Incredible, some are born with talent, easily reaching levels that others must toil to achieve. Morden's face wrinkled and became haggard as he complained, truly unfair. Why does life have such illogical things? Mika looked at the sky in silence, choosing words that would please him. He closed his eyes and explained that the world was illogical but not meaningless. The butler asked what he meant by that. The protagonist looked at the silver-haired man in the suit and said he looked very weary, like a drug user who had overdosed. Mika said, I told you my eyes are sharp. Just as you felt something in me, I too felt something in you. In Morden's blue eyes, the protagonist's figure appeared. Every word struck his heart. If I am not mistaken, you are on par with the one who perished in that sect's final battle. The butler froze right in his spot. His eyes became vacant, drifting into a distant realm. Mika concluded it seemed he had achieved some results. Only heaven knew what it was. With both hands clasped behind his back, Morden chuckled bitterly, results. Haha, that is right, results my foot. In the mystical purple night sky, the moon was covered by Miro's barrier but still beautiful. Morden's voice was steady. We were twilight mages. After discovering the potential, I suppressed those who looked down on me. Technically, I was qualified as a level 8 mage, but that title was not stable. It was too Sukana. In his mind appeared a red ball of yarn with threads more tangled than a broken promise. Mika asked curiously, any side effects, like balding or impotence? Morden honestly replied yes. It was hard to avoid. My internal organs are all destroyed. Even donating them would get rejected. An image of someone in a blue robe covering their face, both hands controlling the red ball of yarn within a white light appeared. The butler sighed painfully. To maximize talent, we pushed our bodies to the limit. The old man lamented that in the end, he was also unlucky. Mika said coldly, but you are still alive and kicking. Morden lowered his head and said, because I gave up halfway. He raised his hand to his chest and confessed, I gave up the ambition of becoming a level 8 mage. I limited the time for using magic to the minimum, only using it when necessary. The butler closed his eyes helplessly. As you can see, I am waiting for my body to become stiff, not strong. Looking at the great mage with his flourishing youth standing out against the purple sky, he concluded that he was impotent now, no longer having any ability. Mika suddenly uttered a sentence that confused the old man. Then we just heal it, and it will be fine. Morden raised his hand to explain, young master. What I meant all along is that my body is completely rotten from the inside. Mika immediately asked, so what now? He thought, who do you think I am? It is not like I just stepped into the role of a hero chosen by the gods. The butler was bewildered, but I know my own body best. It is hopeless. It cannot be healed. The protagonist affirmed, rest assured, a god is here. Morden's eyes widened. What the hell? The whispers of Da. He raised his hand, his face full of confidence shining under the sunset, asserting that nothing was impossible. That hand was about to touch the butler's hair. The main character closed his eyes, silently telling himself to rest for a bit. Morden opened his eyes wide, puzzled, asking what he intended to do. Mika replied with a fierce expression, "Sleep, it will be a long time before we settle that matter." When the magical hand touched his head, Morden seemed to understand what was about to happen. His eyes rolled back, just managing to curse the young master as a bastard before losing consciousness. The last word had barely left his mouth before he collapsed. Mika caught the butler, smiling as he said his vitality was as good as ever. The main character's red eyes grew more focused. Looking at the experimental subject, the sleeping butler, he flashed a cunning smile and whispered, "Let's begin now." In the room resembling a wizard's bedroom, Morden lay straight on the bed, while Mika stood ready to conduct the experiment. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand and raised it, nostalgically remarking that it had been a long time since he had felt this cold and heavy sensation. The sleeping butler probably felt a chill down his spine even more. The main character said excitedly, "Let's just remodel this body into that of a 20-year-old young man." Seth floated nearby, shaking his head in annoyance, saying he was starting his nonsense again. Morden's buttons were unfastened one by one, revealing a scarred 8-pack abdomen. Truly, the older the ginger, the spacier it gets. Mika's gaze suddenly turned nostalgic, drifting off to a distant memory. He recalled a figure standing alone under the vast, gloomy sky, when he had once thought being born with mana absorption was a privilege. That person immediately refuted, "No, I wasn't born with it." Returning to the present, the main character's eyes were tinged with sadness. That man ultimately could not overcome his own limits and fell. The only reason was being out of options, pushed along by the tides of life. Looking at the scars on the butler's chest and abdomen, Mika fell into thought. No matter how skilled he was at analysis, the core issue was still a lack of time. But things were different now. The main character placed his magical hand on the butler, as if healing the regrets in their relationship before the regression. He silently felt fortunate to have turned back time. Mika placed his hand on the butler's chest while thinking, "This time I will definitely not let that fate crush him." He closed his eyes to concentrate, preparing to chant. A faint blue light surrounded him. The main character looked at his trusted butler, saying this was his final triumphant song. The entire room was filled with sparkling blue-white light emanating from the magic of the great mage Mika. A new day began, gentle rays of sunlight shining through the window frame. Morden snapped his eyes open, feeling as if he had just had a long, deep sleep. Thankfully his pure body remains intact. He sat up, gently rubbing his aged back, sighing and groaning, "Oh, my back." But then he noticed something different about his body. Morden brought his hands in front of his face to inspect them. The pain is gone now. Amazing, truly astonishing. Then he raised his hand to check if the mouse was still on his hand. The butler even did a headstand on the bed. Holding that bizarre pose, he mumbled, "Strange, why does my body suddenly feel so light?" Suddenly his eyes widened, a thought flashing through. "Wait, about 2 seconds. So that means..." The butler sat back normally, looked down at his 6-pack abs, and sighed in relief. Thankfully it's still intact. He sensed something unusual, looking at his hand and wondering what his mana flow was like now. As he was about to touch his chest to check himself, an authoritative voice rang out, stopping him. Looking at the young man with blonde hair sitting with his back to him, Morden called out, "Young master." He asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you did all this." Mika answered confidently, "Who else could it be?" The main character knew the butler's finicky nature, so he cautioned him carefully, "Take it easy. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." Morden asked why as he fastened his buttons. A glass bottle appeared, containing green pills emitting a gentle light. He tossed it to the butler, instructing him to take 1 pill a day, and to apply the standard training method at home. One wrong move and it's over. He emphasized that it was the most important thing. The old man asked curiously like a child, "What in the world is this?" Mika turned back with a cunning smile. One look and you could tell something bad was about to happen. He answered softly, "The refined fruit from the world tree." Shocking, isn't it, old man? The butler's face instantly turned pale as a ghost. He threw the bottle up in fright, shouting, "Wait, what? The world tree?" Mika replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, the fruit of the world tree." The butler quickly snatched the falling bottle, hopping around like a housewife. "Why are you so generous? Why give this to me? You could make a fortune selling it." The main character said in a big shot tone, "When you're having fun, you don't fear the rain. If this fruit can help an 8th rank mage recover his power..." Looking at Morden's bleak expression like a withered tree, he added a devastating blow, "Then it's still more valuable than trading it for a lot of money." His eyes full of sorrow, the butler hopped again, "But I lack talent." He thought of a trembling hand desperately reaching for the top of a tower, muttering to himself that it was like a tower climbing game. When he reached the top, that young man was completely exhausted, gasping for breath while supporting himself on his knees. Morden continued, "Because I was inherently without talent, I couldn't break through." That young man was himself in his youth, with a face full of confusion. Around him, the others were still struggling to climb the tower, probably preparing for ninja warriors. Another young man lightly climbed to the mountain peak, a complete contrast to Morden. He realized that no matter what method he used, no matter how wonderful, looking at the towering roof tower shrouded in mist before him, Morden sat amidst the dust, realizing realizing that he could never reach the 8th rank. The butler continued his lamenting song, and Mika, unable to take it any longer, cut him off. There you go rambling nonsense again. He stated firmly like a nail, I told you. Once I've developed the flawed technique you're using, I will return it to you. The main character hit a sore spot, asking if he couldn't trust him just once. Morden was about to jump, then suddenly fell silent. He felt ashamed, lowered his head, and stammered, His mind flashed the miracles Mika had performed for Lyndall, Leon, Jiha, and Mei Mei. The negativity within him began to waver. Nothing lasts forever. Love today might become an old flame tomorrow. That's normal. Morden silently pondered as if an eternity had passed. He broke the silence with a question. Is it truly possible? The main character laughed and replied, Of course it is. When Morden recovered, the two ventured into a quiet forest with ancient trees and cool shade. He decided not to hesitate and would immediately pass on the circulation magic to him. The elderly Morden became an attentive disciple. The main character planned to adapt the magic to suit his abilities. Looking at his mana-bereft hands, Morden could not believe his eyes and let out an exclamation of surprise. Around him, a mana current circulated continuously, emitting a pale blue light. He asked, What is this, young master? Mika replied, I told you I would develop it. He wondered how. He joked, Well, I have the main character's aura, don't I? More seriously, he explained it was the product of research by a close associate, refined over many generations. Morden looked amazed. He mysteriously shared that the method was still crude and quite heavy, but not too bad. The butler raised his head, his thoughts unknown, perhaps pretending to look menacing. His aged mouth let out a light snort. He closed his eyes in relief, inhaled the fresh air, and sighed. That settled then. I needn't care about the rest. Before the gate of the Yuanga Holy Temple, a robed clergyman was seeing off two young men on horseback. The four-pointed star on the youth's armor shone brilliantly. A cross on his gauntlet also blazed, and a cheerful laugh rang out. Mika looked at his problematic companion and asked with dissatisfaction, Is it really that gratifying? Leon replied enthusiastically, Of course it is. The armor is my life. The main character remarked seriously, Yeah, that's good too. You're about to use it anyway. Leon did not understand the implication. Suddenly remembering, Leon asked, Speaking of which, I haven't been told where we're going. The main character replied, The destination? Facing Leon's dumbfounded face, he answered Draculian Castle. Leon could not believe his ears and asked cautiously, Don't tell me it's the territory of those who never sleep. He replied curtly, That's the one. Hearing that, he let out a long sigh. The face like the most wronged person, Leon looked at the sky and howled, Oh heavens! In the gloomy forest, he turned into a stone statue and lamented, The hero you chose is digging his own grave. Mika praised, My so full of life. The main character thought his reaction was not unreasonable. Majestic castle in the mist appeared in his memory. Mika remembered Draculian Castle was once a prosperous land. Images of suffering people having their souls drained replaced the bustling scene. He remembered his sister. Because of that place, Lady Draculian had an ambition for a fountain of youth. As a result, he devoured over half the population, and the land was sealed by the Holy Kingdom. Mika guided his horse through the forest, thinking firmly, The next destination is where the monsters of the sealed territory live. Leon yelled in dissatisfaction, Is there no other place to play? Why do we have to go to that horrible place? Mika replied humorously, That's a sensitive question. The main character explained the first reason. This place had something similar to the mound where he lived. Danger accompanied by opportunity. Leon racked his brain and said, Oh, so it's a dungeon raid? Okay, sounds simple as a joke. His instinct suddenly turned sharp. He asked, What about the other reason? Mika replied, Because it won't be long now. An image of a coffin sealed with leather straps, an iron shell inlaid with sharp spikes, surrounded by blazing red roses. That was the seal constricting Master Draculian, about to be removed. After sleeping on Mika's shoulder, Set stretched and said, What a good sleep. She asked curiously, How much longer will we travel? The main character replied, You slept through it. We'll arrive soon. Set replied, Is that so? What kind of bear is that? Behind them, Butler Morden looked like a lost soul, white smoke like a spirit floating from his mouth. A bizarre sight appeared before Set's eyes. The butler bowed his head, using mana to lift a large horse. She asked, What kind of strange technique is this? A strained expression appeared on Morden's face. Leon was snoring loudly, tied securely the horse's back, adding to the difficulty. Set's face was stunned. She did not understand what the hell happened while she slept. She asked, What the hell is going on? 2 days earlier, the group of three rode slowly into a dense forest. After hearing the purpose of the trip, Butler Morden was terrified and shouted, We are about to unseal that monster. He suddenly remembered and asked again, But the sealing coffin cannot be opened from the inside, can it? The main character asked casually, Did the god tell you that? Morden was flustered. Leon chimed in, Do you even know how to send him off to meet his ancestors? He added that the title of Undying Monster was not meaningless. Mika answered irritably, I know, no need to remind me. I've considered it very carefully. Leon closed his eyes, putting on an air of certainty. That's right. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. He looked at Mika and said, you never do anything that's against your interest. If you couldn't win, you wouldn't have come here. Morden agreed that the young master's calculations were very precise. Mika listened to them whisper, and suddenly realized something was wrong. They had misunderstood something. Leon asked, come on, tell us your plan. A smile suddenly appeared on the main character's face. He flashed a textbook salesman smile, and flowers seemed to appear from nowhere, scattering in the air. Seeing that smile, Leon felt a chill run down his spine and trembled. Damn, that scares the soul out of me. What is that disgusting smile for? Mika kept smiling, flowers flying everywhere, and replied, I have a plan, but it needs a legitimate reason. Leon asked, a legitimate reason? Leon said in fear. Wait, stop for about 2 seconds. I don't know what plan, but I think there's no need to prepare right away. Instinctively, Mika's face turned as sinister as the Joker's, and he replied, what are you saying? We have to prepare as soon as possible. Seeing Mika like the Joker, Leon felt he had stepped into hell. He stammered and shouted, damn it, what are you planning to do? The main character instantly used the chant, sleep. His companion let out a soft moan and fell backward, losing consciousness. Mika silently watched Leon, now sleeping face down, lying still on the horse's back, a bubble puffing from his nose. Morden asked, what the hell are you doing? The main character replied, if I let him drown in an illusion, he will become stronger. Butler analyzed softly, so this is illusion magic? But it seemed more complex. You also planted a sophisticated false consciousness. Leon beside them continued snoring carelessly. Mika dismounted his horse, offering a knowing smile, saying it would be very difficult for a butler to notice such a thing. Cursing Mika's ancestors in his heart, he still put on a placating smile and said the young master was underestimating him too much. He boasted that no matter how complex the magic, he could analyze it, even rank 8. The protagonist smirked and challenged him to try. Mika taunted, saying no risk meant no fun, so let's make a bet. Morden's eyes widened as he asked what the bet was, saying he only had his pants on him. He replied he didn't need anything grand. Looking at the obedient warhorse, he decided instead of him riding the horse, let the horse ride him until they reached their destination. Protagonist laughed loudly and said if he lost, he would also let the horse ride him within a 2-day limit. Before the butler's stunned gaze, Morden asked for his opinion. He replied he had plenty of time, thus digging his own grave. The butler had to use both hands, channeling mana to lift the horse, his face pale and nearly out of breath. Morden unconvincedly asked if the magic was so complex it couldn't be analyzed. Mika closed his eyes, thinking wearily that the stubborn old man truly understood nothing. He thought of the complex purple magic circles wrapped around the sleeping Leon on his horse, smugly proud that he had mixed in rank 9 magic theory. So how could someone of such low rank understand? Protagonist said flatly that it didn't matter, then pointed to the side. He replied it was about the next tome. She turned around and said first she stood neutral so she couldn't give him much information. Mika bargained, so could they get a small clue then? She repeated, a small clue? She put on an experienced air, recalling that the remaining tomes were very different in form from anything he had encountered. In the trial seal's basement floor, the pitch-black room was lit only by flickering torches. Seth said the Asama tomb had many strange things, not to think it was like those ordinary damp rooms. He recalled the first tomb Mika entered in Leon's house, praising his luck for encountering the simplest one. Otherwise he would have been selling salt long ago. Seek continued, saying there were tomes that punished the failed very cruelly. He looked at her as if he knew everything. After all, he was a regressor. She further explained that the difficulty depended on the arrangement of the guardian responsible for that place. Mika asked again, punishment? In his mind appeared Draculian's coffin covered in blood-red roses, the seal on its lid glowing brightly. He remembered before his regression Draculian had degenerated out of fear of aging and death. That was all he knew. He gripped the reins tightly, anxious, asking what if those things weren't the truth. His eyes were thoughtful. Mai Kang thought he needed to confirm again. Morden called young master, cutting off his train of thought. The old man had already gone 2 rows, his legs trembling. Butler felt his body was no longer his own, forcing a smile, saying wasn't the horse he carried better than letting it fulfill its duty? He wasn't putting on a man-horse act. The protagonist replied flatly, put it down, we're almost there. The old man, as if pardoned, tossed the horse aside and plopped down on the ground, abandoning his dignified image. Morden lay on the grass, basking in the sun, sighing in relief and exclaiming, this feeling is amazing. Mika was speechless, sighed, and reminded him, hey butler, are you planning to sleep forever? The butler, lying as if dead while perking up his ears to listen, said if it were him, he would think of a way to keep the horse as long as possible. Morden sensed something was off, sat up like a zombie, and called young master. The protagonist replied, what the hell are you calling for? Mika was dumbfounded hearing the butler ask how he could be even older than him. He asked back, that's a compliment, right? Morden scratched his head, pretending to be flustered, saying of course not. He meant the young master seemed like a damned old bastard. He thought Mika would get furious, but his reaction surprised him. His young master just looked at him and smiled, making that chill run down his spine again. Butler's stammer echoed through the forest, don't smile pervertedly like that. Don't make me carry the horse again. Mika said he never intended to say that. He replied the young master clearly did, the second biggest scoundrel, and no no one would dare claim the first. The protagonist snapped his fingers, putting on a mature air, and advised Morden that lying was a bad thing. Butler. He commanded him to try circulating his mana through the sixth circle. Morden gaped and asked what. This butler guy. Mika immediately put on a Joker act, giving a thumbs up and saying he had once boasted he was about to touch the eighth circle. Another commotion echoed through the forest. The butler roared, asking why he always had to win every verbal fight. The scoundrel protagonist replied, "Am I wrong?" Morden grumpily said people should learn to accept defeat. Miss Exit didn't even bother to speak, thinking they were truly hopeless. Hearing the protagonist order it to be done right now, she sighed and cursed inwardly, "Is this a hero? More like a brat." Mika's group stood before a majestic castle shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, separated from the world by a gigantic wall. He exclaimed, "Holy shit, how the hell is it so big?" Focusing his observation, he realized this was the quarantine wall separating the infected area from the outside. The protagonist murmured, "It proves the Holy Kingdom and the Empire take Draculian very seriously. Serious enough to build a quarantine wall even more so than with COVID." Leon Volke looked around and said, "But the ridiculous thing is there's no one supervising here at all." Morden speculated that many places must have matters to attend to, so they couldn't stand here monitoring continuously. Mika approached and touched the wall, discovering it was still active. Looking at the dark black of the poison on every tree branch and wall crevice, the protagonist thought irritably, how long could one person hold out here? Not knowing the situation was even more frustrating. After examining the wall, Mika knew they trusted it could hold up for 100 years. Protagonist thought of a blurred figure surrounded by holy light, with an 8-pointed star barrier above its head. He speculated that if the Holy Kingdom's strongest knight created this seal, they would spare no expense to protect it. Mika's eyes swept over it, giving himself an unconvincing answer. They believed this seal would never be broken. Well, for now, that was it. Suddenly, seat beside him complained loudly in disgust, "What the hell is that horrible smell?" She covered her mouth and looked around, disgustedly saying it wasn't over. Not just the infected area, but everywhere had something strange. Sit concluded it was like the smell of animal hide, extremely unpleasant. Mika gave a light laugh and replied, "Is that so?" Leon from behind asked, "Are you planning to go in right now?" The protagonist raised his hand mysteriously and replied, "No, not yet." First, Leon looked blankly in the direction of his pointing finger and asked curiously, "What the hell are you pointing at?" Heading southwest, there was only one village at the edge of the nearby forest. He said we should clear that place out. The sound of hooves beat steadily on the empty road, the noise echoing because there was not a single soul. They entered the village and saw the silhouette of a woman brewing wine. Villagers walked along the road, a stark contrast to the desolate appearance of the castle earlier. Leon exclaimed in surprise that people truly lived here. Mika said mysteriously that not all of them were subservient to the master of that place. He recalled the time before his regression, when this place was once a graveyard full of burial mounds, with the tragedy of half the population being killed. The main character remembered a girl's hand placing a white rose on a grave. That was the hand of a short-haired girl with tear-filled eyes. Behind her, a crowd of people with closed eyes in grief. Mika deduced the other half had survived. He wisely explained that they had no high ground advantage, so they had to fend for themselves. They must have endured many hardships. The swordsman asked doubtfully if they were living here now. The main character thought of the flickering red eyes behind the foliage, exclaimed that living here was not bad. Remembering the castle filled with ghostly aura dyed in gloomy blood color, Mika found it strange that the monsters would not even come near. Draculian sensed a bad omen from the scent of the place, like dry fish. He told his comrades that this place had no taxes, was not under the Empire's command, and other regions did not want to get involved either, so this was an opportunity for them, a self-governing and tax-free world. Though he said that, his face fell, and the word however appeared in his mind. Recalling the coffin sealed in the room as red as syrup, Mika affirmed that Draculian was not easy to deal with at all. The coffin lying still did not mean the person inside was dead. The main character believed he had planned everything after being sealed. Morden covered his mouth and whispered mysteriously to Mika, asking if the matter of him trying to break Draculian's seal was on the god's advice. He answered curtly that we have an assistant. The old man immediately asked, "So what?" The group rode under a sky as gloomy as a bleak future. Mika said it was probably a demon, with an unknown high rank. A voice suddenly rang out welcoming everyone. He immediately looked to find its source. An old man with a shaggy beard appeared, laughing heartily and saying what a surprise and how pleased he was to meet them. Mika asked who he was. The man politely replied, "I am Daflos, the village chief of Piakolam." Davos bared his sparse teeth proudly, saying no place around here is as developed as Pia. Mika's group thought, of course, because the area was all dense forest. The main character dismounted from his horse and praised the sir for making a wise decision. His eyes, red like gemstones, stared intently at the opponent, exuding an oppressive aura. The main character remained silent and gave a smile. Then a flower-filled atmosphere appeared. The two greeted each other amiably. He shook the old man's hand and laughed heartily, saying, "What luck. I was also looking for a place to rest." Davos squinted with a smile and replied, then what luck, like old friends meeting after a decade. The village chief enthusiastically expressed that it had been a long time since he had a distinguished guest. Could not let you be inconvenienced. I will show you around. Morden, used to being tormented, was stunned by the sight, while Leon felt a chill down his spine, wondering what that weird smile was about. The old man bared his teeth cheerfully and invited them to follow him. Suddenly he probed, by the way, I presume you are not here just for a vacation, sir? Mika's eyes flickered with vigilance as Davos asked why he would come to this godforsaken place. He closed his eyes and replied there was only one reason. He spat out the name Draculian, and the village elder abruptly stopped in his tracks. He turned back and asked with suspicion if he came from the King Kingdom. Mika calmly denied it, saying, haha, of course not. What the hell is the King Kingdom? I'm just curious and interested in history. Davos snorted with suspicion, damn it, if I believed you, I would have sold my house long ago. Still, he replied, hoping he would enjoy his time here, and they were led to a spacious house to rest for the night. In the room, Mika stood facing his two companions. He narrowed his eyes and asked about the butler. Odie closed his eyes to sense, replying, unfortunately, it was something a demon would create. He suddenly uttered a sentence that surprised Leon, saying a beast bound by ropes was quite fitting. Leon felt something off upon hearing this and retorted why he called him a beast. Mika closed his eyes and crossed his arms to interrupt, saying, frankly, that's not wrong, Leon. The swordsman asked with an embarrassed face what he meant. He replied, even I didn't think of it, but someone with a scheme would surely think so. Leon asked in fear if a demon was causing trouble for this village. Mika raised 6 fingers to explain it wasn't just this village. He said there were 6 villages around here. The number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice. Leon felt something was wrong and retorted, wasn't this place the 7th village? Damn it, this scared the hell out of me. He thought of the red spirit stone on the central stairway, and the crimson sky. He patiently explained the largest place would become the center, with 6 villages surrounding it. Imagining the scene of 7 spirit stones lighting up simultaneously, the landscape shrouded in a sea of clouds despite the sunlight. Mika said that was a large magic circle. Leon angrily slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. His whole body, due to anger, emitted a blue-purple aura enveloping him. He gritted his teeth and furiously asked who caused this. Contrary to Leon's seething rage, Mika remained calm and gently told him to calm down. Getting angry wouldn't change anything. Leon found it reasonable, but could only curse with a damn it. The butler spoke up to ask what he planned to do now. Leon looked up with a somewhat annoyed expression. Mika spoke up, saying he had already prepared each sentence. First, he said while carefully considering, I need to go see someone first. The conversation ended, and the 3 of them set off side by side. Arriving at the location they sought, their footsteps stopped. Mika stared straight ahead, his eyes full of confidence, without a hint of fear. He stood before a towering castle, the atmosphere gloomy and dark with bare branches. In front of the castle sat a knight on guard duty. The knight wore solid armor, with one leg propped up, a hand resting on his knee as the weapon leaned against him, exuding an unusually calm and composed demeanor. Through the iron mask, the knight's eyes emitted a red glow as he watched the group before him. Butler Morden nervously hesitated, saying that man seemed like a demon. Mika sensed there was something different. The knight stood up and slowly spoke, you have come. Leon immediately recognized the weapon in the opponent's hand. He thought it was a spear. The knight tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Suddenly, he leaped up, gripping the spear as he charged straight at the group. The spear radiated a fierce surge of power. Butler Morden did not hesitate. He snapped his fingers once. Instantly, a magic circle appeared, completely blocking the source of the attacking power. He looked at the knight, silently chiding him for attacking the moment he arrived. Then he lowered his hand. That knight jumped and sat down on the ground. His eyes flashed. Chunchung said, if that attack was nullified, then the knight began to cast dark magic. His body was shrouded in black energy, creating pressure for everyone, showing his belligerence. Just then, Mika spoke up, stop. The knight was surprised and confused, but still halted the magic. Mika continued to remind, Butler, you stop as well. He stood before the knight. The knight asked who they were. He calmly replied, we came to talk. Then he reached into his coat and introduced himself as Mika. The knight listened. He said he was a person recognized by the god. He took out the medal certifying the hero title of this generation. Mika asked, can you tell me what is happening around here? The knight listened, then suddenly burst out laughing. He asked back contemptuously, a hero. He said, now that things have come to this, the god sends someone, and showed distrust. Mika patiently explained he did not abandon this place. Mika asked why he protected the city wall. The knight rested his hand on his knee, lowered his head, and repeated with a bitter smile the reason. Finally, he concluded it was because he was a half-breed. Mika asked why. The knight removed the armor on his chest, saying this was the reason. He picked up the spear. Without hesitation, he stabbed it straight into himself. Blood from the wound splattered everywhere. Leon could not believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, what? The spear pierced through the knight's body, blood flowing even more. Leon yelled for him to stop, because doing that would. He seemed choked up. You will. The knight pulled the spear out, leaving a large bloody wound. But strangely, the wound gradually healed, returning to its original skin. Leon suddenly understood, you are an immortal. The knight did not hide it. Yes, that is right as you see. Leon immediately swung his hand, creating a blue magic circle around himself. Mika witnessed everything and gently reminded him to lower his sword. Leon objected, he is immortal, no different from a vampire. Mika did not think so. He flatly rejected Leon's thought. No. He stood before the knight, thinking to himself that he knew this knight. More precisely, he knew his future. The knight said to go ahead and stab if he wanted. It would not kill him anyway. Mika refused. I cannot. As a hero, when I see someone who wants to be a person, I cannot treat them like a monster. These words made the knight freeze. Mika raised his hand toward the iron mask while saying, I know who you are. He removed the knight's mask. His face gradually revealed. Tibbs Draculian. He spoke the knight's name. He wondered how he could not know him. The spear stained with Tipa's blood was once called the Blood Spear. In the future, he would also be called the Immortal King. Mika continued to think about the time of the vampire disaster. He was the one who desperately tried to stop his father's cruel action. While the butler and Leon did not understand, he said that you merely share blood with the vampire count. Heaps lowered his head slightly and asked, so what do you intend to do with me? Mika replied that he had no intention. Though it might be a bit harsh for you, I want to cooperate with you. Heaps heard this and looked up in astonishment. He did not believe it and asked again, cooperate. Mika confirmed, yes, cooperate. To help your father, Dracula, find peace. Teps was stunned. Peace. Then he burst into loud laughter. I truly have no other choice, he asked back reluctantly. Heaps picked up the spear. Fine then, in return I will also ask you for a favor. He stood up, looked at the group. There is a place we need to go together. In the dark night, only the two of them remained together. A voice echoed, asking how there could be such a loophole in the wall, previously used by smugglers as a hiding spot. Two men whispered in the night. Suddenly men asked Father Linong if this was the contaminated area. Father Linong looked at men with suspicion. Men continued walking and exclaimed to Father Linong that he was the son of the region's lord anyway. So why did he not suspect him? Both fell into silence, suspicion enveloping the city. Guilty one is your father, not you, a sharp reply rang out. Father Linong answered clearly. After all, they came here only to deal with the contaminated area, considered as comrades. Before either could regain their composure, the wind howled. A bone-piercing cold pulled them out of their doubts. Even though they had heard tales of this place, seeing it with their own eyes was still horrifying. Father Linong told men that the sight was unbelievable. His father used to be a good lord, so the people loved him dearly. Men suddenly asked Father Linong in a shocked voice, that very lord? Father Linong's expression changed as he replied, yes, in the past. He was never a true father to me. Father Linong recalled his youth. He was an only child raised with the love and indulgence of his father. Especially after his mother passed away, he was even more loved and spoiled by his father. The look of remembrance choked Father Linong up. That was in the past. He turned away and signaled for everyone to follow this path. Amidst the night, tree shadows flickered in the dim light. Father Linong recounted that his father had changed since discovering a dungeon. He tried to conquer it but failed. His question made Father Linong stop in his tracks as if carrying an indescribable pain. Could it be that maternal love pained him? Father Linong continued, the failure was not everything, something else happened. Did that event create a bloodthirsty lord? Men asked in surprise. Father Linong explained further. After his father entered and tried to conquer the dungeon, he became insane, his mind unstable. Everyone exclaimed, huh. It seemed that dungeon was the origin of the story. My father never opened the dungeon door to anyone, especially me, his son. The sound of footsteps alerted the entire area. Even a small noise was enough to awaken the forest. We are here, Father Linong announced to everyone. What is this place? What the hell is this? Everyone panicked at the sight. Is this the Crimson Dungeon? Everyone exclaimed. Mia said to herself that she understood the problem now. The group was still surprised and thought that no one had ever been here. Could that be why the Lord went insane? The goddess's voice warned men to be careful. She said she could not go into detail, but this place was truly terrifying. Even so, the dungeon's decoration was very harmonious, showing its owner had good taste. Suddenly, the goddess panicked. It seemed there was a mistake. We have lost our direction. Did some factor affect you? Strange noises rang out, signaling an event was about to occur. What are you doing? Men suddenly yelled. Of course, the sound answered with swift strikes. Those were the sounds of action. Limbs clashed in the space they were fighting. Without knowing what was happening, light and sound crashed into each other. A loud explosion echoed. Then a voice rang out. Mika, thank you. Haralay sprawled on the ground. Since when did I fall asleep again? Anne was astonished at the place he saw. This place is. Hannah opened his eyes wide. The dark sky suddenly became clear blue like a fairyland, different from what he thought. The contaminated things on the ground also disappeared. Everything had vanished. The group looked at each other in doubt. Did we actually do it? Father Linong looked around. Did we actually succeed? He saw a truly wonderful scene with the faces of his subjects appearing. Finally, everything is over, the goddess said to men. He sat in deep thought with a hint of suspicion. The goddess continued. Without Missin, she could not save her sister or defeat any enemy. Thank you, Michelle. He spoke the words of gratitude calmly. Yes. The view of the sky was truly beautiful. Missin stood up, speaking in a sweet but firm voice. That is enough. The goddess looked at him in shock. The girl asked coldly as if trying to hold on. Where are you going? The boy turned away without looking back. I think I should return soon. The scene shifted to Men's face. The goddess's face and everyone else's broke into satisfied smiles. Then a cheerful sentence followed. You've worked hard, Michelle. The space was silent. Then suddenly men shouted loudly, tearing apart the peaceful scene. Enough is enough. If you are satisfied now, you should stop. The girl spoke to men in a haunting voice. You can relax a little longer. Men replied coldly, I find it hard to relax. Men's face was full of suspicion. Of course, it was you. The haunting voice rang out. I am the guard goddess tasked with protecting the sacred treasure in this tomb. The goddess appeared and called herself the guardian goddess Nephi. Was the next thing true or just a haunting illusion? The girl closed her eyes tightly and spoke slowly. I am Nephthah, the god who protects this tomb. Mika was slightly surprised, let out a sound, and then stopped. The girl gently continued. I do not want that child to see your dream. What a pity. You may rest as long as you wish. Nephthah set foot on the ground and approached him. Mika Walpurgis quickly regained his composure. Surely you know why I came here? The girl softly replied, for the artifact, is it not? Mika agreed, yes, but first I need to verify one thing. Do you know Dracula? Hearing this name mentioned, Nephthys slightly raised an eyebrow and replied, that man was the last challenger to come here. Mika continued to ask, he must have seen a dream similar to mine. The one who once sacrificed everything for his people has now become a monster. You know that too, don't you? The girl sighed deeply, I know. It is unfortunate. Mika was silent for a moment before speaking. I thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind. But this illusion only shows others what they wish for. That kindness of yours is not bad, but only if you do not cross the line. Be frank, this tomb has already been conquered, hasn't it, Nephthys? He spoke while observing her attitude. Not only that, you yourself have done things unworthy of a guardian god. Meaning the artifact guarded by Nephthys has found its owner. Draculorian clearly failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. On the contrary, if he continued to attack, then everything would be too clear. Nephthys was silent for a while before replying. You are a clever child. I did not expect you to be so quick-witted. Mika continued. You should have known the price for your actions. Even if nothing happens here, out there your conscience has caused something. Do you know that? That man has devoured tens of thousands of innocent people. There is only one reason for this crime. Nephthys lowered her head. My sincere apologies. Mika thought to himself, Draculorian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. The first time was just an ordinary trial. But as time went on, it gradually became an obsession. Obsession with the vision where everything he lost was restored. Thinking this way, the meaning of his immortality also changed. Immortality was not the ultimate goal. The true goal was to realize what was in the vision. Hearing this, Nephthys asked, do you intend to punish me? Mika Walpurgis replied, I do not mean that. But I have successfully conquered the dreamscape. He spread his hand towards Nephthys and proposed, so I should have something to take back. She lowered her voice. What you wish to take away must be… Before she could finish, he quickly interrupted. Yes, you guessed right. I want this tomb. The space suddenly changed. Mika felt someone shaking his hand hard. He slowly opened his eyes. A young man in armor knelt beside him and asked eagerly, Hey, are you okay? Mika replied weakly, I am fine, stop shaking. Draculian said, I thought it would be a harsh trial. Mika sat up and muttered, it was harsh indeed. He asked, did you get anything else? The artifact seems… Mika replied, there was no artifact there, but instead I took something else. Seeing his hesitation, the butler Morden asked curiously, what is it, young master? He replied, from now on this dungeon will be mine. Morden looked at the sparkling space ahead and said excitedly, it must be very useful. In other words, you have taken Dracularian's territory. Mika stood up and nodded, that is right. Draculian, standing behind him, asked in a low voice, what was actually in the dungeon? Can you tell me? Mika answered bluntly, it was your father Dracularian's past. He must have locked himself in the past all this time. Hearing this, Teepees muttered softly, the past. Ah, is that so? Mika continued, no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime. Draculian said in a deep voice, I know. As his son, I will punish my father. That is the best I can do for him. Suddenly, Mika turned around with an excited expression. Good, then I have a favor to ask of you. Teeps was stunned. What is it? Mika replied briefly, sometime you must become a true vampire. Hearing this, Draculian stood frozen like a statue, his face turning pale. What the hell? In a sealed room, the red brick light from the fire flickered eerily. A sage in a white robe, with his eyes covered by a cloth bearing the image of an eye, was sitting on a high chair. Below him was a person prostrating. The sage asked softly, a suspicious man? The person kneeling looked up and replied, yes, that is right. The traveler who visited the village looks extremely suspicious. It seems he came from the Holy See. The sage asked again. He inquired about Dracularian's matter, didn't he? Yes, that is correct. The sage lightly tapped his fingers, lost in thought. The other man hesitated. If he truly came from the holy temple, then something must have happened outside. The sage stood up, stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. Haha, do not worry, it is nothing serious. If the people are worried, try to explain and reassure them. Tell them that we are not the bad guys. The other man replied, okay, I understand. Having said that, he immediately disappeared behind the door. The sage muttered, what a nuisance. Has the holy temple already caught a whiff of something? That pair of twins seems to have encountered no trouble yet, but if they are truly discovered, then I will have no choice but to act. He gave a grim laugh, his hand suddenly transforming into sharp claws. Suddenly the door burst open, and the mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting loudly, hey old man. The sage turned around to remind him, I told you to knock before entering. The mayor paid no attention and cried out frantically, big trouble. Draculorian has appeared. The sage was startled. Draculorian, really? Recently some guy named Drago Calarian has been rampaging through the residential area. The people fled in terror, believing that the demon Draculorian had truly revived. Where are the guards? But the guards could do nothing against him. A single wave of his hand stopped the entire squad of soldiers. Before leaving, he even threatened, do not be at ease. Survive and I will come again. The terrified guards covered their heads, cried out in panic to the heavens, not daring to resist. Draculorian fled like an arrow into the forest. There Mika was waiting. He chuckled and said, thank you, you have worked hard. Teeps Draculian sat down heavily on the ground and asked, is that enough? He took off his protective mask and said, the people were truly frightened, but it probably won't last long. Mika Walpurgis asked, where do you think human courage comes from? Teeps replied, from willpower. No, it comes from fabricated propaganda. Therefore, the important thing is to convince the people, even if force is necessary. Teeps asked in confusion, propagandizing the revival of Draculorian? He analyzed, at the very least, we must make them see this area as unsafe, and if we monitor the situation, then the puppet master behind the scenes will inevitably reveal themselves. The next day, the people crowded together, leaving the village. The mayor ran over to stop them. Wait, are you all planning to leave? The people said fearfully, we heard the demon Draculorian has appeared. Some even claimed to have seen him with their own eyes in the neighboring village. Mika and his companions hid behind the wall watching the commotion, true chaos. Of course, to them, Draculorian is a nightmare. This is good as well. He thought to himself, the mayor no longer has the strength to reassure everyone. This is the perfect time for me to act. Suddenly, the sage approached the panicked villagers, speaking in a gentle voice. Everyone, do not worry. Someone exclaimed, the sage, you have come. Mika raised an eyebrow slightly. The sage? He gave a kind, reassuring smile. The attacker yesterday was not the real Draculorian. The people questioned him, but he looked exactly like him. The sage asked, is there any proof? The villagers were dumbfounded. He sat down, touching his hand to the ground. If the real Draculorian had appeared, then this entire area would have been shrouded in deathly energy. That monster from yesterday was nothing like that, was he? The villagers realized that truth. The sage continued, our village has been peaceful for a long time, but things cannot remain this way forever. Yesterday, it was highly likely that some external demon was causing trouble. They have set their sights on this land. Mika laughed, haha, he can really make up a story, huh? The sage raised his hand high and shouted, this is not the time for us to cause chaos, to unite and destroy evil. The eye beneath the sage's cloth covering stirred slightly, and the villagers suddenly became captivated. Their eyes went vacant. Morden shouted in surprise, that is... Mika replied, an outer being. That man is using mind control. Mika thought, if he had to choose the most troublesome demonic ability, he likened it to a hand controlling a puppet through strings, then it could only be mind control. It steals the victim's will, turning them into true puppets. He gave it a 1-star rating, because this ability is more detestable than anything else. Morden asked, do you wish to act immediately? He replied, of course, to avoid more trouble later. Mika clapped his hands as a signal, urging him on. The old sage was still rambling when he was cut off. The main character mocked, what an interesting story. He sneered, I have learned a great deal from you, sage. Mika mocked the old man, saying that pretending to be so miserable, yet still fabricating a story that even a dog would nod its head at. This was proof that learning was very important. The old man did not get angry upon hearing this, asking if a stranger had come by recently. The old man asked, a person? He answered, yes, it is me. The saint said bluntly, an outsider like you has no right to interfere in this matter. Mika put his hand into his pocket while raising his voice. I have the right. The village chief was surprised to hear him declare that he had come because of the Draculian matter. The villagers who heard this also gaped in astonishment. The staff he held touched the ground. Around Mika, shimmering blue spirit energy ribbons appeared. Holding the staff with a brilliantly glowing gem, he declared majestically in his capacity as a hero. Behind him appeared a blue emblem of 4 layers of interlocking moon-patterned circles. Looking so cool it stunned the ladies. The main character thought of those being manipulated, their gaunt faces suffering. He concluded that mind manipulation was not easy to deal with. Even a moment's hesitation could cause countless deaths, but luckily he had lived 2 lifetimes. times. Mika clenched his fist, knowing there was no time left. He had to resolve this quickly. The solution he thought of was, without saying a word, he rushed over and punched the old saint with golden spirit energy like a setting sun. The old man tried to act tough. The main character's face at this moment was like that of a genuine thug. Thwack, 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 thwack. Before the eyes of the villagers, he gave the old man several dozen more hammering blows. Villagers couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "You're supposed to be a hero. What the hell are you doing? He's definitely a fake hero. He's more like an invincible street brawler." A dirty, satisfied smile appeared on Mika's face. He had foreseen this situation. He continued to punch the old man, mixing in a few demonic sounds. "Why aren't you coming out of the body yet? If you don't come out, I'll send the saint to eternal rest as a sacrifice for the greater good." Mika thought of the image of the large old man raising his hand to control a tiny human. He deduced that to use psychological manipulation, a subject was indispensable. His eyes stared fixedly at one point. The main character imagined a black sphere with a smiling face hidden within the old man's body. He thought that being had taken over this saint's body. That saint was now being beaten by him, panting heavily on the ground. Mika raised his fist, smiled a threatening sneer, and said, "Get out of that body, you demon." At this moment, he looked more like a demon's father and mother than the demon itself. The villagers buzzed with discussion. "A demon? What does this mean?" The old man whispered weakly, "I am not." Mika immediately punched him in the face and said, "Shut up. Even if you aren't, you will be for me." The villager saw the old man getting beaten to near death and intervened, "Sir Hero, even if he is a demon, beating him like this will kill him." The main character stomped on the villager's face while grinning. "Haha, it's fine. I'm being gentle." The villager asked, "Really?" The old man couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "You lot, you stupid ignorant peasants. Are you blind?" Immediately, he received a shoe to the face along with a warning to shut up. Mika immediately switched roles, seriously saying he had come to deliver some bad news. Unfortunately, the resurrection of Draculian was drawing near. The villagers were extremely frightened upon hearing him say that the demon who had possessed the saint was the one pulling the strings. They worriedly asked, "Then what about the day?" The main character casually lied, "Perhaps if he dies, Draculian will be fully resurrected. We need to leave this land for now." The saint still lay frozen after Mika's beating session. He raised his finger and said, "So therefore," thinking of the altar situation including 6 villages, he advised the villagers to first move to the neighboring village. After a considerable amount of time, the old saint finally woke up, letting out a groan. He was tied to a post in an unfamiliar room, confusedly asking where this place was. A familiar foot that had gifted him several dozen kicks appeared. Mika cheerfully asked, "Oh, you're awake?" The saint questioned, "I never received any news that a hero had been chosen." He replied that Meryl's own affairs were not yet settled, so where would he find the time to inform people? The old man asked, "Why did you spare me?" The main character immediately smiled. He looked at the despicable face before him and said, "Back then, it was you who tempted Draculian." The image of the saint whispering temptations into the red-haired count's ear appeared. Mika continued, "You must have appeared when he was drowning in grief, having just lost his wife, to show him a way to save her." The old saint's face was full of panic as he said that a demon couldn't conquer the tomb, so Meryl must have used Draculian's hand. The old man gritted his teeth and asked, "How do you know?" Then he burst out laughing and announced, so, what if you know? Whatever you do to me is useless. Draculian has already absorbed too many sacrificial offerings. Mika simply closed his eyes and remained silent. The old man smugly said, "You can't change anything." He reached out his hand and replied, "Yes, I can't do anything." A terrifying smile spread across his face. The main character said with delight, "But someone like you can, right?" Old man didn't believe him and shouted, "What the hell?" He explained that the method to perfect Draculian came from a person. Whoever could tie the knot could also untie it. The old man chuckled to himself, thinking this was incredibly naive. It's not as simple as you think." A hand slowly approached him. Due to the blindfold, his current expression was unclear. The saint, the demon, thought the theory of mind manipulation was 10,000 times more complex than you think. You could almost never use it. Cold hand clamped down directly onto his face. A stream of white spirit energy was poured into his head, causing him to scream in agony. The old man, being electrocuted, yelled loudly, monster, you goddamn monster." Mika grinned brightly, showing his gleaming teeth, the spirit energy around him radiating a shimmering blue. Main character, with eyes blazing red like a demon, his white robe fluttering under the force of the spirit energy, spoke in a terrifying voice echoing from the abyss of hell, "Shall we begin?" The house where Mika was staying echoed with strange sounds, as if someone was having a seizure. The old saint couldn't bear the torture of the spirit energy and screamed, Stay away from me." Mika's face was tense as he recalled the time before the regression. His eyes showed pain as he remembered when the demons descended upon the world. Their power far surpassed that of humans. The image of tiny humans surrounded by monsters, unable to fight back, was the result of centuries of accumulated arrogance. Etched in his mind were memories of his old teammates. The ranged squad ago had paid a heavy price just to close the distance. He thought of the image of his past self, diligently studying books to bridge the gap. He had surpassed his own limits and even sacrificed his sleep when necessary. The main character's eyes were full of fervor. He knew he had created many solutions. His thoughts returned to the present, where Mika was casting magic on the old saint. He thought it was a way to disturb the demon's mind to make it reveal the spell, a strand of spiritual power connecting Mika to the old man. The spellcasting ended. The main character murmured the spell he had used on Draculan was called the reverse spell. He praised Meryl for creating the troublesome spell. Curious, Seed asked, and Mika replied it was no different from creating a divine spirit tool. He said if the original spell was unknown, it would be very difficult to handle. Sit responded with a thoughtful expression. Mika recalled the image of the long-haired girl casting magic. A blinding flash of light appeared. He thought silently that in the previous regression, even Ugo had faced sacrifice. His eyes briefly saddened. He thought the cost of breaking the spell was too high. Ariana paid for it with half of her remaining life. Sid asked if knowing the spell even mattered anymore. Mika's hand rested on the old saint's face. The old man looked like a lamp running out of oil. He replied yes, that was right. The main character released his hand and said he could no longer use it. The old man had no more value to exploit. The old man stammered in protest. In the palm of his hand, a spiral of spiritual power in the shape of a fan blade appeared. He coldly declared goodbye. Cleansing technique. A halo of light appeared to send the old man off. Leon's group, standing guard outside, heard the noise and turned around. Leon said, looking at your expression, Senza has finished handling it. Mika calmly said there was still one most important trouble. It was only a matter of time. Continue, we can be sure of one thing. The main character affirmed that with Draculian's current condition, he could break the seal himself. Tipis became anxious. He asked, what do you mean? Tipis loudly retorted, Father can break the seal himself. The Holy Knight Master personally sealed Father. Mika calmly explained, I know he was sealed. He said, but what if that was his plan from the beginning? Tep stammered plan. The main character affirmed that he was not sealed, only waiting for the right time to accumulate power. The red-haired young man was stunned upon hearing this. Mika saw that dazed face turned around and waved a hand to comfort him, saying 4 people could easily defeat him. He suddenly stopped and blurted out 4 words, but before that, the main character's eyes seemed to be thinking something. Mika turned to look at Teeps and sincerely advised that if it was too difficult, he did not need to join them. Seeing the redhead lower his head with an unclear expression, the main character said he understood his situation, and if he told them now, they could go alone. Mika, half closing his eyes, heard Teeps say it was fine, that he was the one who should end this. His expression was determined. The redhead affirmed this was a family matter. Main character closed his eyes and asked, is that so? Respecting the decision, he concluded, okay, let's go together. They moved along a stone-paved village path in the dark night, silent except for the clicking of their shoes. The majestic Draculian mansion was shrouded in darkness like a mausoleum. Teeps looked at the house and said it had been a very long time since the day his grandparents went to collect meal boxes, and he went to sell salt. He said bitterly, this is the place that processed me into an undead monster. Redhead recalled when he was a child, his father made him drink a strange potion. He remembered when he was writhing in pain, he had said to me, reflected in Teepus's red pupils was the image of a demon smiling and asking, are you satisfied yet, son? Turning to the present, Teepus said the funny thing was, at that moment, his father meant no malice. Mika concluded it was a distorted love from a parent, the kind of my child is very well behaved at home, what do you know? Seeing Teepus's mood slowly melt, the main character asked if he could do it. Could he point his sword at his own father? The redhead's hands gripping his sword suddenly clenched tightly. His determined silhouette emerged. He said if he did not do this, he would regret it more in the future. Tepes stepped forward to push open the castle gate, judging it was better to be a shameful son. He stared fixedly at the gate, believing that compared to tolerating the corruption of his parents, the heavy door moved after decades of being untouched. Mika's group commented that the inside was more intact than expected. The other person replied, because the master wanted it that way. They stepped into a long room full of roses. At the end of the room a silent coffin lay there. The flowers, unattended, were still as deep red as syrup. The coffin was tightly bound with iron chains, as if afraid the person inside would lift the lid and rise. Gordon leaned close to Mika and whispered, asking if the master said he could overcome everything alone. He closed his eyes and replied yes, right now. The main character observed and concluded Dracula had no intention of leaving the coffin, but there was no other choice. Mika channeled spiritual power into his staff, making it sparkle. The main character called him Teeps. He politely declared that he needed to smash this mansion a bit. Teeps was stunned. Red-haired young man made up his mind, bowed his head, and replied, okay, you do it. Mika approached the coffin and said, I understand, raised his scepter high. Mika pointed the staff straight at the coffin, the gem glowed, and he chanted the spell Earthquake. Chains were immediately broken. The Holy Cross emblem before the coffin suddenly glowed. An authoritative voice rang out, how dare you? The coffin lid blasted open, dust flying everywhere. A pair of pale hands with sharp fingernails reached out. Red eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, a voice demanding to know who dared trespass. Mika the pervert showed no fear, instead smiling. The male lead revealed an expression of extreme excitement, mixed with malice, declaring that he had finally shown himself. Mika spoke, repeating the assertion that he had finally come out. A slender hand, pale from sunscreen, appeared. The man crawled up from the ground. The male lead called him Draculian, with long red hair and sharp fingernails. His face twisted into a ferocious expression with tiny red pupils. Draculian pierced through the crowd and recognized a familiar figure in the distance. He called the name Teepus, causing the red-haired young man to freeze, as if returning to a distant memory. He raised his demonic hand in a beckoning gesture, telling his son to come back, rekindle their old bond, and not side with the enemy. Draculian frowned, saying this mansion was where the memories of the mother and son were kept. Teepus coldly replied like a hammer blow, saying that was a thing of the distant past. Draculian still patiently persuaded, promising he could bring his mother back using the method he had heard from that person. Mika suddenly cut in, telling that demon to go sell lunch boxes. Draculian asked in shock, "What?" The male lead slowly approached, declaring firmly that he had already been destroyed. Mika channeled mana while asserting that his plan would never come true. Mana materialized into a staff in his hand, the gemstone glowing. Mika warned him to shut up and accept purification. He flew into a rage, calling it a farce. With white eyes and hair standing on end, Draculian appeared, black magic swirling around him. He roared that everything was for building an ideal reality. Seeing this, Teps gritted his teeth and endured. He charged towards his father with a crazed face, truly like father like son. The swordsman drew his sword, intending to land a blow on the old man. But then the sword tip began to tremble, unable to reach its target. Looking at his father, who had turned into a monster before him, he painfully asked why it had to be this way. The swordsman sank into memories of his mother's final days. She wept bitterly, calling out Tepes' name. Her weak hands tightly grasped her son's hand, her voice pleading earnestly. Returning to the present, his hand holding the sword would not stop trembling. His anguished face seemed to freeze. Mika gently placed a hand on his shoulder, calling Teepus. As if waking up, the swordsman stammered, calling him Mika, while the male lead reassured him that he had done well. The male lead walked lightly across the floor. His divine back made Teepus feel protected. Teepus stared blankly after him, as if just released. He turned his face away in shame, confessing that he had hesitated before his father. Mika listened as he continued, saying that the evil spirit did not deserve forgiveness. The male lead nodded in agreement. He gave a rare, sympathetic smile. Mika asked Teepus if that man was his family. The male lead explained he dared only to hurt his family, even knowing he would bear the guilt of a traitor. Teepus listened intently. Mika concluded so it was okay. He looked seriously at Teepus, saying there was no reason for him to carry a lifelong burden. "I will take your place and carry out the purification." Teepus asked again in confusion, "But why?" The male lead replied naturally, as the gemstone on the staff glowed brightly. Mika concluded, because that was the reason a hero existed. A green mana circle appeared, the entire space immersed in a mysterious black. On the other side, Draculian pointed at Mika, calling him a bastard. He used magical power to create an illusion of attacking skulls, asserting that Tepes was his son. Mika dodged the stream of magic, chanting multi-incantation, purification pillar. A series of green light pillars shone down from the sky, dispelling the horde of ghost skulls. Suddenly, the male lead was stunned with surprise. In Draculian's hand, a stream of blood light slowly gathered. It materialized into a dark red spear. He threw it with all his might like an Olympic athlete. The target was precisely Mika. Leon suddenly appeared like a guardian deity, raising his sword to block the blood spear and shouting in astonishment. The throwing force was so strong that Leon had to use all his strength just to deflect it. He panted, looking at his trembling hand, marveling at Draculian's immense power. Mika calmly said it was probably as strong as a master. Leon gritted his teeth, calling it outright madness. Morden asked what the plan was for this superhuman. The male lead replied that he had to be sent off to eat lunch boxes. He added that he needed some time. Looking at the swaying pile of bones, the butler asked again in doubt. He affirmed it as firmly as a nail driven in. Mika raised his hand to chant the firewall spell, but he had chanted it too many times. Flames suddenly burst up from the ground, burning fiercely and blazing brightly. Leon raised his sword and spoke briefly. Morden and Leon stood in front of Mika. Assuming a battle-ready stance, Leon declared they only needed to stall for time. Hapes behind them immediately spoke up, saying that he would also help. His red eyes were full of agony. He pleaded for them to help his father find peace. Looking at his father, who had become a demon standing in the sea of fire, he screamed in his mind. Scene of a cross-shaped grave appearing in a field of white chrysanthemums. Draculian thought with a heart full of rage. She was still young back then. He lowered his head with an unreadable expression, asking himself that reality was truly cold. Had I resolved to give up everything until I heard that person's words? One foot quietly stepped forward. The old sage, sent by Mika to sell salt, stood before Draculian and tempted him, saying that he could make everything as it was before. As if grabbing a lifeline, he raised his head to look at him. Seeing his figure appear misty like a saint, Dracula stammered and asked if it was true. He bared his disgusting teeth and replied that of course it was true. Then, the saint reached out his hand and said they needed a sacrifice. Hearing the 3 words sacrifice, Draculian trembled. He reassured him not to worry. If successful, the sacrifice would come back to life. The Countess remembered the image of Tepes hugging his father and sobbing uncontrollably. He asked his father if he would never see his mother again. Finally, he made up his mind. Yes, this was his choice. In the greenish space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky, knowing he was no longer human. A circle with a sacred symbol appeared. His deceased wife descended. Truly, he died for a woman. Remembering the red gem was a gift from the dungeon, he believed the person used as a sacrifice would be resurrected if the plan came to pass. Draculian deluded himself at that time. Yes, that was enough. His face returned to the present. He believed his son would also be happy. Reality dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Draculian screamed in madness, "Why are you opposing me? We will soon live in the desired reality." He looked at his son, who lowered his head and asked, "Didn't you want to bring mother back?" Draculian said it was entirely possible. They already had half a life. They just needed to take the remaining half. But Tepes had already gripped his spear tightly. He was furious at his madness, shouting, "Why don't you understand? Father, your body is ruined, yet you are still blind." He cried out in pain that father had been used. That person wanted to create a monster that would obey him. Draculian felt as if pierced by 10,000 arrows. He fell silent. Tepes said he never intended to fulfill father's wish. "You are helping count money even after being sold." Draculian was speechless, trying to deny that it could not be so. He reached his hand toward Mika, thinking all his efforts and suffering were in vain. Remembering the image of the evil sage who once warned him that false illusions would haunt him, Draculian looked at the tense young ones, laughed loudly. "Haha, you want to deceive me." He unleashed 2 streams of red fire to attack them, muttering, "You are not my son, just an illusion." The Countess returned to a state of playing with dolls, shouting, "You are a trial I must face." A pair of feet stepped forward. Azure spirit energy shrouded him. Mika, enveloped in blue spirit energy, flew before his face and said, "Enough." The two faced each other for a moment. Mika stared intently at Draculian. He also observed the protagonist with lifeless eyes, thinking the mage in pure white robes. He remembered an old acquaintance, sighing that he looked so similar yet completely different. Mika chanted the holy light spell. Sacred white color enveloped the entire space. Draculian suddenly felt as if he was shattering. He immediately tried to utilize magic. Draculian summoned blood blades, declaring that this was his domain. A horrifying scene appeared. The space around him turned red like syrup. Dark magic spread widely. His hands controlled the red arrows. Mika tensely calculated that there were 3 minutes left to activate the immortality charm found after controlling the demon's mind. He thought that there were 3 minutes left to activate the reversal charm. The blue charm ribbons would permanently bind Draco. Protagonist called for examination. She immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked Mika what he wanted. He ordered not to leave any openings as Draculian's arrows also began to strike. A greenish whirlwind appeared behind him, slowly spreading throughout the room. Shining upon the demon count, he stammered, "Could this power be?" Mika said calmly that you are not the only one with a sacred artifact, Draculian. He stubbornly tried to escape the blue spirit energy, raising his blood-stained hand to argue that time was on his side. A blood shuriken appeared. Draculian declared that he would exist forever. "While your life is short, how long can you last?" The protagonist's voice rang out. 1 minute. He asked in surprise what. One finger was raised. The demon Mika appeared. He repeated that there was 1 minute left. Draculian raised his hand and countless blazing red swords shot forth. The swarm of blades flew straight toward Mika. Morden, Leon, and Tepes immediately moved to block the attack, knocking them away. Morden's aged face began to show signs of fatigue. Tepes' eyes widened in astonishment at his father's power. Leon roared, "Is it not over yet?" Mika replied, 30 seconds left. On the other side, Draculian had dropped to one knee on the floor. He heard the protagonist's steady counting voice echo out, 20 seconds. Another blood arrow appeared in the count's clawed hand. Continued counting calmly, 10 seconds. Tepes immediately charged forward with storm-like speed. Mika raised his hand and strands of pure white spiritual energy coiled around him. Mana rings symbolizing his ranks appeared one by one. He began chanting a spell to reverse life itself. The blood arrows gradually dissolved into dust. Mika shot strands of talisman magic toward Draculian. The strands immediately encircled him, causing him to stammer, asking why my immortal body is. He panicked, "It cannot be seen." Looking at the young mage, Draculian whispered in disbelief, "He has erased my immortality." Surrounded by the binding talismans, Draculian screamed, "What has become of my immortal body?" Mika looked at the scene before him, slightly taken aback. The count's body was slowly turning to ash. Draculian refused to believe, saying, "How can this be? You would need infinite energy to destroy it." Mika watched him collapse to the ground and kindly explained, "That is correct. Achieving this was not easy." He thought of the holy relic shining with 7 colors and said, "Much like how you found it, I have gained control over it." Draculian retorted that he himself was the master of the holy relic, insisted he had received it from the dungeon master. Mika countered that the holy relic was useless to him because he obtained it through luck. He reminded him that Asama had hidden that fact from him. Draculian's face turned ashen, his body almost entirely dissipated. He lay prone like a wretched old man, laughing bitterly. "Haha, He strained to tilt his head back for air, letting out a long laugh. Gazing at the blue sky through the hole in the roof, he murmured it was all meaningless, was it not? His aged eyes held only wariness, and he sighed, I have been running endlessly, but a hand gently reached out to support his head. Tepes knelt, lifting his father's head as his body turned to ash and softly called out, Father. Herculean said weakly, Please do not leave. Tepes asked, What have you done? He said, I only wanted her to come back. The red-haired young man cried out in agony, That person was trapped because of your selfishness. What was her crime? He demanded, and what about me, the one who had to bear the consequences? Drip drop, the raindrops began to fall. Rain seemed to understand Tepes' suffering. The rain soaked the young man's face, crying for him as he sobbed. If you truly thought of family, he smiled bitterly, you must have told me about that story at least once. Looking at the scene before him, he uttered, How sad. Mika watched Tepes retreating back, contrasting with the image of a huddled little boy. He saw that Tepes had been abandoned for too long. Imagining a happy family of 3, Mika assessed that Draculian had once been a good father. At least before his wife passed away, that image suddenly shattered. Tepes held out his hand to catch the rain, saying painfully, I hate immortality. He covered his face and confessed, From now on, I renounce the blessing you bestowed. Draculian's eyes were full of weariness and resignation. He thought the only thing left was regret. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing to depart without forgiveness. Suddenly Tepes continued, But I will still keep living. Draculian's nearly closed eyes flew wide open. For the first time in years, he looked his father in the eye. Immortality is a curse, but I will fix it, he said in surprise, My son. His gaze was drawn to something. It was an old painting hanging across from him. In the painting, they were still a happy family. He struggled to open his mouth to speak his final words. Herculean smiled contentedly. He said, Unlike me, so that is how it is, father understands now. She woke up and called this Mika a mage. No, I should call you a warrior, should I? He drove his hand into his own chest and pulled something out. Dragon handed a shimmering pink object to Mika. He said, Take it. As fragments of ash fluttered across his face, Draculian whispered, I have no need for it anymore. He asked if he was going to die. She stared bitterly as each of her fingers turned to dust, agreeing, Yes, that is right. I should have done this long ago. I want to see my wife again soon. Looking at the sky outside, he whispered sadly, But first I must descend into hell and face punishment, must I not? Draculian reached out with his ruined hands, trying to touch his son's face one last time. Quickly grasped his father's hand, who then smiled a satisfied smile and said, I am sorry, my son. The last 2 words he spoke, son, were farewell. Tepes sat in the void, watching as the remnants of the father completely turned to dust and scattered. He softly called out for tea. His hand fell limply to the ground. Mika stepped closer to him. His owl-like eyes observed Tepes. He saw the red-haired young man's hands clenched tightly. In the shimmering, multicolored secret realm within the tome, Mika's voice rang out, It is over. If you are feeling the final month's trial, then it is unfortunate. Mika chided. If you had done what you were supposed to do from the start, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. To be honest, I had to hold myself back a lot. She asked him, The reason you came back here is for this thing, is it not? A red crystal appeared. Mika said, This is the holy relic that Draculian gave me. He asked directly, How do I awaken this thing? Tepes replied, I will do it because you have proven worthy by passing the trial. As she spoke, the words right now, a branch of a flower faintly appeared from the crystal. The shimmering golden branch extended and wrapped around Mika's hand. The branch gradually faded away, leaving a mark on his hand. He raised his hand to examine it, thinking to himself, This time it is on my right hand. Having received it, he decisively turned and walked away. Tepes asked, You plan to leave right away? He replied, It is time for me to go. There is nothing else for me here. Thinking of something, Mika stopped. He asked, Nef, what do you think about what happened? She sadly replied, It is all my fault. That child said he would use that materialistic object for good things. Mika replied, I am not sure either. I think he gave it to you without much thought. He said, You will have plenty of time to think about this. I will not seal the tomb. Guessed, because other people will come, I will also return here. Mikelek looked at Neptys and warned, I will wait and see what you do next. A few days later, Nika was performing a purification ritual in front of a large crowd of villagers. He said to Danvaz, It is done. He declared, With you here, the people will no longer be ignorant. The village chief stammered a reply, Thank you, my lord. He said gratefully, How can I ever repay this? Even for a hero like you, Mika replied decisively, It is not needed, village chief. He immediately kowtowed deeply, saying, I am not the village chief. Danvaz insisted, I am merely a puppet created by demons. I am a 100% counterfeit. The main character was also at a loss for words. Where did this honest fellow come from? He closed his eyes and braced himself, clicking his tongue. Mika played the role of a gentle mother, comforting him, saying, Uniting and managing the villagers is your ability. Danvos looked up in astonishment. This was the first time he had been acknowledged. He sat down in front of him, smiling with praise. I do not underestimate that matter at all. The village chief was deeply moved by the heartfelt words. He continued, But we cannot just stay like this. I need someone capable of leading everyone forward. Danvos asked in surprise, Talent, you mean a lord? The main character replied, Consider it that way. He looked around and said with a shy expression, But people like us were all once exploited by lords. He worried about whether the people would accept it. Mika agreed, saying, You are not wrong. He announced a critical piece of news. The monsters will return to this land. Danvo's eyes immediately widened. Explained, at this moment the poison is still preventing monsters from approaching, meaning when it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief stammered in fear, asking, is there any way? Mika looked at him seriously and replied, not exactly a solution. This is just something I plan to take responsibility for. He continued, I cannot tell you right away, but trust me. Danvos asked. He struggled to form a complete sentence. Why do you do these things for us? Looking at the villagers expecting an answer from him, he let out a soft hum. Mika asked back, do you need a reason? Elsewhere in the forest near the village, Mika was focusing, emitting threads of spiritual energy into the ground. He shouted the purification chant. The ground where the male lead stood suddenly blazing with light. Mika looked up, took a long breath, and said with satisfaction that it was settled, the land would soon be cleansed by holy power. He further analyzed that this area would be free of contamination within a year. She asked with concern, but the problem was that he could not stay here forever. This was not something he could handle. Mika added with a smile, and besides, I am just the heir of some unimportant family, right? He looked at her and asked what if I am the legitimate successor of the Walpurgis family. The family only gives us money and manpower. Connections and currency are just secondary. Hearing he would handle the rest when variables arose, she immediately asked what variables. Mika's call interrupted their conversation. He looked at the panting Leon in front of him and asked what was wrong. Leon frantically announced that a high-ranking figure had arrived, an extremely powerful person. Mika looked at him with interest and asked if a big shot had appeared. Who might it be? Leon asked in confusion if there was something on his face. Why did he keep staring at it and smiling? He joked, haha, no, just turn around and see. Leon shuddered, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that, speaking of, the devil summoned him? Zook Black Spirit stood behind Leon like a ghost, grinning. The almost father-in-law exclaimed that young Leon had grown up and told him to make himself at home. Leon slowly turned his head. Panic appeared in his eyes. Leon stammered, since when, my lord? Zook recalled following the scared child who ran away, Ford Chubin, and amiably stated that he had been following him from the very start. Leon screamed in fear, July is over, why are you still here? In the study, Zook was politely drinking a cup of tea. The father-in-law and the almost son-in-law remained silent. Mika broke the silence, asking what brought my lord to such a remote place. He said that surely you had already guessed. It was His Majesty, the king, who sent me here. Originally a viscount was supposed to handle it. Zook chuckled and said, but it seems quite interesting. Mika grumbled to himself, so my lord came out of boredom, an addict making excuses. Zook remarked that times had changed. Now he was a hero recognized by the gods. He replied bluntly, what meaning does that rigid recognition hold? The old man admitted, that is also true. Setting down his teacup, Zook's voice suddenly turned serious as he confided, enough. We should get to the main point, shouldn't we? He stated frankly, if you have any requests, just speak up. Mika asked back, is this Majesty's intent? Zook explained, you have resolved a threat to the kingdom, so receiving a worthy reward is only natural. Mika confided, I do not wish to disappoint His Majesty, but Zook immediately warned, it must be because you are a hero, but if you refuse, the king will be disappointed. He thought to himself that if he did not accept, he would still be a useful pawn. Mika pictured the image of a hero wearing a crown, calculating his first achievement as a hero. He asked Zook, what do you think? He assessed, in my opinion, you seem like a promising talent, but what His Majesty thinks is hard to say. If I could guess that, I would be on the throne myself. Mika thought, that is true in my memory. The king was always seeking talent. An image of a crown symbolizing royal authority appeared. He recalled the court before his regression. Actually, before Machin appeared, the whole kingdom was still at peace. Mika answered curtly, agreed. Zook said in surprise, oh, you have decided already? That was fast. Mika clenched his fist and thought, of course, he said, before you, I do not need to put on an act. He laid out his condition, as a hero I need a holy temple. Zook asked in shock, a holy temple? So suddenly? Mika confirmed, it must be on this land. He asked, could it be that you? Mika smiled confidently and said, I want to rule it. Mika affirmed, I want autonomy. A hand slammed hard onto the table, making it groan in pain with a thud. Zook covered his face in a gesture of helplessness. He looked at him as if he were a monster and asked, Mika, do you realize what you just said? As he spoke, he released an oppressive aura to intimidate the other. The male lead on the other side was no pushover either. He immediately resisted. Mika smiled and answered, of course. Zook thought to himself, not swayed by my aura, huh? Should I stop then? He warned him, you still make this request knowing the consequences. Mika smiled confidently and said, if this were ordinary land, I would not have made such a request. He questioned, my lord, let me ask you this. How many kun do you think are needed to defend this territory? Zook confidently raised one finger and answered, about the kun equivalent to a baron's kun is enough. Mika immediately denied it. No one would be spared if we do not prepare beforehand. Threatening look appeared in his eyes. We will need a number of kun soldiers equivalent to a duke's or even a marquess's kun. Lord Zook was psychologically shocked. He stood up abruptly and shouted, impossible, no matter how dangerous the demons are. Mika immediately corrected him, it is not no matter what, because they are demons. demons. His expression was terrifyingly threatening, because they are demons. He pictured a bloodthirsty demon, not just in terms of true energy or mana. Demons are fundamentally different from humans. Mika recalled an image from before his regression. He had once failed before the demon lord. He knew their tenacity and insidiousness far exceeded imagination. Everyone overlooked that. He affirmed, we must deal with them differently than with humans. Lord Zook, after a moment of thought, nodded and said, all right, I understand, but I still do not see what this has to do with autonomy. Mika pointed down at the table and said, I plan to form a kun unit here to fight the demons, those who are no longer human, those who have been harmed by dark magic and demons. He said confidently, the demon hunters. He continued to explain, I do not think that is a bad idea. If so, the Empire can fight the demons by granting autonomy. Lord Duking remained silent, only letting out an sound. Half conscious, he murmured that the idea wasn't bad, but as he knew, everything had to wait for the Emperor's decision. Mika replied with a smile, I know everything except how to behave. He stood up, thinking, but I have faith. If it's the Emperor I know, he will surely grant my request. The main character's eyes showed clear determination. He said, just wait and see. At the cemetery, Tipus was kneeling before his parents' grave. He clasped his hands in devout prayer for something only God could understand. Suddenly, Tipus heard very familiar footsteps. He asked Mika, who was standing behind him, so you've come. The main character asked if he was feeling better. Tipus replied, a little, but there was still much to be done. Mika comforted him, don't worry about that body anymore. After all, it had already dissipated. The immortality curse, though tangled, was not without a solution. Teeps whispered, I will keep an eye on it. The main character asked directly if he wanted to escape that curse. The red-haired young man sadly confessed that he did, but he looked up at the sky and said to Huvo that if he did that, he would become an ordinary person. Mika struck straight at Leon's heart, asking if he wanted to become a hunter. Leon shyly nodded, confessing that if he did, he could take revenge on the demons. The main character thought to himself, this hatred, he saw nothing wrong with it. He looked at the young man beside him and considered that if it didn't consume a person, it could become someone's motivation to live. His red eyes shone with determination. Just remember never to cross your own limits. Mika said happily, if that's the case, then... He told Teeps a shocking piece of news. I will help you take revenge. Teeps couldn't believe it and asked again, are you really willing to help me? The main character nodded in agreement and said, just leave the world to me. Before Teepa's parents' grave, Mika outlined a plan to turn this place into a land for hunters to prepare for the demon invasion. The two talked like old, close friends. Mika recounted that he was persuading the Emperor to agree. The red-haired young man asked back with disbelief, you're entrusting me with leading the hunters. The main character replied without hesitation, if possible, I want to entrust it to you. Teeps lowered his head, showing hesitation. He looked towards his resting parents, thinking to himself, I am a Draculian. Teps added, the son of the one who... directed his gaze to his father's grave, admitting that he himself had caused this disaster. Mika stepped closer to the grave. He pulled out a white daisy from the vase and said, that means nothing to me. The main character knelt respectfully, confessing, I decided based on what I saw. That image of Teepas holding his father in his final moments. Mika affirmed that his courage at that time had proven his worth. After paying respects, he slowly stood up. Mika declared, I trust you. Teepas' face at that moment showed extreme astonishment. The main character turned back and smiled, saying, stand up straight. You are kinder than anyone. It seemed Teeps had made up his mind. He knelt on one knee. Before Mika, he swore he would take on this responsibility. Mika recalled his past life. This young man had once taken on the responsibility of leading the frontline hunters. The main character raised his staff, his heart aching as he thought of Teepe's horrific death. A blessing light from the staff spread over the warrior's body like a wish. Mika whispered, he will... Looking at Tepes, he blessed that this man would live to the end and prove his reason for existing. Mika vowed to himself that it would definitely be so. In the splendid, gold-inlaid palace, a person sat lost in thought on a chair, letting out a pondering hum. That was King Dronzer for Alexandro, sitting on the throne and complaining. This is truly unpleasant. Holding a chess piece in hand, he mused, I could have separated those two to deal with them, but now they have merged into one. Even I could not foresee this. Looking at the chess piece with a sigh, he said, predicting its path isn't easy either. If I could predict it, I would have become a prophet. Truly my heart is not at ease. With an expressionless face, the king spoke up to ask, what do you think? He emphasized to Formula Walpurgis, who was kneeling below. Formula closed his eyes and replied, that is but a small matter, your majesty. The king asked another question, is he your son Duke? Yiden honestly answered, he is a brat who never listens. He shared the sentiment of parents, saying all children nowadays are like that. Then Yiden changed the subject. Now the important thing is not who becomes the hero, your majesty. Formula affirmed that once the selection of the new hero was complete, this fragile peace would end. The king repeated the phrase fragile peace, then angrily scolded Yiden for his audacity, asking if he had once said a great demon was growing strong within the capital. He held up a piece of paper, frowning as he complained, this is truly very unpleasant. The Duke continued to report that predicting the hero's actions was of no use either. The king tapped his fingers, asking back, so the hero is someone no one can control. He sneered and asserted, I am not foolish, Duke. He issued a warning, I know no one can control the hero, but if I cannot do it, then no one else will either. Below, Yida nodded vigorously. The king said as he stood up, so I have marked it so that no fool would meddle in the hero's affairs. Yaden frowned and asked if his majesty was referring to the autonomous region. The authoritative king affirmed, that is correct. Now you understand, Duke Juan Purgis. Though your father's role is very important, the duke also owes me a few things, so how about giving way a little? The duke's face was not pleased and he replied, Your Majesty, please speak. What does your majesty want me to do? That authoritative figure stood silent, as if lost in thought. He slowly turned his head, his crown glistening, and only God knew what the next words would be. Teeps stood dazed in front of the sun-drenched mansion. He was observing his birthplace before heading far away. Mika called out, saying he knew he would be here. The male lead raised a scroll and said, I believe what I am holding is exactly what you have been waiting for. Mika continued, His Majesty has decreed that from now on, this territory belongs to me, Mika Wampojis. The male lead said, This is the autonomous Holy See. Tepes listened to him explain that, just as I once said, I intend to turn this place into a haven for hunters. Mika placed the object into Tepes' hand while confessing, so I wanted to invite you to be the leader of the hunters. That item was a necklace with a blue gem, and the male lead continued, saying it also meant he became a lord. Mika proudly introduced that this was the weapon he had created to conceal his true identity. Wearing it, he was not afraid of anyone discovering he was the evil dragon. Surprised old woman? Teep stared intently at the necklace. He gripped it tightly and then gently asked if he had made this himself. Mika remained silent, not answering. Afterward, the male lead nodded and said that the king had entrusted this land to him. He honestly confessed that he did not want to seize power or meddle in other people's affairs. Mika insisted he wanted this place to become a home and base for hunters. Teeps asked him again if he was sure. The male lead did not respond, only placed his hand on the ground. He continued, saying that to turn this place into a home for hunters, he had planned to stay for a while to handle everything. Mika requested that he search for the whereabouts of the hunters who had been living in the shadows all this time. Teeps widened his eyes and asked back, did he mean like finding a needle in a haystack? Mika replied with a smile. In the bedroom of Mika's group, Leon shouted, Staying here for 3 or 4 months, motherfucker. He complained that wasn't it too long. Mika explained that he needed to establish a few bases within the territory, so a few months less wasn't long. Looking at Morden and Leon, the evil male lead said this was an opportunity for serious training for both of them. Mika threatened with a stern face that the things they had picked up wandering around this area also needed time to ponder over. Leon looked at his 2 hands with a contemplative expression. Mika called out to Leon. He leaned his hands on the table and asked that compared to their first meeting, his strength had increased significantly. Now he was much stronger. He could be the neighborhood boss. The male lead speculated, but he still felt it wasn't enough, right? Leon, struck in the heart, nodded. Mika continued, telling him he could and should become even stronger. Leon replied that he wanted him to use this opportunity to train thoroughly. The male lead confessed that for people who could take care of themselves, he had nothing to worry about. He reasoned, just keep growing strong like the grass out there. Leon smiled faintly. Gripping his sword tightly, the swordsman asked if he was ready. Mika replied that there were monsters everywhere around here. Just consider them as training targets. Leon put his sword on his shoulder and replied, Okay, alright. He smiled confidently, declaring he would become stronger. Don't worry about him. Hearing the sliding door close, Mika felt happy. His adopted child of so many years had finally grown up. Looking at the other one, he continued, Now it's Morden's turn. The butler closed his eyes along with his glasses, listening and invited him to speak. I will listen as a learner. The male lead was surprised and teased. What's wrong, Morden? Why did you agree so damn fast? You honestly replied that by magical rank, I am higher than you. But Morden continued, You have reached the 8th level already. Young master, it seems you don't plan to hide this. Mika stood up and replied, That makes it easier to talk. Male lead walked towards the door and twisted it open. He beamed a radiant smile like sunlight and said, Let's start running, Morden. The old butler was speechless and asked, What? Mika replied, People always say that for a sharp mind, one must have a healthy body first. He smiled and advised, Just diligently run on your own 2 feet. The male lead reminded him of the time he carried a horse before and said, Morden, I see potential in you. Last time you used magic. But Mika placed his hand on his shoulder, telling him he had run very seriously while carrying a whole horse on his back. The old butler's face instantly turned to stone. Morden screamed in vain. Mika dragged him along noisily, replying, I know, yes, I told you so, you did it. I appreciate that. He thought for a moment and then asked with a sly smile, If I told you to run again, you would do it, right? A long cry sounded as dust just touched the sky. Teeps's figure appeared lonely on a patch of withered forest land. He said, "Then I'll see you in a few months, hero." Having said that, he put on his hat and left immediately. Mika was then smiling and waving goodbye to the red-haired boy. He remembered asking him if he needed support, but he refused and he wasn't worried. Looking at the hat on Teeps's head and his firm hands holding the spear, Mika knew one thing clearly. Before the regression, Teeps was a commander of a demon-hunting squad, had beheaded every demon he met and made a name for himself. Watching the heroic knight's back being covered by the sunlight, the male main character sighed. The grudge and the talent to become a hunter, he has it all. Mika calculated. Now the remaining thing is, he looked down at the barren land beneath his feet. The male lead spat out 2 words, farming. No work, no food. Seth, lying on his shoulder, couldn't believe it and asked again if this was really feasible. Mika was as grumpy as ever, sneeringly answering 2 meaningless questions. She, used to the protagonist's attitude asking for a beating, said, "Oh, so you have a plan?" He used a nonchalant face and said, "Of course not. If I did, I would have changed my damn last name." The book was also speechless. She flew down to face the male lead and asked what he was going to do then. Mika honestly replied, "First I must ensure the living space for the people. One must settle down before pursuing their career." Looking at the deserted village, he continued, "After reducing the monsters in the nearby area, I will set up defensive spells around the protected zone. Consider as if the CEO approved the project, a reasonable plan." Suddenly she wondered, "But didn't you want to eliminate this place? Why the sudden change of heart?" She affirmed that if he was going to do that, she would revert this place to its original state. Mika asked back, "Who said I was going to abandon this place?" He reached out his hand, and a glow of green light appeared in his hand. Seth widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, that is." Light dissipated, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds in Mika's hand. She shouted, "Seeds of the World Tree." She worriedly asked if the World Tree was still fine, how he got this thing, that it was the only unique tree in the world. The male lead Zhen and told her this was not the real deal, just a mass-produced, degraded replica of poor quality. Saying it was not very effective, he scattered the batch of glued seeds onto the ground. Each seed touched the ground, preparing to begin its sacred mission. His eyes showed resolve. He affirmed they would grow quickly and spread wide. To illustrate his words, the seed immediately developed into a large tree. Around where the male lead stood, a forest had grown in an instant. Huang Hun exclaimed at how fast it grew, even faster than spraying growth medicine. Mika explained he had researched the world tree, but thought in his head that he was lying. In reality, this thing was created before the regression. He continued saying, "But that was all, the quantity was limited." Looking at the mature tree, he confirmed it would only live for a year, he could not plant more. Mika thought to himself, but it was enough to fill the territory, because it would repel demons for a year. She curiously asked how he planned to arrange it. He replied, "Neptus will help me." She crossed her arms, acting like an old woman, saying, "If it is Neptus, then surely she will do fine." Suddenly remembering something, she asked him if he had named the trees yet. Mika's face went blank. He thought name he did not know. He unconsciously blurted out, "Dream Tree." Was that okay, imagining a star-patterned backdrop behind him? The book regretted asking. She disgustedly said it was gross. A few days later, in the bedroom, Mika sat before the desk, staring at the crystal ball emitting a blue light. He said, "Father, it is time." From the other side of the crystal ball came a terrifying silence. After a few minutes of waiting, Lord Yi Dan warily said, "You are pleading arrogantly, hero. Learning is very important." Duke Yi Dan sat in his study, holding his familiar mace weapon to discipline his son. He looked at the crystal ball, warning. If it were not his son, he would have broken his legs. On the other side, Mika flashed a confident smile, saying, "Do not say that, father. You promised to support me fully." The crystal ball echoed a firm reply, "Of course." Yi Dan's face suddenly turned fierce. He warned if he planned to create an independent territory, he must discuss it with me first. This brat did not think he was better than his father and decide on his own. Mika cheekily replied, "You should be used to this by now, right, father?" Yi Dan let out a helpless sigh. He closed his eyes, admitting, "Yeah, I cannot beat you because you are too far away. I received a message from the king." He asked, "What did he say?" From the crystal ball came Yi Dan's voice, saying, "The Empire will not pressure you, because His Majesty has recognized the importance of heroes." The Duke's face suddenly wrinkled. He said, "But the sentence he wants you to return and visit the capital," made Mika surprised. He understood it meant they wanted to face-to-face. The male lead seriously thought face-to-face, huh? What a headache, goddammit. Finally, he made up his mind, thinking fine going is fine too. There is no problem with it. In another corner, someone was diligently training, the steady breathing directly proportional to the sweat on his muscular body. Old man Morden was carrying a large stone block, doing push-ups to build muscle. Mika walked over and called out to the butler. Morden surprisedly asked, "Young master, what wind blows you here? Got nothing to do, so you come to torture me?" The butler, while doing push-ups, listened to the male lead announce he planned to visit the capital for a bit, so he wanted to ask him to do some things. Morden, breathless, asked, "Why you going to the capital? Tired to the point of passing out?" Mika nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much. The king wants to chat with me." He closed his eyes, saying, "I understand, your majesty." Suddenly Morden realized something was wrong. He grunted, then asked what is wrong with His Majesty. A carriage with the Duke's emblem rolled gracefully down the road. She curiously questioned, we are taking a carriage to the capital. This time we get to travel comfortably. She murmured to herself, thinking again, he never goes anywhere in person. Mika replied, because there is no need to do so. She felt he was unhappy and so snorted. Suddenly remembering hot gossip, she clapped and exclaimed, oh right. She asked, Mika, lately your sacred power increased, so I also got a little change. The male lead asked back, a change, huh? She smiled, replying, then excitedly asked, did he want to see it? Internally screaming if he dared say no, she would make him go sell salt. She eagerly said to Mika, I will show you. A soft blue glow gently enveloped her body, seemingly making it larger. When she transformed to the size of a normal person, she smiled, asking him what did he think? Was it the absolute peak? While the male lead's face remained indifferent, like he knew it 3 lifetimes ago. She happily asked, now I look like a human, right? Mika emotionlessly replied, haha, it is indeed a bit surprising. She raised her hand, saying, when you channel sacred power into the body, I think I have also recovered somewhat. The male lead asked her how long she could maintain this appearance. She raised her hand, miscalculated, then answered, about 30 minutes a day. I am not that weak. Mika curiously asked, besides making the body bigger, what other effects does it have? She did not answer but raised her hand. She immediately thrust her hand out straight. Mika was scared out of his wits. He felt the monsters in this area had their power halved. Looking at the scene of birds flying chaotically over the forest, the male lead curiously asked, what the hell did she just do? She replied, I just tried using gale force to attack the monsters around here. With her left hand holding her right wrist, she cautiously said, but it only reached half strength. The effectiveness is much reduced compared to the glorious period. Alas, Mika said, speaking of which I realize I have never heard you talk about that period. Her eyes full of regret muttered, my glorious period. Yeah. She angrily replied, I mentioned it earlier. That was when I had no problems. That is the glorious period, like the age of the gods. She said with a regretful tone, I do not say I am a god, but compared to humans of today, surely in the past I was much stronger. Mika pondered the concept of a person like a god. The concept of a god, a master, and level 9 reminded him of himself and Siegfried before the regression, when they were nothing before the gods. The gods here included Heikal, Nefti, Jeriso, and Zed, and they only fought to collect sacred relics. The pitch-black space in Mika's mind suddenly turned white if the sacred relic helped them reach the rank of a god. He remembered the scene of the skull demon lord in armor standing under a red sunset, ashes flying, and thought they believed that power could destroy demons. Mika propped himself up and exclaimed that he did not understand how an entire civilization of a lineage could collapse. He looked aside with tears, a thought flashing in his mind, such as, looking at the lonely back sitting there, the male lead guessed it might have been caused by a traitor. Suddenly a hole appeared in her head, a long hissing sound rang out, and the air inside her began to escape. Mika, whose heart was usually calm as water, was also startled to see the colleague beside him deflating like a balloon releasing air. His expression seemed to say, are you kidding me? What harsh words those are. The mini version of the colleague appeared with an embarrassed look. The male lead questioned, you said 30 minutes earlier. The colleague smiled confidently and replied, I was a bit excited and used my ability on too many things, so the time got reduced. He closed his eyes and nodded, thinking, I knew it, that weakling lady is all talk. Mika looked out the window and thought to himself, I am often like that too. As the carriage was rolling, the male lead calculated there was still a bit of time, so he decided to check everything he had obtained. He looked at the mark of Heiko on his hand and thought, unfortunately, lately he had only been receiving holy power. Mika looked at the mark emotionlessly, knowing everyone knew holy power could not merge into a mage. The sparkling Heiko mark surrounded by mana appeared. He was confident mana and holy power would not conflict. Suddenly he had an idea. Those two energies did not combine, but created a third form. Mika closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and realized many small changes were gradually occurring. The male lead raised his hand to his chest and wondered if he should try to check something. In his mind appeared a purple universe, an image of a person merging with the blessing of gods and mana, the boundary between holy power and mana, the holy power of the world tree, the abundant storm power, the holy mark of Heiko. He thought it would be difficult to sense this power without focus. Mana was mixing together with 3 other types of holy power. He thought about how the world tree and the storm were about to merge into one. After checking, Mika knew clearly that they had already mixed together. Male lead affirmed, why would it be impossible? That is its nature. The image of a field sparkling with fireflies, vines wrapping around a stone pillar appeared. Mika opened his eyes, feeling a sense of comfort enveloping his body. Colleague beside him immediately asked, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? The scene before her made her feel her worldview was overturned, wanting to curse. That is insane. She saw the surroundings turn into a forest with sparkling rays of light. Mika merged into a tree, and she said he had become a druid. In that forest there were small spirits playing joyfully among the blooming flowers. Mika was stunned. Alright, a prisoner. He imagined a druid holding a staff in the forest. The difference between a druid and a mage was vast. A druid does not use mana but borrows nature's power, helped by plants and animals, an innate skill. In the carriage now full of blooming flowers, vines, and sparkling light, Mika thought to himself that he probably had no connection to nature. Suddenly the male lead smiled. But now he does. It is not like he was the eternal forever alone before. This is quite interesting. The colleague asked in disbelief. How the hell did this happen? How did the power of the world tree and the storm merge together? That is too awesome. How can a human do this? He smiled smugly. But it is still possible, right? That is how it should be. The colleague did not deny it, admitting it was indeed possible, but very illogical. She explained that holy power is not something easily controlled by humans. The male lead retorted. The holy power of Heiko is widely used by priests. The colleague replied. That holy power of hers has been modified for human use. In the sparkling forest, her even voice rang out. Even the holy maiden cannot control true holy power, but you combine two types, you are truly at the peak. The male lead said. It is difficult to achieve, but not impossible. The colleague immediately shouted. That is why it is illogical. He said sharply. That is what makes it against common sense. Mika caught the anomaly, he thought. Against common sense, huh? I have a feeling. The male lead remembered the time he met Heiko in the tomb of the first hero. She once called him a demigod. He concluded that perhaps these things were related to that. Suddenly a figure appeared, drawing the attention of the two people. A small, round spirit with short legs, small horns on its head, hair made of tiny leaves, a rose attached to its crown, and emerald eyes looking at them innocently. It was truly a concentrated essence, very endearing to women. Mika spoke up to ask, Who are you? Mika asked, Who are you? The spirit blinked and pointed at itself. Me? I do not know. Then it pointed its tiny hand towards Mika. But you are very friendly. I want to be friends with you. Mika heard this and stared blankly at the spirit doing something in front of him. It seemed to be struggling quite a bit. The colleague was also dumbfounded. Hey, Olia, what are you doing? Then the spirit flew up close to Mika's eye level. He widened his eyes. Wait, could it be? The creature was holding in its hand the holy herb of Thesis, a magical material that every alchemist in the world sought to concoct a panacea. Mika took the sparkling golden holy herb and examined it. He was a bit surprised that the creature gave it to him. How did you? The creature cut him off. Do not be shy. It is just a meeting gift. That is right, it is not a bribe. Mika asked bluntly, What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, the small spirit looked as if struck by lightning, a storm arriving. The colleague grabbed Mika's head and begged, Do not joke anymore. You know it was created when you awakened. You have to accept this little one's bribe. Mika closed his eyes. Fine. He was not planning to refuse anyway. Looking at the spirit, dejected and pitiful from the joke, he thought he needed its help to become a druid. Mika spoke up. All right, I will accept it. Hearing this, the spirit bloomed like a flower, opening its arms and laughing joyfully. Mika asked the small, delicate spirit what its name was. The girl replied she did not know. If you don't have a name yet, I will name you, Mika said. Ria, name me. Mika rubbed his chin in thought, searching for a truly beautiful name. He recalled the time the spirit had tried to dig up a leaf of clear grass to give him. Suddenly, Mika thought of a name. Mon. Mika cut through his train of thought, huh? She looked over and asked, from the word Mon in your language, right? Mika nodded to confirm. I have to put some heart into naming you. While he was considering, the spirit looked dazed upon hearing its new name, hoping. Mon, so it's Mon, its face lit up completely. Mika pointed, look, she likes it, let's just say so. A while later, the two got on a carriage to return to the capital. As soon as the carriage stopped, Ria flew outside, commenting comfortably that it was still peaceful as usual. She turned to ask Mika, do you plan to see the king right away? No, I don't plan to. Mika smiled, I can't go see him empty-handed. In front of them stood the majestic white marble palace. Cheerful priest welcomed Mika back, welcome warrior. Mika asked if his mood was good. Father scratched his head and admitted he had resolved a trouble for someone. The priest asked why he had come here. I came to have an audience with his majesty. Oh, the king, the priest's voice dropped significantly. I can only wish you good luck. Mika said, actually there is something you can help me with, Archbishop. I heard you have some very valuable information. The bishop was stunned. You mean? Mika smiled, the king's dark past. The archbishop's eyes widened when he heard that. He stammered, why so suddenly? Mika replied, I am a warrior, Archbishop. Instead of being plotted against by others, I take one step ahead of them. Inside the palace, a gun demon knelt down to report that the Kid One Purges had entered the city. Damn it, I never expected that fool to become a warrior. Marcus Calabos looked up at the sunset. How ridiculous. He asked the retainer beside him, what do you think? I believe we cannot ignore this matter. I think so too. The fool who was once rejected by Lindell has managed to create such a big influence in just 1 year. That cannot be possible. City-state is not to be trusted. The retainer asked Kelly, boss, what should I do, sir? He turned around. What do you mean? Just go to the capital first. There is only one reason he suddenly returned to the capital, and that is the king's order. Exactly. If the king's favor turns towards the Walpurgis family, the balance of power will collapse. No, perhaps that is not the reason. I do not like the Walpurgis family. I have hated both the sorcerers and the head of that damned family for a very long time. Memories surfaced of a girl whose face was unclear but who had rejected him. Damn Purgus brat, I cannot let you succeed. Humans live while facing the unknown. Mika looked up, closed his eyes to feel the wind. That's right, that is life. If this thing happens again, it won't be fun at all. It is extremely difficult, but the light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest. But Mika opened his eyes. It didn't have to happen now. Yet Mika was being lifted off the ground by Yiden. What just happened? Rewind a few minutes. Mika was walking in the palace. He sighed, the ground floor was done. Rhea flew around and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Should I take a walk around the capital?" While hesitating, a voice called out to Mika's son. He froze that voices. Mika turned left, seeing Yiden Walpurgis, his father with an enormous mallet on his shoulder, eyes shooting fire. Back to the present, Mika helplessly begged to be let down. "Dad, can you put me down and then we talk?" "This is how I talk, why should I put it down?" Yiden laughed. There is no archmage in the world who hits their child with a mallet. This father is very proud of taking the territory from his son. Mika smiled wryly. "You torment your son just to say that? Come to think of it, I haven't talked to you in a while, father." Yiden slowly set Mika down on the ground. You are right." The father and son suddenly fell into an awkward situation. The two stood facing each other, silent with no one speaking a word. Mika looked at his father and thought, in his past life he had never understood him. He was always an exception for his father, but he had never tried to comprehend him. He had run away from his father, that great 8-ring archmage, perhaps because he felt too insignificant. Or perhaps it was because his father was too great, so he thought his father did not understand him. But in truth, he only felt inferior compared to him. Mika had fled from his father for a long time. Now standing before him, he suddenly realized something. But now, he understood his father was just an awkward man in his role as a parent. Mika gathered his courage, extended a trembling fist toward Yiden, and spoke. "I have many things I want to say to you, father." A while later, the father and son sat across from each other in the palace. Yiden asked, "You met the emperor and remained so calm." Mika shrugged. "If I wasn't calm, it would not change anything." He chuckled deeply. "It feels like yesterday you were clinging to Lady Lindell, and now you are so grown. Now is not the time to listen to poetry anymore." Yiden asked, "Are you talking about the demons?" Mika held his teacup. "Yes, we have a common enemy, but humanity refuses to unify. Honestly, I am not worried about meeting the emperor." Yiden then asked, "Then what are you worried about?" "4 great families, those noble houses each like a kingdom of their own. They are House Chapel, House Lindell, House Kelly Boss, and House Walpurgis." Mika continued, "Among them, House Lindell is the most trustworthy, but look at the current situation." "So you mean the other 2 families are the problem?" "The most problematic family is House Calibos." Aiden thought, "Kelly Boss, they are hard to deal with, but what do you plan to do?" Mika replied, "I already have a plan. First, help me with this." "What is it?" "I have thought of an effective way to stop Kelly Boss." After the talk with his father, Mika trudged around again with Seth. Seth circled around his hand and asked, "Your father-son relationship is strange. Do you two have some strange substance in your bodies? It's normal." He corrected, "It is true that father is a bit strange, you get used to it." "No, that is not what I meant. Anyway, it has been some time. The capital was not like this before I regressed." Seth asked, "So where do you plan to go?" Mika lowered his head. "I should meet the emperor." "Of course, but do you plan on doing anything else?" That is, Mika did not finish his sentence. He had sensed something unusual. Seth grew worried. "Mika, I know now. We are being followed." Mika continued his stroll through the imperial city. He noted the men tailing him, 2 on the right side, and 1 on the left side. Did they come from the Dark Guild? He had also anticipated being followed, but only this many people, fewer than he thought. It seemed they had underestimated him. A cold sensation ran Mika's neck. There was also one person more covert than the other 3 understood. It seemed that man was the key one. Seth asked, "What are you planning to do?" Mika hesitated. "I do not know either. I choose to lose them, but I feel uneasy inside. The rat purge was an accident I do not remember clearly, but it should have happened later. Now the rats are dead. What will happen to the Dark Guild? I guess someone of equivalent rank has taken over. Maybe an archdemon like PewDiePie will appear again. I need to check again." From a distant corner, a pursuer watched Mika. "If I stay this far, I probably won't be detected." She wondered, is he a hero? There is a lot of information about Mika, but nothing about him being a hero. But with a few pieces of rare information, they sound very foolish and unreliable. The pursuer peeked out again, muttering to herself, "So he purified an archdemon in the imperial capital, and also a vampire. Maybe he was born with an innate talent, but he is merely someone acknowledged to possess the virtues of a true hero. Should I or should I not?" While lost in thought, Mika suddenly vanished from her sight. "What the?" She was stunned. It was only a second. It was just a blink of an eye. How could he lose track of him so quickly? She stood looking around in the middle of the street, cursing angrily. How could she make such a stupid mistake? She hurriedly plunged into the crowded stream of people. She absolutely had to find him right away. As she was frantically searching through the crowd, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. An icy cold voice rang out, "What are you looking for?" The tailing girl froze. Mika, who had just been smiling, changed his expression and asked, "Who are you with?" She trembled, unable to speak, then seized the chance to shapeshift and flee at an extremely fast fast speed. She was in a state of extreme panic. As she ran, her thoughts were in chaos. What should I do now? What now? Alright, I've found what I needed. That man is truly talented. He detected the invisibility spell immediately, something even a master would find difficult. I must report this to the guild right away. She returned to the guild, carefully taking a roundabout route to get here. It should be safe now. Before she could even wipe off the sweat, Mika was standing right beside her asking, so it's here. The tailing girl was in shock. It was all over. She stammered, unable to form words. How? Mika smiled coldly. Dark invisibility spell. You are a dark fairy. After the mouse died, Talia took control as the leader. How do you know we are on Talia's side? You being a dark fairy in the Dark Guild is just foolish. Now just don't let me go. The girl was stunned, huh? Mika threatened. That Dark Guild, I've already discovered your base. Do you think you can still hide it from me? Girl suddenly agreed. Yes, sir, hero. Then she suddenly made a cute gesture with her 2 fingers. We talk in private. It turns out she also knows how to be shy. I am a manager in the guild base. It wouldn't be good if everyone saw you caught me. Mika was silent, thinking for a long while. Then he sighed. No, I refuse. Mika raised his hand and shouted, sleep. The girl didn't have time to react. It was too late. That bastard immediately fell straight into the dream realm. Mika decided to carry her off. Set shook his head. Oi, she's pretty. Shouldn't you handle her more gently? Mika said indifferently, why should I show any respect to someone from the Dark Guild? If I take her back there, they won't do anything to her anyway. Seth wondered how he knew. She is precisely President Talia's adopted daughter. The Dark Guild was currently having a loud, boisterous party. Mika, with the girl from earlier over his shoulder, pushed the door open and walked in. He asked, is Talia here? Man spoke up, what brat is this? Then this is the right place, isn't it? He didn't hesitate to throw the girl to the ground. Here, please sign for receipt. Everyone saw Talia's adopted daughter and noisily called her Miss Mia. Several men were furious. Impossible. Mika lightly raised his hand. Now do you recognize me? A dozen men were about to rush in to teach him a lesson, but Mika stood still. He curled his lips in a smile. Wow, calm down. Mika snapped his fingers, immobilize. The magic circle instantly appeared, paralyzing everyone on the spot. Mika asked, is anyone caught in the crossfire? Good, no one. Set sneered, they're silenced, how can they talk? Mika spoke in the same calm tone. I know being the boss means enduring loneliness. Mika sat down on a chair, propped his chin, and waited. You should show yourself. Waiting like this is starting to annoy me. If you don't come out after waiting too long, Mika will cause trouble. He reached out his hand, first shaking the tavern until someone appeared beside him and said stop. Mika glanced over. Finally decided to show yourself? Mika asked, are you the president of this guild? The man removed his hood. I am Hitos. My daughter troubled you. I apologize. Mika lowered his head. Troubled me? His sharp gaze fixed on Mia lying on the ground. No, you're awake. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Mia was startled by being discovered, so she awkwardly sat up, her whole body blushing with embarrassment. She said he should have warned her first, that he was really mean. Mika, hanging upside down, said the one following others like her was the mean one. Mia struggled and refused to accept it, insisting that if he was a real hero, he should share personal information. Hitos reminded her, Nia, stop it. She reluctantly fell silent, her voice weak. Hitos said it was his order, and since he needed to gather information on heroes he had sent her. Hitos bowed his head and sincerely apologized. Mia hurried over, begging him to ask her for anything but not to touch her father. He is very prone to self-flagellation. He is the guildmaster of Talia. He is also a master assassin. In the original timeline, he was supposed to be killed by those bastards, but the future I know has changed. What should I do? The turning point for Talia cannot be too brilliant. Everything must remain within my control. Mika spoke up. I actually didn't come to interrogate you. Hitos was surprised. Really? But that rat bastard is an outsider monster who sold his soul to the devil. And you people took his territory, right? Mia said angrily. Are you saying we are the same as those outsiders? Mika stood up. I already told you about this issue. My responsibility is to clean up the rats. Mia was scared, but people always take renowned land. He lowered his hand. Yeah, that's right. He pulled down the collar of one of the unconscious men on the ground, revealing the outsider mark. That would be if you hadn't taken in his men. Hitos lowered his head. So do you want to destroy us outsiders? A terrifying pressure pressed against Mika's neck. That pressure was truly terrifying, the mark of a master. He asked Hitos, are you done talking? Yes, I am. Wait, I didn't expect to meet a master assassin here. You are very perceptive. Mika replied, I know. I also noticed many other small details. For example, he pointed at the man's heart. Mika squinted. There is something very strange. It seems you are cursed, and yet you are still alive. Hitos was terrified. How do you know? He smiled brightly. I am a hero, the higher-ups told me. Mia asked worriedly, so if you know about the curse, do you know how to break it? Mika crossed his arms. Of course. Mia was stunned, rushing over to shake him. What is the method? Tell me whatever you need. I will do anything to get it. Mika thought to himself, pretty desperate, huh? He said to Mia, but I have never taken a loss. So, he smiled. What do you know about me? After a while, an agreement was established between Mika and Hitos. He handed a copy of the agreement to Hitos. Alright, stamp it here. And here, yes, I know. The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, this signing was inevitable because both sides' thoughts were already aligned. First, to break Hito's curse so he suffers no further harm. The fact that a professional assassin can fully recover is not something to be taken lightly. To guide Talia toward a common ground. Mika said, Talia's limits are very clear. Even if you surpass them, you cannot escape the shackles binding you to the Shadow Guild. Hito's replied, there are things that cannot be denied. As hero, Mika interrupted, yes, I said I would help you. Talia will also wholeheartedly help me gather information. If anyone disobeys, Hito's continued, that person must pay with their life. That's the clause in the agreement, right? And Talia must remain neutral. Do you understand the meaning behind this sentence? Hito's bowed his head, I understand. Eradicate the rat's underlings, even though this is not easy. Mika was about to leave, well, that's enough for now. Hito's expressed from behind, even though we signed the agreement, I still find it hard for the guild to step out of the shadows. Mika asked coldly, have you forgotten what family I come from? The Purchase noble family. My father is still in the imperial capital, so follow his advice. Hito's was silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, is his temperament good? Mika thought of his old man as a demon. That's hard to say, isn't it? Shrugged, my father is on a whole other level. Don't worry, even if his temperament is bad, he won't do anything. Hito's looked up and muttered, everything must go smoothly. Oh heavens. Mika trudged out of Hito's bar. Mia tightly gripped her father's arm. Father, what is it, my daughter? We trust him. Your father has a good feeling about that man. That is how I have lived for so long. Ever since meeting you, every choice has been based on instinct. I think breaking this curse is good, but more importantly, that hero made a promise. A promise to pull us out of the darkness. His gaze held no prejudice. It was very sincere and careful enough to choose us for this agreement. Receiving help from heroes is not an easy thing. Meeting him while matters are still unfinished. We have nothing to lose. Mia sighed, I understand. Mika used his skill again. Mia had just seen him right in front of her. A second later, he vanished. She remarked that for a hero, his appearance seemed a bit ordinary. Your father thinks so too, at the splendid royal palace. Mika looked around. The palace looked so ethereal. This was the place he needed to protect. Speaking with his majesty while being overheard felt uncomfortable, but this way, he would be in no danger. But he still felt uneasy. Mika thought at this very moment, a royal knight like him should already be inside the palace. His presence. Two swords blocked Nika's path. Please stop. This place is for the great emperor, royalty, and heroes. Have you not heard of me? I am a hero. The two guards looked at the gleaming emblem of Mika and gaped in astonishment. They grumbled in haste, I will check again, we received a message. Please cooperate to verify your identity. Very well. It has been verified. The escort knight will arrive shortly. I understand. Of course he knew exactly who would come. The hero's escort was a rookie, just one person. Greetings to the hero, I am... Mika smiled, Sir Myron, right? The escort was surprised. That is right, you know me. Are we not both from noble lineage? I come from the house of Walpurgis, and you from the house of Calibos. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mika extended his hand for a handshake. They shook hands together. Yes, I am Myron Calibos, the second son of Marcus Calibos, and before his regression he had not been any help, either a murderer of his own father or a hero who stopped his family's decline. Later, Myron would be linked to these two opposing terms. Fallen hero. Mika greeted him with a bright handshake, surprising Myron. After a brief moment of shock, Myron reacted. A bright smile appeared. He said he did not expect a famous hero to know his name. And Myron, still smiling, led Mika into the grand hall. Mika looked at Myron's pure smile and thought to himself, this was who he was. Guilty man, a fallen hero. That is what people called him. Right now, he looked so carefree and kind-hearted. Mika suddenly asked, Sir Myron was just appointed as a royal knight, correct? Myron quickly replied, yes, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud. Myron scratched his face with an awkward laugh. Of course, compared to you, it is nothing. Mika immediately countered, no, achieving such a feat at your age is truly admirable. Hearing the praise, Myron smiled even brighter. Hearing you say that makes me happier. Looking at Myron, Mika was secretly delighted. This smile was still pure. Because until now, Myron still did not know the truth about his father being the reason for his self-destruction. In discussing with his father, Mika had said there was only one way to take down the Marcus in one blow, and Mika needed Myron for that plan. Mika asked Myron what he thought of Marcus Calibos. Myron asked back in surprise, you mean my father? Myron answered seriously, I respect him, our clan is one of the 4 great families. Is he not the head? I know my father does not like Walpurgis, but that is just his childish nature. My father is mature, he does not hold a grudge over one thing forever. Hearing this, Mika almost burst out laughing, inwardly sneering, mature, how ridiculous. For my regression, when my family collapsed, it was the Marcus who ceaselessly oppressed and destroyed it. The Marcus went too far and Myron found out. That was when the conflict began to flare up and the whole thing turned into a real disaster. There was much to consider, but this was the right time to tell him. Mika took a step forward while casually dropping a question and added, Hey Myron, lately there is a big rumor going around the capital. Are you aware of it? Hearing this, Myron stepped closer. If it is about that, Mika suddenly blurted out 4 words, the Dark Family. That made Myron's face twist. Clearly he hated discussing this topic. Myron quickly replied, It is a rather thorny issue, but not something that can be resolved overnight. But before he could finish, Mika interrupted, Then are the royal knights not getting involved? Myron nodded, fell into a pensive silence, and answered with a bitter smile. That is correct, I understand your meaning. But my duty is to protect the king. Others have already been dispatched to handle that matter. Mika looked at the pensive Myron and suggested, that must be the case. But if the king agreed, it would be a different story. This caught Myron off guard, and he nearly stumbled back. Mika knew exactly what Myron craved. Currently, he was a royal knight, but in truth he hated being tied down to one place. The reason Myron accepted a position that did not suit him was because the Marquis wanted it that way, meaning he only needed Mika to give a gentle nudge. Myron would be easily pushed aside. As for the hidden truth, that was exactly the plan Mika had laid out. Seeing Myron reacting to the proposal, Mika continued, if you want, I can put in a good word for you during the audience with the king. After that, Mika looked directly into Myron's eyes and said, I do not judge others just with my eyes. God is always present and occasionally he whispers to me. He says that. Mika smiled, looked at Myron, and calmly continued, you have your own mission. Myron's gaze froze. Then he could not hide the deep emotions within his heart. Myron knew this was his chance to break free from his chains. After a moment of thought, he asked hesitantly, can you speak on my behalf? Mika was pleased that the fish had taken the bait, and quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, easy as pie. After that, Myron led Mika into the great hall, saying, this is the main hall. It is an honor to escort you. Then Mika opened the door and walked inside alone. As soon as he entered, a voice rang out, you have traveled far, you must be weary. Mika gave a soft smile and replied, it is an honor to meet you, your majesty. King Jizu stepped down and walked over to Mika. He looked him over once and remarked, you do not look the least bit honored. The king's gaze was full of scrutiny, his tone sarcastic. You bow your head to me, because I am the emperor, but your tone carries no respect. How amusing. Hearing this, Mika calmly closed his eyes and answered, thank you for the compliment, your majesty. King Jisu walked past Mika and continued, I never expected a hero to come from Vanpurgis. Since I have the authority to bestow the title of hero, I have done some digging. King picked up the paper with Mika's background, reading and judging as he glanced at him from behind. You used to be a lunatic. Seeing no reaction from Mika, the king continued, using the past tense is my way of complimenting you. Am I being too rude to a hero? Mika, still with his eyes closed and mind calm, gently replied, no, I have no intention of denying the truth. In his heart, Mika understood clearly King Jizu was not only evaluating him in his capacity as a hero, but also wanted to see what kind of man he really was. Was Mika a rebel? Or a fool? Would he be blinded by fame? Or did he harbor other ambitions? The king would shape his perception of Mika based on how he behaved, and because of that, Mika smiled slyly, looked straight at the king and challenged him, but you see, I am the evolved type of crazy. Mika had made up his mind. He had absolutely no intention of giving the king the answer he expected. The most powerful man on this continent, Joshua Reefer Alexandros. He was the king who ruled the mighty empire. Your Majesty, you understand the true nature of things. Disaster will erupt if obtained rights are not accompanied by duties. Boundary that day you use that boundary. Begin assessing a person. But King Jizu was in a bind. Looking at Mika, he assessed him but then was outplayed by him. The king thought to himself, what is wrong with this guy? The king felt he could not see through who Mika was. This had never happened before, and it was truly intriguing. Mika's expression changed. He bowed his head, showing deference, and said, I apologize if my tone was a bit grating. Hearing this, King Jizu raised his voice. With an attitude like yours, if I were your father, I would have been furious. Hearing that, Mika chuckled, looked straight at the king, but you are not, your majesty. Could you be a little more generous, please? King Jizu then replied, very well, now speak, O hero. This world about to face a catastrophe? Mika quickly replied, if we prepare from now, nothing will happen. I am certain it will be a great disaster, but its scale depends on our preparations. King Jesus clearly understood the core meaning of Mika's words. This disaster could not be stopped. Looking at Mika, the king said this disaster would be hard for the empire to bear, much like a great demon history had once mentioned that was very difficult to deal with. Mika interrupted, saying it was not merely a great demon. One hiding in the shadows was the lord of the demons, and he would also come. Hearing this, the king fell silent. A lord, huh? King Jesus' heart churned, feeling the situation was truly bad. Mika bringing up such an unbelievable matter was absurd. Just now he had said a great demon was lurking right in the imperial capital. The king looked at Mika standing below, asking, so what do you want from me? I know you did not come here just to see me. You surely have something to say. Facing the pressing questions, Mika appeared contemplative, rubbing his chin in thought. Then, Mika looked at the king and slowly spoke. What I want to say is... Suddenly, Mika burst into loud laughter. With a wild look in his eyes fixed on the king, he replied, I want nothing at all. Hearing that, the king's face darkened, his brow furrowed, and he gritted out, is that so? Mika smiled tauntingly. He had already triggered a reaction. Mika recalled his conversation with Bishop Arley, who mentioned a weakness that might or might not be useful, but the current monarch was very indifferent. Whenever the topic of abdication came up, he still got as irritable as before. Mika thought, saying simply, the king's indifference only turned to anger when it was mentioned. Regarding abdication, the previous king had once sincerely asked him if he wanted anything. At that time, Jesus smiled, his youthful face full of interest as he said, said, "No, I do not want anything at all." After that reply, the king was scolded by the queen for 2 whole days. The current king was exactly that kind of person. King Jesus had a headache, rubbing his forehead and saying, "You want nothing. I am sure you want something, like becoming the center of the continent or asking for my help." Mika coldly replied, "Seeking help, those things I can do myself. This empire is under your rule, King Alexandro. I do not wish to become its center." Mika smiled with sly, narrowed eyes. "Why not give me something more fitting?" The king asked irritably. "You do not make a direct demand, but want me to think of something to give you." Seeing the king storming toward him, Mika waved his hand. "It is not as difficult as you make it sound, but if you want to understand it that way, so be it. Your Majesty, I wish I could be a perfect hero, but unfortunately I still have shortcomings." King Jesus judged, "You really do not look like a hero at all." He turned around. "Ah, fine, I will do as I see fit. To be honest, I have no intention of changing my mind." Mika replied, "Yes," rejoicing inwardly, "just be a little more thick-skinned." King Jesus decided, "I will form a night order to fight the evil demons and send official orders to every lord." The king tossed the seal into Mika's palm and instructed him, "When you need help, just report to me. Do not say you have received much help from the Holy Kingdom. I am more than capable of helping you better than the Holy Kingdom. This is my seal. Anytime within the Empire's territory, everyone will help you with all their heart." Mika bowed his head sarcastically. "Haha, you have given me too much." The king asked if there was anything else, and Mika cautiously replied, "I do not want anything else, but..." After some exchange, the king was surprised. "If you mean Myron, then the Kelly boss household?" Mika answered, "I am only speaking my thoughts. But what harm is there if a knight is absent for a while?" The king thought, "Recently the knights in the palace have no knowledge of the outside world. At least someone should go out and gain experience. Then tell the Kelly boss child to go out and gain experience and bring back results that satisfy me. You may go now. I am sure you are satisfied." Mika nodded. "Yes, indeed I am."
Mika turned to leave but stopped after only 5 steps.
Also, Your Majesty." Mika's sly smile appeared again with a light laugh. "I also want to speak with the person who is hiding behind that red pillar." The king exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." Sunlight shone on the jewel in the crown, glittering as the king said, "Very well, you may." The palace door closed. King Jesus stared into the void for a long while, then tilted his head back. He said wearily he found out that hero had noticed from before. At that moment, the commander of the Royal Knight Order, Hector Liam, stepped out from behind the pillar. He replied in surprise, "No way he discovered me just because I am a mage." The king thought for a moment and said, "Things are no longer going my way. Interesting. If life is boring, then what is the point?" The king thought to himself, "If that disaster is unavoidable, then we need to be prepared." Turning back to Mika, who had just stepped out of the palace, Myron's voice reached him. "Hero." Myron looked worriedly at Mika's expression, asking, What is wrong?" Mika replied, "The king has permitted it." Seeing Myron's face bloom like a flower upon hearing the news, Mika teased, "It seems the position of royal guard is a bit too much for you." Myron's smile grew wider. "Ahaha, is it that obvious?" Suddenly Myron stopped laughing, his voice thoughtful. "I like being a knight, but this is nothing like what I imagined. Protecting the king's safety is an honor, but..." Mika suddenly interrupted. "Is your wish not to save more people?" Mika said, Of course I do not help for free. I also have a task I want you to do for me." Myron asked in surprise, "What is that?" Mika replied with a smile, "Rats. Seeing the appearance of the great demon, I need to purify him immediately, so I cannot catch the rats myself." Myron asked again, "So you want me to hunt them down?" Mika nodded in confirmation. 7 dragons, Mika knew all of them. This was a necessary step to bring Myron closer to the truth. Myron still wore his innocent, pure smile and replied, "Yes, I will do this task." Suddenly Mika raised his finger. "Add one more thing. After you find them, you must return to me immediately. Do not take any other action." Myron then asked, "So you want me to report back immediately?" After that he grinned as innocently as possible. "I will follow your orders." After finishing the conversation with Myron, Mika stepped outside. At that moment the little boss came out and asked, "Why did you let that knight investigate this matter? Is there a reason?" Mika replied, "Yes. You will know soon." When Mika returned home, he was speechless at the sight before him. "Not just stand there," Mika shouted. "Father, what are you doing?" Old Yiden glared angrily at his damned son and barked, "You rotten brat, you told them to come see me, and now you are saying something nonsense." Old Yiden sat towering there, holding a commanding token. One look and you could tell they were caught up in trouble. "Why did you bring them to me?" Suddenly Hidas hesitantly raised his hand and whispered, "I am a professional assassin," but was immediately shouted down by Old Yiden. Seeing his father guarding like a tiger, then looking at Mia and Hidos behaving obediently like puppies, Mika said helplessly, "Talia, the Dark Guild, I plan to arrange them into the family territory. I believe you are a man who can do anything, so I entrust them to you." Hearing his precious son say that, Old Yiden roared, "So you pushed them to me because you are busy playing hero." Mika sighed, "If I become a hero, it will also help the family." Hearing his son's words that sounded reasonable, Old Yidon pretended to ponder. That is true. Dark Elf Assassin Master, I think they already know something. At this moment, the father and son Hidos were kneeling on the ground. His daughter Mia asked boredly, "Father, are you okay?" Hidos sighed and replied, "Ah, I am fine." Suddenly Mika's voice rang out, "Huh, what other choice do I have? I will turn Talia into an intelligence agency for the family." Old Yidan hearing this said, "I have not heard of this, but taking them in is not bad." Hearing this, the two, father and son Hidos, were overjoyed, smiling as brightly as flowers. Mika messaged old Yidan, "I will send you the details of everything later." The two, father and son Hidos, cheerfully thanked him and then walked outside. Now only the two of them were left. Old Yidan looked at Mika and asked, "I have many things to say, but I will only ask you one thing. How is the matter of the king's opinion?" Mika immediately replied, nothing much. He asked me a few tricky questions, but I had anticipated that. What I did not anticipate was, Mika said as he pulled out the seal that King Jesus had bestowed. "I received this unexpected gift." Old Yidan was surprised. The king's seal is not a simple matter. Mika agreed, "I am sure this item will be useful when I carry out my knightly duties." Old Yidan calmly reminded, "No one in the empire can turn their back on the king. Now you must go." Mika quickly put the seal into his pocket and replied with a smile, "I still have many things to take care of." Yidan asked, "You mean the Calabos family?" Mika replied, "Yes, that is correct." Yidan pondered thoughtfully. Then he asked, "Son, do you know the Calabos family hates us very much?" Mika said indifferently, "I heard it was because he fought with you over my mother." Yidan bowed his head and recounted, "Yes, that is right. After Sessin and I got married, he still did not give up, constantly pursuing your mother." Mika could not help but curse that bastard. Yidan replied, "Yes." Even though our good relationship did not last long. Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Mika comforted him, "That does not mean you lost." Old Yidan hesitated for a moment, then replied, "You are right, but because of this ambiguous relationship, I too once hesitated." Mika looked at his father and thought to himself, "It seems this matter is similar to Nostra's matter." Old Yidan sighed and reminded, "It would be good if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. I only told you this because you needed to know. The Kelly-Boss family will target our family for life." Mika replied without emotion, "I know." Mika asked Yidan, "What about the matter I proposed to you?" Old Yidan replied, I have done it. I am not sure what the Kelly-Boss family expected from their second son Myron." Mika said, satisfied, "Then good." Old Yidan saw his son being so evasive and furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you plan to do?" Mika just smiled, both delighted and cunning, "Because our family is a powerful and mighty family. Not many outsiders will come to bother us. If we want to expose this matter, we need to expose it from the inside out." At this moment, Myron was following Mika's instructions to find the truth about the rat, the one who defiled everything in the imperial capital. A man was thrown straight into a pile of overturned furniture. He looked at Myron in a fluster, saying bewilderedly, how did— There is a knight here." Myron's gaze became fierce and insane. He growled, "The rat, the dark guild leader Hina. It is you, is it not?" That man did not answer but argued back in fear, "I have never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me dare?" Myron shouted angrily, "Shut up." Suddenly his expression became dazed. Myron was stunned when he saw a prison door. Inside were dozens, hundreds of children with dirty faces, their eyes vacant or filled with fear, clung tightly to the iron bars. Then they all cried out in unison, begging for freedom. Myron could not bear it. He grabbed Jack by the collar and lifted him up. "You are the wretch running the dirty business for that rat, are you not?" Myron slammed him to the ground with force, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, rage had taken over Myron. He roared in Jack's face, asking how he dared to make trafficking children his career, and who was behind him. Jack was so terrified he nearly fainted. He stammered back, "What do you mean, sir?" "You refuse the new wine but insist on drinking the penalty wine." Myron snapped Jack's arm joint, making him scream in heart-wrenching agony. Myron looked at him with a deathly glare, threatening, "Speak up." Threatened, Jack was frightened to the extreme, saying he knew nothing, because that bastard had hidden his identity from him. Hearing this, Myron loosened his grip, calculating in his mind, so there really is someone behind this case. He needed to verify the truth of the matter. Suddenly Myron's gaze stopped on the table. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "This is—" Myron discovered a handkerchief with the emblem of his own family. He asked himself in confusion, "Why is this handkerchief here?" Myron clutched it tightly in his hand, initially thinking it was just a trivial matter. There was no way his family could be involved with these scoundrels. Myron shook his head, repeatedly denying it, "No way." Then he threw the handkerchief away. His subconscious kept reminding himself that his family could not be involved in this matter. But Myron immediately called his father upon returning to his room, his voice urgent, "Father, what are you saying?" On the other end, the voice of Myron's father, the Marcus, was full of reproach, telling him not to do those useless things anymore. He said he only wanted his son to bring glory to the family, to fulfill his duty as a holy knight, as he had instructed. Hearing this, Myron argued back in indignation, "This is a mission entrusted to me by the king. The things I do will bring even more glory." The Marcus did not let him speak further. He cut him off. "No, stop it. I will be there soon." Marcus reminded his son not to do anything further, to fulfill his duty as a holy knight. That was an order. Myron was stunned, unable to believe the words coming from his father's mouth. After the phone call, 1,000 thoughts flooded Myron's heart. He did not understand. It was his own father who taught him to live a life of glory. Then why? Myron was panicked. His mind could not help but recall the handkerchief with the family emblem. Do not tell me. Hidos was outside watching. Seeing Myron in shock and contemplation by the window, he said the seed of doubt had been sown. At this moment, Mika was leisurely sitting and chatting with the butler. Mr. Morden smiled kindly and reported that everything was still fine. Mika closed his eyes and said that tree had grown much larger. Butler Morden replied with a smile, yes, its vitality is very strong. Mika calmly explained it will grow even more. If left alone, it will purify the toxins itself. We do not need to intervene, but have you been training as I told you? To reach a higher level, you must take care of yourself. Hearing this, Butler Morden darkened his face and called out, young master, I have realized this during my training. Muscles cannot get stronger in a day or two, especially for an old man like me. Seeing Mika's face still expressionless, Mr. Morden seemed to explode. A mage of advanced age should not have to go through such a difficult time. Mika, bored by the chatter, turned his face away and replied indifferently, whatever. The words made the butler wail in anguish. Suddenly, Mika looked seriously at Mr. Morden and asked, how is Leon? The butler replied, young master, Leon is growing at an astonishing rate. Based on the situation, I think he will soon become a master within a year. Mika thought deeply. It is possible. Before his regression, Leon was already a genius who had reached master level beside Siegfried. Mika instructed the butler, if he needs anything, support him with all your heart. He is worth the investment. The butler respectfully replied, yes, I understand. After finishing the conversation with Butler Morden, Mika stood up, stretching his tired body, looked up at the vast sky and said he needed to be prepared. He will probably come soon. While Mika was taking a walk outside, suddenly Hidos' voice rang out, hero. The Marcus has just arrived at the imperial capital. At the call, good hero, the last retainer welcomes the return of the Marcus. He spoke after Mika stepped down from the carriage. The Marcus has just arrived at the imperial capital. What should we do now? Hidos asked him. After hearing this, Mika only smiled and questioned back, what do you mean by that? He calmly replied to do nothing. Hearing this, Hidos looked up in slight surprise. We do not need to interrupt the conversation between that harmonious father and son. Hidos cut in to ask if the second son of the Kelly boss household would dare to defy the family's orders. The male lead said sternly, if he has clearly determined everything. Please pay attention to a gloomy-faced blonde man who spoke up. Right at this moment, some interesting events were about to occur. In the Swan Castle, seeing the person before him, Myron suddenly let out a cry. The young man asked why he had suddenly come here. The other man replied that he came to check whether his son was truly obedient. Of course, that was not the only reason. Hearing this, Myron frowned in fear, inwardly speculating on the reason his father had visited the imperial capital. He could only think of one reason, and that was the hero. Father quietly came to the imperial capital, but there was no way he had not heard of that matter. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out, asking if his son was upset that he had stopped the investigation. The clock ticked. The hand stopped at 7:10. Myron mustered all his courage to express his opinion, believing that matter would bring glory to the family. Before he could finish, his father cut him off, saying that was not what he wanted. The young man retorted, if that was the case, then do not advise him to become a holy knight. The other man merely sat down thoughtfully on a chair, calmly replying that he also did not need to interfere to seek a higher position for his son. Myron held his ground, asserting that was not the only thing that could bring glory. Hearing this, his father quickly refuted with words full of implication, asking if his son thought the glory from this title belonged only to him. Your glory also represents our entire family. Myron remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he could not help but grit out his assertion. Our family has already been disgraced. Having heard this, the man's gaze became vacant, and he asked himself what he should do now. The boy sacrificed himself, living as an obedient puppet of the family to become a holy knight. Marlon added, to maintain power for a noble family, the help of the royal family was needed. However, the king had entrusted this task to him. He merely entrusted the task to him, seeing the boy's resolute attitude. His father inwardly judged this naive, unruly child, thinking that the family had climbed to its current position solely through glory. If so, he would not obey him. As expected, Myron called out to his father, I believe this is the honor of a holy knight to help people and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen. These words truly angered the man. It infuriated him to the extreme, and he slammed his hand hard on the table. Next, he shouted agitatedly, Myron, I told you stop investigating those matters. That is an order from the head of the family. Stubborn Myron immediately questioned why. Looking at his resentful expression, the man broke out in a worried sweat, only sputtering one word, son. An indescribable fear rose in his heart, because the boy used to tremble whenever he was angry. He could not utter a single word. The boy had received orders from the king and also upheld the title of Holy Knight. Returning to the present, Myron quickly explained that because of his father's order, he had not continued investigating the Dark Guild any further. Instead, he had been reflecting on why his father had stopped him. The young man recalled the scar from before. Afterwards, he looked down at his empty hands. He continued calmly, during the investigation, I once discovered a scarf embroidered with our family crest. This made the man stare wide-eyed. He muttered to himself, perhaps you were set up. They surely thought you would fall for the trap immediately. Myron replied disappointedly, even if father did it, you must do one thing. If it was that matter, then it is fine. I know what my weakness is, which is why I must cooperate with someone I trust. Myron, without any fear, frankly admitted, I enlisted the hero. Hearing this, the other man only felt baffled, asking if he had to request help from the Walpurgis family. Myron quickly asserted, I did not ask anyone from the Walpurgis family. Under the golden sunlight streaming through the window, he revealed his determination, saying I enlisted a hero. Hearing this, his father felt that things were gradually going off track. He sighed inwardly, thinking that damn Mika Walpurgis was plotting something. After all, he thought this matter was very troublesome. Finally, he quietly observed his son. Afterwards, he calmly looked straight into Myron's eyes for a long time, causing the young man to exclaim in shock, Father, you really have. The man, who was originally unconcerned, continued to stare into his eyes and furrowed his brow. By some strange magical power, Myron suddenly vanished inexplicably. At the same time, on the other side, the male protagonist cheerfully exclaimed, I see. He sneered, rejoicing inwardly. Perhaps because everything was going according to plan, he was so delighted that his face contorted. In the gloomy darkness of the night, ladies and gentlemen, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. Groups of people lay scattered all over the streets. In the midst, the vice president of the Serpent Society asked, his mouth full of blood, why? We did nothing at all, we never did the things you just mentioned. The masked man coldly replied, yet he still held the intelligence reports in his hand. He swiftly grabbed the other by the neck, warning him not to worry. No one would even notice the missing people. A few minutes later, Vice's body slackened, he collapsed, giving up and accepting his fate. Seeing this, the masked man took out a bottle of strange liquid, his demeanor suggesting he had done this many times before. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. This is the corrosive liquid used back in the day. Thinking of meeting it again here, I find it quite nostalgic. The masked man seemed caught off guard, fear gripping his heart as he could not recognize who the other person was. Hidos continued to ask, do you know who I am? I am the president of Talia. He suggested, I have many questions for you, so it's best you come with me. The masked man immediately negotiated, if I go, will you spare my life? Hidos vouched on his honor, yes, I promise. Deep down, the masked man surmised, that man is far stronger than me. He also recognized the disparity in strength, which was why he was so relaxed. He wasn't the least bit wary of me. Now is the time, no more hesitation. The masked man instantly drew his sword. He intended to deal with the other in an instant. He was gleeful, thinking he had stabbed the man. Unexpectedly, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped. Seeing him trembling violently, afraid to attack, Hidos mocked him. Oh no. With strength like this, you dare to fight? How embarrassing. Looking at the black aura emanating, the masked man could not believe his eyes. Don't tell me it's the dark attribute. Hidos toyed with the sword. He said, since you have rejected my offer. Pulling down the mask, he continued, you no longer have the right to speak. With those words, he quickly withdrew his hand. He finished off the opponent decisively. The masked man only had time to cry out in pain before sinking into darkness. Hidos silently surveyed the battlefield he had created. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, Father. The man turned to offer encouragement. You fought hard, Mia. Mia was carrying someone on her back and urgently said that the two had taken poison on the spot, so she couldn't bring them here. Hidos retorted, it's fine. These three people are enough intelligence for us to exploit. Pushing them to this state proves the Calabos family is utterly desperate. After reasoning it out, Hidos had to admit, you are right. This business is too cruel and reckless for a noble family to be involved in. If exposed, House Calabos would suffer a heavy blow. Having said that, Hidos turned and left, not forgetting to remark, interesting, very interesting. What does the hero plan to do with these men? In the room, two young men were negotiating. Myron stated his request, I need your help. He began to explain, I am not sure, but I cannot rule out any possibility. Mika asked curiously, so what have you decided? The young man hesitated. There are dark corners within my family that I know nothing about. They might even, the main character quickly interjected, accept help from secret guilds, right? Myron's face turned ugly. He asked softly, you already know. Mika reassured him, if the hero didn't know about this, how could he save the world? If it concerns the future, I must still understand it clearly and be well prepared. The spirit beside him exclaimed, you are a born liar. Myron asked suspiciously, so did you help ask permission for me to look into matters outside the palace a few days ago? The main character replied, I won't deny that. Upon hearing this, the young man lowered his head in helplessness. He blamed himself for being the second son but being unable to do anything. Mika looked at him with sympathy. Myron still has hope. I feel pity for him, but I need to crush his last hope. When he had no hope left at all, the young man spoke up. I don't know anymore. Long An thought to himself, yes, nothing is absolute. If things come to a head, Myron could be the turning point to change the Kelly boss family. Thinking this, the main character raised his hand in a gesture and said enthusiastically, I have something for you to see. In his heart, he knew exactly how to achieve it. Thinking of that man Hidos, I planned to show him solid evidence. Very quickly, Hidos and Mia appeared and Myron exclaimed in shock, Hero, who are these people? Mika stood up and explained that they had just captured some assassins. Now, by some means, they were ambushing the territory of the secret guilds in order to assassinate someone. How strange, looking at the other's puzzled expression. Mika became even more excited. Sir Myron, bring the young man over to that masked man just now. Immediately pull off his mask. Myron, seeing this, suddenly fell silent. He could not hide the astonishment on his face. Myron Calibos was stunned when he heard that voice. Strange, was it not, Sir Myron? He was in shock upon recognizing that familiar silhouette. In his hand he held the mask. His face, covered in scars and stitches, was revealed. Myron Calibos had correctly stated that man's identity. He asked in bewilderment why the criminal was here. Mika calmly told him to see who else was present. The spirits gradually escaped from the mask. They began to form complete bodies. All those who wore masks were notorious criminals. Myron Calibos nervously swallowed, for he knew who they were. They were precisely the criminals who had been executed by the Calibos family. Mika, with a bored expression, said their abilities had likely been wasted. How they were treated did not matter, as their crimes were too severe. Myron Calibos trembled in fear, unable to speak. A tense and suffocating atmosphere enveloped the room. Elsewhere, Calibos turned around and asked his subordinate again, thinking his ears were playing tricks. What did you just say? Subordinate replied that those sent to assassinate the Dark Guild had been killed. Calibos remained stubborn, insisting no one in the guild was that strong. How dare you say such a ridiculous thing? The terrified subordinate stammered that they had been vaporized. Calibos leaned on his cane, thinking to himself, had he already failed? He recalled his son's determined eyes and his words about having sought a hero. He angrily cursed, using his son's own name. In Calibos' mind, the image of Mika with his bloodshot, murderous eyes appeared. He asked his subordinate where Mika Walpurgis was now. Subordinate replied that he was at the central temple. Calibos calmly nodded. Then he walked off, saying he would go there to meet him. A moment later, in a room with classical architecture, Mika laughed loudly. Haha, oh heavens, he recognized the sudden visitor. Ah, was that not the Marcus? Calibos replied that it had been a long time. Mika mocked, what wind brings the head of a noble great family here? He continued to taunt, saying that since he was a noble, he must have a grand reason. Calibos calmly said to go elsewhere to talk. The two arrived at a room resembling a chapel, and sat facing each other. Calibos got straight to the point, saying since they were not close, he would speak frankly. He asked an abrupt question. Was it him? Mika feigned ignorance and replied with a smile that he did not know what he meant. Calibos said directly to save time. His son's impulsive behavior was because of him. He calmly replied that exposing the perpetrator behind the crime was not impulsive. He threatened and warned him not to get involved with his son. He replied with a smile that he needed a reason to accept the warning. He looked straight at Calibos and asked why he should not. He also stared back at him. After a moment of silence, he asked if he had ever heard the phrase necessary evil. Evil is merely a simple method of judgment. A place prone to corruption will inevitably collapse, so a person is needed to control the evil. He continued, saying our family is a prime example. Mika asked with a blank face, what are you trying to say? Calibos said in a low voice, I am the one who controls the evil in the empire. Do you think the king does not know? He rested his chin, listening with boredom, and said he was starting to ramble again. The world is not just light. Your way of seeing things is still very naive. He held out his hand. He firmly asked, did the king permit you to sell your son as a slave? That statement stunned Calibos. Mika stood up, placed his hands on the table, and said he did not think so. Even if it were true, these feelings were something he could abandon. He smiled confidently, saying he would receive some words of reprimand but nothing serious would happen. Calibos replied, you sure understand well. He placed his hand on his shoulder, flashing a fierce and provocative smile. But did you know? Actually, I do not care much about it. He continued, do you think I am standing here as a member of the Juan Purgis family? That man was terrified again, having encountered too many shocks tonight. Mika introduced that this was the central temple. He was extremely alert, each word hitting the core. And I am a hero. I could not care less about necessary evil or anything. Calibos's eyes widened with rage, but he could not speak, only hearing his insult to not utter futile excuses. He added, arresting criminals is not wrong, so why are you making so many objections? Mika raised two fingers and said, now you only need to choose one of two options. Either you stop participating in the activities of the Dark Society, or you maintain that wonderful necessary evil you just mentioned. You must choose right now, right here. His gaze was sharp, emitting a cold aura, ready to pounce and eliminate his prey, Marcus Calibos. The bell inside the temple rang out. He stood there and thought to himself. Even that man could not suppress his anger and left. Mika Walpurgis crossed his arms and turned around. He said to the air that he had heard everything. The space suddenly tore open, and black cracks slowly widened. A figure appeared. It was Myron Calibos, his face full of boredom and disappointment. Mika smiled confidently at Myron's words. I have decided. His face was full of determination. I am going to impeach my own family. In Mika's view, a man dissolving into ashes made him widen his eyes in shock. He had seen everything, then explained the secrets that few knew. He remembered the blonde man cheerfully talking, Along with the green-haired man with his hair covering his eyes, he concluded that darkness had long been hiding within the Kelly boss family. Darkness brought Myron back to his childhood. He thought they were deliberately stopping him because of their illegal dealings. His face was shocked as he witnessed his family's transactions. Before Myron was a large black void. Amidst the scattering debris, he stared in stunned silence. He concluded that it ran deep from the moment he was born. A step came from the light, and the darkness shattered and dissipated. He concluded that he was destined to become a holy knight and bring honor to the family. Hand grabbed the boy's wrist and pulled him away. Myron was pulled away in a daze, his eyes still wide open, watching the conversation before him. He realized the last shred of conscience in the Kelly boss family was fading. His eyes were filled with an unbelievable shattering, wide and unblinking. Myron returned to reality. The evocative darkness gradually left him and dissipated. His face was pensive, and he bit his lip, staring into nothingness. He concluded that conscience had already found the truth. Suddenly, Myron spoke in the silent space. "I have decided." He looked at him and smiled as if he had foreseen it. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled. His face was full of determination mixed with awkwardness as he said to him, "I am going to report my own family." After saying this, he placed his hand on his chest, his expression unreadable, and added, "I need to change my family." The phrase "necessary evil" is just an excuse for wrongdoings. Expressing his resolve, Myron turned to comment on him. "You have spoken the truth. I trust you have your own reasons." He glanced over, thinking to himself. He figured it out very quickly. Without hesitation, he walked slowly towards him. He also looked at him. Mika said, "Then let us make a plan now." He thought to himself, "Even if this plan cannot be completed in a year or two, that is fine." He smiled full of anticipation, while he frowned with determination and asked, "What do I need to do?" He stood opposite, screaming inwardly, "Myron is the one who will rebuild the family, not me." He replied gently, "You just need to continue what you are doing." He looked at him, bewildered and confused. Seeing his expression, he quickly affirmed, "This may be difficult, but you just need to do the right things." His face darkened. He glared in a daze, stammering, I do not know." He quickly reached out and touched his cheeks, reminding him, "But remember this one thing." Faced with his action, Myron looked at him in a dazed surprise. He looked him straight in the eye and smiled, emphasizing, "Do not waver." He let go of his face and added, "Do not forget how you feel right now, and do not let yourself be consumed by hatred or become an outsider." After giving his advice, Mika looked at him with pride, thinking to himself, "Myron is developing very well." He spoke with a tone of great pride. Myron Calibo's face listened quietly. He assessed him, a restraint on the Calibo family. Then his hand touched his shoulder and he left. He stepped back to maintain distance, smiling. He bowed and confirmed, "I will report everything to you after the investigation of the Dark Guilds is over." He replied softly, "If you need help, seek out the temple or my family." Mika confirmed. He looked up, following his figure, smiled, and assessed his honor, then stopped short. He remembered the old green-haired man. Thinking further, two necessary evils. That man was currently in the study. He asked himself with interest, who will win? Thinking this, he enthusiastically rested his hands on his hips and smiled. "Well then, let us begin." Behind him, someone quietly watched him, confused. In another room, the sound of smashing echoed loudly. The Duke of the Kelly boss house slammed his hand on the table, shouting curses in fury. "That damned brat!" He lowered his head, staring blankly, sinking into unpleasant thoughts, calming himself. "Calm down, he cannot do anything." He recalled him standing before the guilds, concluding, "No way he can investigate all the dark guilds of the Empire on his own. That is just a ridiculous threat." Duke frowned in discomfort, settling on a decision. "But for now, I still have to concede a little." The Duke imagined the knight reporting to the king, concluding that if His Majesty knew, it would not be good. He cut off the thought. After that, he struggled to take action. First is Myron. He remembered him, grimaced, held his head, glared, and gritted his teeth. "I must call that boy here." He remembered the sturdy chains, screaming inwardly. Instead of letting him sabotage the Dark Guilds because of his ridiculous sense of justice, it is better to lock him in the estate. He imagined him locked in a gilded cage. He calculated, the greater demon has been purified. The Duke recalled the shattered black waterfall, concluding that the Holy Kingdom could no longer convict him. Thinking this, the Duke smiled smugly, covering his mouth. In essence, the Holy Kingdom is now a beast without claws and fangs. He sneered. "That damn brat does not understand how this world works." Suddenly, a call snapped the thread of thought in his mind. "My lord." He regained his composure, turned around, his hands resting on the table, as he looked at the servant, who had just entered. "Why suddenly?" The servant knelt in salute. Hearing him ask, the servant stammered, "Archbishop Ali has just made an official announcement in the temple." The thread in the Duke's heart snapped. The servant added, "The temple says it will overthrow the Dark Guilds." The Duke froze, staring in shock. The servant added, "And he will lead the execution of this task." He asked in disbelief, How? In his imagination, the small cage fell, and the chains vanished along with a miraculous light. In the temple, the archbishop smiled happily, his whole body glowing, his hands spread wide benevolently as he confirmed, "Haha, truly a hero." He pointed to the two people opposite him. "You have never disappointed me." On the other side, he and Myron were quietly watching him. The archbishop repeated with pride, smiling broadly, "You decided this matter very quickly." Hearing this, he asked for his opinion. "Is this feasible, Your Excellency the Archbishop?" Hearing his question, he took out the spike mallet hanging from his neck, infused it with the light of truth, and replied to Mika, "Even though the Holy Kingdom no longer holds great power as before, the Holy Kingdom is still the Holy Kingdom." He smiled, his eyes crinkling, swinging the mallet. "Do we not just need to smash the heads of the demons?" He immediately replied, "If there really are evil demons hiding there, then that is true." He looked at the archbishop's cheerful demeanor while swinging the mallet, thinking to himself, though he seems gentle now, his reputation in his youth was far from small. He confirmed, "The demon smasher." In his eyes, his past was that of a blood-soaked demon slayer, grinning eerily beside his spike mallet. He had smashed the heads of countless monsters, and was the inquisitor who had turned the tide of a heresy investigation in the past. Mika pointed to Myron Calibos, who was bowing, and introduced him. "With the help of Lord Myron, we will be done soon." He lifted his tired eyes to look. He introduced him as the second son of the Calibos house, then explained, "Just because he is a member of that family does not mean he is like them. You can trust him." Finally, he smiled at the chief warden and made the request, asking him to destroy the Dark Guild within the imperial capital, while Myron Calibos remained silent beside him. Next, Mika spoke up, stating that this opportunity was rarely given to those bearing the title of knight. The chief warden, holding his hammer, confirmed, "All right." Hearing that, Mika quickly turned to give instructions. "I will leave the remaining work to you, Myron. Do not forget what I said." Beside him, he nodded firmly, "Yes, I will be careful." Suddenly, a loud shout cut off their conversation. Mika calmly turned toward the voice. The Duke of the Calibos family roared in fury at them, his face expressing anger. "What do you think you are doing?" he demanded. He spoke up to rebuke him. "Outsiders have no right to interfere with us." His voice trailed off, and then stopped as he saw him stop and look toward him. Mika looked at him with a mocking smile and asked back, "Haha, what are you saying, sir?" Beside him, the chief bishop, as if enjoying the show, also smiled happily. Next, he reached out toward Myron Calibos and introduced him as the holy knight whom the king had authorized to investigate the Dark Guild, while he turned his face to look at his father. Seeing that, the Duke of the Calibos family grew even angrier and shouted, "Myron, what the hell are you doing to protect the family's honor?" His face twisted as he spoke. He quickly interrupted his father. "I don't know, father." He was startled and asked him back, his eyes widening in suspicion, "What?" Myron Calibos did not hesitate to take out the authorization document, confirming that His Majesty had permitted him to investigate. He added, "I have officially received the authority to investigate this matter." The Duke stared at his son. He brushed past him and confirmed again, "I must do what I believe is right." The Grand Duke was stunned. He continued, "If you are truly my father, you will not stop me." Hearing the confirmation, the Grand Duke of the Calibos family grew so angry he ground his teeth, his eyes bulging in distortion. He shouted a threat at him, "Do you want to be abandoned?" Myron Calibos paused in his step, and then calmly confirmed, "Then go ahead." He added as he walked, "Father, no matter what you do, I will not abandon what I am doing." He advised, "So father, give up." The Duke grew even angrier, his face twisted as he stared at his son, grinding his teeth. Mika Walpurgis behind him clasped his hands behind his head, with a playful grin. "That is what he said." His eyes glanced over at him behind, his pupils constricting with fury. He forced calmness and asked him, "Are you the one behind this?" Hearing that, he just turned his neck and smiled. He turned around to face him, hands clasped behind his head, and confirmed, "I am just doing what a hero should do." Mika raised his hands and shook them, calling out, He stood outside, tilting his neck to look at the sky. Looking cheerful alongside the floating clouds, he sighed. The time spent was truly worth it. She beside him looked at him in confusion and asked, "Weren't you too aggressive back then? They are one of the great families." He confirmed softly, "It's fine." He added confidently, "Myron will handle this." The dark night in the capital flashed with brilliant rays of light. Now 4 days had passed since Chief Warden Ali had made the official announcement. Myron held his knight's sword, drawing it from its scabbard, his eyes wide, his pupils constricted with seriousness. The Chief Warden's spiked hammer was raised high to initiate the command. At the same time, a shout rang out, "Cleanse." Under the leadership of the Chief Bishop and Myron, the members of the Central Hall surrounded the Dark Guild. Sword strikes slashed into the crowd, spraying blood. He shouted inwardly about the spoils, finding countless pieces of evidence of crimes. Finally, the chaotic Dark Guild was dealt with swiftly, bloodied sword blades slowly dripping down. During those 4 days, Myron Calabos's face was splattered with blood, his pupils constricted in panic and pain, struggling to stay calm before the corpses. That was the fate of the Dark Guild built by the Calabos family. The guild was completely eradicated. He stood in a sea of blood, holding his sword, an unreadable expression on his face as he looked around. Later, this matter was recounted. A close attendant whispered the report into the king's hands. When the king heard the news, he laughed endlessly that day. His eyes darkened, his mouth smiling incessantly with delight. Returning to the present, Mika tilted his head to glance past him and smiled, stating, "I didn't even have to put in any effort." He added, "Even though it was painful, Myron still did everything he could on his own." Then he turned around, opened the door, and stepped onto the carriage, stating, "When he encounters difficulties, I just need to step in a little." Behind him, she looked at him, puzzled, strange man. He also got on the carriage and unaccustomedly offered a comment. "His personality is really odd." Mika rested his arm on the window frame, casually running his hand through his hair and smiling as he looked outside. He left the imperial capital and was on the road to Draculion. Then a year and a half passed. The wind carried petals floating in the small forest within the beautiful valley. A footstep from the edge of the forest stepped on the grass, looking at the scene below. It was Mika. He was both supporting himself with his hands and walking, smiling as he stated, "Now this place is full of vitality." Teep stood beside him, looking at him and making a hypothesis. "If not for you, this place would have been neglected." Hearing that, he also looked at him, smiling as he listened to him continue, and would be left in ruin and desolation. Saying that, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully to him, and confirmed softly that it was all thanks to him. Mika humbly offered his thought, "I only did what needed to be done." He looked at him and silently noted. A week ago, Teepes had returned to Draculion with 30 monster hunters. Upon hearing him speak, he raised his head and smiled in the wind. Then came the sounds of wooden swords clashing against each other. He looked at the hunters training before him and noted, "Some people I have met, some I have not." Hairy man with sharp claws and fangs rushed in to fight. He noted, "If not for the werewolf curse." Mika interrupted. Then he looked at the girl with heterochromatic eyes who was also training steadfastly, recognizing that they also carried the demon eyes. Teeps looked at them with a gloomy face and asked, "Besides, there were some people who were not welcomed. What should we do?" Mika followed his gaze and replied, "That is true, but I am the one who told him to gather them all." Seeing the crowd of hunters laughing and chatting happily, a werewolf approached the two and spoke. "If it weren't for the captain and the lord," he interrupted. Mika looked at the werewolf walking toward him and noted, "The hunter Ansbach, a man under the werewolf curse." He noted again in his mind. He smiled happily as he looked at the two of them. He crossed his arms and stood before him, asking Han, "Have you been having nightmares lately?" The werewolf lowered his head sadly and asked back, "Is there any way to stop having nightmares at all?" He looked at his trembling hand and cursed, "Because of those damned bastards." Ansbach interrupted, and then continued shakily, "I killed my own family with my own hands." Before he could interrupt, someone with demon eyes poked their head up from below and asked in confusion, "Brother Hung, if we stay here, can we really kill those demons?" He replied to the girl with demon eyes, "Everyone needs to train. The most important thing is to cultivate an unyielding will, not to let hatred cloud your reason." The other two stared at him in shock. Mika interrupted, raised his head, and smiled with a killer instinct in his heart. "I will not say that hatred is wrong." He looked straight ahead with a firm gaze and shouted inwardly, "Their hatred for the demons is not wrong at all." Then he made a decision. "It is fine to hate demons." Mika made a move in his own thoughts, "But I must prevent the demons from raging and slaughtering innocent people." He looked at the hunters whose eyes flickered with the red light of hatred. Noting that some would slaughter civilians out of hatred, he sighed to himself, "I already have a plan." Mika turned and asked, "Teeps, how are those matters I mentioned before coming along?" Hearing that, he looked over and confirmed, Everything has been prepared and is ready." Then he turned his face away in worry, lowered his head, and said, "To be honest, I still feel a bit uncomfortable." Teps, as if afraid he would misunderstand, but still kept his head down and affirmed, "I completely trust your decision." He beside him listened as he expressed his heart. He asked Mika back in confusion, "But do we really have to do this?" He smiled at Teepa's question. Hearing that, he crossed his arms, looked at him, and confirmed, of course, at the same time. The fight between the two men was fierce, with one being kicked away in pain. He slammed hard into the wall, causing a huge tremor that made the earth and stone collapse. The other man mocked, "Look, you are still so weak." The victim sat slumped on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, breathing heavily in pain. Just as he caught his breath, he looked up and cursed his attacker. "You bastard!" He struggled to his feet and the other man approached while saying, "You have always been at the top like that." Then he added, When I was young, I was just as stubborn." Leon stood straight, spat, and spoke up, "You are truly a delusional fool." He looked up warily, thinking, "I still do not see an opening, but it is better than before now." He shouted inwardly. At first, I did not even know there was no opening there. Leon drew his sword, his eyes fixed ahead, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. A prompting voice echoed in his mind, "Find the blind spot." He stared at the being emanating black energy in front of him, unable to make out its face and expression. He remarked again in his mind, "I see no opening, but finding a way out takes time." He calmed himself, swung his sword, and assumed a wary aura. Immediately after, his mind decided on an action. I must attack first. Leon Park Slob quickly circled his sword behind him for momentum to swing. He swung Jamelia the corrective, his eyes wide with shock as he looked ahead with the holy sword. He concluded, "The valuable point is that it does not limit the use of aura." Leon looked at the sword radiating aura nonstop and commented, "There is a limit based on rank." He added, "But besides aura, it can still absorb other types of energy." He quickly closed in on the other man, glaring as he swung his sword to attack. His entire body emitted dense black energy that could not be avoided. Seeing the strange nature of the slash, he glared at him and concluded in his mind, "This is holy power." He did not know he was using holy power himself. The other man remarked about him, while Leon's eyes remained wide, aura emanating from his entire body. The other man blocked the slash and mused inwardly. Is he just using it instinctively because he is fighting me? Leon's eyes widened, and he concluded, I thought I was already using aura A and excessive speed. His body's aura began to dissipate, and he shouted helplessly, "The holy power level is something I use to recover my muscles." The dark being looked at him in astonishment, while Leon silently decided, I will show a strength that exceeds the limit of one rank. He swung his sword back, squinting at his opponent, and asserted, "This time will be different." Hearing this, the man smiled and spoke in a clear voice, "You have matured a lot now." Leon Paxlov swung his sword to one side, his entire body emanating aura, looking at the pitch-black figure standing opposite him. His eyes narrowed with determination, and he asserted, "This time will be different." Next, he delivered a slash forward. Seeing his action, the other man smiled happily and remarked, "You have matured a lot." He concluded, "I am sure I knocked him down, but..." Leon interrupted his own thought. The space and rubble shattered into many pieces. The other man questioned the attack, "Is all you have just speed?" He struck at his flank, causing him to drop his sword, enduring the pain and realizing his grave mistake. Immediately after the blow, he tumbled to the ground. Lying on the ground, grinding his teeth in anger, he shouted in his mind, "When did I get hit?" He was flustered and baffled. The other man approached and stood before him as he struggled to get up, confirming, "You are wondering when I attacked, right?" He gritted his teeth and glared at him. The man in the shadows, Ruth, spoke up to explain, "It is not that you did not see it." He interrupted himself. He looked down at him from above and asserted, "Rather, it is that you cannot see it." He stared at him in shock. He did not take his eyes off him, touching his own lock of hair as he confirmed, "That is because you let your guard down." He added details about the things one can utilize and receive. Leon Paxlov was stunned and asked back, "What?" The man, still touching his hair, stood before him and asked, "Who is Miller?" He knelt earnestly and answered, "A famous master of swordsmanship." Hearing the answer, the other man waved his hand and confirmed, "No, that is not it. That is just a story passed around the streets." The man explained himself, "Miller, the king of all beasts." A red-haired man holding a brilliant sword hilt, wearing a round robe, his hands injured and wrapped in bandages. Leon was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" The other man smiled and explained, "So," he interrupted himself. He concluded, Miller was just a master swordsman used by the king of all beasts. The brilliant sword emitted a radiant glow, and he added, "The pure sword mask is one of the most commonly used ones." He presented a hypothetical image of a luxurious, ornate half-mask with feathers. Then he continued explaining, "This word originates from masked actors who always perform their roles excellently." A group of people wearing masks and noble attire appeared in Leon Parkflop's mind. Hearing this, he still looked up at the man, feeling awkward and confused. "What do you mean?" Seeing his dazed look, the man was annoyed and sighed, "Oh, you fool, you should know this." Next, the other man touched a finger to the center of his forehead. The man knelt on one knee, looking at him, and said clearly, "Right now, you are stuck at the stage of having to become a sword. You ignored the origin of the training method, you idiot." The man scolded. He realized in his mind, in other words, it is not that it cannot be done. Leon's eyes widened and the man, with his hand on his forehead, reminded him, "You have done it before." They looked at the shattered sword, and the other man concluded, "Now you are just not doing it." On the other side, Teeps asked him in confusion, "Must we really do this?" He closed his eyes and smiled, folding his arms calmly as he confirmed, "Of course." Mika Wamberges opened his eyes and thought, "This is something that must be done." He asserted, "What I want is to rebuild the tomb." He thought of Neptus holding the blue crystal orb and concluded, "It would be heartless to use Neptus, the guardian of this land." Then he let it go. "But is not a strange matter, depending on how we use the tomb." Hearing this, Tepes, standing beside him, still bowed his head guiltily and concluded, I know her power can help us. But he clenched his fist, unable to hold back, and muttered, but I cannot see this matter in a positive light. He looked at his drooping hand, felt pity, and concluded inwardly, to be honest, I also know I am cruel for asking Teeps to do this. The scene of the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Mika shouted in his heart, "'Cause that place is the origin of the vampire clan's tragedy." The image in his mind was of Neptus reluctantly covering an old man's eyes with magic. He reached out and grasped his shoulder, concluding in his thoughts, but he has overcome so many things already. Mika tilted his head toward him gently and said, but if it is you, I believe you can overcome this. Teeps froze, looking over at him. His face was pale as if about to cry. He lowered his head sadly and replied, thank you for trusting me. He let go of his shoulder, raised his head, and looked at the group of people training. He also followed his gaze and asserted, to erase the hatred, I plan to start with this method. The group turned their faces toward him and asked in unison, a method. Mika explained, just a simple illusion. He smiled as he added, this illusion is also very sweet. Saying this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then realized that might be the cruelest way. Before that, only Nettis and he stood facing each other in that place. She placed both hands on her chest, clasped them together, and confirmed, now I can begin. He looked at her calmly, while she remained earnest, speaking softly, please entrust it to me. She affirmed again, this time she would not fail. He watched her as she closed her eyes, insisting in a turn of phrase. Neptus spoke to him in urgent tone. Then he again judged that he held no ill will towards her. He silently hoped she could amend her benevolence. Mika interrupted and made a judgment, saying that if so, she could surely use her power to do good. Returning to reality, he looked in a certain direction, walked, and smiled. Well, I should go look anyway. Seeing this, Teeps bowed his head to him. He looked at them, waving his hand with a smile, affirming that he would leave the remaining tasks to Neptus and Teepas. He sank into thought. Suddenly a call rang out, hey, which caught his attention. Mika turned his head, speaking out, ol. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. Next, his face was filled with bewilderment. He squinted, at a loss for words. He saw Leon, battered and bandaged all over, hobbling cheerfully on crutches towards him like an idiot. Seeing this, he was even more puzzled, and asked in confusion, what the hell have you been doing to end up like this? Hearing this, the guy laughed proudly and happily. Ha ha. Next, he threw away his crutch, and spoke up, look at this. He was like an idiot, laughing excitedly like a madman, affirming this was the first wonderful step of the next level he was about to reach, and shouted loudly. Right after, Leon stepped forward with his broken leg, speaking excitedly, I'm about to become a god. His foot touched the ground, the shattered bones cracking audibly, echoing through the night. The pain quickly hit him. He had never felt such agony. He looked at him with a blunt gaze, as if looking at an idiot. Leon Paxlov rolled on the ground, lifting his lame leg and yelling, my leg, my leg. Then he made a judgment. Truly, you are about to touch the divine. After that, he couldn't help but look at him and remark, such an idiot. Meanwhile, the guy's face was a mess of tears and snot, screaming in pain. Ah! The shout echoed to the sky. My leg. After hearing the whole story, he stood with his arms crossed, astonished, and asked back, so you realized you could use divine power? He let his hands drop, looking at him rolling and crawling on the ground, questioning. At that time, you wanted to prove this, but almost lost your life? The idiot Leon was still excitedly crawling towards him, grinning stupidly and confirming, that's right. His eyes narrowed as he looked at him, thinking no way, full of doubt. Then he offered his own explanation. It seems he finally understood the core purpose of the Mulier breathing technique. Meanwhile, that idiot was adjusting his jaw, unable to form words. To be le hat heroid, roughly translated as, my jaw is dislocated. He crossed his arms, squinted at him crawling on the ground, and praised. So now you understand, right? That's good. The guy stopped and looked up at him. Next, he asked Mika in confusion, do you know who he is? Hearing this, he also turned his head to look straight ahead and replied, I know who Mulier is and how he disappeared, that's all. Leon sat up, crossed his legs, looked at him, and muttered vaguely, no one has ever told me about this before. Hearing the complaint clearly, he put his hands on his hips, squinted at him, and affirmed, figure it out for yourself. I'm not telling you. He spoke again in praise, but you really did approach it on your own. Hearing this, he looked at him in surprise, called out, you, then stopped. He stopped his mischief and questioned him, don't you think I'm pitiful? Mika closed his eyes and listened. He was speechless as he looked at him, answering mechanically, no, I think so too. You're even more than that. You're pitiful to the point of death. Hearing this, he knew he was mocking him, and his face wrinkled. He thought, ignoring his words, master, then raised his hand to stroke his chin, recalling, Before he passed away, Leon still couldn't reach that level. The two stood on a mountain peak under the twilight of the setting sun. He recalled the scene of his friend covered in blood, his gaze empty, as if about to die, and judged. But it wasn't because he lacked ability, he added, but because he didn't have time. Returning to reality, he was still lost in thought, stroking his chin. The breathing technique from Mulier's training could help him buy time quickly. Beneath his feet, Leon was still constantly grinding his teeth, using force to stomp on his foot. Suddenly, Mika lifted his head, took his hand away from his chin, and sank into a judgment. But this time, things will be different. He offered him advice. You should listen to your latent power. Leon propped himself up, leaning back to look at him with a stubborn expression. He settled down, seriously confirmed again. My latent power tells me that the more I get hurt, the more I will understand. Hearing this, he proudly put his hands on his hips, pointed at himself, and confirmed with closed eyes. That's not wrong. Next, he slightly opened his eyes to look at him and confirmed. But normally, people don't use such a stupid method. Explanations ran through Mika's mind on their own. The reason was actually very simple. He judged that everyone was afraid, looking at the bandage on his chin. Then he added, looking at his bandaged arm, and that special method is also very painful. He likened it. It's not like deliberately walking on a road full of thorns, and imagined a road stained with dark red blood and thorns. He judged again, but saw his idiot friend smiling in delight. Leon removed the bandage from his arm. He grabbed his own wrist, bared his teeth in a provocative grin, and confirmed, then just let myself get hurt. He looked at him and judged. This guy isn't afraid of pain at all. Then, he pulled out a sack from somewhere and waved it stupidly over his head, saying, I also have healing medicine. Things should be fine. Seeing him so unhinged, he smirked and recalled, I suddenly remember an old story. The two stood shoulder to shoulder in the previous life, walking together under the sunset, laughing and talking, a bond of brotherhood through life and death. Returning to the present, he suddenly spoke up. All right, then I'll help you. Hearing this, he flinched back, full of suspicion and a sense of impending doom as he looked at him. Leon laughed awkwardly, his face scrunched up as he confirmed again, no need. I'm fine, he stammered. A crescent-shaped smile spread across his lips. His body emitted magic, a bright smile on his face as he confirmed, I'm really excited. In his hands were purple energy spheres. Seeing this calm smile of his, he was terrified and panickedly backed away. Right after, he turned on his heel, leaning on his crutch, clenching his fist. He ran away in a single burst of panic, covered in cold sweat. Behind him, he still looked at him with a deeply affectionate smile, his hands still glowing with the purple light of magic. A survival instinct arose in Leon's heart. He moved faster, his face still full of panic, silently judging that he needed to get out of there immediately. Mika's voice rang out calmly, followed immediately by the sound of a fall to the ground. Behind him, he was like a demon smiling gently, holding 2 energy stones on each side, confirming, if you're risking your life to train, how can things be effective? He turned his head to look at him, his face dark as a pot, his mind in utter panic. Then, he continued stammering, Hey, I'm injured. I need to lie down and rest. Hearing this, he just smiled like a blooming flower, confirming harmlessly, that's exactly why I'm here to help you, he said bluntly. Mika pointed towards him, rolling and crawling on the ground, confirming, someone on the brink of death can't do anything. His face went pale, then froze for several seconds. His voice rang out, urging with anticipation, you can become even stronger. Above their heads, a cluster of magic arrows formed. Seeing his intention, he quickly started yelling to renegotiate. I want to get stronger in a normal way. His face was pale. He screamed until his throat was hoarse. But he, that inhuman bastard, still smiled harmlessly, reminding him, run. At the same time, he pointed his finger down, signaling the arrows to fire. Right after, the arrows tore down relentlessly. He screamed his name, full of resentment and fear. Mika! The explosive sound rang by his hand like fireworks. Mika silently marveled. One sound. He spread his hand again to feel the great explosion beside him, delighted and satisfied. This sound was truly pleasant to hear. Another month passed. Teeps came to find him, respectfully placing his hand on his chest to report, Sir Hero, this method is very effective. He looked at him and smiled. He maintained a smug posture, inwardly concluding that the emotional wounds of the monster hunters sent to Neptus had been somewhat soothed. The girl wielded her power skillfully, bestowing healing upon the crowd below. He praised her because Neptus had not repeated her past mistakes. He stepped onto the grass, confirming this was another chance he had given her. Mika thought to himself that it seemed she had not wasted this opportunity. He stood beneath a large vine, hands on his hips, looking up at the sky. He stepped into the boundless void, where magical colors appeared like water's surface, and he walked through easily. After that, he walked dryly up the steps. Finally, in the middle of the main hall, Neptus was sitting enjoying tea. Her hand rested on the table, and she greeted him solemnly. You have arrived. He looked at her without speaking. He spoke up to probe. I heard you healed all the wounds of the guests who came here. She smiled gently and confirmed. How could I make the same mistake twice? She called out. Isn't that right? Sit. Hearing this, Sid appeared softly, while he silently looked past her. Seeing Sit's demeanor, she probed. With this look, have you finally regained your original power? Sit smiled brightly, hands on her hips, and replied, unfortunately not yet. Hearing that, she asked softly, you say not yet, does that mean you can still regain them? She closed her eyes and sighed. That's wonderful, at least now you have escaped the past. Hearing this, Set darkened her face and did not answer. She spoke up to refute, not at all. This left Nephthys startled and utterly confused. Even Mika beside her looked at her, waiting for her to continue. She stood still, her robe fluttering in the wind, asserting to them, and I never intended to. Set stood under the warm sunlight, her back full of resolve, not at all, and I never intended to. She clenched her fist as if suppressing something. Mika looked at her with a stunned expression. Nephthys worriedly hesitated. But boss, He cut off decisively enough. She continued, you know, this is the reason I didn't want to come see you. Nephthys fell silent upon hearing this. Set indifferently alluded to him standing nearby. There are others listening here. Mika bluntly shifted his gaze elsewhere, feeling unamused inside. Teach, just a few words and you stop? Changed the subject, asking curiously, but how did you heal them? Sid answered without hesitation, I showed them the future. Bubbles containing images of the future appeared, helping them realize they could not change the past. It seemed their perspective on life also changed. The bright future their loved ones wished for would come true, because of them. Each bubble reflected a different life, a beautiful future living with a wife, a warm future keeping a promise to a little one, and a pair of hands cherishing them. I let them look back at the old dreams they had once forgotten. She changed her tone. Of course, these wounds cannot be healed instantly. Nephthys explained the reason was they still had to fight persistent nightmares. Mika spoke up to stop her. All right. He smiled happily. They will gradually recover on their own. She smiled quietly in silence as if in agreement. Then she praised, you have clear-sighted eyes, amber, pure and untainted, able to make the right decision, unlike me. He raised both hands. All right, now let's get to the main matter. Then he slowly stepped closer. I'm sure you know as well. Mika announced a worrying piece of news. The demon lord is about to awaken. Nephthys listened intently as he spoke. I don't know about the things that happened during the mythical age. His attitude seemed interested. So at the very least, he stood before her, excitedly demanding, I need to grasp the necessary information to understand what kind of opponent I am about to face. Mika asserted, for you, illusions and dreams are not the same, so you can show me your memories. Nephthys frowned. Don't tell me this is the main matter you were talking about. He raised his hand. That's right, I want to see it with my own eyes. He uttered the name that terrified everyone, but his mood was one of eager anticipation, the Demon Lord. Mika recalled that pitch-black eye with its red-orange pupil. Before I regressed, I saw the Demon Lord. That time he was very afraid, cold sweat pouring like a stream, his expression dazed, breathing heavily. No, to be precise, I haven't seen him. He stood frozen, looking up, based on the form I saw. I did see the Demon Lord, but I haven't seen his true form. Mika's pupils contracted in shock. Then what is the meaning of regression and reaching the omnipotent realm? Through the hazy dust and smoke, the shadow of a giant monster loomed on the battlefield, its wide wings not yet spread, its sharp horns thrusting toward the sky, its eyes glowing red with a dangerous crimson light. A group of people before it looked like tiny ants. Mika lamented, I had no clues at all, I still haven't seen the Demon Lord. Returning to the present, Nephthys remained silent, saying nothing. Her expression was serious as she warned, my illusions are not ordinary, they can harm your mind for a long time. Suddenly, the book spoke up, drawing their attention. Words alone won't change anything. She knew his personality well. When Mika wanted to do something, he would see it through. He asked again, is that so? Mika smiled at her, his throat only emitting a single syllable. Nephthys clenched both hands, slammed them on the table, darkened her face, and thought carefully. Finally, she decided to close her eyes. He immediately followed suit. A golden light appeared around his body. She raised her hand forward, using her ability to show him the scene from that day. Nephthys reminded him that they were only fragments of memory. Mika was not too concerned with this. He said, fine. Suddenly his eyes widened, his whole body trembling as if under tremendous pressure. He collapsed to his knees in pain, screaming miserably. Mika felt extremely uncomfortable, nauseous as if his head was being torn in two. He held his head with both hands, mouth open but unable to utter a word, his face showing clear horror and despair. Negative words began to dominate his mind. His pupils constricted as the illusions began to appear. A scene of a scorching volcano, where no living creature existed, lava covering the ground. Countless creatures were dead, dragons and demons lying scattered everywhere. Mika observed in astonishment, realizing this was the mythical era. Suddenly a loud sound rang out from afar. A dense rain of blood began to pour from the sky. He looked up, spread his hand to feel it, wondering if it was rain. And looking at his palm, he was startled to realize, no, this was... Mika's hand was stained a bright red, it was blood. He turned around tensely, speculating about what was behind him. Whirlwind kicked up dust, revealing the blurred form of a giant monster, the Demon Lord. His mouth gaped open in surprise, unable to speak. The Demon Lord roared to the sky, its eyes emitting a bright red light. Mika seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Enormous pressure weighed down, forcing him to his knees. Tried to resist, but instinct told him to stop. With his hands on the ground, he told himself not to turn his head to look at him. Clenched his fist, resolutely maintaining his composure, not letting himself realize it. But then Mika sneered. Thinking it was nonsense, he slowly stood up despite the pressure. After that, he wore a grin full of excitement. Instinct, what a joke. In his mind, he clearly understood that standing before the entity that destroyed the world, instinct was actually fear. Mika's face became expressionless. He decided to abandon that fear. He opened his eyes wide, pupils shimmering with purple light he was about to see. The Demon Lord's figure was still hazy behind the dust. He needed to etch his appearance into his mind. Suddenly its eyes became clear, staring intently straight at him. Mika suddenly forgot the most important thing. He froze when he looked into its eyes. The air was still. He thought, impossible. This is just an illusion created by Neptune. But he hesitated, unsure if that man could sense him. Zit frowned, worriedly nudged Neptus with his elbow, calling to her. Her hands trembled violently as if she had overexerted herself. Mika was unconscious, enveloped by dark energy. Sid asked suspiciously what the hell she was doing. Neptus was terrified, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. She stammered in denial. It was not me. She asserted that this illusion had been invaded by him, while Mika remained motionless with his eyes closed. Inside the illusion, Mika looked up dazedly, wondering if that man could truly sense him. The Demon Lord bared its teeth in a ferocious grin. It uttered a strange language, causing space to tremble. The earth and rocks shattered and flew up. The commotion spread throughout the area. He thought this unfamiliar language was shaking the very space. Mika's eyes turned white, realizing the difference. This was no longer an illusion someone had invaded, the pressure weighing down on his body. He tried to recall someone with a power like hers who could infiltrate the illusion and use pressure on him. There was only one person. His face darkened, he opened his mouth and said, "This is the first time I meet you." He mustered his courage, asking in a provocative tone, "Do you disagree?" In its true identity, the Demon Lord. Outside, Neptus was very puzzled. She wondered why the Demon Lord could invade when the illusion was not yet broken. Suddenly, Set spoke up, the Archdemon. She frowned in speculation. Perhaps they were hiding somewhere and carving small holes to interfere. With an uneasy feeling, she placed her hand on her chest. If it was truly done by the Demon Lord, even Mika would find it hard to withstand. Neptus suddenly announced she needed to stop the illusion. Seth's eyes widened in surprise. She continued saying that even if she wanted to, she could not stop it. She hesitated for a moment, then thought that using herself as a hostage could stop it. After that, she decided to gather a sphere of brilliant golden energy. If she, the master of the illusion, disappeared, the worst-case scenario could be prevented. She gritted her teeth, deciding this method was better than losing the stronghold. Boss hurriedly yelled to stop her. Neptus, wait. She pointed forward in alarm, telling her to look over there. Neptus was confused. She turned to observe. She wondered why Mika, whose body was originally covered in dark energy, now had sparkling golden threads. The two watched closely. She said to wait a little longer. She speculated that something was changing, while his face remained calm. Inside the illusion, Mika gave a detached smile at the current situation. He stood upright amid the surging pressure. I have never underestimated the Demon Lord. He thought to himself, that was the reason I always thought this could happen, but I never prepared. He continued, do you know why I came here? The Demon Lord's figure slowly became clear. Mika spoke alone, even though it did not answer. I came here to complete my goal. Tried to resist the pressure and slowly stood up. The Demon Lord opened its mouth to laugh mockingly. It probably found it amusing that an ordinary person dared to resist it. Suddenly a strange blue energy source appeared in his eyes. But you are wrong, Demon Lord. Mika remained firm in his original intention. My goal was to see your true appearance, even if just for a moment. His pupils transformed, reflecting the entire mystical dimension. At that moment I had poured all my holy power into my eyes. The Demon Lord's form began to waver. I did not intend to subdue it, but if it retreated. He reached out his hand, shimmering threads floating. That man stopped, creating pressure for a moment. He observed steadfastly, silently betting everything on this attempt. Mika's fingertips suddenly touched something like a barrier. His pupils widened again as he discovered I touched it. The film reels intertwined. Wait, Asama. Mika witnessed what he had long awaited. I hope you understand that. It is. He floated among them with suspicion. The memories of the Demon Lord. An image from behind someone jumped. Things are not over yet. That person slowly turned their head. Mika woke up with a dazed expression. The Demon Lord roared in anger. His body swayed as he tried to keep his balance. He looked up happily and said, I just touched it. Stopping me like that is not good for you. It immediately lunged to attack him. Mika asked thoughtfully, but what is the point of doing that? He placed his hand on his chest. A light appeared on his body along with countless magic formations, connected by chains. That is extinction, destruction, and terror. I have seen your memories. He calmly sensed the 7 realms. This 7th layer is not normal. The formation with complex patterns and ancient runes recognized the Demon Lord and broke through to the next realm. Mika clenched his fist to gather strength. This is just an illusion. Even if the Demon Lord invades it, facts remain unchanged. The Demon Lord's pupils burned red with cruelty. He affirmed this was not its domain, so it lacked the power to turn the illusion into reality. He decisively punched the ground, energy radiating out, so I have just overturned this illusion. A crack suddenly appeared in the desolate landscape. Then the crack gradually spread across everything, crisscrossing all of space. Mika's voice echoed calmly, "A pity, but I have completed my goal." He said goodbye while I am off. The space shattered, leaving behind sharp fragments. The Demon Lord's eyes bulged. He thought to himself that at that moment he wanted to anger even more. He calmly stepped toward the light, even though he did not fully understand the clues in that man's memories. Finally, he smiled friendly, but his middle finger betrayed that words. His eyes were full of rage but helpless. Mika clearly read the Demon Lord's name to confirm victory. A fragmented voice called out, "Mika, Mika." His vision was blurry. After a moment his sight cleared. He saw Seth calling his name. Mika slowly opened his eyes with a still dazed expression. He blankly called her name. She bit her lip, tears welling up. Barely uttered a word before she grabbed his collar and shook him wildly. "I was so worried even though I knew you would come out of the illusion." Mika's expression changed when he heard her say, "Thankfully you are okay." Neptus reported he had been unconscious for 4 days. He repeated in disbelief. He was astonished. "So it has been that long since I left the illusion." He recalled the meeting with the Demon Lord. No way things went smoothly when it had its hand in it. Seth was still terrified that the Demon Lord had actually intervened in the illusion. Neptus curiously asked, "What that man showed you? You must have gained something." Mika looked at his palm, thinking about the infinite void and simultaneous stillness. He felt enlightened, now understanding why people said that man looked like a god. Something inside him had changed after this event. A formation with golden patterns and chains appeared. Countless specks of light fell onto his hand. Everyone looked up. They sparkled like stars. Neptus hesitated as she looked at this thing. Book was also stunned in disbelief. "Seventh circle magic." She stammered, "Wait a moment, customer. You are only 20 years old, yet you have already reached the seventh circle." Mika replied with a calm attitude, "It is a bit fast," she lamented. "A bit of what?" Calmly picked up a stone. "The seventh circle. If this continues, I am very much looking forward to it." Revealing even more shocking information. "I have not only achieved the seventh circle." He closed his eyes and speculated, "It is probably due to the destruction and eradication wind. This is both complicated and inefficient. If I absorb mana above the fixed limit." Remembering the Demon Lord's gaze, "I will search slowly." In Mika's imagination, its hand appeared resonating with him through the stone, the peculiar trait of the Demon Lord that he had seen. Now he could restore something similar. Taking it as the center, mysterious energy surrounded the intertwined microelectronic circuits. If he determined the shape and structure of the stone lying in the middle, he focused on sensing and reversing it. Then he could analyze the said structure. Finally, he slightly opened his mouth and said, "Appear." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone gradually turned to ashes. Mika explained, "First I tried to restore what I received in the illusion." He did not take long to dwell on it, as if it was ineffective. Maintaining the posture with his hand extended forward, at that time I lost a portion of the seventh circle's mana. Then clenched his fist, losing a portion of the seventh circle's mana when trying to shatter a stone. I could not use it in a real battle. Suddenly he turned his attention to something. Neptus and Seth hugged each other with fearful and vigilant expressions. Mika wondered, "What is wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that?" She hesitantly pointed, "Why you?" He was confused. "What is it? You are too loud, causing my hair to blow back. Those are not words you should say." At this moment Nifty spoke up worriedly, "The power of Annihilation Circle." She reminded that is one of the core powers the Demon Lord often uses. The power of existence will cause the target to vanish from this world. Mika's expression froze. He rubbed his head. "Wait, as you just said, I only..." Book said nervously, right now." Announcing the terrible news, he used magic to restore the Demon Lord's ability. On the other side, a purple sphere placed on a pedestal began to sway. Meryl flew into a rage and cursed that damned hero bastard. The images of a cheerful Cassandra and Draculian appeared. That damned hero bastard. Yang Yunjiang was furious. Both plans that needed to be completed had failed miserably. The atmosphere was gloomy, continuously blaming the hero. It was all because of that damned bastard. Meryl frowned and muttered to herself, "If that man does not die, then I cannot do anything either." She restlessly bit her nails, if there was a chance, but immediately denied it. "No, I have tried many times. Each time I failed." She recalled the scene of Mika reciting the purification spell. The next time would still be the same with an indifferent face. Purification beams shot from his fingertips, burning the creatures on the intermediate stage. Even when it hid carefully, it was still discovered by him. Purification. Meryl held her head and thought frantically, "Damn it, if I could find his weakness or if the plan could just succeed." Suddenly a voice arrived making her freeze. "Seems you are in trouble, Meryl." Her expression became anxious. "Promise, when did you arrive?" A person with horns and a small figure appeared with a cheerful smile. "Ah, called Belfegor." Meryl probed irritably. "Did we not agree that the king would not interfere in our affairs?" She frankly confirmed, that was the case, but Beelzebub is dead. Then her voice dropped as she reminded, another important plan of yours has also failed. Figure calmly warned, I understand, but this is not a bold statement from the king. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp fangs, licked her lips. Even if someone disappears, it would not be strange. Finally, she asked again, do you understand what I mean? Meryl was stunned upon hearing this. Her body began to tremble as if encountering something terrifying. I am about to die. She stammered a response, I can do it. I already have another plan. Figure silently watched what she could do. First, Asama's tomb. Meryl explained his goal is to gather enough of Asama's power. We cannot let him obtain the other sacred artifacts. The candle flame flickered, her voice echoed in the room. Because he ruined my plan, I will ruin his. Figure interrupted with doubt. None of us have found that tomb yet, but you have found it. She gritted her teeth and confirmed firmly, yes, I have found it. Her attitude changed, praising, good, for now we cannot reveal this matter yet. I think granting you this last chance is acceptable. Then she gave a half smile, raising her index finger to her lips in a friendly reminder. But this is your last chance. Her right eye suddenly widened, a bright red pupil standing out against the black eye. She threatened softly, you know what will happen if you fail again, right? Meryl swallowed nervously, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. She knew this was her only option, so she promised, I will not fail. In some area, architecture stood majestically on the cliff face. Warm sunlight shone down, creating a holy feeling. Kun asked in disbelief, Elder, what are you saying? He looked at the person sitting on the high platform speaking, take her in there. Continuing to think, just thinking about taking her to the holy nation, the thin man interrupted, this was necessary. The old man's eyes were white, as if devoid of life. He observed, then affirmed, his voice calm. He was truly brainwashed that day. Noah gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Without a doubt, someone had brainwashed the elder. He remembered the woman wearing the skull of some unknown creature. It was her, the mysterious one who suddenly appeared a few months ago. She gave a sinister smile. Kun tried to convince an outsider who had never sworn allegiance in the holy nation. This had never happened in history. He spoke very rudely. The chieftain suddenly said, she wants it this way, listen up. He frowned, trying to restrain his temper. The old man imagined a person with angel wings, holy light shining from behind. I have continuously tried to build a gate, a wide road to advance. His voice was calm, but in the end, we never surpassed the threshold of the smaller kingdoms. A person knelt respectfully before the silver-haired old man. Everyone sees me as talented, but I am far inferior to the enemy. It was that woman who gave hope. Kun stubbornly corrected, that hope is not the future everyone longs for. The chieftain shouted angrily, you are too rude. How can a worshipper of Ludos be so fearful? He tried to explain, Ludos never wanted to be above anyone. The old man angrily slammed his hand on the chair, shouting, silence. He was stunned when he heard the old man's warning. If he continued speaking such cheap, vulgar words, he would lose his position as a veteran guide. Kun bowed his head in silence, unable to resist. A moment later, he appeared in the lush mountain forest. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. A helpless voice whispered, you don't understand anything. Kun looked sadly in one direction. In the distance was a massive palace. He remembered being taught from childhood about the importance and sanctity of the holy nation. As a child, sitting on a log listening intently, trained to become a good guide leading travelers. He thought to himself, but the current situation made him hesitate. What the hell am I supposed to do? The figure of the young man appeared with a crown symbolizing status, if he cooperated with a hero chosen by the temple. Suddenly Kun noticed something. His eyes were full of astonishment. Ahead, 3 people were approaching. He couldn't believe it. No way, is that you, hero? Mika led the way, followed respectively by Leon and Morden. A week ago, in the room, a voice announced the next destination was Guten. Morden and Leon were bewildered. He repeated in confusion, Guten. Leon quickly warned Mika, Guten is a small kingdom outside our jurisdiction. This place is infamous for its customs. The temple considers them heretics for worshipping a different god. His attitude remained unchanged. I know things will be better than what I just said, Morden reminded, but you will not be welcomed when you go there. He questioned, besides, what do you plan to do there? He smiled happily. Mika calmly declared, I will go there to carry out a missionary mission. The air suddenly fell silent. He was a bit speechless at his delusion. Morden, Leon, and the floating little person simultaneously put their hands on their foreheads and sighed. Oh my god! He interrupted. Stop it. He spread his arms, comforting confidently. It's okay, everything will be fine. Leon frowned worriedly. That place is definitely dangerous. Morden nodded. You mean things won't go smoothly? Mika turned his back and walked away, not caring. Do you two think I'm a plague? Wherever I go, trouble follows. They immediately affirmed, voices overlapping. Isn't that so? Ah, what else? I think so too. He said helplessly, what's wrong with you 3? Ran and realized, they are entirely wrong. He recalled the scene of Guten, but there was a special reason for being there. That mysterious woman wearing a skull. If he guessed correctly, Meryl must have revealed herself. The chief Tan, looking as if brainwashed, that was the only known tomb where Asama was hidden. Leon questioned suspiciously, why Guten? That place is full of people with unbalanced minds. Mika confirmed, that's exactly why I need to go there. Hearing this, he became even more confused. He calmly continued, we can't just let them. He declared what no one expected. Worship a god that cannot exist like that. Leon paused. Morden rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But the Guten priests also received power. Doesn't that mean they worship a real god? He looked up in surprise upon hearing him say, that would also make sense if they truly chose that path. The image of the young man with angel wings flickered. Perhaps that path was, he questioned. So your next goal is to expose the nature of that path. Mika didn't look at him, asking back, Steward, if you told them the god they've worshipped for 100 years is just imitation, do you think they would accept it? Morden hesitated. I don't think they would accept it. He added, that's why I came to preach. If they are right, there's no reason to criticize. He widened his eyes in shock at this answer. He continued questioning. And if they are wrong, he replied obviously. That's clear. Meryl appeared beside the chieftain who was slumped as if lost his soul. She placed her hand on his back as if intending something. Returning to the present, Kun looked in one direction in shock. Mika smiled as he stepped forward, his arrogant voice ringing out. We just need to overthrow everyone, leaving not a single one. The people competed with offers. Only 5 gold coins for a 3-day guide. Others asked for 4 coins. Did not guide at night. The 3 calmly walked past. Houses on the cliff with their massive architecture stood out. An introduction voice rang out. Recently, Woodton had become a famous tourist destination, with tourism the main economic industry. Leon asked in surprise, a maze that attracts tourists? Between the cliffs were rope and wooden bridges with illusory fog, and that person said, Guten is the city of windy streets. Adventure tourists explored the towering and majestic highlands, which were not limited to the roads, and there was the wondrous nature of rivers and lakes. Around every bend there was something different to discover. There was also a vast forest with lush vegetation. Leon showed interest upon hearing that this was the main tourist attraction. A local resident waved and reminded him, Mika, first you need to find a guide. Mika replied calmly, normally one does indeed need to find one. He closed his eyes and explained, the routes constantly change. No one can remember them, so they need a guide who knows the way through this blessing. Leon frowned and rubbed his chin. We have to hire someone even if the fee isn't cheap. But he asked, why must we hire a guide? He looked clueless. You said we need to find someone. He smiled. I said normal people need to do that. Mika turned his head and reminded him, but I am not a normal person. Seeing Leon's attitude was off, he wondered to himself, what is that bastard thinking? He shook his head helplessly and started walking. Forget it, let's just get there first. Leon urged him on. If you already know the way, why waste time? And was grabbed by the collar. Mika said calmly, no, that's not what I meant. He asked arrogantly, then what do you mean? He said, we just need to wait for the guide. He frowned angrily, no, what the hell do we do? Mika sat down on a roadside rock. He declared confidently, just wait, they will come. Leon was stunned for a moment, then sighed, so he and Morden both sat down beside him. After a while, as Mika rested with his eyes closed, someone started a conversation. Hello. He calmly opened his eyes. Everything was within expectations. Kun stood before them and offered, do you all need a guide? I am Kun, a veteran guide in Guten. Leon was dumbfounded. Someone actually came. He continued, it is an honor to meet you. Hero was equally astonished. She floated beside Mika's hand and whispered, Mika, This person. Kun bowed respectfully. He is one of the reasons I came to Guten. He thought to himself, even among skilled guides, he is special. He replied, glad to meet you. His expression was serious, as if burdened with worries. He will lead us to the catacombs. He politely said, I apologize for making you all wait. Mika reassured him. Don't worry, actually you were fast. We hid quite well too. His face was expressionless, but his words confident. Normally, my intuition is very accurate. He observed intently. The intuition of a veteran guide, but immediately corrected himself. No, the intuition regarding the catacombs is very accurate. He still frowned, puzzled. Finally, he spoke up. If I may ask a question, why did you come to Guten? Mika rubbed his chin and thought, why? This is a sensitive question. He suddenly flashed a cunning smile. I know how to answer now. Kun was startled at having his secret spoken. Has there been trouble in Guten recently? I heard you were worried about an uninvited guest. He stood opposite and recounted. A few months ago, a woman came here. Meryl's figure appeared. At first, nothing happened. Her hands lifted the man's face, and she began speaking to the hesitant clan chief. She clenched her fists to suppress her trembling. Things gradually became like this. But this was only the beginning. Mika listened silently. The problem here is, in the center of the palace were 2 figures, and she began to covet our sacred land. The clan chief hesitated. Meryl, signal him, speak. He sought agreement. Surely I have tried harder than anyone, right? Replied, That is true. He continued his story. I have brought many people to Guten, helped them get rich, and created jobs for guides. With a hesitant voice, Meryl placed her index finger on the clan chief's lips to stop him. You have done nothing wrong. Ah tried to brainwash. It is the fault of those in the temple. She gently stroked his cheek. To be precise, they groundlessly forced a guilt upon you towards the gods. Finally, she whispered in his ear, if that is not heresy, what is? The clan chief seemed convinced. Ah, that is right. An image of a person appeared in his mind. This path was originally a heretical sect. Lillian's face was hazy, and the clan chief asserted, that is truly unfair. They are the heretics. Strands of Meryl's hair fell onto the holy land of Guten. She held her face, looking straight into that man's eyes, swearing she would never forget the favor of allowing her entry. That man's head swayed, his expression ferocious, the holy land. Clinging tightly to the frail old chieftain, that man thought the ancestors had forbidden anyone from setting foot there, but the original will had been distorted. Why do like that? Sorrowful tears fell from the corner of that man's eye. No matter how hard he tried, nothing would change. Meryl smiled cunningly behind that man's back. He thought this idea was not bad because she was a very kind woman. The skull she had worn for so long was thrown to the ground. Her true face showed a smug expression. Indeed, it was so easy. The figure on the palace city wall spread his arms and laughed loudly. The sky was pitch black, dark energy like a giant tornado. The Siegfried group looked up from below, an insulting voice rang down, foolish humans. Each person had a different expression, but all were extremely terrified. The one covered in bloodstains had already changed color. She spoke arrogantly mixed with smugness. In the end, none of you could stop me. Mika gritted his teeth in anger and cursed repeatedly. Damn it, you damned bitch. At this moment, a man knelt down, his knees hitting the ground hard with a painful sound. He widened his eyes in surprise at the scene. Kuna lowered his head, desperately apologizing. Sorry, I should have told everyone from the start. He spoke in a deep, remorseful tone. I should not have led everyone here. Mika knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Kuna. He silently looked up. The bloodstains on his clothes indicated a fierce battle had taken place. His face expressionless as he murmured, the garden needs visitors. Then tears flowed uncontrollably, as if from extreme sorrow. Mika's pupils contracted. He observed him in shock. Back then I still did not know what the garden meant. Turning to the past, he coldly speculated, for a veteran guide like Kun to say that. It seems Meryl has successfully brainwashed the chieftain. His background is deeper than I thought. The image of the disguised Meryl, with a sinister smile at achieving her goal, appeared. Leon frowned and scratched his head, complaining tiredly. That woman never gets tired. No matter how many times we knock her down, she still comes to cause trouble. Mika did not turn back as he spoke. Maybe this is the last time. He looked at him curiously. So what is your plan? He closed his eyes in deep thought. Then he calmly declared, for now we do nothing. Leon was dumbfounded, a question mark appearing over his head. Morden also worried, are we just going to sit and watch? Not knowing what Mika was planning, he instructed, we just watch to see what that woman is planning. It is that simple. There was a small object at his feet. Meryl has already planned how to kill me. He imagined an iron trap full of spikes, and the bait leading to it. Perhaps that woman had guessed he would come and set the trap waiting. He stood nearby watching, his mind very clear. I will not fall into her scheme. Mika's gaze was gloomy. He silently resolved, no, never. He asserted that even if that woman did not know yet, the plan would surely have to be postponed. Morden questioned, what do you mean, sir? He gently placed a hand on the old man's back. I am sure Meryl cannot decipher the complex ancient script in a short time. Even if she could, it would take several days. Pushing the old man and Leon forward while cheerfully saying, so we just go sightseeing? We are in a beautiful place, are we not? Hearing this, the two looked at each other helplessly. Suddenly Kun hesitated. Sightseeing. He frowned worriedly. I cannot do that now. You just said a great demon has come to Guten. Mika said frankly, but I know nothing about Guten. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy mist, especially the city of Mekong, which holds great tourism potential. Still, he remained composed, because he knew nothing about Guten, so he could not fight effectively against the demon lurking. I think it will be more investigation than sightseeing. Unable to change his mind, Kun had to agree. If that is what you have decided, sir. Mika smiled as he observed, Wooden is a famous tourist spot with many beautiful sights, but some places stand out much more. The distant forest was immersed in silence, hiding mysteries. Sadly, some tourists had never seen it because only certain routes could reach it. He still called out Kun, then looked at the guide. Lead us to the highest point of Guterni. His bare feet stepped forward, facing the continuous gusts of wind. Mika said as he followed, the place we are heading to is not an ordinary scenic spot. Beyond the mist was a glass pavilion located on a garden along this path. Both remained silent. That was the heart of Guten. Suddenly the wind became fiercer. Mika raised his hand to shield his face, his eyes still fixed on the distance. At this moment a call rang out, catching his attention. Hey. Kun continued walking, curiously asking him, do you know anything about the place we are going to, sir? He silently watched the other man's back, and lowered his hand and answered, that is the hardest place to find in the mazes of Guten. Thinking along that line, one could answer that way, the Holy Land. Kun was surprised and stopped upon hearing this name. He still did not turn back as he continued. You know it, sir, Mika emphasized arrogantly. I am a hero after all. He repeated softly, a hero. Then you reminded him. He also understood clearly. This land is not as sacred as the world believes, right? Sun explained the history of this place. It is essentially a tomb, the true holy land that the witches have always longed to set foot on. Mika seemed to suddenly realize he understood. A cheerful young man raised his hand. Above it was a spirit gathering gentle green energy. Simply put, the holy land Atta wanted to enter was also something he had pursued before regression, but it was just a fake. Hun suddenly declared, I no longer believe you are representative of the sanctuary. He stopped walking and affirmed, if you were truly the sanctuary's representative, you would be surprised that we have another saint named Heiko. He turned around and looked with suspicious eyes. Does your mission will all come from the clear God? Sit covered his mouth and whispered in Mika's ear, this question is quite direct. The young man in armor had a proud and steady back. In front of him was a brilliant light. This question really took a lot of thought, because he was bearing the name of a hero. He looked down at his own palm, suddenly realizing he had never thoroughly thought about this matter. That made him recall the past. The reason he became a hero in this life was actually very simple. It was also that same hand, at a different time, that had tightly grasped the collar of a person. Before regression, Mika had once angrily looked at Siegfried with a determined expression. His purpose was to overthrow him. He frowned, the fury contained in his eyes when stopping him from becoming a hero, but the opponent did not give in, forcing him to become a hero with high determination. Heiko appeared behind him, arms wrapping around his neck from the front. Heroes are always chosen by the gods. Heiko chose them and they fulfill the wishes of the past. His hand moved slightly, at least until now. Mika confidently declared, I am the representative of all humanity in this world. He smiled and promised, not limited to the god Heiko, I can be the hero of the sanctuary and also help Guten. Kun listened quietly. The image of the sanctuary appeared with two people, a man and a woman. Standing before it, his voice echoed back, I will protect humanity. Sandra smiled radiantly and happily. Gigi Frezzo also faced forward with an expectant expression. Draculian cheerfully looked up at the sky. Fundamentally, my relationship with the sanctuary is just a tool to help me protect all of humanity. Kun's expression did not change as he said, if the god Heiko harms humanity, I will also rise up against him. Finally, not knowing what convinced him, he suddenly chuckled softly. Mika asked directly further, if this answer is still not enough for you, the angelic wings shone brightly, the light illuminating the armor, the path of the Lord. Ruth turned back to remind that is enough. The sky was clear, sunlight filtering through the clouds. The place was very crowded with people passing by. The atmosphere noisy. Everyone had a small red flag attached to their backs. Not far away, Morden was sitting on a rock in a casual posture, while Leon beside him rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression. Having nothing to do, he observed and judged the people of Gordon. They did not know when this place would be destroyed. The atmosphere was really strange. He closed his eyes and said frankly, we cannot do anything. If the guide also does not understand the severity, what can we do? The current situation is truly dangerous. Thinking of something, Leon suddenly changed his expression. Holding the sword in his hand, he agreed, yes, I know that. If Mika were not here, Meryl's plan would surely succeed. The image of the fake position, smiling sinisterly, and Meryl bringing a potential threat appeared in his mind. He frowned and thought to himself, that is not because I am inferior. His gaze turned serious. He affirmed that it is because Mika is a rare person with clear insight and sharp observation. Hand patted his shoulder gently. Leon, I have a task for you. Mika seriously speculated. Meryl must have set a trap during the patrol. Leon sat there in contemplation, his final instructions still echoing in his ears. He and the butler needed to find them. After a moment he affirmed, yes, there must be something harmful hiding somewhere. The group of people around, with terrified expressions, were drawn by a dark energy current. As if in the Republic era, Meryl's followers might be hiding among the crowd. Then he clasped his hands in front of his mouth and denied no. The patriarch, having lost consciousness, sat on the chair, controlled by golden threads like a puppet. Unlike the Republic era in Gotham, that Demoness's influence was extremely solid. Leon's eyes darkened. He speculated silently that to achieve such a high position, Adam must have used many more extreme measures, then slowly closed his eyes to calm his mind. He voiced his opinion to Mika. I understand. Now I am thinking exactly like that bastard. Morden was intrigued by his question. The butler said to completely control Gordon. What kind of things would a demoness like her do? He rubbed his chin and thought, what could a devil like her do? His face was calm as he looked forward. In the distance was a crowd happily chatting with each other. Suddenly he widened his eyes in realization, Leon listened to him with confusion. The prince immediately asked, this is a serious problem. He immediately turned his head to observe. All the people shared a strange mark, only differing in location, some on the middle of the forehead, some on the back of the hand, even on the cheek. Their eyes were blazing red like demons, wearing ferocious smiles, surrounded by a purple energy current connecting them. Their minds were all controlled. A praising voice rang out. You are very interesting. Ni Kai maintained a flat expression as he listened. Rudd asked curiously, when did you discover it? He answered without hiding, I have discovered it for a while now. Call in the moment the wind suddenly became fierce. Didn't we change when the mist arrived? He raised his hand to cover his face for protection. Mika wondered, where did Hiko actually go? He explained that she had returned to the entrance, and that was all that girl could do. Warm sunlight shone on Ruth's face. So how long are you going to stay silent? Seth, while secretly hiding behind him, was startled. He politely greeted him, saying it had been a long time. Ruth popped her head out and scolded him, "You damn bastard." He was a bit surprised but still spoke up, welcoming him, the one who had uncovered the secrets of the catacombs. Mika announced that he had found some useful records, causing him to fall into deep thought. He confidently affirmed that it was so, but in his heart he knew it was a lie. Ruth didn't care and laughed loudly. It seemed to be a rare mistake of his. He closed his eyes and reminded him that even if he looked at the records, he might not conquer the catacombs, because he already had 2 holy artifacts. He slightly lifted his head to look at him. Moreover, pay attention to the mark on Mika's hand. It was not only the World Tree and Heiko. He rubbed his chin and reasoned that he surely had additional conditions. Those conditions were not related to the trial. He quietly confirmed things had come to this. He looked at him curiously. He thought to himself that Ruth was just someone rigidly following the rules. Even if the holy artifact was destroyed, it would not change. Finally, Mika compromised. Has the content of the experiment been decided? Ruth replied, from the very beginning. He was confused from the beginning. He raised his hand to explain. Originally, the experiment was to clarify the maze, but that damn demon broke the system. A floating Rubik's Cube rotated, the pieces carrying different patterns, forcing a change of method. Mika asked again, the holy artifact? Ruth confirmed, this is my holy artifact, the maze. He looked at it and said, the method was to create a forced trial. Emotions surged, but because the demon intervened, let's change the content to make it more suitable. The Rubik's Cube under Ruth's control flew in front of Mika. He received it with both hands. He introduced, this is the power of the holy artifact. The maze and the demon Meryl are trying to decode to get through. He annoyingly said he didn't like this. Ruth chuckled mockingly. He coldly declared with resolve. He was gradually understanding what that guy was about to say. If someone dared to cross the maze, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Then there needed to be someone else to stop that person. Ruth laughed cheerfully. We share the same thought. He pointed at him and laid down the condition. If he could stop that demon, he would give him control of this maze, and promised an enticing thing, the holy artifact would belong to him. Seth furrowed his brows and confirmed. So this trial is a battle between the spear and the shield, right? He affirmed it was correct. Ruth tauntingly asked the challenger, are you confident to be the impenetrable shield? Mika placed his hand on his chest to feel it. The atmosphere between them suddenly became still. Not satisfied, he confidently declared he would personally destroy that spear. In the room, the incense burner emitted curling smoke. A call broke the silence. Meryl. She leaned back in a soft chair, gently supporting the clan chief on her lap. Yes, elder, please speak. The elder hesitated about his decision. Was what he did wrong? If we break the seal of the sacred land and the source? Before he could finish, Meryl placed her finger on his lips to stop him. Everything we have done all along. She comforted him, it was never wrong. Her hand covered the clan chief's face. Please think about it. The image of Killian appeared through a human voice. We have suffered so much pain because of that old man in the sanctuary. The clan chief knelt before him in a humiliating manner, still acquiescing until now. Yes, I will never forget. The elder's gaze became determined. I will prove who the true holy god is. Meryl smirked in triumph. It was just too easy. She sneered cunningly and mockingly. Humans are truly foolish. At this moment, a shadow approached from behind. Great King. This one had sharp horns. He announced, the matter is done. The ethereal smoke still rose from the incense burner. Meryl asked, what matter? After hearing the report, she questioned, why has the decoded maze been changed? He replied, perhaps they guessed it and controlled it from within. She thought of Ruth and denied it. Impossible. Ruth is a rule-abiding person. She stood up and affirmed he would not shuffle the maze himself, unless he lent its power to someone. Suddenly Meryl paused, thinking of something, her expression turning ferocious. Then she pondered and speculated it was that guy. The first name that came to her mind, the hero. At the same time, Mika controlled the holy artifact, golden runes swirling around him. He gently touched those runes. One character unexpectedly changed. Mika's eyes widened in shock. He sat down on the grass and exclaimed, incredible. Seth and Ruth sat beside him watching. She asked in disbelief him. She said he was only 22 years old. He felt some admiration. He had never underestimated humans. They had endless potential. He watched intently, then assessed. To decode the holy artifact like this on the first try was truly extraordinary. Ruth affirmed he had surpassed the level of the human soul. Mika remained stunned by the runes, reflected clearly in his tiger-like eyes. Seth spoke frankly, heroes were never ordinary people. Rut chuckled softly, saying he had met many heroes before. If this was only that level, why mention it? He said indifferently, if he was only at the level of an ordinary person. Then she hinted, so how could she be here? That was her punishment. Seth felt restless hearing that. She clasped her hands together, moving them continuously. She was silent before his words, wanted to atone for her sins. She actually thought of such a fanciful thing. She turned to the main peak, which was also somewhat different. Rut was not too convinced, saying that day was the repentance ceremony, but she ended up getting caught up in it. She panicked and quickly defended herself. No, I suddenly stood up and cut her off. I was quite angry back then too. His expression was calm and pure, but as time passed I calmed down somewhat. Sunlight shone down on the pages. It wasn't that she didn't understand the consequences of that action. The space became quiet, perhaps so. Ruth slowly glided up. On the other side, Mika was still focused on sensing the power from the holy artifact. That accident was part of his plan. His finger reached out wanting to touch it, his heart full of fragrance and amusement. The holy artifact emitted a shimmering light. The complex maze changed every second, many things different from before. The lush green grassland stretched vast, with no living creatures existing. Therefore, decoding the maze wasn't about finding the exit. The wind blew, sweeping the grass blades to form a path within the changing structure. Decoding meant creating a route towards the destination. Where his finger touched, it rippled like water waves. Mika already seemed to have foreseen this, found it. Thin purple streak of light twisted in the dark background, indicating this was the path Meryl wanted to cross. Suddenly it hit something and had to stop halfway there. Tough luck. He smiled hesitantly. What should I do? Since I meddled, everything was probably unnecessary. Then he brought his hand towards the broken part. I won't destroy everything at once. If too many differences are exposed, the other side will easily give up. That's not what I want. Meryl gritted her teeth to restrain her fury. Contrary to her, Mika was cheerful. Meryl had to concentrate harder. His figure sank into the darkness, his eyes flashing red like a demon looking down at her. Ada will soon realize I only want to play with Ada. His hand glowed, the energy source contacted the guidance. Only then did things end. He thought of Leon and Morden, therefore he had to leave clues for those two to know he had been there. Lifting his head to calculate, just let them discover it themselves. On the other side, Leon spoke. Steward, I feel something strange lately. He asserted firmly with annoyance that Mika guy is a madman. He thought he understood the intent and shouted madly. There's no way you don't know about this. You definitely threw it to us to handle ourselves. You are truly a loner. He calmly said, Prince Leon, what are you saying? How can you call the young master a madman? Leon felt a bit awkward, thinking, did I go too far? After all, it insulted the young master he serves. Morden glared fiercely and ordered, apologize to the madman. He turned to look in one direction. Is that the fragrance? After all, this is not normal at all. He said without worry, indeed this hypnosis has spread everywhere. If her hypnosis is already that strong, then this protection could make them take the citizens hostage. They were all choking themselves, ready to commit suicide if ordered. Small stones scattered on the ground proved that. To that demon, human lives were not even worth pebbles. Then Morden analyzed reasonably. The great demon won't pay attention to us, so it seems she doesn't recognize us. Leon realized it was because of that guy. He nodded in agreement. He must have deliberately shown off himself. His gaze was firm. This is the opportunity the young master gave. It isn't as hopeless as the initial impression. Leon scratched his head in annoyance, complained wearily, can't we just go behead the monsters? Morden gently reminded, we just need to behead them. He paused, sensing something. Mon, lying on his shoulder, smiled innocently. It crossed its arms and looked at him cheerfully and attentively. Leon's expression changed. He wondered, what is this? Leon frowned in annoyance, looking at Mon clinging to his shoulder. Damn, what the hell is this? A formation appeared before it. From within came a familiar voice. What do you think it is? This is the immortal art I control remotely. On the other end was Mika reminding frankly, I already talked about this before we split up. Leon and Morden jolted, cold sweat pouring out as he said, well, I also heard all your nonsense. Luckily he didn't pursue it, asking, isn't Steward Gordon fit for an ambush? He hesitated, glancing behind. Yes, indeed. Mika threw them a question. Even if he is a great demon, do you think he can hypnotize the citizens with only half his power? He widened his eyes in realization. Half-baked hypnosis means it's a totem. He smirked because the man did not disappoint him. It was a rather grotesquely carved, indigenous-shaped object, a totem commonly used in residual magic rituals. Mika believed that entrusting the task to a butler, he would easily find the locations of the totems. Morden was still hesitant, but young master, it seemed there were Meryl's minions everywhere. Mon's relaxed expression was also his at this moment. Butler, where are we? He instinctively replied that they were in Mekong City. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized, Morden recalled the thick fog that only allowed for a short range of vision, a maze with no exit without a guide, meaning if they knew the way. He smiled confidently. Entering and leaving would no longer be difficult. Mika immediately affirmed, that's right, there is also the fairy tree, it will guide the two of you in our stead. He responded to his words with an innocent smile. They watched the direction it flew up, his voice continuing, from now on, your mission is to destroy the hidden totems in Gotham and help the people break free from the hypnosis. Leon drew his sword, ready to fight, and Morden also began to move. Both charged forward simultaneously with determination. Let's begin. At the same time, Meryl was extremely anxious, sweat rolling down her cheeks. Looked at the large map on the table, stammering in disbelief. What is happening? The flustered subordinate reported, Great King, the totems in Gotham are being destroyed one by one. Totem gradually dissolved into dust. She screamed in panic. Meryl's hand trembled as she tried to think, where did I go wrong? I should have had the absolute advantage. Suddenly she covered her left eye, froze. Wait, absolute advantage. How many times have I failed when facing that damned philosopher hero? It seemed she always suffered defeat in Mika's shadow, no matter how meticulous the plan. The image of the two leaning back to back amidst countless microcircuit structures was precisely the information gap. Only now did Meryl realize the truth. That bastard had more information, and he used it very well. Flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table. He must have reached the catacombs through another path I don't know about. Alex looked up, asking himself, what about Zothi? The totem dissolved, leaving only the bare base. Meryl was unwilling. Will it end like this? Belfigur's vicious face appeared in her mind. She reached out her hand as if to grab it, constantly failing and unable to help the gods, then being devoured by another demon king. Cornered, she made a decision. No, I cannot let that happen. There is only one measure left. I called out loudly, I need. He was always waiting behind, kneeling respectfully and replying, this servant hears the order, great king. Ordered him to incite all the remaining hypnotized people of Gothan. His face hidden, he asked concern. What about the hostages, great king? Meryl declared emotionlessly, I will kill that hero. Then she lifted her foot and stepped forward. Said to the chieftain, Elder, you must leave this place. Upon hearing this, he hesitated and called out Meryl. His hand with its sharp claws raised, it decisively pierced through the elder's stomach. He couldn't resist and spat blood. The chieftain couldn't believe his eyes and asked, Meryl, what is this? Replied indifferently, though incomprehensible. This is a necessary embodiment that must be done. He used his last strength to raise his hand, wanting to touch her. No, you promised me to get through. His hand trembled. Meryl sneered. About that? She said impatiently, how would I know? I don't care. The words extinguished the chieftain's last hope. Horn suddenly grew on his head. I have forgotten my true identity. His feet slowly cracked as they touched the ground. That was the price for forcing a reincarnation. Meryl glanced over, seeing the chieftain's form had changed. If I try a little more, I will find my former identity and regain my ancient form. Of course, everything has its price. The hand dipped in fresh blood raised to the sky. This will be my final life. I laughed excitedly, humanity along with original sin. Her left side transformed into a different creature, filled with desire and deceit. The entire palace shook violently. The birds in the forest flew away in panic to avoid danger. Right at this moment, the ground began to crack, dark energy gushed out from all directions. Meryl transformed into a four-legged monster resembling a mountain goat, Asmodeus' eyes burning red. Stood high above observing the entire scene, then descended to this place. The red gem on her forehead shone brightly. Charged forward, sucking hard downward. The area where it collided with Meryl's horn began to crack. On the other side, Ruth was startled, sensing something abnormal. He turned to look into the distance and announced, this maze has dissolved. The holy item lay dimly on the ground by his feet. The damned demon used brute force to tear the maze apart. A hand gently picked it up with a look of sympathy. She must be desperate. Ruth suddenly confirmed, that's right, Meryl, that demon must have discovered her true identity, at the cost of this life becoming her final one. Mika turned his back to him and recounted, as you know, the moment she tried to tear the maze apart, she was no longer a challenger. She had merely become an intruder breaking into the catacombs. The look in his eyes changed. It was unknown what he was thinking. He smiled and turned his head to say, I believe those who refuse the challenge deserve punishment. Ruth wondered if that was Eta's goal. Mika answered evasively, he was not quite sure. He fell silent upon hearing that. Then he let out a laugh full of interest. The two looked at each other, then analyzed. As you said, if she is a challenger, I have no reason to act. But if she behaves like this, that is a different matter. He lightly punched his chest, then made a decision to support. All right, I will lend a hand. Seth seemed to still have a concern. After all, that woman was a demon who had regained her lost true identity. She asked worriedly, are you sure you will win? Mika was stunned for a moment by this question. She frowned in concern. He retorted, Seth, do you still not know me? Ruth looked very confident in him. Mika declared arrogantly, if I was not sure, I would not have set up this game. Meryl transformed to a monster form, her eyes bloodshot red, arrogantly announced, right now, Asmodeus has arrived here. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Morden and Leon coordinated to destroy the monsters. Sharp slashes swept through. They shattered into many pieces. Its still bleeding head fell to the ground. He wiped his sweat, unable to hold back a curse. Damn it, too many. Thought this area was cleared. Who knew there were still so many? Suddenly a piercing scream echoed, drawing their attention. Leon looked up in shock. What a ghastly wailing sound. Morden speculated seriously, it seems they have also started their assault over there. He saw he was still worried and reassured him. Don't worry, his personality back then was like that. But his ability was beyond reproach. Surely he has a careful plan. His gaze was calm. We just need to... Suddenly a round red object spinning at high speed flew in from the sky. Morden immediately activated a barrier enveloping the two. Leon was still dazed and slow to react. It slammed hard into the barrier. Blood splattered everywhere. The atmosphere fell silent. He spoke, just continue what you are doing. In the distance, the giant monster was controlling the approaching people. They moved erratically like soulless puppets. A furry foot stepped forward. An outstretched hand reached toward it. Meryl soon approached the barrier. The red gem on her forehead glowed. She pulled hard on it with all her might. A crack appeared at the point of impact. Ruth maintained the barrier while probing. Mika, what is your plan? He held his staff and asked, do we really need something so grand? His pupils constricted ruthlessly. We just need to crush them with power. An angry loud shout came, hero. Meryl's face contorted as she screamed madly, "I will kill you," and then stand proudly before him once more, no matter who you are when facing the Demon King who has recalled his true identity. Mika paid no attention to her attitude. He complained with annoyance, "You talk too much." The magic circles connected by chains appeared. He chanted the incantation. Witness the magic circle, azure sky. Magic circle teleported to above Meryl's head. Seth's eyes widened in shock. Spirit beast, transcendent saint technique, 8th level. Meryl tried to resist. Dark energy coiled around her horn. She sneered, "You think you can stop me with these petty tricks?" Materialized and charged forward. Mika calmly activated Divine Wrath. His expression was focused, his vigilance heightened. The dark energies intertwined and stretched out. He recalled a battlefield from his past life, remembering Asmodeus' lightning so strong it turned 100 knights to dust in an instant. At the same time, Meryl ceaselessly attacked the magic circle trying to destroy it, but now, her power pierced through and shot straight into the sky. The intense energy contained hidden danger. Mika stepped onto the magic circle. He calmly exposed the flaw. "You only have half your power left." Meryl refused to give up. She accepted the engagement with the barrier. Ruth warned, "Half is still dangerous." She had lost her reason, declaring in fury, "Hero, you cannot oppose me." Mika lowered his head and replied, "No human can oppose us once we have recalled our true identity. I do not know about that, but for me, it is not difficult." Meryl was stunned upon hearing that. She was so angry that veins bulged on her forehead. Then she gathered her greatest strength. The energy sphere grew larger and larger. He gently moved on tiptoe. "As for the barrier spell before you, you do not understand." Meryl's attack charged forward with incredibly devastating power. Mika slipped easily through the gap, and for me, it was no trouble at all. He continued to maintain his attack. His gaze suddenly became unusually sharp, activating the barrier to face it head-on. "I have endured countless failures." He seemed to sink deep into some isolated state. Countless crosses were planted in the ground, symbolizing each tomb, beyond counting. Mika gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage and grief, tears streaming down his cheek. Something fell onto the water, creating ripples on the calm lake. "I have repressed so many feelings for you." The image reflected in Mika's pupils. "Now I will return everything to you." Meryl controlled a stream of dark energy that surged forward to attack. His power condensed into an energy sphere. His face darkened, his lips slightly parted, including memories from a past life. He used magic to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he appeared elsewhere. He cursed in anger, "How dare a puny human challenge a demon king?" Mika raised his scepter. "How foolish, have I ever told you?" He coldly mocked, "You talk too much." With that, without hesitation, he slammed it hard onto Meryl's head. He screamed in agonizing pain. Then he collapsed weakly, dust and debris flying thickly from the impact. Mika landed gracefully and nimbly. He had no strength left to resist, only whimpering weakly. He again thrust the scepter forward, smashing it straight into Meryl's head. He still taunted, "Haha, is your magic only this much?" He confidently asserted that he was the Demon King most intimate with magic. "The power source you call magic is merely a copy of ours." Mika looked at him emotionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. "Did I ever say I would fight you using magic?" Light emanated from the top of the scepter. It was holy magic. Meryl arrogantly sneered, "Holy magic is also within the realm of magic. It is just a half-baked version. It cannot kill me." He smiled derisively at his shallowness. A divine energy began to envelop his body, then wait and see. It gradually spread through the air. Mika smiled leisurely. "This time will be different, won't it?" Golden rays of light stood out amidst the pitch-black forest. Sounds continuously echoed everywhere. A foot pressed down slightly for momentum as he charged forward. Leon leaped up and slashed his sword heavily at the monster's arm. Afterward, he quickly retreated to a defensive stance. He noticed its wrist, knew the opportunity had come. Begin. He decisively raised his sword high. Suddenly, its arms opened wide and chains shot out. Leon's pupils contracted in shock. Then came countless villagers. He quickly stepped back to avoid harming them. They all simultaneously reached out their hands, trying to grab him. Morden suddenly appeared behind the monster. He calmly pointed his finger, and a stream of energy was released. It shot straight toward the monster's head. But at that very moment, the villagers formed a barrier to block the attack for it. Morden immediately stopped, annoyed, clicking his tongue. The power had already reached them, forcing him to change its direction. The person skidded across the ground from the attack. He landed beside Leon, who complained, "How conceited are these demons to dare show up like this?" He frowned in speculation. "That means they are being very reckless." His hand moved slightly. "The situation is not favorable. Anyway, this matter is quite troublesome." Morden observed the monster and analyzed. "The demons use hypnotic magic on the villagers to make them shields. They know we will not harm our own kind. In the worst case, I must sacrifice them." His mood sank, silently gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He continued, saying they must get past them to catch the demons. Leon asked if there was a way. He voiced his intuition. "I feel like I can chop those demons to pieces." He turned and questioned, "Your Highness, are you?" Morden's eyes widened in astonishment. Leon's expression at this moment was extremely serious, with deep fury hidden within his heart. He observed you, an astonishing level of focus. Finally deciding to trust, he asked if you had a plan. He silently reached out and drew his sword, then replied. Leon lightly braced his feet. He entered a battle stance. The atmosphere shifted, even if only a feeling. Dark shadow was clearly reflected in his eyes. He concentrated intensely, raised his sword, filled with sword-fighting experience. The The figure of a man shrouded in fierce power appeared, coldly staring at him. Mysterious energy flared from Leon's eyes. He saw a path that could avoid contact with the people and lead to the monster. He affirmed with certainty that he could do it. With that, he dashed away like the wind, following the guidance. It immediately reacted, raising its hand to attack. Leon coldly declared it was too late. He gripped the sword handle tightly and decisively slashed down. The monster's head left its neck, blood gushing out. The jade pendant at his waist shone brightly. Morden, who had been watching, also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Blade made from Leon's power faded, leaving only a gaping hole. His back was full of arrogance, saying that the necessary things were now complete. He said indifferently, "I'll leave the rest for you, eccentric hero." The image of Mika appeared in his mind, and at the same time, he silently recalled the pure eulogy. The floating cloak symbolizing my status, given to me by the first hero of the Holy Kingdom, along with the holy magic created by him. Light converged before the tip of the staff. Before the return, it could not be used, but now it is different. Mika emotionlessly spoke his final words to her, "Farewell." Meryl was still dazed, not understanding the situation. "You demon." The divine light gushed forth, dazzlingly bright. She had no time to react, as if frozen in place by the sight. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest. Meryl shut her eyes tightly to avoid it, her body trembling with fear. But after a moment, hearing no movement, she opened her eyes in confusion. The holy magic from the staff shot straight forward. Meryl was stunned. In the middle of her chest was a hole created by the holy magic. She realized her condition and laughed joyfully. Then she laughed loudly in contempt. "Haha, your ray is too weak, hero of grand spectacle. Is that all the move you could pull off?" Mika still calmly looked at her like a fool. Meryl reached out to touch the holy magic, her eyes red and mocking, "Feeling no power from you at all." He spoke, saying weak. The ray still sustained. It transformed, changing from yellow to orange. The holy magic blazed, burning Meryl's hand. She widened her eyes in surprise. In pain, she held her hand and screamed miserably. Mika calmly asked, "Is it time yet?" He focused on controlling the holy magic. Asmodeus was different from Beelzebub. Even without fully remembering, she had recognized his true identity and couldn't be bound by a pure eulogy. With an emotionless face, he thought to himself, "I should compose a new eulogy for her myself." Meryl struggled with her burning arm. The weak ray from before was no ordinary holy magic. The ray suddenly moved. It twisted and split into two parallel streams, then began to climb up her body. A massive magic circle formed, centered on Meryl's monster head, the key to activating the spell. Mika slowly raised his staff high. 3 rays gradually converged together. He forcefully thrust it down into the magic circle, connecting with the eulogy, turning this place into one Asmodeus could only enter but never leave. The patterns on the ground emitted a divine light. The ray shot straight up into the center of another magic circle in the sky. From the small flame on her hand, Meryl was now completely engulfed, the burning heat intense. She strained and yelled, claiming this magic couldn't last long. She reached out a hand to remind, "If you can't kill me, the winner will only be me." Mika glided down coldly. "Did you think I would just stand and watch?" He chanted the incantation Holy Spear. As he finished, the magical spear pierced through Meryl's chest. He froze, unable to resist, and his body burned black like charcoal. He lay helpless on his back, despairingly uttering, "My future." Mika stepped on Meryl's face because she deserved it. He laughed arrogantly and declared, "Victory is mine now, you trouble." It seemed he still could not accept the truth. The sky was peaceful blue again. The monster turned to dust. Ruth stepped forward and said he had truly destroyed it and kept his promise. He had passed the trial. The clan leader's figure appeared. He lay unconscious on the ground. She happily exclaimed, "Defeating the Demon King was so easy. Thanks to him, the burden had been shouldered. I am very grateful." Mika calmly said not to worry. They could not say everything was over yet. Ruth, hearing this, looked and confused. He turned his head, his expression serious. "There is just this one thing left. I still have many things to collect. This period of peace is what I have always wished for." The gentle sunlight shone down on the lush green forest, and amidst the vast space, 2 figures were moving. Ruth did not turn her head but still asked, "Didn't you already receive the sacred artifacts Tempest and Wind Disturbance?" She lightly glided backward with a look of suspicion, that safe pairing of defense and recovery power, as if you had known beforehand. She spoke her thoughts bluntly. "Honestly, I am still amazed by your existence. Your mind and way of thinking surpass humanity." Mika was helpless at this comparison. "Do you mean I am abnormal?" Ruth was curious. "Did Heiko give you something special?" He calmly denied it. "No." The image of Heiko appeared. His regression clearly had nothing to do with her. She did not even know about it. Her answer puzzled her, so everything just followed its natural course? Ruth, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interjected, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that is a bad thing." She looked at him and clarified, "It is just that when one cannot foresee the future, people tend to worry." Michael closed his eyes in agreement. "I understand." He thought to himself, if it were an unexpected matter, he would act the same way, and imagined pulling someone's arm. "Jack, please listen to me. His steps suddenly stopped. We have arrived. Before them was the labyrinth, a giant bud of an ethereal blue mixed with purple, shimmering specks of light around it, its stem covered in sharp thorns. Ruth introduced, "This is the true form of the labyrinth." Micah looked up. "Is that so?" His gaze was focused. This object was different from the sacred artifacts he had seen. The bud exuded a mysterious aura. It was a visible and quite large entity, containing abundant sacred power within. Mika wondered how to use it. Ruth was confused. "You used it very skillfully earlier. Why ask now?" He replied, "Because the situation was urgent and you only gave a brief explanation. I need more specific instructions." She replied, "True, but I have already told you everything." Michael froze. "Huh?" Her expression was innocent. "What you did was everything that could be done with it." He listened blankly. "If it weren't, why would I call you an odd person? Are you saying I did everything already?" Michael recalled the past and then denied it. "Impossible. I should have been able to use it much better." In Ruth's eyes, that was the best, was it not? Her emotion did not waver. He fell into silent contemplation. His current state made it hard to distinguish superior from inferior. Then he looked up towards one side. If that is really the case. Mika gently touched the stem with his hand to feel it. His idea was proven correct. It seemed a new path had opened. Standing before the true form of the labyrinth, he finally understood. Mika recalled the forms of the two sacred artifacts he used when facing Asmodeus. They were merely imitations of the storm from before the regression. He sank into his own world, a flower yet to bloom. The giant bud was motionless. According to Ruth, it had never bloomed once. Mika thought carefully. A flower that does not bloom. No, a flower that will not bloom. He gently closed his eyes, but this bud will ultimately bloom to reveal the deepest essence within. The veins lit up, connecting the parts of the bud, sacred power surging within the labyrinth. Some broken segments made Mika suspicious. In some places, the flow of sacred power was blocked. Is that so? The true nature of the labyrinth, a sacred artifact that even the guardian angel did not fully understand. He focused his awareness into his palm. The veins became clearer. To say he was not interested would be a lie. Suddenly, the bud that had remained unchanged for years began to transform, a brilliant halo flickering at its center. Ruth raised her hand to shield her face. "My eyes." Her body flinched slightly in shock. The bud, urged by Mika, burst open. The incredible sight made her stammer, "What?" He had anticipated everything. "Look, this is..." His calm expression vanished, replaced by surprise. A voice? The scene was enveloped in pitch black. Amidst the gloomy space, the light above stood out prominently. Michael was stunned and speculated. Was this voice swallowed by the sacred light of the labyrinth? He saw nothing ahead. It was all just an ink-black void, and a voice whispered in Mika's ear, "Should I do this?" He startled and turned around to search for the source. Afterward, his pupils contracted in shock as he turned his head to look. A pair of blazing red eyes were staring intently at Mika, his figure shrouded by dark energy. The eyes reflected a mix of emotions: resignation, pain, regret, and malice. Nothing good. Mika was apprehensive, thinking that man was looking at him, but then he realized this was not the present. This was merely an image from the past. Mika and that person stood silently facing each other. He quickly realized the man with the red eyes was not looking at him either. The other side was entirely pitch black, and he could not hear what he was saying. Suddenly, the dark figure opened its mouth to speak, as if there was no reason to exist anymore. "Who can do this besides us? There is no one. How much longer will you be stubborn?" The sorrowful voice stunned Mika. "I do not understand what is happening." A series of questions arose in his mind. Is the labyrinth showing me these images? Why is it showing me? He began to walk, but immediately stumbled and fell. Mika's body lost gravity, floating in the void of night. That voice denied it. "You are wrong. Nothing can replace us." His gaze became hazy. He was losing consciousness. He tried to reach his hand forward, but grasped nothing. What would he ultimately gain from these things? The shadow suddenly shouted excitedly, "You are wrong, Asama." The sound woke Mika. He suddenly uncovered a corner of the iceberg. "Ah, so that is it." Outside, Ruth was very curious. "Originally, I thought the labyrinth was created based on the incompleteness theory. It would leisurely sit on his shoulder. I think they deliberately did not let him know everything about the labyrinth." He became even more confused. "What do you mean?" She smiled insinuatingly. "Are there not things only the owner of the saint objects can see?" Figuring out a clue. "Ah, he has already obtained 3 saint objects. It is no surprise if they have undergone important changes that an apostle like me does not know about." The rays of light from the flower bud continued to transmit into Mika's body. They gently entwined around him. At this moment, Mika slightly curled his lips into a smile. 2 days later, although Asmodeus' appearance was like a disaster, fortunately none of the Guten citizens were injured, and the scene there became peaceful again. The people were only dazed. The demons hiding in the crowd had been dealt with by the butler and Leon. Memories of the battle with the monster army surfaced, probably thanks to Ruth blocking all the lightning bolts fired during the fight. It was truly a fierce engagement. However, this greatly affected the image of the tourist city Guten. The road across the bridge into the city became noticeably empty. The elder was not disappointed either. Returning to the present, he laughed heartily with a satisfied mood. "It is fine. We gained more than we lost. No reason to be sad." He continued to express he never wished for Guten to become that powerful. After Asmodeus was defeated, he regained consciousness, but felt guilty for the sins he caused. He wanted to end his own life. Mika advised him to go see the elder. He He brought new light to the elder. Ruth came and encouraged him. That moment was etched forever in the elder's memory. Even though he was playing the role of a god at the time, his expression was a bit uncomfortable. Mika had to persuade him for a long while. He smiled in satisfaction at the current result. Thanks to that, the elder gained new vitality. Is this not a good thing? He clasped his hands to show sincerity. Because you are the one the Lord trusts, a hero, so I will also place my trust in you. Everyone was solemn and grateful. The guides have already dispersed all over the world. From now on, they will wholeheartedly support you. Mika's mood became cheerful. Sound of footsteps scuffing against the ground rang out. He flew around wildly beside him. The situation in Guten is settled. You also successfully obtained the Saint Object. This is the best result, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. The flower-shaped mark symbolizing the labyrinth was imprinted on Mika's wrist. He stared at it intently. It seemed the labyrinth had merged in his body. Mika raised his hand forward, silently wondering if he should try using it a bit. As soon as he summoned, Leon immediately appeared with a bewildered expression, wearing only a bath towel wrapped around him. Even in the middle of washing his hair, the atmosphere was awkward and weird. He wondered, what is this? Mika tried to stay calm and praised. The Saint Object is truly reliable. Leon was stunned. What the hell? Before he could finish, he sent him back to the starting point. Mika was extremely satisfied. The Labyrinth Saint Object had the ability to summon anyone without exerting any effort. Although it was limited to those he had marked, Leon was still in a daze when he returned to the bathroom. He clenched his fist, beginning to plan for optimization. If he could control it, it would be very useful. His thoughts shifted to a more important issue. What he truly received from the labyrinth was something else. Mika's expression turned serious. It was the memories of the past. At first, he did not understand what those memories were about, only seeing pitch black, but in the end he finally recognized them. They were the memories of the Demon Lord and Asama, the two colored red and blue eyes standing out in the darkness. Mika recognized the memories of the two gods. He spoke up to ask, Seth, you once said the more saint objects I collect, the more I understand about ancient times, right? She was daydreaming, but suddenly caught his attention. She affirmed naturally, that is right. The saint objects contain necessary information. How could one confront the Demon Lord without that information? Mika's tone suddenly changed. Then if that is the case, he wondered, can I also glimpse Asama's memories? Hearing this, she widened her eyes in astonishment. Seth immediately turned to probe. In that moment, did you see any of Asama's memories? Her expression turned serious as she explained. Because you absorbed a part of the saint object. Theoretically, this is not impossible, but humans usually subconsciously reject such memories. She stated firmly, the vessel of humanity is not strong enough to receive his memories. Mika's attitude was calm, but I am fine. She furrowed her brow, falling into deep thought. He connected it to an issue. Has your family ever mentioned that your ancestor was not human? He recalled they have, but that bloodline has faded long ago. There is probably none left. Her expression turned thoughtful, thinking about a particular ancestor. If analyzed further, he was the one capable of enduring his memories. Her silence confused Mika. He asked what she was doing without continuing. Suddenly his eyes widened, as if a brilliant flame reflected within them. A speculation appeared that he found hard to believe. Impossible. That could not happen, could it? Seeing the tribe happily welcoming, he realized Gorton's problem was resolved. He had recovered his power. More importantly, Asmodeus was completely destroyed, becoming the second demon lord defeated. If his plan succeeded, the disaster would be horrifying. Stopping it was a great success. At that moment, a hand gently placed onto the globe on the table. Mika silently looked at the globe, thinking the good news was killing two great demon lords. But his expression was not so good, because the bad news was this was only the beginning. Beelzebub was a fool. Asmodeus was only good at schemes, but weak. Compared to other demon lords, they were far inferior. Outside there were 5 demon lords and the Supreme Queen waiting. He gently turned the globe, thinking he could not underestimate the remaining 5. He remembered Belphegor with a wary gaze. That man had discovered his true name. Mika relaxed his brow, wondering if perhaps that man had not yet acted for some reason. Because the queen could not descend yet, attracting their attention was not advisable. They would not stay silent forever. Now that Asmodeus was dead, they would surely act. Standing still for a while, he finally slightly moved his feet. He slowly turned around, walking in a different direction. Mika stepped forward, his heart full of anticipation, wondering what their first target would be. His gaze was deep, remembering a familiar person, and exclaimed, clearly a grandmaster or supreme mage. Eden appeared in Mika's mind, a precious legacy of humanity that could resist demon lords. They would target the most prominent among them. The sound of iron boots scraping the ground, everyone began to think of the first name. Majestic and powerful figure appeared, Mayang. Returning to the present, he grabbed the cloak from the hook, thinking about the next destination. Mika draped the cloak over himself, softly calling it the Lawless Land. After hearing his decision, Ruth asked emotionlessly, you are leaving? He looked at him from behind, softly replying that he came to say goodbye. Realizing he was determined, he could only close his eyes and accept. Ruth said completely preventing the descent was impossible. Mika quickly replied, I know. If possible, they would not have prepared the tomb, and only gathering holy relics was a way to confront it. He revealed that was also the reason the Demon Queen rushed her advance. Currently, many were called heroes like him, but no one knew about the tome's appearance. Mika understood what that meant. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Before returning, he had information about the tomb, but had never truly witnessed it. He remembered the floating glowing magic orb. Below it were ambitious arms reaching out. Mika in his past life exclaimed that what they and even Siegfried received were all false. That meant information became useless if one was not recognized. Ruth turned to look at him, saying that since receiving the holy relic, there was no turning back. He affirmed with a meaningful gaze that he was the true hero. He slightly worriedly exclaimed that everything depended on him. Mika calmly envisioned terrifying hands enveloping everything. Obviously the Demon Queen would watch him. He flashed a confident smile, saying even if a great demon lord schemed behind the scenes, it was no problem. He had his own confidence. He reached out a hand pointing at Ruth and Seth, declaring that was the liberation of the apostles. The image of the trio Seth, Neptus, and Ruth appeared, illustrating his words. What he gained was not just achievements. He remembered the magic circle he had once executed. He revived the Holy Land to suppress the demons. His face became pensive. Then the round table would be revived. A book appeared. That was the knowledge of escape, and the reason he collected the holy seals. When all holy seals were gathered and the apostles were liberated, the sacred round table would appear, illuminating the world. While Mika was lost in thought, Ruth's eyes slightly glanced at him probingly. He quickly turned his face away, saying that anyway he was chosen by Asama, he would walk the right path. He approached his side, entrusting him with looking after Gorton and the formula. He evaded, making room for him to sit beside him, assuring he would handle it. He looked up at the sky, encouraging him the more seals he found the stronger they would be, overcome the difficulty and protect them. Mika accepted the promise of a solid ally, confidently uttering that he would arrange everything in order. The three silently looked ahead, hoping for a future that did not yet exist, for the dream of that day. The scene shifted to the deep forest, three figures carefully crossing and talking about the lawless land. Ryande excitedly shouted that the place was definitely ideal for accumulating more combat experience. Mika furrowed his brow at that idiot grinning smugly over there, inwardly cursing that their useless member was being so excited. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and wondered, he was not like this before, what happened to him? Just then, someone called out to him, "Master." The man suddenly reached out and grabbed something. That man was Morden. He clenched his fist, displaying his muscular build beneath his clothes, and asked if his lordship noticed the difference in strength. Mika quietly stared at him, both falling into silence. He chuckled a few times to break the silence, saying, "Sir thinks it is still the same, right?" He feigned surprise and replied. The butler was quick to notice. Morden confidently slapped his muscle and recalled, about 2 years ago, his lordship mentioned the importance of physical development. He continued changing his poses like a bodybuilder and said, "So I developed it." With his soft growl, the fabric of his butler suit slowly tore apart. Right after, Morden shouted loudly, the butler's suit ripped open, revealing his muscular and powerful body. Seeing this action, Mika slightly raised an eyebrow with a speechless expression. But Trat sensed something surging from within him. Thinking he had never seen this even before the regression, it was terrifying. And then Morden bowed respectfully and stated, "I have realized something, master." He immediately inquired, "Realized what?" He clenched his fist and revealed, "I cannot become a mage through conventional means, so I should not just be an ordinary mage." Seeing his posture, Mika instinctively stepped back to keep distance and questioned, "Were you planning to switch classes to a shaman?" Morden changed his posture, opened his palm towards him and answered, "The automatic circulation system has different arrangements for each body." As he hesitated briefly while speaking, a flame suddenly burst forth. In his lordship's case, it is divine power, but for me, he looked at the massive fireball he summoned, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell?" Mika curiously watched Morden retract the flame. It was a fireball 3 times larger than usual. Seeing his curiosity, he explained that my magic is directly proportional to physical strength. After synthesizing my understanding over the past year, I view physical strength as a layer of armor beneath magic. He squinted with interest as he introduced it, and decided to call it beneath the armor. Mika stood helplessly between two rather abnormal people, silently lamenting another useless member on the team. At the same time, in the Western Empire, the territory of Count Ison, a stern man questioned the person before him. "This is the 6th Knight of the Empire, the Guardian of the West, Count Ison. I will ask once more, who is coming?" The guard immediately repeated his earlier answer. "It is the executioner, Lady Mayung." He helplessly rubbed his forehead and muttered under his breath, "So she has returned." Count Ison remembered that person's silhouette and softly exclaimed, "The executioner of the lawless land." Immediately after, he turned his head to look out the window and murmured, "She disappeared for nearly 2 years while searching for her own path. I am not too fond of that." He looked at the arid land outside, wondering if she had returned to act as an enforcer and judge the criminals. But immediately Count Ison frowned and refuted himself. No, Myung never asked to be an arbiter. To put it bluntly, this lawless land is not my domain either. Having said that, he looked out at Myung, wondering why she had returned. Beneath that iron mask, her gaze held coldness and death. Finally, Count Aisin decided he must speak with her personally. The executioner was not the type of person who could not be reasoned with. The guard watched him about to leave, and simply expressed the hope that it would not be too serious. He took his sword and sheathed it. Count Aisin brushed past the guard and sternly instructed, "I hope so too." His polished iron boots slowly stepped across the dry ground. He stood imposingly before Myung in a tense atmosphere. Immediately after, she respectfully lowered her body in a salute to him. "Long time no see, Count. I apologize for this abrupt visit." He calmly spoke up to interrupt her. "Let us set this matter aside for now." Without hesitation, Lady Aisin went straight to her request and revealed why she had come here. Miriam straightened and quickly spoke a few puzzling words. "I understand that you are also a parent blessed with exceptional children." Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "That is true, though they never listened to their father." Young nodded slightly in agreement. "All children are the same." Her words left him puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Her gaze changed, brimming with murderous intent as she stared directly at the man before her. Noticing that gaze, Count Aisin flinched in surprise. Miriam immediately made her request. "I have a favor to ask, Count." His expression turned grave as a heavy atmosphere descended around them. The voice beneath the iron mask slowly enunciated each word. "My child has run away." Once she finished speaking, the tension in the Count's heart eased. "I understand. Children will be children." At that moment, he froze as the meaning of her words finally sank in. "What?" he asked again in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Miriam hesitantly repeated, "The children ran away." He blurted out in disbelief, "Ran away." Meanwhile, Mika's group had entered the town. Butler Morden said if the great demon king wished it, destroying this fortress would be entirely possible. Mika calmly replied, "If he truly targets it, it will fall." Ryan quickly added, "Approaching now would be no different from a suicidal assault. The fortress may be destroyed, but their lives will not be safe." Hearing this, Mika recalled a demon king who had once been eliminated. If Asmodeus succeeds in taking command, they will become even more aggressive. Without dwelling on it, he began outlining a plan. "First, I need to meet the Count and prepare for every possible threat." Suddenly, a figure flashed past and cut him off. Mika remained still as a thunderous collision erupted beside him. A massive hole appeared in the wall where the sound had originated. Across from it sat a young man sprawled on the ground. The furious youth cursed, "This, damn it." A pair of leather boots emerged from the hole, accompanied by a voice, "You should have fought fair." Hearing the voice, Nikai smiled faintly with interest. "Why would you do that when you know nothing about the situation?" Ryan and Morden also recognized that person. "Wait, that is..." The fallen youth sprang to his feet and shouted, "I do not know who you are, but you must have heard of Hyran. It would be absurd not to know that name around here." The person standing amid the broken wall tightened their grip on the sword and repeated, "Hyran." Eileen planted a foot on the rubble and scoffed. "You mean that worthless gang?" He grew even angrier at her contempt. "You think you can insult a mercenary group and simply walk away?" The moment he finished speaking, a powerful sword strike slashed straight ahead. The sword strike left a shallow wound across the Hydra mercenary's face, terrifying him. He turned and fled, shouting resentfully, "Just you wait." Eileen called after him from afar, "Fine. Make sure you come back, and I will watch your head hit the ground." After driving away the thug, she rested her sword across her shoulder and exhaled with satisfaction. Another good deed done. Only then did she realize she was not alone. There were people standing beside her. 4 people and 8 eyes stared at one another in complete silence. Eileen was the first to speak, stammering awkwardly, "Mika." He looked at her with a delighted smile and remarked, "It has been 2 years." A while later, the scene shifted to the inside of an inn. He and Morden sat across from her. Mika opened the conversation with a compliment, "You look well." Eileen blushed and turned away, "Are you mocking me?" He rested his chin on his hand and smiled knowingly, "You are living well, but you still do not feel satisfied, do you?" Regaining her composure, she lowered her head and replied, "You are right. I feel happier and more alive now." Without wasting words, Mika went straight to the point. "Since you are here, Lady Mung must be here as well." Realizing he had guessed correctly, she lowered her head meekly and answered, "Lady Mayung came looking for her child. I believe she is with the Vulture mercenary group." After he finished speaking, Eileen slowly revealed, she did reunite with her child at the Vulture Guild. As you know, repairing an estranged relationship between parent and child is never easy. Hearing this, Mika probed further, "So their relationship has not improved." Her expression grew heavy. "It is difficult. That alone would not be a major problem. My master's child has also run away." Hearing her words, his eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He fell into deep thought filled with questions. Strange. Even if Mayung lacks experience as a mother, he ran away again. That means... After thinking it through, Mika offered his conclusion, "I have a rough idea of the situation. Lady Miriam traveled all this way to find her child, and you came here with her." A knowing smile formed on his lips. "But Eileen, you have forgotten something important, the reason Karia ran away." Mika's question struck directly at the secret they were hiding. What happened at the Vulture Guild? Hearing this, she hesitated guiltily and pressed her lips together. She hesitated before finally speaking that the reason Karya escaped. Mika Wampurgis then asked exactly what had happened within the Vulture mercenary group. Eileen immediately replied, "Alright, I will tell you." She then recalled the time she had spent accompanying Miriam and began, after leaving the capital master, reunited with her son at the Vulture Guild. In her memory, Miriam's eyes had been filled with overwhelming shock when she saw her son. Miriam approached her son Karya and clasped his hands. Merely recalling it moved Aileen to tears. Mika felt that Aileen was beginning to stray from the subject and interrupted her. "Enough. Continue." Hearing this, Aileen resumed her story. From that point onward, Master quietly watched her son adapt to the mercenary group. After Karya reunited with his mother, he fit in remarkably well. From what she knew, Karya was someone who always adhered strictly to his principles. Then Eileen revealed why Karya had joined the Vulture Mercenary Corps in the first place. Mika replied, "I understand." But Eileen sighed and said the problem is, the Mercenary Corps is far too rigid about its principles. Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. Mika recalled what she had said. He remembered the incident in Kun and what Eileen had told him. While the Vulture Mercenary Corps was carrying out a mission, they discovered a demon in a remote village. Unfortunately, the demon had spread its poison throughout the entire village. In the end, the villagers were poisoned. They screamed in agony and gradually transformed into monsters. The story did not end there. Eileen continued, the villagers had no idea they had turned into monsters. Among those who had been poisoned was a girl with lifeless eyes. Even with a blade pressed against her neck, those eyes did not waver. The mercenary swung his sword, and everyone could guess the fate of that poor girl. Eileen hesitated before continuing. The Vulture Mercenary Corpse. Crimson blood splattered across the floor. Some of it even stained Karya's face, leaving him utterly horrified and stunned. Eileen continued, they massacred everyone. She told Mika that they believed there was no way to save them, but it turned out that not every villager had transformed into a monster. She continued, we discovered that the innate goodness of children slowed the process of decay. Then he replied, that is a truth very few people know. Hearing that, Eileen immediately asked, what do you think? Faced with her question, Mika did not answer right away and instead wondered whether the Vulture Mercenary Corps had made the wrong choice. He questioned himself before reaching an answer. They chose the best option available under limited circumstances. In the worst case, they could have allowed the demon to escape, leading to an even greater disaster. But, after finishing his thoughts, Mika told Eileen that they had acted a little too hastily. Unlike the Vulture Mercenary Corps' usual methods, she agreed. He continued, there is no absolutely correct answer in this world. It seems neither side was entirely wrong. Then Mika pressed a hand against the table and stood up, saying, however, to know the truth, we need to hear from the people involved, do we not? Eileen replied, that is true, but I cannot find them right now to ask. Mika gave an answer that left her utterly surprised. He said there is a way to find them. Eileen asked in confusion, excuse me, what did you say? Eileen spoke at the top of her voice. Mika remained calm. The medicine I gave Lady Milliam, was it given to Korea? Eileen replied, yes, that is what I heard. I heard it improved his chronic condition. Did you do something to it? After hearing that, Mika smiled. He asked Eileen in return, did I do something to it? Who do you think I am? Mika turned back to look at her with a sinister expression and said, of course I did. Then Mika thought to himself, Korea practically did not exist before the regression, yet he is the most important person to Miriam. I only added a function to the medicine as a precaution. He thought, then created a sphere of green energy and said, there is no reason to delay, let us check his location now. He cast the spell, forming several magic circles, but then he suddenly stopped. Seeing that, Aileen asked, why? Is something wrong? Ryan, who was sitting beside them, still had no idea what was happening. Mika did not answer and instead said, Eileen, talk to Ryan and the butler. If you have nothing to say, make something up. Ryan and Eileen shouted in unison, wait. She tried to stop him, what is going on? At least tell me what is happening. Mika ignored Aileen and disappeared. He said, I will tell you after I return. Korea did not even have time to stop him. After Mika left, the three of them silently looked at one another. Ryan and Eileen sat back down. Ryan hesitantly spoke, then shall we start with MBTI? Elsewhere, he landed and surveyed his surroundings. This place was a neighborhood, though it looked rather old and worn. There was no one around. Mika wondered whether this was an abandoned district within the neighboring territory. Then he moved forward, muttering as he walked, it will be difficult to find him in a place like this. Upon reaching an alley, Mika stopped and looked around. He said, so this was not merely a simple escape. Looking at what stood before him, Mika continued, a person's shadow does not move on its own. There was only one explanation. The figure in the alley was Korea. He sat in the darkness, clutching himself. His hands had mutated so severely that they had turned pitch black. Sensing someone nearby, Korea turned to look at Mika. Monstrification, Mika said. Korea cast a dark gaze toward the people approaching him. He hesitantly spoke in confusion. Brother, Seth nervously asked Mika, what are you planning to do? Mika carefully assessed the situation. Korea's hand had turned black, with several terrifying streaks of blood faintly visible beneath the skin. He thought, if this continues, he will definitely turn into a monster. Seth cautiously followed his gaze. It seems he was abandoned and left untreated. Mika calmly replied, the monstrification is not important, we can purify it. Seth asked curiously, then why are you just standing there? Mika fell silent, then spoke in a grave voice, Master Manipulator. He silently considered Karia's condition. He had been blessed with talent, and from what Mika had heard, he was a high-ranking master. Just by seeing Karia reach that level, he could tell that he carried Milliam's bloodline. Thinking of this, Mika looked over Karia's condition again and froze for a moment. Someone like him had actually been injured halfway through. Them firmly stated that it was no ordinary demon. Karia's entire body trembled without end. Dark black aura wrapped around him from head to toe. Black aura continued to grow, completely enveloping him. Karia hugged himself tightly. His eyes became even darker. The black aura erupted and spread across a vast area. Mika watched the scene and wondered whether he was containing the demon. Faced with the critical situation, without another moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and swung the staff as a brilliant golden light burst forth. Are you trying to pressure me? Mika hurled the overwhelming beam of light at Karia, making him cry out in agony. The black aura gradually dispersed as well. Mika could not hide his satisfaction with the result of that strike. Just as expected, this staff delivers a solid blow. Sid stretched helplessly before saying, is using such a precious staff like a club a family tradition? Mika failed to grasp the meaning behind her words and reassured her. Don't worry, the damage only affects the demon. Sit sighed and objected. That is not what I meant. Meanwhile, Karia clutched his head in unbearable torment. He let out a painful growl, drawing Mika's attention. It was as though he had realized something, then burst into laughter. Ha, now I understand. Karia gritted his teeth in fury. More and more streaks of blood appeared across his face. He rolled his eyes upward as his body gradually transformed. Mika could not help wondering who was truly behind this cursed monster. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the ruined castle from earlier, the three people at the table fell into silence over a difficult matter. Ryan was drenched in sweat, flustered, because he had run out of things to talk about. Eileen quick lifted her teacup and took a small sip. She finally spoke to break the silence, just accept that person. Eileen forced an awkward smile, thinking that looking back on the past, she had no right to blame his rudeness, yet somehow it still irritated her. Eileen remained troubled, thinking she had started this conversation herself, yet something still left her uneasy. Morden smiled and interrupted her thoughts. Haha, Miss Eileen, she snapped back to her senses and replied, yes, butler, did you call for me? Morden let out a slow breath before continuing. Just accept it. Trying to understand it completely is meaningless. People cannot restrain a genius. Those words left Eileen even more stunned. A natural disaster. She wondered how he knew what she had been thinking. Eileen turned her gaze toward Morden, quietly thinking while she had the chance. She vaguely sensed something different and asked, have you gotten a little bigger? Those words filled Morden with excitement. He jumped to his feet and asked, you can see it. Morden stepped closer to Eileen and showed off his muscular physique. You can tell if you touch it. Eileen hurriedly raised her hand in front of herself to refuse his enthusiasm. Suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation. Morden, why are you here? Miriam walked in, looked around the room once, then asked, even the young sword saint is here. What is going on? Eileen quickly answered, haha, Lady Milliam, it has been a long time. I have only been following the young master. Milliam asked in astonishment, do you mean my benefactor came all the way here? Eileen hurried over to apologize. I am sorry, mistress. I still have not found Karia's whereabouts. I contacted the information supplier, but it seems the information was fake. Myung did not blame her and replied, it is not your fault, but we need to find him as quickly as possible. Morden suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It will probably be fine. He disagreed and questioned him immediately. Fine. How can you say that when we have no idea what condition he is in? Suddenly a massive explosion erupted behind her, causing Milliam's eyes to widen in horror. From within the thick cloud of dust, a voice suddenly rang out, ah, I used the wrong teleport. Mika appeared in the room carrying Karia. He looked at the newcomer with slight surprise. Huang. Myung, you are here too. Amid Milliam and Eileen's astonishment, he continued, that will make everything much faster. Only then did Milliam recover and cry out, benefactor. She also quickly recognized the person beside him and gasped, Karia. Miriam could hardly believe it and stammered, how did you find my son so precisely? Mika ignored the question and spoke sternly, I understand how you feel, but first there is something I need to hear. He continued slowly, exactly. Mika paused for a moment, looking over Karia's miserable condition. Miriam could not help frowning in horror at his appearance. Mika raised an eyebrow and questioned her. What exactly happened within that mercenary group? Milliam trembled slightly as she raised her hand. This is actually. Mika glanced aside, sympathizing with her hesitation. Of course, I understand that it is not easy to speak about. Seeing a crowd gathering to watch, he suggested, this is not the right place to discuss it. Let us move somewhere else. He continued, insisting someone else also needed to hear the story inside Yuana Castle. A room glowed with mysterious light. A person walked toward the window and silently gazed into the distance. Ethan hesitated before speaking. Guardian demon. He could not help recalling the past, only 1 or 2 years ago. The idea of defending the border against guardian demons had been nothing more than a fantasy. Ethan raised an eyebrow and said seriously, I think we should prepare, but I have never faced many low-rank guardian demons before. He thought of a talented and powerful individual, quietly feeling that if he could receive guidance from that legendary hero, everything would become much easier. With that thought, Ethan turned and left, unable to hide the tension on his face. Suddenly, he turned back in shock after noticing something unusual, that dry rattling sound. He immediately tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, ready to fight. Ethan cautiously approached the source of the strange sound. There should have been guards protecting the manor here. He thought nervously, could it be a demon? Suddenly, someone had somehow appeared behind Ethan, wearing a bright smile as the person greeted him, hello. He spun around in shock and carefully examined the newcomer. Ethan's eyes widened in alarm. He drew his sword by instinct. He could not sense any threatening aura from the opponent, yet he could no longer withdraw the blade that had already been swung. A metallic clang rang out as a solid layer of white magic enveloped that person, stopping Ethan's sword and leaving him utterly astonished. His suspicion deepened as he demanded the stranger's identity, asking him to state clearly who he was. The man continued smiling cheerfully despite Eisen's violence. First, allow me to apologize for intruding like this, Count Eisen of the border territory. This person was Mika, and he introduced himself politely. I am Mika Purgis, the hero of this generation. Hearing this, Eisen understood and repeated his words, I see hero Mika. Then his eyes suddenly widened in realization, his expression turning confused as he reflected on what had just been said. Ethan was utterly stunned as he turned toward Mika. Wait, the hero. Mika answered him calmly, yes, that is correct. The more Ethan thought about it, the less he understood why a hero would attack the guards, who had already fallen unconscious at some point. Ethan raised an eyebrow, cautiously considering the scene before him. What? Mika brought Kuria before him and explained his reason. I came, because I believed you also needed to know about the situation. Ethan looked hesitantly at Kuria. The situation is... But Mika interrupted him in a grave voice, the demons. He looked at Kuria, who was painfully resisting the transformation, and continued, fortunately, the corruption is not too severe and can be purified immediately. Miriam became even more anxious upon hearing this. Please do it at once, benefactor. If you save my son, I will repay your kindness. Mika calmly made a proposal, then tell me about the Condor mercenaries that Lady Miriam once encountered. Miriam asked suspiciously, do you believe they are connected to my son's corruption? Mika replied vaguely, I consider it one possibility. Upon hearing this, Miriam tensed slightly and fell silent with a frown, but she quickly decided to recount everything in detail, certain that there had been suspicious aspects. She recalled everything that had been reported. Miriam was still astonished as she remembered. They were extremely wary of me. Mika assessed the matter carefully. That in itself is normal. You and your son were probably only guests of the mercenaries. However, he continued questioning Miriam. Their wariness was not ordinary, was it? Ethan tensely offered a theory. Could the Condor mercenaries be connected to the demons? He thought about Miller's. Back then, he was a knight who valued honor. If this group was founded by him, then naturally... Miriam frowned and answered him ambiguously, Count Eisen, I stayed with the group for more than a year, but, she stated firmly, I never met Lord Miller's even once. Miriam's words left everyone in the room stunned. She approached her unfortunate son and added, I always assumed he was simply a very busy man. She gently caressed Karia's tormented face, her heart filled with anguish. A flash of anger crossed Miriam's face. Until my son ended up like this. She struggled to regain her composure, then turned to Mika and asked, Benefactor, are you aware that the mercenaries give their members new names? It is meant to establish their identities. Mika nodded in confirmation, yes, I know. Mika thought their leader Millers was once a knight, so this group is also known as the Disguised Knight Order. What Miriam described does not resemble their traditional justification. Miriam frowned. Those new names made me uneasy. I do not know whether it was always like that, or whether it began with my son. Mika continued asking Miriam, do you know the name your son received within the mercenary group? Miriam thought for a moment before answering, Mel Ozan. The name made Mika freeze, his eyes widening with a fleeting look of horror. Suddenly, Mika burst into laughter, his smile filled with self-mockery. He laughed loudly, leaving everyone confused. Haha, how absurd. He covered his face with one hand and thought, what a coincidence. Mika spoke in a serious voice. The names demons give their subordinates often contain the term M. These words horrified Ethan. What do you mean? Mika explained slowly. This term M still functions even when the order of the letters is rearranged. He looked toward Kuria and said, for example, faint red letters appeared in his thoughts. Mika continued, changing it into Mio makes little difference. He extended his hand and used magic to draw the gloomy black aura from Kuria's body. Truly a deception worthy of a demon. An invisible demon roared furiously as he dragged it out of the young man's body. Mika swiftly cast a spell, and a golden vortex appeared around his fingers. It probably began parasitizing him the moment he received that name. However, because the name was distorted, the corruption progressed more slowly. Brilliant golden beam shot forth, piercing straight through the shadowy demon. He swiftly defeated it, sending it crashing into the empty space below. Everyone in the room stood frozen in shock. Ethan asked hesitantly, "This is..." A large fox lay sprawled across the floor, surrounded by a strange black aura. Ethan was stunned when he saw the demon's true form, a fox. Mika approached and bent down to examine the large fox covered in numerous demonic symbols. Those symbols also possessed ranks. He continued, "In this case, the fox is the symbol of the demon Enoch." Morden recalled Enoch was mentioned in the history books, a creature that corrupted warriors and magnified their feelings of inferiority. Mika fell silent before the vicious demon, thinking that Enoch had rarely caused such chaos before his rebirth. He straightened and explained further. For reference, the demon can track this symbol. In other words, Eisen understood and continued his thought. "You are saying the demon will target my territory." Mika nodded gravely in confirmation. Ryan spoke up, "We must go to the Condor mercenaries immediately. You must also prepare for an imminent attack." Suddenly, an urgent voice outside interrupted their conversation. "This is Jackson. May I enter?" Eisen granted permission. "Come in." The guard entered, knelt respectfully, and reported urgent news. Jackson reported anxiously the guards on the western wall had spotted something black, twisting strangely. Ethan froze upon hearing this, something black. He looked at Mika tensely. "If there is nothing else, I will inspect the wall." Mika nodded. "Understood. It seems you need assistance." Everyone left one after another, while Mika and Miriam slowly walked through the corridor of the vast castle. Mika remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Myung quickly approached him and called out, "Benefactor." She still found something suspicious. "Do you not think the timing of this report is very strange?" Mika pondered her suspicion and did not answer immediately. Suddenly, he gave a knowing smile. "You think so too?" He inwardly thought Miriam's theory was reasonable, perhaps it was correct. At the end of the corridor, a gloomy stream of black energy appeared. Mika calmly summoned his staff to deal with them. "They are truly diligent." He sighed after encountering demons so frequently. Why were demons always so hardworking? Mika stared at the abnormal stream of black energy. A gaunt hand reached out from within it. Mika cautiously told Miriam to stay beside him. "Prepare yourself." Demons emerged one after another, their dark gazes fixed upon them. They revealed savage smiles bearing rows of sharp teeth. The demons strode aggressively out of the black energy. Mika grew slightly tense. "They are here." The demons casually approached Mika without the slightest fear. They suddenly greeted everyone in a friendly manner. The greeting terrified Eileen, who screamed, "A demon." Maan glared at the demons with open hostility, raised her sword, and demanded, "Reveal your identity." One demon remained unfazed by her imposing aura, and mocked her with a grin. "What would I do after revealing my identity to the Great Master?" Suddenly, he turned serious and raised a finger. "Our purpose is singular." He clearly stated his intention to reclaim his kin. He was briefly startled upon noticing something unusual. The demon froze when he saw Karya still unharmed and not enveloped by black energy. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait, I cannot sense any divine energy." Mika replied calmly, "I already removed it." The demon stopped laughing and grew furious. "Are you boasting? His blessing cannot be destroyed by a mortal." Mika extended his hand playfully. "It seems it no longer exists at all." The demons went mad at his contemptuous attitude and ground their teeth in rage. One demon shouted, "Do not be so arrogant." Then he reached out as though summoning something. Mysterious energy radiated from his hand and echoed throughout the room. He tried to call forth the demon within Karya, but there was only silence from her side, completely unaffected. Mika watched his smile, the corner of his mouth curling in mockery. "Be honest with me." He continued sarcastically, "You tried to make an impressive entrance, but now it is ruined. How embarrassing." The demon's face was drenched in sweat, unable to believe it. He flew into a towering rage as gloomy black energy poured out. "Bastard." The energy obscured his body as he thought inwardly, "A traitor, Karya is extremely rare, but this is a different case." Mika continued mocking him, "You are completely rotten. I was merely checking whether you intended to surrender quietly." The demon raged, "Such arrogance from a mere mortal." Mika asked in confusion, "Are you not human yourself?" The demon could no longer endure it and thrust out his hand, firing a powerful stream of black energy. "Shut up." The black energy rapidly engulfed the corridor, plunging the space into gloom. It gradually devoured the light and surrounded the group in an instant. A moment later, only silent darkness remained around them, without a single ray of light. Mika calmly thought, "Darkness covers everything." Suddenly, he rejected that thought. "No, this is not darkness." Mika sensed countless malicious eyes staring at him, accompanied by a horrible stench. The demon reveled in the darkness he had created and mocked him. "You are afraid." Mika remained silent and lowered his head. His unreadable expression deepened the demon's misunderstanding, making him laugh mockingly. Just as expected, a mortal. Mika grew angry at the taunt and warned him, "Shut up, that is enough." In an instant, he shattered the demon's boundless darkness. The demon could not believe it and collapsed backward miserably. A dazzling golden light surrounded Mika. "Do not tell me you still do not know who I am." Only then did the demon realize, sweating profusely as he stammered, "Could it be?" He stared at Mika's imposing figure, a hero. Mika extended his hand mockingly. "It took you long enough to realize." But the demon suddenly revealed an eerie smile. He summoned a razor-sharp sword and muttered, "Demonic wheel." He charged forward and swung his sword at Mika with Seth's Tempest. This action briefly surprised Mika, but in the next instant he regained his composure. A figure appeared before him to shield him. Pale green aura appeared around her, powerful and fierce. The aura burst outward, forming a massive whirlwind that swept the demon inside. He was hurled into the nearby wall, looking utterly miserable. The remaining demon saw it and roared in anger, "Useless, you could not even handle." Mika frowned in annoyance, slammed his fist into the demon's head and shouted, "Be quiet." The demon embedded in the wall still argued back, "I will not waver even if you are a hero. I believe in my own justice." Before he could finish, Mika furiously brought down a crushing punch on his head. "You be quiet too." Mika flew into a rage, losing control as he mercilessly beat both demons while shouting, "All of you shut up." Everyone nearby could only shake their heads. In only a few moments, the demons were beaten black and blue by Mika. One of them begged in terror, "Wait, stop." He hurriedly pleaded, "I can remember some useful information for you. Please stop beating me like a dog." Mika was completely unmoved. He raised a hand and formed a magic circle that sealed his mouth shut. Mika revealed a sinister smile. "An interrogation requires silence." Demon looked at him in horror, unable to make a sound, only staring with pleading eyes. Soon afterward, the hallway echoed with nothing but the brutal sounds of Mika's punches and kicks. After several minutes, the demons were beaten unconscious, their bodies covered in wounds. Mika stopped with satisfaction. They were still alive for now. He calmly wiped the dirty bloodstains from his staff. "These people are very stubborn. It will not be easy to get anything from them." Mihung quickly replied, "Yes, thank you, benefactor." Mika spoke seriously, "The appearance of a traitor matches our assumptions. We need to hear the story from your son. What do you think?" Miriam nodded in agreement with his proposal. Mika considered the possibility that the greater demon had already taken control of the vulture. No, it was no longer just a possibility. He silently concluded that the thought was almost certainly true. Mika was still wondering about the mysterious man named Milas. The only question was whether he had already subdued Enoch. He set those wandering thoughts aside and looked toward Karya. "So what should we do now?" Karya gradually awoke from the long coma. Seeing that he was fully conscious, Mika suggested, "Should we hear what he has to say?" Karya began recalling the blood-soaked scene from that day. The revolting scent of blood still lingered. He remembered Mayang urgently pulling him away, then his mother breaking down and placing all the blame on him. Perhaps he could have made another choice. Karya thought about those difficult months with his wounded mother, doing everything he could to help her overcome the grief of losing her husband. He silently affirmed that running away had never been the right choice. Karya felt trapped inside a cage, stripped of freedom. He had been far too young to endure his broken mother. His mind was overwhelmed with panic. The pain was like countless thorns piercing his heart. Time passed, yet the agony remained. Then after some time, when Karya had grown up, a familiar voice echoed beside his ear, "My son." Young suddenly appeared beside him. She had come to find her child. Miriam smiled gently. Time had healed every wound. She was no longer haunted by her husband's death. The thorn in her heart had finally been removed, and the foul smell of blood seemed to have faded away. Karya looked at his mother's back and sighed. Perhaps he had finally been freed from the shadow of his father's death. That steadfast figure was gradually shrouded by a gloomy black aura. The black aura slowly swallowed everything into endless darkness. He remembered the demon who had bewitched him, the gloomy voice and mysterious smile of Mel Orin. The memory still left him shaken. Memories came to an end. Karya opened his eyes and caught sight of his mother's familiar back. He asked weakly, "Mother, why are you here?" Hearing his voice, Mayang quickly turned around. She rushed over and embraced Karya tightly. "My son." She cried out in anguish, "I searched everywhere for you. I thought the monsters had eaten you." Tears welled up in Karya's eyes. But reason told him to stay away from his mother. He urged her, "Mother, stay away from me. There is still a monster inside me." Seeing his concern, Mika reassured him, "We have already dealt with it, do not worry." Karya looked at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Mika respectfully placed a hand over his chest and greeted him. He bowed politely and introduced himself. "This is the first time I have seen you fully conscious. I am Mika Purgis." He gave a faint smile. "The current hero, I suppose." Hearing those words, Karya instinctively clenched both fists. He became overwhelmingly excited, his eyes shining with admiration. "The hero smashed the heads of those great demons." Mika answered cheerfully, "I have some experience with that." Looking at Karya's delighted expression, he thought to himself that he had heard Karya valued principles. They would have an interesting conversation. Mika raised a hand and pointed in one direction. "Lord Ariaran, could you inspect this area?" Karya walked over to the two demons and quickly removed the cloaks covering their faces. He was stunned when he saw their true faces. These people. Those two wicked demons were people he knew, leaving Karya frozen as he spoke their names, Malone and Baskerville. Mika looked as though he had expected it. "Just as I thought, you know them." Karya lowered his head sadly. They were senior members of the mercenary group who willingly embrace corruption. Mika asked curiously, "Did you never think about asking your mother for help?" Karya said nothing. He looked at his hand, as though seeing once again the blackened hand streaked with sinister blood. Mel Orin. But now that hideous hand had been completely restored. Thinking of this, he gently closed his eyes, burdened with sorrow. Karia spoke honestly. I did not want Mother to see what I had become after my corruption. Mika understood what he meant and thought, so that was it. Recalled those sorrowful memories from the past, thinking that no child wanted to make their parents worry. With that thought, Mika gave Ankaria a gentle smile and said, I understand that feeling. He continued by asking about the important matter, what ultimately happened to the mercenary group. Karia recalled the chaos from that time, his voice sinking. More than half of them were lost. He recounted everything, especially how the commander had been imprisoned and the most trusted vice commander had betrayed them. Hearing this, Mika could not help marveling at how unpredictable things could be, then told Karia, we must go to the mercenary group. Ryan pointed at the two demons in confusion and asked what he intended to do with them. Mika merely replied that he had a use for them. Morden asked curiously, my lord, what kind of magic do you intend to use? Mika suddenly stopped upon hearing the question. He spoke two words that left everyone stunned, soul binding. Mika pointed the tip of his staff at one of the demons, thinking that he needed information from those who had followed Enoch. He considered the effects of the spell. They would have no choice but to answer and reveal their secrets. He would destroy their bodies and shackle their souls. Morden raised an eyebrow tensely. That was not a gentle spell. Mika agreed with him. Exactly, Butler. That spell is not merely high level. A binding light radiated around the head of the staff. What he meant was that it was truly cruel, however. Like a god passing judgment, Mika cast a cold gaze upon the demons. I have limits when dealing with people, but not with traitors. The blinding binding light erupted. Their faces cracked beneath its oppressive radiance, and they screamed in agony. A moment later, two mysterious black spheres hung from Mika's staff. The demons had been transformed into tiny spheres, and they cried out in distress. Why am I in this state? Please kill me. Mika ignored their senseless pleas. Who said you would be allowed to find peace? He recalled the process of casting the spell. When he transformed the two of them into a soul-bound state, he saw fragments of their past. He caught glimpses of their sinful histories. One had massacred innocent people in the name of faith. The other had inflicted suffering upon others for amusement. You will never understand. The two demons continued to make noise. I never will. How fortunate that we serve a greater purpose. Mika thought of those scenes of suffering and gritted his teeth in fury at scum like them. So many tormented people had died. His mood grew heavy, and he remained silent for a long time. Set sensed it and looked at him with concern. She called out to him. Mika snapped back to his senses and looked at her in confusion. Seat continued gently, it is good that you are doing your best, but do not push yourself too hard. You seem to be carrying far too many burdens. Her timely words of comfort left Mika stunned. Set continued, after all, you are only human. Mika smiled faintly and felt his heart lighten. Suddenly he reached out and lightly flicked Set's forehead, making her cry out in pain. Set clutched her head and pouted resentfully. Mika immediately replied, it is fine. Mika regained his composure and strode forward with resolve. He thought that what lay ahead was not a ruined world, but a future filled with possibilities. Mika smiled confidently. I did not begin from the very start. Near the outer wall of the Marquis's territory, Mika and Ethan continued discussing the unresolved matter. After hearing Mika explain everything in detail, Ethan could not hide his distress. So matters have truly come to this. Ethan lamented in anguish. Milas, how did my friend meet such an end? Mika added, we still do not know for certain what happened to Lord Milas. That matter will be resolved once I go there. Suddenly he stared at Ethan, thinking, but before that, Mika asked him doubtfully, my lord, what do you think about the demons? Ethan turned his gaze toward the gloomy land nearby. Black currents drifted throughout the area alongside the appearance of savage demons. Ethan hesitated when speaking of them. The demons, he recalled the contents of the secret report. Honestly, it was an order from the Emperor, but he carefully examined the contents of the letter. At this moment, I cannot find any truth in it. Ethan set the letter down on the table and sighed, I am not a holy knight. He continued uncertainly, nor am I a devout believer. Ethan's honest words made Mika think, this must be how most people react. People only believe up to a certain point. He looked into the distance and resolved that before leaving, he had to make Ethan understand. Gloomy land and its strange black aura concealed unimaginable dangers. That thought, Mika quickly spoke, my lord, please listen to what I have to say. But suddenly someone hurried over and interrupted him. A soldier ran over eagerly. You called for me, my lord. He offered a formal salute. Ethan greeted him as soon as he arrived. I am glad you came, Kian. Kian replied loudly with excitement. Haha, you are too kind, my lord. I came as soon as you called. Mika looked over the newcomer and silently assessed him. A crisp salute, well-maintained armor, and flawless posture. Kian looked at him in confusion. After examining him for a moment, Mika thought, truly the ideal knight. Ethan explained that while speaking with his friend, he had thought of Kian. Kian scratched his head and laughed. Ah, haha, it is truly an honor. Mika smiled and extended his hand in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you. He continued with his introduction. I am the hero Mika Walpurgis. Kian happily grasped his hand. Haha, the real hero himself. After the introductions, Mika once again asked solemnly, my lord, that thing. Ethan suddenly remembered what Luck was looking for and exclaimed, ah, I know. A moment later, he took out a mysterious necklace and said, here, take this. He was about to continue when a demon suddenly appeared and attacked him. Ethan had no time to react and could only watch as the razor-sharp hand drew close to him. At that moment, a powerful golden light shot forward and blasted the demon away. Mika had acted just in time, saving Ethan from danger. He remained calm despite the unexpected situation. These demons are extremely cunning. Mika approached Ethan and explained about the demons. Sometimes they used enormous armies to destroy their enemies, but they mostly preferred dividing humanity and destroying it from within. He looked at the gleaming necklace in Ethan's hand and said that demons loved provoking internal conflict. Mika quickly took the necklace, examined it, and confirmed that it was a sacred relic capable of identifying demons. He added that 2 demons had recently infiltrated the border Marcus's territory almost completely undetected. Hearing this, Ethan exclaimed in shock, could the demons already be hiding within my territory? Mika did not answer and merely stared silently at him for a moment. He said in a solemn voice, you may confirm it yourself. They arrived at the scene, where all that remained of the person attacked by the demon was a filthy suit of armor. Mika explained that this was how they infiltrated and destroyed their targets. Ethan was shaken beyond belief. He declared furiously, how disgraceful. I nearly allowed this demon to deceive me and cause irreparable damage. Mika suddenly clasped Ethan's hand and comforted him, but it can still be fixed now. He smiled sincerely, you will do well. Ethan was slightly startled by his gesture, you. Then he understood his meaning and tightened his grip with determination. Sometime later, everyone set out. Mika accompanied them toward Vulture State, having decided to place his trust in the border Marcas. He glanced back at the castle with satisfaction. His judgment had indeed been correct. He recalled that the following day, guided by the pendant, the Marcas discovered and burned 5 demons to death. Ryan suddenly stepped forward and pulled him back to reality. By the way, what happened to the treasure? Mika suddenly remembered. Ah, right, I remember asking about that privately the day before. He abruptly criticized Ryan, useless freeloader. Ryan immediately flared up. What did you say, brat? Mika reflected that the more support Ryan received, the stronger he became, which was not necessarily bad. However, the burden of expectations as the next Sword Saint was far from light. He shifted his gaze and stared intently at Ryan. Mika could vaguely sense the pressure weighing on him, despite his confident exterior. He suddenly said, I take back what I just said. Ryan looked confused. Why so suddenly? Mika said, seriously, an admirable freeloader. Ryan was shocked and furious. Fight me one-on-one, brat. Mika paused at the impulsive challenge. He revealed a sinister smile. Oh my. Mika accepted. I do not have much time, but I will give it my all. Ryan exclaimed excitedly, I knew I could count on you. Mika plucked a branch from a nearby tree. Alright, first of all. A moment later, the surrounding people suddenly became so furious that they seemed ready to erupt. They pointed in one direction and shouted, find her, that woman. One of them loudly accused her, how dare you disrespect our mercenary group twice. Eileen was singled out, yet she remained confused and had no idea what was happening. The crowd grew even angrier, fewer than 10 brats, yet you dared provoke us twice. Mika and Ryan dusted off their hands. Congratulations, you truly are a third-rate villain, Ryan asked in surprise, seriously. Mika pushed him forward. Alright, Ryan. Ryan stared blankly. What? Mika grinned. We will stand back and watch. Handle them yourself. Do not use your aura, only swordsmanship. Ryan protested angrily. Wait, you said you would give me treasure. Mika replied politely, you mean the blood and sweat you shed from now on will be your treasure. Ryan grumbled indignantly. What? Unable to restrain themselves any longer, the crowd charged forward like arrows. Mika excitedly pointed ahead. He cheerfully ordered Ryan, go Ryan. Mimicking a cartoon, Mika commanded lightning to strike. Pale golden streams of light appeared. Ryan cursed furiously. Damn it, damn you. Inside a dark basement, a man was imprisoned there. Iron chains tightly bound his hands. He was thin and exhausted from malnutrition. He had lost all sense of time and did not know how long had passed. His eyes were dull with exhaustion, but it no longer mattered. Near him, countless sinister eyes stared fixedly at him. They reached out with blackened hands, tormenting him until he could barely maintain his sanity. Suddenly, someone spoke and pulled him from his thoughts. My, you have finally reached your limit. You endured quite well, Millers. Milos raised his eyes toward the towering men outside the cage. He exclaimed upon seeing the familiar face. Brother Kian. Milos casually called the man his younger brother. He questioned Kian suspiciously. Why did you have to do this? For what reason? Kian gave a sinister smile and replied, you are the one who started this, brother. Those words angered Milos, who felt Kian kept repeating that everything was his fault. He retorted, I never forced you to commit evil or abandoned you. Kian calmly replied, of course you would say that. Those words made Milos grit his teeth in fury. Milos roared at his sinister younger brother. How could you bring demons here and sacrifice innocent people? He sternly rebuked him, telling him to calm down. Suddenly that man burst into raucous laughter. After laughing to his heart's content, he slowly began pondering something. Ian spoke, once humans become corrupted, you can easily kill them by disguising them as monsters. Wonderful, is it not? Milos frowned at that shameless reasoning. Kian continued, claiming it was easy to sacrifice others, and that everyone would accept it. Milos still hoped to persuade him, stop now, it is not too late. Kian refused and quickly retorted, no, it is already too late, I have no intention of turning back. He reached toward the burning candle and continued, abandon that misguided hope. Kian extinguished the flame without hesitation, reinforcing the meaning behind his words. Immediately afterward, he casually walked away through the dark cellar. He left Milos alone, half submerged in the freezing water. Hope. He wondered who could save him and the Vulture Guild, now driven into a corner. There was only one person. Milos thought of a vague figure and murmured, perhaps a hero. He continued placing his hopes in that figure, begging him to save everyone. Then he thought of his younger brother sinking deeper into the mire and wished someone would stop him. Elsewhere, on the road to meet the Vulture Guild mercenaries, everyone who clashed with Mika's group had been defeated and lay unconscious across the ground. Mika looked at them and thought, high-ranking monsters blocked the road, an inevitable result of choosing a shortcut. He looked again at Ryan's dazzling sword and silently marveled, leading the way before them was always. Ryan sang loudly while swinging his sword with tremendous force, swiftly dispatching the ferocious monsters. He gritted his teeth and fought with all his strength. How admirable, Ryan. In the distance, Mika leisurely observed everything. Morden also watched the battle closely. He can still maintain control without using his aura. Mika replied, he understands the beast within him better now. That is good. At that moment, a razor-sharp hand lunged toward Ryan. He quickly sensed the approaching danger. Ryan tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to counterattack. With only a few swift and precise strikes, he severed several parts of the monster's body. Unable to endure any longer, the enormous monster collapsed miserably onto the ground. Ryan suddenly clenched his fist and shouted loudly, cursed, damn it. Mika felt helpless at his behavior. That curse had already become his trademark. As time passed, night gradually descended and enveloped the surroundings. They gathered around the warm campfire and cooked a pot of fragrant food. Eileen brought Ryan a large bowl of soup and praised him for doing well. Exhausted and gaunt from the battle, Ryan accepted it absent-mindedly. Mang did not gather with the others and sat alone in deep thought. He remained silent without saying a word. Mika approached with a bowl of soup and asked what she was thinking. Milliam replied, I have heard that Ryan Parcelat is an exceptionally gifted child. The title of the next Sword Saint cannot be bestowed lightly. She suddenly paused, but his path has changed. Miriam recalled meeting him in the capital. His talent was immense, but she never thought he could surpass expectations. Suddenly, she smiled meaningfully. Milliam reflected on Ryan's actions and murmured, it feels as though he saw a distorted future and carefully chose another path. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward Mika, benefactor. Mang asked curiously, what are you doing? Mika gave a faint smile and did not answer her question. He replied meaningfully, who knows? A single touch from Mika had shattered the image of Ryan's former self. Sometime later, they stopped at their destination. The group looked toward the nearby fortress. So that is the Vulture Guild. Ryan looked around in astonishment. If no one had told me this was a mercenary group, I would have thought it was a dungeon. Milliam replied, ever since Milos disappeared, they have continued expanding it. The group slowly entered the area. Seth also looked around and remarked, fortunately it lies in a remote region. At least when the archdemon is destroyed, everything nearby will not be blown away. Mika considered the place in Asmodeus' case. The curse was nullified because he was destroyed inside the tomb. He casually added, in any case, Enoch's true form will not be there. Lenny asked him, then what is your plan? It seems we cannot proceed any farther. Mika replied meaningfully, no, we will walk straight ahead with our heads held high. His words left Aileen even more confused. What? Mika suddenly proposed an idea to Lord Karya. He gave a sly smile and asked whether his lordship was confident in his acting skills. At sunset, sunlight shone across the towering buildings. Kaden was walking when he suddenly noticed something. He stared vaguely toward the smoke, then raised his head and said, that is. Looking at the red-haired man, he wondered whether that treacherous cat had already deserted. When he saw Karya slowly approaching, Carden immediately drew his sword, pointed it straight at him, and shouted, stop. Karya calmly asked, you are Kadan, correct? He replied contemptuously, you deserted and still dare walk around so brazenly. He asked whether Karya knew the rules. Karya replied that he had never deserted and had completed his mission. Then his eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light. He said, I have received a blessing, Kaden. Kaden exclaimed in surprise, a blessing, how absurd. Suddenly, the deputy commander appeared and said with a bright smile, welcome back, you treacherous cat. Kaden cried out in alarm, deputy commander. He told Kaden to return to his post. Since Karya had not deserted, there was no problem. Kaden anxiously tried to explain, but before he could finish, the commander interrupted him. Then he gave a sinister smile and said there was no problem at all. Kaden felt frightened by his expression. He hurried away and replied, understood. The deputy commander studied Karya for a moment, then asked, you have accepted it. He replied while his shadow overflowed with a dark aura. The deputy commander asked about the two companions who had lost contact. He replied that they had fallen under the hero's scrutiny. The commander wondered, then how did you escape? Karya replied that his blessing specialized in infiltration, proudly claiming that even the hero had failed to detect him. The deputy commander asked in surprise the hero did not detect you. He looked at Karya and said, of course, because there is no trace of dark energy on you. He spread his arms and laughed loudly. Who would have thought the blessing had evolved this far? Sacrificing 2 companions was still acceptable. Suddenly, Karya interrupted him and said there was something to report, leaving him confused. He stammered the hero. Then he pointed into the distance and said with a determined gaze, is also here with me. Recalling what happened in the forest, Karya had been so exhausted that he collapsed to the ground to rest. Mika praised him, well done. Then he looked at his own shadow with concern. Karya asked, must I keep wearing this? Malone and Baskerville lay sprawled on the ground. One cried, kill me, while the other asked in agony, why me? There was nothing inside Karya's shadow except their souls, and he pretended to have accepted the corruption. Honestly, no one would notice anything unusual. Erasing the soul energy made me appear to have received a special infiltration blessing. Karya told Mika that, just as expected, they did not believe anyone could imitate corruption. Mika recalled, just like the last time I imitate Akma's power. He clenched his fist and said, no one but me can do this. Karya replied that he had made the proposal to the deputy commander, and he had agreed. Mika smiled upon hearing this and said, just as planned. He knew that proposal was a simple matter. He said, spread word to lure me to the mercenary fortress. That is their headquarters. They will believe they can assassinate me given enough time. Lord Karya, continue pretending to be their companion. They will not suspect his lordship easily. Hearing this, Karya's expression immediately turned grave. He replied, understood. Mika swept his gaze around. He noticed that everyone was looking at him. Some focused on him simply because he was the hero. Others were filled with hatred, mingling with those unable to restrain their instincts. He looked around and thought, there are only a few, but every one of them is formidable. A green-haired girl said fearfully that she did not want to be here. They were inside the vast tower as the sun began to fade. Karya pointed the way and explained, the room at the end of the corridor belongs to the deputy commander, the deputy general. Mika told everyone, leave the conversation with the deputy commander to Karya and me. Then he asked again, you understand? People here look very strong, Miriam thought. I will investigate them myself. The brown-haired Eileen said, I will not let them discover me. The silver-haired Ryan said, return here on time. That is right. Mika clapped his hands. Very well then. Disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group vanished without a trace. In another room, Mel Ozan asked Mika whether the deputy commander could be brainwashed by a demon against his will. Mika replied no. An hour later, Mika Walpurgis slowly placed both hands against the pristine white door, pushed gently, and the door quietly swung open. Kia had been standing inside the room for quite some time, wearing a meaningful smile. He folded his arms, his expression shifting into a bright, welcoming smile. Welcome, hero. Mika raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight pouring out of the room, looking slightly uncomfortable. Light flooded the room and reached every corner, making Mika think that this place was truly abundant in sunlight. Mika narrowed his eyes, silently confirming that there was no connection to demons. After standing there in a daze for a moment, Mika chuckled softly, his laughter carrying an unreadable meaning. Seeing that he had remained silent for so long, the man half closed his eyes in disappointment and called softly, hero. Hearing this, Mika responded with a shrug, it is nothing, the light is merely a little dazzling. A massive eagle flapped its wings and descended onto a tree branch as the man asked Mika, what brings you here, hero? The eagle gazed into the distance, and after a moment, a reply came, I received a revelation. The man slowly closed his eyes and continued, a revelation, by that you mean. Suddenly, he turned and said, Karya, could you step outside for a moment? Karya immediately obeyed, bowing before leaving at once. Only Mika and the man remained in the sunlit room, and the man said, if it is not impolite, may I ask what the revelation concerned? After hearing this, Mika slowly lowered his eyelids and said, that is not difficult, but before that, Mika opened his eyes slightly and spoke with a faintly languid gaze, where is Commander Milas? Kia gave an awkward laugh upon hearing this and said, I wanted to deliver it directly to him, but he is temporarily absent. Mika rested a hand against himself in thought and said, unfortunately this matter directly concerns him. After a moment he added, I wish to deliver it to him personally. Hearing this, the man replied, if it directly concerns him, then as a member of his family, I have even more reason to know. At the same time, someone leaped toward them from behind in the distance. She approached with a solemn expression and reported, I have confirmed it, Mika. Mika lazily tilted his head toward her and listened. Finding the situation somewhat inconvenient, Mika waved a hand toward the man and said, very well, entrusting it to the deputy commander is the correct choice. Mika smiled as he concluded. The information is actually very simple. A massive eagle perched leisurely on the tree branch and preened its wings, while a large hawk plucked away its smaller feathers. The eagle spread its wings, scattering feathers everywhere before soaring high into the sky. Mika remained still as he said to Kia, it must have removed the feathers it no longer needed. Upon hearing this, the man's face flushed crimson, his eyes and brows narrowing alongside a strained smile as he said, what does that mean? Mika opened his eyes and looked at him without emotion. calmly saying, "It can be interpreted in many different ways. The gods always speak ambiguously." As Mika spoke, the old man clenched his trembling fists tightly. "It can be interpreted in many ways." Suppressing his emotions, the man raised his head and forced a smile. "It is not difficult to guess whose feathers those were." Mika closed his eyes again. Indeed, eagle feathers covered the ground as Mika continued. "I wonder which side represents the feathers plucked by the hawk. My father already knows the answer." After their conversation, Mika left, and the pristine white door silently closed behind him. Kia was now the only person left standing alone inside the room. After a moment, he suddenly called out, "Karya." Hearing this, the person he had summoned immediately approached. He stood behind the man and listened as he said, "That hero has realized that our hawk has received a blessing." Karya agreed, "Yes, I know." Kia slowly tilted his head and glanced at him. He bowed as the man said, "I have granted you a precious opportunity to live. Earn the hero's trust and keep him here. Do not let him go anywhere else." His smile carried countless hidden meanings and mockery as he said, "Even though he has already destroyed 2 great demons." His eyes suddenly turned pitch black, his pupils becoming bluish-purple as bulging veins emerged. Once the conditions are fulfilled, he will never be able to defeat himself. An image appeared of Milos imprisoned in a dungeon with both hands tightly bound. The vessel would soon be completed. Karya also transformed, his eyes turning pitch black with bluish-purple pupils. Kier continued, the complete resurrection of the demon on the front lines. Slowly spread both arms in midair. Red binding sigils suddenly appeared across the walls of the pristine white room. Then he transformed into his original form. A crimson demonic spirit with razor-sharp fangs emerged, and that being will be none other than me. Outside the room, Mika stood with his arms folded and slowly said, "So." Mika asked the group standing beside him, "What were the results?" Morden replied, "It was concealed skillfully, but we found it. We confirmed signs of demonic influence in several locations, affecting those who had been marked." Aang turned around and said, "We identified an area with an abnormally large concentration of personnel. We did not proceed farther because we feared an intelligent trap had been prepared." Mika considered this for a moment before telling everyone. That was a wise decision. He said, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Ryan declared boldly, "The good news." Mika said, "During my conversation with the deputy commander, we roughly identified where Lord Milos is being held." Everyone recoiled and exclaimed, "What? That is incredible. Then what is the bad news?" Mika closed his eyes and said, "It is nothing significant unless we are unlucky." Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in shock, all 4 of them sharing the same question. "Enoch may come here personally." Ryan suddenly blurted out in disbelief, "What?" The glow of sunset gradually spread across the city as Mika answered that it was the worst possible outcome, and Enoch seemed to harbor far more malice than they had imagined. Ryan could hardly believe his ears, raising a hand to signal Mika to stop. Wait. Clutched his forehead and asked whether that Enoch was not on the same level as Asmodeus, whom they had faced before. Mika replied, "For now, consider him stronger than the other one." Hearing this, Ryan covered his face in despair and muttered, "Good heavens." Only then did Milliam ask Mika how a great demon could directly interfere with this world. Mika remained silent for a moment before continuing his explanation about the mark of God. The mark appeared again against the white wall as he explained that it was a signal bestowed by a great demon upon favored followers, a horrifying sign that few traitors could recognize. Seth was peeking out from behind them, staring at something with a puzzled expression. What she saw was the very mark Mika Purgis had discovered, and it had been recorded on the channel. After the explanation, Aileen asked whether the situation was not as promising as they had thought. Mika raised one finger and replied, "That is correct, and there is one more thing." As he explained that they intended to use Milos as a vessel, a gigantic dark shadow appeared directly behind Mika. It was Kaio. Morden spoke in a trembling voice, "Young master, if you mean a vessel then..." The scene shifted to Millers, who was bound with both hands chained high above him, his head hanging low. Suddenly, he slowly began to raise his head. His eyes turned completely white as his pupils faded away in an eerie manner. A terrifying face resembling that of a demon appeared before Milos, accompanied by a question. "Do you mean that great demon intends to use the master's body as a vessel?" Mika Walpurgis stood still amid the countless questions from the group. They repeatedly asked what they should do. According to him, the deputy commander was controlling Millers's life through magic, making it impossible to rescue him without being detected. Suddenly, Mika smiled. That smile left everyone confused. Mika spoke, "Why think so much about it?" A shadowy figure emerged from the jar and stretched its arms high. Nikai continued speaking. "Once the corruption is complete, Milos will collapse and become a vessel. If we attempt to purify him completely, time will become a problem, because the enemy will not simply stand by." The shadow continued rising, causing trails of liquid to appear around the mouth of the jar below. Then came the words, "Instead of that." Mika paused for a moment, then grinned. "First, let us force him to lose control." The man being held prisoner was Millers. He remained silent with his head lowered. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. His hands trembled inside the iron shackles as he spoke. Is this truly the end? His strength and the feeling in his body were gradually fading away. Dark energy suddenly surrounded Milas as though trying to devour him. A voice echoed out, "That is right, just give up." Countless glaring eyes sprouted from the sinister energy. It continued whispering, "Surrender to me, and everything will become easier." Milas gradually lost his strength. He raised his head and thought, "That is right, if there is no hope left." He opened his eyes slightly and gazed into the gloom, then slowly said, "Perhaps abandoning everything here is the only choice." Suddenly, cracks began spreading across the ceiling of the dark prison. Fragments of stone and dust fell onto the ground. A small pale hand emerged after punching through a section of the wall. From the hole in the wall, the adorable Mon poked her head out and smiled brightly at Milas, saying, "I found you." He slowly raised his head and smiled at Mon. As Mon flew down, he asked, "Who are you?" The adorable Mon introduced herself. "Digging is what I do best, and my fists will pierce the heavens." Hearing this, Millers asked again why a fairy was here. Mon replied, "This is a message from the hero." Her words left him puzzled, and he hesitantly repeated, "The hero." He looked at Mon and silently pondered. If this fairy was proof sent by that hero, the image of a man wearing armor and carrying a sword appeared in his mind. Millis continued thinking, "Then hope still exists." At that thought, he smiled. He asked Mon what the hero had said. Hearing him, Mon smiled adorably. She pointed one finger forward. Aiming it toward Millers, she said, "Despair." Hearing this, both his emotions and his mind fell into turmoil. He lowered his head again and sighed helplessly. A confused sound escaped him. Mika raised his head upon hearing the question. "Milas is already in grave danger, so what do you mean by driving him mad?" Mika replied, "Think about it." The image of the bound man hanging his head appeared. For Enoch to turn Millers into a perfect vessel, he needed to complete the process 100%. But what would happen if he were forced into an imperfect vessel at only 95%? Ryan and Eileen listened intently to Mika. Instead of preventing Enoch from entering, "We will lure him inside before the process is complete." Ryan suddenly asked what would happen to Lord Milas. Mika shrugged and replied, "We can deal with that afterward. Once Enoch is inside, we can purify him at any time." Eileen scratched her chin thoughtfully amid the flood of voices around her. After a moment, she looked up and asked what the plan ultimately meant. Hearing this, Mika narrowed his eyes and explained to Eileen, "You mean we must bring Lord Milas down? Is this destruction for the sake of creation?" Everyone fell into helpless silence after seeing Mika's reaction. All four of them thought at the same time, "It makes me wonder who the real demon is." Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, Mika smiled and said, "Do not worry, I have already sent someone to inform them of the situation." Back in the dark prison, Milas looked at Mon. "They must know everything by now." Mika smiled at everyone and said, "Now let us get serious." Mika stood beneath the sunset and clearly asked everyone whether they should charge into the enemy fortress. After the long discussion, everyone had already left. Only Mika and Karia remained, standing back to back. Karia spoke, "This path will lead to where the vice-captain is waiting." She added that they were confident they could not lose there. Mika calmly replied, "It will be fine." Mika was brimming with confidence. He told Karia that whatever preparations the enemy had made would not be a problem. After a long silence, Karia finally lowered her head and replied, "Yes, I will not worry." But as for Mika, he was once again puzzled by a question in his mind. Why were their eyes fixed on his staff? Mika thought to himself that it was the legendary staff that had shattered countless demon skulls. Suddenly, Seth was standing beside him, without anyone noticing when she had arrived. She lazily yawned and said, "Enoch's aura is very strong here. What kind of place is this?" At that moment, a door opened through the appearance of purple energy. Mika slowly approached and stepped inside. Then his body gradually sank into the doorway. His figure slowly blurred as though it were about to dissolve. Mika thought to himself, that is. With that thought, he placed a hand on a swirling mark and wondered whether it was a barrier. Mika remained there, touching the swirling mark. In magical terminology, it resembled a figure 8 circle. No wonder they were so confident. After stepping through the gate, the first thing Mika saw was that man. He had been standing there for some time and greeted him with a smile, "Welcome, hero." Instead, Mika replied wearily, "I heard you needed help, so I came." What is going on? Everything had seemed normal when Mika's eyes suddenly changed. They turned pitch black as a purple hue appeared within them. He only had time to notice that something was wrong. Immediately afterward, Karia attacked him. She also appeared to be corrupted, and the color of her eyes had changed. After the strike, blood dripped from Mika's mouth onto the ground. The wound continued bleeding, leaving him in agony as he collapsed to his knees. A moment later, Mika looked resentfully at Karia and struggled to utter her name. It seemed he had lost too much blood. He collapsed to the ground while asking why. At that moment, that man began to smirk. Then he burst into loud laughter, delighted to see Mika lying fallen on the ground. Karia was now under his control. She was no longer herself and had become his pawn. He said, "No matter how great a hero you may be." At that moment, her grip tightened around the sword in her hand. He continued, "You cannot see through the human heart. The dagger that pierced you is a monster he bestowed to grant you a brutal death. Even as a hero, you cannot escape the death delivered by the great lord." The sword fully manifested as his voice resounded. Blood continued pouring from Mika's mouth. He warily asked whether this was the death Enoch had created centuries later. That man replied, "That is correct, and now you." Suddenly, Mika shouted loudly, "Thank you." Then he trotted over to Korea. Seeing this, that man grew agitated and wondered what was happening. He put an arm around Korea's shoulder, revealing that she had never been controlled and had merely been acting with him. He raised a thumb and said, "You were completely captivated." Korea smiled helplessly and replied that everything was indeed as he said. That man's eyes darkened with fury. He exclaimed, "Impossible, Mel or Xanta personally witnessed you becoming one of us." Korea gave an awkward smile and pulled out the black energy sphere he had intended to use to control her. She said that it could actually be removed. At this, that man froze. He stood motionless and wondered whether he had been deceived. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He roared in fury, "But it is already too late, hero." In the distance, rows of fully armored soldiers marched forward. Kier said that he had brought all his men as a precaution. The soldiers approached with bloodred eyes filled with murderous intent. Kier continued that the barrier also prevented anyone with divine power from leaving. He shouted directly at Mika, "You are nothing more than a rat trapped in a jar." Hearing this, Mika's expression darkened. He spoke gently with a mocking tone, "What empty boasting." Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a nearby mountain. Rocks and dirt scattered as dust and smoke surged high into the air, drawing his attention. He looked toward the explosion and narrowed his eyes. This sound. A moment later, his eyes narrowed again. "Why must there be a sacrifice?" He asked Mika in confusion what he had done. Mika calmly placed a hand on his hip, raised his left hand, and said, "Exactly what you have been doing all this time." The symbol on the back of Mika's hand began to glow. Purple light spread throughout the space. He said, driving the enemy into despair and turning it into an opportunity. Mika then looked at him with contempt. He slowly said, "This is your karma, accept it." After summoning the energy, Mika shouted, "Labyrinth." At the same time, purple light and energy engulfed the entire space. Then it exploded. The dazzling light made it impossible to see clearly. Kier stood silently amid the violent gusts. He wondered whether this power could be. From within the purple mist, a hazy figure gradually appeared. It was Myung. Her eyes held restrained fury as she glared at him. A voice resounded, "Labyrinth." He stammered as he struggled to speak. Only after a long while did he manage to utter the name Mia Marianen. Korea stood behind her, watching with concern. Mium called out, "My son." He stiffened upon hearing her say that she knew he disliked her acting as the judge. Korea recalled the memories of long ago when Mium had held his hand and led him away. He looked at her lonely back in the present, and could not keep his heart from aching. Korea's arm reached out unconsciously. He grasped Mium's wrist to stop her and said, "Now I understand." Korea smiled brightly and suggested that they go together. She only looked at him in silence without saying anything. A few seconds later, Mium turned her face away and agreed, "All right." She turned to Mika and said, "Do what you must, hero. We will deliver judgment here." He cheerfully agreed and said that afterward, he would leave the decision to her. While no one was paying attention, Kia stood to one side as his body gradually transformed. Dark energy enveloped him. Kier called out to Mika, "Hey hero, where are you planning to go?" Milliam raised her sword, looked at him, and said, "Have you finally given up on being human?" Kyu, whose eyes were shrouded in darkness, roared out an order, "Kill everything." The hypnotized soldiers went berserk and charged forward to attack, disregarding life and death. She calmly raised her sword and said, "That is the traitor." A massive sphere of energy appeared in the sky. Mang declared, "I will pass judgment on you right now." You tightened your grip on the sword in your hand. Without hesitation, you brought the sword down, heavenly vein. Countless smaller spheres of energy began raining down. The manipulated soldiers could only stand frozen in place and look upward. A swift and complete annihilation followed. Meanwhile, at the same time, inside Koner Fortress, an explosion thundered as one corner of the sturdy fortress was destroyed, and a chilling sound filled with despair echoed out. A hand tipped with razor-sharp claws slowly emerged. Its legs were also shrouded in pitch-black smoke. The enormous monster began to move. Its dark face appeared, and its blood-red eyes flashed. Milos, floating in the air in spirit form, looked down and wondered, "What is that thing?" He turned to Mon beside him and asked, "Am I already dead?" The little girl denied it and replied, "Not yet." Milos looked at his transparent hands and speculated, "Is my mind collapsing? And is that why it has been separated? Is this a measure to protect my mind?" Even so, he anxiously asked, "Is there any way to stop the body rampaging down there?" Suddenly, a group of people appeared and blocked the monster's path. This caught Milos's attention, and he thought they might be Twilight and the two Moon Children. Ryan, who stood at the front, spoke first. "You have finally come outside." Milos silently assessed him and Eileen. They were both remarkably talented youngsters. Morden received the signal from behind, nodded, then quickly charged forward to attack. He gathered power into his fist and unleashed his technique, Twilight and Modification Removal, Physical Destruction Bomb. A powerful punch came crashing down directly upon the monster's position. It silently formed a sword from its dark energy. The monster swung the sword and blocked Morden's attack. Both of them were thrown backward by the impact. It steadied itself as a deep voice rang out, "Still not enough." The monster looked at the hand holding the sword and thought, "What is this frail body? It cannot even recover, let alone use any special ability." abilities. It spoke in disappointment, but before it could finish, Ryan exploited the opening and attacked while saying smugly, "An opening." Sensing danger, it immediately turned toward Ryan. The monster struggled to block the slash, but Eileen had already circled behind it and launched a surprise attack. It began to grow enraged and cast a sharp glance at the girl. Eileen merely curled her lips into a faint smile and maintained her ready stance. Monster created another sword. In a single instant, hundreds of attacks were exchanged among the three. It could not help thinking in astonishment, these people would once have died from a single slash of my sword. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, the monster wondered in confusion, why are they smiling? Milos, who had been silently observing, finally assessed the situation. They are certainly formidable forces, but he hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. Still not enough. The monster began to rage and said, "How irritating." An enormous surge of energy erupted from its body, blasting away the two people who had closed in on it. The monster glared at Eileen in displeasure. "Humans like you have occasionally stood in my way." It then turned toward Ryan and questioned him. "Even the hero who killed 2 lords is the same." Completely enraged, the monster roared, "Therefore, I will crush all of you completely." It turned to the side and said, "First." A terrifying hand began gathering energy. The monster swung its arm, shaking the ground as it fired a blast of energy toward the young people. Ryan stared in shock at the incoming attack, frozen in place. Morden urgently shouted his name, "Lord Ryan." Its technique was so powerful that it appeared to destroy an entire side of the fortress. Milos, still in spirit form, was so terrified that his voice caught in his throat. "No." He sank to his knees in despair and said guiltily that his own body had actually carried out such a brutal massacre. Milos spoke wearily, "I cannot endure this any longer." On clung to his shoulder and comforted him, "Do not worry too much." The little girl pointed downward and reminded him that they had arrived. Milos asked in confusion what she was talking about. On merely remained silent and smiled at him. Back on Ryan's side, he was surrounded by a dazzling source of light. Ryan stared at his fully healed body in astonishment, unable to speak. His white cloak fluttered in the wind. His feet landed gently on the ground, scattering the thick layer of dust. He looked at Mika before him and uttered a single word in surprise: "Hero." The demon looked at the fortress, which was split by massive cracks and spewing black smoke. After assessing the situation, it sighed and said it seemed best to leave immediately. The demon hesitated and said, "But the body matters most. As long as it remains like this, everything will be fine." This energy, could it be? Mika's figure gradually emerged from behind the dispersing smoke. He gave a mysterious smile and said, "That is right, it is exactly the person you are thinking of." Standing amid the thick smoke, he said, "You recognize me immediately. It seems I am quite famous among your side." He studied the demon and asked why it had not hidden itself like the others, instead recklessly appearing so suddenly. Mika's question irritated the demon, anger causing veins to bulge across its forehead. The demon charged forward ferociously and roared, "Shut up." With a somber gaze, Mika whispered, "Greater gravity." The moment he finished speaking, an enormous force shot forward in a straight line and obliterated everything before it. Standing amid the dense dust, he asked why it refused to give up when it was not even prepared yet. The tremendous force from earlier left the demon struggling to rise amid the rubble. Its eyes overflowed with hatred as it stared at Mika after hearing those words. Its hand clenched against the ground and its entire body trembled as it growled, "How dare you?" The demon remained fiercely defiant. How could a lowly human dare do such a thing? With that, it slowly stood upright again. Mika looked downward and thought that some strange demonic energy was fluctuating. Looking at the struggling demon, he thought that it did not seem hostile. Suddenly, he smiled cheerfully and said, "Look at this fellow." Mika asked Seth, who sat in her tiny form on his shoulder, "Seth, can you reveal your true form?" She replied, "Of course." But while he was distracted, the demon seized the opportunity and swiftly charged into attack. As it rushed forward, he reacted instantly and their gazes met. The demon streaked past Mika like an arrow. At that moment, Seth revealed her true form as he said, "Acting tough on the outside, yet you were planning to run away in the end." She turned her back to Mika and unleashed a tornado at his command. "Seth, surround him with a storm fortress." The tornado Seth created was enormous, enveloping the entire fortress and completely sealing every entrance and exit from both inside and outside. The tornado swept the demon into the air, but Einstein, in his incorporeal form, could pass through it. Seeing the situation, Mika thought there was no way he would so easily abandon a body that had been prepared so carefully. The tornado slammed it violently into the ground, causing the earth to crack apart in massive sections. The enraged demon said, "You foolish bastard, do not tell me you recovered your power during that time." Seth looked at it with a contemptuous smile. "I am still a human at the level of an apostle, and I will never repeat that mistake again." Mika hovered in the sky behind the demon and said, "You now have 2 choices. First, release Lord Milos immediately." He smiled and added, "Or be beaten to death before releasing him." Hearing him say that, it immediately became fully alert. The demon said, "I cannot destroy this body." Mika listened closely. That is not what you want, is it? Helplessness showed clearly on his face as he said, yes, I suppose that is possible. He shifted his feet into position and thought, using the body as a hostage. That is his only card, a threat. At the speed of light, he appeared before the demon in an instant, surrounded by dazzling white radiance. A sinister expression appeared on Mika's face, sending a chilling sensation through the demon. The demon said, if it were not me facing you. The sudden attack forced it into a direct confrontation. Mika said, wrong answer. His reply made the demon raise its brows in surprise. What? A phantom appeared on the demon's shoulder as he explained, what I need to stop is not here. Its eyes glowed like two flashlights as it unleashed a skill. Radiant binding chains burn. Glowing red cords wrapped tightly around the demon's abdomen and arms. After a moment, its entire body from its legs to both arms had been bound tightly by the glowing red cords. Restrained in the binding hold, the demon grew uncomfortable and instinctively roared. It continued struggling with all its might to break free. Using all its strength, the demon snapped the restraints into pieces and said, do you think this can stop me? Mika gripped his staff and thought, that is the truth. No matter how special a fairy may be, she cannot completely seal a demon. The gem atop the staff glowed and created countless mystical magic circles. He thought, but during the 1 or 2 seconds he used to break the shackles. He raised the staff high and struck, saying that is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power erupted and was unleashed. A dazzling stream of light swept through everything, shattering the surroundings into pieces. A beam of power struck the boulder, reducing it to tiny fragments. From amid the rubble and thick white smoke, the demon emerged and asked, are you trying to destroy your own body by injuring yourself? It furiously rebuked Mika, wondering where such self-destructive power had come from. Mika stepped forward and replied that the power came from his arms and legs. Within the thick smoke, only his cold red eyes could be seen as said, I only need to break my arms and legs, then heal them. Horrifying words spoken in such a gentle voice terrified the demon, drenching its face in sweat. It cried out, madman, but Mika immediately attacked and told it to shut up and face destruction. Knocked down once again, the demon said those were not its real arms and legs. Trembling before Mika, it said, if you are a hero, then act like one. Hearing those words, Mika paused for a moment. Its own words brought disaster upon it, earning it another agonizing blow. He said, shut up, I decide my own path as a hero. The demon spat resentfully, you are unworthy of being a hero. It uttered too many offensive words, so he sealed its mouth with magic, leaving only muffled noises. Mika gripped his blood-stained staff and declared that no matter what, he was the one who decided that. He stood over the demon and mocked it. How cruel, you still refuse to give up. Is that what it means to be a great demon? Watching the demon tremble, Mika asked whether it wanted another blast of destruction, but it could only make incoherent sounds. Glistening speck suddenly appeared on the demon's face, resembling a tear. The glimmer at the corner of its eye made Mika widen his eyes and ask, what is that on your face? He stared at the constantly trembling demon and exclaimed, do not tell me that you are. Mika's astonished voice echoed beneath the blue sky, are you crying? Dark thoughts surfaced in the monster's mind. It had once been beautiful, and now it only wanted to escape. It remembered Kier's painful struggle and thought that the Vulture Corp's deputy commander had truly been easy to deceive. The monster scorned Kier's inferiority complex toward his older brother. He had surrendered easily upon seeing a chance to surpass him. It recalled how the armed force known as the Vulture Corps had nearly fallen into its hands. Thinking of Milas, it regretted that had it seized the master's body, it would not have needed to reclaim its honor. Mika looked at the monster's appearance and could not help bursting into laughter. Aggrieved, it stared at him pitifully as tears streamed down its face. The monster studied his crazed and distorted face, unable to believe such a man existed until it met him. It widened its eyes in doubt and wondered, this is considered a hero. The monster recalled its battle with Mika and thought in astonishment that after he defeated Asmodeus through intelligence, it had assumed he was a rational being. Blood dripped steadily to the ground as it fearfully concluded that he was a wild beast. Sunlight shone through the staff covered in the scars of battle, making the monster tremble even more. Could only secretly marvel that he was far more brutal than it had imagined. Drowned in terror, the monster told itself that this was the first time in its life it had feared a human, and facing the deranged, Mika left it suffocating. It looked at its ruined arm and fell into despair, knowing it could no longer escape in this body. It forced its battered body upright and said, you win this time, but you cannot destroy me. The monster growled furiously in warning, just wait, when I return, I will make you suffer beyond measure. Mika sighed wearily and replied, Dyke, you are still here, this is becoming tiresome. Have you not had enough of the taste of holy destruction? After hearing this, it fell silent, unable to think of anything else to say. As though its pride had been wounded, it spoke heavily before leaving Milas's body. I am leaving. He awoke in confusion, unable to understand what was happening to his body. Elsewhere, Mika was now treating Milas' injuries. While using his skill, he explained, I restored your body before you awoke. There is no problem, but I cannot erase the fatigue. As soon as he finished speaking, the man groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. Milo staggered to his feet, bowed his head, and replied, thank you. He extended his hand to Mika in goodwill and said, you have done me a great service, hero. He replied politely, do not mention it. Vamilis trembled slightly. He noticed this small detail and pondered it for a moment. Examining the man closely, he wondered why his fingertips were trembling. The man grew flustered when Mika said, "After such an intense battle, your body is responding remarkably well. How strange." Milos's gaze shifted toward the staff in his hand. Mika calmly stored it in his spatial pouch and replied, "I was inconsiderate." The man said uneasily, "I apologize." Milos lowered his head dejectedly and remained silent. He gently informed him, "Deputy Commander Milliam has probably finished dealing with everything. But if you are worried about your younger brother, it will be a pitiful sight." Milos suddenly interrupted, "No." Mika stopped and listened as he confessed, "My younger brother's betrayal is a tragedy for me." Milos clenched his fist with determination and resolved himself. "But I know when to sever a relationship." He smiled faintly and replied with satisfaction, "I understand." Mika thought that from now on, he would have to respect it. He ordered Morden, who stood behind him, "Butler, bring me the item I instructed you to prepare." Morden replied respectfully, "Understood." Mika handed him the white garment in his hands and said, "Let us go, Lord Millers." He paused briefly before continuing, "No, Commander of the Kunkondor mercenaries." The scene shifted to the battlefield. Countless warriors and enemies had fallen there. Mei Hung and Karya pointed their swords toward the man and said, "You are the only one left now, Kier." He ground his teeth in fury and stood still as he listened to their warning. "Give up." Kia remained silent, trying to heal the wounds across his body. He clutched his neck and thought tensely, "The blessing is gone," which means Kia refused to believe it and repeatedly denied the truth. "No, that is impossible. He could not have been defeated." Kariha stepped forward, leaving Milliam puzzled. He was astonished when the young man called him deputy commander. Kariha asked gently with a pained expression, "Did you sell your soul to a demon merely for this?" He had never expected the young man to ask such a question. Kia extended his mutated hand and replied, "I thought you would understand. Always falling behind, only ever seeing my shadow." He remembered the past, when he had constantly struggled to follow behind Millers. Rage erupted as Kier cried out painfully at Karia, "Do you know, when my parents died unjustly, they held no hope for me at all." He recalled that tragic scene, and in the end, Milos had only spoken his brother's name. The gloomy face from long ago surfaced in his mind as Kia growled, "I was not there." He screamed in anguish from beginning to end. Seeing Karia's conflicted expression only made Kia's anger burn hotter. "You, the one who carried my hatred, I trusted that you would understand." He spoke softly and continued after a moment of contemplation, "I..." Shout pulled Kier from his thoughts. "Kier." Milos appeared wearing the commander's cloak, supported by Mika as he walked. Two pairs of eyes filled with different emotions met, creating a heavy atmosphere. Kier laughed mockingly. He watched the man stagger as he struggled to remain standing and sneered, "You finally came. Why did you come to condemn me?" Seeing Millers continue walking toward him, he unconsciously withdrew his aura. "Stop, I do not want to hear those meaningless words." The man calmly drew his sword and replied, "I did not come here to meet my younger brother." Milos looked at Kier's expressionless face and spoke solemnly, "Deputy Commander Kier." His back remained as imposing as Kier remembered. He said in a deep voice, "Article 3, Clause 1 of the Kunkondor mercenaries. The punishment for a cowardly crime is death." Milos slowly raised his sword high and continued, "Only the commander may punish the deputy commander." He tightened his grip on the sword and declared, "Before your final breath, I will strike you down." His face was filled with anguish as he looked at the man who had once been his younger brother. "That is the law we created." Mika stood to the side and watched, assessing the scene with satisfaction. Milos held his sword high, his hand trembling. He wondered whether the sword was too heavy or whether the man's emotions were in turmoil. Mika closed his eyes and relaxed his thoughts, unable to determine the answer. He lowered his head and looked at the sword in Milos' hand. He knelt, his heart filled with emotion. "Yes, this is the kind of man my brother is." Looking at Milos' powerful back, Kier sank into thought. It was remarkable that someone could always bear such burdens. He remembered his former self. "I once stood beside him and shared that burden." Rain began to fall. Heavy droplets struck Kia's body as he said, "Finish it, Commander." He knelt beneath the tip of Milos' wood sword. The law must be obeyed, does it not? His heart was filled with overwhelming regret. Kier thought that perhaps there had been a better choice, had he been able to return to the past. He suddenly spoke aloud, "No, that is nothing more than a meaningless story now." Milos remained silent. Kia mocked himself, "What has been lost cannot be reclaimed, and the past should remain in the past. Let me face my punishment quickly." He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. The merciless blade swiftly descended. Crimson blood sprayed outward, bringing a tragic story to an end. In that moment, Kier told his decaying soul that in his next life, Milos could still be his older brother. Gentle sunlight illuminated the towering fortress. The incident at the dam had been resolved, and the time to depart had finally arrived. Milos smiled warmly. "Once again, I wish to express my gratitude, hero." Mika responded courteously, "No, I merely did what needed to be done." He hesitated before saying, "More importantly." Mika looked at the staff in Milos' hand and asked with obvious doubt, "Do you truly intend to keep that?" Observed it thoughtfully. What Milos held was not the red lacquered cane, but a staff. Mika fell into deep thought before confirming to himself, yes, that is a replica of my staff. Milo said nothing and merely responded with a smile. He recalled the crazed expression as the man calmly explained, after your staff knocked me unconscious that day, I realized something. There is no need to remain bound by the shape of a sword. Mika was left speechless and warned him, perhaps you should reconsider. Milos laughed heartily and replied, I was only joking. He stared helplessly at the man as though looking at a fool, remaining silent for a moment. Mika put on a composed expression and replied, this is undoubtedly a turning point toward a brighter future. The boss floating beside him pinched him and said, stop making excuses like that. Milos enthusiastically raised the staff and declared with determination, with this staff, I will beat every demon black and blue. Mika struggled to answer, yes, I suppose so. He paused and listened seriously to the advice. But Lord Milos, I understand your hatred after everything that happened, yet do not allow yourself to become consumed by it. Mika pointed to his head and reminded him with a smile, keep your heart burning, but your mind must remain clear. Do you understand? He nodded respectfully, yes, I understand. Milos drew the sword from its sheath. Light reflected across the blade in a dazzling gleam, planted the sword into the floor in the noblest ritual of a knight, knelt at his feet, and said, please continue on your journey. The subordinate knights also lowered themselves before Mika as Milos continued, to a place beyond our sight. The entire order of knights performed their most solemn farewell. We will always support you from here. Mika gazed at them in deep thought for a long while. He smiled in response, it is truly an honor. The scene changed to Mika and his companions traveling through the tranquil forest. A voice rang out and drew their attention, so you are about to leave. When he saw Milliam Aileen waiting there, he exclaimed in surprise, Lady Milliam. Mika jumped down from his horse and asked in confusion, were you not going to stay with young Karia? He recalled the boy's decision. Karia had remained with the mercenary group. Mika had assumed she would do the same, but Mi-hung gently replied, no, I have decided to wander for a while. Her sorrowful gaze concealed many unspoken thoughts. Milliam recalled the scene of Karia running after her and taking her hand as he said, I understand. She slowly touched that arm and gently explained, he has grown up now. He is no longer at an age when he should remain beside his parents forever. He silently studied her before replying, so you have finally chosen to let go. Miriam rubbed her wrist and answered with a gentle smile, it certainly took me quite some time. She relaxed and revealed her feelings. Mew said that child affirmed my life, even though she did not acknowledge the sins that had bound her. She silently reflected on her responsibilities with conflicted emotions. Yet Milliam's resolve as a judge had affirmed that truth. Standing there, she spoke of her next plans. I intend to continue serving as a judge, though I may need to adjust my path slightly. Mika silently assessed the idea, a master traveling the world to hunt criminals and demons. He remarked, that sounds rather impressive. Immediately afterward, Miriam patted Eileen on the shoulder and said, that is why I am entrusting my disciple to you. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her master and cried out, what? Mika also doubted what he had heard, while Ryan beside him asked in surprise, is this not rather sudden? Eileen hurriedly shouted to stop her, wait master, you do not need to continue carrying the duties of a judge. Milliam calmly replied, our agreement was only for me to teach you swordsmanship, was it not? She answered nervously, but I am still not ready. Miriam extended her hand and said no, you have already grasped the essence of the meteor. All you lack now is practical combat experience. Miriam gently stroked her head and comforted her, we will meet again, and when that time comes, I will teach you the next step. She gave Eileen a radiant smile of encouragement. Until then, do your best. Choked with emotion, she called out, master. Unable to contain her feelings, Eileen covered her face, lowered her head, and sobbed in Milliam's comforting embrace. Ryan and Morden also burst into tears upon witnessing the sacred scene. The butler wiped his eyes and sighed, what a beautiful farewell. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the emotional atmosphere. However, Lady Milliam. Mika spoke with a blank expression. I never said she could travel with us. The two behind him grew furious. Morden said in exasperation, you truly are something. Ryan demanded whether he was serious, while Mika wondered in confusion, what, why? Miriam calmly replied, I must say that my disciple is quite a valuable ally. Mika shrugged indifferently and said, I do not mind taking her in. Laoji subtly stated his condition, but taking care of someone is expensive. Realizing his intention at once, King asked, do not tell me. He formed his hand into the shape of a coin as he negotiated. Mika smiled craftily and said, how much are you planning to offer? Milliam rested her chin on her hand and considered it carefully before firmly answering that it would be unfair to entrust her to the great hero without compensation. Small card now rested in his hand. Mika hesitantly said, this is... He activated the card, causing a box to appear. Mika opened it and asked in shock, is this not the Beast King's elixir? Mi-hung calmly replied, it seems you recognize it. He recalled the past and thought, of course I do, the Beast King, a member of Argo and a former companion who once possessed this elixir. She began explaining the origin of the valuable item. A long time ago, When I was still serving as a judge, I rescued a group of beastfolk. Miriam watched Mika carefully inspect the box and continued, one of them carried noble blood, and they gave me this as a gift. Is it not enough? Still stunned by its value, he replied, no, I am genuinely overwhelmed by your generosity. Mika closed the box and accepted her request. Very well, I will take it. She happily agreed and turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, then I will leave her in your care. Call me whenever you need me. Millennium walked away without looking back and called out loudly, I also look forward to your achievements as a hero. The group continued on their journey. Ryan asked him suspiciously, where are we going now? I am only following you. Mika quickly replied, to my home. Hearing this, Ryan closed his eyes and thought and said, Marcus Mika, right? Having said that, he turned his horse around to leave, declaring a retreat. But before he could pull back, Mika stopped him and ordered, no, you must come along. He questioned with confusion, that's absurd. Why do we have to go all the way to your house? He answered bluntly, I have many reasons. Mika slowly explained, from now on I will do something my father certainly won't like. He turned and smiled at Momo, saying I need a shield to stand by my side. Mika continued to persuade them, while the three looked bewildered. At the critical moment, we will be a team. Isn't that what ideal comrades should do? Alan spoke up, so you only see us as shields, not as comrades, right? He did not answer, only looked up at the sky, opening his eyes to gaze at it. After a long while, Mika softly changed the subject. Nice weather, isn't it? The three behind him angrily cursed, at least deny it, damn it. In a place shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, the central hall of the Supreme Demon's pandemonium, Purple Flame spoke up, only 5 lords remain, and one of them has already failed miserably. Another flame said angrily, what is that accursed hero's name? No one like him has ever appeared before. Another flame taunted, someone like you cannot even find your own true name. A flame nearby cut in, silencing it, do you have the right to speak of him? The reddish-purple flame, seemingly the leader, ordered an end to the conversation. Enough. It announced the core issue. The situation has changed. We no longer have time to fight among ourselves. A small flame replied, the elder is right, but part of the small flame's true form emerged, revealing itself as Belphegor. It smiled wildly. Wouldn't it be better to kill him right now? An image of Mika was projected in the center of the hall. It warned, I can sense it. We must kill him before he grows stronger. Another flame questioned doubtfully, what if we fail? Belphegor only stood silently before the mirror, listening as it continued. As for what he has prepared, we will personally destroy his entire plan. That flame asked again, can you bear the consequences? Belphegor remained silent, offering no answer. A large flame called the elder then spoke up, just wait. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the entire room. It asserted soon that hero will face an unprecedented chaos. That flame stared at his face in the mirror, silently calculating, a great plague will sweep across the world. Belphegor thought fearfully of the elder's certainty. He has never said that unless the situation is truly dire. She could not help but sweat at the thought of it. It must be something trustworthy. Surely it is. That large flame remembered Michaelin's madness, saying, break his limbs. Belphegor silently left, her flame fading along with her doubt. Are you sure? The scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid castle, the territory of the Walpurgis family. Mika stepped up, raised his hand, and looked around, lamenting. It's been almost 2 years since I last returned. So nostalgic. I entirely complained, we're here. Aileen also said, we've finally arrived. He asked him questioningly, I heard you are planning something. What are you going to do? Mika replied coldly, nothing special. Ryan jumped up in anger and cursed, bullshit. Every time you say nothing special, it's something earth-shattering. Mika turned away and muttered quietly, I really hate perceptive people. He shouted in dissatisfaction. I heard every word of that, you idiot. Only then did he seriously explain. I plan to read the family's bloodline magic book. The conditions are now met, so it's time to challenge it. Morden asked in surprise, the bloodline magic book. Can you withstand it? Ryan said curiously, what exactly is it, anyway? Mika answered seriously, it is an ancient book containing the entire history of my family. He remembered the mysterious book, its true name being Lemiston. It was called the Bloodline Magic Book because it only reacts to the Walpurgis bloodline. Mika remembered its mystery, silently marveling in his heart. Each page contains the history and power of the family. He recalled its owner with a deeply reverent attitude. The one who created it was the first patriarch of the Walpurgis house. Mika recalled the past, unable to help but feel regret. Before I reversed time, it was burned to ashes by the demon god's army. He said thoughtfully, reading the magic book means challenging the history of the Mika family. Ryan asked, what if I fail? He looked down at his feet, his eyes filled with tears. Observing a snake devouring a mouse, Mika explained gravely, I will become a part of the magic book. He added, but if I succeed, I will become the master of Leamington. The sharp eyes of the two individuals met, creating a tense atmosphere. Mika replied calmly, eat or be eaten. Simple, isn't it? He raised his hand to the sky, lost in his own thoughts. I am not interested in becoming its master. My goal is the origin of my own bloodline. Mika Damchill pondered, what exactly was the first Purgis examiner really? He kept wondering curiously, just a ninth circle archmage or something more special? Mika slowly lowered his hand, silently affirming, there is another reason. I need to obtain the knowledge from Leamington for that. He turned his head to look at the group, saying with hesitation in his heart, so, Mika silently and confidently declared, everyone as my comrades, trust in your hero. He once again flashed a dangerous smile. Come on, time to be a meat shield. An awkwardness enveloped the vast space. He would helplessly assess this farce. The speech bubble has changed. Scene shift. Nostra was leisurely strolling down a corridor in the castle, silently thinking, sometimes, peaceful day passing by only makes one feel more uneasy. He felt restless, filled with doubt, nothing unusual. So why do I have this feeling? Nostra suddenly looked around warily, telling himself he was fine, for he had been reborn since that day. He recalled the despair of falling from the fifth circle. His realm weakened, but his magic circle stabilized. Remembering the days of struggle, he had given it his all. Nostra smiled in satisfaction. Although his realm hadn't increased abruptly, it was still worth it. He recalled the past with gratitude, finally reaching the sixth circle thanks to his master's help. Nostra walked while wondering. He was truly grateful, but he hesitated, asking himself why. Instead of gratitude, he felt a chill first. Nostra looked at the flock of birds outside, thinking peace was still best. He clasped his hands in prayer, begging please don't come back. Mika suddenly appeared behind him, smiling as he asked who he was talking about. He turned to look at him. The space suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Nostra turned away and muttered, this is bad, now he's even having hallucinations. He continued walking, clicking his tongue and telling himself he should take some medicine or something. Mika still smiled as he watched, listening to him beg the Heiko deity for protection with eternal light. Nostra was speaking nonsense when Mika stepped forward and dealt a painful punch to his head. A notification board appeared. Mika had received the fourth flesh shield from Nostra. He looked at his subordinates with satisfaction and said that made 4 people. Nostra asked what he intended to do, and Mika replied softly, Lemistern. Nostra didn't understand, so he asked again with a disinterested tone, my lord, did you just say Lemmy weak? A moment later, he came to his senses and urgently tried to stop him, begging him to stop, for that day would never be permitted. He tried to persuade him, saying if he waited, it would naturally belong to him. Mika crossed his arms and replied, I don't have time. Nostra frantically explained that wasn't the issue, he didn't have access rights. Was he planning to break the Limton barrier? He seemed to realize something and stammered, wait, don't tell me. He knew he had guessed it, so he replied, that's right, I will force my way in. Nostra tensely asked who could stop him at that point. Mika calmly pointed at each person before him and began counting 1, 2, 3, 4. He confidently replied, I have 4 shields. Mika remembered his father and said, the moment the barrier breaks, he will instantly sense it, right? He raised his hand and asked himself, so what is your task? Facing everyone's helplessness, he answered himself, hold my father off for me. He asked with a smile, okay? Zetmai just looked at him. He raised his middle finger to show his attitude toward the bastard before him. Mika looked up to the sky and proudly thought to himself, yeah, that's what teammates are for. Figure stood silently before the massive gate of the sect's archive. The guard cried out in panic, young master, what business do you have at the archive? Mika replied bluntly, what else? I'm here to go inside. The 2 guards exchanged uneasy glances. Even though he was a direct descendant of one Purgus, they refused. They lowered their spears and across to block him, saying he could request permission from the Marquis, but he couldn't just enter. Considering his previous reputation, just a few years ago he was nothing but shame. Was that why they didn't trust him? Hearing that, he also realized the problem. After recovering, he still hadn't proven anything. Noticing his gaze, the guard suddenly felt afraid. Through their eyes, he could see they thought the rarely mentioned disgrace was demanding to enter the archive. Mika began to emit threatening rays of light and said, I think you've misunderstood. He released a confident aura of power. I come here as Walpurgis and a hero. Glowing specks, like fireflies, dispersed into the air threateningly. You are blocking my path. Are you taking responsibility? The 2 guards hesitated and looked at each other. He was just trying to enter his own family's archive. Finally, they withdrew their spears and apologized for their rude attitude. Mika did not let up and questioned, really? Then, his gaze was icy as he ordered, open the door now. Following the command, the heavy door of the archive immediately opened. Mika began to step inside. Zade entered with him and curiously asked how long his family's history had lasted. His voice was indifferent as he replied, I don't know, probably like other great families. But the founder was different. There is very little information about him. He was said to be a great ninth circle mage before he revealed himself. Who he was and what he did, almost no one knows. Zed frowned and said he truly is mysterious. Mika continued, that is exactly why I will find out right now. After chatting for a while, he seemed to have arrived where he needed to be. Before them was the sect's dark room, protected by chains and magic circles. Zet flew over to touch the magic circle and asked why this place had so many barriers. He should break them all before his father arrives. He agreed but was concerned. The number of barriers was a problem, but their level was also unexpectedly high. Normally, it was nearly impossible to break through all these barriers at once. One might think he would give up, but his next words caught Set's attention, though that was only true for an outsider. Wise Mika slowly revealed the true nature of all these barriers. He said this while pulling out a dagger crafted to react to the blood of the Walpurgis. With that, he slashed a long cut across his palm. It was still complex, but if there was a common point, it was not impossible. The past and present began to intertwine through memories he recalled, of times he had been in more desperate situations than this. The place where he analyzed and explored magic included offense and defense. Corrosion, inversion. Mika silently gave a brief analysis of the many types of barriers crafted over countless years. He clenched his bloodied hand, ready to move forward with a hint of hesitation. Within his heart flashed countless images of predecessors asserting that he was fighting against ancestors using barrier magic. Immediately after, Mika cast the precious drops of blood toward the magical barrier, the blood seeping into the magic that had been held beforehand. He dispersed these drops of blood over the entire barrier. Seeing this, Zed exclaimed in astonishment, bloodline magic. Watching the blood stain spread across the barrier, he explained that he did not need to destroy it completely. According to him, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning surged out from the barrier, and he only needed to neutralize it for a period of time. She raised her hand to shield herself, feeling the powerful lightning bolts sweeping past her, and cried out in surprise. Mika, however, calmly waited as the protective barrier layer was gradually neutralized. Lightning and light from the barrier enveloped him, but he did not move at all. The entire space finally turned into a single illusory orange hue. A moment later, in the dark of the night, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately after, those eyes opened and stared ahead. The pitch-black space suddenly brightened, and Sit, floating beside him, exclaimed in shock, "Look, the surroundings." She asked worriedly and guiltily, "Did I touch something wrong?" Mika calmly retorted, "No." With that, he lifted his foot and began to move forward. At that very moment, a gigantic set of sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Set turned her head in panic to look at the thing. Only he considered this perfectly normal, as it was a special magic of the Walpurgis house, the Walpurgis lock. His legs did not stop, but continued moving forward, ignoring it. Right then, countless elements appeared from nowhere and attacked, trying to stop his steps. Mika glanced at them and wondered, another special magic? Did they hide spells in the shadows? That attack made him pause for a moment, but he immediately switched to a different direction. Mika continued forward along a zigzag path without encountering any trouble. Zet, sitting on his shoulder, nervously clutched her own hair and asked, "Are you calculating everything? Do you know where the traps are?" He paid her no mind and simply replied, "Instinct." They walked for a while until they encountered a magic circle larger than the previous ones. Is this the final barrier? Suddenly, he noticed something at the center of the circle, this unique pattern. He thought of Yaden arrogantly exclaiming, "Tsh, you will not get through." That was the feeling it was emanating. Thinking this, Mika reached his hand forward and murmured, "But father, is a son weaker than his father not pitiful?" As soon as he finished speaking, the final barrier shattered like a mirror breaking into shards. Hearing a mysterious voice, he froze and looked at what was behind the broken glass. The man resting his chin on his hand asked, "You are not Yaden, are you?" Mika replied with a cold, deep gaze, "So it is you." The man sitting in the space behind the broken glass calmly replied, "If your thoughts about me are correct, then yes. Some call me history, others call me magic." That person raised a slender hand to introduce himself, but the most common name would be. That person, whose face was 100% identical to his, broke into an amused smile. "I am Lemiton." Meanwhile, at the same time, outside a luxurious mansion, a deafening explosion suddenly occurred at the side of the mansion, within the peaceful space. The guards fled in panic, screaming, "The Marquis is enraged." Everyone ran away, leaving behind the ruined scene inside the mansion. What madman would dare to provoke the Marquis? A pair of angry, sinewy hands gripped the wall tightly. That little rat. Yaden crossed his weapon staff under his chin, deep in thought. He dares to seek out Lemiton. When he lifted his head, his eyes emitted a deadly red glow, threatening, "I will break your limbs, my beloved son." The man known as the next generation sword saint was Ryan Pazilov, but even he had a natural enemy who had appeared about 2 years ago. Yaden, appearing behind him with fury, commanded, causing him to panic and cry, "Stay back." That was Mika Walpurgis. Ryan tried to dodge Yaden's continuous attacks, screaming in terror, "A monster." I knew he was strong, but after dodging for a while, he also gave up. This is beyond normal. In the end, Ryan was struck by a powerful blow from him, sending him flying into the air. Immediately after, he fell limply, his face hitting the ground. At the same moment, another figure appeared. Morden immediately channeled all his power, ready to fight. "My lord, please calm down." but Yiden only lightly struck him away with a single blow. You think you can fight me with those muscles? Take me inside. This time he was sent flying higher than Ryan had been earlier. After passing one trial only to face another, Nostra tremblingly held his wand, so afraid he misspoke. Yiden, no my lord. He tried to stay calm, proposing to the ferocious man before him, first, calm down and let us talk. But anger seemed to have clouded his reason. I have never been able to defeat a person before, and like the two before him, the one sent flying this time was Nostra. I should have done this sooner. The height he was sent flying seemed equal to that of the butler Morden earlier. After overcoming those three, it was now Eileen's turn as she trembled violently. She looked at Yidan's nail-covered club, shrieking inwardly, "What is that thing?" He slowly approached her, radiating a suffocating, oppressive killing intent. Eileen tried to drag her trembling legs but could not. She could not move, too paralyzed by fear. At this moment, she dared to raise her head and look forward. It felt like standing before a wild beast. She saw herself as a weak prey. Just then, the useless Luyan suddenly struggled to stand up. He trembled uncontrollably, raising his sword high to block. "You can go no further." Eileen was stunned, unable to believe that man was trying to overcome his own fear. His actions seemed to give her strength, restoring her spirit. Yiden, who had been silent until now, watched their actions intently. Immediately after, he spoke in a heavy voice, calling out the name Basilop, even the child of Lindell. Ryan raised his sword to shield half his face, questioning him for the first time. "Can you not trust your own son? You know his achievements are beyond imagination." These words made him radiate even more intense power. Yiden lifted his foot, replying slowly, "Yes, I know." As soon as he stomped down the foot he had just raised, a violent tremor immediately occurred, pressing down hard on Ryan and Eileen. That pressure tried to force them to obey every word he spoke. If he managed to get this far, then there must be some reason, and that is the problem. They seemed unable to bear the pressure, their knees buckling to the ground. Eden looked at them being forced to kneel, beginning to explain, "I worry he will be absorbed by Leamington. Do you think I am rushing this for that matter?" Ryan struggled to resist, gritting his teeth to retort, "No, not at all." Saying this, he mustered all his strength to let out a loud shout, pushing back against this crushing force. Just as his legs gradually prepared to straighten up, a hand suddenly appeared blocking in front of him. Eden channeled a surge of power into the two of them, commanding, "Sleep for a while." As soon as his command fell, the two of them collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. At this moment, deep within his heart, Eden uttered, "My son has become a hero." What is a hero? One who hates demons and destroys them, if viewed from Leamington's perspective. Thinking this, he involuntarily grit his teeth in irritation, cursing, "Damn it." Returning to the space within the storage vault, Mika stepped inside, staring intently at the man before him. He was the first to speak. "That form, you are imitating the founder, are you not?" Lemilton leisurely poured tea, replying, "Correct. That is the original form of you and my creator." He gently pushed the teacup toward him, saying that man deserved to be called great. Having said that, he extended an invitation to the standing man. "You have passed the barrier with difficulty. First, sit down and talk." Mika lightly closed his eyes, complying, "Fine." But before that, he did not mince words, throwing his hand to sweep everything off the table to the floor. The teacups and pastries scattered across the cold ground. After this act, he made a proposal, "Get rid of these things." Lemiston glanced at him, coldly questioning, "Just what are you trying to do?" Watching the items vanish on the floor, Mika replied, "The tea and food are all made of shadows, too perfect for poisoning someone." His face darkened menacingly, threatening, "Do not use such pitiful tricks." He was expressionless, merely looking gently at him standing there. Immediately after, he showed irritation, interrogating, "How long do you plan to speak so insolently? I am the embodiment of your ancestor, Mika Walpurgis I. As a descendant, you must show respect." Without letting him finish, he clenched his fist, suppressing his anger until he trembled, interrupting, "But I can feel my murderous intent rising." Image from the past involuntarily flooded his mind, of someone who fought the demon lords at Ago. This is a natural feeling. That man controls darkness, and what does that mean? No need to overthink a demon. From that affirmation, Mika immediately made his stance clear. "I will not speak formally with goddamn demons." Hearing himself called that, Lemiston repeated in astonishment, "A demon?" He said with contempt, "Just because I control darkness, you think I am a demon? What a shallow thought. I too hate those damn things." Hearing this, Mika grew more puzzled. "Then what are you? Prove you are not a demon." Lemmy once found it ridiculous to be ordered around. He retorted that since you broke the fence and barged in, why should I explain myself? Suddenly a terrifying grinding sound rang out, cutting off the conversation between the two. As he said, he lifted his head to look up. Waidan had already arrived. He watched the man's expression with eager amusement, asking what he would do. "In this situation, I need not do anything. I can eliminate the intruder." Hearing Lemiston's words, Mika's face darkened, and he tilted his head slightly. But immediately after, he gave a cryptic smile and replied that it seemed he was the one who should be worried. His words struck deep into his heart, leaving him stunned. "If I disappear, you will be trapped here again, endlessly. No one will ever face you again forever." Lemiston let out an amused little laugh. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. A massive object instantly appeared within this space. He and the man had been transported into another dimension. Lemiston looked expectantly at the descendant before him, making a request. Let's talk. Two were now in a different space, with a giant hourglass behind Lemiston. They stood at opposite poles. He wore an amused smile as he looked at the man across from him. Mika, the man across from him, on the other hand, showed a displeased expression towards him. Immediately after, he sensed the surrounding atmosphere and muttered inwardly that his father's movements had stopped. That giant hourglass was a time-stop spell. To break his distraction, he spoke up to begin. Alright, let's talk. But suddenly he raised his hand and pointed to one side. He pointed behind the man and said that the apostle over there could join in as well. A familiar blue light radiated from her body. She dropped her concealment, appearing with a serious expression as she looked at the man before her, saying that except for another apostle, no one had sensed her presence. Lemmy once replied unhurriedly that the apostle of the storm signal, Seth, should have vanished by now. Unlike the other apostles, he was the one left behind without protection. Having said that, he assessed the one who had done it, but that was Master Walpurgis. You restored it, accomplishing a feat difficult even for an 8th grade Archmage. His eyes seemed to bore into the man, affirming that is why I trust your understanding. It has surpassed even the 8th grade. Hearing this, Mika asked back in confusion. Leamington continued, saying, I want you to answer one question. Under the binding sunlight of the sky, he uttered softly, Master Walpurgis, can you help me get out of here? Hearing this question, he fell into a contemplative silence. Not long after, he replied that no, I cannot set you free. Receiving an unexpected answer, he raised his hand to snap his fingers again. But the man's next words made him stop his action. But if it is limited freedom, then it is possible. Leamington hesitated and asked back, what do you mean? Mika immediately replied as I just said. Not completely, but I can allow you to leave the archive with some restrictions. He did not know that the man was calculating a plan in his head, one that could completely free Lemiston if needed, but he would not do it. Even if Leamington stepped out of the archive, he would have to be thoroughly controlled. Hearing about the terms of the exchange, he carefully inquired in detail. Restrictions? What do you mean? Mika quickly interjected. You will sign a contract with me. What do you think? Are you interested? Even if you are a great magic tome, you cannot endure forever. If not, then. The entire space between the two men unconsciously fell into silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Leamington immediately agreed. Accepted. Mika inwardly muttered with amusement that he would not decide so quickly. Immediately after, he said the contract has been sealed, and according to the contract, he watched him don a new set of clothes, explaining that your power is now under my control. You are only permitted to use a minimal amount of power. Leamington calmly reached up to loosen his collar and replied, it is fine. Right after, he spoke to the man. My request has been fulfilled. Now it is your turn. What is it you are searching for? He raised 3 fingers to signal his meaning, carefully instructing that at this moment, the amount of knowledge permitted for access is only 30%. Hearing this, Mika nodded in satisfaction. That 30% was no small amount. Lemiston's knowledge was vast as I had expected. Afterward, he got straight to the main point. First, about the founder. His eyes focused intently on the man, gently continuing that regarding the creator. There is not much information I can explain. I am a magic tome created when the creator established this clan. Having said that, he shrugged helplessly, adding that as such, I do not know much about the creator before that time. Of course, I also do not know everything about the creator's subsequent actions. Seeing him ramble on, Mika urged him to speak of what he did know. Lemiston rubbed his chin, furrowing his brows thoughtfully as he revealed that is not a matter explainable in just a few words. Then he stretched his hand forward. Very well. His expression was now full of confidence, preparing to do something. Wait, look at this. A powerful gust of wind swept past Mika's face, leaving him stunned. His red eyes suddenly shifted in a strange way. He unconsciously bent down, holding his face. Through his fingers, he hesitated as he looked ahead, where his father's office was. Looking at the man reviewing the messy stack of papers, he murmured to himself, truly the first Mika Walpurgis. He immediately sat down, picking up each sheet of paper to examine it. Mika carefully held those papers, naming them. Advanced genetics, trait alteration, property inversion. There were too many research materials here. What was the founder trying to do? Suddenly, the founder opened his mouth and uttered a name, Leamington. Remember the theory I researched? Not a single character wrong. He paused, saying yes sir upon hearing those words. Those without qualification must not read it. Even talented descendants are no exception. The founder, as if going mad, tried to establish a command. Remember, talent is nothing compared to qualification. He stared intently at the gem in the center of the book and reminded, only those with the right qualification may inherit. As soon as the words ended, the gem rose with veins like blood threads, replying, qualification, I will remember that. The founder's voice suddenly faltered. Yes, this record must must be separated from. We must. Mika covered his ears in discomfort and cried out, "Damn it, I was tricked." Amidst the chaos, he tried to remind himself, "Focus, I need to hear more." Just a little more, the image of the founder gradually blurred before his eyes. This world must be protected. He softly uttered a single word, "we." Before disappearing completely, he only caught another incomprehensible sentence, "them." Mika's eyes widened, full of lingering curiosity. "Them." Then, he completely vanished, leaving only a question in his heart. Who are they? A brilliant light shone down. The earlier statement awakened him. "We different from them." The boss next to him saw him holding his head in exhaustion and quickly asked, "Hanni Kai, are you okay?" He didn't hear what she said. As he was fixated on what he had just heard, the founder was afraid of something. He cannot be sure what it was. After thinking, he quickly turned to the person opposite and probed, "Leamington, do you know?" He answered frankly, "I know." But the next answer immediately stopped his intention. "But at this moment I don't have the right to tell you." Hearing that, he was briefly contemplative. Back when the founder was alive was the period when the great families rose within the empire. Conflicts erupted across the continent, a period when they openly showed hostility towards each other. But thinking again, he immediately denied that hypothesis. That didn't seem to be what the founder feared. Mika clicked his tongue in a frustrated sigh, no clear answer, but he immediately told himself to calm down. "No, it's fine. Obtaining this information is still a great gain. What remains is..." After thinking, he then called out, "Lemison, how much knowledge about the plague of demons can I access?" Hearing the question, he smiled with extreme excitement. "Just that, you can access as much as you want." The space fell into silence. Time passed swiftly. A familiar pair of white shoes slowly moved along the archive corridor. At this moment, his connection with Leamington had ended. Two figures, almost leaning against each other, walked together along that long corridor. Mika looked at the man who had acted like an adult, but now seemed like a child, murmuring to himself, "I not only got information but also successfully signed a contract." But then he hesitated. Leamington beside him asked, "Are you mentally prepared?" He took out the hourglass with anticipation. The touching reunion of father and son is near. Hearing that, he just remembered the problem he was about to face, so he became deferential. Now is the time to face reality. After thinking, Mika said with a spirit of readiness, "I came here prepared to sacrifice a leg, but..." He furrowed his brows even tighter, honestly expressing, "Truly, I am quite worried." Then he raised his hand to scratch his head and sighed softly. "If I weren't the only one about to get hit, I would enjoy this, like for example Ryan." She would fly right in front of him, utter a heartless sentence, end this pointless conversation and accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, the hourglass began to restart. Each grain of sand gently flowed down, indicating the flow of time had returned. First came the extremely heavy sound amidst Leamington's anticipation and Mika's worry. Then it gradually became the sound of thundering footsteps approaching the archive door. The sound grew closer and more rumbling. Without warning, without any action, the archive door was officially blasted away, revealing the culprit. Dan rested his staff on his shoulder, shouting loudly, "Mika, you bastard." He immediately hurriedly cried out to stop his father. "Wait, violence only causes endless repetition of tragedy." He tried to soothe the terror aimed at him. Father must overcome hatred, but he only scolded, "You talk too much." Suddenly, he stopped and noticed something. Looking at the chain book deep in the archive, he murmured, "Leamington is still sealed, right?" And then Dan broke into a slight relieved smile. He immediately changed his attitude, no longer fierce but joking. "You haven't even accessed Lemison yet, you damn brat." He naively and bewilderedly cried out to stop him. Breaking through the barrier is an impressive feat, but without any concealment, he immediately revealed, "Of course I have accessed it." Hearing this, Dan slightly moved his head to look down, asked again, "What? You accessed it?" This moment, Lemiston beside him finally spoke. "If I have to say, I have also nullified the contract." "Yay, Dan, it has been 20 years, right?" He, as if disbelieving, probed, "You really signed a contract with my son?" He proudly bragged, "Unlike you and your predecessors, who saw me as a threat and abandoned me." But this boast made Dan uncomfortable. He held his face, lowered his tone, and called out, "Mika." It seemed he would be angry, but his eyes held a hint of sadness instead. "Child, what do you truly think Leamington is? Where does this magic book originate, and what is its reason for existence?" Seeing his attitude, he answered honestly, "I do not know the details, father." He did not know that Mika said one thing but thought another, having guesses but not wanting to confirm them as truths, then claiming that no matter its origin, it did not matter to him. Mika's words made Dan's eyes widen in doubt. "Even if you are a hero," he quickly added, "if I were not an outcast, would the gods have chosen me? I do not resent or despair over that." He nodded in agreement. "You are right. Signing the contract means Leamington leaves the archive. For now, I will confine it to this manor. After all, our territory is quite large. That is not a bad agreement for Leamington, is it?" During the condition, Leamington cheerfully agreed, "I will stay put, do not worry." He let out a soft snort, lowering his staff. He tapped his staff lightly on the ground, accepting very well. As the head of the family, I accept your reasons. Those words filled Mika's heart with joy. It seemed he would escape this matter lightly. He immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. I apologize for barging into the family estate. Yidan called out softly, but he did not stop. Mika cheerfully praised that the distance between father and son had narrowed, but there was still a wretched matter. Being a hero, you must fulfill your duty. I trust you understand me. He immediately nodded. I understand. He excitedly hopped away. Well then, I am off. Not far away, his voice rang out, making Mika jump. My son. He slowly turned his head, panicking as he tried to stay calm. Yes. He looked at him, smiling a strangely tender smile. He pointed his staff at Mika's ankle, ordering, leave this behind. You know anything about equivalent exchange? To gain something, you must pay with something of equal value. Sweat broke out on him as he tried to evade. Father, that has nothing to do with this situation. Eden was not lenient. He placed a hand on his chest and began to lament. My heart tells me to forgive you. But then he slammed the staff, which had already sent 3 people flying, into his hand, retorting, my son. Flames erupted behind him, a stark contrast to his gentle smile. The staff here advised me not to do this. Mika silently watched the raging, towering flames of anger. He immediately used his teleportation skill and vanished before his eyes. From the archive, he had teleported outside, hovering in the sky. Zit sat on his shoulder, sneering. You really do not hesitate to run away. Mika retorted quickly, because you understand nothing of my father. He pretended to be annoyed to hide his fear, accusing him, I have a milder temper than my father. She noticed his slip of the tongue, repeating mild. Ignoring the mistake, he decided, I just need to hide for a while until he calms down. After she left, Mika wiped his sweat, secretly rejoicing. Perfect. He looked at the scene, appraising it, the contract with Leamington. An ideal location. I have survived intact. Suddenly he felt something strange in his body. Mika gritted his teeth, trying to move, surprised. Why can't I move? Eden appeared behind him, speaking, I have stopped you. How does it feel to be caught when you cannot move? He raised his nail-covered staff high, preparing to strike it down on his head. Now to deal with you. Without a shred of mercy, his action was decisive. I will not take much time. Seeing that thing hurtling toward him, Mika yelled in panic, ah! Quickly pleaded, stop, wait! At the same time, in the basement of the Eden estate, the group helping him were sitting around grooming each other. Eileen asked worriedly, do you think Mika succeeded as planned? Ryan was bandaging his arm while confidently saying, who knows? But I think he succeeded. That is just how he is. On the side of the 2 older men, Morden pointed out the window. Look, a meteor, a shooting star. Eileen wondered, why is it red? Is there any shooting star like that? Ryan suggested, let us make a wish together. Saying it, they did it. The 4 immediately clasped their hands. Ryan closed his eyes, sincerely praying for his friend, please make Mika more sensible. Eileen wished for herself, please let this journey be normal. The butler Morden also wished, may my physical magic reach new heights this year. Only Nostra's wish moved others to pity. Please the master not return for at least 10 years. All 4 sincerely prayed, I beseech them. This happened before he turned back time, taking place right around that moment. Madness spread across the world. Everyone went insane, harming each other. When they engaged in cannibalism, madness became a veil for countless inhumane acts. A furious fist slammed hard against the wall. Damn it. Mika was filled with disappointment and self-blame. Where should I begin? And he realized too late the source of this cursed disaster. Drops of blood mixed with water gently scattered in the air. Each drop fell to the floor, forming a small puddle. When his hands were bloodied from punching the wall, he suddenly realized it was that place. Turning to reality, Mika opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, sighing that his bones healed faster than he thought. Lying on the luxurious bed, he exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to return to normal in just a week. He suddenly recalled an old incident when he was beaten black and blue yet still never learned his lesson. Thinking this, he silently admired his past self was truly astonishing. Seeing his smile, she asked in confusion why he was smiling, that it was something to be proud of. She still maintained that judging attitude. Hearing her talk about the plague, Mika was startled and exclaimed, huh. Next he discussed what was to come with Seth. 2 of the archdemon lords had been destroyed. The archdemon lords could not afford to lose any more King Kun, so they would surely act. Before he turned back time, the thing most similar to that action was the plague. He explained further, the true nature of the plague was spreading madness. Madness caused people to lose their minds and turn against each other. If it spread widely, it would be too late to stop. Based on his memories before he turned back time, first outbreak of this madness was recorded as, the place with vibrant colorful trees, we need to go to the dark forest. Just then, a handsome young figure appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Are you planning to leave right now? Mika looked at the man with the fake smile and the body that did not match his age and exclaimed. Suddenly he took his hand and infused a surge of power into it. He felt the flow of power and exclaimed in surprise. He explained this was access to Leamington. You cannot take me out of the mansion, so you need a way to access my knowledge, right? He did not focus on his words but looked at what surrounded him, the red aura very similar to the demons. Mika murmured to himself, something between a demon and a human. Then he placed a small notebook in his hand. This was Leamington condensed. He stared at the notebook intently, listening to every word. It only contained the essentials. As the next sentence finished, Mika closed his eyes. If you needed something, knowledge would appear in your mind. He activated the book, focusing his thoughts on the most urgent thing, knowledge about the dark forest. The book page stopped. He looked in surprise. So this is how it worked. He did not have detailed information before. Mika gently closed the book, exclaiming excitedly to himself, this was perfect. Leamington saw what he was looking for and spoke up. If you are a hero, your mission is to reform the outcasts in the dark forest. An image of a giant tree appeared, the outcasts. They were originally pure beings, blessed by the world tree, but they had left the world tree, becoming dark spirits, his opponents. A moment later, a jubilant sound rang out from behind the carved door. Welcome, my beloved child. He laughed joyfully. How does it feel to be loved by your father after all these years? Seeing him clutching his staff tightly, Mika calmly replied, Father is in a good mood today. He nodded with hidden meaning. I have not forgotten the past. He proposed a peaceful negotiation. Put down the staff and talk. Hearing the proposal, he stopped threatening. Put down his staff. All right, look at the way you came here. You must be planning to leave immediately. Mika answered frankly, that is right, we do not have much time. About that, I will bring a few people from Talia along. Hearing the request, he was curious. I do not mind, but is there a reason? He revealed, I intend to go to the dark forest. Hearing this, he found it interesting. Oh, the dark forest. That is interesting. He pretended to hesitate and asked, so where are those two from? Mika continued, that is right, they may be from the dark forest. The leader of Talia, Hitos, his adopted daughter, is a dark spirit, Nia. Seeing him deep in thought, he affirmed, I am sure you have already guessed, Father. Not all dark spirits live in the forest, but all dark spirit nobles live there. The scene shifted, a pair of dark-skinned hands busily writing something down. That person let out a tired groan of discomfort. Hitos complained in frustration. A great family of the Empire's Information Bureau is about to have a mountain of work. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Mia, looking panicked, burst through the door and ran in, shouting, Father. Seeing her urgency, he was startled. What is wrong, Mia? She stammered, he is here. He really came, Dad? Hitos was even more confused. Who? Before she could answer, he realized something and widened his eyes. Do not tell me. A pair of familiar shiny leather shoes gradually appeared from behind the door. Mika stepped in under Mia's panic greeting. I have arrived. She hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding him like a dangerous thing. He looked at Hitos, gave an awkward smile, and asked directly, what is wrong with you two? It has been a while. Then he turned to Mia's forced smile and asked with concern, why do you look so gloomy? In this situation, Hitos decided to step forward and greet him. You have arrived, hero. Mika stood between the two people who were keeping their distance from him as if avoiding a plague, and said calmly, I came because I have something to tell you too. He immediately asked, what is it? He smiled brightly, full of hidden meaning, hitting the core. Have you two ever thought about returning to your homeland? This question struck Hitos right in the heart, completely catching him off guard. When Hitos stood up straight, Mika continued, you two cannot hide forever. Is that right? He looked at Mia, who was trying to avoid his gaze, and called out, apprentice priestess. The image of a woman begging in the past flashed through Hitos' mind. I have no one left to trust except you. Her face was streaked with tears as she said pitifully, please take care of Mia, Hitos. Turning to the present, Mika's voice rang out, you cannot hide her forever. He looked at Hitos, who was snapping back to reality, and continued, is that not right, apprentice priestess? Right after, he asked a question, how much do you know about the priestess of the dark forest? Despite Hitos' urgency, Mika calmly replied, she is the central figure that binds the dark forest tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell into thought, staring blankly into space. Pausing for 2 seconds, Mika hesitated. She was a noble sacrifice, perhaps. Hearing that, Hitos raised his hand to his chest and murmured, a sacrifice, that is right. While recalling the image of the priestess, he recounted, the tribe tried to honor the priestess, but in reality, saying this, Hitos suddenly lowered his voice, sadly remembering, she was nothing more than a sacrificial offering. Mia was also troubled when she heard the story about the dark forest, the resting place of an ancient elven ancestor's body. She recalled and described. To be precise, she was an ancestor betrayed by the very sister she trusted. Mia's voice was somber as she mentioned the outcome. She died cursing the one who betrayed her until her final moment. She continued, that very curse made the forest become gloomy. And remembering the dark forest, Mia slowed down, and as hundreds and thousands of years passed, it became even more terrifying. Then she thought about the people living in the forest. But for those of us born in the tribe, there is no better forest. We have long been accustomed to the darkness. The story paused. Mika pondered, Leamington, it only has fragmented information about this matter. He suddenly spoke up to praise. She must have been an extremely noble elven royalty. Mika's words surprised Mia. How do you know? Mika reasoned logically. If mere resentment was enough to destroy an entire forest, she could not have been an ordinary elf. Hearing that, she sadly continued, the vengeful spirit of the ancestor never forgave the one who betrayed her. The image of the two sisters appeared, but that older sister also died not long after, leaving behind an irreconcilable hatred. Although very sad, Mia nodded when she heard his conclusion, so that is why they used T4. Recalling the girls, she said, they chose those who resembled that sister and made them bear the brunt of the rage. Mia's voice was full of helplessness. They did not kill them, she spoke slowly, but slowly eroded their spirits. Right after, Mia pursed her lips tightly as if lost in thought. He watched every emotional change on her face intently, thinking to himself, elves, this forest is something they cannot live without. Mika remembered the gloomy moonlight of the forest, and that the dark forest needed an outlet for its anger. He thought of a string of burning explosives that would not stop. Instead of resolving the issue, it led to a cycle of suffering. Finally, Mika concluded, it is like a giant powder keg waiting to explode. He asked curiously, if Mia is the apprentice priestess, then Hidos must be her guardian? Hidos regained his composure and replied, that is correct. He closed his eyes, recalling the image of the priestess, and corrected, more precisely, I am the guardian of the current priestess in the dark forest. The image of Hidos fleeing with Mia appeared. At her request, I took Mia away from the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Hidos' pointed ears suddenly started to blacken and burn at the tip. Mika watched closely and said calmly, during that process, a curse was activated, leaving you with only a limited time to live. He asked further, is there anyone who can replace Mia? Hido shook his head. No, it will take at least another 100 years. He clenched his fists in frustration, helpless, and the current priestess, she cannot hold on that long. Hidos bowed respectfully. Even for you, hero, this will not be an easy matter. He continued, full of pain, the dark forest is vast, and the hatred of that tribe runs deep. Not letting Hidos finish, Mika immediately interrupted, it is fine. Not caring about their worries at all, he confidently placed his weapon on his shoulder. As if wanting to cheer everyone up, he said, I just need to defeat all of them. He seemed still unconvinced and asked back, what? The scene shifted to inside a magnificent palace under heavy guard. Beside a guard was an owl-shaped mechanism, shrouded in a suspicious dark shadow. That dark shadow remained silent as the guard passed by. A whispering voice emanated from within the shadow. Babylon. The one Purgus barrier has weakened. Voice urged, now is our chance. Babylon roared in anger. Damn it. Finally found her. But of all places, she had to hide in Walpurgis. The dark shadow moved quickly, replying, we should be grateful we still found her. He charged straight ahead with unwavering determination. If he could not bring back the priestess initiate, the forest tribe would have no future. Soon enough, he stood before the door where Mia, Hidos, and Mika were gathered. The shadow slipped inside and immediately spotted Mia. He rejoiced to see her alone, with her protector absent. Mia was completely unguarded, her back turned to the shadow. The shadow kept whispering reminders to him, Babylon, stay focused. Babylon furrowed his brows tightly, replying anxiously, I know. He stealthily approached with a syringe in hand. The priestess is not one of ours. The pavilion scheme was all too clear. She is merely a sacrifice. Though danger loomed close, she remained completely unaware. Mia's lack of vigilance made him somewhat suspicious. Even so, the pavilion brazenly raised the syringe ready to stab her. At the same time, tension enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, a sighing voice rang out, accompanied by a sword pressed against the pavilion's neck, confirming his fears. Though Mika had planned this all along, walking right into the trap so easily, how intriguing. He stared in disbelief, thinking, when did you get this close? The pavilion's hand holding the syringe trembled violently, but he still tried to stay optimistic. It is fine, we still have Kiao. He strained his eyes to find some confidence. He is a master of stealth, even better than me. Pavilion hurriedly calculated, if Q attacks from behind, I still have a chance. Before he could finish planning, Mika pointed down gently. Are you looking for this man? Hearing the question, the pavilion immediately lowered his head to look where he pointed. He screamed in despair when he saw Kiao foaming at the mouth on the ground. Realizing the situation, the pavilion trembled and demanded, you, who exactly are you? Mika replied curtly with disdain, a hero. His face darkened as he continued, a hero who specializes in defeating scum like you. After the decisive strike, two tall figures lay piled on top of each other on the ground. Mika ignored the blood smeared all over his face, letting out a relieved breath. Finally done. He paused, looking at Hidos walking over to the two defeated men. Hey Hidos, do you recognize them? The old man answered slowly, they are elite warriors from the forest. Hidos frowned. Back in the forest, they were supporters of maintaining the priestess system. No, even worse than that. Mika asked curiously, his voice cold. Worse how? Hidos recalled the dark rituals, telling how they worshipped the forest's vengeful spirits. Along with arms that praised the wrong forces, he continued, they call themselves Karen. Saying this, Hidos could not help closing his eyes in concern for these people. They insisted the vengeful spirits should not be confined to the forest alone. Hearing this, Mika widened his eyes in shock. His gaze darkened, pupils twitching repeatedly. What? Finally, he broke into a knowing smile. Ah, so that is it. In Mika's mind, red demons appeared screaming before he rewound time. He understood the cause of the madness. The last image of Mia surfaced, and he vaguely realized, unlike before, Mia was still alive. As if a spark of hatred flickered within, Mika thought to himself. But he could not leave any embers. Before burning down the entire mountain, he had to crush them completely. Lost in thought, Mika suddenly turned to ask the person beside him, Mia, I want to ask you something. Seeing Mia hastily avoid him, he grew more puzzled. What is wrong? As if sitting on a pile of hot coals, Mia stammered and pointed ahead. She looked fearfully at Mika's bloodstained face, then said, "The staff." Hearing this, Mika silently lowered his head to look in the direction she pointed. He asked innocently why, what is wrong with it. Standing beside her, he helplessly slapped his forehead. Ah, so his reason has collapsed too. Mika continued asking anyway, in the dark forest, was everyone obsessed with turning the priestess into a sacrifice? Maya shook her head, not exactly. She slowly recalled the old arguments. There were also those who wanted to leave the forest or fight against the vengeful spirits. Hesitating for a few seconds, she calmly said, but most of them just wanted to maintain the status quo. Seeing her fall silent, Mika stated bluntly, those opinions were silenced. He closed his eyes tightly for a long time. I see. Then there is no need to wipe them all out. Hearing Mia widened her eyes in terror. TRAITO'S was equally bewildered. He lowered his head and closed his eyes in helplessness. Unlike their horrified expressions, Mika asked in surprise, why did you suddenly get startled like that? Caught, she quickly waved her hand in denial, laughing to explain, it is nothing. Despite his suspicious gaze, she said directly, sometimes I thought you were going to crush our entire tribe. Unexpectedly, Mika tilted his head slightly upon hearing this, pointing a finger at his forehead. He looked up, thinking sadly, what a tragedy. Even an innocent remark gets misunderstood. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and called to the person beside him, Seth, you have been with me a long time. Surely you know how ridiculous that misunderstanding is, right? Boss looked confused, wearing a face full of question marks. Wait, so you really do not intend to crush them? As if doused with cold water, Mika lifted his face to the sky, tears brimming, silently feeling wronged. This is truly a tragic misunderstanding. After a moment in the pitch-black space, from someone's perspective, eyes were slowly opening. Waking from the clash, the green-haired goblin growled out a few sounds. Still confused, he flinched and struggled against the tightly bound parts. Looking into the endless dark void, the goblin screamed in panic, where is this? In an instant, from deep within the darkness, a voice answered, welcome. The goblin, terrified, looked at Mika, who was cheerfully waving, and gasped out. Ignoring the person before him who had not yet reacted, Mika flashed a sinister smile. I will be direct. As the words ended, Mika hesitated for a moment, then pointed his index finger straight at the opponent's face. In a blink, the golden magic spear, obeying the command, pierced through the goblin's tough palm. As if his mind collapsed, the goblin's eyes bulged in agony, his fangs gnashing in pain. Mika looked at him with an expressionless face, coldly ordered, tell me everything you know about the dark forest. The goblin lowered his head and answered, it is useless. Even if you torture me, you will not extract any information. Stop, he suddenly bulged his eyes white and yelled, freedom for our ancestors. Facing the extreme action, Mika still paid attention to the mark pattern on the long, twisted tongue. After a bout of screaming and cursing, seeing Mika maintain a cold attitude, the goblin fell into helpless silence. Slowly watching him breathe heavily, Mika said, sorry to ruin the dramatic moment, but I have neutralized your self-destruction spell. Not expecting this situation, the goblin glared in fear, thinking of the dark essence steeped in his tribe's history. Pausing for a few seconds to look in the direction of Mika's finger, he realized everything had been undone by him. As expected, Mika pointed and commanded, and the second blade stabbed straight down into the other palm. He slowly stepped forward, in a certain future, you all unleashed a catastrophe beyond control. Because of that, countless people suffered and died. Hearing this, the goblin only murmured in pain. What are you talking about? Mika stood upright with a majestic air. Initially, I thought the great demon was the one responsible for defiling the forest. As he spoke, he suddenly, emotionlessly, pointed his finger at the goblin once more. Not unexpectedly, Mika, with a face unchanged, watched the third spear pierce the goblin's thigh, but I was wrong. Ignoring the goblin's eyes rolling white and lifeless, he continued, those madmen who mistook twisted faith for true belief tore the world apart. Pausing for a few seconds, Mika put on an expression full of resentment that truly infuriates me. No longer having the energy to mind the goblin, he placed his hand on the goblin's head and said in a low voice, I have a question. Like the hand of a force punishing the darkness, Mika asked, why do you think I revealed this secret? The goblin looked into the darkness, panicked and sobbed, do not tell me. At the goblin's stunned expression, Mika smiled wickedly, that is correct. Returning to reality, Mika spread his hands and placed a magic stream on the heads of the two goblins, explaining this is a dream. As the magic stream spread throughout the body, Mika silently conversed, here you will feel every bit of pain but cannot die. With eyes half open, Mika continued, turning back into the subconscious. Welcome to the abyss of consciousness, member of Karen. The green-haired goblin now screamed in despair, I will talk. But contrary to the initial intention of taking a statement, Mika coldly pointed a series of spears at him. No, I have no intention of believing the words of someone out of their mind. Saying this, he looked at him with the coldest eyes, not one bit. Turning to reality, Mika let out a sigh then slowly withdrew his hand from the goblin's head. He looked at Mia and Hitos behind him, then turned and left. They finally revealed the information. Not noticing Mia's terrified expression, Mika's voice remained even. Recently an outsider infiltrated the forest, and that man caused the Karen faction to increase their influence. Hearing her ask in surprise an outsider, he slowly turned his head to answer, a rather special one. The one the dark elf tribe reveres as a saint, their ancient ancestor. As he said this, the image of a magic tower suddenly appeared elsewhere. At the same time, the sound of refined footsteps echoed around the tower area. The shy silhouette of a pure young girl gradually appeared in a flowing white dress. So, that girl with amethyst eyes whom people call Azer. In the thick darkness, you took a hidden step forward. What do you think? Silent as a stone, Azer turned her sharp gaze towards that man. She turned her back and walked away, her voice light as the wind. Not bad. From behind the mysterious person's low voice. This is a great day. His face revealed. That man smiled lightly. Karen holds the majority of seats. You will not be disappointed. He is the Dark King, Franklin. Azer replied. Holding the majority means those wise ones who recognize the conflict in the forest are speaking up. She gently touched her scepter. Remember this, my king. Azer raised her voice, not wanting her hatred to be imprisoned within this forest. Her voice turned cold. The one who imprisoned me, tolerating hatred and resentment, is present humanity. Immediately after, Azer suddenly turned her face back. It is ridiculous that only I and my descendants must endure this injustice. Her voice rang out slow and firm. Hatred is not allowed to exist only in the forest. Azer continued, unlike us who have adapted, humanity will suspect each other, kill and be killed. Pausing, she continued, then our bloodline will rise as the victors. Franklin heard this. That man flashed a cruel smile. Finally, our chance has come. That man screamed in his heart. We have endured so many years of humiliation imprisoned in the forest. Then, Franklin recalled the scene of his imprisonment. I am a king who can only mourn for the lost years. That man knelt before Azer. We have been longing for the Great Mother to return. Reglian bowed his head slightly, his voice humble and respectful. Even if you need me to do anything. She was silent for a moment before answering him. I want to see how great my resentment has grown. Scene change. A sudden voice rang out, making me a pause. Perhaps today is the day I meet the female priest. The silhouettes of people and horses slowly melted into the night like faint strokes in a dark painting. Ryan spoke up, maybe because we are walking on a forest path, but why is tonight so bright? Mika looked up at the starry sky, the faint light from the stars shining down from above. The stars twinkled in the sky like bright jewels. He said softly, the night sky is truly beautiful tonight. Mika kept his eyes on the starry sky, his heart suddenly surging with distant memories. He closed his eyes. It was ridiculous how old memories came flooding back like this. Mercenary looked up at the starry sky. Then he cursed, this damn sky hasn't changed at all. It looks as if we are living in complete peace. Zahat looked at him and said, Beast King, may you find peace in your soul. Mercenary crossed his arms and laughed loudly. Peace cannot fix this world. Ariandel nodded in agreement. I think so too. This world has truly become chaotic. Mika stood behind, watching the group chatting lively with each other. He fell into thought, his gaze distant as if lost in his own inner world. Immediately after, a brilliant light flashed in Mika's eyes, and he broke into a bright smile. Without a word, he sat down on the grass, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, enjoying the stillness of the night. Mika recalled, the Beast King used to look up at the sky with a face full of doubt. He turned his gaze to Ariandel, the lady priest who spoke so rudely that people only wished she would stop pretending to be kind. Then Mika shifted his gaze to Zahat, the fairy king Zahat who often smiled bitterly when looking at us. Finally, his eyes stopped on Siegfried, full of unspoken thoughts. That damn Siegfried. Mika mused, most of the memories from that time were not good, but strangely the night sky before sleep made me feel satisfied. He stretched out on the soft grass, his eyes fixed on the vast sky above, his mind gently drifting with the stars. Mika closed his eyes, his breath slowly merging with the night breeze. He lay silent and sank into thought. In that stillness, he was completely immersed in his own quiet space. Scene change. Mika mounted his horse. How absurd. Why am I still thinking about the past like this? He let out a soft smile. Only the silence and quiet contemplation drifted away with the wind. The campfire was burning with thick smoke. Mika suggested, it is late at night. Let us rest here for today. Everyone gathered around the fire, each silently preparing for sleep after a long day. Mika was sitting watching everyone when someone called out to him, hey, brave one. Mia sat close to him again. Mika quietly asked what was the matter. Are you really talking to me? He recalled, you kept shouting and then avoiding me all the time. She immediately shouted, so what is wrong with me coming closer? Then Mia gently touched her hands together. Besides, there is something I need to tell you. Oh, brave one. She suddenly lowered her voice. About the female priest, she is much more complicated than you think. I continued, my younger sister, the current female priest, Mika asked in surprise, complicated how? She replied, I do not know if it was like this in the old days, but at least my sister and I are a bit different from others. His voice rang out in the flickering firelight. For her, perhaps handing it over to me would be easier. She continued, if she had done that, perhaps she could have stayed with Hitos. No, with father too. Mika looked at her in surprise and asked again, can the role of female priest be transferred that easily? Mia hesitated and replied, I do not know, but giving up everything for me might not be a happy choice for her. Seemed to understand, I see. Then she shouted, anyway, that is what I wanted to say. Mia wrapped her arms around her legs. You are doing this because you have to, I know. She suddenly turned to look at him with sparkling eyes. But still, thank you for coming with me. Hearing her say that, Mika froze, his eyes wide with shock as if he could not believe his ears. She said thank you. In Mika's memory, Mia was originally a girl destined to walk a thorny path as a trainee priest. She walked with bloodied feet, leaving bright red traces on the cold ground. Mika realized, now she seemed to be choosing to walk that thorny path herself. He looked at Mia. Even so, she chose to accompany me. If she thanked me, then she must have had a plan from the start. After a moment of contemplation, Mika suddenly spoke up. I have something I am curious about. My turn back, go ahead and ask. His question surprised her. How do you feel about those dark elves you once met? Mia looked up at the starry sky. She said softly, they need to change. Then Mia laughed and said, freed from hatred, I think they need to be released from Azur's curse. Mika silently gazed up at the deep vault of heaven among countless stars. He seemed to grasp the hidden meaning in her words. The starry sky seemed to have given him the answer. So that is your answer. Scene change, a flickering candle. The female priest bearing all malice and madness moved through the dark forest. Gina sat still in the center of a circle covered with strange ancient symbols, the candles around her flickering incessantly. The chains tightened around Gina's legs, heavy and cruel like the fate that imprisoned her. Gina's expression was blank, her eyes wide open, looking very frightening, exactly as if she was playing some role. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, a slight tremor in them as if witnessing something beyond imagination. A line of red text like blood appeared in Gina's eyes, burning faintly as if etched by fire in her mind. She trembled and then recoiled in fear, identifying herself as Hemera, the younger sister of ancestor Acer. Gina saw herself as a soulless corpse, repeatedly becoming the target of the Acer race. She slowly extended her finger as if wanting to touch something invisible before her. Gina watched her hand become twisted in a horrifying way, no different from torture. Right after that, she kept screaming in pain. The hand suddenly slammed into Gina's face brutally, without any mercy. Someone identical to her appeared, in pain and agony, questioning the betrayer's heart. She appeared with a terrifying expression, her voice questioning whether you had ever tried to understand, little sister. She screamed in anguish, shouting that she was truly in pain, because they had promised to do it together. Her grip tightened, squeezing Gina's face, speaking through her pain about having once trusted. She slashed her hand across Gina's stomach, drawing blood, still mentioning the sister's trust. Gina could only stare wide-eyed, tears welling up on their own, murmuring apologies for nothing she had done wrong. I did not betray you or intentionally hurt you. I only wanted to protect my little sister. Her hand kept digging deep into Gina's stomach, blood continuing to flow. Her eyes now showed only the whites, her gaze empty as if all vitality was lost. Sharp fingernails clamped down on Gina's face, making it hard for her to breathe. Gina's eyes were now a cold white, devoid of any will or emotion. After that, she panted heavily and collapsed to her knees, powerless under Franklin's watch. He praised the sacrifice's effort, Gina's eyes wide open staring at the ground, her mind in chaos. Then she looked up at Franklin in surprise, calling King Izir's name. From behind, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, uttering two words, excellent. Gina's gaze was dull, lifeless, like someone lost in a storm of emotions with no escape. She looked at the girl before her, shocked to realize that face was strangely familiar. Gina screamed in despair, her choked cry carrying immense fear. She fled in fear to the wall, her mouth endlessly begging for it to stop. Gina turned her face away in surging despair, her eyes wide in shock. Izir spoke softly, his voice gentle like a spring breeze, saying that expression was truly beautiful. After that, she licked her lips in satisfaction, saying this thing would be good nourishment for her. Izir. By now night had fallen, darkness leaving only the moonlight as the sole existing light. Along the small stream, the plants illuminated by the moonlight shimmered gently. The sight before him made Ryan's eyes widen in amazement. He exclaimed about the dark forest. Ryan involuntarily shrank back, hesitantly telling Hitos that he found it a bit creepy. Walking behind, Mia calmly continued Hitos' words, saying the fearful feeling only deepens through generations. Just as the group moved deeper, Mon suddenly shouted out in caution. He turned back to inform Mika about the enemy territory. He then asked Mon when he made that outfit. Seth observed Mon, then flew up to explain the fairy's perspective on the dark forest. Seth turned to comfort Mon, saying you could not help but feel aversion towards a fairy twisted by malice. In the darkness, the red eyes of the shadows appeared strangely. Nikai speculated they had lost their minds. The longer he looked, the greater his unease grew. He knew this was truly not good. As Mika was thinking, a sharp arrow suddenly appeared in the air, flying straight towards him. However, that arrow was aimed at no one. It merely flew past. The arrow stuck straight into the ground. Morden deftly remarked that was a warm welcome. No sooner had the words been spoken than from the surrounding treetops, a volley of arrows was fired. As if receiving a summons, the arrow embedded in the ground suddenly twisted itself free. It immediately merged into the rain of arrows shooting towards Mika. Facing the attack, Mika remained calm, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Right after that, a whirlwind rose in the middle of the forest, the wind force strong enough to sweep everything away. Ryan was also affected, using his hand to shield his face from the swirling dust. For Hitos, who had a face covering, this gust of wind did not bother him much. Suddenly, Hito's eyes narrowed. He warily moved towards the motion before him. It turned out, someone had stepped out from behind a large tree, followed by a second. Another figure wielding a bow and arrow jumped down from the bushes, revealing themselves one by one. 4, 5, Seeing the ambush of spirits appear, Hitos quickly grasped his sword and charged forward. Next, he used his feet for momentum and then leaped high into the air. High up, Hitos' power erupted. He swept through, dealing with each spirit. After finishing, Hitos landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind cries and dust. One surviving spirit hurried forward, shouting loudly, calling the other a betrayer who had betrayed those who raised him. Hitos paused, but let him continue, cursing that he had betrayed the kindness and the female spirit who trained him. Seeing the strange look, Mika handed over the pouch in his hand, probing if Hitos recognized it. Hitos pondered for a moment, then calmly admitted they were friends, candidates to protect the High Priestess. Hearing this, Mika's face showed no emotion. He coldly raised his weapon, saying they were the losers and failures. Mika had not finished speaking when the elf let out a roar, telling him not to lump them together with the traitor and the nun. In response to that attitude, Mika thrust his staff hard into the ground, cursing him as a madman. Facing the elf, Mika accused him of kidnapping a human child and raising him to be an assassin. What was he so proud of? As he spoke, Mika recalled his first meeting with Hitos. When he lifted the curse, he had seen the human form hidden deep within the old man. After the curse was lifted, Hitos was silent for a long time, then told Mika about his journey to becoming a guardian. Listening to the story, Mika thought it was truly very simple. He even imagined grieving parents beside their infants' cradles, and immoral creatures secretly kidnapping talented children. Then came images of gaunt bodies and the harsh training regimen they imposed along with their clan. Not only that, the human children were also forced to take potions to make them look like elves. Mika's voice dropped as he stated that the title of Guardian was actually what Hitos had wanted from the very beginning. Having said that, Mika turned his back, his voice sharp, as he declared he did not care about their failure. A few of the elves had stood up, warily watching his retreating back. Mika continued, saying they must have been ordered to capture intruders like them. Mika's footsteps halted. He asked, "So what is your meaning?" He turned his head, deadly gaze looking behind him, ordering them to take him to their superiors immediately, calling them a bunch of black aberrations. After the threat, the elves had to say they would take him there. Mika asked in surprise, "You are not joking, are you?" On the green grass, a thin hand tremblingly rose as if in response, "No, not at all." After a bout of trembling, the hand finally stood straight. It turned out to be the hand of the elves. Mika used them as guide dogs, scolding the first one for being slow. Mika gave a sharp tug on the ropes around their necks, excitedly shouting 1, ready, 2, move. The group behind him suddenly slowed down. While he was having fun, Mika was drawn by a loud shout. "Look, the traitor is coming." Before Mika's eyes were several dark figures beating a small elf lying on the ground with sticks. Surrounding the elf who was clutching his head in pain, they kept hitting him and shouting, "Idiot, die." Ryan followed Mika's gaze, exclaiming in surprise that it was none other than Karen. Mika did not reply, his ears ringing with the sound of savage laughter. He thought this was the consequence when extremists held power. An elf who seemed to be the commander spoke up. "Things should have been like this from the very beginning." The ancestors eagerly awaited the outcome. He wore an excited smile, taunting them as traitors, those who had refused the mother recognized by the king. And he said they were not worthy of pity. Mika could not stand it and coldly shouted for him to shut up. But the elves ignored him, surrounding the fire and chanting in worship the glory of Azer. They ignored another pitiful figure within the flames, what they considered the resurrecting power of their ancestors. The fire cast light on their cruel faces, showing only blind worship and a thirst to take revenge on the world. The horrifying scene was unacceptable to Mika. He gripped his staff tightly, thinking the dark elves had acted this way even before their resurrection. Mika's face grew paler and paler, a single thought flashing in his mind, and Seth noticed it. He was lost in thought, thinking, "Yes, maybe I should." Then his boss called out softly, "Mika." At this moment, only a ferocious expression and a cruel thought remained on Mika's face. Right now, should I kill them all? Amidst the forest, the dark elves knelt around the bonfire, chanting the glory of Azer, and that sight met Mika's eyes. Hearing them shout about the resurrecting power of their ancestors, Mika grit his teeth so hard his blue veins stood out. Beside him, Seth looked anxiously at Mika, who was still staring fixedly at the dark elves. Seeing Mika lost in thought for so long, Seth had to ask if he was all right. Seth's gaze was full of worry, while Mika's eyes were filled with fury that seemed about to explode. After a long silence, Mika raised his hand to cover his face, forcibly suppressing his emotions, then said that he was truly not all right. A moment later he lowered his hand, his heart gradually calming down, telling himself to stay calm because emotions were useless. Mika approached Hitos and said seriously that this matter was worse than he thought, and meeting the superiors was no longer meaningful. Hitos then asked him what to do. Instead of answering, Mika suddenly asked Hitos in return if there was no one he wanted to save. Mika looked straight at Hitos, his tone probing. That was what Hitos wanted when he followed him here, was it not? He wanted to save Gina, right? Almost certain of his guess, Mika handed the object in his hand to Hitos, telling him to just do what needed to be done, that he would not be able to sleep peacefully either. That object was a necklace. Mika watched Hitos cherish the pendant, carefully instructing that it could break the barrier holding the nun, but not to bring her out immediately, just to get clothes and wait. A moment later, Hitos calmed down, gratefully bowing to thank Mika. Hitos asked Mika what he would do. His gaze was distant as he said he already had his own plan, that talking was no longer effective, so he had to change things. Hearing this, Hitos felt more at ease, closed his eyes, and wished him good luck. Receiving the wishes, Mika strode forward, and the bonfire immediately died out. Suddenly, Mika smiled brightly like a flower, saying in a friendly tone, "Now then." Looking at the bewildered elves, he directly stated that he was quite good at instructing and wanted to find a volunteer. They just looked at each other, no one daring to step forward. Mika asked again in a louder voice, "No one raises a hand?" Facing the difficult situation, Mika had an idea. He raised his index finger high, saying, "Then let us do it this way." With a radiant smile, he issued a mandatory requirement that he would only choose one person among them. They were stunned, and one of them boldly asked one, "What about the rest?" Mika calmly replied that he would let them leave. Even with that said, the elves still did not dare to move. Mika ignored them and continued giving orders. "Close your eyes. The one with the most votes will be picked." In the silent space, only the sound of Mika's footsteps remained. He walked around them, his voice excited as if playing a game, saying that night had already fallen. The elf closed his eyes, letting Mika's voice echo in his ears. The dark-eared monsters secretly choose one to be the sacrifice. As he finished speaking, Mika's footsteps stopped. It seemed he had chosen. Mika looked at a fat man second from the left, who asked irritably, "Oi?" As if confirming, Mika asked his name and he replied, "Call me Zaboro." Mika turned to the others. "I will keep Zaboro, and release you, of course, erase your memories." Zaboro panicked. "Wait, why me?" Mika said nothing more. He recalled the man's action. "You are the only one." It turned out Zaboro pointed at the person next to him because he did not want to be chosen. Mika exposed him. "Among everyone, only you pointed at someone else." Hearing this, the others looked at Zaboro with contempt. Truly trash. At this point, Zaboro had no choice but to bow his head and accept the order. Mika thought to himself, "Among 5 people, rather 6, there is one who looks like trash." Next, according to the plan, Teiji Boro was bound with iron chains. On the forest path, he walked ahead of Mika and the others. After walking a bit, Zaboro stopped again, complaining, "Damn it, why is this happening to me?" Mika taunted, "No matter, 6 people gathered have one useless person. That is you." Zaboro turned and shouted, "Shut up." Mika wore a mysterious smile but still held his staff. Zaboro wisely replied, "I apologize." Mika ordered him to stop the nonsense and lead the way, since memories would be erased. Behind them, the elves just woke up. He added, "No one will know they are useless trash." Provoked by the words, Zaboro, though angry, could only swallow it back down. His heart full of doubt, he asked Mika why he was made to lead the way through this dangerous, demonic place in the dark forest. As soon as he finished, Mika threatened him with a sharp gaze. "Are you sure you want to talk about that?" Nevertheless, Mika reminded them of the place they were approaching. The bones here being a holy ground would not be strange. Hearing this, Zaboro broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, Mon beside Mika trembled, hugging itself and whispering, "Master, disgusting." Mika looked in the direction covered by a strange red color. Strange sounds echoed out. "Kill, hate, crush, the hated alien race." Mika speculated, an elf of the dark forest. Before him was a shadow hiding behind a tree trunk, opposite to a light elf. Sensing something wrong, Mika looked at Mon, who was hiding behind leaves. All of them are focused on Mon. Mia behind him also noticed. She explained, "They do not look friendly. They are one with their ancestors. Hate light, want to spread failure and death." The deeper they went, the more ferocious the shadow elves became, bearing sharp fangs, roaring with disgust. Immediately after, their appearance changed, leaving only fierce, glowing red eyes. Ryan and Eileen leaned back to back, warily observing. Ryan spoke up, "Hey, they are getting closer." Seeing that, Zaboro shouted in fear, "Damn it, that is why I did not want to come. What do those outsiders have?" Not wanting him to be a hindrance, Mika directly hit him. "Shut up." Zaboro took the blow and fell to the ground. Mika calmly observed, "A pity, they endured malice to end up like this." Hearing this, a terrifying thought arose in Ziboro's mind. Do not tell me you want to save them, are you delusional? Micah's expression gradually darkened. Ziboro exclaimed, shadow elves are not the kind that like salvation. Seeing no reply, Ziboro raised his head, speaking condescendingly. People like you always daydream. Just as he said you can do nothing for our problem, Mika delivered a powerful strike, the blow of a hero. The powerful blow knocked Ziboro unconscious. Mika shouldered his staff, answering cheerfully, that is right, I will save these poor elves. After saying this, Mika's gaze lifted. He thought to himself, elves are controlled by evil, but because they are pure, there is a way to return to their true selves. Thinking that, he realized this was not the way he wanted, but it had to be done. Mon now trembled and backed away. We are outnumbered, they have more. Seeing this, Mika bent down slightly and called, Mon. Hearing him, it replied, Master. Mika gently comforted. Poor thing, why are you so scared? You just need to save your kin with your own hands. Mon's eyes lit up. Save kin. Mika took out a tiny magic wand and held it out to Mon. Mika smiled, both coaxing and commanding, go save them. Mon seemed hypnotized, grasping the magic wand. This was exactly Mika's plan. The evil clinging to the elves could be cleansed by salvation from their kin. At this moment, under the urging, Mon's eyes shimmered with sparkling particles. Save, save. Then, it charged forward. Mika watched with satisfaction. I have countless ways to make you stronger, Mon. He gently placed his hand on Mon's back, channeling a bit of power, as many ways as I wish. Now Mon became extraordinarily powerful, the light around it growing stronger by the moment. Instead, Nikai gently snapped his fingers, pointing his finger forward as if signaling. Mon, with its body full of power, flew off. Mika shouted, the enhancement magic is disguised as a blessing. Your energy is filled with salvation. The lush green forest radiated a gentle light. Dioge's potential surpassed everything imaginable. A silhouette flashed by like the wind, causing the space to vibrate. Mon suddenly appeared with sharp attacks, quickly defeating the chaotic elves. What is this? Strong, strong. The defeated goblins fell. A creature was freed. The shadow elf melted like a lamp before the wind. A majestic staff surrounded by sharp thorns like a fence. Mon, with the glowing staff, laughed proudly. Master, am I stronger? A round of applause rang out enthusiastically, stretching on like an encouraging cheer. Mika laughed triumphantly. I do not care about other things, but I will not let my child be defeated by other elves. That one grown-up brat. Everyone was helpless. Oh heavens, that little elf girl. Finally, even that cute elf too. A little elf raised both hands in confusion. Where is this? Another replied. My head hurts so much. The little spirit suddenly stopped, as if held back by an indescribable strange feeling, then spoke to him over there. The staff was raised proudly, showing the deep pride in Mon's heart, the chosen one after thousands of years. Both little spirits immediately lit up. One was the spirit of light, the other of darkness. Right after, the other little spirits around surrounded Mon with eyes both admiring and full of defiance. It led the formation of little spirits, saying seriously, Master, I will be gone for a while. Hearing this, Mika bent down and asked, where are you planning to go? It immediately pointed a hand forward and replied, the hero's path, sharing hardship, liberation. He turned his face away and agreed, do whatever you want, just remember to come back before dinner. Mon replied with a smile, as you command. Mika closed his eyes and walked away, quietly smiling deep in his heart. The hero's path, huh? Deborah appeared, kneeling with a surprised expression. How absurd, a tiny spirit can stand against evil. He looked at that man and then calmly spoke in a placid tone. That is simply everything. Azur's image slowly faded, ultimately unable to escape the confines of death. Before the burnt map, perhaps it was hatred that shattered this world. But is that truly the genuine power of the soul? Mon led the little spirit deep into the forest, where light filtered through the thick canopy. In the blink of an eye, Mia opened her eyes wide. A strange light reflected in them like a new ray of hope. She called out to Mika, surprising him. Hero, if it truly is so, Mia asked softly, as if wanting him to answer with certainty. My sister has also been freed, hasn't she? He averted his eyes and replied, that is what I am assuming for now. Mika was pensive. His goal was to erase the core of hatred, the only way the demons couldn't exploit it. Suddenly he shuddered as if a cold gust of wind blew over him, numbing his skin and flesh. Mika turned back and asked Mia, by the way, Azur's sister is named Hemera, right? He continued to ask. Azur is the ancestor of dark elves, but Hemera could just be an ordinary elf? Mia shook her head helplessly. I don't know much about it. He told Mika that even in the Leamington book, there was no information about her. She was Azur's sister who left due to natural causes before Azur's grudge was settled. That was what Mia knew. Mika was silent, his expression pensive. We don't know much about their relationship. After a moment of silence, Mia suddenly spoke, but only now. Her following words stunned him. him. One legend says Hemera might still be alive after all. Mia didn't stop, continuing to tell Mika that there were quite a few similar legends. She said, the most famous among them says that when the mother tried to take revenge, the younger sister vanished from this world. He asked Mia again, but maybe that's not it. She replied with a smile, I bet you'd say that's also a legend. Hearing this, Mika's curiosity piqued. Can you tell me about that legend? Mia's gaze didn't leave him, her eyes closed, her face full of contemplation as if waiting something. Right after, she reached out her hand and began to tell a legend about two sisters. Mia's voice was melodious like musical notes, one like the sun, one like the moon, and it was a beautiful sight. Then, she raised her hand to cover the sun before her, but the darkness swallowed the sun. Mia gently continued. It crushed the moon and the darkness vanished before everyone's eyes. She paused, her gaze directed at the vast sky, filled with silent thoughts. Mia raised her hand high, stretching to catch the sunlight. The darkness has been waiting for the moon until now. Scene change, the sound of high-heel footsteps echoed, slowly approaching, breaking the silence of the space. Ina trembled, huddled in the corner, fear evident in every rapid breath as she saw Azer approach. She looked at her with a haggard face, eyes dazed. Who are you? Azer smiled seductively, words as light as a breeze. I am Azer, the mother who gave birth to you. Ina narrowed her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over her with doubt and caution. She didn't believe it. No, you are not my mother. You will never be my mother. Gina remained steadfast, shouting with echoing voice. You can never become Azer. She just laughed coldly and said with a contemptuous tone, a goddess dares to deny my existence? Azer gently reached out and pulled Gina's chin. But perhaps you are very confident about that? She questioned Gina. What proof do you have that I am not Azer? Suddenly Gina brightened with a radiant smile, her voice sweet and cheerful. Good then. She brought her hand with sharp nails close to Gina's hand. Now I'm starting to think about it. Azer grabbed her hand. The chosen children are the heirs. One of them ran away, right? Shock was clear on Gina's face as she watched her, her whole body frozen stiff. She placed her hand on her own face. I am truly curious. Did she take such a risk just for sisterly love? Suddenly, Azer's hand strength increased terrifyingly. She tightened her grip on Gina's hand. Or was it for... She struggled painfully, teeth clenched as if bearing a surging, intense pain. That gaze now looked at her extremely sharply. Some other reason. Gina's eyes were half closed, a look of resignation mixed with exhaustion on her face. The name Mia came out coldly from her mouth. Mia. Scene change, Zibora turned around and announced to everyone, we have arrived. Said to the group, this is the land you have all been searching for. Right before them was a vast land tainted with gloom, the tomb of Lady Azer. Mika slowly stepped forward, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings before he pushed the branches aside with his hand. The scene before him left Mika stunned, but wait, something was truly strange. A grave with a large stone tablet appeared, surrounded by rows of lush green vines. Normally, when a grave appears, people would think of appropriate symbols, like a white chrysanthemum branch representing grief, or an intricately crafted tombstone, or the lines of text engraved on it. Simpler still, the space around would be tidy, showing a minimum of respect for the deceased. But Mia's eyes said the opposite. She covered her mouth in horror. Even Mika could not hide the fear on his face when he saw the grave of Azer. Before them, a grayish body in a strange pose was tightly bound by a mass of tree roots. The group followed the trail of vines to a giant tree and exclaimed that it was not just a mess, but utterly horrifying. On another side, Gina collapsed painfully onto the cold ground, her body seemingly drained of all strength. 3 blood holes were clearly visible on her neck, and the demonic voice rang out again, full of hatred, pain, and jealousy. Standing before Gina, Azer was excitedly licking his lips, with a look of complete satisfaction. Facing her, Gina's eyes suddenly became lifeless, which made Azer even more thrilled, as if seeing a delicious meal. Following that, Atta decisively turned and walked away, leaving behind only the echoed words that that item was quite tasty. Suddenly, Azer stopped and slowly shifted his gaze to the side. Immediately after, a powerful hand reached out, firing a stream of black energy. That stream of energy attacked the empty space beside him at a speed so fast it left trails of white smoke. At that moment, Azer withdrew his hand, but his eyes remained fixed on the area ahead. However, 2 distinct cracks appeared on the wall, but there was nothing else unusual. Instead, Azer lazily narrowed his eyes with a somewhat bored tone, saying it would be best to stop. With that, Azer walked toward the exit shrouded in darkness and spoke, advising them to end this pointless struggle. Behind him, Gina struggled to sit up and spoke, saying that the world their children dreamed of would soon arrive. After that statement, the space fell silent, and the wall with the 2 smeared claw marks suddenly seemed strange. Not long after, sure enough, in that spot, the figure of Hitos gradually appeared within a plume of green smoke. In his mind flashed Mika's warning expression, and he silently told himself not to proceed with the rescue immediately. Thinking this, Hitos closed his eyes as if to dispel his guilt, silently apologizing to the hero. Immediately after, Hitos quickly got to the main task. He picked up Gina and called her name repeatedly. Hearing the familiar voice, Gina tried to open her tired eyes and called out Hitos' name. Faced with the evidence of the crime on Gina's neck, Hitos couldn't bear it and had to close his eyes. After a moment, Gina finally had the strength to whisper that thank God, and Hitos reassured her that he came because of a trustworthy person. Next, he said they should leave this place first, but Gina's eyes suddenly became extremely terrified. She didn't let Hitos continue but grabbed him tightly, shouting that it was very dangerous. That scream took almost all of Gina's remaining strength, her voice fading as she said it was coming here. Right at that moment, a cold voice spoke up, finishing Gina's sentence, saying that probably shouldn't happen. It turned out to be Azer emerging from the shadows with a smile that could make anyone furious. Only then did Hitos realize with a shock the presence of Azer, and he asked in terror if this was a trap. In Hitos' arms, Gina tilted her head in pain and let out a small cry. Facing a foe like Azer, Hitos was forced to draw his weapon. Next, he used incredible speed to get a running start and launched himself straight forward. In an instant, the sharp blade was pointed directly at Azer's throat. In exchange, Hitos' body was tightly coiled by streams of black energy. Azer calmly remarked that he was an interesting master assassin. Azer's curious eyes examined Hitos, discovering someone who could break free from the curse. While she spoke, Hitos' hand had discreetly gripped another short sword. Following that, Hitos swiftly swung his sword, cutting whatever was binding him. Not stopping there, Hitos quickly swung a piece up to block Azer's line of sight. Having done that, Hitos agilely stepped back one pace. Then, holding Gina tightly, he immediately fled. With the black streak covering his face, Azer was not at all alarmed but instead flashed a cunning smile, asking if he intended to run away. The moment he finished speaking, Azer took out a small magic staff. Under its dreadful power, Hitos had no choice but to use his own body to block. By the blow, Hitos' eyes rolled back white, and his body gradually lost its strength. Azer calmly stepped closer to the two, speaking in a condescending tone that he would not kill them. Looking at Hitos' pained face, Azer calculated with satisfaction that there were many ways to use him. Just then, a dazzling glow suddenly appeared on his chest. The glow slowly emerged from beneath his armor, causing Hitos to gasp in astonishment at this light. When he realized the necklace was glowing, Hitos remembered it was a gift from long ago. Following the stream of light flying away, the bodies of Hitos and Gina were also taken with it. Even Azer had to shield his eyes to watch, wondering about that glowing necklace. By the time Azer managed to orient himself and mobilize his black energy to chase after them, the figures of the two had already vanished, until the light disappeared into the void, leaving only Azer's raised hand hanging in the air. Seeing the prey almost slip from his grasp, Azer was so furious he could not speak. At this moment, on Mihai's side, the whole group was still standing stunned before the tree from earlier. Eileen stood beside Ryan, still unable to believe what was before her eyes, even though it was the founder's grave. How could this happen? Turning back to that lifeless corpse, the movement of its two hands was very strange, holding the dagger with both hands in a stance ready to stab its own neck. Mika knelt on one knee beside the grave, already guessing in his heart that this was a suicide. Morden spoke up, saying this matter was a bit odd. With a look of bewilderment in his eyes, Morden wondered, could it be that the founder was not an important figure to the Dark Elves? Mika's face darkened at Morden's words. For the sake of legality, a proper ceremony should be organized. The butler's argument was very reasonable. In Mika's imagination, there should have been a proper grave. Despite fearing the curse, they should still give the founder a respectful end for the future's sake. But the scene before him was completely the opposite. Only a stiff corpse lay exposed to the open sky. They seemed to have no such intention. Reasoning along this line, Mika almost understood why they deliberately looked the other way. Next, he placed his hand on the ground, beside Mia, who still had her eyes closed, steadying herself. Suddenly, Mia opened her eyes, her voice sad and pained. It was hard to believe the founder had been betrayed, was it not? In the end, he could not overcome that pain. She reached her hand toward the corpse, feeling the hatred and sorrow the founder had endured. Following that withered hand, Mia slowly wanted it to touch all those things. Just at that moment, from the tip of her finger, a flash of white light suddenly flickered. Sensing the resonance, she opened her eyes wide in astonishment, hesitating. That child. Amid the silent atmosphere, Eileen observed cautiously and then asked in confusion, "But Mika, something is wrong here." Eileen's gaze focused on the large door. She listed each thing. An empty grave, a strangely quiet forest, and the previous entrance. Deep slash mark was clear on the door. Eileen grew more certain of her suspicion, as if there were signs of a struggle. Hearing this, Mika immediately became more alert. He touched the end of his staff to the ground to probe. Seeing Mika's rather strange movement, Eileen watched each gesture in surprise. After a moment, she could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing now?" Mika replied briefly, checking. As if afraid everyone did not understand, Mika explained further in a loud voice. "You know, vengeful spirits are very unstable. They erupt forcefully instantly but also vanish quickly." Staff had suddenly trembled once, then fell silent. Aileen's voice was full of doubt. Dark Forest truly still held a full load of madness and hatred. Mika looked down at the ground where a slight anomaly had just passed. He calmly replied, "That is exactly why I checked again." Yet Mika still did not detect anything. He thought in disappointment, still nothing at all. Then, Mika lifted his head to look at the sky, his eyes as if wanting to pierce through the heavens. The forest was surely full of cruelty and hatred, but strangely there was not a single spirit. In the clear sky background, only a few dry branches jutted out. This made Mika wonder as if they had disappeared long ago. Following a gentle breeze, several glittering objects floated in the air. Mika followed them with curiosity as if there were no spirits, then what reason created this space? He wished someone could explain what was happening. Right at that moment, a faint glow flew over. That eye-catching glow appeared once again, the position right before Mika's eyes. It dropped Hitos and Gina to the ground, then quickly flew near Mika and shrank down. At this moment, Hitos and Gina still showed no signs of waking. It was only after a while that Gina slowly opened her eyes. She slightly moved her dry, cracked lips. Right at this moment, Hitos felt he had not completed his task. He lowered his head and apologized. "Hero," he said to Mika, "you warned me, but I let my emotions overwhelm me and made my own decision." Mika had no choice but to reply, "It is fine. I have a defense mechanism prepared for this case." But at this moment Mika was thinking inwardly, in the end that thing saved Gina. Pausing for a moment, he then put forward a hesitant guess. However, his appearance, that means our whereabouts have been exposed. That was why Mika was extremely worried. Right after that, he spoke to Hitos, who was still kneeling. "I have many things I want to say, but now there is nothing I can do." On this side, Gina tilted her head back and drank a whole bottle of potion in hand. Her complexion did not look very good. Mia, seeing her sister like that, could not help but worry. "Sister, are you okay?" Seeing Gina said nothing, Mia grew even more uneasy, her eyes as if on the verge of crying. Just seeing her sister open her eyes, Mia could not control her emotions and threw herself into her arms, sobbing. Gina guessed her little sister was worried about her. She said nothing, but deep in her eyes a hint of sadness flashed. As the two sisters were being overly affectionate, Mika stepped over. "Priestess, I have a few things I want to confirm." She did not change her expression. Gina's face remained cold as she replied, "Please speak." "But who is that person?" Mika glanced at Zaboro and said, "Do not mind that. It is just a spirit denied life." Hearing that, he spoke, "My master." Afterwards, Mika continued speaking to Gina. "The vengeful spirit of the ancestor. Could it be that vengeful spirit truly exists?" Hearing these words, her face showed clear sadness. After a moment of silence, Gina quickly spoke up. "The spirit of the ancestor has already vanished forever." Hearing those desperate words, Zaboro's eyes became cold. As soon as Gina finished speaking, suddenly Zaboro lost his composure and shouted, "Do not lie." At the same time, Zaboro lunged as fast as the wind. He thought that excuse was just to avoid responsibility. Unable to bear the noise, Mika lightly delivered a punch to Zaboro's face just before he could harm Gina. But Mia was confused and asked her sister, "If it has vanished, then why does the hatred still remain?" Faced with Mia's question, Gina continued, "Because that thing is necessary." According to Gina, this is the symbol to gather the entire Dark Elf clan. This made Mia extremely stunned. She did not hide it and spoke deeper. "Long ago the ancestor gradually became weakened, finally finding it hard to lead the entire clan. Hatred for the sister rose up." Pausing for a moment, Gina sadly turned her face away, not to reveal her emotions, but an incident occurred. According to what Gina recounted, the entire clan still needed the ancestor's hatred. Remembering that one back then, that clan leader struggled immensely to allow himself to escape. She painfully recounted the first Dark Clan elders along with the council committed a taboo. Aileen could not believe it. Impossible. To cover up the crime, they hid it from the other clans, imprisoning the already weakened ancestor. Over the years, the ancestor, full of hatred, wanted to escape and take revenge, but could not. He, holding a grievance in despair, clawed at the door day after day. This place is called a tomb, and until now those handprints are still deeply etched on the door. Even now, Mia's arm could not help but fall limply to the ground. She looked helplessly at Dinah and then sadly asked her sister how long. Gina was stunned by this question. She did not know how to answer. Gina's gaze looked at the human-shaped stone statue that was imprisoned. Then she said, "Until death." On this side, Ezer felt that what the clan leader had to endure was too harsh. She pitied that one nearly to the point of crying. A contemptuous look was clear. She coldly mocked, "Light hero, truly laughable." At the same time, suddenly the color of Ezer's hair began to change. Her face also darkened. The claws began to grow longer. Ezer felt her mind as if splitting in two. At the same time, a bewitching voice rang out from Ezer, "I understand. I will not disappoint you." Her eyes glowed a blood red, possessed by a demonic soul. This time he will succeed, no matter what. At that moment, someone was approaching from behind Ezer. Two figures merged into the night. Franklin quickly ran closer Ezer and asked, "Mother, are you all right?" He lowered his head before Ezer. "If your anger still lingers over the sins of our predecessors, please." Her gaze softened. Ezer shed her demonic guise. Her mood had now stabilized. Gentle Ezer returned. She turned to look at him and said, "I am fine, Franklin." The atmosphere grew tense as Ezer slowly stepped beside him. A kind smile bloomed. Azer said, "You do not need to bear responsibility for those sins." Her second personality spoke up. "I will absolutely not forgive any sin." At times she gently told him to lift his head. At others, that other personality growled in frustration, "I will kill you all." Immediately after, Azer's demonic personality reached out to grab Franklin's neck, about to squeeze. Fortunately, Azer managed to restrain her emotions, gently stroking Franklin's face. He was nearly holding his breath, and now spoke softly. "Actually, I hold you in high regard." Azer coldly asserted to Franklin that her wish would come true. According to her, the curse of madness would spread beyond the forest, devouring the whole world, destroying humanity. Pausing for a moment, a sinister smile appeared along with a mouth stretching to her ears. She switched personalities again and said that the dark fairy race would vanish from the world. Azer returned to a gentle demeanor. "An intruder has captured the sacrifice. You know what to do." Greg Layan was startled and asked, "The sacrifice?" She gazed up at the sky, then ordered him to eliminate the intruder and bring the sacrifice back safely. Franklin's face was resolute. He said to her, "For Azer." On this side, Mika and his group were still slowly pondering what they had just heard. He remained silent in thought, his grudge against his sister gradually fading, but he wished things could stop there. Mika's inner self trembled even as he thought that was impossible. He guessed the suppressed hatred flared up when the children he once trusted betrayed him. Those feelings surged again. According to Mika's reasoning, the vengeful spirit had dissipated, but the hatred remained. Was that not so? Ryan quickly added, "One has accepted that his ancestors betrayed ours." Crazy stuff. Hearing him speak, Gina immediately replied, "Insane ambition." Recalling what she learned from Azer, Gina guessed it was hatred for the outside world. Even so, she defended everyone, explaining that most of the tribe members were merely being manipulated. "I understand this is a fitting punishment for us." She did not complain, only gently accepted. After speaking, she looked at Mika. "But can you show a little leniency?" Hearing these words, he said, "Honestly, it would be a lie to say I do not want to believe." Mika's gaze was sad. "The title of warrior still belongs to me now. I will remove what needs removing and keep what is worthy." Looking at him, Gina was touched, secretly thinking there was still a devoted sacrifice like this. She spoke with all sincerity, "Thank you, warrior." After she finished, Mika continued, "There is one more thing before that." Mika got straight to the point. "There is still something you need to tell me, is there not?" Gina was briefly flustered. Suddenly, Gina tightly grasped Mia's hand, startling her. "Sister." Gina did not deny it. That reaction, "You already knew, so why ask?" Mika replied, "Until I receive a clear answer, it is all just speculation." Gina decided not to hide it. Sir's vengeful spirit shattered after a great tragedy. In that process, his soul broke into many pieces. Most became a calamity called madness. He sank into the dark forest, but one fragment closest to his essence was passed down. Mika interrupted, "In other words, you mean he has reincarnated?" Mia did not understand anything, turning back and forth to ask, "Reincarnated? Who is that ancestor?" At the same time, the gazes of both Gina and Mika simultaneously turned towards Mia. It seemed Mia also understood the issue. She hesitated, then pointed at herself. "Impossible. Is it me?" As she spoke, the smile on Mia's face froze. She could not help but feel heavy. Mia immediately denied it. "Impossible. You say I am the reincarnation of that ancestor. How can this be?" Nikai reached his hand towards her. "If you truly cannot believe it, then go touch the statue of that ancestor one more time," Mika said while pointing at the graves. Mia hesitated as if she was afraid to face something terrifying and difficult to accept. Encouraged by Mika, Vinamir timidly reached his hand out to touch the stone statue. After all, that statue was formed from flesh and bone, so Mia was secretly worried. The moment she touched it, a stream of light quickly radiated from within the statue. Mia felt the surge of power enveloping her. She was slowly floating up and everything else disappeared. Seeing this scene, Mika was extremely pleased. He watched intently and broke into a bright smile. At the same time, a voice sounded amidst Mia's astonishment. "Welcome back, Master." Mia began to recall her lost memories. "I, the reincarnation of the ancestor." Zaboro quickly bowed his head deeply to the ground, showing immense reverence. He, with a self-blaming face, said to Mia, "How could I not recognize the ancestor?" Zaboro harshly slapped his own face while kowtowing. "Sorry, sorry." Mia quickly said, "No, even if you tell me I am the ancestor, I cannot remember anything, can I?" At this moment, Mika stepped forward and told her that it was understandable not to remember. He explained to Mia that because the soul had not been properly inherited, it had been split into many fragments. Mika pointed to the large tree ahead, saying the soul fragment just absorbed was likely one of them, and there would be some changes. However, he hesitated for a moment. Mia urgently asked, "However what?" Mika looked in that direction and said, "The memories you awaken will not all be pleasant." Ryan cut in. "Wait, if she truly is the embodiment of Azer, then who is the one rampaging out there?" Mika stared straight at Ryan. What else could it be? That is clearly an imposter. He advised Mia, "There is no need to force yourself to remember all the memories. You might not be able to bear it." Mika urged, "Azer's memories truly hold too much." Faced with those words, Mia remained silent with a pensive expression. Mika produced a dark purple gem. "After all, our goal is still to purify the madness in the forest. Seeing the energy gathering towards one direction, Mika speculated that the person named Azer was absorbing the forest's madness. Ryan wondered, what if that woman only absorbs a moderate amount, and you destroy the rest? Mika quickly retrieved the gem, and it no longer emitted energy. He looked at everyone cheerfully and announced that the problem was solved. Mika saw Mia's confused look, so do not worry about the memories anymore. After a pause, she still confessed her heart, still I want to know. Mia said sadly, when the remnant was absorbed into her body, the memories did not return. But, she pressed a hand to her chest, I feel a deep pain. What exactly happened to make that pain transfer over? Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Mia made up her mind, I must know. Mia kept crying loudly. Mika saw her chaotic emotions and stayed silent, not interfering. His face was thoughtful. Memories sometimes surfaced from before Mika turned away. He recalled the world full of pain and terror, but rarely he remembered the sky he had gazed at with everyone. The scent of grass and flowers lingered in his mind, a strange feeling that one who had not experienced it could not understand. His gaze grew distant, the words kept echoing in his head, incomprehensible. Seeing Mia's lonely back, he saw his former self, that exact same feeling. Ziboro was still sitting on the ground. Sorry. Mika asked irritably, hey, how long are you going to keep this up? He said with disgust, stop doing useless things and lift your head. Ziboro replied, I cannot when the ancestor is standing before me. Mika said, just now you believed the impostor was the ancestor. What right do you have to speak? Ziboro retorted, but I could not help but believe. That man spoke of his deductions. She bore the ancestor's symbol, a nature full of melancholy. Ziboro confirmed she looks exactly like the ancestor from the legends. According to Ziboro, Mia's face carried a purity and gentleness. He believed no one could fake it. Pausing for a moment, he said sadly, but I was wrong, I admit it. Mika was surprised that man's character was rotten, but his reverence for his ancestor was sincere. Mika crouched down, so now you admit Mia is the real biological mother? He sneered with a sly smile, yet you called that mother a traitor, every kind of vile thing. Ziboro was startled that he did not know what to say, because he himself had made a grave mistake. Mika said if you continue, your lack of respect will not remain hidden from the clan. Ziboro tightly hugged his legs and wailed, please forgive me, I will do anything. Having achieved his goal, Mika smiled slyly, you just said anything? Good, I have a task that only you can complete. Staring intently at him, he said, I only ask you to go out and spread a rumor. Ziboro looked on with a troubled gaze, a rumor? Hearing Ziboro speak, Mika's face grew even more sinister and cunning. Ziboro understood the issue and shouted loudly, Hemera. Ziboro ran like the wind while spreading the news. Hemera has descended upon the ancestral tomb. A few days later, Alpha Port was plunged into chaos. Mika guessed correctly. The appearance of Hemera was pure terror for them. That is the sister who betrayed, now inflicting endless pain upon her. To them, Hemera is the embodiment of evil, a demon sowing sin. To everyone here, Hemera is a despicable being. Just as Ziboro once held prejudice, there were still those who did not believe. Till the moment the tomb blazed with light like the sun. They clung to hope, their faith once again burning fiercely. This was a tomb steeped in madness, but a place where creatures could enter and leave freely. Azer slowly walked out into the middle of the great temple, holding her scepter. As soon as she appeared, Azer struck her staff hard against the ground. Azer stood before her people and spoke loudly, do not be afraid, my children. Azer declared in a harsh tone, your mother will quell all chaos. The people shouted in unison, Mother, crush the traitorous sister, show no mercy. After speaking, Azer turned her face inward and said nothing more. Suddenly, a thin trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Azer's mouth. The purity vanished. Azer growled with furious eyes, damn it. Over here, Nikai sat beneath a large ancient tree, silent and lost in thought. Soon after, he tiredly murmured to himself, loneliness was truly boring. Looking at the huge, gloomy tomb, Mika felt a pang of sympathy. Dying in a place like this was truly cruel. At the same time, an eerie energy appeared like mist, but not quite. Mika was silent, slowly opening his eyes and letting out a soft gasp. Zayt stood beside him, horrified by the terrifyingly dense darkness. The darkness continued to envelop the sky, as if slowly devouring everything. After a moment, that power finally directed itself towards Mika to attack. Seeming to have expected it, Mika shouted enough. Immediately after, a powerful light appeared, enveloping him. His gaze cold, Mika stared intently at the entity surrounding him. As her finally showed herself, she smiled slyly. She heard the current hero was a mage, but his moves were interesting. Mika held his staff out in front of him and said loudly, is this all it takes to fight a demon? Even you, as Azer said this, her face turned terrifyingly cold. Azer warned him, know your manners before one who has existed for countless eons mortal. Mika maintained a detached attitude, saying nothing, just staring at his opponent. Secretly, he admired, if one looked at that elf as a normal person, they would surely be captivated by her beauty. Staring straight into Azer's eyes, he cursed himself, damn it, those eyes. It turned out she no longer wanted anyone to see her beautiful face. A monster's head then emerged. Zed shouted fearfully to Mika, look, but he merely replied calmly, yeah. He thought to himself, I remember seeing that form before, retreating, not very sharp. But, pausing for a moment, Mika deduced only one thing could turn someone into such a horrific form. That was a pact with a demon god, and now Azur's entire body and soul were possessed. Over here, Franklin raised his hand to the sky and shouted, hear me, brethren. He said loudly, the mother has punished the vile ruler, ending the long-standing feud. The crowd was bewildered. Franklin continued, that means the Dark Tribe is no longer trapped in hatred. The crowd chanted in unison, glory to the great king of darkness. He stood amidst the crowd giving orders, thanking the mother for her grace. Franklin thought the moment he dreamed of had arrived. He laughed until his face contorted. Today the madness of the forest would spill into the world. Draglion raised his hand and said loudly, from this moment we will crush the outside world, stand arrogantly at the center of all things. A cacophony of noise erupted. Over here, Mon led the citizens and said loudly, Diary, the hero's dream has come true. Ryan looked at him, his face displaying his usual coldness. Ryan asked, you said you had subdued this forest in a few hours. Mon smiled brightly and replied, exactly. Ryan wondered inwardly, questioning who this person really was. Pausing for a moment, he remembered Mika. If he brought that thing, it definitely wasn't normal. Thinking so, Ryan's expression turned serious and he said to Mon, forget it. Ryan asked, with your power, can you broadcast the situation at the tomb live? Mon replied that he could. Ryan picked up a small wooden stick from the ground, concentrated, and drew for a while. A moment later, a talisman was completed. Ryan said, then let's begin. With that, Ryan looked weary, but he didn't care, immediately snapping his fingers. Darkness shrouded the elf people. They panicked. What was happening? In a short time, Ryan's dark power covered the entire space. The people in the darkness complained, pitch black, damn it, can't see a thing. At the same time, Mon's group quickly flew out, like lamps in the night. They happily used their abilities, emitting streams of light. The image of Azur appeared like a film. Mon called this the Mirage stage. Franklin sensed something wrong. He gritted his teeth, his heart beginning to feel wary. The fight between Mika and Azur was now clearly displayed on the light screen. The people, not understanding what was happening, buzzed with discussion. What is this? They'd asked, does the person who made a pact with the demon god still exist? Mika replied, it must be a pact from long ago. A barrage of sharp arrows shot rapidly towards Mika. Naturally, he wouldn't stand still and die, quickly using his staff to counterattack. Mika dodged to the side and successfully counterattacked, an unprovoked attack, like this. He looked at Azur and asked, did you come because of rumors? She smiled slyly, considering it a greeting. At this moment, all his attention was on the staff in Azur's hand. Mika focused on analyzing a melancholic mindset, an ancient elf relic. It was known as the symbol of Azur. Looking at her slightly trembling hands, he deduced she probably couldn't fully control it. Mika reasoned, there was usually only one reason a master-like creature would truly seize it, and if so, he told Azur, then let it be. Today I will destroy you right here, Azur said, her expression turning cold. With that, Mika thrust his staff into the ground, loudly chanting the sacred oath spell. At the same time, the sky was enveloped by Mika's power, as if laying brick by brick. Seeing Mika's action, Azur only gave a sly smile, saying it was truly arrogant. The two streams of power now clashed, causing a melee that shook the surrounding trees. Azur channeled her demonic inner force, telling she knew what he was planning. Mon and his family were blown away. Fairy eyes appeared everywhere, Azur said. Azur was amused, not knowing how he controlled the fairies, but he likely wanted to show her child. She said it was meaningless and declared that the one calling himself a warrior would become their prey. Mika quickly retorted. Now the two of them finally drew closer. However, the battle was not over. Looking straight at him, Azur replied bluntly that it was a pointless act. He said, you are called a warrior, and I will turn you into nutrients to get closer to the outside world. Just like that, Mika was pushed back a few steps. He spoke, saying he was pushed back, but that was to be expected, as his opponent had lived over 1,000 years. Pausing briefly, he asked Azur if she knew Leamington. Azur was surprised and asked back. Immediately after, her gaze turned sharp, as if she had remembered something. Mika began telling Azur loudly about the two sisters from ancient times. Azur's gaze suddenly became hazy. She hesitated, not daring to believe her own deduction. Mika closed his eyes, calmly continuing about the black sun. Azur suddenly panicked, screaming out that he must not. Fear made Azur frantic. She began attacking Mika with vicious blows. But a wave of pure power rose, enveloping his body, keeping Mika safe. Inside, Seth had quickly used his power to shield Mika. He remained calm before the attack, waiting for the moon to appear. The demonic hand broke into protective barrier, roaring for him to die. Mika calmly told her that the mask was broken. Indeed, after his words, Azur's face began to crack. The real face emerged. It was not Azur but Hemera. Her hand froze, trembling, halting the attack. Knowing the mask was broken, Hemera covered her face, screaming in anguish. Now before Mika, she could not even bear to remove her hands from her face. And that day, the scream echoed from over 1,000 years ago, when the younger sister pushed her sister into hell. Under the black sun, Hemera was revealed. Everything was clear. She killed her sister and stole Azur's identity. The mask fell to the ground, emitting black smoke and gradually dissolving. Covering her face, Hemera trembled, as if wanting to devour the one who ruined her plan. Slowly removing her hands from her face, Hemera roared in agony, "Warrior, just wait." At the same time, Mika raised his hands, bearing the colossal inner force of the three saints. Striking at Hemera, Mika realized that was her true form. Hemera was hit, screaming in fury, telling him to shut up. Mika joined two fingers, coldly looking at his opponent, continuing about the lazy saint. Threads of a web began to surround and imprison Hemera. She glared at him furiously, roaring that without him, the plan would have been perfect. Hearing that, he could not help but ask, "Were you planning to resurrect your sister?" Receiving no reply, Mika said, "Are you yearning for the sisterly bond you yourself destroyed?" Looking straight at Hemera's darkened face, Mika said, "That was your choice. Why not take responsibility?" Pausing briefly, he continued the assault, saying she had been reincarnated. With a contemptuous look, he glanced over Hemera, telling her to just confess. Darkness began to devour Hemera, but Mika did not relent, asking if she simply wanted someone to play with as a doll. Hemera gradually went mad, unwilling to accept the truth. Immediately after, she quickly channeled her inner force, shredding his web. To Mika's surprise, Hemera escaped, flying high to keep a safe distance. Hemera charged again, and the two began to fight. Mika gritted his teeth, looking at his opponent and quickly becoming more vigilant. A huge explosion rang out, sending earth and rocks flying. Quickly getting up, Mika could not help coughing harshly, praising her for being stupidly strong. Before the thought finished, Hemera lunged again. Raising his staff before him, Mika focused on his opponent, summoning the world tree. With the words, Hemera was struck. Blood sprayed from her entire body. Clutching the branch embedded in her chest, Hemera asked coldly, "Is that all?" As she spoke, she swiftly ripped the thorny vines from her body, and another scream echoed. Hemera went mad. She immediately rushed towards Mika and launched a flurry of attacks. Her eyes were full of madness, and she roared like a wounded wild beast. Mika gritted his teeth, faced his opponent, and began calculating a way to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Hemera's scepter slipped from her hand and made a loud sound. This startled her, as if she herself had not foreseen it. Her gaze dazed, Hemera said in a daze, "You have rejected me. The nature spirit is wounded." Seizing the opportunity, Mika quickly advanced. Hemera had lost her weapon and was left waiting for death. Now, Hemera's face no longer showed arrogance, but instead a pitiful expression. From a distance, Mia peeked out, looking at Hemera with eyes full of sympathy. She did not know how to deal with Hemera because she was truly a guilty person. Seeing Mia's face, Hemera involuntarily remembered her sister and blurted out, "Sister A." At the same time, a cunning voice sounded, saying that person did not have much time left. Hemera suddenly recalled her childhood, when she was carefully observing everything, and heard a mysterious voice echo in her head. According to Hemera, that voice always judged the life of all things around her. She remembered when she saw the squirrel that voice sounded, and it died right after. Hemera stood and watched it for a very long time and speculated that its words always came true. Now, that voice sounded again, telling her that he would not live much longer. The past came flooding back. Hemera had witnessed countless deaths. Whenever that voice sounded, the living being departed. Hemera questioned herself. At first she found it interesting because the Zerg clan never cared about lifespan. But those words were extremely persistent, echoing in her head, saying that person's life would not last long. Hemera seemed hypnotized, giving in to the murmuring until she heard those words. Her eyes gradually grew hazy. The more she thought about the past, the more afraid she became. And that day, Hemera accidentally saw her sister standing in the middle of a beautiful flower garden. When she heard those words, the image of the girl in the sunlight appeared as clear as a dewdrop. That evening, Hemera hurt herself, hot blood spreading across the floor. The voice kept sounding even though she had decided to cut off her hands. She screamed frantically to shut up. With bloodied hands, she still did not stop crying and screaming, "Please stop, enough." Immediately after, Hemera calmed down and asked that voice, "What are you going to do?" She said to herself, "I will fulfill your wish even though I cannot know the outcome." The light in her eyes faded. Hemera felt bitter because she had no other choice at that time. Hemera laughed at herself. She could not abandon her only family. And then she told that voice that she would make a pact. Instantly, streams of blood flowed down her body. The darkness that destroyed her sister also devoured the root of her illness. Hemera remembered that day she rushed to Azur's room. Things were not perfect, but she was happy her sister had recovered. Even though she was not blessed by the world tree, that day Hemera stood silently watching her sister. But what she had to face was hatred. Azur, her face covered in blood, looked at her and questioned, "What have you done?" Hemera was stunned, not expecting her gentle sister to have such an attitude, but she had no other way. Her trembling hands reached out. At that moment she truly hoped her sister would understand. Just like now, her hand reached out once more. Hemera hesitated and called out cautiously, "Sister." Tears from the one considered a demon now fell endlessly. Hemera hesitated and said, "I am sorry." She stammered, wanting to say more, but Mika's scepter was already brought close. Mika's face was cold. He glanced at his opponent and said, "Judgment of the Fire Spirit Saint." As soon as he finished speaking, a great flame blazed fiercely, ensuring Hemera had no chance of survival. But Mika was not very pleased. He thought to himself that if his intuition was not wrong, perhaps she too had been influenced by the dark god. Then he raised his finger. The dragon still cried out silently. Though he pitied her, he could not forgive. drawing talismans and symbols in the air. Mika shouted loudly, "Repentance, spirit bind, holy wall, holy order." Right where Hemera stood, a sinister aura quickly flew out. Like a forest set on fire, Ngai Kai stood staring intently at the blaze. Mika's gaze followed the direction of that girl, as if he could feel the suffering Hemera had endured for years. She was not entirely evil. For her sister, Hemera had even signed a pact with a demon, but now he could not be soft-hearted. At the same time, a charred black hand suddenly shot out from within the flames. Mika did not think that he had used his strongest flame, and Hemera was still not destroyed. Dragging her charred body, Hemera said in pain, "I only wanted my sister's forgiveness, and to wash away what caused you suffering." Walking in despair, Hemera regretted that, though she wanted to save her sister, she should not have planted the darkness inside her. The salty tears of that little sister from long ago fell endlessly. Hemera realized that even the dark god was powerless. Looking at the shadow of Mia in the distance, Hemera sobbed, "I just wanted my sister to forgive me and erase the pain I caused her." Seeing Hemera like this, Mia's hands involuntarily trembled. She hesitated, wanting to rush over and embrace the pitiful girl. At the same time, just as Hemera was about to touch Mia, Mika spoke coldly, "Holy." But just then, Seth suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his hand to stop him, and said, "Stop it, Mika." Seth stared at Hemera, saying that the one who made the pact had long since died. Just as Mia spread her arms to embrace Hemera, she also collapsed from exhaustion. Mai also cried, her tears filled with guilt and sympathy for her kin. Actually, the boss did not need to say it. From the start, Mika did not want to kill Hemera because he realized she was not a bad person. That pair of hands slowly lowered their weapon. Mika agreed with her. That is right. Everything had ended. Everyone who heard Hemera's tragic story felt sorrow, wishing she had not made that mistake back then. At this moment, the voice that had haunted Hemera for years kept ringing out. Complete the mission. Finish the warrior. It tempted Hemera, saying that if she wished, it would grant her all its power. But for the first time she resisted. No, everything is over. Right after that, Hemera said to it, "I was wrong. That matter should never have started from the beginning." Her eyes now showed deep sorrow. "I have known it for a long time." According to what she had concluded herself, a pact with a demon god only leads to destruction. Her voice carried despair as Hemera mocked herself. Who else can I blame? At the same time, from deep within Hemera's mind, a blue butterfly of hope suddenly appeared, lighting up her consciousness. Hemera gaped in shock, staring intently at that butterfly with a dazed expression. After a few flaps of its wings, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Hemera's eyes. It was Azur, wearing a pure white robe, standing upright and looking at her younger sister. Outside her inner self, that burnt black face could not help but contort from surging emotions. Lying alone on the cold ground, Hemera sobbed in grievance. Her voice trembled, "Sister." Raising her pitch-black hands into the air as if to grasp a distant figure, Hemera could not stop shaking. At the same time, Mia sat down beside Hemera, pressed that lonely hand against her own face, and gave a gentle smile. After that grasp, Hemera finally died. After hundreds of years, her soul was freed from its bonds. Mika sat silently beside her. Though he pitied her, there was nothing else he could do. Looking at the blue butterfly perched on Hemera's scepter, Mika could not help but exclaim, "How pitiful." It turned out she was not dead yet. But in her dying moment, that familiar voice rang out again. "What have you become?" Hemera stared blankly into the void, her eyes lifeless. Was this a hallucination before death? Perhaps so. But in the end, nothing mattered anymore. Hemera's inner self told herself this. Hemera wanted to touch Mia one more time, silently rejoicing even if the sister before her was real or just an illusion. Now that arm began to dissolve gradually, as if it was time for Hemera to be freed. Watching the dissolving arm, Hemera's inner self cried out, "The only thing that still matters is that you were right before my eyes." But it seemed Hemera still had regrets. "I only wanted to tell you one thing." Finally, she gathered her courage, hesitating, "Sister, well." Before disappearing, Hemera mustered the courage to say at once, "Forgive me, I never wished for it to become like this. I only..." At the same time, Mia said coldly, her eyes showing a hint of sadness, "I once hated you so much." Mia continued, in despair and pain, "I lived through a terrible time. Only later did I realize you did everything just to save me." Amid the desolate forest, Mia's voice, though cold, warmed a heart that seemed dead from loneliness and regret. It was hard to accept. It took me a long time to admit that. Witnessing this scene, Mika also felt somewhat reluctant. Hemera, the child cast out from the tribe, had to live a lifetime under the crime of betrayal. Looking at her lying helpless with her last breath, Mika said to himself, "It must be very painful." Hemera's eyes seemed about to close, her expression clearly showing helplessness. It seemed Mia's words made Hemera despair. Now she was ready to take death as an apology to her sister. At the same time, Mia's voice rang out again, "But now everything is in the past." Hearing this, Hemera opened her eyes wide again. Mia then said to Hemera, "Is that not enough?" Amid the watching subjects, Mia continued, "Even if others cannot forgive you." Embracing that beautiful face, though it was burnt black, Mia said softly, "I alone will forgive you, my only sister." Mia continued to comfort her. You have done enough. You have suffered enough pain. Now rest in peace. Hearing this, Hemera's eyes became remorseful. At the same time, Hemera's body began to dissolve completely, a satisfied smile spreading on her lips. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Yes, sister. Two flowers bloomed together on the ground. But the moment Hemera died, a flower beside her withered and drooped. Beside those two flowers, a new green sprout grew, representing a hopeful future. Finally, Hemera disappeared. Now only Mia remained sitting there alone. But only Mika noticed her strangeness, so he asked, "Are you Azur?" Without denying it, she coldly nodded as if silently confirming Mika's words were correct. Worried about his friend, he asked, "Where is Mia?" Azur in Mia's form replied, "Do not worry, it was just a momentary flare-up." She answered, "I will never lose myself to myself." Mika asked again, "Does that mean soon you will also completely disappear?" Azur replied, "Not exactly. I am currently just a temporary entity because I cannot yet accept the memories." Looking at the blue butterfly, she explained, "When I am ready, we will naturally merge into one." Pausing briefly, Mika speculated, "So that means now you are closer to the real Azur?" While releasing the remaining fragments of her soul, she said, "Thank you, warrior, for completing the mission. Thanks to you, my sister and I have finally found peace." At the same time, Mika quickly remembered something and said to Azur, wait." Pausing briefly, Mika hesitantly then spoke about the royal descendants who had caused her pain. Mika suggested something she had never thought of before. "Do you not yearn to return the pain to them before you depart?" Hearing that, Azur suddenly flashed a sinister smile, no longer appearing gentle as before. His face, through that smile, became more mysterious, and he spoke. According to Mika, that was precisely the smile of a soul filled with resentment. Franklin looked up at the sky. He had witnessed everything clearly. His face was full of disappointment upon realizing the one he was loyal to was Hemilano. Franklin's complexion turned sour. He was disappointed that he had served the wrong person. At that moment, the eyes of all the subjects focused on him with utmost fury. Franklin inwardly groaned, "No, impossible, this cannot be true." He was still stubborn. If not handled, the royal family's long-built prestige would crumble. Thinking of that terrible outcome, he immediately clenched his fist and made a resolution. Bracklian once again decided to hypnotize himself. He shouted, "O people of the nation." After a pause, when all attention was on him, he continued, "This is merely an evil illusion." Franklin yelled towards the elders, "Do not be deceived." One among them stood up in agreement, "That is right. Do not be enchanted by Hemera's tricks." Seeing support, Franklin gained more confidence. "The wicked one is targeting us." Murmurs rose from the stands below. "Indeed, we should not believe in illusions. His Majesty could not deceive us." Hearing that, the smile on his lips spread. Bracklian was secretly pleased. Yes, just need to stall for time. He reassured himself to just hold on through this moment. But suddenly, the sound of clapping rang out. Sound echoed throughout the stands. Franklin was startled and confused. He fell silent and looked around. His face showed clear perplexity. He wondered, clapping. Mika suddenly appeared from the other side, surprising him. "Who are you?" He calmly introduced himself. "Hello, I am the hero." Sitting as if in his own home, Mika continued, "Sorry for appearing so suddenly." He mocked Franklin. "You see, I have a habit of clapping when I hear something absurd." Or was my appearance too sudden?" Pausing for a moment, he roared, "Do you know where you are?" Mika replied nonchalantly, "I am standing on the roof of the royal box. Can you not see?" Fearing his lie would be exposed, Franklin immediately ordered that bastard be killed. 4 assassins immediately lunged from both sides to attack Mika. Even so, he remained motionless, seated calmly, letting the force surround him. A voice rang out. The group of guards suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Stop." One of them stammered, "My body cannot move." A familiar figure suddenly descended from the air to land beside Mika. Azur returned to her true form. She wanted to protect Mika from her lost people. Hemera's scepter had now returned to its rightful owner. Everyone was so astonished they could not utter a word. One citizen quickly composed himself and cried out. Looking at the beautiful girl with cold eyes, he finally recognized her. According to that man, all the people simultaneously knelt to the ground, bowing their heads low. Mika exclaimed in admiration, "This scene is truly impressive." Azur stood beside him and reminded him with disgust, "Do not ruin this moment." A strong wind rose, blowing snow blindingly before their eyes. Everyone knelt down together. Franklin dared not argue further. Subjects trembled, fearing Azur would punish them for what they had done. Mika said mockingly, "You all look no different from children caught red-handed." Azur raised her hand and spoke sternly, "Stop this madness immediately." Azur declared as if swearing an oath, "Forcing hatred onto others is selfish. Become greater than me." Mika felt pity. Although the royal family and elders were tyrannical, she was still betrayed by the one she trusted most. Mika's eyes scanned. She had the strength and authority to curse the ignorant. Pausing for a moment, he knew the terrible truth, yet she willingly accepted the curse. Now she raised her scepter high. Azur said, "Therefore I will bear all of your hatred and pain." Right after the words, a beam of light from the scepter radiated swiftly, and from this point, the curse dissipated within the dark forest, bringing freedom to the Shadow clan. Like an iron cage that had just had its door opened, it was a good omen. Franklin was unwilling. He tilted his face to the sky and screamed in despair, "No. Unable to remain calm, he roared, "We need the people's hatred." He spoke coldly and seductively to Azer. "Consider your curse to take revenge on those who abandoned and scorned you." Azer looked straight into Franklin's face, her expression flat, and said, "Do not deceive me, child." Looking him straight in the eye, she did not hesitate to expose to you, "I am merely a tool to fulfill your ambition." Remembering those who had wronged her, she questioned, "No more, no less, I understand that. You are no different from your ancestors." So Azer knew everything all along, she asked outright. "I was not the first sacrifice, was I?" Recalling the past, he said, "The female sacrifices had replaced my position." Hit where it hurt. Bracklian could not argue for a moment. He stammered, "That is..." After saying this, he gritted his teeth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defend himself. His gaze stopped on the sword in the distance. Franklin was cornered. He quickly grabbed the sword, his other hand clenching as if he could take a life at any moment. Then he slashed wildly at the air like a madman. Franklin's eyes were full of hatred. He looked at everyone and yelled, "Put down the mirror." The soldiers were ready to fight. Azer and Mika sat watching as if it were a comedy, both silently up high, showing no reaction. Fear said worriedly, using the curse as a shield could only barely ensure survival, but Mika's reply seemed reasonable. Pausing for a moment, he looked towards the subjects. It sounded like someone wanted to be hit. After saying that, Mika vanished, leaving only Azer standing proudly on the tower top. In less than 3 seconds, Mika appeared before Franklin, deciding to engage him in close combat. The elders would rather trust Bracklian than worship Azer, because she gave them no benefits. Seeing him attack Franklin, those people immediately shot out several streams of dark inner energy. With just one glance, Mika recognized the thing attacking him was black magic. Even so, Mika raised his hand and said softly, "Reflection." Instantly, a large mirror appeared. That was Heiko's 7th tier reflection magic. From within the mirror, a whirlpool appeared like a tornado. Sucked all the black magic inside. Mika's technique seemed effective. When the mirror reflected the dark power, Franklin was startled and covered his face with his hand. The elder was struck to the point his hands turned pitch black. He looked at his hands and could not help but be stunned. The others could not bear it either. Each one cried out in pain. Extremely enraged at Mika, Franklin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die." The blade thrust towards Mika. He blocked it with his hand and said, "If you were revered like a king." Mika's eyes coldly stared at him. "You should have fulfilled your duty as a king." Immediately after, the sword was lightly knocked to the ground. After speaking, his hand gripped Franklin's neck tightly and lifted him up with ease. But now Mika had a different thought. "Very well, I am no exception," he said to himself before regression. "I inherited the family but did not fulfill my duty, causing the bloodline to decline." Pausing for a moment, his gaze turned cold, looking at the other person. "Ah, I see." Pausing for a moment, he asked Franklin directly, "Was that self-hatred?" His hand tightened around his neck. Franklin's face looked at the other person as if he were himself from a past life. Summoning his staff, Mika did not let him off and proceeded to beat him black and blue in front of everyone. Franklin fell to the ground unconscious, his face bruised. Mika turned his face away, dusted off his hands and hesitated. "Ah!" he said again. "You convinced yourself there was no choice, that it was the only way everyone would understand, right?" He remained silent, but he lifted the other person up again. "Come on, lift your head." Mika looked at him and asked, "How do they look in your eyes?" "Look at the eyes of the subjects staring at you." Faced with this question, Franklin could not speak a word. He looked at the subjects with an indifferent gaze and said, "If you do not want to speak, I will speak for you." Made him look towards the people. Each one stared at Franklin with furious eyes. They looked as if they were ready to rush forward and tear him apart for betraying their trust. His face became awkward, seemingly unable to accept the truth. As he spoke, he threw him to the ground. That was the look for a traitor. One person shouted, "The king broke the law," turned his back on the founder. "Therefore he cannot be king." Bracklian bowed his head to the ground helplessly. The insults echoed in his head. The king was truly wrong. The false bloodline must perish. Hearing the curses, Mika suddenly felt sad. He remembered his past self from a previous life. Mika's hand loosened. His gaze towards him also held a bit more sympathy. The group of subjects became enraged again, about to speak up. But the one about to speak suddenly collapsed to the ground. Mika's voice rang out, "That is enough." Immediately, that person lay motionless, eyes dazed. He pointed his finger at the subjects. "Everyone, stop this nonsense." Mika's face was indifferent. He said, "You are all the same, you bastards." Immediately after, he gave an order, speaking to everyone, "Let us be frank. Did you not mistake him for the founder and blindly support the king?" Everyone bowed their heads. Another person spoke up, "Is agreeing with him a crime?" Looking at his face, he continued, "We had no choice, nothing, so not speak." Mika refused to give in. He immediately argued against that no-choice talk. A sad expression flickered across his face. Mika recalled his past life and continued, "The outside world had almost perished." That man did not know how to argue back. He gritted his teeth in rage. But in the end, wrong was still wrong. He could not gloss over his own mistakes. Azer finally stepped down. She said to her subject, "What do you expect from me?" Walking side by side with Mika, she said to that man, "You must be steadfast and take responsibility." Gently raising her hand to the child's face, Azer softly advised, "Make your own decision. Do not rely on others." He smiled kindly and said, "This matter cannot change in in an instant. To the one with ill intent, Azer patiently explained, I will help you gain more power. Mika did not want to look directly. He turned his head away and thought to himself. Azer's figure only appeared occasionally. As Mika saw it, even if no longer the strongest, Mia still had some effectiveness before fully understanding the memories. Hearing Azer say that, the other person knelt down in shame, powerless, on the ground. Mika quickly brought out the scroll and said to Franklin, look at this. Looking at him, he said coldly, this is inevitable when following without thinking. Everyone was now silent. No one wanted to say anything more. After that, Mika looked at her with teary eyes and said in a cold voice, my lady now. Understanding Mika's intent immediately, Azer closed her eyes and replied, I understand. She raised her scepter high, absorbing all the dark power into it. The wilted flowers lying flat on the ground to revive. Beneath the earth, fresh green grass and flowers bloomed as if carrying the life of new hope. Mika watched everything, the curse returning to its original master. He was satisfied, becoming a part of her once again. But Franklin was afraid of the curse itself. Hidos's elven ears disappeared, returning his human appearance to him. Everything was clear in the darkness. A new tomorrow was coming. Tomorrow that had never existed. Wherever the energy passed, the forest revived there. Mika looked up at the sky. His inner self still spoke out like that. Forest's curse ended. Mia lay unconscious on the ground like a sleeping fairy. Mia had never slept so soundly, her mood lighter after the lineage curse was broken. Time passed, and not long after, the forest had completely returned to its original fresh state. Mika stood gazing at everything. In his eyes, this place was truly beautiful and peaceful. He stared intently ahead and then smiled brightly. I guess things have been somewhat cleaned up. Hidos came over with everyone. He marveled. Who would have thought this place hid such beautiful scenery? Mia returned to her playful demeanor. She said, I must thank you once again, warrior. Upon seeing him, Gina joyfully said, thank you, warrior. Mika glanced at everyone. He said, this matter is nothing. Hidos seemed still deep in thought. He hesitated for a long time. Then he spoke, warrior, no, I mean young master, there is something I want to say. Mika quickly interjected, I know, it concerns the guild, right? Hidos was startled, not understanding how he knew him so well. He did not deny it, saying, that is right. We are truly grateful for your acceptance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but recently this forest has changed dramatically. According to Hidos, too many things had changed. The elders were immediately detained. Seeing him silent, Hidos added, Franklin was imprisoned, facing his own conscience. It might take several years to restore everything. Mika cut Hidos off, that is why you must be here. He then looked at Mia and said to him, actually it is not just me. My daughter as well. Hearing this, Mia pouted like a child. Mia quickly retorted in annoyance, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Hidos hastily went along, sister-in-law. This remark made Gina blush to the tips of her ears. Perhaps the two had secretly been dating. On Gina's hand was a very large emerald ring. Mika sighed, saying, accept it, his daughter has become his own sister-in-law. Watching Mia and Hidos argue, he inwardly groaned, how can this family be so strange? But seeing them happy, Mika also smiled a heartfelt, happy smile. Mika quickly spoke up, anyway the main point is about the family and continuing to run the intelligence guild. Pausing for a bit, he looked at Gina again. Someone leaving abruptly would cause countless troubles. Hidos continued, that matter is only on our side, the warrior need not step back. Gina's face looked a little sad. He and Hidos continued discussing, how about this, turn the entire forest into a grand guild. He was stunned, then said, you mean the guild? Hidos understood immediately. You wanted to hear the same as in the clan to establish a new one. Mika replied, yes, the new Mathalia. Mika said to everyone and to Ryan as well, do not worry about the money. Mika added, my clan has plenty. We will lend it to you, just pay it back gradually. Hidos slapped his thigh. Ah, you want me to go into debt? Mika did not deny it, smiling as he added, that is right, and repay it late. Saying this, a cunning smile spread across Mika's lips. He would have everything returned. Seeing that expression on his face, Gina couldn't help but shudder. He pointed at him and exposed him. Hero, you show off like that, then smiled brightly like a flower. And what about me? Mia added, do you see me as an investment target? Mika smiled even brighter and said, I am sincere Lady Gina. Hido then said, I will talk to everyone after all. Those here are all my daughters. Mia quickly corrected him, they are my sisters-in-law. He reluctantly said, I respect the opinion of my sisters-in-law. At this moment, Mia stepped forward and said, look, we have decided to build a new tomb. Mika replied, exactly, a tomb. Mia explained to him, it is where I, or more precisely, where Azer ended her life. Yuan spoke out his thoughts. I intend to establish that place as a solemn tomb for her. Pausing for a moment, a sad look crossed Mia's face. Leaving it there would be a bit too lonely. Hearing this, Mika silently stared into the distance, momentarily at a loss for words. Then Mika asked, why are you telling me this? Mia happily replied, I do not know. It is just a feeling. After saying that, Mia could not help but ask, is it true that you have never liked Hemera? Pausing for a moment, Yuan quickly added, like that child. It seemed the girl was saved thanks to you. Hearing this, a hint of sorrow crossed Mika's face. He recalled that moment when the arcane pillar was brought before Hemera. The painful and hot tears on her face made Mika's heart uneasy. And his flames had burned that poor girl, a fact that still weighed heavily on Mika's heart. Returning to the present, Mika raised his hands and looked at them. And he clenched his fist and mocked himself. Saved, huh? For a long while, Mika's eyes remained dazed, unable to escape his thoughts. Mia silently watched him for a long time, then called out, "Hero." Hearing Mia's words, Mika was startled and confused. "No, it is nothing." Right after, Mika quickly turned around and left. "If you want to show your sincerity to your sister, that is enough," he said to himself. "You should not cling to the past, nor let it dominate your mind." Mika's mind was still filled with lingering confusion. "That is why I want to write a different ending." Pausing for a moment, he thought of those two sisters again. Yes, this story now belongs only to Mia, Azur, and Hemera. According to Mika, it was precisely because they had a close relationship with each other. For him, this was a story they had to resolve on their own, but there was one thing he wanted to ask. Now, a contented smile appeared on his lips. Mika immediately stared at that tomb. Then he looked towards the other party and happily asked, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing that question, Yuan was momentarily startled, not expecting him to say that. Right after, a truly contented smile appeared on that gentle face. The scene shifted to a dark room in the Avarisha mansion. The sound of a wooden chair creaking on the floor was heard. From within the darkness, a cold voice rang out, questioning the one kneeling on the ground, the one who had failed. The mysterious man continued asking, "What happened?" The one with a long horn in the center of his forehead fearfully replied, "I do not know." He continued, "Rumor has it that the real Azur has returned, and even Hemera was defeated by her." Hearing this, the mysterious man grew angry, his hand snapping the armrest of the wooden chair. He hurled the sharp piece of wood at his subordinate and shouted, "She is the one who made a pact with him." That man cowered, bending over and covering his head while listening to the reprimands. Furthermore, no one is to know the secret of that day. He was silent for a long while, seemingly pondering something. Pausing for a moment, he spoke. The records of the Grand Archmage. He again recalled the familiar faces in his mind. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "The hero of this era, yes." With a bewitching gaze, he continued, "Damn it, that is Walpurgis." Then he gradually calmed down and warned his subordinate, "We must be careful." Recalling that malicious gaze, he said, "All I need is to prepare for the day the gods descend." Pausing for a moment, the chair creaked again. He began to calculate. Nevertheless, a man full of vigor named Dean ordered, "What we need to do is fill in what remains unfinished, correct?" The scene shifted. A dejected man was slumped over the table. He hesitated. Then that man said to Mika through the communication orb, "You have dealt with the Black Forest issue, and intend to make this place a fortress for the guild, correct?" He quickly replied, "Father, how many people in this world would dare claim to be the son of a hero?" Looking at Eden, he added, "Great power comes with great responsibility." The dejected man said, "Son, your words lack any sense of propriety." Mika smiled brightly, joking to shirk responsibility. "Dad, handle it yourself, or should I cut out your tongue to be done with it?" Hearing his son's words, Eden let out a frustrated sigh. He did not know what else to say. His face slightly dejected, he mused, "One who signed a contract with a demon god, huh? More and more formidable opponents are appearing." Pausing for a moment, Eden seemed to remember something and asked his son, "Are you all right?" He continued asking, "Is all of this not what you have to bear?" At this moment, he happily said to him, "You really understand me." Mika confidently stated, "If I could not bear it, I would not have started." Seeing his son like this, Eden felt at ease. Alright, expanding influence outside the empire is not such a bad thing. Then Mika joked again about his father's worries. He raised his hand and shouted, "Let us fight." Pausing for a moment, Mika suddenly remembered, "Oh right, father, does the family treasury have a moonlight serenity spring?" Hearing this, Eden showed a doubtful expression, but still silently listened to him finish. He dejectedly told his son that they had used it long before he was born. After saying this, Mika fell silent, his gaze sliding down to rest on the sorrow spreading across his face. Dan asked him if he intended to refine a type of pill, and Mika did not hide anything, replying, "Yes, that was the plan." He told the man his thoughts, that he needed to enter the 8th magic circle soon. Mika asked back worriedly, "And what about the Xerxes herb root?" That was the hardest ingredient to find for refining Elysia. Handing over a vial containing a leaf inside, Dan said it had been in his hands for some time. He said it was no longer in the treasury, but he knew the storage place was a sanctuary within the church's territory. Mika was slightly surprised and asked back, did he mean the Holy Mountain? Dan replied, yes, recently people had discovered a fountain of abundance there. From what he knew with his identity as a hero, he would surely have to stop by at least once. Mika quickly answered his father understood, he would go at once. He paused, suddenly speaking with concern. "Do not push yourself too hard." Covering his face in embarrassment, Dan told his son that when he was stubborn, he usually went too far. The atmosphere was very moving, at the same time a hint of a smile appeared in Mika's eyes. Finally, this son spoke to his father with a sly smile. "You are worried about me." Caught out. The man was so embarrassed he choked and said he was disconnecting now. Before Mika could say anything more, the surrounding air quickly fell into silence. He smiled to himself, then wondered, what is he actually worried about? At the same time, a voice rang out, "You are leaving soon?" Mika startled and replied, yes, he planned to depart tomorrow. Hito said, "Alright, hey hero, as the guild master he has news to report. Finally, that man has ended his long cultivation and emerged into the world." Hearing this, his face briefly showed vigilance. Mika said, "That person." Hito's continued, "He meant the saintess." Hearing this, Mika briefly showed a startled expression. After that, he did something with two of his fingers, as if creating some symbol. Now, as if realizing something, Mika quickly let out a sound, At the same time, a familiar figure quickly entered his room through the wooden door. The girl in a white dress stepped boldly into the light. Mika's voice rang out full of doubt. Really? Scene changed now at the church sanctuary. Sunlight flooded the magnificent arena. That girl sat inside, and just seeing the person entering, she spoke up. This girl was Ariandel, the saintess. She said Archbishop Killian had ascended to heaven. The man gave a gentle smile. He chuckled lightly and said, "Yes, we finally learned he was possessed by a demon, and he is Archbishop Naran." Ariandel asked, "And that bastard Siegfried had been removed from the hero list?" She wondered, surprising. Was he not the top candidate? Naran told her he is completely overshadowed by the excellence of the current hero. Ariandel replied, "Is that so? The church seems so normal now. Before he began his training, it was quite chaotic." Naran told her, "Thanks to the current hero, everything has been completely turned around." Right at this moment, Ariandel held her head and said, "Then what about Heiko?" The smile on Naran's lips grew brighter. He continued, "That is also thanks to the current hero." She thought to herself, "What is this? I was prepared for a battle with the church," Ariandel said tiredly, "but I thought there would be at least some bastard, yet there is no one." Unexpected, he broke out in a sweat, silently smiling bitterly. Why does this situation feel so familiar? Looking at Ariandel's dejected face, he silently groaned, this strange feeling like someone from the past remembered. Pausing for a moment, the saintess seemed to remember something. She jumped up and shouted loudly, "Then what about Cassandra?" Naran suddenly remembered and said, If you mean the prophet." Ariandel could not bear her impatience and shook him hard, pressing, "Could something have happened to Cassandra?" Naran then suffered, dizzy and seeing stars. No, quite the opposite. He quickly relayed the information he had. Recently, she often strolled about carrying potion bottles. On this side, that girl meticulously raised her hand and diligently wrote something on paper with focus. According to Naran, business had been booming lately and Cassandra was extremely happy. And now Ariandel thought to herself that everything had been resolved thanks to the current hero. At the same time, Ariandel spoke of Wampurgis. His clan was originally the world's leading mage family. She told herself a young master who had no connection with the church. Yet in just a short time, on this side, Mika sat scratching his ear. He said to himself in the void, "My ear is so itchy." At this, Ariandel broke into a smile and praised, "It sounds interesting." But at the same time, she quickly looked at Naran. Archbishop, being suddenly addressed, startled him. Then, the girl's face grew shy. Ariandel said, "Could you tell me more about that hero?" Scene change. Mika's heart suddenly trembled. He forlornly said he missed all the companions who had stood by him. And those members were Ryan, Mercenary King Zahat, Siegfried, all were friends sincere with him to the very marrow. Mika's thoughts halted. His memory recalled that cheerful smile Ariandel. According to Mika's account, among them Ariandel was a rather special person. To him in appearance more than anyone else, she truly fit the image of a saintess. Especially the times Ariandel clasped her hands together and silently prayed for her loved one. The times they were still together, she would always seek him out to complain, "Mika, we are in big trouble now." Once they were even being aggressively nibbled by a box. "Mika, I cannot see anything." Not stopping there, she glared angrily at the box again and said in frustration, "Are we just going to let him die like this, Mika?" Right after that, Ariandel shouted loudly and stomped hard on the young man on the ground, "Siegfried, you bastard, I will tear you limb from limb." Mika had to cover his hand with a cloth, because this saintess had uttered such horrifying and chaotic words again. He once wondered, wasn't the saintess supposed to stand at the back healing and encouraging her teammates? However, Ariandel was the opposite. When fighting side by side, her hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies. Every time she defeated an enemy, she would shout her slogan, "Bloom in kindness." Mika just watched Ariandel screaming her slogan while beating countless monsters to death. Bloom in kindness. Sometimes he found her very strange, but at the same time, in a way, she was very holy. As soon as the fight was over and she saw a monster, she would charge forward again. At that time, he remembered looking at Ariandel with admiration. That was right. Now, recalling the past, Mika acknowledged that she was indeed a good comrade until her very last breath. It had been a long time since he had seen that smile, the smile of the girl in the pure white robe. Walking and thinking, Mika finally arrived at this place quickly. And this was the Holy Mountain. In front of him stood a white castle standing proudly under the sunlight. Mika looked at the statue and fell into thought. Come to think of it, wasn't this the first place Ariandel had ever set foot outside? Looking at the people praying seriously, he guessed she would come here first again this time. At the same time, Ryan quickly asked him, "So this time we need to find the spring of prosperity, right?" Mika confirmed, "That is right. Let us first go meet the Archbishop in charge here." He explained the plan to Ryan. That moment a voice rang out, "I want to take one bottle here." Hearing that voice, everyone simultaneously turned their heads toward the speaker. Over here, not understanding what was happening, the crowd was gathering in groups. He shouted noisily, "Did you not say you would give it to me first? I want the male one." Looking over, Mika quickly explained to everyone, "Auction house." At the same time, Morden raised his hand to his mouth, coughed lightly and said, "Even though it is on the outskirts of the holy temple, why is it so noisy here?" Mika quickly looked around. The priests and knights who should have been regulating were just standing there watching without doing anything. He was extremely curious now, wondering why it was like this. Seeing him so confused, Jian kindly explained, "This is like a business that has been approved by the archbishop." Mika hesitated and asked back, "You mean those people?" Jian quickly replied, "That is correct." Then he handed over a small vial. "If you drink this potion, it will show you something. Of course, you have to say a strange word out loud." Mika continued, "Explain more clearly." Jan laughed happily. "Seeing is believing. I will show you." Having said that, he tilted his head back and drank the bottle of water in his hand. Mika watched silently for the result. As soon as he finished drinking, Jian's eyes suddenly widened, and then his expression froze, and immediately he quickly shouted a strange sentence, "Status window." But all this had no effect. The crowd now looked on dazedly, staring intently at the other person. Ryan watched Jan continuously shouting status window. He began to doubt the man before him. Finally, unable to wait any longer, he exclaimed, "What is that?" "There is nothing." But Jan still calmly said to Ryan, "It will not appear before your eyes." Jan continued, "But I see a clear window." He quickly explained, "Actually, this is a window showing my level of faith." Elaine immediately answered, "This abbreviation seems like a word from another world." Mika, on the other hand, said nothing. He stared intently at Jian. "Depleting your faith." Finally, he could not help but blurt out, "What nonsense is that?" Jayan exclaimed in surprise, and Mika quickly regained his composure. Just muttering." "Continue," Mika said to himself. "In short, this potion creates a hallucination of a status window." He understood that, after all, faith was belief in a god. Humans could not verify that. Jayan then recounted, during the era of the church's spiritual chaos, a potion was created to prove one's faith. Pausing for a moment, he quickly said to him again, "It has other effects too." Stretching out his hand toward him, a green light appeared in Jayan's hand. Seth was extremely surprised, stared intently, and then said to him, "Mika, look." A hint of surprise flickered in Mika's eyes, and he silently exclaimed, "Divine power." Then he asked Jayan, "So, after drinking it I will be like you?" He quickly replied, "That is correct." Mika quickly asked further, "Do you have any more?" Jian replied, "I do, but they are selling a lot over there. Why do you need mine?" Mika said nothing, just tossed some money into Jian's hand, leaving him stunned. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, Mika only left a sentence, "That price is more than fair." Jian hurriedly grabbed the coin tightly and lied, "Thank you, generous sir, thank you." Paid no attention to Jian's joy. He was busy examining the vial of potion. After a moment of consideration, he finally uncorked it and drank it down in one gulp. As soon as he drank the potion, Mika suddenly clicked his tongue, a look of disgust appearing on his face. At the same time, he quickly smashed the vial hard on the ground and put on an angry expression. Right after that, Mika ordered the butler to drag the potion seller over. He quickly accepted the order. "Yes, my lord." With that, he quickly vanished, leaving no trace behind. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, bringing along another person, leaving Eden stunned and confused. Mika said coldly, "Hey, merchant, this potion seems to have quite a few useless ingredients." That man was surprised and looked up. After, Mika spoke in a threatening tone, "You really don't know. It seems you are not lying." At that moment, he protested loudly, aggrieved. "This potion is a miracle from God." Mika said, "I want to get some information from you for this, but you have no right to decide." Eden said again, "It's fine, the status window only works inside the cathedral." He smiled, "This is interesting." Pausing for a moment, he stopped calculating. "Take me to the person who made this potion." Mika said again, "I have no reason at all." Eden replied aggrievedly, "I don't even know who you are, so why?" Pausing for a moment, that man said again, Are you planning to use violence inside the cathedral?" Mika replied calmly, "Oh, I don't really care either." Hearing that, Eden's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, without waiting for Mika to say more, that man immediately spoke up, "Wait." But before the other could say anything, he quickly raised his hand to signal silence, and then smiled faintly. After that, Mika wiped his face with his hand and said, "Just give me the answer." Pausing, his eyes showed a cold expression. "Who made this?" Inside, Ariandel quickly became curious and asked her people, "Give me a summary of this story." She couldn't help but ask a question. "He is Mika, the legendary mage, the one who killed a great demon lord in the capital, infiltrated and exposed the evil demons in the church, crushed their schemes, purified the world, and eliminated the remnants of the demon god to the point of being recognized by Heiko. This is the hero of our time." After speaking, she slumped down on the table and continued, "I doubt my life. Did he do all of that in just a few years? Can this be trusted?" Ariandel couldn't understand. She chanted, "Impossible, impossible." Cassandra groaned inwardly. but it is the truth. At that moment, Cassandra spoke up again and said, "The hero I saw is braver than anyone." Pausing, she forced a smile and continued, "He does have some extreme points." Saying this, Cassandra's heart felt like it was bleeding. She thought he was very much like her elder sister. Meanwhile, Ariandel slumped back and said, "He's crazy. A kind but insane person. I understand that." She then added, "At least it's good. I haven't seen him hit anyone. I think he's still okay." Hearing that, Cassandra laughed helplessly at her friend's thoughts and silently believed the same. Looking at Ariandel, she quickly asked, "So what are you planning to do now?" According to Cassandra, her mission was complete. He had been recognized as a saint, hadn't he? Then Ariandel spoke up again. "Before going out, I had something to do, but it looks like everything is done." Right after, she quickly took out her staff and raised it high. Looking at her friend, Ariandel asked again, "Should we go to the holy ground?" A cheerful smile spread across her lips. "I heard a lot of people are waking up on the hill." Hearing that, Cassandra's eyes inexplicably showed a trace of pain. But at that moment, Ariandel was still twirling the staff in her hand and grinning foolishly. Over here, Mika's group had quickly moved upwards, with groans sounding continuously. Walking while looking dejected, he asked, "What exactly is this potion?" Handing over the potion, Mika explained to him, "This is a stimulant." Ryan exclaimed in surprise, "What? A real stimulant?" Mika replied, "Technically, it's called the Spring of Abundance, a chemical with awakening properties." Over here, Eileen couldn't help but wonder, "Didn't you say that stuff is very scarce?" Mika answered, "That's right, it is excessively rare." Pausing, he continued, "If used as a stimulant, it can still be diluted and work well." According to his explanation, its awakening effect is no ordinary divine miracle. It is literally a chain that burns the future to ashes. And Mika said, "They call it faith or something, but it's actually just a chain that burns the chance to have a proper future." At the same time, he looked toward Eden and spoke, "Sorry." That man was startled and replied, "Yes, yes, please speak your mind directly." Mika asked, "Are we going the right way?" Seeing that man say nothing, he continued to ask, "Is this the path to the Grand Hall?" Eden answered fearfully, "Yes, that's right." After speaking, that man continued walking straight and added, "It's the place we are heading to." Eileen looked up to the sky and speculated, "Don't tell me the one who made that potion is an archbishop." Everyone ignored Aiden standing there and discussed among themselves, "What the hell is going on?" At that moment, Ryan's eyes carried 7 parts of surprise. What kind of crazy situation is this? What stood before them was the Cathedral of the Spear of Mercy. At the same time, a pretty girl came out and happily introduced herself. "Welcome, I am Marianne, the senior nun of this Cathedral of Mercy." Marianne showed great hospitality to the guests. "The Archbishop is preparing to receive the warriors." But Mika didn't care. He simply brushed past her and walked in. But right after, Marianne immediately panicked and blocked him. "No, you cannot enter at this time." She tried her best to pull the stubborn young man and said, "The Archbishop needs more time to prepare." But Mika replied calmly, "I have authority higher than the Archbishop's." Holding onto his leg, Marianne seemed to be on the verge of tears. "Please, warrior, hear me out first." Mika was surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to react so strongly and was momentarily at a loss. Finally, Mika let out a helpless breath and compromised. "All right, then." After speaking, Mika quickly crouched down. Seeing he had listened, Marianne breathed a sigh of relief. Then Mika still let out a cold, forceful tone, "I will wait 3 minutes." Pausing, Mika's face was completely indifferent. "If the Archbishop does not appear within 3 minutes, I will level this area." Hearing that, Marianne was momentarily stunned. She hadn't thought anyone could be so arrogant. What? And so, time quickly passed. 2 minutes later, Morden looked on helplessly. That man was too stubborn. He had probably realized something by now. Then he turned to Marianne and asked, "Weren't you planning to leave?" Mika said coldly, "You had better go call him right now." Faced with the threat, Marianne hesitated slightly but remained standing. Losing patience, he slowly stood up and added, "Or else." Or perhaps he was already nearby. As he spoke, Mika's face clearly showed displeasure. At the same time, something in the air was falling down with immense pressure. Mika quickly noticed and lifted his eyes to look up high. From within the air, the wind howled, carrying a sharp sound. Mika focused intensely. His ears were now working at full capacity. Immediately after, his hands quickly extended, as if prepared and ready. On the other side, pieces of wood began to transform into vines and tightly coiled together. At the same time, a loud, eerie sound echoed throughout the forest. At some unknown moment, Mika's hands had tightly gripped Gal's neck and squeezed hard. Then, he laughed triumphantly and asked, "You like this status window, don't you?" Then his face turned dark. Mika said, "Let me confirm, are you the Archbishop?" Using stronger force in his hands, he asked the man, "Are you truly the one who created this stimulant?" Even with his neck squeezed tight, Zhao remained stubborn. "That is not a stimulant. That is divine truth." Unable to listen to this nonsense, Mika slapped the man hard across the face and said, "Shut up." Staring intently at the opponent, Mika said again, "Come on, speak up." He continued the interrogation, "Give me your reasonable explanation." Giles stubbornly said, "Faith is being tested, O knight. That illusion deceives the believers and tests their faith." Hearing this, his gaze froze. An illusion. The illusion the Archbishop mentioned was not the Spring of Abundance. He threw out that false deity's name, and that illusion is not not prosperity. According to his guess, that spring had little to do with faith. Stopping as if an electric current ran through his memory, Mika's gaze faltered. His inner self trembled. By the way, I remember, the one spoke of terrible beings like that illusion. Even though he went to seek true faith, that fact makes me feel uneasy. That tomb-like spring appeared suddenly somewhere, and then disappeared. Pausing for a moment, Mika began to piece together the events and find the only rule. Finally, Mika spoke after a period of silence. It destroys faith. He asked Seth if she had sensed any recent traces of the tomb. She channeled her inner energy, pointing both hands straight at her head to retrieve information. Pausing for a moment, it seemed the boss had seen something and her body stiffened. Seth could not resist slapping her own face. Seeing that expression, Mika sneered. That was probably the answer. Then he turned to Yahello. So you distributed this drug to the followers because of that illusion. The stubborn man gritted his teeth. It was truly effective. Even if addictive, offering it to the god was not wrong. Mika was annoyed. He raised his staff and said, "What the hell is this?" His inner self quickly calmed down. "No, stop. The Walpurgis person is inside me." Mika closed his eyes and told himself, "I cannot let any more employees get red-eye." Pausing for a moment, his inner self was screaming in conflict. Yes, I am different from my father. He made up his mind. My path is nobility, words over fists. I pursue non-violent knighthood. But when he came to, everyone was holding him tight. That is enough, Mika. That is enough. You cannot let the staff control you. Looking at the blood-covered body, Mika was shocked. He dazedly looked back at himself. Yahello lay on the ground, covering his face, trembling as he said, "I am sorry. I will not go anywhere." And the man continued trembling. Status window. Mika was silent, staring intently at the staff before him and saying nothing. He seemed a little disappointed in himself for still not being able to control himself. He comforted himself, non-violent or violent in the end, it is just one different letter. After a long while, Yahello finally sat still and submitted. Mika stared at the man intently and said, "Summarize this matter." The man recounted, "The illusion on the holy mountain tested the believer's faith. No one could pass. They began to doubt their faith." Mika continued the sentence. "When the holy temple was in chaos, the archbishop intervened with the stimulant." Correct. Yahello added, "After discovering the strange spring, I met a young boy there." The man recalled the boy from that day. The kid called himself an apostle of something. Yahello lowered his head. He said, "This spring resolves the doubts surrounding the holy temple." Mika quickly explained, "You have been deceived by the illusion." He stared intently and asked, "Do you know that using this stimulant long-term will lead to permanent consequences? Loss of divine power." The man hesitated and asked back, "Do you mean forever?" When he saw Mika confirm it, Yahello seemed to lose all faith and asked himself what he had done. Faced with the man's stupidity, Mika simply pursed his lips, clearly showing disgust. Immediately after, he turned his back and left, leaving a single sentence, "Do not waste time on regret anymore." Mika told Yahello, "I will punish you, but we must quell the rebellion first." He lifted the potion bottle and said, "Destroy this bottle of medicine. It should not exist." That man immediately replied, "Understood. What about the illusion?" Mika added, "I will handle it myself." Having said that, he looked up to the sky. Mika let out a weary sigh. Gazing into the distance, he said to Seth, "I have a feeling I will defeat the first apostle I encounter." Behind him, her expression was extremely unpleasant as she silently cursed. Indeed, healing was necessary. Mika's cunning smile surfaced. He was determined to thoroughly carry out the physical healing. On the other side, Ariandel had been standing there for a long time, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing her expression, Siegfried inwardly groaned in misery and dared not say another word. Attacked by that cold gaze, he felt a moment of fear. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ariandel said nothing, only staring intently at Siegfried. He startled and thought, "Am I in the wrong again?" Suddenly, Ariandel spoke of an unrelated matter. "I see that you have grown." Looking at his own muscles, Siegfried said, "That is right, I am gradually approaching my master's level." Ariandel quickly retorted, "No, I do not care about swordsmanship. I am speaking of your mind." He grew uneasy. "Oh, indeed." Siegfried's face turned aggrieved as he muttered internally, still as odd as ever. Seeing that smile, he was reminded of a certain friend, the same peculiar type as Mika. In the eyes of this naive young man, the duo were nothing less than demons and monsters. Thinking of that ferocious face, he instinctively stepped back. Ariandel asked in surprise, "What do you plan to do?" She did not hold back from exposing it. "It seems since the last meeting, you have become noticeably timid, Siegfried." At last, Ariandel got to the point. She said, "I came because of the matter regarding the warrior." Hearing her say this, Siegfried's gaze instantly turned complex. Ariandel continued, "I am a holy person who wishes to meet him, but I do not truly know him." He gave a bitter smile. "You have heard quite a lot." She recounted, "Indeed, but everyone I have met has been blessed by him." Pausing for a moment, Ariandel said, "I have never asked those he defeated." For some reason, Siegfried was displeased. He replied, "Even if you asked, I would say the same as others. Not stopping there, the woman questioned again, "Are you only pretending to save face?" Siegfried interrupted, "If that were the case, I would have left the church already. I know I have done wrong, including the matter with the prophet." Hearing this, Ariandel thought, "That is indeed interesting." She looked at her companion and said, "I never expected someone like Siegfried could change." Afterward, Ariandel put on a helpless expression and said, "Fine." With a cheerful look in her eyes, she added, "You apologized to Cassandra. It is settled." Gazing intently at the young man, Ariandel pressed further, "Is that not so?" At this moment, her gaze toward Siegfried was utterly unfamiliar, as if he wore a crown upon his head. As if her eyes were playing tricks on her, Ariandel rubbed her eyes for a while, unable to believe what she just saw. After she looked again, Siegfried had returned to the ordinary man with a sorrowful face. Immediately after, she said to him, "Just to be sure." Ariandel said, "You have never been a warrior, correct?" Hearing her change the subject, Siegfried was surprised but quickly replied, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, Ariandel paused. She scratched her head in confusion. She remembered his face and added, "I figured as much on this side." Mika sat alone beside a large tree. She said to Mika, "What do you know about this tomb, besides the fact that it is extremely dangerous?" He looked at her and asked, "Nothing else besides that?" Mika thought, "I will not say more. She has always been strict about this matter." Pausing for a moment, she added, "The illusion is just a nickname. His true name as an apostle is Anubis." Immediately after, Mika became inwardly wary, appearing out of nowhere. "Something is suspicious." He asked, "Wait, is it alright to reveal that?" She replied, "Normally I would not do so." She stretched, "But I do not understand why that man is like this. He has surpassed his limits." He continued, "Before, he was a bit rude but never like this." She let out a disappointed sigh and replied, "Anyway, I have nothing more to say." Mika fell into thought. Even I cannot detect the location of the tomb he is responsible for, and as he knew that was his unique trait, a special apostle. Looking at his own hands, he felt somewhat disappointed. Even with magic, it was nearly impossible. The ceiling stopped. Mika said, "No, why think so much?" He asked, "I do not need to go meet him myself, right?" She was a bit embarrassed but quickly asked back, "Then what is your plan?" Mika glanced over towards Seth and said, "That matter?" Night fell. The bright moonlight in the sky further accentuated the eerie silence. Mika stood there, his mood growing heavy, looking off into the distance. He suddenly recalled two familiar figures. Back then they cheerfully lit candles together. Mika suddenly mocked himself. He muttered, "A failure." At the same time, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "What are you looking at so intently?" When Mika turned around, a beautiful girl was looking at him with a cheerful smile. His gaze did not change. His face now showed no emotion of joy or sorrow. Mika still looked at the other party with gloomy, eerie eyes. Seth, what do you think? Can you feel the difference in the grace?" He recalled the conversation. "Why are you so formal? Just speak as usual, it should be fine." That time she was terrified, covering her chest with both hands, and asking what she would get. "What are you talking about?" She hid behind a tree and asked, "For what? What issue are you talking about?" Mika then explained about the trial of faith for the believers. According to Anubis, the champion was a symbol of the holy nation, a worthy subject for the trial. Seth immediately hesitated in speculation. "Do not tell me you plan to sacrifice yourself as bait." Now Mika said, "Look at those believers. See how hard they strive to prove their faith." He looked again at the one with a feminine appearance. That was Anubis, and asked if he found him handsome. According to him, they were only chasing material benefits. If not, they would not have dared to touch that potion. Mika added further, "What you said is not true faith." He stared intently at him and said, "When a person lusts after worldly things, it becomes corrupted." Mika's gaze turned angry. He questioned, "So you were the one spreading the awakening stimulant, Anubis?" Hearing this, he smiled a smug smile from deep within his heart. He raised his hand and snapped a common joint sharply. A dense beam of light appeared, forcing Mika to cover his eyes with his hand. He struggled to open his eyes to see what had happened in front of him. Before Mika's eyes, a temple rapidly materialized. He warned himself, "So this is it, an illusion tomb." Then he asked him, "Where are we?" Hearing him ask such a foolish question, Anubis helplessly showed disdain on his face. He paused and asked, "Didn't I tell you?" And at this moment she also appeared. Anubis added, "I thought she had already told you. This is a reconstruction of an ancient temple from the land I once inhabited." Anubis replied, "That's right. Believe it or not, this is a meeting place for my fellows." But Seth looked displeased. She said to him, "That's enough." She looked at Anubis contemptuously. "Don't tell me you're so depraved as to break the rules." He stared intently at the other party and then replied disdainfully, "Do not speak those words to me." Seth turned her face away in annoyance, refusing to look at him anymore. Seeing her flustered, Mika quickly stood by Seth and asked Anubis, "I ask you one thing." He said, "Do you know the awakening substance causes people to be permanently unable to use divine power?" He replied without hesitation, "It's just a difference in perspective. It doesn't take their lives, right?" Mika glared at the other party, continuing, "It steals their future." Anubis smiled maniacally. When my trial ends, they will lose all memory of me. According to Mika, 9 out of 10 people were inherently incapable of unlocking divine power. His face turned cold. Mika asked further, so in your view, what is faith? Anubis still answered maniacally, an iron will, pure goodwill, boundless love, faith that is not ordinary. He summoned the staff of power, saying contemptuously, do not jump with me. His inner self urged, Mika understood clearly, your faith is despicable. I want to disappear from this world. Having said that, he raised his magic staff, creating puzzle pieces like a model game. Under the influence of internal force, Anubis startled and asked, what are you doing? He stared intently at the other party, guessing, do not tell me you plan to destroy what I built. Mika immediately calculated, Anubis was a superhuman entity. He knew this was an unconquered tomb, he could not touch it. He warned himself he had no right to step outside the fixed framework. I will only trap you here. Having said that, Mika's eyes glowed blood red, making him look no different from a demon from the underworld. Beginning to channel internal force, Mika used magic to synchronize the sacred garden. Instant movement, the coordinates had been locked, but his gaze dropped. It seemed a problem occurred during the formation setup. Even so, Anubis could not dodge this attack. He was pushed back by the bricks created by his power, unable to resist. After a moment, Anubis was trapped inside the large black magic box. It was gloomy with no gaps, giving the feeling that not even an ant could crawl through. Space shifted, the 3 of them were inside the arena, but Anubis was still there. He asked in surprise, an arena, a construction within another construction? What are you doing here? Mika did not care what he said. He remained silent and did not answer. Seeing that he was curious, Mika explained it was just to vent anger, then Zed stood on tiptoe and whispered that he fought terribly. Hearing that, he was delighted to have a rare chance to fight an apostle without breaking the law. Staring intently at Anubis, Mika's demonic face appeared. He could not let this man leave. Now looking into his eyes, Anubis felt deep fear in his heart for the first time. The main character could not stay calm. He grew impatient, using only a staff to fight fairly. Anubis looked up at the opponent madly charging in. He gritted his teeth in fear. At this moment, Anubis finally grew alert, never having encountered such a twisted opponent. The duel came without warning. Right after Mika's strike, Anubis collapsed to the ground like an ant before a storm. His whole body was flung powerlessly into the distance, dust swirling thickly. Unable to continue fighting, Anubis screamed inwardly, wait. Looking at Mika's blazing eyes like a wild beast, Anubis wondered if he was truly a mage. This villain was Anubis, the illusionist. According to the data Mika had, he had once worshipped the demon god so fervently he was called Asama's hunting dog. He was once a devoted apostle of Asama, but then vanished without a trace. At that time, he began to question what true faith really was. Poor Anubis wondered if no one answered his faith, what should he believe in and how should he exist? While he was proving that, an event occurred. This caused Anubis to be completely shattered in both spirit and body. As fate would have it, he then met a warrior. Back to the present, staring intently at him, Anubis asked, are you truly a mage? Mika replied that a true mage does not rely solely on magic. Anubis did not believe him and shouted, what nonsense are you saying? Annoyed by the noise, Mika struck hard and cursed, shut up. Anubis gritted his teeth, shaken inside. What is this? Truly terrifying. Looking at Mika's eyes again, Anubis confirmed he was no demon, but his eyes were glowing red. Seeing his daze, he contemptuously asked, oh, for heaven's sake. Looking at the scepter in Mika's hand, he was surprised. What kind of staff was that? Why did it emit energy as red as blood? Before he finished his thought, a loud explosion rang out. Anubis only had time to cry out in shock. He gritted his teeth. No, that staff couldn't be related to Jiraiso, could it? Anubis could not believe it. Its radiance should have been holy. How could it be like this? In the moment he failed to react, Mika appeared behind him, his entire body enveloped in a blindingly radiant sacred halo. In this battle, Mika's power was far superior to Anubis, leaving him stunned with his mouth agape. He ran crying and wailing to the heavens, while Mika laughed cunningly and pursued him like a shadow. As he ran, Anubis unwillingly wondered why his power was sealed in this place. Pausing briefly, he told himself that this boy looked weak on the surface, but was actually just pretending. With that firm belief, Anubis steeled himself, saying that if that was the case, he too would have to reveal his true form. Blinding golden light appeared, dazzling Mika, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Anubis's hands transformed into sharp claws with a strange blue-black skin. His handsome face also vanished, revealing his true form as Seth's tomb guardian dog. Anubis resolved to no longer see Mika as a challenging warrior, but as an intruder causing chaos in the mausoleum. He threatened that intruders would pay with a miserable death, but the boy paid him no heed. Mika remained calm, while secretly channeling his inner energy into the staff in his hand. Though it was already too late to stop, hearing the threat, Mika found it amusing, tightened his grip on the arcane scepter, and swung a blow. With a single blow, Anubis was flattened to the ground. Mika said with disgust that it was a real pity. He taunted that he had once heard there were no bad dogs in the world. Pausing, a sinister smile once again bloomed on the arrogant young man's lips. He laughed like a demon and said that today he had found an ugly dog. Anubis was enraged, never expecting that as a noble tomb guardian, he would be so insulted. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he asked himself what on earth was happening. Looking at Mika, Anubis trembled from the depths of his soul. seeing before him a man like a demon. He stared intently at the boy, then asserted that Mika was also one of his own kind. Another painful kick to the head. Mika hit him while saying that any dog that bites deserves punishment. He kept rambling on about how bad things must be taught a lesson. Even the man standing beside him hesitated to intervene. She thought to herself that she should advise him to stop, but why did she feel so satisfied inside? She wondered if she should watch for another minute, while Anubis cried out that he was an artifact, not a toy. Finally, Anubis had endured enough of the beating, and when the lesson ended, the day had turned to evening. On this side, Ryan walked away in confusion, holding his head, thinking this was driving him crazy. He was tired. It had been 3 days since Mika disappeared, and many things in the holy sanctuary had changed. When the supply of Elysia was cut off, the followers began to show withdrawal symptoms and behave violently. Some even attacked the soldiers, screaming for Elysia to be given to them immediately. The butler standing beside him remarked that the quality of the awakening medicine in the sanctuary was really poor. Ryan shouted in helpless frustration, not knowing where that Mika had gone. Just then, a voice rang out, saying there were quite a few heads here, causing Ryan to turn around. But when he identified the newcomer, Ryan showed a flicker of puzzled surprise. The scene shifted to Eileen, who was still standing silently, staring ahead without a sound. Looking at the white clouds, Eileen couldn't help but remark that the sky today was so blue and clear. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to notice something that made her gasp in astonishment. A familiar voice with a hint of wit rang out at that same moment, calling out to everyone, ordering everyone to bow their heads to the ground. The one who appeared was none other than Ariandel. As soon as they heard her speak, everyone there immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Ariandel praised them approvingly, saying that was exactly what they should do. She asked why no one had done so before, then let out a curse, saying damn it. Ariandel replied in surprise that she hadn't said anything wrong, causing the other to quickly apologize for choosing the wrong words. He asked how one could refer to something as damn without saying damn, while Eileen stood by bewildered. Ariandel's words made the followers break out in a cold sweat. Eileen said it was no surprise. The woman standing before them was Saint Ariandel. She pretended to be innocent and asked if there was anything else if it wasn't that. Eileen found Ariandel a bit too casual and felt somewhat worried. She looked at her two companions. They showed no intention of stopping her. Morden even encouraged her, saying it wasn't bad at all, while Ryan said Ariandel's power was 0.8 times that of Mika. Eileen sighed in helplessness, thinking she was the only sane one left and had to take action. She quickly advised Ariandel to speak more gently, but Ariandel asked in surprise what goddess Eileen meant. Eileen quickly explained that forcing people to bow their heads to the ground and swearing were not good things. As someone in the public eye, one must set a good example, but Ariandel still seemed not to understand. She turned to ask Alen for his opinion on that speech, catching Eileen off guard. Eileen couldn't help but let out an embarrassed sound of huh. Ariandel continued, saying that he was away at the moment, but his actions were usually very noteworthy. She said she wanted to record them. Eileen tiredly replied yes and called for the warrior. A series of bad memories of Mika flooded back into Eileen's mind like a slow-motion film. Those thoughts made her face unable to show any joy. Seeing her silent, Ariandel called out to goddess Eileen once more. Suddenly, Eileen stepped forward and grasped the saintess's hand. Eileen smiled brightly like a flower, saying that on second thought, the present situation wasn't too bad for her. Eileen said it all from the bottom of her heart, wishing the saintess good luck. And now, the most clear-headed girl in the group had decided to let go of all thoughts. After hearing this, Ariandel immediately fell into contemplation. She began to seriously rethink everything. Seeing her silent for a long time, Eileen gently reminded her, Goddess Ariandel, is something troubling you? Without hiding anything, Eileen replied, yes, for now it is. Their aspirations and faith cannot be satisfied by my mere existence. As she spoke, she looked at the crowd kneeling at her feet, her heart stirring incessantly. Their eyes rolled back from lack of medicine, made Ariandel deeply uneasy as this situation continued. During the saintess's worry, Ryan stepped forward, saying that things would probably be fine. Ryan affirmed that Mika would be fine. That man was not one to disappear over trivial matters. Eileen added, that is right. No matter how strange he is not one to shirk responsibility. Those words of trust surprised Ariandel inwardly. Even though they had argued about him, they still trusted him. Looking at their smiles, her heart softened somewhat. At that moment at the arena of Anubis and Mika, the silence was terrifying. Anubis Genji lay sprawled on the ground, unable to even move his tail. Having beaten the man black and blue, Mika acted tired and used Anubis as a seat. Seth sat quietly watching everything. In the end, she could not stop Mika from defeating an apostle. Anubis still persisted. What is wrong with a test of faith? Mika replied, you test others without their consent. That violates the principles of an apostle. Now, Anubis tremblingly said that Asama had sacrificed his life to protect the world. Pausing for a moment, hatred flooded his mind, but no one among humanity remembered his name. According to Anubis, they had betrayed the faith and the sacrifice. Now no one left the sanctuary to honor the gods, they only craved liberation. Hearing this, Mika's face turned cold. He said, is that so? Pausing, he asked Anubis, do you think you are any different? In his perception, it was all just a step in the process, a bitter growth on the journey. 2 lifetimes of experience made Mika understand that it was to awaken and become whole. Every time he recalled the past, his heart ached. Mika said sincerely, what you did was not a test. Standing up, he continued, that was just anger stemming from the belief that humanity has betrayed you. In Mika's experience, confusion and failure should not be erased. Suddenly, a surge of light emerged. Mika stood silently, observing the situation. Looking into Seth's eyes, he saw, they are not meant to be removed, but to be guided onto the right path. Mika asked, did you not say the test was to prove genuine faith? Pausing for a moment, he pointed forward and said, then look. Mika stated directly to Anubis, I will prove that clearly. Outside, the crowd was packed across the entire square. He prayed incessantly, Saint, what must we do to be saved? Please tell us. Seeing this scene, even the innocent Ariandel was troubled. This is harder than I thought. I have never trained for something like this. She told herself, I want to shout at them to stop wasting time on meaningless struggles, but they are just desperate believers awaiting salvation. She was somewhat self-deprecating. All I give them are empty words of comfort. Seek salvation through prayer and faith. Remembering the loved ones beside her, Ariandel told herself, but that vague answer only buys time. Pausing, she thought, if it were that warrior who once saved many and cleansed demons, how would he respond? Ariandel's heart trembled. She said to herself, salvation. Thoughts like thorns pierced deep into her heart, making her unable to resist cursing, damn it. At the same time, a loud explosion echoed, and Mika emerged from the white smoke. As soon as he saw the scene before him, his gaze turned cold. Mika asked those present, what is this, an interrogation? Believer could not resist his curiosity and looked up to ask, who are you? In response, he answered frankly, I am the warrior. Anubis spoke up, perfect timing, there are believers here seeking salvation. One of them I consider unworthy too. Hearing this, he immediately became displeased. Unworthy? Anubis was startled. Ah, no, I meant victim. A victim. At the same time, another believer shouted in surprise, the warrior. Immediately they cheered, warrior, you have come. As expected, you truly came to save us. Anubis asked in surprise whether he could guide their faith in the right direction. Mika's gaze was thoughtful. He wondered, what I cannot do can everyone else? At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, are you the warrior? Turning his head, that voice belonged to none other than Ariandel. She looked at him and gave an ethereal smile. The image from years past surfaced, when Mika wanted to rush forward and hold this girl's hand but could not. Mika felt fortunate to be reborn and meet his friend again. He replied, yes, it is me. Staring intently at the young man before her, Ariandel stammered, you appeared too suddenly. At the same time, a desperate believer looked up to the sky and begged, please save us. Anubis quickly whispered into his ear, can you steer them toward the correct faith? What I cannot do, can you do it? Pushing his face away, Mika said, everyone. With sincere eyes, he stared intently at the other party and spoke loudly, I do not know. Hearing this, the apostles and Anubis were all surprised. Mika said, excuse me, but hearing these words, even Ariandel felt uneasy. She did not know what he would do next. Pausing for a moment, he said again, I am no different from you. In fact, I may have even less faith than you. Pausing for a moment, Mika stared intently at the crowd. But there is one thing I can say for sure. The things you worry about, the days you spend lost in thought, are not meaningless. Hearing him say this, a disciple was moved and repeated these words. But right after, he still shouted, unlike me, who has seen Heiko with my own eyes. Pausing for a moment, he then pounded his chest and shouted like a madman, we cannot even use divine power. That person continued, at first we thought the same. But then, hearing this, everyone fell into a sorrowful silence for the fate of their own followers. It was all just meaningless self-comfort. Hearing this, Mika was not even angry. On the contrary, he felt more sympathetic, I know. Now Mika said to himself, I have seen Heiko with my own eyes, while they only have faith as their support. He stared intently at that statue and muttered to himself, a god who never answers. Mika remained silent, recalling, but before I reverse time, in that world of utter despair, prayers truly began to hold power. And he clearly sensed that, even without realizing it, they had chosen the thorny path. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. To be honest, I have nothing to advise them on this thorny path. And Mika understood that, just like last time, they would ultimately achieve it. Pausing for a moment, he quickly believed, but even so, if they want to see the light, they will reach it. Right after, Mika said to himself, then, perhaps I can revive a part of it. Then he said loudly, very well. Mika's eyes were now full of fire, and he made up his mind, then let me prove it. Mika recalled that, before I reverted, after going through a brutal ordeal, there were those who sought to touch the divine. And according to his understanding, they emitted a glow unlike any divine power. Pausing for a moment, Mika said again, and those who saw it named it this, the light of the thorned crown. The old man lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds, his blurred eyes staring at the sky. He recounted his life like confession. I once harbored resentment towards the gods. Those standing around could only stand still, listening as he spoke. No matter how I proved my faith, There was no sign that my prayers had reached you. Sorrow was etched on everyone's face. Ariane was now anxiously praying for him, but then I saw the light and realized he had some difficulty speaking. The path I am walking is only slightly different. The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, now casting light on his face, creating a pitiful scene. Only when he spoke his final words of confession did he smile contentedly. The gods have not abandoned us. Mika knelt down and said to him, please rest in peace. Hearing him say this, the old man laughed. Ha, ha, it is the truth. If only I'd realized it a little sooner, how wonderful that would have been. Until he closed his eyes, the thorn crown on his head also faded away. He woke up, the room smelled of incense, spacious. A voice spoke, catching his attention. Did you just have a dream or something? Seated there drinking tea, he hesitated a little. Can you drink tea in this state? She swirled her tea glass, explaining it was like a way to nurture the spirit. I am just simulating the sensation of drinking tea. Hearing her say this, he spoke softly. Next time I materialize, I will make you a real cup of tea. She became interested in his promise. Oh, that sounds nice. A voice rang out, but using the power of materialization like that is wasteful. Hearing this, he turned around, his eyes sunken from staying up late. Anubis sat there. I have been waiting for you to wake up. I must report the results of your trial. He hesitated a little. Yesterday, the light you showed was truly impressive. The followers who had seen the light of the thorned crown, they looked up at their own heads, one by one. They were shocked. They began to sob uncontrollably, whether it was from suffering or extreme joy, and so those followers shed their pasts. He continued, you made them remove the shackles of the sanctuary by themselves. Mika replied indifferently, that was their decision. Anubis felt grateful for his actions, but you truly gave them the faith to decide to do it. He recalled the time when he lacked maturity. I have no choice but to admit that everything I have done so far has been nothing more than venting my anger, neglecting the duty of an apostle. Looked at him indifferently. So that means I have passed your test. A colored glow emanated from Anubis's body. Gradually his body shrank. Light of dawn shone into the tomb. Anubis stood at the entrance and said, welcome to the tomb. A tattoo appeared on Mika's neck. Like flower petals, it was called an achievement. Blue glows emanated from around his body. Achievement, Mirage. A power that allowed its owner to transform into another person. A completely transcendent level of power. Best transformation potions of the alchemists. He immediately used his power to transform into Nostra. Mika looked at himself in the mirror and thought, this is different from illusion magic. Anubis was surprised by his quick adaptation to the new power. Have you already mastered it? Seated there complaining, how many times must I say it? He is clearly beyond the norm. Anubis spoke about the matters he would handle in the future. Now that you have collected 4 achievements, you are ready to be considered for a position at the round table. When he returned to his original form, he wondered, but I have to collect all of them, right? Standing opposite him, he explained, if it is not for the complete round table, but only to exert influence, then after this many is enough. He pondered, 6, I have 4, so I only need 2 more. Mika looked at Anubis and said, since I now have my 4th achievement, I have a request. Hearing this, he spoke with curiosity. A request? He replied, yes, protect the Walpurgis domain. Anubis tilted his head, puzzled. Isn't your family very strong? Why ask me to do this? He said quietly, they are very strong. But he never underestimated the power of the great demon lords, his sharp red eyes always watching his every move. Mika worried that one day in some form they would also come to our family. He pointed at Anubis, commanding him to kill them with his life if they dared to touch his clan. Morning at the Walpurgis territory, Norway. Oka stretched his muscles after a tiring night of research, a peaceful and refreshing morning. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Magic research was very interesting, and his control over the circle improved noticeably. Birds flew in the sky, singing to greet the new day. Nostra thought to himself, now that he had let go of the desire for power, the world was truly beautiful. He saw something in the distance. Without a hint of curiosity, what was that? He saw a golden-furred dog sitting and wagging its tail. He was startled, clutching his chest. How could such an adorable creature exist? Doka approached the dog, unable to resist petting it. No matter how he tried to hide it, his love for dogs was obvious. But then he sighed worriedly, remembering Yiden's angry face. Raising this little one needed her permission. The dog looked at him with sparkling eyes. Adopt me, come on. Nostra found that expression hard to resist. He quickly said, please don't look at me like that. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked toward the dog. He picked it up. Fine, I will raise you. I will win that right from Yiden at any cost. Hearing that, the dog smiled slyly. It turned out Anubis was disguised to carry out Mika's request. He smirked. Too easy. At Mika's place, Seth looked anxiously in the direction Anubis had left, wondering if he was safe. She never expected him to agree to that request. He was a good person, leaving so quickly. He spoke up from behind. He is a good apostle, so I didn't kill him. He remembered the Crown of Thorns incident. His face briefly saddened after that event. In the near future, those called Seekers would leave the Holy Land. There was nothing to worry about concerning the Seekers, for they would surely succeed if there was any issue to concern. Mika was deep in thought when a voice from afar startled him. Here he is, the hero. He turned to look at the girl, surprised inwardly, still not used to this aristocratic style, but on the surface he smiled politely. "Oh my, if it isn't the holy maiden." Seeing his polite demeanor, she said, "Your tone is unusually distant. Shouldn't a hero and a holy maiden trust each other?" He tried to explain, "Well, we've only known each other for a few days." Hearing that, she realized, "Alright, we've only known each other for a few days." Marianne explained, maybe because she is the holy maiden, she felt a closeness to the hero. She blushed as she looked at him. The strange feeling in his heart was odd. She lowered her head to think, what was different from the first meeting before the regression? What happened back then? Saying that, he recalled the scene from that time. He sat on the ground in fear. A look of contempt at him. What kind of pitiful fool are you to just give up like that? He reminisced contempt? That was the feeling back then. The reason she looked at him that way was because he had given up the title of hero. The crown sparkled with red diamonds. He agreed with Ariane because she was right. It was an irresponsible act to choose another path. Seeing her here, Mika asked, "By the way, holy maiden, why did you come to the Holy Land?" Ariane approached, making him uncomfortable. "Wait, you're standing too close." She said shyly, "My name." Her hesitant speech confused him. "Huh?" Ariane smiled gently. "Please call me by my name." Seeing her speak like that, he suspected, what is wrong with this person? She was never this gentle before. Sweating, he said, Ariane." Satisfied, she happily answered his question. "The reason I came here is because I received guidance from the gods." She looked up at the statue of the god in the sanctuary. He said, "If I came here, I would understand everything myself." And everything happened just as he said. Then she pointed her finger at him. She smiled, "Because you are here." Mika blushed, unable to believe Ariane said that. "Really, I'm not used to her like this." Seeing him blush, she was amused. "I think this is the first time I've seen you flustered." Ariane spoke, "From now on, as the holy maiden, I will support you." Mika's face was indifferent. "Support, huh?" His hand pulled Seth's mouth. She struggled. "Let go of me." Ariane laughed cheerfully, waving her hands up and down. "Of course, demons will block the way. We have to smash their heads." Mika and Seth stood frozen, looking at her. Ariane still cheerfully said, "Heads, heads." He wondered, is there something fun about talking about that? Anyway, the holy maiden has joined the team. Somewhere, the man in the village of Faith Smoke, his voice trembling, Marion. His hand reached out as if wanting to touch something. Hey, Marion." Saliva dripped. He gritted his teeth. That's right, Yidin. You were wrong to treat me like this." His eyes widened. I should have been with her." The figure stepped forward. He spoke. "I see you're taking good use of our products today. A fine sight." He clicked his fingers. That group of people snapped out of their stupor with a start. Stepping back, A3 saw this and spoke up. "Don't worry, it's me." Kelly Boss said angrily, "You are A3. As he spoke, he wiped his mouth. A3 cut him off irritably. "Enough. I don't like my name being uttered by others." Calibos changed the subject and asked, "Any progress on that matter?" A3 suggested, "I came today to talk about another target." Kelly Boss asked suspiciously, "Another target? Don't tell me it's one Purges." A3 looked at him. "Initially I planned to leave him be, but he moved closer to Kelly Boss, wary of Mika's power, the progress of an unusual hero. "We must make him hesitate." Kelly Boss cursed under his breath in annoyance. "Damn demon." Halibos broke into a sweat looking at him. He looked at A3 worriedly. There's no way a human can stand against an entity like him. His red-tinged eyes looked at Calibos, his heart in turmoil. "If you can't fight him, cooperate. Love for humanity? Throw that nuisance to the dogs." Kelly Boss clenched his fist. "From the start, it was by cooperating with them that my family climbed to this position." Kelly Boss' face slowly turned to look at A3 as he spoke. He listened to Kelly Boss's words, smirking mischievously. "Tell me the details." At this moment, Ariane was hugging the neck of a monster. It was scared and crying. She hit the group of monsters with her magic staff. The weak point of all living things is the head. Ariane charged in excitedly. "Crush that head, and that creature will surely die." Her teammates stood at a distance watching her with wary eyes. "We don't have a chance to intervene." "I know." Mika smiled with satisfaction. "This familiar feeling, it's like I've come home." Ariane ran back to him, eager. "I haven't heard the important part yet. Where is the next destination?" Mika said flatly, "You only think of that now?" Looking up at the blue sky, his initial goal was to find the fifth tome or collect alchemical ingredient materials. To craft the divine elixir, we need the following core ingredients. The spring of abundance. Jurs is the spirit herb, primordial spirit stone, mayor's breath, 4 items in total. Only half remained, his face turning somber. However, he felt hesitant. To achieve the goal, we have to go to that place. But the goal wasn't just to collect ingredients. He turned to look at Ariane. The next destination is Malian, the land of miners and dwarves, a famous mining city within the empire, a place managed by the Marcus Kelly Boss family. The surrounding teammates were startled. Ariane saw their reactions and said suspiciously, "Sounds like it's not a good thing." Mika calmly explained, "In high society, everyone knows the unfortunate relationship between the Kelly Boss family and me. This trip might very well lead to war." The teammates looked distressed. He recalled memories of walking side by side with his old and current teammates. Reincarnation doesn't mean knowing everything. The trip to Myland is an example. He knew that city was the territory of Calibos and Abba, the starting point of a future catastrophe. And the burnt linkage, just that. Marcus Kelly Boss also despised me, because he couldn't accept the bloodline of my mother and Walpurgis fusing merging into one. He sank into somber thought. This is truly stepping right into the tiger's den. Ariane saw him like this and called out worriedly, Mika. Calming himself, he gave the order to set out, his heart conflicted. But what can I do? Ariandel went ahead to lead, cheerful, while he remained somber. If necessary, I will go. The main road led right into the snake's mouth named Kelly Boss. The scene shifted to the mining city of Malian. Mika's group had already arrived. Ryan saw the overwhelming sight and couldn't help saying, truly magnificent. Old man Morden stepped forward to look at the scenery of Malian. This place has always been like this. Without regret, Malian before Calibos took power was more unique and beautiful. It's sad to no longer see that landscape. Everyone was silent, feeling the majestic scene. Mika heard old Morden's words and pondered. Even I don't know the old landscape of Malian. The city of Malian was in ruin because Calibos took control and rebuilt it according to his will. Calibos didn't value history or law. Even so, they came to this city to claim rights for the ground races. Ariandel walked over to him and asked, Are you planning to head straight into Malian, Mika? He replied, No, there is someone I need to meet first. She asked curiously, You know someone here? He answered flatly, Yeah, although I'm not sure if no is the right word. Made his decision, I'm going to go see Daedalus. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Julian broke into a sweat and said shakily, You don't mean the weapon butcher, Daedalus. Thump, the sound of a hammer striking the ground heavily. Man knelt on the ground, his voice furious. Damn it. His hand pounded the ground. That damn Kellyboss family. Daedalus did not accept the rule of Kellyboss. When that man did not care at all about Malian City, he told himself, how could the pride of a blacksmith be trampled like this? He looked up at the forge, the flames blazing violently. His voice was full of disappointment. Why did you betray me? The flames had died out, leaving only smoldering embers. He saw the land of Malian slowly withering, a place once built together by everyone. He-Jun told himself, You mean it is fine for this place to be ruled by a family of the Empire? The sound of footsteps echoed in the forge. Himika said softly, You are Daedalus, right? Daedalus was surprised to hear someone call him. He turned to look at him, somewhat hesitant. You, who are you? I am Mikawan Purgis, you are Mikawan Purgis. He looked at Daedalus with great vigor, saying I am a hero. Hearing this, he politely invited him in. His companions only breathed a sigh of relief when they entered the forge. He invited Mika to sit opposite him, his voice shy and apologetic. A hero visits, but I cannot entertain properly. He explained that it was I who came suddenly, and it is I who should apologize. Daedalus spoke up, I can no longer forge weapons. My hands tremble. It is hard to produce quality weapons. He said sadly, as you can see, I am not in a state to work. Upon hearing this, he fell into thought. He said sorry, then took his hand to examine it. When examining it closely, he saw no trace of scars. It was not physical damage. Daedalus saw his actions and also guessed the problem. He touched his hand and said, It is useless, my arm is not injured, nor is it hexed or cursed. He was sad. Seeing this, Mika asked if it was magic. Daedalus shook his head. No, it is not magic either. The problem is my psychology. He froze when he heard his words clearly. Seeing his reaction, he said it definitely is magic. That is right. When looking at the condition of his hand, he was able to guess that this was not ordinary magic. He said, This is the circle of shadow, the path of the first apostle, a path that deviates from the ordinary magical orbit. In other words, his voice became serious. That is the blessing of a demon lord. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. His hand emitted a stream of blue light, and a black thing emerged from his hand. Daedalus pulled his hand back and shook it. He said in surprise, Whoa, my hand is less shaky. I cannot believe it. This is related to a demon. The blue light trapped the struggling monster. Mika explained that most people do not understand magic. Even the Holy Kingdom struggles with it, so this is natural. Saying so, he crushed the creature. Daedalus said shyly, I do not know. I have never experienced anything related to these evil things. Hearing this, Mika looked straight into his eyes. Are you sure? Daedalus hesitated. He suspected it might be because of that child. Not long before my arm became like this, I had a brief conflict with my disciple. Because he saw the child wisely seeking reconciliation, he thought there was no problem. Hearing the explanation, he also guessed the Earth Child, a classic method. He murmured, a demon. He asked him, Xiang, what do you think of Malian? He replied, this place was once a beautiful city. His face showed pain, a beautiful city now in ruins. Daedalus said sorrowfully, I see. You are using the past tense. Great master craftsman, known by the title the weapon breaker Daedalus. He was not only a supreme craftsman, but also a mighty warrior. A man who could render an opponent's weapons useless. There was only one reason a man like that would abandon his warrior pride and settle in this land. He gradually lived in seclusion, but the blood of a dwarf needs freedom to fill the artistic soul. Daedalus confided this place, Malian, has long developed under the motto of freedom. The dwarves gathered together. There was no lord, but representatives were elected periodically to decide the city's direction. I was once one of those representatives who could elect the manager. That is why I cannot understand. Why did the representatives voluntarily give up their rights? Mika asked. So you mean the representatives voluntarily gave up their rights and handed them to Calabos? Daedalus bowed his head sadly. That is right. Having grasped the situation roughly, he said if he did not mind, could he tell him more about that disciple? He agreed. All right, that child is. Suddenly a knock on the door interrupted. A voice outside the door rang out. Hey, old man. Hearing that, he sighed. 2 skins, debt collection. He frowned in annoyance. Daedalus was confused after Calabos dissolved the council. This is the only thing left for me to do, as you can see. The knocking on the door did not stop. The man outside shouted, I know you are in there. Even if you are about to die, you must pay your debt first. He stepped outside, not forgetting to remind him, Sir Hero, you should leave. Do not get involved with a useless old man. He placed his hand on his shoulder and said, Sorry, but I greatly need a master like you, Daedalus. When he mentioned the primordial stone, he heard that item and was shocked, his eyes widening. He knew he could find that spirit stone. Please help him. Mika turned back with a smile. His eyes dark from many sleepless nights. He looked tired. He looked at the man, said softly, Call it the salvation of Malian. They stood outside the door and loudly threatened. A voice rang in, I know you are in there. Come out now. Red-haired man hesitated a little, doing this just to collect a debt from an old man. That was Samson, the captain of the Press Bowl debt collection team. His accomplice said he is still called the weapon chopper. Samson was annoyed, or we pretend to be mistaken and cripple him for good. He continued, an old man past his prime can do nothing. The door began to creak open. Seeing the door open, he shouted, Where's the money, old man? Samson was surprised to see him step out. Who are you? I sneered, you are dead. Pointed his finger at them, said, Magic missiles. They were dumbfounded by his action. Above their heads appeared a stream of blue light. Wang stood up, saw thousands of missiles hurtling toward them. Tamsun panicked down change, seeing their terrified faces. He gloated, Want to take that back, kid? Silently looked up at the sky. Samson said in a conciliatory tone, Or we sit down and talk. Mika replied curtly, No. Immediately after, thousands of missiles rained down on them. Samson and his gang looked ashen, hurriedly begged, Sorry, we will not do it again. The accomplice secretly admired. The magic missiles doing this was truly impressive. Mika proudly thought to himself, Nothing is better than paralyzing someone without killing them. Then he asked, Why is your face so excited? He looked at Samson sitting on the ground, asked, Who sent you? The accomplice stammered, We are field agents of Pressbow. The moment he finished speaking, he was sent flying by him. He said, That is not the answer I wanted. Samson saw his accomplice crash headfirst into the mountain, broke out in a cold sweat. Tan glowed. He asked again, Who sent you? The man fearfully lowered his head. It is Lord Icarus. Mika wondered about the name Icarus. Daedalus stepped out and explained, He is my disciple. Daedalus said, He has a conflict with me, and if the conflict continues, it will not be good. Mika asked when he could mine the primordial spirit stone. The man looked at his own hand. Need a week? I am still recovering. Kai said that is enough time. Mika calculated silently, 1 week to finish everything. Debt collectors were tied up. There was definitely a demon involved in this. Let us temporarily divide the roles, Mika. I assigned the task to Saintess Ariane, focus on treating the elder. She obeyed. I understand. He turned to Morden. You know what to do, right? The butler bowed. You mean intelligence, understood. He looked at Eileen and Ryan, told the two to stay here. Ryan hesitated and asked, What will we do? He replied, What else you two will study. He pointed towards the man. In his prime, he never lost to any knight. He is the weapon chopper, a rare opportunity. He asked Daedalus, Can you teach these two? The man looked at his hand. I do not mind, but Mika saw his hesitant attitude. Did not expect a man so brave in history to end up like this. His self-esteem gradually shattered, falling into an abyss. The failures and betrayals kept repeating. He called out, Sir Daedalus. His voice was like consolation. The process is ultimately just a process, and failure can make us stronger, you know that well. Daedalus was surprised. Dwarf lifespan is very long. He had experienced much more than him. But since when? When it came to despair, frustration, and failure, even he could give advice. Daedalus asked the process? Walked towards the house. Then when he stepped back outside, he would see something very endearing. He had decided I will try. Daedalus donned his armor, his voice firm. I will pass on my experience to the two youngsters. Perhaps I will also gain something. Mika smiled, Thank you. Eileen asked impatiently, So what will you do? He looked at the debt collectors as usual. He placed his hand on Samson's head flow. In the light, he slowly transformed into him. But when he saw his new ability, he asked, Did you pick up another strange thing again? Is it illusion magic or something? Mika denied. No, it is a level higher. He waved his hand to everyone and walked away. Let that matter be set aside. I will go in his place to that wretched axe called Placebo. Ryan could not help asking what he planned to do there. Mika paused and replied, I already told you. I will do what I want. Turning his face back, he smiled and said to go smash that place. Elsewhere, a hollow laugh echoed amid a scene filled with gold and jewels everywhere. A man with a proud long hair spoke up, Too easy, way too easy. He happily looked at the pile of gold, deceiving others for money, charging high interest, and then turning them into slaves. He is the president of Press Bowl Bakers. Baker proudly talked to himself, wondering if there was an easier way to make money. A voice came from afar. Bakers turned his face to look. You have returned, sir. His eyes were crimson as he looked at that man. He spoke reverently, Lord Icarus. Parkhurst bared his teeth in a smile, revealing a gaping mouth full of teeth. That man happily welcomed him. Master Icarus, you have arrived. As soon as he saw the person before him, Icarus asked, how is the mission? Bacchus replied, the same as before. That man was excited by the bold idea. We will completely crush him. He will no longer dare to dream of recovery. Parker Spawn spewed out a string of praises. Truly a wise decision, worthy of being a respected representative of the city. He was stopped by Icarus's rough hand on his throat. Shut up. Bacchus wearily begged, I am sorry, please forgive me. Icarus warned in a harsh tone, just focus on the mission I gave you, that is enough. And he affirmed, if you abuse your power again, you will return to the piece of trash you once were. Bacchus could only humbly and repeatedly say, I am sorry, I am truly sorry. Icarus continued to interrogate, what about the materials? This time Bacchus obediently reported, I have gathered a large amount, just missing a little. Icarus coldly set a deadline, you have 1 day to make up the rest. Bacchus quickly replied, yes sir. In truth, that man harbored deep hatred in his heart but had no choice to resist him. Marcus seemed to realize there was an entity backing him, something even more terrifying was supporting him. That man involuntarily uttered 2 words, the materials. Parkhurst quickly proceeded with the mission, I need to collect the materials. At the same time at Bridgeport headquarters, Mika observed around and assessed. This place seems surprisingly peaceful. It seems something has caught his attention. Seeing everyone acting normally, Mika wondered why no one noticed him. Considering the vanity, not to brag, that is why illusion is considered an achievement. Mika pondered, what should I check first now? Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder first. The other person greeted, is Captain Samson not coming today? Mika still did not understand what was going on. Going where? That guy continued joking. Come on, stop pretending. He straightforwardly blurted out, going to get materials, where else? Hearing that, Mika looked at him with a strange gaze. Then steady footsteps echoed on the stairs. The young man from earlier led the way for Mika. He anxiously exclaimed, I have a bad premonition. I feel like I am about to see something unpleasant. Mika also agreed, very possible. Alien fell into Kelly Boss's hands in an instant. Only one entity is behind this. Jiang Shan immediately remembered a familiar figure, the Demon King. He himself also knew no matter how many I eliminate, they keep coming. And then they stopped in front of a place that was blocked ahead. However, he chuckled with delight, hey, I knew it. The captain will also show up. Only then did Mika ask, what exactly are the materials? The young man explained, they are some shimmering stones. He began to doubt, really, Captain, what is wrong with you? Seeing the attitude of the person before him, Mika silently assessed, even mental suggestion has its limits. Then he suddenly exclaimed, you should get some sleep for a while. After that young man still did not understand what was happening, Mika used some hypnotic technique. In an instant he fell into a deep coma. When reasoning through what he knew, the thing inside here seemed to be the main financial source of Pressbook. However, he was extremely curious, what could it possibly be? Just as he stepped inside, Mika surprised the guard. Strange, Samson, you said you were going to see the old man but are back already. At this moment, the book also acknowledged something is not right. Mika did not respond but asked, today we are using it, right? Do you have it? The guard replied, this is a workshop so I have it. Mika gently raised his hand to his mask to feel it. He quickly discovered that there was a barrier here, seemingly to keep something inside. The guard reminded him not to stay inside too long. He warned that staying too long would cause his mind to become disordered. Mika ignored the warning and directly stepped inside the barrier. When he saw the scene inside, his face clearly showed surprise. Even the book was astonished. What was this thing? Daedalus was lying on the ground, breathing with difficulty. Around him were many other people, along with a thick wave of demonic heat surging. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. She asked doubtfully whether those things were antibiotic jelly or not. Antibiotic jelly was not that dangerous, but under suitable conditions, it would change. If it was infected by a monster's unique power, it was like dozens of hands tearing at a person's heart. The hallucination effect in Kellypot made them live in their own illusion. They were trapped in the illusion and had their life force drained. Mika could not help but curse. He had to admit that this place was no different from a farm run by demons. Mika speculated that this was something mass-produced. He picked up a hard stone. No wonder before regression we could never catch up. Mika crushed the stone with his bare hand. The worst part was that this might not be the only mine. Next, he summoned the divine staff. Mika used it to purify the air invaded by demonic Kai and asked Luo to help calm everyone down. The power from the staff could contain a large amount of toxic gas from outside. Mika knew that he could not completely heal them, but at least they would no longer lose life force to the antibiotic jelly. After finishing, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief, considering the emergency rescue done. At that moment, a figure had stood behind Mika and witnessed the whole event. A person shouted loudly, "What the hell happened here?" Backer angrily yelled at Samson, asking him what he had done to make everything disappear. Mika calmly pondered and thought that he should stop disguising himself. He asked Backer if he was the guild leader of Bridgeport, causing him to angrily question back. He lost control, pointed at Mika's face, and yelled, "How dare he call him the guild leader?" Those words made Mika's face darken. He coldly repeated the word crazy bastard. Then he said that he could accept being called crazy because that was the truth. Marcus had no idea what Mika was talking about. Mika angrily shouted but said there was one thing he could not accept. He released an amount of power. That was being called a crazy bastard or a magic missile. Marcus was scared pale, asking back what the hell he was talking about. Daedalus remained silent for a moment to ponder. Then he picked up the weapon beside him. Daedalus stated that the weapon-breaking skill was almost a natural talent. He noted that it was hard to perfectly imitate, but Eileen and Ryan were still optimistic and wanted to learn. He confidently asserted that he would definitely learn something from him. Seeing that attitude, Daedalus appreciated their eyes eager to learn. Those eyes were not deceitful, very pure. So he asked if their determination came from that hero. Just hearing that mentioned, Eileen and Ryan instinctively turned to look at each other. Then a gentle smile bloomed at the corner of her lips. Eileen admitted it. Ryan agreed and praised his solid skills, even if he was a bit eccentric. Daedalus once again let the atmosphere fall into silence. He thought to himself that he was truly impressive, but his morals were very bad and his personality was strange. Daedalus saw their will clearly. They completely trusted him. Unlike him who had abandoned his disciple, he still worried that the weapon-breaking technique was not something they could master in just 1 week. Daedalus gripped the axe handle tightly, showing hesitation, but their passion made him determined to pass on all his knowledge. A few hours later, Daedalus looked extremely tired after imparting the knowledge. Ryan questioned that they needed to stabilize the blood energy channels, because most weapons were not perfectly balanced. According to Ryan's experience, they needed to analyze and break the imbalance with just a brief contact. Daedalus asked if they had ever studied weapon breaking before. Ryan replied never. This surprised Daedalus. He wondered how they learned so quickly. Eileen still doubted her own ability, but upon reflection, she did not understand it immediately. Eileen insisted he did not understand it well enough to use in actual combat. Hence, Daedalus denied it, saying this skill could not be learned in just a week. It was absurd since mastering the basics would take at least a year. Eileen doubted again. Was it really that long? Daedalus answered firmly, it certainly was. The old man's legs, motionless until now, finally had to move. Daedalus really wanted to know who these two were using as a measure of talent. Was talent of this level only considered slightly above average? Eileen and Ryan seemed unaware of their own rare ability and blurted out, "A hero." Eileen clearly remembered that if it were Mika, he would not stop at application, but would turn it into a magic theory. She told herself perhaps she really needed to try harder. Daedalus unexpectedly gained a new fan. Their image made him ponder. The phone. Daedalus wept inwardly. One got 2 cartons of milk, the other got none. At this moment, Mika was still in Samson's body, with a belief in not killing. How beautiful it was. He was very satisfied with the feat. Defensive magic was indeed very suitable for proving that belief. Mika asked, did he agree? The other did not answer, so he got angry. Stop pretending to be unconscious. Bacchus scolded, indignantly retorted, "You bastard, do you know who is running this operation? I can deal with you without anyone knowing." As K turned back to his true form with a sneer, "Oh really? I am exactly that kind of person." Backer saw that and choked, impossible. He could not believe his eyes. "You are a hero." Bakers could not understand why a hero was here. Mika answered indifferently, "Who knows, what do you think?" In just a second his gaze turned sharp. "A few nobles created these things, so I came." Mika demanded, "Now spill everything you know." Facing the imposing man, Bax's whole body nearly could not stand steady. Even though he had dropped his gun, he still had a hard mouth. "I cannot speak." Mika said nothing more and directly hit the opponent. Bacchus screamed in pain. Mika said coldly, "Then I have no need to show mercy to someone who makes innocent people scapegoats." He pressed harder into his stomach. "If you do not talk." Marcus was terrified and quickly revealed, "He cast a spell on me." He said, "If I reveal information, my head will explode." Mika guessed immediately. That man planted a bomb spell as a precaution. Upon receiving the information, he withdrew his leg. In other words, you physically cannot speak about anything. Only then did Marcus regain his senses. He was still alive. He dared not argue. "If you need information, I will cooperate." Bakers asserted, "If you could give me a little more time." But Mika's voice was extremely strange. "Then too bad." His face was full of calculation. "I will have to pull it directly from your brain." Bacchus was frightened, his entire body frozen. "What?" Not giving the opponent time to understand. Mika immediately used 7th circle mental magic, brain drain. The magical runes flew in a circle in the air, and just a few seconds later, Bacchus lay unconscious on the ground. Done. Mika let go, leaving him to fall. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Sid asked curiously, "Mika, what did you see?" Mika revealed the abyss. Hearing that, Xet's face fell. "Hey Mika!" she suddenly exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Floating script on Mika's wrist suddenly glowed. Morden appeared out of nowhere with a sinister expression. He glanced around in bewilderment. Lacking skin. Michaelin interrogated the butler. "Have you found anything yet?" His cold gaze swept down, sending chills down the other's spine. Morden, receiving that look, calmly composed himself. Then he said seriously, "Not even a full day." Mika said in a deep voice, I trust you, the butler is the best at intelligence. Morden replied, you speak dangerously. He admitted, my lord speaks too calmly about dangerous things. This city is strange, not like before. Mika immediately caught the keyword strange how? Morden reported, a basic feeling as if it had been drenched in ink jade. He continued, there are also 2 hell guilds. Given the state of this guild, the other 2 are probably similar. The butler shared more collected information. 100 members once formed the Malian Council. Among them, 75 people supported Kelly Boss's intervention. And that was how Kelly Boss became the master of Malian. But strangely, half of those supporters later tried to change their votes. According to Morden, they kept saying, I was not clear-headed at the time. That is unfair. Then he asked, seems suspicious, right? After hearing the news, Mika admitted, yeah, quite suspicious. Morden wondered what he ultimately planned to do with this race. Mika seemed to have a plan already. Hearing there was someone perfect for this situation, Morden repeated skeptically, perfect. Instantly, the image of Ariane appeared in his mind. Morden suggested, right, we have the maiden. She is so unique I almost forgot. Mika remarked, yes, a bit eccentric. He thought Daedalus also needed to witness this sight. Meanwhile, Daedalus was troubled by Aelin and Ryan. He sighed, though he thought it was no comfortable place for Cam. He wanted gentle magical power to spread and soothe the pain. That was Ariane using her healing arts on those who had lost significant strength. Daedalus looked up at the scene before him, humming softly. He could not understand why it had turned out this way. After observing the entire scene ahead, Daedalus turned around. As soon as he saw the person lying unconscious on the stone slab, he shouted loudly. Mika asked, do you know this person? Daedalus approached, this is my nephew. He began to doubt we came here together, helping each other, but the boy said he would go back to the kingdom. Why is he here? Daedalus slowly poured a vial of potion into Perdix's mouth. The potion worked quickly. In less than 10 seconds he opened his eyes. Seeing the other's reaction, Daedalus quickly asked, hey, are you still conscious? Perdix was confused. Why are you here? Daedalus asked back, someone helped me. No, first of all, why are you in this place? Perdix recounted, the day I tried to retract my decision, I was attacked and imprisoned here. Daedalus interrogated, who locked you up? Perdix replied, it was Icarus. At this point, Mika had no more doubts. Everything was clear. Daedalus was devastated. Icarus, could my own disciple be behind all this? Mika reassured him, please calm down. We only have a few scattered pieces of information. Then he stepped in front of Perdix and introduced himself. I am Mika Wamburgis. Mika also emphasized the world calls me a hero. Politely asked, excuse me, but I have something I wish to ask if it is not an imposition. Perdix immediately bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, O hero. Without waiting for Mika to ask, he actively spoke, I will tell you everything I know. Mika was silent, waiting for the story behind it. Perdix shared, back then the council agreed with Kelly Boss's proposal and handed him the ruling power. Perdix was one of those who had agreed to grant that power, but the problem was he had no intention of doing so. Perdix's view, I believed keeping the council was best for Malian. There was something Perdix found confusing, yet you still voted in favor. Mika replied, even I don't understand why I decided that way. Perdix admitted, I cannot explain it either. That is why I tried to retract my decision. Mika pondered if what Perdix said was true. According to his judgment, that day he must not have been in his right mind. On the opposite side, Perdix was also concentrating on thinking back. Mika asked in a low voice, do you remember anything? Perdix said, I don't remember anything. There was something that concerned him more importantly, how long have I been here? Mika hesitated, hard to say exactly. He revealed the council was disbanded over half a century ago. Hearing that, Perdix stiffened. What? Mika immediately realized, you have lost your sense of time. And he requested, Lord Daedalus, can you check if anyone else is still in the mine? Mika thought there might still be council members from that day. Daedalus quickly agreed, I understand. Then he immediately went to search around the area. About half an hour later, the group found many others. Unexpectedly, there were 10 more people here. The truth was Perdix and the council members. They were puppets being controlled without knowing it, left behind in the mine like fertilizer. Mika assessed this phenomenon, a fantasy akin to a dream. At this point, he could firmly confirm that a demon unit had done this countless times. Mika pondered if they were involved in this matter. At the same time, Laxia was amused watching from above. Humans truly... Just then, a voice called out, Lady Laxia. Hearing the voice, Laxia turned around. Icarus, you've arrived. Icarus courteously reported, I have completed all the tasks you gave me. The supply of reactive ore will meet the required quota. Laxia approached, her voice full of cunning. Well done, your efforts will be fully reported. Don't worry. Icarus respectfully bowed. Thank you, my lady. Laxia deliberately continued. The couple, of course, I will handle that matter. The words that came out of her mouth made Icarus despise her greatly. You traded your own master for power and status, didn't you? Yet he still knelt like a puppy. I am ready to dedicate everything. Laxia glanced at him with sharp eyes. You said you wanted to be the one in control, yet you chose to be the one controlled. Her hand gripped the chain tightly. Laxia gave a strong pull. Humans are truly interesting. Meanwhile, Mika Mika remained focused on the analysis, affirming that he had not reached the Lord level. He noticed the density of king-devouring cliques in the city was still low. If it were a great demon, the entire area would have been saturated. From that, Mika deduced the matter was not too difficult. The core issue was proving the vote was unfair. He then spoke up, saying there needed to be clearer evidence. Ariandel reported that most of the victims in the mines had recovered. Mika sighed, thinking even a saint couldn't save the dead. Ariane asked if this was all. Mika tiredly said there were at least 2 more mines. Suddenly he exclaimed, "What is the matter?" His sharp eyes seemed to have noticed something. Mika looked at Ariane's trembling small hands, blaming himself for not thinking of this. She had lived in seclusion to carry out the saint's mission. She was cut off from the outside world and had just stepped out. Ariane was still inexperienced now, inadvertently revealing an image from before her own regression. Mika blamed himself for not being perceptive enough. Ariane said painfully she knew she couldn't save everyone, but the reality was too different. She guessed there were even more horrifying scenes ahead. Ariane found it strange. Why did that image keep haunting her mind? Mika thought to himself this was a side of her he had never seen. He realized, unlike before, now he was the one giving advice. But Mika also admitted a saint with such compassion was understandable. He honestly shared, if she bore everything alone, she would eventually break down. Mika reminded her she didn't need to turn away, just knowing her limits was enough. He believed even without advice, she would still stand up on her own, but he didn't want to leave her alone. At least she could endure less suffering than before the regression. Standing dejectedly for a moment, suddenly a sweet smile bloomed on Ariane's lips. She happily said, "Don't ignore it, but don't let it devour you either." "That sounds good." Ariane wondered, thinking the fewer victims the better. That wasn't wrong, was it? According to her, the more demon heads they eliminated, the fewer victims there would be. Upon hearing this, the book shouted loudly, demanding Mika stop her. But Mika admitted her words were completely correct. He silently praised Ariane for being remarkably quick to understand. Mika ignored that attitude, continuing to talk about how even saints must evolve with the times. Ariane agreed, only the book objected. Mika gave a bright smile, wondering if he had a talent for giving advice. Book truly didn't know what else to do, only asking him to be quiet. Someone's legs were propped up on the table, exuding an air of authority. Black Tiger Guild leader Marlian spoke irritably, wondering what Bacchus, that greedy man, was planning by giving up his share. Red Oak Guild leader Masun asked about the supply situation. His side lost 4 and needed replacements, and the other side was similar. He said contemptuously, what did it matter? Half of those addicts were already cripples. Masun thought of a malicious plan, just dump the troublesome ones into the mines. Slaves were not something this city lacked. Just then the door suddenly burst open. Masun confirmed the person before him and spoke, "Why are you so late?" Seeing the other party silent, he was very puzzled by his actions. His eyes followed every incomprehensible movement. Jack sensed something was wrong. His mood was different from usual. Bacchus asked in a deep voice, "Everything has been going smoothly, hasn't it?" That only made Jack more suspicious. Did he drag him here just to say a few nonsense words? Bacchus dared to speak up. "Of course it's smooth when you suck the blood of innocence, living exactly as you want." He boldly said, "You must think the whole world is yours." Jack stood up furiously. "You bastard, I can't take this anymore." However, Barker's eyes gleamed with a strange red light. He commanded, "Sit down." Just one sharp glance struck straight into Jack's legs. The pain forced Jack to clench his teeth tightly together. More than that, Jack had fallen sprawling to the ground, screaming in pain. Only then did Masun suddenly realize it was a trap. He rushed towards the door, muttering to himself that he had prepared in advance for self-defense and had people stationed around the building. Masun took out a radio to signal his accomplices. As soon as he pressed the signal button, it became completely useless. At that moment, a voice asked if he was wondering why they hadn't arrived yet. A slender finger gently flicked with a crisp sound. The flick nearly broke Masun's knuckles in two. Barker continued his dominance. "Of course your accomplices couldn't come." He stated he had taken care of all of them before coming here. At some unknown point, all of Masun's men were lying unconscious in a heap. That enraged him, asking Barker what game he was playing. Was he after their shares? From the baker's disguise, Mika slowly revealed himself. No one expected it. Seeing the person in front of him, Masun trembled violently, almost. Mika exuded a strong killing intent. "I think the two of you have a lot to talk about." Yu tongue grabbed Masun's blonde hair, "So you better grit your teeth." Mika emphasized each word, "I won't let you die easily." Facing such a strong opponent, Sun only dared to peek with his eyes. Just a few seconds later, the house shook as if there was a riot. A moment later, the large door was closed. Mika was now outside after finishing off those boys. Sun even carefully wiped each finger. Satch peeked at Mika with a worried face. "She thought what you did was justified. Even I find them beyond saving." Mika nodded in agreement. "Sack, seriously ask one thing, are you okay?" Mika did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a long while. He replied after a moment, "You don't need to worry about what I am thinking." Mika pondered, "I understand why Seth was worried, because my actions this time were different from before." He coldly spoke, "But betrayers will not be forgiven." A representative thanked you for saving us, Sir Hero. Mika had planned meticulously. Rescuing the races from the mines was not difficult. By using Mirage, the key was to disguise himself as those two to infiltrate. He discovered further that they were sending dissidents to the mines. In a short time, Mika realized they buried the truth by torturing them. Daedalus bowed sincerely. For my disciple, I am sorry. Mika's anger had not subsided. Arrogant bastard. Then he said, as everyone has heard, Melian is in chaos because of an agenda that should not be passed. Mika confidently asserted, as a hero, I can destroy the demon manipulating the city. However, he emphasized, to restore life and hope, only you all can do it. One person wondered, so what should we do? Mika said slowly, I will arrange an audience with the emperor. The rest is up to you. Then he raised his broad arm towards the collective in front of him. Mika gave them a trusting look. Can you do it? Everyone was surprised, standing dumbfounded for a moment. Each person's fists clenched one by one. Then they chorused with spirit, we can do it. Receiving that response, Mika finally breathed a sigh of relief. Preparations are done. His eyes held determination. It was time to act. A moment later, there was the sound of footsteps on the street. Icarus then realized something was wrong. He wondered, Parker still has no news. It's past the appointed day and still no word. That made Icarus fly into a rage. What are you plotting, you bastard? A hand from behind gently slipped under his clothes. Icarus, who was walking hurriedly, was stunned into stillness. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help wondering, what is this? Why is there nothing? Voice suddenly rang out. You seem quite surprised. Someone was already waiting there, seemingly on purpose for Icarus. Mika exhaled with hatred. That wicked man. Icarus was caught off guard, the hero. Mika chuckled with satisfaction. So you know me, then you know what's coming. However, there was no sign of fear in Icarus. He even cast magic. Good, that suits me even more. Icarus was extremely confident. Now I can prove the power I received. And then he fiercely grabbed his weapon and charged forward. Mika reacted quickly, immediately jumping up to avoid the attack. Now he was very certain. You are relying on the rebirth stone, right? Mika discovered the mines containing that stone were an endless source of power for the demons. He grasped the opponent's psychology. You must believe this thing helps you fight me. Not stopping there, Icarus continued to grab his weapon and charge at Mika. He seemed to use all his strength to break through. The giant weapon shot forward like a gust of wind. Yet Mika stood motionless like a statue, not dodging. His eyes were wide open, tracking every move of his opponent. Not only that, Mika even burst out laughing, but in the blink of an eye, he created a defense far stronger than you imagine. This time was Mika's turn to withstand Seth's storm. Surging winds rose as if to sweep away the entire world. Icarus went from an offensive stance to losing control against the violent gusts. Before long, he knelt down to the ground. Bright red blood flowed in streams, clearly showing you were badly injured. Mika said calmly, since you voluntarily made the contract, nothing strange about it. Icarus was stunned. Could Tada have already become stronger? He stubbornly asked why he should make bets with them. Mika replied nonchalantly, aren't you getting weaker? He also remarked that before the contract you probably looked more formidable. Those words hit Icarus right where it hurt. He arrogantly bragged, do you think things changes now? We have held this city for decades. Mika responded to Icarus with a contemptuous attitude, how troublesome, I want to leave. He deliberately prodded, Laxia's offer must have been sweet. That is how demons usually tempt people. Icarus was surprised once again. How do you know that name? Mika lowered his voice. You don't like it. Want me to call you by another name? He looked at him again with a murderous gaze. Alright then, how about Pathos? Mika already had information on this name. The Pathos Dream Legion belongs to a greater demon. Laxia is the commander of the Wind Pathos. She is also a nightmare demon with tremendous power. His voice grew deeper. I will ask you only one thing. Mika questioned seriously. Why did you betray your master in the end? Icarus let out a heavy breath. Then he stated clearly, the betrayer is not me but the master. Icarus recounted bitterly. He promised to avenge my wrongfully killed family. He continued, my master promised that. Saying that, Icarus grew even more bitter. I never stopped striving for that revenge. Now he tells me to abandon hatred, to let it go. Damn it all. It is the master, the one who broke his promise, who is the real betrayer. Mika understood that feeling better than anyone. The nature of demons is to excel at digging deep into that emotion. His voice was hoarse. I cannot turn a blind eye any longer. Mika said with contempt, so what do you plan to do? Icarus was stunned. What? Mika explained that even if you have a conflict with your master, what does that have to do with the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire? And he asserted the truth is they have nothing to do with this matter at all. Mika criticized bluntly, you are only sacrificing lives for your own goals. Seeing Mika turn his back, Icarus asked, where are you going? He replied, to clean up the trash causing this chaos. Mika also stated, I am not the one who will punish you. At that moment, a large figure stepped forward. That person stopped right in front of Icarus. The moment he saw the person before him, he exclaimed, Master. Daedalus kept a stern expression as he stood opposite Icarus. He demanded in a deep voice, pick up your weapon, Icarus. Daedalus reprimanded seriously, but for revenge you have laid hands on innocent people. He stated clearly, you are just venting your anger, no different from a murderer. Daedalus declared distinctly, therefore from now on I will punish you. Icarus was stunned by this action. Then he burst out laughing again. Icarus let out sounds like a madman, ha ha ha. He sneered at Daedalus's words. What? Just some anger? Icarus shouted furiously. What the hell do you know to talk so big? Instantly, he charged forward in a frenzy to attack. Daedalus was ready to fight Icarus. This is, he said sternly, his eyes veiled with a layer of water, my final words as your master. And then the two began their battle. Mika once again walked alone on the deserted street. He mused, there is more than demon in Malian. Mika knew well that many nightmare demons were occupying every corner of the city. By the time he reached the forest edge point, it was already dark. Mika looked up at the tall building ahead. The center of it all is Laxa. He lightly touched his finger to the stitch center to check, then wondered, alright, where to begin? Mika decided that instead of normal magic, using what demons hate most would be better. He used an extremely powerful magic circle to expand the formation. In a flash, he flew swiftly to the top of the building. Inside the room, Laxia was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. She gently swayed to the melodious tune playing. Suddenly, a strange sound from outside startled Laxia. She just turned her head toward the door when she saw Mika flying straight in. In his hand, he firmly gripped a magic staff. Mika spoke. The first greeting had been impressive. Instantly, the magic staff blazed with a spark of flame. Meanwhile, Laxia still had not understood what was happening. The power erupting from the staff quickly shattered the ground. The earth and stone beneath his feet broke into pieces. Mika had timely flown outside, completely safe. Only Laxia remained sitting amidst the chaotic debris. She shouted angrily, what kind of being are you? Expression greatly pleased Mika. He solemnly introduced himself. I am the hero, get it? Hearing that, Laxia was startled. How can you be here? Mika looked down with a contemptuous gaze. You should have been more alert. In his heart, he had envisioned this outcome before the regression. The only difference was that last time, everything was too late. The staff in Mika's hand suddenly sparked a blue light. Power growing increasingly larger delighted him. Truly interesting. Laxia immediately recognized it as divine force magic. Before her, the earth crumbled, leaving her only to passively dodge. She gritted her teeth, her heart full of resentment. Unable to fight, Laxia changed her strategy. How about we talk a bit? Her smile looked so detestable, Mika calmly replied, indeed. His eyes shifted. That demon lord holds too many secrets. Yes, I truly need information from you. Laxia was still confident she could fool this person. Blue circle appeared in midair, but then, unexpectedly, Mika declared firmly, I do not negotiate with demons. As the words fell, Laxia's widened in shock. She stared at him. If you are a hero, should you not consider the bigger picture? Mika was silent, his mind only thinking he would not understand. He lightly waved his hand, his voice cold yet lost. At that very moment, a violent sphere of spiritual energy appeared. Laxia smirked, calmly accepting, very well, if that is your will. She laughed madly, casting magic. Then I will choose my own path too. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire space. A moment later, Laxia sighed in relief. This feeling is flooding my soul. Through the hazy smoke, her two horns gradually emerged. Next came long wings carrying a surging aura. Laxia's feet now slowly touched the ground. She wore a maniacal smile. Shortened lifespan is but a small price. With this rebirth stone, I can destroy you. Beside him, Seth quickly warned, Mika, he is forcing himself to unleash too much power. Just a small push more and he will fall, but he shook his head, no. Mika sank into thought, true, but there is no gain in ending it like this. On the opposite side, Laxia burst into loud, arrogant laughter. Mika calmly observed, his heart growing more resolute. This time is different. Personally observed the rebirth stone, then softly chanted the teleportation command. Instantly, Mika's figure shot into the air. He stretched out his arms, and a strange object appeared. Witnessing that, Seth was bewildered. Mika, what are you planning to do? Mika stood motionless, slowly asking, do you still remember when I simulated the Demon King's authority? In his subconscious, he concluded demons also originate from the Demon King, so perhaps it also shares similarities with that authority. At the same time, Laxia roared in fury, stopped dodging like a damned rat. Mika's body swayed for a moment. He froze, his eyes wide, binding type magic. At this moment, he once again swung his hand, and his aura instantly burst forth. Laxia swung his hand, releasing pitch-black magic power, and fierce killing intent surged out, dying. Mika carefully observed the stream of magic power rushing towards him. It was a shadow magic that contained only destruction. Zit panically called his name, his eyes full of fear as he saw the terrifying attack closing in. Turning back to Laxia, she curled her lips in a cold smile. Even Bear wouldn't come out unscathed from this blow. Meanwhile, Mika had long been engulfed by the aura. He stared blankly at his body that was gradually being destroyed. In that moment, a series of thoughts echoed in Mika's subconscious, not a single ray of light, only filled with an aura that hated life. A power antagonistic to life itself. Although incomparable to the Demon King, it was similar in nature. Thinking of this, he affirmed that he had to apply the power he had tested that day in this very way. While Mika was still dazed, Laxia lunged forward. If I kill you, my position will rise further. Thank you, hero. At the same time, he quickly concluded that it was anti-life. Mika exhaled softly, so that's it. Then suddenly he appeared with his body completely unscathed, voicing a question from his lips, is it like this? Before the unexpected sight, Laxia was almost struck dumb, her eyes wide open, her expression extremely bewildered. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly speculated, could that be annihilation? After speaking, Laxia vehemently denied it. No, it can't be. How could a hero like you possess this? Mika looked at the sphere in his hand. He calmly continued, instead of destroying tangible objects, condensing the darkness is more effective. I understand now. Hearing Hearing this, Laxia became even more enraged, shouting, "What in the world are you? What kind of person are you? How did you obtain that power?" Facing the accusation, Mika couldn't help but laugh. "Me." Immediately after, he declared clearly, "I am the one who will destroy those like you." Suddenly, a stream of energy shot straight towards Laxia. Facing the unexpected attack, she was almost struck dumb. Elsewhere, Joshua raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze over each person before him, then slowly spoke, "So your meaning is, are you the former council members of Malian?" Continued with a stern voice, "I have already confirmed the evidence regarding the discovery of the demon. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would actually find it and submit the evidence." Saying this, Joshua declared clearly, "Very good. If the city has been corrupted by the demon horde, then the ruler must step up and take responsibility." He fell silent for a few seconds as if carefully considering before continuing to give the verdict. "However, even if you were to re-establish the council, would you dare to guarantee that the city would truly recover?" Before the probing question, the man's face slightly contorted. He hurriedly knelt to the ground, his voice raspy as he spoke about that matter. At this moment, Joshua leaned back into the throne, his voice slowing down, standing in the position of the emperor, the ruler of the entire empire. "Aside from Kelly Boss, I see no reason to return your autonomy to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Verdict bowed his head respectfully and answered with a sincere attitude, "The reason we cannot guarantee it is not only because the city is ailing. Maintaining the city itself was never difficult." His tone became more serious. "To truly reclaim Malian, some chaos is unavoidable." Hearing this, Joshua raised an eyebrow slightly, looking skeptical. "You think you can sway me without some empty flattery?" Briggs once again bowed his head respectfully. "Your Majesty is a wise ruler. Hollow flattery is unnecessary. You will be more interested in practical promises within your limits." He did not forget to add, "Those were the hero's words." Joshua nodded slightly, a look of interest appearing on his face. "So that's it. So tell me, what is this practical promise you can offer?" Burdick declared without hesitation, "Our servants will once again turn this place into a city of art and freedom." He raised an eyebrow, paying special attention to the last two words. "You said freedom? Have you ever thought that from my position, the two words freedom sound not at all appealing?" At that moment, Burdick unconsciously remembered Mika's face. His eyes clearly wavered. Then Burdick lifted his head to look directly into Joshua's eyes and declared, "We respect freedom but detest debauchery." As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor looked at him thoughtfully. Then suddenly Joshua burst into wild laughter, excitedly repeating, "Debauchery." A moment later, Joshua admitted for the first time, "Correct, that is exactly it. What I dislike is not freedom, but irresponsible debauchery." Was that also said by the hero? Verdict nodded slightly. "Yes, that is correct." He smiled contentedly as if he had found the answer he wanted. "Freedom and debauchery. I like this distinction, Hero Mika Purgis." And Joshua coldly issued an order, telling Calabos that he would be held responsible for failing to protect the city from the demon horde. The atmosphere in the Great Hall immediately became solemn as he prepared to announce the final decision. From this moment onward, Malian will no longer belong to Calabos. Hearing this, Hector immediately nodded in acknowledgement, awaiting the shout that resounds through the Great Hall. "Your servant will execute your Majesty's command. We are extremely grateful for your Majesty's grace." Witnessing that scene, Joshua Alexandro chuckled lightly. "You truly are an interesting one. I will have to summon him soon." On the other side, a hole suddenly appeared in Laxia's body. Her eyes were glazed over, staring blankly as if she were dead. Laxia turned to question him, "Hero, how could you use his power?" As soon as she finished speaking, Laxia's body turned to ash, and she screamed in panic. Soon, Laxia's face dissipated like smoke. In her panic, she screamed, "I don't want to die." A few seconds later, Laxia completely vanished before Mika's eyes. He unconsciously stared at his own palm. Just then, Zak approached and hurriedly called out to him. Mika turned around in confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zak frowned slightly and asked how he could use that power. Faced with the question, he calmly explained, "I reversed the power of the anti-life stone. It was just improvisation." Hearing the answer, Zak raised her voice, emphasizing each word, "Just as I said. That was supposed to be impossible." Mika did not reply, only nodded and said, "I know. By the principle of divine power, I basically neutralized Laxia's attack. It seems she taught me something useful before she left. Farewell, Laxia, you were truly a generous little devil." Behind him, Zak cast a suspicious glance at Mika. "You're thinking something strange again, aren't you?" Then she put away her wary expression and reminded him, "Be careful anyway, seriously." Hearing this, Mika answered firmly, "But I cannot ignore the Demon King's power, I must understand it." Zak slightly lowered her head, her expression turning heavy at that matter. In Mika's mind, the thought echoed, she also knows that preventing the Demon King's descent is impossible. At that moment, he looked straight into Zak's eyes. No ordinary method can oppose him. Yet she was still worried. What if he used the fragments of the Demon King's power and get closer to its essence? "I'm not sure if you can endure it. After speaking, Zeke walked ahead. Mika quietly watched from behind. He sighed helplessly. What else can I do? I have no choice but to endure. Hearing this, she momentarily froze. After a brief silence, Zach nodded in admission. Yeah, you're right. She sighed softly in self-blame. I just said something really stupid. Elsewhere, Ariandel frantically stabbed down with her weapon. The person she had struck clutched his chest, coughing violently, his breath ragged. She shouted in dissatisfaction, what kind of pure maiden is this? Ariane immediately glared at her, please keep quiet. Done with the task, she took a deep breath. My work here is done. I wonder how the others are. Then Ariane tilted her head to look at the sky, surprised. That powerful surge of demonic energy has disappeared. She was bewildered. Did we really succeed? You're amazing, Mika. Ariane slightly narrowed her eyes, memories flooding back. I used to have a recurring nightmare. It always felt too real. The hero Siegfried and Mika were standing next to him. Though they were just fragments of scenes flashing by, each piece was filled with utter despair, sorrow, and extreme pain. Thinking that, she asked herself, why am I doubting what happened that day? The Mika in the dream was so gloomy, silent, and withdrawn, so different from the him now, that somehow I feel both comforted and sad. Ariane bit her lip. Am I being selfish? In the memory, Mika appeared, gently stroking her hair. Returning to reality, Ariane told herself, don't look away and ignore it, but don't let it drown you. She sank back into thought. In the dream, Mika was occasionally strangely gentle. Then she involuntarily spoke aloud. At least that point hasn't changed. After speaking, Ariane couldn't help but laugh. She murmured meaningfully, if the immature self has a guiding milestone, then that immaturity will soon pass. Someday I want to talk about those dreams, even just a little. Elsewhere, Daedalus collapsed upon seeing the corpse before him. His body trembled violently. Behind him, Mika had appeared. Daedalus kept his head bowed. You have arrived, hero. He looked at the devastated scene and sighed warily. It's finally over. The old man suddenly lifted his head, his voice choked with pain. Over? I didn't want this. It was my fault for not being able to curb that boy's thirst for revenge. I failed in my responsibility as a teacher. Daedalus's breathing grew heavier. If I had guided him on the right path, perhaps everything would have been different. He covered his face and burst into tears. I'm sorry, I spoke carelessly without realizing it. At that very moment, Mika slowly reached his hand toward Daedalus. He stepped forward, eyes resolutely fixed on the old man. This isn't over yet, counselor. Hearing this, Daedalus silently admitted he was right. Nothing was truly over. This isn't something one person can simply declare finished. After a moment of silence, the old man let out a faint smirk. Counselor, is it? Then Daedalus firmly grasped Mika's hand. Yes, that's right. He raised his head to look at him with a resolute expression. This isn't over yet. A few days later, a piece of paper appeared in Mika's hand. 3 days later, the cries of newspaper boys rang out everywhere. The emperor had decreed the Calabos Marcus family no longer ruled Malian. A citizen let out a light laugh, his face relaxed. Finally, I knew this day would come. On the other side, someone shouted to tear it down. Another insisted on keeping it, saying it had some historical value. At the same time, Ariane quietly watched the city change. Malian was about to return to its true beauty. Just then, Daedalus hurriedly ran in front of Mika. My lord hero. He unexpectedly took out a crystal. Daedalus said with difficulty, it took 3 days to find it. Mika let out a sigh of relief. Finally found. Daedalus stared at the crystal, panting heavily. He couldn't believe they dug it up so quickly. How did you know to send me here? Mika chuckled. You are a craftsman, aren't you? He thought to himself, that's something I remembered before the regression, as easy as pie. Daedalus then brought up another issue, but who's certain about this matter? Mika asked back in confusion, what matter? He quickly replied, the Calabos Marcus family. I know how persistent and insidious they are. I've dealt with them before. You might not fall before them, but Mika clenched the crystal tightly and said coldly, sooner or later, I will finish Kelly Boss off for good. If they intend to destroy me, they'd best be prepared to face the consequences. Only one thought remained in Mika's mind until one of us dies. I don't know the whole truth of the past. What happened between my parents and the Marcas, and why he hates my father so much? Once again, Daedalus expressed his loyalty. I trust you, but I have a concern. After a month of hesitation, he asked urgently, do you know about the blood-twisted stone? Mika asked suspiciously, the one legends say can resurrect the dead, right? Daedalus nodded, yes, it hasn't resurrected anyone, but it's no ordinary stone. There are rumors Kelly Boss is collecting those bloodstones. He froze, his pupils constricting. At that moment, a bad feeling washed over him. Those bastards dare to create something against life. Unforgivable. I have a bad feeling. Mika immediately turned to leave, his steps decisive. I'm going to check. He stopped, clearly stating that if there really was a problem, we will decisively eliminate it. The scene shifted to the Walpurgis domain. A quiet air enveloped the vast mansion. Inside, Eden sadly stroked the ball of fluff in his hand. He raised his head, letting out a frustrated sigh. Eden murmured, that son of mine runs all over the world causing enough trouble. He thought to himself, I understand heroes slay evil demons, but... Thinking this, Eden sighed again as a father, this twists my guts. Just then, Lemison suddenly opened the door. He narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed the strange object. Lemison yelled in dissatisfaction, what now? Did it crawl in again? Don't get attached. There are a dozen coiled snakes inside. Yiden gently stroked the ball of fluff. What's inside doesn't matter, as long as it heals people's hearts. Hearing that, he could only exhale. Look at you. Emerson suddenly halted, his eyes carrying many thoughts. He didn't hide his curiosity and asked, hey Yiden, about your wife. Emerson asked directly, why did she leave you? Contrary to expectations, the old man answered quickly, due to illness, an incurable disease. Even that great mage was helpless. Magic isn't omnipotent, you know. After speaking, Yiden frowned, his eyes full of unspeakable thoughts. Returning to the past, Marianne spoke with difficulty, I'm sorry, my love. Looked at their young son with eyes full of love. Please take care of Mika. Saying this, Marianne struggled to hold his hand tightly, yet she couldn't fight it and left the mortal world. Returning to the present, Yiden once again sank into an indelible pain. Lemison was curious again, had his wife died in this mansion? He nodded in confirmation. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow, it was truly strange. Lemison blurted out unconsciously, then there must be trace even in spirit form. Yiden turned to look at him. What do you mean? Lemiston shook his head, I need to investigate further. Suddenly he snatched Leo from his hand, let me borrow this kit. Yiden immediately jumped up, hey, what are you going to do? Lemington turned around angrily, I just need to check a bit. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Yiden still stood rooted to the spot. He nearly collapsed, my peace and healing. Turning back to Mika, he spoke in a reminding tone, everyone listen up. Hearing that, Ryan was dissatisfied. Where exactly are you going with that expression on your face? The corner of Mika's mouth suddenly curved into a crescent shape. He gave a sinister grin. Seeing that smile, Eileen immediately raised an eyebrow. Ryan's face darkened, involuntarily feeling a chill down his spine, that expression again. Ryan could not help but curse, you bastard, what are you plotting? Mika replied calmly, to fight one more battle. He trembled slightly, what? Marianne was thoughtful, we have defeated Kelly Boss, but I still feel something is missing. Mika looked straight at the group. This time we will go to the territory of Marcus Kelly Boss. Under the deep purple night sky, Mika sat silently before the campfire, his gaze pensive. Not far away, Ariane and Aileen were curled up under thick blankets. Next to them was Ariane, who seemed to have fallen asleep. The fire still blazed on this side. Cast flickering lights onto Mika's face. Seth quickly announced, tomorrow we will arrive at the Calabos territory. He nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on the pitch-black sky. He involuntarily stopped and looked ahead like Mika. She asked curiously, you seem thoughtful. Mika said slowly, nothing. I was just wondering what Kelly Boss plans to do with demonic power. Seth said, the only way for the Demon King to influence the world is direct possession. There is no other way, right? Seth shook his head slightly, his expression pensive, as he recalled, not necessarily. There are still other ways. If there is a vessel that can withstand the Demon King's presence, even temporarily, he can still exert influence. Mika's pupils contracted, his brows furrowed tightly. A body that can withstand the Demon King? She added, finding such a vessel is nearly impossible. It is an act of demeaning a divine entity. With his pride, I do not think he would choose that method. He nodded dejectedly, I think so too, but nothing in this world is absolute. Mika said in a low voice, we will only know for sure when we witness it ourselves. At that moment, Morden slowly approached him. He asked worriedly, Hen, my lord cannot sleep? Stargazing like this, back when the madam was alive, I remember you were not so concerned with the night. Hearing that, Mika involuntarily let out a breath, mother? Small memories slid through his mind. I do not have many memories of her. In his mind, Mika faintly saw the figure of a gentle woman. He rejoiced, mother. Stepping in, Mika froze. She passed away when he was too young. Yiden bowed his head beside her in grief. He did not cry, did not scream, just silently stayed by her side. Marianne's face appeared in his mind. I remember she smiled a lot, and Mika really liked that smile. He also used to smile a lot. The reason Mika cherished the night sky he once disliked was because of the memories with his comrades before the regression. Turning to reality, he involuntarily reached his hand out towards the night. Mika inwardly admitted, but the true origin was probably her death. A moment later, he called softly, Butler. Morden immediately answered, yes, my lord. Mika's voice lowered, the story concerning Kelly Boss, my father and mother. I assume you know this story very well. As the lowest branch of the family, the Kelly Boss lineage began with deep inferiority. That is why the previous Marcus Kelly Boss wanted his son to build a solid relationship. And the result of that ambition was our family Juan Purvis. Morden slowly repeated the Duke's words. According to your father, the Marcus back then seemed very different. The Marcus of that time was still immature in many aspects. Among the nobility, he even became a laughingstock at times. And then, during that period, in the loneliest moment of Kelly Boss, a hand unexpectedly reached out toward him. Kelly Boss instinctively lifted his head to look forward. He saw Marianne appear with a radiant smile. It was the first time he met that young lady. Hearing this, Mika slowly continued, from the Marcus' perspective back then, that must have been a salvation. Morden slightly nodded, acknowledging this viewpoint. Then he continued, from then on, the three of them were often together. By now you must have realized. Marianne suddenly fell to the ground. Witnessing that scene, Kelly Boss shouted Marianne's name, but he suddenly froze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He saw Yiden slowly grasp Marianne's hand tightly. At that moment, both were too shy to look each other in the eye. Morden's voice rang out evenly again. It was he himself who first met and loved Lady Marianne. Yes, it was your father. Mika listened and nodded lightly. That also made sense. He thought my mother wasn't even a noble. nor a citizen of the empire. Someone far below the noble standard. My father didn't mind at all. My mother never clearly revealed her background, yet she still gracefully fulfilled the role of the family lady. Things should have ended peacefully like that, but he suddenly changed his expression, as if there was a problem. Boss suddenly pressed Marianne against the wall. Lady Leon directly slapped him hard across the face. Morden continued bitterly. The Marquis had mistaken Marianne's kindness for something more than mere decency. He deceived her under the guise of family work, trying to approach her in private places. Behind your father's back, he also sent letters and gifts filled with affection. He sighed, his eyes calm but cold as he reasoned, I can imagine the rest. Mika quickly deduced the pressure of being the family representative, his father's expectations, and the inferiority before a more talented friend. All of it weighed heavily on the Marquis Kelly boss. When my mother rejected him, it was like a salvation. The Marquis coveted her. Even after she married my father, the obsession remained. Back to the present, Morden said painfully, the lady was afraid it would affect you, so she kept this hidden. Mr. K lowered his voice, that's right, he was very persistent. Mika frowned, his eyes showing clear contempt. Disgusting. After mother died, the obsession turned into hatred for our family. Morden speculated. He must have deluded himself in thinking Walpurgis killed her. How absurd. After speaking, he turned to look at him intently. Morden asked curiously, how are you planning to deal with Kelly boss this time? Mika replied calmly, his voice cold, maybe not completely destroy him, but at least crush that arrogant head of his. In a flash, the group arrived at a mansion. Ryan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, you are really ruthless. The mansions of the great families are always so different. Having said that, he glanced back discontentedly. How come I feel like I'm the only one impressed here? He suddenly yelled, right, everyone here is a spoiled rich kid. Ryan immediately gave a loving middle finger. Shut up and eat. Mika emphasized, you're not exactly common folk either. Eileen curiously stepped closer. So what's the plan? Do we just barge straight in? Hearing this, he curled his lips into a sneer. First, I need to meet someone. Having said that, the group slowly moved toward the mansion. Ryan glanced at the thick grass. This place is completely neglected. Eileen looked up at Mika again. Who are you planning to meet here? It's right next to the Marquis mansion. He suddenly spoke with a hidden meaning. Exactly. Because it's a place like this. Mika stopped, lost in thought. Even for me, confronting a Marquis family without preparation is foolish. Luckily, I have a former member of a great family as an ally. Right after, a familiar voice rang out, you've arrived. She widened her eyes, curiously looking at the character who just appeared. Mika, this person is... Mika didn't answer Eileen, only flashed a sinister smile. Long time no see. Mika's voice echoed in the quiet night. Lord Myron. He stepped forward, carrying a hint of choked emotion. I'm truly relieved to see you're well. He didn't show much, but the regret was undeniable. As for you, you seem to have endured much hardship. Mika composed himself, pointing behind him. First, these are my companions. When introduced, Eileen finally asked, so you are the second young master of the Marquis Kelly boss's family, right? I wonder if you know the reason I'm here. Myron didn't hide it. Of course I know. He smiled as if crying. Everyone is here to stop my father's crimes. Correct. I'm also striving for that. How could I not know? She didn't dare judge hastily, asking, is that so, young master? Mika didn't answer directly, only said, recently in the Calabos territory, I've heard rumors of ill omens. Myron lowered his head, his eyes full of fatigue. That is the truth. For the past 2 years, I have repeatedly tried to persuade my father to resolve this matter, but he never once listened to what I had to say, so I conducted my own investigation. I once had some renown within the clan, so there were still a few family retainers willing to cooperate. His gaze was left with only coldness, devoid of any superfluous emotion. His expression grew darker. Oh, there certainly was. A bony hand extended a necklace. On paper, I had been disowned by the clan. Unpleasant memories surfaced, the rain pouring down and the assassin lying motionless on the ground. Cold water splashing on his face made Myron painfully realize the killer was sent by his own clan. I admit I was desperate. He paused as if leaving a brief silence. But life often throws things like that in your face, doesn't it? Based on the intelligence I gathered, Mika pondered, the corner of his lips curling slightly, and the cluster of lights floating around that frail body. This time, Myron was certain that a large-scale experiment was underway. The moment he finished speaking, Ariane and Morden were both startled. Eileen and Ryan also did not expect that answer. He lowered his head slightly, his expression turning grave as he mentioned the human experimentation. Looking at his expression, it was clear it wasn't just wild beasts or monsters being used as test subjects. A rather grim suspicion arose. It definitely involved humans. Myron did not wait for everyone's reaction. Continuing on, commoners in the nearby territory have been vanishing without a trace recently. Along with that, suspicious materials are being transported in large quantities, but I haven't figured out the experiment's purpose or who is behind it. Mika asked directly, so you have suspicions but no solid evidence. He clenched his hands in thought. Even after being disowned, gathering that much information was quite impressive. If Marquis Calabos were deposed, the best-case scenario would be Myron taking his place. Mika asked further, Lord Myron, how many supporters do you currently have within the clan? Myron's eyes were dull, less than half, at most just a quarter. He showed no particular emotion, asking further, so the younger generation makes up the majority of your support. He did not mind explaining, the generational conflict within the clan is very intense, but the clan's reputation is hardly good either. For Calabos, a clan without honor, to rise to the status of a great house. All its past evils are now returning like retribution. The older generation could endure that, but the younger generation is different. They are wealthy but grew up amidst contempt for their own clan. Mika's eyes narrowed in alarm. This situation is truly unstable. But then his familiar smile returned. We can exploit that. What if the truth about the experiments is exposed while the Marquis behind them disappears? That would naturally accelerate the generational shift within Kelly Boss. He rested his chin on his hand and praised, good. Then first I would like to speak with the younger generation. Would that be possible? Myron waved his hand, causing several tiny points of light to appear. He made an inviting gesture, of course, no problem. Elsewhere, only a solitary figure remained inside the vast palace. A slightly childish voice shattered the silence. You look utterly exhausted. Leo screamed helplessly in the other person's arms, his mouth covered. Lemison grew even more interested in the little creature. Oh, even after being provoked, you still will not attack me, because of your promise to Junior Officer Pergissa. Leo cursed inwardly, nosy bastard, knowing too much never ends well. Yet he did not dare say it aloud. You came here just to taunt me because you know I cannot hit you, did you not? He lifted his gaze, arrogance radiating from his very bones. Let me tell you, I am a book of House Walpurgis. Anything suspicious must be thoroughly investigated. Since my creator made me sensitive to souls and lingering traces, I can detect such things very clearly. A soul either ascends or remains behind. Those are the only two possibilities. Leo could hardly believe what he was hearing, yet there was no soul named Marianne anywhere in this mansion. Emerson smiled faintly. So naturally, you would assume that she passed on peacefully, would you not? In an instant, the smile vanished as though it had never appeared, but lingering attachment is still here. He opened the door with a heavy heart. Ever since the madam passed away, one room had remained sealed for a long time. Red energy surged out the moment the door opened. Lemison closed his eyes, his entire body radiating certainty. Leo also raised his head and absorbed it. There was definitely a powerful lingering attachment inside. With such intense attachment, a soul could not possibly have passed on so easily. He strolled inside, not forgetting to explain precisely. The soul should be here, yet it is nowhere to be found. There are far too many suspicious points, are there not? Leo's eyes gleamed as he tried to appear profound. In that case, Emerson lowered his head slightly, his expression unreadable. I do not know what method they used, but someone took away Madame Walpurgis's soul. Doing so must have required extensive preparation. Walking behind him, Leo could only grit his teeth. They had already prepared for it. They must have known about Marianne's incurable illness and been able to approach her while she was still alive. If we leave this matter to Aiden, he will quickly deduce the truth and identify the culprit. His calm expression suddenly disappeared. And if that happens, will everything truly be alright? Somewhere else, Yiden was also gazing into the distance. The dreamlike moonlight shone down upon Yuana Castle. Meanwhile, several people were secretly infiltrating through a hidden corner. Naturally, they were Mika's group, all of them moving about casually as though no one else were there. The door was opened from the outside. This naturally caught his attention. It seems you are quite familiar with this place. Myron did not turn around, only his voice echoed back. After I was rejected, I was officially forbidden from setting foot here. An unusual sound echoed through the quiet room. Mika looked puzzled, as though he had not heard the previous remark. What? The cabinet automatically slid aside, revealing a concealed space behind it. From within, a slender hand slowly reached upward. She introduced herself. I am Riansis Melkin, daughter of the Melkin Viscount family under Calabos. Myron proudly emphasized that she was one of the promising young talents mentioned earlier and a partner who was helping him. He scratched his head, looking slightly awkward, and she's also my lover. At first, Mika was deeply surprised by what he saw, but then he burst out laughing. Everything had changed in so many ways. It seemed Myron had reunited with the lover he had lost before turning back time. A short while later, everyone became serious again. Riansis placed a map on the round table. Her voice was clear, and her explanation was methodical. Recently, residents of the slums have been disappearing without a trace, and several days ago, a chimera suddenly appeared. Eileen immediately lost her composure upon hearing that. Wait, a chimera appeared? Mika merely rested his chin on his hand and thought without voicing an opinion. A chimera, a byproduct of a dark mage's sinister experiments. Something like that appeared within this territory. After thinking it over carefully, he asked quietly what happened next. The answer was even more terrifying. They finished hunting it down and destroying it, handed over the head of a dark mage, then closed the case. Mika sighed wearily and leaned back in his chair. That reaction was far too obvious. Eileen produced a vial filled with crimson liquid. This is bodily fluid collected from the site where the chimera was hunted. The amount is small, but I also managed to obtain this. She handed everything to him without the slightest hesitation. Mika understood perfectly why the other party had given it to him. If this fluid came from a chimera, we can determine its composition. Ryan was the first to ask whether it would take long. Before he could show what he could do, a voice spoke with certainty. Even he could not identify the components of bodily fluid. Mika confidently stood up and prepared to demonstrate. It will not take long. Those words made him freeze on the spot. The vial's cap spun through the air along with the liquid inside. Next, he raised his hand, and that action alone was enough to reveal what Mika intended to do. A mysterious and mesmerizing magic circle appeared in his eyes. The liquid was controlled and gathered into a circle. Then, somehow, it began separating into individual components. Suddenly, the scene changed, and a distinctive pattern was carved into the wall. Faint screams echoed through the darkness of the night. No, not me. He watched with some curiosity. Was this the victim's memory? Back in that place, the final scream faded away, and the victim was dragged off by a disgusted knight. When they arrived before someone, they all stopped together. This place. Mikai's eyes widened as though he had discovered something. Wait, that enormous glass tube, and what was appearing inside it? A familiar face appeared within that chain of agonizing memories. Mother. His hand dropped as though he had suffered a tremendous shock. The moment Ariane saw him, she stepped forward and asked Han, Mika, are you all right? Mika still refused to believe what he had just seen. Why was Mother inside there? They are creating a chimera identical to my mother. No, would they really go that far merely to create something that looked like her? Damn it, I cannot think clearly. In the end, he could not hold back and called out. Ariane looked over in confusion. Yes, go ahead. Before he could finish speaking, Ariane had already acted. Her efficiency truly was remarkable. Could you slap me across the face? For a moment, the room fell silent. He was about to strike him again, but fortunately Mika stopped her in time. No, once is enough. He forced himself to become serious and put his intelligence to work. Calm down, nothing has been confirmed yet. Mika immediately explained the fragment of the chimera's memory he had just witnessed to Myron. After hearing this, Myron could no longer smile. If it bore a coin-shaped crest and a pouch, then it was most likely inside our family estate. That crest had been used since before the family founder's time. He had also reached a preliminary conclusion. Then the laboratory in that memory fragment must be inside the estate. Lord Myron has currently been disowned, correct? And infiltrating the family estate will be extremely difficult. He lowered his head, his voice quiet and weak. For now, that is indeed the case. Mika paid no attention to that and focused only on the main issue. What should we do? Kelly Boss will never allow outsiders to enter the estate through legitimate means. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. Wait, we do not necessarily have to confront Kelly Boss openly and honorably, do we? Mika revealed an incredibly devious smile. Anyone who did not know better would mistake him for a villain. He muttered excitedly to himself about righteous agitation and fabricated justice. Ariane, seated beside him, could only stare blankly. Mika's entire expression changed, completely unlike his usual demeanor. If righteous thieves can exist, then righteous agitation and fabricated justice can exist too, right? Ryan could not bear listening any longer and slammed the table as he stood. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? He looked utterly reasonable. Think about it, I am a hero, and Kelly Boss is clearly involved with the demons. So we should strike first and prove it afterward, correct? Those words plunged the room into a terrifying silence. He helplessly slapped his forehead. What utter nonsense. Eileen remained calmer. Dear Lord Hakos. Yet Myron actually agreed. If the hero says so, then there must be a reason. Ryances still hesitated as she asked again, he is the hero, correct? Another voice interrupted, but Mika seemed extremely dissatisfied. In the name of the hero, can we not legally bring him down? Those words silenced her, leaving her unable to argue. He sighed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he watched her reaction. She was surely admiring his thoroughly heroic plan. In truth, Ryances was whispering to Marin, can we trust this man? Scene shifted to the basement of the Calabos estate. Kelly Boss stepped forward several paces. Marianne, I will see you again soon. He placed his hand upon it with a regretful expression. Although you belonged to another man while you were alive, reclaiming you will set everything right. We will erase those useless memories and revive you, leaving only the memories that belong to the two of us, my Marianne alone. But another voice interrupted him. You are wrong, lunatic. Only a few more days remain. The door was shoved open from outside. Master, Kelly Boss rested his chin on his hand and returned to his serious demeanor. What happened? The person's voice unconsciously rose several degrees. They have arrived. At last, he was forced to reveal his true expression. The hero. Kelly Boss's eyes rolled upward as though he had just seen something. Beneath the romantic moonlight stood a familiar figure holding a flag. Walpurgis. Mika shouted with every ounce of strength he possessed. Imperial Marcus Millen Calabos humbly requests judgment. He pointed upward, you pervert. Kelly Boss gritted his teeth in fury, you truly are a heretic. He even felt proud of himself, treating it as an ancient way of solving problems. Kelly Boss stood atop the city wall, glaring into the distance in anger. Why had this sudden outrage? These rumors appeared. Mika replied, look at that banner, you can read the words on it yourself, or are you blind? He said, my lord, you have become entangled in the sins of the heretics, and that is why I stand here. Kelly Boss stubbornly demanded, do you dare accuse me without any evidence? He answered calmly, I believe the reasoning, witnesses, and physical evidence are more than enough to convict you. Mika cast a cold glance at his opponent. He exposed the crime. I know you have been secretly conducting interesting experiments behind everyone's back, my lord. He cursed, bastard. Kelly Boss shouted, you have no idea what you are doing. You do not understand that this reckless act is obstructing a great undertaking. Mika remained unconcerned. Is that so? Do you think I know nothing about your so-called great undertaking? Kelly Boss froze when he heard those words. He knew very well that the experimental specimen could never have been his beloved mother. Thinking of his mother, Mika believed she would never have accepted such humiliation, even in death. She would never willingly become a puppet for that obsessed monster. He ground his teeth and said pitifully, Mika cut him off, then we shall see who the truly pitiful one is. A stream of killing intent surged forth at that moment. He declared, I will restore the distorted flow of life to its natural course. As the courtyard became shrouded in a dangerous crimson aura, the life force of every innocent citizen was being drained to the Marcus laboratory. Seeing Kelly Boss's trembling hand on the wall, he said, if you are innocent, you have no reason to oppose what I am doing. Mika bowed politely. I will patiently await a proper answer from you. You wore a confident expression, my lord. Kelly Boss ground his teeth in rage. He hurried away. Kelly Boss ran through the dark corridors. He thought about Marianne's sudden death. Kelly Boss remembered the day of his first love's funeral. Her death had turned everything upside down. Those were his true feelings at that fateful moment. It was overwhelming joy deep within his heart. Kelly Boss explained that it was relief from no longer having to see her in Walpurgis' embrace. At that darkest moment, the demon had appeared. A cold voice echoed, I will grant you anything you desire. With the demon's help, Calibos preserved her soul under the guise of paying his respects. Copper heard the noise and turned to look. He asked, my lord, what is happening outside? Kelly Boss informed him that the hero had arrived, accusing him of heresy. He was using the experimental energy as leverage. Copper replied, the citizen's life force. I understand now. He decided to act immediately, but the alarm bell rang out. Copper looked upward. He discovered that something had cut off the energy supply. Kelly Boss said, something truly terrifying. His face was filled with panic. Kelly Boss knew it was the hero, lurking outside in the darkness. Morden reported, he appeared exactly where you predicted, moving like a ghost. The desolate place was completely deserted. Black mist was seeping out from inside the machine. Eileen reported, I have completely destroyed it. Ryan updated, I have also smashed the supply line in my area. After regrouping, he thought locating the supply lines had not been difficult. This was a tactic of attacking from the front while actually striking from behind. On the surface, they needed to cooperate with the Marquis, but in truth they were eliminating the problem at its root. 3 energy supply lines had been destroyed. It would certainly delay his experiment. Eileen asked curiously, what should we do next? Mika replied, I already told you, we will win by stirring up the people's emotions and weaving a false sense of justice. He thought to himself that the younger members of the family had probably taken action as well, but it was still not enough. Mika's plan, we need to guide and reshape public opinion throughout the region. He announced, if things have reached this point, let us depart at once. Ryan asked, where to? Mika led the group to the sacred temple. Seeing the scene, he blurted out, what the hell is going on here? Looking at the man lying on the ground, he was shocked. I came to seek the Archbishop's approval. Why is he in such a miserable state? Someone stepped forward and asked, you finally found your way here, Mika. Blood still stained the staff. Covered in fresh blood, Ariane smiled innocently and said she had merely smashed the bald heretic's head along the way. Mika was left utterly speechless after hearing that. Only then did he grasp the entire situation. The Calibos family was no longer an ordinary noble bloodline, so how could their trusted archbishop possibly be an ordinary man? Mika asked whether the man had truly been colluding with them in secret, and Ariandel said she had caught him accepting a bribe from someone who had emerged from hell. She smiled reassuringly and said the fallen demon was truly dead, but the archbishop was still barely breathing, his body trembling faintly. Mika cleared his throat loudly. Ariane looked at Ben with a puzzled and suspicious gaze. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and froze. Ariane anxiously asked whether she had acted too quickly and recklessly. Mika's expression remained slowly unreadable. Then he broke into a bright smile, denied it, and praised her for acting with remarkable precision. He thought to himself that skulls were born into this world to be smashed. Within any territory, the temple was the sole measure of purity and virtue. Once the temple became rotten and corrupt, the moral foundation of the entire land would collapse as well. Just as with the Calibos family, Mika's accusation that John had accepted bribes from demons sounded utterly absurd. Johan trembled violently and asked why the hero had appeared in this place. He struck Johan on the head and sternly ordered him to be quiet because he had not finished speaking. Archbishop Johan ought to reflect on his conduct and attitude, while a large lump swelled on his head. Mika laid down a rule. From now on, Johan was only permitted to answer with yes or no. His first question was whether the fallen demons had approached Johan, and whether they were connected to the Kelly boss Marcus family. At that question, Johan's face filled with extreme fear and tension. He answered yes and admitted that greed had blinded him into accepting gifts from the demons. Johan held a purse of money in exchange for turning a blind eye to the heretical acts committed within the Marcus family. Mika seethed with rage and said Johan was truly despicable, having broken sacred law and committed the grave crime of heresy. Johan's entire body trembled in terror at the judgment he would pass upon him. Mika looked indifferently at the man before him. He crouched down to Johan's eye level and revealed that there was one way, however. Since you were once part of the church and served God, then you should know what you must do now. Johan suspiciously asked whether his sins would be absolved if he cooperated. Mika replied that was not the answer he wanted to hear. He patted Johan on the shoulder and told him to think carefully. Your words carry great weight among the people. Archbishop Johan is a respected and benevolent elder. You understand what I mean, do you not? Johan declared that the Calibos Marcusat had become involved with heretics, and although he had once turned a blind eye, he could no longer do so. Mika applauded and praised him, saying that was exactly the line he needed. Johan anxiously asked whether the hero would absolve his sins if he cooperated. Mika confirmed that he would, saying Johan's sins would be forgiven. The moment he heard that, Johan bolted desperately toward the city gates. Ariane worriedly said that man's crimes could not be forgiven so easily. He believed Johan would personally step forward and resolve everything completely, making her ask in surprise what he meant. Mika revealed that Johan did not have much time left to live. The following day, an unbelievable rumor spread throughout the Marcus's territory. It claimed that Marcus Kelly Boss had committed an extremely grave act of heresy. The shocking truth had been exposed by Archbishop Johan himself. Johan declared that he wished to stand before everyone and sincerely confess the sins of his life. I, who was entrusted with the sacred duty of serving Almighty God, have committed an unforgivable crime. Everyone Marcus Kelly Boss has secretly colluded and traded with heretics. And at those words, Johan coughed up blood. He stared at his palm, now drenched in fresh blood. Johan was stunned, unable to believe such a thing could happen. He realized that from the very beginning, that man had never intended to let him survive. Johan jolted in alarm when he saw the mark on his neck begin to glow. Agonizing pain tore through him as fresh blood continuously sprayed from his body. Then Johan collapsed unconscious onto the ground. The witnesses covered their mouths in terror as they stared at the scene. It was Mika's turn to step onto the stage and continue the performance. He helped Johan sit upright and sorrowfully asked what in the world was happening. Who would dare commit such an act? The townspeople listened with their mouths hanging open in astonishment. Someone looked at his furious expression and said, "Honored hero." Mika announced that the esteemed archbishop had personally spoken out, confessing all his sins and admitting his close ties to the heretic Marcus Kelly Boss. He slipped a hand inside his coat. Then he turned around and dabbed tears into his eyes. Mika continued his tragic performance, declaring that even if he died unjustly, he still prayed for the horrifying truth to be exposed. The people were deeply moved and hailed him as a heroic archbishop. They remarked that, looking back, the recent mysterious disappearances had all been caused by members of the Marcus family, and the rumors had already spread far and wide. Hearing this, Mika knew his goal had been achieved, and the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. His smile gradually became more dangerous. Everything unfolded exactly as planned, and the target bore all the resentment and fury of the people. Now it had all been narrowed down to a single person. Normally, powerless commoners would be utterly helpless and forced to endure in silence. But now, standing before them was the very hero they had always trusted. He rose and rallied the crowd. Let us set out. Please watch closely what I am about to do. A halo behind Mika made him resemble a god defending justice. I alone am willing to step forward and spill the blood that must be spilled. However, heroic radiance was merely a stage prop Seth had helped him prepare. When Kelly Boss heard the news, he angrily slammed the table. What in the world is going on? That damned hero again. Could not believe the archbishop was dead, and Capra added that it appeared the trap they had planted had been activated. Kelly Boss thought grimly that this was disastrous. The man had dared to die right after accusing him of heresy, and he swore that bastard had been nothing but a useless puppet. Capra asked what he intended to do next, since that hero would surely find this place with ease. He decided that no matter what methods were required, Marianne had to be awakened today. I do not care what side effects may occur. Marianne will surely understand how I feel. No matter what foolish tricks he tries, we will never open the door and let him inside. Kelly Boss respectfully asked, "Then what about your greater plan?" The sound of footsteps approached. Inside the Marquis's estate, a squad of soldiers stood ready in formation. He led his people to the gate and declared, "As a Marquis of the Empire, I have come to expose your crimes." Kelly Boss laughed and asked what this was about, saying he had thought Mika came to cooperate and seek his help. He declared that all evidence of Kelly Boss' heretical acts had already been brought to light. That man laughed loudly and asked whether he was supposedly a heretic. "You intend to stir up the people with such nonsense?" Mika replied, "Allow me to show you a certain place." He coldly asked whether opening the estate without evidence was somehow his fault. Mika pointed upward. "Then what about this?" If you truly have nothing to hide, take my life otherwise. Or do you intend to seize the Walpurgis family as well? Seth thought inwardly that the man had casually placed his entire family on the scales. Kelly Boss flew into a rage. You dare insult me with such ridiculous reasoning. He wanted Mika gone from his sight. Leave at once, hero. Mika drew his magic staff and said, no, I do not think so. Kelly Boss stared at his actions with a baffled expression. He raised the magic staff and brilliant golden light radiated from within. The energy transformed into a gigantic fist and slammed directly into the iron gate. Mika unleashed one giant fist after another. The gate was blasted away by the second strike. He delivered a philosophical remark. People often say the law is far away, while a fist is right before your eyes. So it is simply more convenient to use them. Is that not so? Kelly Boss angrily demanded how he dared act so boldly. Even as a hero, did he believe he could face the entire family alone? He turned and ordered the soldiers. This is a blatant invasion. Charge forward and bring down the enemy threatening our family. Soldiers remained motionless and ignored the command. He stared in shock and demanded why they were standing idle, while Kelly Boss urged them to move immediately. A voice rang out and made him freeze. Father. Myron begged his father to stop this at once. Please do not commit any more sins. Kelly Boss stood dumbfounded and asked how Myron dared enter this place without permission. Mika walked past him and headed toward Myron. His eyes became bloodshot with fury. Kelly Boss grabbed his shoulder and tried to hold him back. You have no right to set foot on land that belongs to me. He coldly ordered that man to let go, calling him a damned bastard. Mika felt disgusted, as though his clothes had just been touched by some filthy piece of trash. He reminded Kelly Boss that once his heretical acts were exposed, he would undoubtedly die, so he should obediently await his end. Looking at that bewildered face, Mika thought to himself, did that man really believe? He felt no anger or resentment at all. Mika's heart burned like raging fire. He pressed a hand against his chest to keep it under control. He had merely buried everything deep inside. Mika reminded him, you should be grateful my father is not here. Kelly Boss gritted his teeth and pleaded, stop. Seeing him continue toward the gate, he shouted, stop. I told you to stop. Scene shifted. Lemison had sent backward. That is all I can warn you about. Yeden lowered his head, his expression heavy after hearing everything. Yeden murmured, Marianne, my gentle wife. Suddenly, cracks spread across the ceiling. The entire room began to shake. Lemison sensed a source of magic power screaming without end. Yeden thought to himself, I once foolishly believed time would heal everything, that I could let go of every regret and restore what I had once possessed. He recalled the moment their hands were tightly entwined. Yeden said in anguish, I truly believed that once, but in the end, everything happened because of my own selfishness. Yeden no longer dared face his son, wondering whether the boy had seen through everything from the very beginning. I am on my way to the Calabos territory, wearing clothes that never suited me, pretending to be a cruel villain. I have utterly failed as a father. Yeden softly called out, Lemison, I am grateful you told me the truth, but I need you to do more than that. Lemison froze in shock. You continued, in that case, I can only entrust this matter to you. After saying that, Yeden vanished from the study. Behind him, the curious dog asked, did you really have to tell him the whole truth? Lemison replied, speaking the truth is the only reason I exist in this world. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Lemiston looked out the window. A storm of blood and death was about to descend. The scene shifted. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. At night, Mika stepped inside. His hand rested on the doorknob. Mika closed his eyes tightly and gathered his resolve. Then he opened them again, his gaze as calm as a still lake. The moment he entered, Mika saw his mother submerged inside a tank of green solution. He gazed at that familiar face as his suspicions finally became reality. Seeing him standing motionless, Xet softly called Mika. His voice turned icy. I will personally kill Mika Kalibos. He understood clearly that if he did not settle this himself, everything before this would become meaningless. He could not let his father bear this crushing burden any longer. Mika clenched his fists. That's right, we have no other choice. A memory surfaced as he looked at the flames before him. He thought he had no choice, even after enduring a living hell before his rebirth. His hand trembled. I once believed I would become numb to everything after suffering beyond all limits. Mika hesitated, but it turned out I am still only flesh and blood. A voice sounded from behind, so you finally found your way here, impressive hero. He turned around and saw Capra, a fallen demon. Kelly Boss threw the door wide open and shouted, kill that hero at once, great demon. Do not swear an oath to me, kill the hero and bring my beloved Marion back to life. The moment that man mentioned his mother, Mika could no longer hold back and charged forward. Shut your mouth. How dare you use that filthy mouth to speak my beloved mother's name? A punch slammed straight into Kelly Boss's face. He was sent flying, his back crashing hard against the wall. Seeing this, Capra applauded enthusiastically. He spoke, very well, hero, I am Capra, the loyal servant of the great lord. He proposed a deal, let us negotiate together. Mika activated a formation, get out of my sight. Capra tempted him, I can bring your late mother back to life, in the form of a flawless human, without leaving any trace of our race's interference. Zet hurriedly shook him, Mika, you must never waver because of that temptation. I know your love and devotion to your mother run deep, but you also know how deceitful that dark temptation is. Copper continued manipulating him. I need the research materials in this place. Is that not a deal that benefits us both? Imagine the joy your father and you would feel when your mother returns. Mika fell into deep thought for a long while. He spoke, if I accept that tempting proposal of yours, I mean I will let you take all the research data that has been collected, right? Zach called out anxiously. Copper confirmed that was exactly the content of the negotiation contract. His expression immediately darkened. Mika charged forward. In other words, the secret research here must be extremely important. He appeared behind Capra. Mika continued, thank you, you have helped me understand everything. He was completely bewildered. What the hell are you doing? He threw a punch straight at that container. Kelly Boss, his face bruised and battered, cried out in anguish. Green fluid spilled across the floor. Capra asked in disbelief, you just killed your own mother with your own hands. How could you choose such cruelty? Mika replied coldly, killed her? What nonsense are you talking about? Blood still stained his hand. I am merely following the natural laws of life. But there is one thing I can guarantee. I will make sure you suffer an unimaginably miserable end. Capra asked in a daze, how could this be possible? Capra was bewildered. As far as he knew, humans lived by their emotions, especially with blood relatives. That was the strongest bond of all. Capra hesitated as he looked at him, but this hero standing before him. Sweat beaded across his face. Capra was holding something in his hand. Mika pointed downward. At that command, a sharp spike shot forward, pierced straight through Capra's chest. The object in his hand immediately fell to the ground. Capra trembled. What have you done? He answered calmly. Why not find out for yourself? Mika pointed downward once again. Capra's agonized scream rang out. Capra realized he had no weakness left to exploit. He was furious, yet his mind was not consumed by thoughts of killing him. Capra studied him carefully. Those eyes were truly terrifying. Long sharp stakes were driven through his back. Forced flat against the ground, Capra asked, what are you planning to do to me? Mika grabbed one of his horns. I already told you, I will not let you die peacefully. By then, Capra's arms and legs had also been pinned down by wooden stakes. His finger pointed upward once more. He revealed, I have no intention of taking your life. Mika bent down and gripped both of his horns, whether human or demon. Seeing this, Kelly Boss trembled. He said bluntly, you reap what you sow, don't you think so? Holding a piece of chalk, he drew a line across the ground. How does it feel to become the hybrid monster you once despised? Kelly Boss roared, shut up, you stole Marianne from me. Marianne should have belonged to me. Your father stole her away from me. Capra's body slowly began to sink downward. Kelly Boss gritted his teeth and continued, then produced a mongrel like you, my pure beloved. Because chalk came to a halt, she never belonged to anyone. Mother belonged only to herself. Capra asked curiously, what is this magic circle? Continued, it would be such a waste if I were the only one to hear your confession. Kelly Boss could not believe his eyes. Impossible. It forces you to reveal every one of your true thoughts. His eyes glowed with a crimson light. Kelly Boss realized it was a high-level suggestion spell. He ordered, since you have no shame, step onto it and shout everything for everyone to hear. Magic array he had drawn began to glow. Outside, a soldier in armor cried out. Swords clattered onto the ground. Before them stood a grotesque monster. Someone asked in disbelief, Lord Marcus? Kelly Boss shouted, Yidden, where are you? I will prove it with the power I have gained. Maron froze upon hearing the familiar voice, Father. His face suddenly turned pale. Something incredibly fast shot past Ruth. Myron stared at his wrist in shock. Ariane looked up anxiously. Eileen was also terrified. The two hurried over to stop Myron. They said, please stop, Lord Myron. Why are you suddenly doing this? He said sorrowfully, if I do not do this, I feel like I will lose my mind. He stepped outside to deliver the news. In the end, the Marcus had been crushed by his own obsession. Someone hesitantly questioned his intentions. Mika replied, he is a heretic. As the hero, it is my duty to eliminate him. An unbeliever shouted, stop these slanderous accusations at once, hero. You must have used evil magic to frame him and shift the blame onto him. He had already anticipated Kelly Boss's loyal subordinates. He said, I know you are all struggling before losing your status. The situation had truly become complicated and troublesome. What should I do now? If I kill the Marcus first, his subordinates will certainly resist. A loud shout rang out, that is enough. Eden appeared, floating down from above. Kelly Boss was horrified the moment he saw him. His face darkened, carrying an imposing authority even without anger. Seeing Eden arrive, he reminded him, Father, if you had come just one day later, I would have settled everything myself. Eden shook his head, no. The greatest regret of my life is that I could not come one day sooner. Never wanted you to witness this scene. Deep inside, he had always longed for the image of a dignified and honorable father. I always wanted you to be that kind of father in my eyes. At the same time, I also realized something. Even a father, when standing before his own son, cannot always remain strong. Yaden gently rubbed Mika's head, saying, you have endured so much. He replied, I have never stopped trying. I have always been cleaning up the mess left behind by this pathetic father. You have truly worked hard, he said. I can end this myself. Yaden objected, no, my son. If I do not end this with my own hands, I will never have the face to meet your mother in the next world. He turned and walked in the opposite direction. Eden confronted that flickering monster. Kelly Boss widened his eyes and cried out, Yidden, it was you. His face twisted in fury. How dare you show that face before me? You stole what belonged to me. She once reached out to me of her own accord. She could have chosen me. Kelly Boss placed all the blame on him, blaming him for everything. Yiden replied, from the very beginning, we should never have had any connection with you. No, I should call you Marcus Kelly Boss. He declared, let everything end here, Marcus Kelly Boss. Kelly Boss retorted, you are wrong. He raised a round sphere and said, I personally obtained her lingering soul and final thoughts. She once whispered words of love to me. Mika burned with anger as he listened. You call that her lingering thoughts. In the end, you only deceived yourself with mother's voice. Gentle waves of aura spread throughout the area. He felt a gentle hand caress his cheek. Mika froze, feeling that warmth. A warm light surrounded the purple sphere. Then the sphere disappeared. Kelly Boss stood frozen. Her final lingering thoughts had completely vanished. Even Yiden was left speechless. A pair of hands reached out toward him. Seeing her gentle figure appear, her hand softly touching his cheek, Yiden quietly called Marion. As he reached out to touch that hand, she vanished. He said helplessly, you truly are. Only the last fading traces of her aura remained. The woman he loved was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Kelly Boss's hand slowly began to melt away. He screamed in panic, no, this cannot be happening. It cannot be. Yiden indifferently glanced at his opponent's fate. That gaze was more than he could endure. He begged, do not look at me like that. He unleashed several slashes, causing Kelly Boss's body to collapse. Yiden extended his hand forward. Immediately afterward, fierce flames erupted, and his body was reduced to nothing but ashes, and his final agonized scream brought his life to an end. A tragic bond of love filled with bitterness and sorrow had finally come to an official end. The death of Marcus Calabos plunged his territory into chaos soon afterward. Every day, the nobles fiercely debated whether House Calabos was still worthy of being called a great family. Their honor and authority had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Myron was working himself to exhaustion. Inside Myron's office, although he was only the second son, he was the most widely supported member of the family. If he did not step forward and take control, House Kelly Boss would undoubtedly collapse. In stark contrast to Myron's business, Mika leisurely drank tea. He worked while complaining about the mountain of matters that needed correcting and resolving. But if he ignored them, he would be no different from his father. It truly was a complete mess. He continued, House 1 Purges has already agreed to support you to some extent. Everything will be fine. Naturally, that assistance was not free. Myron stopped working and stood up to thank him. Mika reminded him that this was already the 11th time he had said that. He thought inwardly that the former trusted retainers had been completely stripped of their authority, and young blood had been brought in to fill those positions. Since Myron originally came from the royal knights, the royal family would undoubtedly support him with all their might. In other words, although he had many burdens to shoulder alone, that did not mean he was entirely without hope. Seeing him turn toward the door, Myron asked in surprise whether he intended to leave already. Mika confirmed, yes, I still have a personal matter to resolve. He entrusted his hopes to Myron, wishing that glory would always accompany him on the path ahead. His gaze lowered, revealing a thoughtful expression. He thought inwardly that he truly hoped everything would turn out as desired this time. The image of Myron from the past surfaced in his mind. On that stormy night, the rain had washed the blood from his body. Myron had looked utterly miserable back then. Completely unlike his confident appearance now, he had spoken words of gratitude. He believed Myron would eventually find his own honor, happiness, and aspirations. The door closed and Mika left the study. Ariane was surprised when she saw him. Oh, you are here. Curiously asked what the others were busy doing. She replied that Lady Eileen and Ryan were completely absorbed in training. As for Lord Lemison, after bringing her back safely, he was now speaking with the Marquis. He thought wearily that a butler and a father must have had many things to discuss. Ariane spoke when she saw him bow his head to her, Mika. He replied, now that I think about it, I still have not properly offered you my sincere thanks. Ariane was not uninvolved in this matter. No matter how powerful his mother's will had been, her soul could not have moved on its own without outside assistance. It was Ariane who stepped forward to guide his mother's soul and return her to the natural order. He sincerely expressed his gratitude for her help. She replied shyly that it was merely something she felt she should do. Mika felt that words of thanks alone were inadequate. If there is anything you want, I would very much like to give it to you. Ariane gently rubbed her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. She suggested, then how about growing your hair a little longer? Mika stared in surprise. What? Are you serious? Is that truly all you want? Something else might be better. She interrupted him. That is enough. I simply think that hairstyle would suit you better. This made Mika ponder, growing his hair longer. Now that he thought about it, during his hectic life before his regression, he had merely tied his messy hair back carelessly. She rubbed his head and replied with a bright smile, I do not object to that. I will style it for you myself. Looking at the small hand rubbing his head, Mika inwardly felt something he had been sensing for quite some time. What did personal distance mean to Ariane? She replied eagerly, I am really looking forward to it. When Mika went to see Yiden, he informed him, son, I have to leave. A few days later, his father was like this again. He was still exactly the same father Mika remembered. Mika reminded him that they needed to remain wary of the great demon's movements, the one served by the demon connected to the incident involving House Kelly Boss. Yiden was surprised. You mean he may target our family? He replied, father is not someone who easily falls for such schemes, but there is no harm in being a little more careful. Yiden took his his words to heart. I will always remember that. He took several steps toward Mika. Then Yidan gently rubbed his head. Unaccustomed to it, Mika stepped backward. Whoa, why are you suddenly doing something so strange, father? He replied, I only realized that I had never done this with you before. After saying that, Yidan disappeared from the spot. He found it strange that everyone seemed to enjoy patting his head lately, from Ariane to his own father. Mika was gradually growing accustomed to it, and the feeling was actually not bad. Suddenly, a beeping sound from Xet interrupted his thoughts. He curiously asked what she was doing, and she reported that Jinrezo had just sent them a message. Mika was surprised. Dairezo, you mean the world tree? Sach nodded to confirm it. He urged her, something serious must have happened. Tell me quickly. Set began recounting the story. Mika was astonished. Wait, you said all the elves have fled? Jinrezo lay sprawled across the bed with the blanket wrapped over her head, lamenting, oh sacred life. She secretly wondered whether everyone was abandoning the impoverished countryside and flocking to the cities. Only 2 years ago, this place had still been bustling with her beloved children. Why had this happened? Where else could they find life force as abundant as it was here? Seeing him sitting beside the bed, Jinrezo sat up and called out, my child. GH immediately replied, mother. Jinrezo burst into tears. Is this place truly that remote? He denied it, of course not. GH raised both hands to demonstrate. He exclaimed, well, this place is slightly secluded, but everything is still fine. Jinrezo sensed something was wrong. Was that supposed to be comforting? Jinrezo asked anxiously, do you think the other children will abandon me as well? Faced with that question, Jiha remained silent and did not dare answer. Growing uneasy, she asked why he was avoiding her gaze. He replied, we cannot stop those who have chosen to leave of their own free will. Jiha's resolve flared within him, a will inherited from the Elf King, and he decided to venture into the outside world. Zihat spoke on their behalf. Some of them left simply because they loved the outside world, but at that time some also departed while carrying out a mission entrusted to them by their father. His eyes grew sorrowful. In other words, what was done could no longer be changed. Jisreso firmly believed otherwise. No, things will be different this time. She revealed that she had summoned the most suitable child, while Jia secretly wondered who that most suitable child could be. He timidly asked, do you mean Mika? Jisreso nodded in confirmation. Zihat also believed that if it was him, he would certainly find a proper solution. He recalled Mika's unruly scales. A sense of reassurance quietly filled his heart. Zihat told himself that everything would be fine, yet unease continued rising within him. The scene shifted to Ariane and Eileen, and she asked excitedly, the elven forest. Eileen rubbed her hands together in delight. This time they would see the world tree, the mother of nature, with their own eyes. Mika understood that they were genuinely excited. For them, this was a rare opportunity to witness something they had only heard about in legends. According to Zet, more than half of the young elves had already left the forest. Until now, the elves had continued restraining themselves out of concern for the health of their mother, the world tree. That must have felt like agonizing torture to them. Irritation appeared in his eyes. Mika knew he was about to deal with her depression. Jiha was also looking up at the world tree. He recounted the young elf's words, when Tuanwang declared that they would no longer be imprisoned. Mika guessed that those words had encouraged the long-suffering elves to leave, though Set believed that had not been his intention. He continued, that was why the fairies never imagined the world tree could suffer from depression. Mika thought to himself that he would cure her depression right away. Well, he had already planned to go there and collect Mayer's breath anyway. Mayer's breath, the final ingredient needed to brew the elixir of immortality. He figured that obtaining it personally would make this an extremely profitable venture. Mika began calculating the details of this plan. There would probably be a major problem involving demons once he arrived, and he would have to struggle until he was left cursing on his feet. But there was no avoiding it. Sid asked warily, why are you suddenly muttering nonsense? He replied, that is the second warning phrase. A classic example is, have we defeated him yet? Zet looked at him with an utterly weary expression. She patted Mika's head like a child, and he asked in confusion why she was treating a torture victim this way. She voiced her concern, I hope nothing serious happens. Mika declared confidently, there definitely will not be any trouble this time, because I'm already here. Hearing that, Set kept her gaze fixed on him. The corners of her lips curled slightly. Well, so this is where you are. Upon reaching the world tree, Ariane and Eileen both gazed upward in admiration. They stood before the entrance to a forest. Ryan exclaimed, I thought there had been a forest fire or something. Morden nodded, exactly. He thought to himself, I mean, the forest would not change just because there are fewer spirits. Signs bearing blood-red words had been planted along the roadside. Well, they said there was a problem, so I thought the forest had burned down or something, right? A group of tiny spirits held up signs and shouted, awaken, common folk of the fairy race, rise up. He thought in disbelief, they really are here. Aelin asked in disappointment, those things are nothing like I imagined. Ariane asked Mika, have they always been like this? He denied it, they were not this before. Seth was equally astonished, what are they doing? Mika thought to himself, that is what I want to know too. Shout rang out, spirits, take action for your rights. A tiny spirit was scattering fine specks of magic dust. They came forward to greet him. Oh, great leader, the hero has appeared. He found that form of address deeply irritating. Hey, please stop showering me with praise right now. He asked the leading spirit, ask them what is happening. It immediately spoke up, we demand an explanation. They answered briefly, the number of spirits has declined. Mika immediately understood, yes I see. In brief, because there are fewer spirits, the forest is no longer being properly tended, right? Mon confirmed, exactly. He continued, even the world tree has given up. Life has become difficult because of that. Eileen listened in confusion. Do you understand now? Ariane asked worriedly, is it really that serious? These children do not look like troublemakers. Mika agreed, yes, tiny spirits never hurt anyone. Instead, they harm themselves. She finally understood, I see. He explained, tiny spirits delight in communing with spirits. That energy transforms into vitality and fills the forest with life. If the tiny spirits disappear completely, the ecosystem will collapse. The power to suppress demons will also weaken. Mika decided, I need to speak directly with the Spirit King immediately. Mon was cradled in his palm, and it promptly waved its tiny flag as a signal. Mon rallied them, follow the hero. The group of spirits shouted in unison, a hero has emerged from an age of chaos. Mon chanted a slogan, let us start a revolution and unite the entire world. He snatched away the tiny flag, hey, do not wave a red flag while saying things like that. Mika assigned the task, Mon, lead the others throughout the forest and investigate anything unusual. Mon asked in confusion, anything unusual? He explained in detail, remember anything that causes you pain or discomfort. The mission was confirmed. He thought to himself, of course the world tree would notice anything unusual. Mika was naturally cautious, and checking again would do no harm. At that moment, deep within the spirit forest, inside, the elders had been waiting for them for a long time. Ryan spoke, only the elders remain here now. Morden continued, it really is different. Mika understood, no wonder the world tree was so worried. The door of the house immediately opened. Durin Hadas stepped out to greet him, hero, oh hero. He asked curiously, the kingdom is so deserted now. The elder lowered his head and admitted his fault, everything is my fault. Durin Hadas recounted, that day, I carelessly spoke too freely. Now he burst into tears of regret, swept away by a moment of emotion. I never imagined things would come to this. As you know, this place is not entirely bad when it comes to protecting our mother, but in the long run, this cannot lead to anything good. For young spirits, being forced to remain in the forest forever makes them feel helpless. He asked, is Ziyech here right now? Durin Hadas hesitated, that child. The moment he mentioned him, Zihad arrived. You have finally come, hero. The moment he arrived, he drew someone's gaze. Ariane turned and stared intently at him. She asked Mika, who is that person? He revealed that is Prince Jiha, the rightful heir to the spirit forest. Ariandel slowly said, there it is again. Mika was confused. What? She abruptly turned away again. It is nothing at all. He shifted to the main subject. How is the world tree now? Jia hesitated. Well, she is. He briefly explained the situation, sounding somewhat discouraged and saddened. Mika understood that forcing the young spirits to return would be difficult. He spoke, many troublesome problems are piling up. I have grasped the general situation. Jia, take me to the world tree at once. I already have several ideas in mind. Jin Rezo saw him and greeted him. You have arrived. She noticed Seth on his shoulder. Oh, sister, you came as well. Seth asked in confusion. Wait, what are you all doing? Jin Rezo asked sorrowfully, sister, what do you think life truly is? We have lived in this world, this space and time for so long that it is beyond imagination. Yet we are beings incapable of living alone. He witnessed her fall into the deepest depths of despair. Mika was still surprised that a transcendent being like her could suffer such a devastating collapse. Or perhaps she had silently endured and concealed it all this time. The departure of the young spirits dealt her a tremendous blow, did it not? Queen Rachel remained gloomy. That also played a part in this matter. She spread out her hand, but there was another reason as well. Streams of blue energy enveloped the bookshelf. He was transported to another space, where Mika stood beneath the tree and asked doubtfully, so this is the place? Jin Rezo revealed that this was her core. You may call it my heart, were I human of flesh and blood. He reached out and touched the tree trunk. Its condition was now far better than before. A crack appeared on the trunk, and red liquid flowed from it. He was curious, since this had never been here before, had it? You deliberately opened the door and allowed it to enter, did you not? Jin Rezo continued, you noticed quickly. Then you must already know what this is. He sensed it silently. With such heavy and ominous energy, it could only belong to that man. Mika immediately exposed the truth. It is a great demon, is it not? Jin Rezo admitted that it was one who had completely lost his true name. He asked in disbelief, you deliberately lured it into this place. Mika understood that it was a demon who had lost his true name. If he approached the world tree of his own accord, she would most likely see it as a valuable opportunity. As expected, the great demon was planning to use the world tree to reclaim his true name. He had yet to realize that his entire plan had long since been exposed. He touched the wound. This light carried no trace of the aura of sin. That meant. Mika looked at his blackened fingertip. It was mixed blood. He immediately realized that the man was not a pureblood demon born from primordial sin, but a natural mutant with terrifying power. Among the 7 great demons, 2 possessed mixed blood. One was the muscle-headed Kun King, so he was irrelevant. That meant it had to be the other one. The corner of Mika's mouth curved upward slightly. Hunting down a great demon hiding in the shadows was exactly what he had always wanted. spoke frankly, this is exactly what I have always wanted. Mika chuckled. It turned out that her earlier behavior had merely been a little performance. Impressive world tree. Jiriso flinched. What? He exposed her motive. Surely you did not summon me here merely because you were feeling sad. Did anyone summon a hero merely because they felt lonely? She retorted, do you have a better idea? He continued, since ancient times, the proper way to banish a demon has been to strike it relentlessly with holy blows. Mika took out his magic staff. Smash his head apart in the holiest manner possible, and he will naturally die. Jinriso asked in alarm, that is also part of Takuma's body, is it not? She noticed the staff. Why is the lower end red? He replied, that is proof that I already smashed his head apart. Jiriso asked again in disbelief, with a magic staff. He confirmed yes. She continued, a mage. Mika replied, exactly. Jean Rachel asked in even greater horror, is this truly acceptable? She explained awkwardly that this was merely Mika's usual way of resolving things. He made a request. Before we proceed, World Tree, I would like to ask you for a favor. She answered hesitantly, a favor? He smiled brightly and held out his hand. Please pay me the deposit in advance. Jinriso fell silent, her entire body freezing as she stared at his gesture. She was speechless, never expecting him to think only about money. Dairezo wondered, why? Mika explained, I need to break through to the 8th magic circle so I can crush that great demon without difficulty. Do I not? Far away, Belio felt that little time remained. When the supreme god descends in the future, I must stand in a position more prominent than anyone else. That man was filled with confidence. Yes, I must even surpass those arrogant divine beings. I must reclaim my true name at all costs. The ground beneath Belio's feet had already begun to wither, a sign of the elven forest's destruction. And then there was the death of the world tree. That alone would be enough for a Kun king to restore his true name. Behind Belio stood a squad of Kun radiating sinister and gloomy demonic auras. He had prepared himself. Then shall we begin our journey now? Mika was still standing motionless, deep in thought. Eileen cried out, give me back my childhood dreams at once. He glanced toward Morgan and Raying. The man cleared his throat and coughed several times. How should I put this? It seemed their beautiful fantasies about the world tree had been completely shattered. Morden revealed that Lady Eileen and he had once set foot in this place before. He saw the other two embracing each other and crying. It was their first visit to the elven forest, and they had once held many beautiful fantasies about this place. He thought sadly, beautiful fantasies. Mika was thinking about tea, the spirits, the world tree, and even pocket money. They were all things that people could only find in fairy tales. Ryan worriedly said that the spirits who had fled were unlikely to return on their own. So did he have any other brilliant ideas? He continued, I do have an idea. Ideally, we should make the forest function properly, even without the young spirits who left. Ryan frowned and asked whether he thought it would be as easy as he made it sound. Mika firmly said that it certainly would not be easy, but they had no other choice except to step forward and solve the problem themselves. He thought that this entire chaotic situation was probably part of the great demon's plan from the very beginning. Near the world tree, the Greyblood demon was waiting for the right opportunity. He spoke up, I know he is the king of drought. Before the regression, he drained the land of its vitality and caused countless people to starve to death. That was right, he was stealing the forest's lifeblood and driving its inhabitants into division. Ariane said with concern that the situation did not look good at all. She sadly concluded that this was not a problem that could be solved through determination alone. They had to eliminate it at the root. His face darkened as he firmly said that it was possible. He corrected himself. What I mean is that the root of the problem can be resolved by insulting the origins of their bloodline. Someone curiously asked whether that was the one thing they absolutely must never do. Ariane confirmed that it was. The Greyblood demon felt deeply insecure about its grey blood, yet it was also immensely proud of its power. He will provoke him by targeting that pride. Through the fairy spirits, of course. Belial led Kun over with a bewildered expression and grunted in confusion. Disbelief filled his eyes as he wondered what in the world was happening. Someone was hiding near the base of a distant tree. That man secretly watched Ariane's group playing with the spirits while she showered them with praise. The two of them clapped enthusiastically and kept praising them. The spirits held banners and chanted for the overthrow of capitalism and the downfall of the bourgeoisie. One spirit even spat on the ground to express its anger. Elio trembled with rage at the sight and cursed those bastards. He thought that they had not only discovered the source of the drought, but even dared to insult his land. They had not even bothered to erase the source, as though they were mocking him. Belio furiously cursed those shameless bastards. Ariane smiled outwardly while thinking that this was the right move, was it not, Mika? A few minutes earlier, Mika had explained that they would use the fairy spirits in the forest to get under the demon's skin. She worriedly asked whether the fairy spirits would cooperate. He pointed at Mon and said it was easy, they only had to blame every problem the spirits on him. She immediately understood, so it was propaganda and manipulation, a war of public opinion. The boss objected, saying he did not agree with that. Mika instructed Ariane and Eileen to subtly help Mon guide the fairy spirits in that direction. He assigned tasks to the next two people, while the butler and Arian would help the fairy king and Jiha with something else. Mika whispered the plan into their ears. The two exchanged glances and silently communicated. After that, they immediately left. Eileen curiously asked about his eye. He replied that he was brewing medicine and told her to give it to him. Seeing Eileen's exasperation, Mika reminded her not to look at him, but at their hero over there. What do I need to do for the plan to succeed? I need to reach the 8th circle. Alan felt that this was rather insane, but reaching the 8th circle would place him on the same level as her father. Do you truly believe that is possible before you even turn 30? He confidently replied that he could do it. Eileen held her head helplessly at the sight and no longer wanted to speak. She had to admit that she hated being unable to deny it. Meanwhile, Bellio broke into a cold sweat after hearing everything. He reassured himself to stay calm. Their foolish actions were clearly aimed at him. I am a mighty demon. Do you think I would fall for such a petty provocation? That moment, the spirit raised its tiny index finger. They cheered, Nephi, you are the best. Drought was no match for prosperity. Sweat poured down Bellio's face like rain as he begged them to stop talking. Do not tell me they touched my sacred source. On Mon's side, it puffed up its round cheeks and took a deep breath. Then it slowly breathed out. Ariane and Eileen smiled faintly when they saw that. Bellio's spine went rigid. Something inside his mind suddenly snapped. That man roared loudly, trampling on my pride right before my eyes. Bellio clutched his head and screamed, calling me a hero. He swore he would never forgive this humiliation. Mom began taking another deep breath. He continued exhaling in sheer delight. Bellio's eyes looked ready to split apart at the sight. He roared that he would never forgive this humiliation. Ryan held up a drawing of Bellio's furious expression, saying that according to Mika, the man was probably thinking exactly that. Morden replied that if the young master said so, then it must be true. The two of them heard movement behind them. Ryan repeated the request. There was a unit of elves at the foot of the mountain, and they had to eliminate the great demon's eyes, without letting him notice. He thought that if the young elves infiltrated and were discovered, the great demon would realize it at once. The elves below stood in complete silence. Ryan found the request absurd and ridiculous. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. Mika had praised him earlier, saying that he was doing very well, Ryan. At the same time, he placed his hopes in him, saying that he could surely accomplish this. Ryan now felt annoyed by this strange mind of his. Hearing it phrased that way somehow made me feel as though I truly could accomplish it. He thought that Merlier's ultimate goal was to master every kind of weapon. Mastering every weapon did not simply mean using many different types. Even when wielding a sword, one had to handle it as flexibly as a bow. Likewise, when holding a spear, one had to wield it like a heavy weapon. Yes, that was exactly the kind of person he had always been. Immediately afterward, a blue aura radiated from his entire body. Morden looked up at the smoke in astonishment. An arrogant voice rang out, saying that he was probably still several years ahead of me. The corners of his lips curled upward with confidence. Ryan shot forward, thinking that he had finally begun to understand. His speed was astonishingly fast. Elves instinctively looked up. Streaks of sharp light sliced across the elves. The moment he stopped, he had already dealt with them all, severing the red streams of demonic power above their heads. In the gloomy atmosphere, the remnants of severed demonic energy stood out clearly. Morden stared blankly and exclaimed, wow. He realized that Ryan had just severed the flow of demonic power in this place. Ryan tightened his grip on the sword hilt, thinking that this feeling was truly excellent. He declared confidently that he would soon catch up to Mika. On Mika's side, a floating veil of elixir appeared. This was the divine elixir countless mages had long dreamed of obtaining. He said happily that it had been a long time since he had personally crafted one. Seth asked curiously where in the world Mika had learned to make elixirs. His expression became more serious as he murmured. Mika claimed it was thanks to divine guidance, but Seth said he clearly had no intention of telling the truth. Mika understood that alchemists skilled enough to create elixirs with their own hands were nearly non-existent nowadays. The success rate was extremely low, while the value of the ingredients exceeded imagination. No rational person would dare attempt such a dangerous gamble. He was supremely confident, but only when it came to himself. For him, this was not a dangerous gamble at all. Mika recalled meeting an exceedingly strange human man, damn it. He vividly remembered the man's curse, that damned human. Mika recalled that after his family collapsed and his master Morden died, he had nothing left. That was before he entered Argo, before he stood upon the church's trial grounds. It was a period when he had been forced to wander from place to place. That man had patiently taught him how to craft magical tools and regents. He had once said that it would be a terrible waste for such great knowledge to be buried. He always remembered that although their meeting had been brief, it remained a treasured bond in his memories, and the man was probably still conducting research in that cramped room. As he dropped the crystal core into the well, he recalled the man's teachings from long ago. He remembered that person's faith. That person had once said this was the clearest example of humanity imitating the power of the supreme god. As the energy began to radiate outward, Mika's lips curved into a faint smile. He was gathering energy, yes, those were the exact words. The entire operation was officially set into motion. Spirits had regained their senses. Mika asked Han whether they were feeling any better now. The spirit quietly addressed him as hero, then lowered his head in shame. We truly have no excuse for our mistake. We left this forest hoping that we could help the world tree. Our intentions were entirely good, but Mika asked Han, the great demon must have personally intervened, and you did not even realize when you were captured, is that correct? He indignantly confirmed that it was true. He advised them not to lose heart. At this very moment, all of you are an extremely important key to our plan. Mika thought about an operation to drag that well-hidden bastard out into the light. He revealed that remnants of the great demon's power still lingered within their bodies. Before long, the great demon would once again secretly observe the forest through their eyes. This time was completely different. They now possessed free will, and he knew nothing about it. They would use that against him. From now on, all of you must pretend that you are still under his influence. The things the great demon had always taken for granted. They would strike directly at that unquestioning confidence of his. Wherever Belial stepped, the land became barren. The two spirits stared blankly at him, brows instinctively furrowed in displeasure. This Greyman possessed a strange power of manipulation. Belial sensed that something was wrong, even though everything had clearly been progressing smoothly according to plan. He looked down and saw blades of grass still growing. At this rate, the drought should already have swallowed the entire forest, allowing him to destroy the world tree with ease. But why had everything turned out like this? Plants beneath his feet remained lush and green. Flowers bloomed brilliantly, while an endless carpet of green grass stretched into the distance. He stared in disbelief at the blossoming flowers. What in the world was this overflowing power? Even if that hero had accidentally obtained a divine weapon or sacred artifact, completely nullifying the drought should still have been impossible. Then why had things reached this point? Set stepped into the middle of the fragrant field of flowers. His eyes widened in astonishment. Belial had never expected her to be here. Several days earlier, he had smiled and said, I need you to help me accomplish a few things. She immediately asked whether he wanted her help. He analyzed that although Belial might not be as cunning as Asmodeus, he was certainly no fool. To lure that man out from the hidden corners of the darkness. They had to show him this harsh reality clearly. They needed to make him completely believe that the drought had become useless. Belial clawed violently at the ground, his hand trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to stand. This was bad. There was not much time left. Dark energy poured from Belial's body, and he decided to act before those bastards could cause any more trouble. He had to act immediately. A stream of pitch-black energy descended from above. Dense dark energy spread in every direction. The spirits immediately weakened, wondering why their bodies had suddenly become so heavy. The entire sky sank into gloom as his voice resounded, Supreme Life, vast kingdom of Mother Earth. I have finally and officially set foot upon this land. The voice drew everyone's attention, and Eileen immediately looked in that direction. Belial spoke coldly. The Kun King has successfully obtained the power of desolation. I am the commander of the great Ninth Kun Corps. Carve my identity into your very bones, Belial. Mika was shocked. That man had risked his life merely to reclaim his true name, and he understood that Belial had staked everything on this gamble. Dense dark energy surged toward them like an immense wall. Ferocious monsters poured out from within it. The Kun spirit troops stared dazedly at the dark energy sweeping toward them. Jiha was among them, his expression filled with anxiety. Jiha thought that although he had already heard about this from the hero, gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Damn it. A soldier stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, what should we do next? His grip tightened around his bow. Jiha raised his bow and fired. We absolutely cannot allow them to defile this sacred forest. Facing those elves, Jiha could no longer continue. His hands were still trembling. In the end, he still could not bring himself to strike, his eyes filled with anguish. Ryan witnessed that hesitation. He immediately dashed past Jiha. His eyes flashed with a sharp, icy light. A cold gleam shot straight toward the entire enemy group. The beasts were beheaded. The strands of demonic energy above the elves' heads were also severed. Fragments of demonic energy floated before him. Ryan took down the entire group, then stopped and remarked that the situation had developed in this direction. He turned back and said he would leave everything else to them, since he needed to inspect the other areas. Then Eileen made her move, a sharp radiance slicing through the monster. Clearly confident, she charged fearlessly into the middle of the horde. Mord and Ariana supported her from behind. They activated their skills, summoning armored protection and launching the Holy Hammer. Their battlefield became a brutal, blood-soaked scene as they shouted for the enemies to pay with their lives in the name of the god Hiko. Zihat saw their effort and determination. That very sight gave him confidence. Zihat declared that everyone should use their spirits to care for the unconscious, while eliminating the demons. And Team Kun immediately charged forward. Belio scorned the hateful hero, saying that trying to stop him now was utterly pointless. I am destruction itself, I am decay and death. Mika dug at his ear in disgust. Why did these brats always love spouting terrible lines after reclaiming their true names? That man replied that as King Kun, having successfully reclaimed his true name, he now stood before them. A hammer suddenly descended onto the loudmouth's head. Shut your mouth already. Belio looked up at the weapon in confusion. He said bluntly that since you went through all the trouble of coming here, I will not allow you to have your way. He pointed behind him and asked whether he knew where he was standing. This was the courtyard directly in front of the World Tree. He found it ridiculous, a magic staff crafted from the World Tree's trunk. In other words, it was an enormous energy vessel capable of absorbing a terrifying amount of mana. That man growled only with such a trivial little thing. I am the great demon personally recognized by him as the true King Kun. Faced with that fury, he immediately called Zet's name. She appeared beside him and replied, I am here. Dense green energy spread throughout the surroundings. Bellio tightened his grip on his sword and cursed the foolish thing. Even as countless green blades of light slashed toward his body, that man arrogantly believed that relying on the apostle and the World Tree would not take him far. Mika retorted, not at all. Bellio deserves this. He tilted his head back and drained an entire bottle of potion. Mika then gently set the bottle down. Dense energy began radiating from his body. A fierce blue flame surged upward into the sky. Bellio could not believe his eyes. He lightly wiped the corner of his mouth and said he had fully stocked up on tonics and was fighting on his home ground. Are you ready to take a beating like death itself? Those words left that man speechless with rage. Bellio roared that he was a despicable bastard, while he calmly thanked him for the compliment. Bellio wanted nothing more than to tear him apart, raising his sword as he charged and shouted, You despicable wretch. Set immediately maintained the energy to restrain that man. A vortex of green power swept Bellio backward. Mika remarked on how utterly foolish he was. Is it because you are not of pure blood? That man shouted in defiance for him to shut up. He found it strange the World Tree was not so easy to bully, and that man should never have exposed himself like this. Yet human emotions did not always obey reason. His overwhelming inferiority toward those of pure blood, along with the anxiety to quickly earn merit, it pressured Belial into making reckless moves. Thanks to that, everything became much easier for me. Bellio called him a meddler, saying the plan would have succeeded without him. Mika mocked him as though saying he wished he had been born of pure blood, leaving that man able to do nothing but curse. A mass of magic appeared above Bellio's head, continuously supplying that man with power. Bellio revealed that his lord's grace now fully dwelled within his body. Mika asked in return, so without that grace, you cannot even win. After all, you are not of pure blood. Those words drove Bellio mad, that damned bastard. He charged forward wildly, his thundering footsteps kicking up clouds of dust as he kept muttering about pure blood. Mika asked, is your soul so filthy because you were born in the gutter? Look at me and learn a lesson about class. His figure vanished right before Bellio's eyes. That man's blade still gleamed with a chilling edge. Bellio cursed himself, damn it, my concentration. Seth was observing him closely. She noticed that he could no longer seem to hold his sword steadily. Mika explained that it was the pressure of being driven into a corner, combined with the relentless insults, it had completely scattered his focus. Seth understood, so that was why he kept provoking Bellio, and Mika confirmed that it was. He knew well that all 7 of Bellio's swords possessed tremendous power and were normally terrifying. But because he had rushed to reclaim his true name without following the proper process, that power was bound to his mental state. He concluded that as long as Bellio's mental state was shattered, victory would be assured. Seth curiously asked what he planned to do next, and Mika suddenly called her name. He asked what people found most irritating during summer, leaving Seth doubtful. Bellio tried to calm himself. Stay calm, Bellio. This is obviously a trap laid by that hero. Focus again. He tried to regain his composure through prayer. Gods grant me the black flame. Bellio will grow stronger with every passing moment. Before he could finish speaking, several thin cords appeared around his neck. Mika whispered from behind him, your inferiority toward purebloods is truly pathetic, is it not? Under that manipulative voice, Bellio silently repeated that he had to focus. But Mika continued, the demon lord clearly favors purebloods more. Bellio repeated it in his mind like an incantation. Focus. Mika pressed on, no matter how hard you struggle, you will never even reach Belfago's heels. Those words snapped the last thread of his reason. Bellio swung his sword wildly as dense demonic energy erupted around him. His voice hissed, a mere hero like you dares. Every muscle across his body bulged violently. His sword hand suddenly went slack. The sword plunged into the ground amid the dust, its blade flashing. Bellio stood frozen within the thick cloud of dust surrounding him. He stared at his hands in disbelief. Impossible. I traded my very life for this power. Mika and Seth appeared before him, and he still followed the principle of hunting wounded prey with overwhelming numbers. He only entered battles he was certain to win. That was the path of a hero, and interwoven magic spread densely around him. Mika snapped his fingers and announced that it was done. That bastard is completely exhausted. Let us finish him. Seth looked at her companion with admiration. She placed her hand in Mika's palm, while he thought that even all of Argo had once struggled to deal with Bellio. His 7 swords were difficult to withstand, while his immunity and overwhelming presence spread terror. Now that man had none of those things left. Bellio looked around frantically. Where is that damned hero hiding? His voice rang out, it seems you truly hate purebloods. Mika floated before him. It is laughable that the Kun Kings are so easily swayed by petty emotions. Bellio only wanted to punch him into silence. I told you to shut your mouth. 5 punches shot into empty space. 2 enormous golden hands blocked them all. Mika was enveloped within the wall of the Supreme Being. Bellio recoiled in horror. What? He reminded Bellio that an 8th tier magic circle was a terrifying level of power. Then Mika commanded Colossal Gravity, activate 5-fold stacking. Layer upon layer of magic overlapped and crushed Bellio downward. He was pinned firmly against the ground. Bellio gritted his teeth. Hero, you will eventually suffer a crushing defeat. Even the strongest hero in history will meet a tragic end at the hands of the demon lord. One day, that day will finally descend and completely cleanse this world. The god who devoted himself to protecting the weak remained, while the mighty guardian deity had long since fallen. This is an unavoidable end of destruction. You already knew that, did you not? He calmly replied that he naturally knew, but that fateful day certainly is not today, is it? Mika found it truly amusing. A confident smile appeared on her lips, because she had witnessed that future with her own eyes. He pursed his lips and pretended to ponder. Mika regained his composure and moved slightly. He declared that the one facing destruction today was not him. It was you, you damn bastard. Iraiso was sitting before the world tree. She gazed at the barren, withered branches in the distance, along with the parched and cracked earth. Faced with such devastation, she remarked that the great demon truly lived up to his reputation. His power was undeniable. That was why she watched the hero with a heavy heart. And yet, on Mika's side, his staff was already stained with blood. Blow after blow crashed down upon Bellio. That man asked in disbelief, you call yourself a hero? If you wish to finish me, then do it gloriously and grant me a death worthy of a Kun king. He challenged him, saying he did not want it. Iraiso looked through the mirror and heard that man curse. What a piece of trash, she hesitated. Watching the great demon being beaten like a dog was satisfying, but still, even so, he was still a great demon. Was it truly alright to reduce him to such a miserable state? Watching him beat that man with the staff filled her with dread. Moreover, that staff had originally been part of her own body. Why had the tip turned red, looking as though it had been stained and corrupted? She reassured herself and discarded those jealous thoughts. Iraiso tried to stay positive. As long as everything ended well, it would all be fine. After saying that, she forced a smile. The world tree finally gave up and stopped thinking about it. Bellio only wanted to beg, at least grant me an honorable death. You clearly sent the other two off with solemnity and dignity. Mika replied, well, to be honest, you truly are not worthy of reaching that level. Come to think of it, there was once an idiot named Enoch who was on the same level as you. The two of you looked exactly alike when you cried. Thanks to you, I managed to break through smoothly, reach the 8th magic circle, and receive a great deal of help. Thank you, you truly are Bellio, the generous benefactor. Faced with the humiliation, Bellio fell silent. After regaining his senses, he roared as his magic power erupted. Do you think everything is over? The moment I am destroyed, this entire region will be dragged into ruin. Even if you exploit my weakness, you cannot stop it. Mika responded indifferently, ah, that is right. Stepping closer, she called out to Bellio. She demanded his attention and asked why he thought she was standing there. Bellio had an ominous feeling and muttered, do not tell me. She proudly patted her chest and declared that she was absolute defense. Then she activated a wave of green power that enveloped her body. Bellio stared blankly at her actions. That man refused to accept it. No, why must I alone suffer such misery? Mika sank into his memories. Before his rebirth, humanity had suffered 99 crushing defeats at the hands of the great demon Bellio. But what about now? He spoke, you are far too weak. He still remembered, I won the latest result, I won. A vast surge of power churned like a colossal tornado. Green motes of light scattered everywhere, and a young boy noticed the disturbance in the distance. People on the street all turned to look. From afar, they saw a towering pillar of power surging upward. An old man pondered deeply at the sight. He trembled and said it was impossible. The thing inside that cradle of rest was clearly a demon. Someone appeared from behind and stabbed the old man cleanly, causing fresh blood to gush out. That person remarked that human greed was truly laughable. From a corner, murmurs rang out. They will come here on their own in search of treasure and glory. Humans will eventually walk into this place by themselves. Axia licked her blood-stained hand and said this cradle of rest was very convenient, perfectly suited to someone as lazy as her, even though there was nothing enjoyable about this. Hearing the unusual commotion, Axia was astonished. Epic and Bellio, how did you suffer such a crushing defeat? So 3 of them have been defeated. Laxia thought about his appearance. What kind of person is the hero of this generation? How should I put it? It feels as though he sees through everything about us. It is truly an unpleasant feeling. Perhaps I should intervene personally. Scene shifted to Mika. He and Seth were standing before a vast chasm. Seth peered down curiously. Is it over? Have all 3 been defeated? The first moment I saw that child, I knew he had potential, but I never expected him to accomplish this much. He reminded her that many other great demons were still alive. The remaining great demons were on an entirely different level. Confront them. You will need to prepare far more thoroughly than you have now. Seth noticed his unusual demeanor, his teeth clenched tightly with bitter resentment. Seth said optimistically, it is fine, we still have Enoch. Mika suddenly remembered, that is right. A smile returned to his lips upon hearing those words, and his heart suddenly felt lighter. Mika placed all his hopes on that person. I truly have great expectations for Enocha. He continued, those bastards are about to make their next move, so I need to work even harder. She was surprised, even harder than now. Mika replied, of course. He hesitated, there are still many places we have not investigated. For example, the Beast King's territory, where his close companion from before his rebirth lived. He exclaimed, that man will not be easy to defeat, so I postponed it on my list of priorities. In any case, our work here is essentially finished. Now let us go meet the World Tree. Seth asked curiously, meet Iraiso. What are you planning to do this time? He revealed, I am going to collect a little additional payment. Iraiso looked less than welcoming when he arrived. You came straight here without even looking back. He retorted, I had to work overtime, so I deserve compensation. Iraiso smiled and asked, what exactly do you want? Mika corrected her, this is not a demand, but a business proposal. As you know, not every spirit on the continent lives in this forest. In truth, there are tens of thousands more outside. Iraiso understood his meaning. Instead of forcing those who left to return, I will venture into the outside world myself. He praised her. You realized that quickly. Mika analyzed those who possessed innate vitality and spiritual nature. They would be a tremendous help in halting the invading advance of the evil forces. He had mentioned those who had already left. Mika reminded Iraiso, the problem is that they no longer receive the protection of the World Tree. Although your true body, the primordial tree, cannot move, the roots buried deep beneath the earth are another matter. He expressed his hope, I want those roots to spread far beyond the forest, so they can reach your beloved children who remain outside. I fully understand the fear you have carried for so long. Demon Lord, you fear that your roots may accidentally reach him, do you not? Mika spread his hands apart, however. You must overcome that fear yourself. Iraiso stared silently at his hand. She gently placed hers over it. Thank you. Because of you, my hesitation has vanished. He withdrew his hand and reminded her, we are not finished yet. There is still one more matter, though it is nothing major. You happen to know any dragons? He recalled that before his rebirth, he had desperately searched for information about the tomb through thought. That person asked in surprise, did you just mention dragons? In the distant past, there once existed a mighty race whose enormous wings could blot out the entire sky. But now, only knowledge proving their existence remains, along with the hearts and treasures they left behind. He knew they were essentially extinct. They never appeared even as the world fell into ruin. The other party denied it. True dragons still exist. I will not go into detail, but let me give you a typical example right now. Among the apostles like me, there was once one who was a genuine dragon. Returning to the present, Mika remarked that Iraiso was truly troublesome. In his eyes, the other person wore an indifferent expression. She had drawn him into an intriguing story, only to withhold the most important part. He revealed the World Tree is not restricted from sharing information like the other apostles. Even so, she cannot give overly direct hints. What I seek is the precise location of a great dragon, not that apostle. Irisho suddenly asked, have you ever heard of the Dragonkin race? He frowned as he recalled the Dragonkin. Mika knew of them. They were a hybrid race descended from dragons and humans. They possessed exceptional physical abilities and a unique sensitivity to magic power. He spoke, the dragon race. Yes, of course I know about them. Iraiso emphasized that they were true dragons. Mika was surprised. Forgive me, but I have never heard of this before. The memory of that blazing day surfaced. For before his rebirth, the entire dragon race had been slaughtered by the great demon who reclaimed his true name. Even thought had never mentioned this to him. Iraiso explained that they had been bound by an ancient curse since time immemorial, and now none of them even realized they were dragons. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So this was the truth. The true dragons had fallen under the curse long ago. All that remained were their descendants, who did not even realize they were dragons. His entire body froze. Wait, Mika said doubtfully. Dragons possess lifespans so long that they are practically immortal. Iraiso said, then how could they? Matters that exceed the limits are not things I can casually reveal, so discover the truth yourself. As for what this means, someone as perceptive as you should be able to deduce it. Mika knew clearly that the dragon race's current plight was closely connected to the trials. His gaze lowered in deep thought. The next tomb they needed to find lay within this tribe's territory. A few days later, small saplings were planted. Although many complications remain, the young spirits returned of their own accord. He thought to himself, Bilio single-handedly stopped the brain drain. He truly was a great tree that never ceased giving. I will never forget you. You were a truly good Enoch. Set stood beside him. Enoch had even become a unit of measurement now. The door to the room where he was waiting opened. Jiren Hadass spoke first. Ah, you have finally arrived, hero. He bowed his head. Thanks to your help, the problem was resolved swiftly. On behalf of the spirits, I offer my deepest gratitude. Mika replied modestly. It was nothing, I merely did what needed to be done. Jiren Hadass added, without your companion's support, the damage would have been 10,000 times worse. He was surprised. My companion. Suspicion appeared in Mika's eyes. Beside him, Ryan was proudly puffing himself up. His smug chuckle made both Mika and Zet reel backward. His words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on the complacent man. Why did he look as if he had just conquered the entire world? He corrected, you could say I just saw a new world. Mika looked at the other party with disdain. He just wanted to punch this guy hard in the head to wake him up. Ryan repeated, basically I feel like I just saw a new realm. Mika refused to comment on that statement. Mika looked disdainful while Ryan puffed up with pride. Mika sighed. He saw through him immediately. What does that sigh mean? Her teammate just entered a new realm. Ryan showed off by doing a little dance. Look at this. Mika tilted his ear. Did you comprehend sword aura or cut something invisible at that level? He raised his middle finger in provocation. I have reached 8th tier magic. Speak with respect. Jiren Hadass stood between them watching them argue. He wanted to charge into battle. I will slash you once. He discussed the main matter with him. I have a proposal for His Highness the Prince. Jiren Hadass stood up and asked what that proposal was. He began. In the end, the young spirits returned on their own. But we cannot force them to stay forever. Jiren Hadass agreed. I will establish rules to send the spirits out in an organized manner. Mika added, that sounds good. Add one more clause. Each spirit will accompany one fairy child. Jiren Hadass was stunned. He asked him to repeat. Sorry, I did not hear clearly. Looking at Mika, he thought about the proposal for each fairy child. No, absolutely not. We cannot burden the fairy children with more pressure. He was still thinking about each fairy child. The fairy children had gone on strike earlier. All the trouble happened because of the imbalance between spirits and fairy children. Things would be better if each spirit was paired with a fairy child. Mika advised, the more the spirits restore their essence, the greater their anti-demon power. He replied, I fully understand that. The door creaked open. Jia cautiously stepped in and asked, Oh hero, why did you call me here? Seeing him, Jiren Hadass added, also, there is also something about Jiha. He pointed at himself. Is it me? Mika continued, us spirits are being scattered across the world. Forest is the center, but Jiha understood immediately. They lack unity and cohesion. He proposed, I want to entrust that unifying responsibility to Jiha. Jiren Hadass was surprised. You mean to entrust it to my son? He replied, in his past life he was a hero who excelled in his role in Go. Mika proved we cannot keep him in the forest forever, even if it is a difficult path. Jiren Hadass had a headache. He lowered his head and rubbed his brow. Jaz's fist clenched tightly. He begged, Father, please trust me and entrust this matter to me. He spoke completely correctly. To confront the greater demon, the insect race must act in unison. Jiren Hadass worried, what about your safety? Jiha interrupted loudly, Father. His eyes held a deep determination. Jiren froze when he saw that expression. He said proudly, a worthless father like me gave birth to such a wonderful son. Go ahead and follow his advice. He was secretly relieved. We have determined our direction. Truly feel lucky, because the one targeting the forest this time is only Bellio alone. Scene transition to the green meadow. Underneath the ancient apple tree stood Karien. A red apple fell from above. It landed neatly in the palm of her hand. The wind blew Karien's skirt fluttering. She looked up at the deep blue sky. Karien stood there pondering for a long time. Only after a while did her footsteps move. In the distance lay vast green meadows, with mountain ranges faintly visible on the horizon. Behind Karien, someone new approached. He smiled and asked Priestess Karien, where are you going? Karien did not rush to answer. She brought the apple to her mouth and took a bite. She replied calmly, just going to work. At a corner of the garden where ancient statues stood, Karien stepped forward gently. She walked barefoot, feeling the cold from the earth. Her feet stepped upon the land filled with dark energy. Before her a pitch-black cave. From within the cave came growls full of fury. The apple in Karien's hand had turned black as if poison. She did not hesitate to throw it to the ground. Karien's eyes glinted with seriousness. She raised her glowing staff. Please try to endure a little longer. The one you long for every night has not yet set foot in this place. You must continue to persevere. Cave began to shake. Dark energy was coiling around Karien's legs. She tried to stay calm. Quickly calm down. Karien channeled energy forward. The great savior will soon find his way. The thick black energy had spilled out of the cave entrance. She felt the dark energy leaking outward very slowly. Karien's hand trembled at this rate. She told herself, quickly listen to my words. This truly is the first time this has happened. Karien clearly sensed the first message from deep within the cave. On the day the twin moons rise together, darkness will arise and the dragon blood will boil. The disturbance of the dark forces will bring revival to the entire clan, but their victory will lead everyone to doom. Regardless of the outcome, on that fateful day, my endurance will end. At that moment, Karien fully understood everything. The day deciding the fate of the clan was drawing very near, and her clan surely needed a savior to appear. Mika, the savior in the prophecy, is preparing to set out. Everyone, let's depart quickly. They rode away on horseback. He led the way, the destination being the Dragon Clan's territory. Though Morden had traveled the world, he had never been through this place. He admitted he had never once set foot there. He was surprised. Even the butler had not seen the Dragon Clan. He confirmed that was correct. Ryan puffed up with pride. The Dragon Clan, huh? I hope there is someone strong to face. He said warily, when will this phase of delusions of strength end? Mika looked ahead. It seems we are almost there. He remembered before his rebirth, he had witnessed the final moments of the Dragon Clan. An image covered in flames appeared. Precisely, he was forced to witness that scene. The cunning Asmodeus publicly showed off the dragon village he had destroyed. It could have been our most powerful fighting force. Back then, he could only feel despair from helplessness. Thanks to that, he now remembered exactly where they were hiding. He dismounted his horse and walked forward. Mika's hand fumbled through the grass. Morden advised finding a reliable reliable source of information instead of acting blindly. He revealed he had received a revelation beforehand, sorry. Naturally from God Heiko, only Mika knew it was a lie. Morden laughed, scholars struggled to decipher it, yet he did it so easily he replied indifferently, if you are jealous then go be a hero yourself. Mika's hand continued fumbling through the grass. He parted the bushes, exactly as predicted. It was here. A stone tablet appeared, and they were surprised. Eileen asked dazedly, don't tell me this is the teleportation gate key. He immediately denied it. Mika picked up the stone tablet. It was just their emergency alarm button. Eileen was bewildered. Emergency alarm, what do you mean? She quickly advised him to stop. One look, and it was obviously wrong. He refused. No, I will not stop, and then destroyed the tablet. Debris began to fall, the ground shook, and hazy dust spread. Eileen held her head in panic, saying, here we go again. Feeling the tremors, Ariane anxiously asked what he had touched this time. He dusted off his hands, saying it was nothing big, just the core that kept the hidden village secret. Eileen could not help shouting, calling him a madman. That was truly a terrible idea. Why would he be so heartless as to destroy it? Mika explained, doing so would force them to come to him. She conceded, finding this crazy hero speechless. In the sky, a fire magic appeared. The flame rushed downward, blazing fiercely. Ariane blocked it with a shield, thick smoke billowing up. The ground around them sank into a deep pit. Only the area beneath their feet remained intact thanks to a barrier. Mika calmly looked up. He sneered, what a harsh and brutal welcome. Along shouted back, silence, intruder. He turned to Eileen, saying they finally came to him. She frowned, telling him to shut up. Brian proudly asked, had the time come to join a life and death battle against a powerful enemy? Eileen was even more exasperated, telling him to stop. There was nothing cool about it. He deflated, asking what was that a lie just now. Dylan demanded to know how he dared to touch the barrier. Dylan said the medium was well hidden and hard to destroy. Eileen doubted that. He added, why did it seem so easy to destroy? His hand condensed an energy orb, ignoring her. Whoever destroyed the barrier would be erased from the world. Mika immediately raised his hands. He said solemnly, surrendering with hands up. Dylan was momentarily stunned, asking what. Even his teammates were confused. Eileen asked Mika what game he was playing. He demanded, tie me up and take me away. So Mika was escorted inside. He asked if this was a heroic enough action. A peaceful solution, no bloodshed needed. Watching Eileen get tied up, Mika secretly rejoiced. It was a good outcome. He boasted with a long face. Thanks to cooperation, he only got handcuffs. Ryan was annoyed, telling him to shut up. Mika sighed, saying he was too ruthless. Morden, still tied up, remained calm and asked the young master to shut up. Mika thought to himself, wondering if anyone could understand his feelings. Dylan curiously asked why he willingly let himself get captured, since with his true ability he could turn the situation around. Mika asked, you people intend to take my life, don't you? Dylan immediately stopped in his tracks, frozen. He corrected, no, absolutely not. He confidently said, of course not. Just look at that dragon's face and you can tell they have no hostile intent. Mika said, if that is the case then this much is enough. Dylan asked, what purpose are you people brewing when you seek to approach the tribe? He retorted, it is not for the troubling reasons you worry about. Mika smiled harmlessly, you see I am obediently wearing the cuffs, right? So do not worry too much. Faced with Dylan's vigilance, the smile on his face vanished. Truly, but why must he do this? They reached the end of the mountain path. Des summoned a teleportation gate. They stepped through the transport gate. Dylan instructed, you people must go straight to meet the elder and explain your reasons for destroying the barrier yourselves. Mika broke the cuffs. We actually had no intention of destroying it. Dylan understood, heightened his guard, and cursed the bastard. The other aimed a spear at him, asking if he had deliberately deceived them. Mika was surrounded by the three. He asked them to calm down. Then Mika mysteriously snapped his fingers. Wait until he discovers something. Mika's hand emitted mana. The magical power here feels quite heavy, doesn't it? Dylan sneered. You dare to think the mana density here is like the outside world. From that, he understood, before the rebirth the village had been destroyed, so it is different now. He replied, an ordinary mage would struggle to cast spells here, but I only said it is heavy, not that it cannot be used. His power coiled around the three. The three were immediately forced to their knees. Mika stood before them, demanding they talk properly. I know there is a troubling issue with this village. Could this matter possibly be? Is it related to that former great dragon? At first Dylan was stubborn, but then he faltered and could not speak. Someone behind interrupted, that is correct. Looking at Karian, he bowed respectfully, dear priestess. She replied politely, welcome, O chosen one. She introduced herself, my name is Karian. Dallin asked incredulously, how could that rude man possibly be the great savior? Karian explained, I have received a sacred revelation. He told me that the one we seek will appear in this place soon. Dylan worried, but there is no evidence to prove that man is the savior. He confidently interrupted, a hero chosen by the gods must surely be qualified. Dylan, pinned to the ground, looked up at the youth with doubt. Dylan fumed inwardly, why do you only speak now? Mika saw clearly that their gazes were all converging on him. Dylan asked, "You deliberately broke the barrier to enter the village, right?" He aimed for the least threatening yet most influential position, truly clever. Looking at the broken wall, Dylan realized he used just enough pressure, causing no real trouble. Dylan exclaimed that action no longer carries the style of a hero. He said calmly, "If you are not satisfied, then go be the savior yourself." The four of them were speechless. He was truly too insolent. The dragon step appeared before their eyes. In Karian's room, when everyone was seated, she spoke, "Let us get to the main topic quickly. The troublesome matter you just mentioned, dear savior. Our tribe has long been burdened by a sacred curse. It is a punishment from the supreme beings, originating from our distant ancestors." A layer of dragon scales appeared on her cheek. Karian revealed Apophis has two faces. He was surprised. "You mean that great ancient dragon, right?" Morden added, "You mean to say there is still a real dragon in existence?" Karian confirmed, "Yes, it is the only remaining dragon." He thought to himself, even the priestess does not know the whole story. Earlier, Ariso said they were a dragon race. Mikalik saw Karian's sorrowful expression. After all, they were great ancient dragons. She recounted, "Our distant ancestors were dragons, who committed a great sin due to a destined accident. I do not know what that sin was, but it was certainly not minor." Apophis the Two-Faced stepped forward to bear the sin for the tribe. However, he understood time is not a healing remedy. Dragon bloodline, descendants of the founder, had carried a sin too heavy to bear. What was the nature of this sacred curse? Karian hesitated. "It is like this." Suddenly the space trembled, and shouts rang out from outside. Ariane looked outside worriedly. Ryan gaped in horror. "What is that thing?" Mika looked toward the source of the commotion. Karian's hand clenched tightly. She said, "Perhaps you should see that scene for yourself." Outside, the dragon tribe murmured, "Celio is... This should not have happened today." A thing with an outer layer undulating like mud appeared. He was confused. "Why? I do not want to know this. Why does it appear in my mind?" They asked curiously a dragon. "What is this thing?" He looked at its back. The noble symbolic wings of a dragon were completely absent. Its unique aura and benevolent energy source had also vanished entirely. Karian revealed, "That is the sacred curse, dear savior." Tribespeople suddenly undergo a horrifying transformation, nearly going mad, occurring periodically. He needed to know, when did this begin? He recounted, "It has lasted for a very long time, but it has only become this terrifyingly severe within the last 10 years. If the situation continues, our tribe will soon destroy each other." Faced with this dangerous situation, he cursed under his breath. Was this really the end? Mika thought to himself, it seemed this trial was indeed not easy at all. That dragon was roaring to the heavens. A dragon clan member spoke, "Quickly restrain him." A sphere surrounded the dragon. "Absolutely do not let Celio escape from this village." In its mouth, an energy sphere was condensing. Everyone stared with their mouths agape in shock. Morden stammered, that is the dragon breath attack." Arian nodded weakly in confirmation. Seeing him step forward, she was surprised. "Oh, great savior." Clan members all looked at him. How could a human appear in this place? Mika noticed the eye bleeding. He had completely lost his reason. If nothing was done quickly, the dragon clan would surely be wiped out within a day. The image of him standing there seemed to merge with the past from that year. Before the ferocious flame burning the dragon, Mika thought he had missed too much trouble from the previous world. Currently, from the magic staff, a surge of energy enveloped the dragon. A binding formation was activated by him. On the dragon's neck and mouth, solid binding rings appeared. The yellow binding ropes tightened around its mouth. Fresh blood spurted out. Did ask curiously, "Mika, what in the world are you trying to do?" Only he understood the nonsense the dragon spewed. He didn't want to know. Why did it automatically appear in his head? He recalled Ariso's words. Crossing that limit was not something to casually tell others. Go find out for yourself. And Mika seemed to have found the answer. This was the only clue the world tree bestowed. Chains wrapped around the dragon's neck. He rushed before it. Good. Which way should he go next? First, Mika gently placed his hand on the dragon's head. He himself also wanted to know. "Come now, let us drag the whole truth into the light together." Within the dragon, a blazing firelight radiated. A thick cloud of dust and smoke covered the area. Mika's footsteps landed on the ground. He looked towards the thick dust, demanding it reveal itself quickly. Drifting image bubbles, Mika realized he had entered Celio's world of consciousness. His gaze swept down to his feet. The black liquid stream was fragments of memory, but there seemed to be nothing special here. The very slime gnawing at Celio in the real world was also slowly rising here. Could this be the curse? Liquid had risen to his ankles. Mika calmly walked through the black stagnant water. He saw a clean blue dragon different from before. Mika called out, "Celio?" Celio turned around. "Who are you?" He replied, "I am the hero, and the high priestess calls me the great savior." "What have you seen inside there?" Celio answered, "Sin. I have witnessed all the sins committed by the distant ancestors. They should have stood up to protect those people, help them resist that harsh invasion. They did not do so. The sin of the distant ancestors is... No, wait, in the end we are them. Those heartless perpetrators of that terrible sin were..." Mika was grabbed by the arm. His condition was not good. Celio continued, "The Kun King of Sin. We must be wary he is involved in this." He was surprised. "The Kun King of Sin?" Said earnestly, "We must sincerely repent and correct our mistakes. The one who accepted bearing all sin alone was that freedom, that salvation and liberation." Celio bowed his head before Mika. He gently touched its forehead. "Rest assured, I will surely rescue them with my own hands. I will never break my promise." Outside, black drops of water fell with a patter. Clan members all looked in one direction. Carrion was stunned. I truly cannot believe my eyes anymore. His steps were suspended in midair. Mika was holding a person in his arms. He landed before Carrion to report his life is no longer in danger. She replied emotionally, "Thank you, oh great savior." A clan member asked curiously, "Oh high priestess, is this person truly the savior from the prophecy?" Carrion confirmed that is correct. The clan member's eyes welled up with tears. Tears rang out. Salvation has finally come to the tribe. The long-cherished wish of the distant ancestors. Someone pleaded and asked, "Oh great savior, please instruct us on what we need to do next." He instructed, "If you look at everything clearly and realistically, you cannot completely escape these periods of uncontrolled blackening. You yourselves have understood that for a long time." Mika recalled that before, the periods of uncontrolled blackening always followed a fixed cycle, but recently that cycle became chaotic and erratic, making defense even harder. He smiled and continued, "If that is the case, then let us all do it this way." Mika's smile became especially unusual. That made the clansman turn pale with fear. He felt the strangeness emanating from this hero was a feeling that should not be present here. Madness, complete self-isolation. He announced that we would now officially begin the action. The place was dead silent. One clansman had to ask again himself, what? According to Mika, Apophis was the source of this entire curse. Not everything was his fault alone. You could also call him a scapegoat. The troublesome issue was that this curse possessed an extremely insidious characteristic. He used a puppet to describe to Seth when in private. Their curses automatically reacted and affected each other when they got near. That is excessively cruel, is it not? Forcing them to hold on to and rely on each other, yet secretly poisoning that very sacred bond. He thought of the one who mercilessly imposed this harsh punishment. Of course it was him. Mika predicted this tomb trial seemed to have no strict rules, like all the previous tombs. He looked thoughtfully into the distance. That is indeed true, but this time his feeling was not like participating in a qualification test, but more like cleaning up the ruins of an event from a distant mythological age. Considering that helping the suffering is a necessary qualification for the one who owns the sacred relic. Mika agreed, "You are not wrong." Suddenly a small finger poked his cheek. Mika covered his cheek and turned. She said sorry in a coaxing voice, because the expression on your face just now was too gloomy and melancholic. Currently, we have isolated each Dragon Clan member into their own area exactly as you instructed. Ryan's group arrived. Eileen reported that because this was announced under the name of the beloved priestess and the savior, they obediently accepted. He felt relieved after hearing that. That is good, but there are still many other things to complete. Ryan was surprised. There are still other troublesome issues. Mika confirmed, unfortunately, yes. He brought the bad news. This trial could very likely have a grand demon interfering. Eileen and he were stunned by this news, but the good news is that it is only a possibility. It does not hurt for us to proactively increase our vigilance. I have other matters to handle myself, so I will trust you to care for the people here. Ryan wondered, "May I ask a question?" "That grand demon, is it someone difficult to deal with even for an excellent drift master like you?" He was silent at this question. Mika thought and said that might be true, but he mentioned the past. "Do you still remember the teachings from the illusions I placed on you?" Ryan replied, "Of course I still remember." Mika patted his shoulder in trust. "If so, you are certainly capable of resisting him on your own. You might not be able to defeat him, but..." Ryan was not afraid. Just gritting his teeth to endure and stall for time is more than enough. Mika was silent at that attitude. He smiled in satisfaction. "If so, I trust you with this matter." As for Carrion, she was happy to see the person arriving. She asked Hansen, "Have you all finally finished discussing your business?" Mika got to the point. "How is Marquis Apophis' situation recently?" She answered gloomily, "Not good. He also said this is his last chance." Raised an eyebrow. "Last chance?" Carrion led the way. "If so, let us depart quickly." They arrived at where Apophis was currently residing. When they arrived, night had fallen. He looked into the pitch-black darkness of the cave. This darkness was not normal darkness. Mika confirmed this was a curse. Hands of malice reached out from within. A white leaf repelled them. Carrion shouted, "This sacred curse has become much worse than before. Let us patiently wait here for now, great savior. It will probably take a long time for Apophis to recover his reason." He reminded, "No, we do not have that much time." Once Apophis himself mentioned a last chance, we both understand what outcome that implies. For a transcendent apostle, gritting one's teeth and enduring means an unimaginably long period of time. Yet staying here became difficult. That means the inability to endure has become an inevitable outcome. Black energy mist gradually approached him. Then they were pushed back by the shield again. Carrion had exerted all her strength to protect Mika, to the point that the magic staff in her hand was trembling. The surface of the white leaf began to show cracks. He managed to say with difficulty, "Oh, hero." The final shield could not withstand the weight and shattered into pieces. Black energy immediately seized the chance to rush in. A stream of green purifying energy suddenly appeared before Mika. What protected him was Seth's sealing formation. Niakai finally spoke, "Dear High Priestess." A necklace was placed into her hands. Arian took it and asked in confusion. He said angrily, once we delve deep inside, we will be completely cut off from the outside world. So I prepared this communication magic tool in advance for unexpected emergencies. Considering it clear, I understand. Depending on the actual situation, you might need to seek help from the outside world. Mika denied it. No, the truth is actually the complete opposite. Sorry about that. It is very likely that you are the last one who needs to seek help from others. At that exact moment, use it proactively. Arian received this information with sorrow. He promised to always keep it in her heart, while Mika had already gone deep inside. Seth looked back with a worried expression. Mika walked with extreme caution. Hands filled with black energy began to reach out. A voice rang out. He glanced over. Luckily, the power source from this seal formation is helping to prevent the curse from taking over my body. His hand was tightly holding onto something. Seth looked over curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" Mika replied calmly, "Just analyzing. If we just blindly walk forward, it would be too boring." Worse and more horrifying a curse is, the more intense emotions and deep memory fragments it retains. Update notice, begin analysis, decode, and start recreating the entire story. His palm was accumulating the energy needed to sustain that decoding process. And a flame ignited in the palm of Mika's hand. That light source helped him see the scene inside the cave clearly. Death stared in awe at what was before her. She asked curiously, "Is this a memory fragment?" Voices echoed in the silent cave, "We must do this." The darkness had finally completely engulfed this entire world. So much innocent blood will be shed unjustly. Those on the front lines will be forced to accept immense sacrifices. He listened to the dragon shadow on the wall say, "Isn't that his only goal?" Another voice denied it. "We have no justifiable reason to interfere in this matter. That must absolutely never happen. We have already made our final decision. We are the higher beings standing at a superior level, the supreme observers who will only watch things from afar." Two dragon shadows appeared on the wall. That voice made the decision and left all remaining matters for humanity to bear on their own. Mika's footsteps continued moving forward. He stopped before the sleeping dragon. After the call, Apophis, it coldly glared at the intruder. He began, "So you have finally found this place, have you?" Apophis stood up with pride. "O chosen one." He looked so small at the dragon's feet. Apophis recounted an old story often found in myths, that the dragons rebelled against the creator's command and chose to be mere observers who only watch. The arrogant sinners who committed great sins, a god of judgment to judge them, and a merciful one who begged for mercy for their kind. When facing the god of judgment, he asked, "Do you want to make a deal with me? And do it. I will give you a chance. But you will have to endure suffering for a very long time, and in the end, you might come to resent me. One day, the end will come. It will also be a beginning. As an apostle, he was once a loyal servant of Asama. Why did Asama do such a thing?" Mika softly called his name Apophis. The dragon's cold eyes glared at him. He bowed his head to Mika. "Welcome, challenger. Have you seen the truth yet?" Mika confirmed. "Do you mean the memories I saw on the way here?" He admitted, "Yes, I have seen them. They are horrifying." Apophis revealed that was when Lord Asama prepared for the battle against the demons. Our clan had been immersed in fear and arrogance, refusing to fight, so Lord Asama cast a curse upon the dragon race. Apophis admitted this curse was truly terrible, but it was also the only clue leading to salvation. The more I read, the more confused I get. "What do you mean by that?" Apophis asked her back. "Seth, you know this, don't you? Lord Asama never punishes without reason." She had a foreboding feeling. "Wait, don't tell me." He replied, "Yes, the curse upon our race was both a punishment and the final lifeline." Apophis unveiled the secret. That was the name of the curse Lord Asama had cast. "You already have the answer. It is the curse of reincarnation." What I said correct. Apophis' eyes suddenly flashed. He reluctantly admitted, "Yes, they were our clansmen from that era. Those who no longer remember the sins they committed." "You found the answer. It turns out I was right." That perfectly explains Celio's reaction. Apophis continued, "A race that has forgotten its true nature and is trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. The time limit is until I can endure no longer." Seth asked worriedly, "Mika, what are you planning?" He was helpless. What else could he do but solve it? "The condition is that insect race must directly face its own sins." He affirmed, "I am sure the end he speaks of is you. Become our end and also our beginning." Mika's back stiffened. Facing Apophis, he felt there was little time left, and the trial was exceedingly complex. Mika had made up his mind. Well, what could be done about it? If it was necessary, it had to be done. He promised him, "I will see this through to the end." Apophis answered happily, "Heroic, if that's the case, then you are truly reliable." The entire cave suddenly shook. Could it be an earthquake? Micah's whole body also swayed. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. Of course. As if things would ever go so smoothly. Scene changing to the stubborn one, he stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. That place was covered in dust and smoke. Belphegor had gone to the trouble of coming here to find the hero. Seeing only the stubborn one holding his ground, she asked, "Not here?" Ryan recognized her. "Belphegor," she replied, "You know me?" Eileen also focused warily on Belphegor. A light flickered in the depths of her eyes. Belphegor noticed Ariane Divine Word, and the two of them, the male swordsman and the female swordswoman. She mentioned Morgan and that twilight monster as well. "I can sense a truly excellent flavor from you. Resignation, pain, melancholy, despair, the finest delicacies. I had premonitions of something like this long ago, so I merely watched from the sidelines." But when the 3 great archdemons vanished, I could not just sit idly, could I? Ariane scolded, ridiculous, as if I would let a filthy demon run wild without control. Belphegor continued, observers. Do you have enough power to stop me? She struck her staff heavily against the ground. The sound reached one person's ears. Ariane noticed the cough of the clansman behind him. Belphegor arrogantly spoke of making everything decay, though I cannot erase them. But I am very skilled at making things worse. Blood suddenly seeped from the corner of that clansman's mouth. Were invaded by black energy, losing all their sanity. Even Carrion felt a headache coming on. Belphegor only needed to deal with them, so the troublesome pieces here are the 4 of you, since the hero hasn't arrived yet. She raised her spear high. Ryan immediately became Belphegor's first target. She lunged toward him, determined to reduce their numbers first. The sharp spear tip stopped right before his eyes. Belphegor charged forward with full confidence. In contrast, Ryan's eyes showed clear fear as he saw the spear about to strike him. He hastily used his sword to block. Belphegor smiled smugly at his struggle. As her foot stepped back, Belphegor asked contemptuously, you dodged that strike? Not bad, you have some skill. One of Ryan's shoulders was already injured. He thought to himself, truly worthy of being a great demon. She had already approached his future self, even surpassed him. Then there was no hope left. In the future, he had never once defeated that man. Ariane looked toward him worriedly. She summoned a massive sphere of light named Guardian Light to descend upon Belphegor's head. A beam of radiance from Belphegor's palm tore that light apart. Ariane did not expect Belphegor to break it so easily. Belphegor now raised her spear high. She shot forward swiftly. Ariane immediately used a shield, protect me. Spear tip flew past her side. Belphegor had teleported right behind Ariane. Morden and Eileen backed her up, rebuking. Where do you think you are going, Lady City Lord? Belphegor asked arrogantly, can you keep up with me? In her hand, she was now holding a greatsword. Morden was astonished. Her weapon was originally a spear. It had instantly transformed into a greatsword. Powerful sword swept down, sending dust flying everywhere. Morden was injured, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Thanks to Ariane using her shield to block, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was a close call. She felt the overwhelming gap in power. Ariane couldn't help but think of him. He always made everything look so easy. So I thought everything would be simple. Ryan's sword-wielding hand was still trembling. He now realized that the real monster all along had been him. His sword was coated with a layer of energy. Ryan remembered Mika's advice that if you just remember what the illusion instills, you will be able to defend yourself. You will never defeat him. This is a distorted image in Ryan's memory. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Ryan's entire body radiated spirit. Being taunted by that man was far more infuriating. Belphegor noticed Ryan, just as I thought. She chose Ryan as her next target. You are the most troublesome one. Ryan recalled Mika's words, remember your own power. Grand Demon Lord is indeed a formidable opponent, but that doesn't mean you cannot hold your ground. So finally, being dragged down to the stage at the last moment. He only taught to pour all your skill into the sword. Sword that can turn into a spear or also into a shield. Fill the sword with all those possibilities. Now, Ryan took the knowledge Mika taught and fought against Belphegor. Fresh blood poured from Ryan's chest, but his steps did not falter. Ryan exclaimed, slashing, thrusting, and crushing everything all at once. The staff handle Belphegor held had already cracked. Ryan, his face smeared with blood, sneered and asked, what? You are the easy bully. Belphegor, faced with this insult, gritted her teeth in rage. She said coldly, how dare you? That image had been filtered by Mika. He found it rather amusing. The look on that man's face was very smug. Seth, flying beside him, asked, Mika, aren't you going to lend a hand? He'll hold on, but if he slips, losing an arm wouldn't be surprising. He said lightly, it's fine, we can reattach it. Mika added in his thoughts, as long as he doesn't die. After all, the only condition was that he doesn't die. Mika's feet finally touched the ground. He summoned his staff, now I will only do what must be done. Belphegor had almost fully regained his true name, but what if Apophis is awakened right now? Including myself, we will deliver a memorable blow to Belphegor. He glanced at the dragonkin lying on the ground. To do that, the curse must be lifted first. Someone exclaimed in shock, impossible, was I once a dragon? One man writhed on the ground and asked, why? Why is this happening? Zet revealed at that time the arrogance of the dragons had touched the heavens. In the end, they indulged the very thoughts Asama hated most. Mika knew this was the chosen one syndrome, that belief that only they were special and chosen by the gods. A race created to protect, yet they abandoned that very duty. Mika spoke up, I understand. That's why their pain, regret, and despair are so immense now. They have suffered enough as dragonkin, and are atoning for the sins they once committed. Zet was curious, yes, I understand that, but since when did you claim to understand things? Mika retorted, no, I mean I truly understand. But the question is whether my scepter will forgive them. Even if I forgive, the righteous soul within the scepter may not accept it. Seth reminded him it's not a vengeful spirit. The face of one clan member showed utter dismay. This man's hand trembled, the ancestors he had deeply resented. That hand turned into a dragon's claw, it turned out to be himself. Because we ourselves stood by and watched, abandoning humanity to a horrific tragedy. This man stammered, unable to speak. Then he picked up a sharp stone from the ground. He prayed, O supreme heavenly God, I beg you once more, please let my death have some meaning. Before he could act, a punch struck his face. The clan member held his cheek, his burning gaze looking at he who was shouting, "Enough of this melodramatic nonsense." A few others also had their heads bruised by Mika. One was dazed. "Oh great savior," he guessed. "So you have remembered everything now. Let me warn you, those memories will never disappear from now on. From this moment you must continue to live and bear your own karma." He lowered his head and asked, "What are we supposed to do now?" Mika scolded him. "What do you mean what to do? You have to keep on living, of course." He blamed himself. "We are all sinners." Upon hearing this, he knocked him on the head. Mika chided, "How dare you have such a light and shallow thought? Why is that considered a light thought? Do you dare think that continuing to live in this world is easy? No, before we talk about that, are you planning to live a comfortable, easy life? If you truly feel guilty and want to atone, you cannot sit still in despair. You still have important tasks you need to complete yourself. Get up now and continue fighting." He hesitated, but Mika understood. "You are feeling afraid, aren't you? Human heroes. Those who once replaced you to confront the demon lord on that fateful day." Seth listened quietly to him speak. Surely they were also terrified at that time. Mika turned serious. "I will ask you one last time." He was stunned as he asked the fatal question. Would the great dragon race accept such an easy downfall? His hand clenched tightly. He stood up and demanded, "You are of the Golden Tribe. You are bearing the sins of those who stood by. Among countless sinners, I ask you to be the first to bravely rise." The others were shaken by this call. They responded one by one. "I am of the Water Tribe. I am of the Fire Tribe." Behind him, a patch of reddened skin began to swell. From there, dragon wings gradually grew out. They shouted in unison, vowing to overcome this harsh trial together. Behind Mika, a column of pitch-black energy emanated. The tribesmen called out anxiously to their savior, but he only said, "There was no helping it. I will have to postpone this lesson and deal with it later." Mika's body turned red, a sign of danger. Belphego glanced into the distance. That was indeed a major nuisance. The whole group had been beaten black and blue by her. Ariane's pure white dress was now stained with blood. Belphego saw that eliminating this troublesome group was not difficult, but it would take time, especially that young swordsman. Even in the life and death battle, he kept improving and blocking every blow. He was truly too great a variable, just as that damned hero desired. "I cannot remain trapped in this godforsaken place forever." Black energy emanated from Belphego's hand. If that was the case, then that stream of energy became thick and pitch black. It rose high into the sky. Ryan helplessly cursed, "Damn it all." Belphegor quickly rushed forward, pushing off the ground for momentum. A shout rang out, "She is trying to escape, chase after her." He guessed that, with such little time, the man's next move was too obvious. Mika was ready. "Come on, come here, Belphegor." She asked confidently, "What is so great about 8th tier magic anyway? Faced with the true power from my true name, you will fall." Belphegor stopped, raised his spear, and aimed. The spear tip shot forward with a whoosh, flew at a terrifying speed. Soon the spear tip was closing in on Mika. He said contemptuously, "Fool." Suddenly an aura of dying embers radiated around. Belphegor focused all his attention forward. Seeing Mika's staff glowing red, she was astonished. "Breath?" He revealed, "That is right, but it has merged with divine power. It is a breath of purification." A brilliant flame blazed up, formed a wall of fire blocking their path. Even Belphegor's feet were burned. He was astonished to see himself burning. How could this be? When the fire died down, Belphegor exclaimed, "How can a human imitate the power of a dragon?" Mika was not surprised. "One with a true name recovers quickly." He replied, "Who knows?" Belphegor's killing intent settled. "It does not matter. Just kill everyone here and it is done. The elder might fear your potential, but I do not. Just kill you all here, is that not right?" Mika was intrigued. Did father agree with a demon? "I was thinking the same as you." Belphegor was surprised. "Do you intend to nip the problem in the bud?" He confirmed, "Oh, I just had the exact same thought as you." The atmosphere between the two fell into silence. Belphegor took the initiative to charge at him. Mika stored energy at the tip of his staff, pointing it forward. The two opposing forces clashed fiercely. Belphegor fought with increasing ferocity, charging in madly. Mika erected a defensive sphere. "After all, Mika, you cannot keep fighting like this forever." A sudden explosion occurred beneath his feet. Seeing that merely dodging would not change anything, he replied, "I know." When the mana-filled arrow was fired, Mika activated the sacred defensive wall. His shoulders were still trembling from exhaustion. Belphegor sneered, "So the hero's power is only this much. I am not impressed at all." A series of spears rushed forward. "Try to block this one more attack." Her palm faced downward, controlling the weapon's flight path. Cracks began to appear on the wall. The demonic energy kept attacking. He knew an 8th circle magic could not fully stop Belphegor's true strength. It could still create even the smallest opening. He immediately activated instant teleportation at this moment. As the wall shattered into pieces, Mika also charged forward. Belphegor knew his weapon was the horn of the black goat, which could regenerate almost endlessly. Failed spears fell, their bodies dissolving into dust. He closed in on Belphegor, but it still needed time to regenerate from scratch, right? Just to find out that simple truth, countless people had fallen in the world before this rebirth took place. Now it is time for you to repay that debt. Belphegor sighed in admiration. A true mage is one who actively closes the combat distance. As her hand raised, he immediately shouted, "You fool! I am no fool. I have prepared thoroughly before coming to this place." "O great savior, the other dragon clans are channeling their power to him." Mika said, even if I am a Grand Mage, do you think I can instantly copy a precise breath attack on the spot? Belphegor said in disbelief. What? A flaming fist appeared right before her eyes. He said triumphantly, that sacred curse has now completely vanished. 5 punches were near Belphegor's face. The breath attack came crashing in. From a distance, a massive burst of flames radiated from him. Belphegor's body was once again burned. She collapsed, but you cannot end my life, O hero. Belphegor struggled. Once I reveal my true form, scum like you will. He thought to himself, with his current strength he was capable of defeating Belphegor, and it was not because he had used up all his hidden cards. But the price to pay for that would be too great. If killing him meant his comrades and the dragon race here would die, that would be too heavy a loss. Mika declared, O wise Apophis, I have long fulfilled my promise. Your tribe has chosen to repent and courageously rise up on their own. So now it is your turn to fulfill the promise from years ago. Apophis looked up at the teleportation gate emitting blue light. I acknowledge you have brilliantly passed the trial. He began to roar, shaking the very space. Belphegor sensed the cold aura and turned around to look. She gritted her teeth. You, don't tell me. Mika commanded, get lost, quickly get lost back to your domain. His finger lightly flicked, a crisp snapping sound rang out. From the direction of the gate, a beam of light radiated. Belphegor screamed, do you dare do that? You are just a puny human. I will personally kill you the next time we meet. Mika taunted, wait until that moment. Quickly clean your neck and obediently wait for death. Belphegor's body was pulled backward by a stream of power. The gate gradually closed until it shut completely. The land had just gone through a fire. The flames slowly died out. Clan members cheered joyfully. Great dragon race. Some were still very sad, even though they'd resolved to repent. The process of restoring one's original nature was not easy. Others patted their shoulders to console, but we must complete it ourselves. That is our sacred mission. They finally bravely faced the sins of the past with honesty. Everything might be a bit late, but if they truly wanted to do the right thing, they still had a chance. He tiredly turned around and left. They will have a chance, do not worry. Zack did not understand. Hung, what does that saying mean? He replied, all talk of nonsense. Anyway, should we go see Lord Marcus Apophis right now? It is time to claim our reward. He moved to another place. Before him stood a building in a lush green estate. Mika remarked, today is different from before. Apophis said, arrived just in time. Looking at his face, he said contemplatively, this is the first time we have met face to face, is it not, Marcus Apophis? He replied, just as I predicted, I should start the story with my most sincere thanks. You have saved my tribe in the most wonderful way. He took it as a matter of course. That is what a hero should do. Apophis praised, a simple answer, I like it very much. As you already know, this matter will certainly take a considerable amount of time. Even for a dragon, finding one's true self is by no means an easy task. He did not want to waste words, that was perfectly fine. More importantly, let us go straight to receiving the reward together. He was surprised, straight to the point already. He replied, after all, you will help the dragon race restore their inherent nature, right? He stretched out his hand and demanded, if that is the case, then that is what truly matters. Come on, hand over the reward to me quickly. Apophis looked hesitant. Well, that is right, in that situation. I suppose this thing is no longer needed. Even though I went through the trouble of preparing it in advance, but Seth is disciplining Mika again? You are going too far. He had probably locked himself in a cramped cave by now, practicing and repeating these lines thousands of times. Earlier, Apophis had rehearsed each sentence. First of all, I sincerely wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. In terms of criticism, how dare you skip that important part so bluntly? Waiting for a long time without seeing anything, Mika yelled angrily. Where is the reward? Now, he would be startled to realize he had been completely ignored. The teleportation gate sent Belphegor back to her dwelling. She was thrown down hard, her body still burning. Belphegor had a severely burned hand. She screamed in pain. That hero is just a mere human, yet he dares to provoke me. Someone behind her approached and mocked. What an excessive humiliation. My lord, you were too hasty in attacking the hero, without thinking it through. Your presence was exposed, and you ultimately had to return in shameful defeat. Belphegor became even more offended. You dare call it humiliating? The dragon race is about to be revived under that hero, and you intend to sit idly and do nothing? Moreover, did you not previously say that you had already dealt with that hero's family? This is clearly our only chance. Yet in the end, nothing happened at all. He angrily shouted back, silence. And calm returned, I am the only one capable of listening to his voice. He criticized, the moment you willfully broke the covenant, you lost all right to speak in this place. Chains shot from behind toward Belphegor. Her wrists had already been bound. Belphegor screamed, this is our only chance. We must kill him at all costs. He replied, it is not at all, because I lack a plan of action. However, that plan did not include your rashness and impatience. Belphegor was stunned upon hearing this. The chains were tightening, pulling backward. He commanded, you had better obediently keep silent. Belphegor could do nothing but curse, damn it. He frowned at these words. The curses echoed out, damn it. A sphere appeared in his palm. For now, we should temporarily divert our attention to another location. For example, targeting his master himself. He muttered the name Banfues. Meanwhile, Mika was demanding the reward. Things will not unfold as you expect. Hand over the reward now. Apophis reluctantly obliged him. This is the divine sacred relic entrusted to me for safekeeping. That is right, the breath attack carries the sacred voice of the supreme god. You know it by the name reality alteration. He thought to himself, reality alteration? True to its name, this was a power source capable of completely reversing reality, even ignoring the laws of nature. Mika asked suspiciously, do you mean that this breath attack holds such terrifying power? He replied, that is only one possible capability. Apophis gave an example. If you casually give a magic staff to an ant, can it cast magic on its own? Precisely because this sacred relic holds immense potential, it will prove useful to you. He felt that if you truly sought help. Apophis interrupted, dragon tongue. Special language granted solely to our dragon race. Seeing his indifferent expression, he guessed, based on that reaction, it seems you are already familiar with this language. Ordinary magic only works when the spell chant is precisely combined with magical power. However, with dragon tongue, it requires absolutely no spell chant. Streams of golden energy were flying toward him. Mika realized this was not at all a source of knowledge invading his mind. Instead, it was like an innate instinct quietly awakening right at his fingertips. Mika conducted a test first. Flame condensed in his palm. That flame merged with the blue flame, further enhancing its power. He amplified the floating fireballs around him. Apophis was amazed. You can use dragon tongue so easily and immediately. This is exactly what I have always expected from a great hero. Any dragon tongue verse capable of bending reality or reaching too large a scale could likely burn away all the magical power within your body. So use it very carefully, he concluded inwardly. So counting up to now, I have obtained a total of 5 divine sacred relics. With about 6 pieces, we could craft a simple miniature round table ourselves. That was what Anubis once said. Apophis Gape then returned to the story he had not managed to finish earlier. He hurriedly fled. I truly had a wonderful time indeed. He stopped him. Wait, at least let me finish my story first. Apophis was disappointed. I even had a whole long speech prepared in advance. He was dejected, hanging his head low. Few days later, a face covered with bandages was intently observing the dragon before him. He was surprised. The great dragon, Eileen added, every time I journey with you, I end up witnessing the most absurd things in the world. Poke the dragon's face. Basically speaking, we just helped restore the dragon race's sacred relic, right? Mika walked over to Sen and said, more than witnesses, we are the ones who shattered that harsh curse. If these 4 had not joined forces to fight, restraining Belfair Go would certainly have been twice as difficult. Arian ran barefoot toward them. She asked hastily, are you leaving right now? Mika asked Han, dear High Priestess, have you grown accustomed to this new life yet? She replied, yes, though the tribe took a long time to accept everything. Things are not too bad. Courageously admitting oneself as a sinner has never been an easy thing. Mika denied, no, I completely understand that. Arian was activating energy for him to see. Each person is born with different inherent traits. Water, fire, metal. Thus, we are forced to choose completely different places to live. She handed him a pouch. When the process of repentance and atonement is complete, the dragons will scatter across the world as before. I am certain we will become a great help to you, O Savior. Mika asked curiously, what is this? He opened it to look. Karian introduced a horn flute, a testament to the dragon race's love and gratitude for you. If he blows this flute, any nearby tribe member will immediately rush to aid in battle. He held the horn up to examine it. Draconic runes were carved on its body. Mika took it. Thank you all very much. May the best blessings always accompany everyone. Karian clasped her hands and replied sincerely, thank you, O hero. The moment of parting had come. All the dragon clans came to see them off. Ryan instructed, from now on, our dragon race will always be the solid shield protecting you. The group left. They stepped out of the teleportation gate. Ryan waited for orders. Good, what is the next destination? He mentioned, lately I have noticed you often talk about mighty opponents, right? He puffed up his chest proudly. How should I put it? This is my destiny. Mika thought to himself, this troublesome phase still cannot end. He revealed, there is currently a place gathering those with traits similar to you. Ryan was surprised. Similar to me? Mika said the name. It is the Beastman tribe. Ryan immediately associated, that type of person whose head is full of nothing but muscles and muscles. An old man who sold his soul to a pile of muscles, along with a potato parrot that only talks about potatoes when it opens its mouth. Ryan exclaimed, why do I suddenly have such a terrible feeling of unease? Mika smiled and urged them, alright, if that is the case, then let us depart quickly. Head straight for Garam, kingdom of the Beastmen race, let us go. Under the bright moonlight, someone in the group suddenly asked, what do you think martial strength ultimately is? He knew that was the day he had to taste the flavor of defeat. The entire painstakingly devised plan had been seen through by a great demon without a single detail missed. He had lost so many close comrades, yet the Beast King showed absolutely no grief over their deaths. Instead, he felt proud. He remembered the Beast King once said, to me martial strength is the soul. Everyone carries their own martial soul, including you, Mika. He had said then, I am a mage, I am not sure I can understand that. Mika thought to himself, Every time he opens his mouth, he speaks in innuendos. It is hard to grasp exactly what the Beast King means. The Beast King opened his wine flask and asked, "Do you know my circumstances?" He admitted, "Yes, I know." He opened his heart. "I once failed against the great demon king named Ariat. Did I sink deep in despair? In the end, we are born to bravely rise again. Even if we must know and regret 1,000 times, we must not lie still." Reassured, "So do not be yourself down, Mika." He hesitated. "We are not." He interrupted, "You are exactly right." Mika suddenly realized it was that moment he understood. This is the Beast King's unique way of comforting. Presently he was gazing into the distance. They stood on the mountain peak. Below lay a small kingdom, the land of the beastmen, Garam. They had little interaction with the outside world for a long time. Elfegar, the warrior who called himself a martial master, sometimes shook the entire world. He saw the troublesome issue was that the evil demons had interfered in the middle of the matter. An absolute king must never refuse a warrior's challenge. That was a long-standing tradition in this place. As a result, the king was defeated by Ariat, and Garam completely collapsed. He regretfully thought about what would have happened if the Beast King had never tasted defeat. What would have happened if they had been thoroughly prepared beforehand? Ryan asked if they should go see the Beast King immediately, but he refused, saying it was not yet time. Publicly revealing the hero's identity there would bring no benefit, and we would rarely have another chance to meet such a noble figure. Morden was curious if the prophetic war was real, and he praised the butler for being well informed. Mika revealed that the prophetic war had been instigated by the sacred church. He did not say it, but the previous Beast King was caught up in foolish actions and died unjustly. Mika added that the hero chosen by the church would be an enemy of the Beastman race. Ryan replied, "That is one we must tear apart the moment we see his face." Mika confirmed that was correct. He raised the question, how could they approach them while hiding the hero's identity? He revealed that they would challenge the martial arts halls, and the four were stunned. Mika revealed that Garam was a city where the power of martial arts decided everything. All martial arts schools coexisted in this place. The Fox tribe, the Cat tribe, and many other races filled the city, possessing great honor. The book further added, as long as you were recognized as a warrior of sufficient skill, you could even challenge a king. Following the proper procedure took too much time, and Ariane asked if there was a better way. He casually pointed into the distance and spoke simply, "We will defeat all the bandits around here and plunder all their possessions." Ryan continued, "So now we are going to rob the robbers." Mika revealed, if they rob others, they must also be ready to be robbed in return. A bad reputation is still a reputation. Among the bandit gangs, some are as famous as nobles. How do we approach them while hiding our hero identities? There is no need to wait at all, because they make a living by sniffing out prey and exploiting the innocent. We can beat them down anytime. Ariane raised her hand and stated the bandits are criminals who rob honest people, and he confirmed that was correct. She thought some saw killing others as a game, and he affirmed they truly did that. Ariane was about to add that they might be involved in human trafficking, and Mika replied that they probably did. Ariane coldly said that the wretched bastards were begging to be punished under the grace of God Heiko. She shouted for them to hurry up and smash their heads. Mika knew she shared the same thought as him. By now they had blown up the foot of the mountain. The martial arts stronghold leader, Wang Pan, cursed, "Damn it." He was stunned watching the stronghold burn, thinking he was the lord ruling this entire region. There shouldn't have been any problems unless the Beast King himself showed up. So what the hell was going on here? Mika appeared behind him. The last one left. Wang Pan asked in shock, "Who the hell are you?" He gave that man a beating until his face was swollen all over. Then, Mika felt the atmosphere. This place was truly comfortable. Wang Pan asked directly, "Do you think you can leave safely after causing trouble? We are members of the Greenwood. The Greenwood never forgives those who touch their comrades." Ariane cheerfully ran over and asked Mika if he was done. She brought an acquaintance, Pansok, senior brother. He felt everything was like a dream, but that didn't matter. The weakest third senior brother. Within the Greenwood there were much stronger ones. The man he was hoping for was carried over by Morden. Wang Pan stammered. The second senior brother. Eileen also dragged someone over. Here he is. Wang Pan Hector. Ah, big brother. Ryan tossed a fat man to the gathering spot. A real fight with the strong. Wang Pan was so shocked he fainted. He thought to himself that apparently the other side was the last hope. He said in disappointment that those men had reputations, but their abilities were nothing special. Wang Pan jumped up, trying to sneak attack, saying those freaks were the ones with abnormal strength. Those monsters. Both of them gave him a beating, telling him not to casually call others monsters. It was their turn. Mika stopped and asked, "So then tell me, what rank does a man like you hold in Garam?" Wang Pan boasted stubbornly, "Don't be too shocked, I'm in the top 500 strongest warriors of Garam." He was annoyed. Damn it, what a waste of time. Luyan said in disappointment that a bandit was still just a common bandit, and a mighty warrior like him had to deal with this. Mika felt that Wang Pan was widely known under the title Greenwood Scholar, ranked 499th in Garam, clearly having a reputation. Wow, rank 499, huh? Ryan thought that was nothing but a small fry. Taunted like that by them, Wang Pan retorted, "You brats, don't you dare speak to me with contempt." A couple of times by the two, he yelled out, "You hit my bone." Mika just called out, "Hey Wang Pan," he corrected. "My name is clearly Wang Pan." He remained indifferent. Wang Pan? After all, that man could not withstand it. "My name is Wang Pan." Mika felt he had no need to remember that man's name. Alright, old man now has something to ask you. Bloodmaster is currently rampaging fiercely here in Garam, is that correct? Wang Pan was startled. Bloodmaster? Arriving at Ariot's residence, he muttered that even if he regained his true status, he still had not reached the level he was satisfied with. Life and death combat against powerful opponents was the only path to temper himself. Sensing movement behind him, Ariot immediately turned around. He commanded, "Come out now." The darkness behind him revealed countless pairs of eyes. The sound of footsteps rang out. Mirai held her sword warily. "I have finally found you at last, Bloodmaster." Ariot was confused. "I have been thinking about this matter, but why do you insist on using that meaningless title every time you come to my place?" She shouted in fury. "Shut your mouth now. I am Mirai of the Zeon clan. I have hunted you down all the way here today." Blood energy emanated from his body, only to avenge her deceased father, a petty and trivial grudge. Once one person is finished off, they will all crawl over begging to die. He accepted her offer. "Very well, fine. Then just come and attack me." The next day, shocking news spread that the Zeon clan, one of the great families of Garam, had been completely wiped out. He was surprised to hear that, a Bloodmaster operating in Garam. Wang Pan was startled. "Bloodmaster? How do you know that title?" He thought about him. Bloodmaster Ariot, a great demon wielding absolute power. His essence approached pure destruction. There were two choices to stop him: either take the initiative to eliminate him before Ariot challenged the Beast King fragment. But to completely eliminate him here in Garam could only be done with pure martial arts alone. If magic was used, there was a high chance that all of Garam would turn against them. As for the second choice, help the Beast King fragment achieve victory over Ariot. Unless things turned for the worse, this was the most correct path to take next. Mika inquired, "Have there been any recent news about the Bloodmaster?" Wang Pan recounted, "There is a rumor that the Zeon clan, a powerful family, had a deep enmity with the Bloodmaster and was completely wiped out." He thought to himself, a great family easily defeated. The time for the challenge against the king was even shorter. The remaining time was less than he had thought. He asked further, was there anyone who survived the family destroyed by the Bloodmaster? He answered he had vaguely heard there was one person. Openly targeting Ariot would surely attract suspicion from others. Mika anticipated the act of stepping forward to stop him. He had to have a justifiable reason, a proper justification, a deep-seated grudge. He had an idea, that was right, nothing was more justifiable than that, then decided we would go there to settle the grudge for the Zeon clan. Mika introduced, "We are acting as representatives of the Zeon clan." His mind was made up, just exploit that advantage. So he brought those men he had dealt with to the Zeon clan. The Gate Spirit saw the fifth saint of the Green Forest, and also that scholar from Green Forest. Eileen understood their reputation was not a lie, it seemed. He replied, "Not bad." The Gate Spirit asked, "Where in the world did you people come from?" Mika replied, "We are from the Empire." Gate Spirit bowed in thanks. "We have endured a difficult time fending off attacks. Your arrival has lifted a great burden from us." The gatekeeper gave him a coin. "Here in Garam, the badge you possess determines everything. Having a silver badge allows free movement everywhere." He saw the badges here were divided into 4 ranks: gold, silver, copper, and wood. Ranked second from the top, that was not a bad start. Mika asked the guard, "Does the Bloodmaster possess a gold badge?" He replied yes, he received it after destroying the Zeon clan. "Are you perhaps aiming for the Bloodmaster?" Mika denied, "Not exactly, but if you have information, I am willing to listen." He pondered, "Information? Well, one notable thing is that the frequency of demonic humans appearing has noticeably increased since the Bloodmaster revealed himself." He was curious, demonic humans are evil demons, correct? He denied, "No, they are ordinary people who willingly cultivate evil demonic arts." As for the matter of the Zeon clan, it was truly a heartbreaking tragedy. The clan leader Zeon Surin, hailed as the sword that exterminates evil, was a righteous warrior. No one expected them to be so miserably wiped out. Mika probed, "I heard there was one survivor." He admitted that is true, but how long can that person still hold on? He thought to himself, he could not say for sure either. Their family was lost, that person was left alone in solitude. The ultimate despair was beyond words. Mika had decided to go there himself to witness it firsthand. The scene shifted to Mirai kneeling before the main courtyard. He looked up at place. Mirai remembered facing him. He once said, "Today I spare your life, because the hunt needs a survivor to spread the word to the others. Otherwise, who else would know the way to my place to offer their lives next?" The ground back then was splattered with pools of blood, but now the place was clean and dry. Mirai looked up at the sky in a daze. She no longer even had a single tear left to shed. A voice called from outside, asking if anyone was still inside this house. Mirai stood there sorrowfully blank for a moment. She staggered to her feet. Someone always tended to this place, so how could she bear to coldly turn away the esteemed guests who had taken the trouble to come all this way? Ryan assessed the interior space. It looked much more tidy and organized than he had imagined. He replied that it was not surprising, because the life and death battle back then did not take place within the grounds of this manor. Door slowly swung open. Mirai questioned, who exactly you people? He raised the silver badge. Hi, my name is KL. We are free knights from the mighty empire, and we have come to Garam solely for martial training. Among us are those who hold the noble duty of the dogma. Mirai replied, Dogma, so you know of that as well. He thought to himself, Dogma Knights were a special force within the ascetic knight order. They considered stopping injustice a sacred oath and devoted their lives to proving they were worthy of that title. Outrageous injustice was what distorted and tarnished what was right and good in the world. Truly a perfect justification for us to get involved. Mika expressed, the real reason we came here was because of the appearance of the blood lion. A look of surprise appeared in Mirai's eyes. He invited them into the study. Mirai offered water. I truly apologize for the horrific things that have happened to my clan recently, so I have not prepared anything for your reception. Mika replied, it is fine, that is perfectly okay. Speak frankly with you, the blood lion in our eyes is an enormous injustice. Therefore we intend to punish him ourselves, but if it were only us, then we lack a specific and proper justification. Mirai interrupted, do not tell me you want to propose acting as representatives of my clan. But that blood lion truly possesses a terrifying source of power, and recently there have even been rumors that he is an evil creature from another world, completely unlike the common Darkborn fiends. He revealed the core issue is that he is not merely an ordinary evil creature, but his true hidden identity is the Dark Sovereign who rules those evil creatures. The cup in Mirai's hand fell to the ground. She stammered, a sovereign ruler of the dark? He affirmed that he is a terrifying monster that even a martial arts master would struggle to defeat with certainty, and that is why we came all the way here. Because we are the ones who hold and know the fatal weakness of that arrogant and contemptible archfiend. Should I speak it plainly for you to know? Mirai urged, please tell me quickly. He revealed the most definite and precise method in the world to completely destroy the archfiend Ariat. It is this, just take a sword and thrust it powerfully right into his heart, and he will drop dead. The entire room fell into silence at that obvious solution. Mika thought, look, it seems she is so stunned and amazed by my words that she is speechless. Thinking that, he chuckled, glancing at Mika like a madman. You are truly completely insane. Mirai began to sense something was wrong, right? Normally that action would surely end a target's life, would it not? He denied it. No, archfiends are not like that. They essentially do not possess any fatal physical weaknesses on their bodies. But that blood lion is completely different. His heart truly is his fatal weakness. Of course, his body is unreasonably tough and resilient, far surpassing ordinary demons, enough to compensate for that weakness. Mirai admitted that was indeed the truth. She recalled the moment she fought Ariadne. His expression was always calm, while Mirai was full of fear. She felt that even her sword aura could not leave a single small scratch on his body. For someone who had fought him directly, knowing the heart was the weakness did not hold much meaning. He reminded her, you do not necessarily have to use a sword to pierce his flesh. She was stunned. Excuse me, what? Do not tell me that you possess a special method to finish the blood lion. Mika's attitude was confident. I certainly do not deny that. To carry that out, we must have a pretext, a very appropriate justification. Mirai replied, this is indeed a tempting offer, but I currently have nothing of value to pay you for your services. And what if something unfortunate happens to you during the battle with that butcher? He revealed, we require no payment at all. If you are still troubled, just think we are using your hand to serve our own purpose. Mirai hesitated, but still, he interrupted, there is nothing strange about standing up to protect what must be protected. He was stunned by these words. Mirai remembered that person's head pat. That person once said, quickly guard the things you have a duty to guard. That is your sacred mission, Mirai. Overcome with emotion, hot tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Mirai exclaimed, thank you all very much. She saw them out to the door. Then Mirai presented the hairpin. This item is the noble symbol of the Zeon clan, from ancient times to now always entrusted to the clan's rightful representative. He accepted it, solemnly promising, I will absolutely not treat it lightly or disrespectfully. Mirai bowed deeply, begging them that she did not wish to accept this gift from Mika. The other replied, you do not need to bow your head to me so proactively. There is a place we very much wish for you to accompany us to. She was surprised, right now? Mika revealed a deep-seated grudge and a justifiable reason. If we want to force the Blood Master to reveal himself, there is only one place for us to go. The scene shifted to the sacred land of Garam, the dwelling place of the great Beast King. He opened his arms in invitation. Let us go together to visit the palace of the Beast King. The scene shifted to that palace, where someone was tilting their head back to drink a bottle of wine. This person asked, the number of challengers seems to have decreased greatly lately. The person beside him replied, isn't that a good sign? The Beast King answered, a good sign. That means warriors brave enough to challenge me are becoming rarer. The old minister said, no king has ever enjoyed defiance directed at him. He laughed loudly, yet now I have to sit here and endure that very thing. The old minister explained the precise reason. There is someone who is frantically slaughtering any warrior he meets. The Beast King immediately thought of him. You mean the Blood Master, don't you? I heard he is also of the demon race. The old minister asked, how should we handle matters related to the Zeon clan? The Beast King thought to himself, so far the Blood Master has never killed anyone in violation of martial law. The death of the Zeon clan leader was, after all, the outcome of an official duel. He was annoyed. If it weren't for being the king of a nation, he would have gone to settle this grudge himself long ago. The old minister was about to speak. He interrupted, I know well. As long as he abides by martial law, I have no just reason to punish him. All I can do at this moment is patiently wait until he actively comes here to challenge me. Just at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Seeing the newcomer, the Beast King asked what the matter was. The subordinate reported that the eldest daughter of the Zeon clan was present in the palace. He was surprised. The eldest daughter, Mirai Do? The other confirmed, yes. She came with a group of outlanders who have captured a saint of the Green Forest. Beast King thought that he also very much wanted to meet those who had crushed the spirit of the Green Forest with a single blow. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Beast King stood up enthusiastically. I see. Let us go meet them quickly. Mirai was now continuously clicking her fingers, feeling restless. She paced back and forth. Mika reminded her not to be too worried, because the Zeon clan was originally tied to the Beast King. In the reception room of the palace, Mirai thought that barging in here uninvited was somewhat impolite. Someone called her Lady Zeon Mirai. She replied, yes, that is me. Ryan advised you will soon get used to this. The door of the room slowly opened. Beast King smiled warmly. Welcome, champions of the Creed. Mika then said, it is a great honor to meet you here. Hail to your majesty, the great Beast King. The Beast King sat down on the opposite chair, getting straight to the point. So many champions coming together? Usually, people from the Empire refuse to set foot in the wildlands like Garam. It seems our martial arts look a bit savage and rough in your eyes. Mika denied. That only applies to a few narrow-minded individuals. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Mika asserted it is never wise to hastily judge an entire group based on a few individuals. Morden tensed up at the somewhat offensive words. Eileen looked at him with a pale face. Mirai panicked internally. Oh my god. Ryan, carefree, said, look there, a big dining table. He asked the others, is it really okay to do this? He is still the king of a nation. Mirai replied, it is completely fine. He understood the man well. The Beast King always loved and respected equality. The Beast King suddenly burst into loud laughter. He thought a frank conversation among equals with differing perspectives. He always found great value in knowledge gained through dialogue and exchange. The Beast King poured a cup of tea. Began, I understand. He respectfully apologized for the seemingly rude words. He replied casually, no need for that. It is true that some people hold that view of us. I would very much like to discuss martial arts with you all day, but now is not the right time. Mirai, how are you? She lowered her head and replied, I am well, your majesty. The Beast King instructed, here there are only your legal representatives. Just address me familiarly as usual. She changed her tone, yes, uncle. The Beast King firmly believed that your late father, Surin, did not deserve such a miserable death. He deserved a much more dignified and glorious end. I know the real reason you have come here. You want to settle the grudge with the Bloodmaster, is that right? The Bloodmaster's true target is me. In other words, your clan was merely dragged into the war, unjustly destroyed. I myself will crush the one who dares to challenge me and offer his defeat to your father. I will take revenge for you. Mika, hearing this, thought to himself, he really hasn't changed at all. At this time, the Beast King was already a powerful warrior, his strength nearing that of a martial arts master. It would be strange for him to lack confidence. However, Mika retorted, no, your majesty. No matter how strong you are, you absolutely cannot deal with that Bloodmaster. The Beast King frowned, asking back in confusion. He repeated, I meant that not even his majesty could win against him. He angrily stood up, his chair crashing to the floor behind him. The Beast King coldly declared that he absolutely could not achieve victory. If that is so, then quickly convince me. Tell me the reason why I cannot win. He calmly replied, I will do that, and I will make you understand most clearly. Through the very language of martial arts. Half of his face darkened. At the training hall inside the Beast King's palace, the Beast King said bluntly, I do not think you can withstand even one of my strikes. Actually, wait a moment. You are a mage, is that correct? Mirai was startled. Mika calmly replied, so you have already noticed. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground. A fierce aura blazed around him. For us, a duel is sacred. I will not show you any leniency. He replied, that is exactly what I've been hoping for. Mirai asked worriedly if it would be all right. The others seemed familiar with the situation. They said the two of them would settle it themselves, and asked when they would begin. Mika decided here the power of martial arts will decide everything, so I will not use magic. Even so, a great warrior going all out against a mage seems improper. A reasonable point. If that is the case, let us do it this way. He set the rules, your majesty will restrain your inner energy, and I will only use magic to enhance my physique to a moderate degree. Ryan raised his hand to question, is enhancement magic still magic? The answer for him was a giant fist. After Ryan passed out, Mika announced, let us begin. He activated the physical enhancement magic. Beneath Mika's feet, mana radiated with speed. A blue mana glow emitted from his eyes. Across from him, the Beast King was extremely calm. He He charged swiftly toward his opponent. He did not stand still either, and charged forward. The Beast King inwardly judged this to be a powerful head-on charge. He stopped in front of him, declaring it was over. Misao tightly shut his eyes, unable to bear watching him lose. But the surroundings were too quiet, so she cracked her eyes open to look. Mirai's gaze shifted from worry to astonishment. She saw Mika leaning to dodge. Had he really done it? Every punch from the fierce Beast King was easily evaded by Mika. He now looked at the young man with completely different eyes. The fierce Beast King asked curiously, "What trick did you pull in that instant?" He replied calmly, "I simply dodged it." In his heart, Mika laughed inwardly. How could I have dodged that strike so easily? Because before his rebirth, the old man had taught him everything thoroughly, from the smallest habits to the core techniques. It was just that simple. I had memorized it all in my head. Next, the two exchanged a few blows, and he still easily evaded every strike. Mirai could not believe it. Even I, who have devoted my life to martial arts, cannot keep up with this terrifying speed. Yet all of his attacks were dodged so easily by him. The fierce Beast King's fist force swirled like a wind around the two. After 20 exchanges, not one of his strikes touched Mika. He said, "I think this is enough to prove my point." The fierce Beast King looked at his own hands in disbelief. He asked suspiciously, "Can you read other people's minds?" He denied it. "Of course, that is impossible." The fierce Beast King replied, "I understand. It turns out I have been completely defeated in a contest of pure martial arts." He reminded him, "I never intended to diminish the value of your Majesty's martial arts. If anything, they are truly profound and immeasurable. I only wanted to show you the fighting style of the Blood Lion." He realized, in other words, that bastard Blood Lion possesses a fighting style identical to what you just demonstrated, right? Mika confirmed it was correct. He knew that in the past, the fierce Beast King had told him how every great warrior of Garam had fallen before the overwhelming power of the Blood Lion. That man's body was so tough that even a mighty sword aura left no scratch, but his movements appeared slow and sluggish. A very deceptive image built his reputation as a brutish, mindless monster, but it was all nothing but a veil of illusion. He always deliberately put on an act to deceive everyone, only to save his best for a life and death battle with me. His true and most terrifying fort was his speed. Back in the present, he asked, "If so, then everything he has shown so far is just a fake performance?" The fierce Beast King continued with doubt, "Why do you understand and know him so well?" He answered arrogantly, "Because I am a hero." Mirai was stunned by those words. Meanwhile, the fierce Beast King let out a soft laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. "So the truth is just like this after all? No wonder you possessed such detailed information about the Blood Lion." He bowed solemnly. "I am Mika Wanpojis, the 8th hero of this generation." He stated his intention, "I have come here for a single purpose, which is to completely destroy the great demon Ariat, the one known by the title Blood Lion. I know exactly how to fight against him myself." The fierce Beast King showed interest. "Oh, is there such a miraculous method in this world?" He replied, "Yes, there is absolutely no doubt about it." Earlier, in a past life, the fierce Beast King had been surprised after recounting, "You really have memorized everything in your head." In the time before his rebirth, it was the fierce Beast King who had not hesitated to share everything related to Ariat with him. "Every technique, every minor detail, I have all of them firmly etched in my mind." He declared resolutely, "From now on, I will personally guide you through each of Ariat's combat habits in the greatest detail. Let the training to memorize combat habits begin." Then he demonstrated before the old man, his two hands continuously throwing punches, strong, weak, high, low, and mid-range. When Mika's fist reached his chest, he thought to himself, "This is a pure process of rote memorization through perseverance." Rote memorization is the only and most accurate answer for this battle. A long day passed as night fell. Mirai was sitting and waiting. The others could not bear it and had gone to sleep. In the distance, the battle raged fiercely, thick dust and smoke billowing up. The fierce Beast King instructed, "As soon as the decisive battle begins, quickly retreat half a step back, and immediately hold a fighting stance to use yourself as bait to lure him into a trap." Afterwards, he stomped the ground for momentum and shot upward. Below, the fierce Beast King had erected a stone wall. He added, "If he wants to close the distance quickly, shatter the ground beneath your feet to create obstacles that obscure his vision, then quickly shift 2 steps to the right. Immediately after that movement, quickly tilt your back to dodge the incoming attack." As he dodged Mika's fist, he had to praise this. It truly was a solid and tenacious combat strategy. Mika thought to himself, "Of course it had to be this way, because this was the result of your own tireless reviewing and contemplation. This strategy was originally forged from your own hands." Fierce Beast King felt the treasury of knowledge you shared could not be granted carelessly without demanding a worthy price. This matter truly had to be paid for at a steep cost. He continued, "Offering it out like that is completely not the style of a hero." He said with interest, "The ultimate purpose of my life is to stand up and protect all of humanity. It turns out you consider our Beastmen race to be part of humanity, right? If that is the case, then..." The fierce Beast King laughed and slapped his shoulder. "I really do like that answer of yours." Mika urged us to quickly continue with the work, as there was still so much to keep in mind. The Beast King's expression turned serious. He reminded that next he needed to actively step back about 3 feet. Such a distance, he confirmed, was roughly correct. The Beast King knew his routine well, and after completing that move he would surely close the combat distance again. Speed was his most terrifying fort, so he would never yield the initiative to another. He would slip into blind spots where his eyes could not follow. He could picture that man before him preparing to throw a punch right from this very angle. Quickly moved 2 steps in this direction. Moving fast was good, but it would quickly drain his stamina. His next move would surely be breathtakingly fierce, impossible to look away from. At this moment, it felt as if he were directly participating in a life-or-death battle with Ariat. The powerful fist force unleashed by the Beast King nearly felled the opponent's afterimage. The misty aura emanating from that thrust. The boss exclaimed that he could now clearly see the path to victory, so he had finally seen that outcome for himself. After the exhausting training session, he sat on the rooftop gazing at the sky. Garam truly had a unique beauty. The Beast King brought a wineskin and told him to consider it a token of his personal gratitude. Mika looked at the wineskin, thinking that he did not usually drink alcohol. Mirai seemed to understand. She walked over and asked, but just a few small sips probably would not do any harm. He raised his glass and said he had finally deigned to appear. That hero invited him to share a drink. Mika naturally agreed and asked why not. She replied that she apologized for not telling him sooner that she was the hero. She understood that the people of Garam always viewed the church with contempt. The real reason his expression was tense and worried now had nothing to do with him. It was simply, Mika understood that she was referring to the matter of revenge. Mirai continued, asking O hero whether her taking up revenge herself this time was truly impossible for her. He empathized, saying he could very well understand the pain in her heart at that moment, but he could not bear to open his mouth and lie to her, saying it was possible. She was not particularly weak or incompetent. It was just that her opponent this time was on a completely different level. Mirai exclaimed that was right. Things were exactly like that. She knew, she had always understood that herself. She opened up about her utter helplessness and weakness. That was the most accurate word to describe the time she was left alone in the world, dazedly staring into the cold emptiness of the family mansion. After that, she had witnessed with her own eyes the martial arts match between His Majesty and the hero. That sight gave her much to deeply ponder. Mika believed that His Majesty was certainly capable of personally defeating that blood lion. Of that he was completely certain. Therefore, the true role he needed to fulfill at this moment had already been decided. Misayo asked in surprise the role he had to fulfill? He encouraged her to quickly straighten up. Only that way would she not feel ashamed or disgraced with herself later. After hearing this, Mirai raised her wine cup. She tilted her head back and drained the cup. Mirai thought the taste of the wine was indeed a bit bitter. The next day, the scene shifted to the arena. On the upper floor, some beast people had arrived to watch. Ariat's foot stomped heavily on the ground, full of momentum. He shouted, "O Supreme Beast King, there is now a worthy challenger standing before you. If you are truly the great warrior of Garam, then this challenge." The wooden door slowly opened. The Beast King stepped inside. Their bodies were quite mismatched in size. Mika observed from a distance, seeing that his build was smaller than before the rebirth. Yet the thick scent of blood still emanated unceasingly from afar. Ariane had to cover her nose and asked how many innocent lives he had stolen, how much despair he had devoured, to be able to emit such a horrifying smell of blood. Ryan knew this battle would certainly not be easy. He thought that last night he had witnessed that scene with his own eyes. If he recalled the Beast King's mighty and powerful slash at that time, there was no reason for him to fail this time, as long as that ferocious beast did not dare to cross the final boundary. As soon as they met, Ariat declared that today he would definitely defeat him with his own hands and seize everything that belonged to him. He calmly replied that would only happen if he truly won. That man confidently said he would surely achieve supreme victory. He had traveled a long way here with the sole purpose of reaching the supreme realm of martial arts. The Beast King asked if that was the pathetic reason he had brutally slaughtered all the righteous warriors. Ariat answered sonorously that the weak being eliminated from the world was merely the natural law of creation. He was simply following that great truth. The Beast King did not want to waste more words and said he was not qualified for him to stand here and discuss martial arts. Their conversation ended here. Both were on high alert for the life or death battle. Ariat's footsteps had already rushed forward. His face was as gloomy as a demon demanding a life. The audience gasped in worry. He was truly too fast. Bloodlion was indeed a warrior possessing such terrifying speed. Mika's image appeared alongside Ariat. The Beast King chuckled lightly, having already predicted his opponent in the training session. He thought to himself, exactly as predicted, a very wise decision. Then he dodged a punch from that man. Ariat growled, "What trick did you just pull in that moment just now?" The Beast King said calmly, "Why should I explain to someone like you?" Ariat gently realized that he did not dodge based on pure instinct. It felt as if he had already known every move, every technique he was about to unleash next. Ariat accelerated once again and charged forward. Beast King's foot stomped hard, and the ground began to crack into pieces. When the wall rose up to block Ariat, he thought in disbelief, could he have seen the future? I have never heard of King Garam being a prophet. The Beast King took advantage of his size. He easily dodged a punch from Ariadne. He lost his composure. Is that coward really someone who has been hiding a special ability all this time? He continued to provoke. You are the one who deliberately hid that terrifying speed until now. Every single punch from Ariat was easily blocked by him. They both threw out punches, the sound of blows ringing out. Those attacks created explosions on a wide scale. The shockwaves swept towards the onlookers. Ariat heard the sound of his own arm bone breaking. His whole body froze for an instant. In his chest, Ariat's heart was pounding. A look of determination flashed in his eyes at this moment. Both threw their fists out simultaneously. The entire arena shook violently. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly. Mika raised his eyebrows, trying to see what would happen next. A surge of force flew towards Mirai. She was annoyed and raised her hand to block. A look of shock appeared in her eyes. Because Ariat had lost one arm, Mirai was moved. I finally did it. Her face darkened immediately afterwards. Because fresh blood was gushing out onto the ground beneath the Beast King was splattered with bloodstains. He said with difficulty, damn it, that sword strike just now didn't pierce deep enough. That man's arm began to grow back. Ariat said coldly, if that sword had pierced my heart, you would have won. What a shame. Now say your goodbyes to life. Beast King brought down a punch. This victory belongs to me alone. Mirai squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear watching. A hand blocked his massive arm. Mika stood in front of him, demanding of Ariat, stand still right where you are. Where exactly do you think you are trying to run off to? When they both struck in that final decisive moment, he saw it with his own eyes clearly. Mika exposed, the Beast King's final blow was aimed at your heart. Shouldn't it have pierced straight through your heart? But right before it touched your heart, its trajectory was bent. Ariat asked in confusion, what are you trying to say? Do you mean I use dark magic? He replied, glad you understand. You are quite startled, right? The standard of martial law sounds vague, but all power outside of pure training is strictly forbidden. Mika mentioned, for example, your clone. If faced with death, you unleashed a clone to save yourself. From that moment, you are an enemy of Garam. In other words, from that moment, I can intervene as a hero and deal with you. You have discarded the honor of a Vice Knight Blood Lion. Ariat irritably shoved his hand away, suddenly barging in to steal the victory. Mika questioned, losing a fair fight, so now you intend to use brute force? He shouted angrily, shut your mouth, hero. The people nearby murmured, shut your mouth, what hero? Wait, did you say hero? Is a hero here? Mika looked at him sternly, so that's your game. Using the status of a hero to confuse the Beastman tribe? Do you think I wouldn't have anticipated at least that much? He burst out laughing. I admit the church was wrong and owes an apology to the Beastman who sacrificed. Therefore, he chose to face Garam's wrath directly instead of fleeing, and declared that right here, right now. Yes, the hero is no longer our enemy. The Beast King stood to support him from behind. As King of the Garam, he vouches for him. The other beastmen watched in astonishment. Even Mirai's eyes shimmered with emotion. Mika turned to look at the person who had stepped forward to support her. He replied cheerfully, hearing that was truly reassuring. Then Mika pointed at him. Then answer me, Blood Lion. Is your martial path still righteous? Ariat spoke boldly, I won the battle fair and square, and now I hold the power to decide the king's successor. He retorted, do you mean victory through special power, not true martial arts? That man could not hold back and roared, do you dare to insult my duel? He bluntly reached into his chest. Is that so? A tattoo of a flower appeared on Mika's wrist. In that case, how do you plan to block this? His eyes shrank in terror, cold sweat streaming down his face twisted in fear. A surge of blue energy suddenly flared up, crystallizing into an ancient magic pattern glowing on his wrist. He was horrified, his eyes wide as he realized a figure was charging from behind at lightning speed. Seeing the sword flying toward him, he scolded himself for being too afraid. The treacherous attack made Ariat extremely flustered. He painfully felt the pressure crushing his body. At this rate, his heart would explode. Ariat's face showed clear tension, sweat pouring down his face. He stood frozen in the arena as a blinding light burst forth, two blue streaks cutting through the space with a violent noise, and landed gracefully, his hand gripping the weapon still flashing with sword intent. He returned to Mika's side. The beastfolk crowd stared at the arena in shock, buzzing with heated discussion about the strange phenomenon that had just occurred, the space warping. Close up Ariat's angular face with trembling crimson eyes. He recognized the severity, a forbidden art. Looking down from above, Ariat stood alone facing the group of three who had just appeared. A cry of indignation echoed through the space. The Blood Lion had broken a taboo. Mika gave an enigmatic smile, you'd better stay put. After all, it won't just disappear on its own. A furious beastfolk crowd stood up, shouting in unison, criticizing the arena. A despicable murderer, he is a killer in a sacred duel. The crowd kept jeering, a shout aimed directly at his back, you are no warrior, Ariat. Mika looked up at Ariat's large back, thinking to himself, I know you have never once used your true power. He guessed that perhaps it was simply because you had never needed to use it. Mika sneered, no matter what you say, even if you always speak of valuing a warrior's honor. Mika took decisive steps toward Ariat. He began, but in the end, you became a coward trampling on all of that. He put on a contemptuous sneer, raised a finger toward him, and hurled insults. If you hate that, don't lower yourself to such a despicable level. The ground under Ariat's feet cracked violently as he stepped forward with force, the sound shaking the arena floor along with rising dust. Surrounding him, a jet-black killing intent erupted like flames. He roared furiously at Mika. Do you dare insult me? He immediately called out, summon her, she is entrusted to me. A fierce green magic wind burst forth, forming a powerful spiral of pressure. Ariat's grotesque face with terrifying sharp fangs opened wide, black energy glaring around his eyes and mouth, full of brutality, emitting an angry growl. Ariat unleashed his full power, his massive body towering. He roared, "I will kill you right here, you hero." Mika asked for an opinion. "What do you think, Beast King?" He replied, "Think it over carefully. You've already prepared the whole plan." He thought, letting these cheap little tricks ruin it, wouldn't that drive you mad? If all this effort is in vain, wouldn't it be meaningless? Ariat called him a hero. Mika continued, yet the one he chose to challenge was His Majesty himself. He then asked, as a warrior, "How do you see this?" He calmly replied, "Is that so? Of course I want to give him a proper beating. I should show him what true martial arts really are." Mika taunted, "With that battered body of yours?" The Beast King said firmly, "I still have to do it. I am the king of this land." That answer obviously pleased him. At that moment, Ariat was charging forward. A pressure descended upon him. He activated a speed boost to lunge, a fist already in front of Mika's face. He chuckled softly and said, "Thanks, Ariat. You are truly as cheap and crude as I expected." He activated the eradication magic, just as the fist and the staff were about to collide. A black magical hue radiated from the center of the impact. One of his arms was erased. Ariat exclaimed in shock at the power of erasure. He stammered in confusion, "How do you have his power?" Mika replied with a hint of meaning, "Who knows?" He continued to ask, "But tell me, is there something you have forgotten?" The Beast King accelerated as it charged forward. He appeared beside him. That man silently cursed. It was that very power that hindered his ability to recover. The Beast King coldly reminded, "You took your eyes off your opponent while the fight was not yet over." He sneered in contempt, "That makes you unworthy of being a warrior." A powerful punch struck straight into his stomach.